In the ninja world of the Warring States period, flames of war and intricate schemes wove an invisible net across the land. The Uchiha and Senju clans, like the two brightest yet opposing stars in the night sky, hung over the land of Fire's horizon. Conflict between these two families intensified day by day, driven by clashing interests. The Senju were renowned for their robust physiques, abundant resources, and a large, stable population. In contrast, the Uchiha carved out their place in the shinobi world thanks to the formidable power granted by their Sharingan. Yet in recent years, the Uchiha's line of prodigies had dwindled. Apart from the clan leader's direct bloodline, there were scarcely any who could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The family now faced the peril of having no heirs to carry on its legacy. On this day, the sunset bled across the sky, staining the horizon with a mournful, vivid red, as if foretelling impending tragedy. Crows circled above the battlefield, their hoarse cries mingling with a lingering scent of gunpowder in the air, adding to the oppressive atmosphere that hung over the land. Blood still glistened fresh on the ground, and signs of combat were everywhere. Now, the battlefield had fallen into a deathly silence, and the air was thick with the presence of death. Upon this blood-soaked earth, 3 young children lay motionless, their clothes soaked through with blood, and the last traces of fear and confusion still etched onto their innocent faces. Uchiha Madara arrived at the scene, leading his clansmen. Each step he took was weighted with grief, for it was his own brothers who had fallen. Kneeling by their sides, Madara trembled, tears falling silently onto the cold earth below. With trembling hands, he gently closed his brother's eyes, then let out a cry of anguish. It was supposed to be just a supply run. Why were they ambushed? His voice was rough, his eyes slowly turning crimson with rage, merging with the bloodstains on the ground. In the next instant, the scarlet double tomo of the Sharingan appeared in his eyes, where anger and sorrow burned like twin flames. At that moment, a young Uchiha woman stepped forward. In the pool of blood, she reached out and gently rested a comforting hand on Madara's shoulder, speaking softly. "Calm yourself. This isn't your fault." Her tone was calm, but deep sorrow was hidden in her eyes. Hearing her words, Madara sprang to his feet, glaring at her in anguish and protest. "How could it not be my fault? If I had been with them, this never would have happened." His voice was choked with self-reproach, the pain of guilt pressing on him like heavy chains, making it hard to breathe. The girl watched Madara in silence, offering no further words of comfort. She understood that he needed time to come to terms with such cruel reality. Soon, the sun vanished completely below the horizon, and darkness slowly enveloped the battlefield. The girl reached out and supported Madara as they made their way back to the clan grounds. Before leaving, she turned to the attendants behind her and instructed, "You there, carry the young master's bodies home. Be as gentle as you can." "Yes," the attendants replied respectfully. The journey home was shrouded in silence. No one spoke a word. Uchiha Wuming gazed at her brother's desolate profile, wanting several times to offer some words of comfort. But in the end, she remained quiet. She was never good with words, and besides, she wasn't truly Madara's younger sister. When she was 5, the clan had discovered her in an abandoned, sealed well, and later, Uchiha Taiima took her in. For 6 years, she had lived by Madara's side as a sister. Though there was no blood between them, she had long since come to regard Madara and his brothers as her own family. Now, only Madara and Izuna remained of the 5 brothers. The pain in Wuming's heart was beyond words. After returning to the clan grounds, Wuming quietly set about organizing her brother's belongings. She thought of those children who used to call her big sister in the courtyard, now gone from this world forever, and the ache in her chest felt as if a blade were slicing through it. She folded some of their clothes neatly, cradled them in her arms, and walked silently out of the room. In the courtyard, Uchiha Madara sat motionless in a chair, his gaze empty. Seeing Wuming approach with a bundle in her arms, he asked, "Wuming, what do you intend to do with those things?" In a soft voice, Wuming replied, "I want to keep them in my room. Otherwise, Father might have someone dispose of them. May I take a look at them?" "Of course." Wuming walked over and sat beside Madara. He reached into her arms and picked up a small hand drum, tears glimmering in his eyes as he spoke in a cold tone. "This time, the Intelligence Department owes us an explanation." Wuming was a little surprised and asked, "Has the Intelligence Department not submitted their report yet?" "Not yet." Madara's eyes were icy as he looked toward the heart of the clan grounds, a trace of bitterness in his voice. "I imagine they're racking their brains right now, trying to come up with some excuse to placate me, the young clan leader." That very night, the Intelligence Department finally delivered their findings. The messenger appeared uneasy as he approached Wuming and Madara, and reported in a low voice, "Young Master Madara, Miss Wuming, the intelligence department states that there was no intelligence leak during this operation. The three young masters were ambushed purely by chance." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara let out a harsh, scornful laugh and retorted furiously, "What are you saying? How could there not have been a leak? This ambush was clearly premeditated, deliberately targeting Taijima's descendants. What are you people in the intelligence department thinking?" The messenger's face clouded with distress. Confronted by the young clan leader's accusation, he was at a loss for words. Wuming noticed his pleading glance and sighed. Softly, "Brother, there's no point in assigning blame now. It's obvious that enemy spies have already wormed their way into the top ranks of the intelligence department. There's even a possibility that this was an internal assassination and power struggle within the Uchiha, aimed at Taijima's faction." As she spoke, she stood up and addressed the members of the intelligence department in a calm voice. "No matter what, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to find them and get to the bottom of this." "Wait," Ban quickly stopped her. "Wuming, you can go and ask questions, but this matter is far-reaching. If you're not careful, you might get yourself into serious trouble. Don't dig too deep, and don't act impulsively. Leave everything to me, understand?" Wuming turned her head slightly, a faint smile playing at her lips. She nodded gently, then strode out of the room. Outwardly, she agreed to her brother's request, but in truth, she had no intention of following his advice. Her brother's position as the young clan leader was still precarious, and only a handful of young ninja stood by his side. If he acted rashly, he would only offend the intelligence department and undermine his own authority. In order to uncover the truth without jeopardizing her brother's standing, Wuming decided to act on her own. The Uchiha clan's intelligence department was like sharp eyes in a chaotic world, watching every subtle shift in the ninja realm. Its headquarters lay hidden deep within the clan's territory, inside a secret chamber protected by multiple layers of barriers. This was both the gathering place for information and the starting point for crucial decisions. The head of the department, Uchiha, was around 40 years old, his gaze as deep and dark as the night. At the start of the meeting, an intelligence officer beside Uchiha spoke in a low voice. The Senju clan changed targets out of the blue and attacked the young clan leader. Was this really just a coincidence? Their strike was so direct, they clearly had precise intel. Another added, "Still, we can't completely rule out the possibility that it was a fluke. Though it may sound disrespectful to the clan leader, this transport mission only cost us 3 young ninja. The loss isn't exactly devastating." "In that case, there's no point arguing about it any further," said a third officer, his tone lazy. "I think we don't need to pay too much attention to the Senjus. Little tricks for now. Our real concern should be the Sarutobi clan in the west. Lately, they've grown even closer to the daimyo and seem to be raising funds." "So, you're saying the Sarutobi clan is using the political power of the Land of Fire to go up against us?" "There's no need to worry about that. There are many factions under the daimyo. Some of them supporting the Sarutobi is only natural. But if this is true, Lord Een, should we make monitoring those political parties in the Land of Fire that support the Sarutobi clan our top priority?" Uchiha fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as he sank into thought. "I've already looked into the Sarutobi situation. For now, the matter of the young master's attack can be set aside. Our main focus should shift to the political parties aligned with Sarutobi." "Then should we withdraw our surveillance of the Senju clan?" asked an intelligence officer, his voice as cold and impassive as ever. "Completely withdrawing is out of the question. Just remove a portion of the forces and redeploy them to the Western Front." "Wait, Lord Een, we mustn't withdraw. The young master's murder proves that we have a spy in our midst. If the enemy learns of our strategic priorities, the consequences will be catastrophic." "He's right. We must ensure our intelligence network hasn't been compromised. But how can we ensure that? Right now, the Uchiha clan is rife with internal alliances and secret dealings. How many among us are truly trustworthy?" The room fell silent, the atmosphere turning heavy and oppressive. Everyone present knew all too well that each decision made here was a matter of life and death for the entire Uchiha clan. A single misstep could spell utter ruin. Even Uchiha began to hesitate. After a moment, he rose to his feet, his voice commanding and indisputable. "Gentlemen, in times of war, the truth or falsehood of intelligence is the sharpest weapon. I need 2 more days to consider this matter. For now, we'll hold our positions." "Yes, sir," came the unanimous reply. With that, the meeting was adjourned. As the last echoes of tension lingered in the conference room, the members of the intelligence division melted silently into the night. One Uchiha ninja, who had seemed almost indifferent during the meeting, moved with nimble steps into a shadowy corner. Though his gaze appeared calm, It was laced with hidden wariness. From his sleeve he drew a small scroll, swiftly forming hand seals to summon a ninja hound. The scroll was handed over with all the caution of a master craftsman, every move silent and precise, as if he were part of some intricate, flawless mechanism. But just as he prepared to release the jutsu, a flash of cold steel sliced through the darkness, striking the ninja hound squarely in the head. Blood blossomed on the ground, gleaming like rubies in the night. Instantly alert, the Uchiha ninja stared in horror toward the direction from which the kunai had flown. There, standing beside the hound's lifeless body, was a girl, who had appeared as if out of nowhere. Her eyes shone with a chilling brilliance unique to the Mangekyo Sharingan, impossible to ignore even in the darkness. Uchiha Yin, the girl's voice was icy clear, cutting through the night. I never thought the traitor would be you. You're Uchiha Wuming? Yin recognized her, a storm of questions rising in his mind. Instinctively, he asked, Did the young clan leader send you? No, I came here of my own accord. Wuming replied, her voice as sharp as a blade gliding through the night wind. I see. A ruthless glint flashed in Yan's eyes. Sizing up the situation, he realized Wuming was alone. He resolved that if an opportunity arose, he would kill her and escape without a trace. No sooner had Yin raised his blade than his gaze was drawn inexorably into Wuming's strange, mesmerizing eyes. In that instant, it felt as if his very soul was being wrenched from his body, his strength draining away until he collapsed helplessly to the ground. His lips trembled ever so slightly as he muttered in disbelief. How can this be? It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan grants its wielder a different ocular power in each eye, one of nameless Mangekyo abilities. The 8,000 spears allows her to mark a target with the power of her gaze, drawing out their chakra and making it her own. But simply paralyzing her opponent was far from enough. To obtain truly valuable intel, in that moment, her other eye quietly unleashed a far more mysterious power. The technique of the luminous stone. As Nameless reached out and touched him, a blue radiance suddenly flared on Uchiha Yan's chest. The light spread across his heart before finally condensing into a crystal-clear blue gemstone, which floated weightlessly out of his body. Yin himself seemed utterly hollowed out, his soul drained away, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Nameless fingers swept swiftly through the air, securing the gem firmly in her palm. This ability could crystallize a person's memories into a blue jewel, allowing her to read them at will. In just a moment, Nameless had gained all of Uchiha Yan's memories. So, it turned out that the human heart is ever vulnerable to temptation, especially in the face of personal gain. Members of the intelligence division, long embedded within enemy ranks, grew weary and disillusioned as their efforts went unrewarded. The Senju clan exploited this, buying off those whose resolve had begun to waver and secretly directing them to target the 5 children of Uchiha Taiima. Once the war ended, these traitors would be rewarded with the Senju's protection and honor. Never could Nameless have imagined that Uchiha Yin, who always seemed gentle and harmless, would be the very traitor responsible for her brother's deaths. Once she had confirmed the identities of the other conspirators, Nameless crushed Yan's luminous stone without a second thought. Then, with a single hand sign, the mark of the 8,000 spears gleamed again. In an instant, Yan's chakra was drained dry, his body shriveling rapidly until all that remained was a desiccated corpse. For left, Nameless whispered to herself. With a cold glance toward the intelligence division, she kicked Yan's corpse aside and strode away, her resolve as sharp as steel. Night descended over the Uchiha compound. The moonlight ran red as blood, and a faint metallic tang hung in the air, shattering the peace of days past. Nameless moved swiftly beneath the moon's gaze, her Mangekyo Sharingan glinting with a cold, merciless light. Like a phantom, she slipped through the darkness, her every strike silent and exact, erasing each traitor with deadly precision. Who could have done this? Drawn by the spreading scent of blood, Uchiha Yin and his squad soon rushed to the scene. When they saw the bodies strewn across the ground and the fury and grief blazing in Nameless' eyes, only shock remained in their hearts. Nameless, how dare you execute members of the intelligence corps without authorization? Uchiha Yin barked a sharp command to stop, but Wuming had already raised her blade, poised to execute the person beneath her. Stop this at once. Do you really want the Uchiha clan to lose its entire intelligence network? Yet Wuming's hand did not falter. The captive was executed on the spot. She slowly turned around, meeting Uchiha Yin's gaze with a calm demeanor. Teacher Yin, these people leaked the whereabouts of our clan's young master. They are traitors from within. What? That can't be. Uchiha Yin's face was a mask of shock. He swept his eyes across the faces of the fallen, then closed his eyes in deep thought. Old suspicions he'd harbored about them resurfaced in his mind. At last, he could only sigh in resignation. Wuming, no matter your reasons, the fact is that you have killed members of our intelligence corps. You've overstepped your bounds. I have to act with fairness. I'm sorry. In an instant, Wuming found herself surrounded by vigilant shinobi, their guard unyielding. Not long after, the air in the interrogation room grew dense with tension as two figures faced off in heavy silence. Uchiha Yin's expression was conflicted. 6 years ago, he had brought Wuming into the clan himself. To her, he was both teacher and a father figure. He knew full well that Wuming could have resisted arrest, or unleashed her deadly technique, the 8,000 spears. But she hadn't. Clearly, she still cared about their bond as mentor and disciple. As for the traitors among their ranks, Uchiha Yin had long harbored doubts. But, lacking concrete evidence, he had been unable to act, his hesitation resulting in this irreversible tragedy. He was racked with guilt over the young master's death. After a long silence, Uchiha Yin finally spoke in a low voice. Wuming, you could knock me out and escape. The Intelligence Division's investigation is over. There's no way you can prove to the clan that those you killed were traitors. If you don't run, tomorrow you'll face the clan's harshest punishment. Wuming's eyes glimmered with a trace of gratitude. She answered softly, Thank you, Teacher Yin, but I won't run. Why? If you stay, you'll die. Uchiha Yin pressed, unable to understand. Wuming's gaze was steady and resolute. If I run, all suspicion will fall on my brother. I can't let that happen. When I was first brought to the clan, my brother once helped me. Uchiha Yin was deeply moved by her words. For a moment, he was speechless. In frustration, he turned and left the interrogation room, his voice cold as he called back. I've given you your chance. What becomes of you now lies in your own hands. I hope you won't regret it. The next day, the Uchiha clan's judgment grounds were packed to the brim. The crowd was seething, most of them denouncing Uchiha Wuming for killing her own kin. Anger rippled through the masses like a lit fuse, ready to ignite at any moment. Standing at the very center of the tribunal, Wuming faced a barrage of accusations and questions, yet her heart remained astonishingly calm. Have you heard? That child actually killed her own clansman. It's best not to look her in the eyes. Her eyes aren't like ours. They look just like a demon's. She's even the clan leader's adopted daughter. It's unbelievable. What about young Master Madara? Why didn't he stop her? They say young Master Madara goes out to train at dawn every day. He's not in the clan right now. The clansmen whispered among themselves. Just then, a man in his 30s approached. He wore a robe the color of blazing fire and carried a massive blade across his shoulders, his steps steady and unhurried as he walked toward Wuming. Wuming lifted her head and spoke in a quiet voice, Father. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Taiima, the current head of the Uchiha clan and Wuming's adoptive father. Following behind him were several servants, carrying 5 shriveled corpses. Uchiha Taiima stopped in front of Wuming. Pointing to the bodies behind him, his expression grave as he asked, Was this your doing? Yes. Wuming lowered her head and admitted it. Taijima's gaze bore into her, relentless as he pressed on. You claim they were traitors. Do you have any proof? My proof is my technique. I can use Jinjutsu to recreate everything that happened last night, Wuming replied calmly. If it's a Jinjutsu, then there's a possibility it's a fabrication. I can't take your testimony at face value. Uchiha Taiima answered coldly, dismissing her explanation. Wuming fell silent for a moment, as if steeling herself. She then looked up at Taiima and said, Father, you can examine the memory stone of my Mangekyo. The memory stone is a crystallization of one's memories. Unless its contents are overwritten by another, it cannot be falsified. You awakened the Mangekyo at your age? A flicker of surprise, and even a hint of wariness, crossed Uchiha Taijima's face. Yes. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered in Wuming's eyes, drawing gasps of astonishment from those around them. After all, even a most gifted young master, Uchiha Madara, had only awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Wuming's talent was truly extraordinary. However, Uchiha Taiima said nothing further, simply waiting in silence for Wuming to display her ocular power. A blue crystal emerged from within Wuming. She stepped forward and handed the memory stone to Taiima. Taijima's gaze sharpened like a hawk's as he focused on the stone, delving into Wuming's memories from the previous night. When he witnessed the scene of Wuming using her Mangekyo Sharingan to drain people into withered husks, a look of unguarded shock finally broke through his composure. For a moment, he instinctively began to search through Wuming's memories from before she was 5 years old. After a long silence, Taiima experienced all that Wuming had suffered as a child. Fear crept into his eyes, as though he truly believed Wuming to be a demon. Before long, Taiima withdrew his consciousness from the memory stone. Now, when he looked upon Wuming, all trace of warmth had vanished from his gaze that he placed the radiant stone back in a nameless body. Seeing her slowly regain consciousness, he spoke in a low, grave voice. Nameless, even if all those you killed were spies. From 1,000 hands, the authority to enforce clan law is not yours to wield at will. If everyone in our clan followed your example, our rules would be reduced to nothing. He added, Madara is also at fault for neglecting this matter. When he returns from his morning training, I will personally see to his punishment. Father, you've already seen through the radiant stone that this matter has nothing to do with my brother. I insisted on avenging our younger siblings. If there is fault, let me bear it alone. Nameless pleaded anxiously. Madara treats you as both sister and confidant. It's impossible that he knew nothing of your actions. He cannot escape responsibility unless... Unless what? Nameless asked, her voice full of confusion. Uchiha Taiima smiled faintly and said, unless you are willing to confess to betraying the clan, accept exile to the western front lines, and from this day forward, sever all ties with Madara and Izuna. Nameless fell silent for a moment, then answered with unwavering resolve. As long as my brother is not implicated, I am willing to confess. To her, going to the battlefield was not a hardship. Very well. Uchiha Taiima signaled to his subordinates. 2 Uchiha shinobi immediately stepped forward, forming hand seals in quick succession. They unleashed a sealing jutsu that bound Nameless tightly, rendering her completely immobile. Sealing squad, hear my order. The accused has confessed. Uchiha Nameless defied clan law and sought private vengeance. Now, place the curse fire seal upon her and abolish the use of her hands. Yes, Lord Taiima. The 2 shinobi swiftly formed seals. The binding array that restrained Nameless suddenly expanded, transforming into pitch-black marks that crawled over her like a swarm of ants, finally settling into countless dark symbols deeply etched into her arms. A cry of agony escaped her lips as Nameless felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her arms, the pain so intense she could not help but cry out. With this seal, should you ever attempt to form hand signs, the fire-style chakra within you will turn against you, burning you from within. The agony will far surpass anything a normal person could endure. Father, if you're only sending me to the battlefield, why also place this seal on me? Tears welled in Nameless' eyes, and her voice trembled. Why are you doing this to me? The seal is already a merciful decision. It at least spares your life. I adopted you because Madara begged me to. If you had remained obedient, serving the clan as a servant all your life would have been acceptable. But you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, your ambition swelled, and you overstepped your bounds. One day, you would become a threat to Madara's position. So now, I must place limits on you. You? Nameless' eyes turned crimson. In that moment, she finally understood why Uchiha Taiima was so cold toward her. From the moment she displayed her unique abilities, he had begun to regard her as a threat too. The clan's power, even though Ban was the elder brother she respected most, in Taijima's eyes, even blood ties could be shattered by selfish desires, let alone an outsider like her, who was utterly insignificant. Nameless grew pale, her voice barely more than a whisper. If you're so afraid I'll threaten your brother, why not simply kill me? The reason is simple. Do you know why you were sent to the West? Uchiha Taiima crouched down and reached out, gripping Nameless' chin. She let out a quiet cry of pain as his fingers tightened. Uchiha Nameless, I want you to use your Yakuspiri technique on the battlefield, under the supervision of the Sealing Division. What makes you think I'd risk my life for you again? Nameless looked at him, her gaze openly scornful. It's not for me. It's for those you care about most, Madara and Izuna. What do you mean by that? It's exactly as it sounds, Uchiha Taiima said, his voice weighted with gravity. The Senju clan is advancing swiftly on the eastern front. If they join forces with the Sarutobi clan to the west, the Uchiha will be caught in a pincer. In a war like this, even Madara and Izuna will be forced on a battlefield. Nameless fell silent. The thought of young Izuna being sent to war for the first time flashed through her mind, and a rare trace of panic flickered in her eyes. Even if you've been slow to see it, you must understand now, Taiima pressed on. Aren't they the ones you treasure most? Then fight for them with everything you have. Let's see if you would ever betray those you wish to protect. Taiima, you're despicable. For the first time, Nameless saw the man before her clearly. Never had she imagined that someone she'd considered a mentor for years had never once regarded her as family. This confrontation was no longer about justice. For her fallen clan members, Taiima had long abandoned any sense of kinship, choosing instead to manipulate her with cold, ruthless calculation. He wanted to turn her into a tool, obedient, wrung dry of her value, fighting desperately for the Uchiha. Just then, Madara returned from his training. Father! Madara immediately stepped in front of Nameless when he saw her being restrained. Nameless is one of us. Why are you treating her this way? So you've returned, Madara. Taijima's expression was inscrutable as he looked at his son. Nameless broke the rules last night and has already admitted her guilt. She also hid the truth about her Mangekyo. You arrived too late to know the full story. Nameless must have had her reasons. I trust she would never betray the Uchiha. Madara said, his voice tight with anxiety. You're too naive, Madara. Sooner or later, Nameless power will threaten your place as the future clan head. What your father is doing is for your own good, Taijima replied coldly. But Madara looked at Nameless. He remembered her warmth, how she had always cared for his younger brothers. Clenching his fists, he made his decision. If Nameless can end this war and lead the Uchiha to victory, then what does the title of clan head matter? Both you and I could relinquish it. What's more, Izuna has already lost 3 brothers. He and I both see Nameless as our family. If you treat her like this, father, it will only break our hearts, Madara said, voice shaking with emotion. And if it does? Taijima replied. The Uchiha need enduring leadership, not needless sacrifice. The power of the Yakusphere must be tightly controlled, or disaster will follow. Father, enough. Madara, go and stay with Izuna. Taijima's voice was as cold as winter frost. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Sharingan, with 3 tomo, flared like crimson lightning. Without mercy, he cast a Jinjutsu upon Madara. Brother, Wuming called out anxiously. Madara tried to respond to Wuming's voice, but his expression suddenly grew vacant. He stared at Wuming in confusion and asked softly, Who are you? Wuming stared in disbelief at the change before her eyes, then turned to Uchiha Taijima in fury. What did you do to him? Taijima replied coldly. I've already cast a Jinjutsu on Madara. He will forget you, making him easier for me to control. As for you, from this day forward you will lose your freedom and your emotions. Until the end of your life, I will have people continuously subject you to Jinjutsu. You will live only as a tool. Uchiha Taijima. Wuming glared at him, her eyes burning with rage. She tried to activate her ocular jutsu in defiance, but her burned arm bound her like an iron shackle, making it impossible to form seals or gather chakra. Desperate, she could only summon her last bit of stubbornness and spit a mouthful of blood at Taijima, a silent act of resistance. In this ninja world steeped in war and intrigue, where would the fate of Uchiha Wuming lead? Could she find hope in the midst of despair? Would she ever help her brother Madara regain his memories? All of this remained unknown. A year slipped quietly by, yet the conflict between the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans on the Western Front never ceased. One night, as Sarutobi ninja crept cautiously forward, a sudden anguished scream tore through the darkness, followed by a chorus of terrified cries. More than 50 Sarutobi ninja seemed to fall victim to an invisible monster, their lives snuffed out in an instant, their bodies left withered and desiccated, the scene ghastly beyond belief. Survivors fled in terror, spreading a dire rumor that the Uchiha clan possessed a secret weapon capable of stealing lives in silence. News of this spread swiftly, reaching every major shinobi clan. The Uchiha instantly became the target of universal suspicion and fear as dread and distrust swept through the ninja world. Well done on today's mission. Now, return to your dungeon, Uchiha Wuming. Deep within the Uchiha encampment, members of the sealing team bound Wuming tightly with heavy iron chains. The bandages on her legs were long since soaked through with blood. Her feet were bare, the skin on her soles rubbed raw from prolonged torment, and her hands were covered in burn scars. Inside, Wuming felt neither fear nor anger anymore, only numbness toward her grim reality. The sealing team's ninja continually unleashed powerful sealing techniques and Jinjutsu upon her, trying to utterly crush her will. Again and again, she was thrown into a cold, dark cell, where loneliness and despair pressed in from all sides. Before long, her ocular powers exhausted, Wuming slipped into unconsciousness. In the damp, shadowy cave, only a faint candle cast its light upon the rough stone walls. The sound of water dripping was especially clear in the silence. A single, icy droplet of water fell onto Uchiha Nameless' cheek, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Years spent in this environment, one without sunlight and with scarce food, had left her skin exceptionally pale in the candlelight. She was 12 years old now, but malnutrition and constant hardship made her look like a child of only 7 or 8, frail and small. It hurt so much, Nameless tried to push herself up, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through her arm. Looking down at her arm, covered in burns, she felt tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. During yesterday's battle, she had unleashed the 8,000 spears with her chakra, but her arm had been severely burned by the cursed fire, and even now, the wounds had not healed. Such days had dragged on for a year. No one came to visit her, and no one cared about her injuries. She was treated as nothing more than a tool of ocular jutsu, sent to the battlefield again and again. In truth, Nameless had had several chances to destroy the Uchiha clan's stronghold, but she understood that if she did, the Western Front would lose its balance. The Sarutobi and Senju clans might join forces to overwhelm the Uchiha, and in the end, it would be Madara, Izuna, and Master Kage who would be in danger. Those three were the only people she truly cared for. For their sake, Nameless was willing to endure the clan's coldness and cruelty, even if it meant losing her own freedom. She had never once complained. Yet now, they had been out of contact for a whole year. Silent tears slid down Nameless' cheeks. Can I really keep going? Have Madara and Izuna already forgotten about me? Does my perseverance still have any meaning? She murmured to herself. The pain of her emotions left her lost. She even began to wonder if perhaps she should give up feeling altogether, that only then could she find relief. Nameless felt helpless and despairing. There was no one she could confide in, and she could no longer tell if anything she did was right or wrong. Staring into the darkness of her cell, she raised her hand to form a seal, slowly gathering her chakra. The burning pain that surged through her arm was almost unbearable, but she did not stop. After a moment, a small, luminous stone, her very own spirit stone, slid from her chest and landed in her palm. The Uchiha had forcibly implanted many ocular jutsu within her, and now, the Amaterasu chakra stored in the 8,000 spears began to rise within her. I'm sorry, brother, Izuna, Master Kage. I don't think I can hold on any longer. Nameless sat weakly on the cold ground, sobbing in despair. Just as she prepared to use Amaterasu to destroy her spirit stone, a sudden, brilliant light flashed from deep within the cell, forcing her to shut her eyes against its intensity. What's happening? She wondered, feeling something drop to the ground. When she opened her eyes again, she found that on the damp, shadowy floor, a boy had appeared, unconscious and about her age, with golden hair, a few strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and a forehead protector of a kind she had never seen before. Is he a ninja? Nameless murmured softly to herself. She tried to get up and move closer to observe, but the after-effects of using her eye technique hit her at once. Her whole body went weak, her legs buckled, and she sank to her knees right where she was. At that moment, another droplet of water fell from the damp stone wall, landing squarely on the blond boy's cheek, right on his faint stubble, causing him to shiver ever so slightly. Seeing this, Nameless immediately drew back into the shadows, hiding herself deeper in the gloom and peeking at the blond boy through the strands of hair that hung over her face. Who is he? Why is he here? She was full of questions, her mind swirling with confusion. After a while, the blond boy braced himself on the ground with one hand and slowly sat up. He looked around uncertainly, his gaze sweeping over the ceiling tags plastered all over the iron pillars surrounding them. This place, is it a cell? So that's it. I've been captured, haven't I? He muttered to himself. He then stood up, walked over to the bar door, and noticed the iron bars were rusted and worn. He reached out, trying to pry them open with his bare hands. Don't touch that. Do you have a death wish? Nameless suddenly called out, warning him sharply. Who's there? The blond boy had just gripped the bars when the unexpected voice startled him. In the next instant, his hands felt as if they were engulfed by searing flames. He yelped in pain and let go of the bars, crying out, That's burning hot. He shook his hands desperately, trying to shake off the pain, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. What's going on? These bars. They actually burn you. Nameless explained quietly. There are sealing spells on those iron bars. Touch them, and they trigger a fire technique. The blond boy turned his piercing blue eyes toward the corner where Nameless was hiding. He nodded in understanding, took a few steps closer, and said apologetically, I see. Thank you for warning me, or I might have been badly burned. I owe you one. But Nameless just buried her head in her arms, refusing to acknowledge him. Being ignored like this is kind of heartbreaking. The blond boy joked to himself, but still moved closer, kneeling on one knee in front of her. Anyway, I'm sorry for scaring you just now. I didn't expect anyone else to be here. Were you captured too? Looks like luck isn't on either of our sides. He sighed. Actually, maybe you can help me. I know it's sudden, but this is urgent. I'm looking for someone. Have you heard anything? She's from the Uchiha clan. Nameless remained silent, her head still bowed. Hey, the blond boy thought she might have fallen asleep, so he raised his voice a little. Are you even listening to me? After a while, Nameless finally lifted her head. Her eyes were empty, and her voice was hollow. I don't need to listen. This has nothing to do with me. Huh? You? Could it be? Boruto stared in surprise as Nameless looked up, finally seeing her face clearly for the first time. She looked almost exactly like the Nameless girl from his memories, except she was no longer wearing that familiar hairband. Instantly, Boruto grabbed the girl's shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement. You're Nameless, aren't you? Uchiha Nameless. Her expression remained cold, her eyes empty and distant. The pain for Boruto's grip made her lift her head ever so slightly to meet his gaze. So what if I am? She replied, her tone flat. Boruto broke into a broad, delighted smile. I can't believe I'm actually seeing you. I thought you'd left here long ago. I never imagined you'd still be around. What luck. Meeting you like this makes me so happy. With that, he stood up, hands on his hips, looking thoroughly satisfied. This is great. The first goal is accomplished. Now, I'm going to escape from here with you. But Nameless showed no reaction whatsoever. Left with no choice, Boruto thumped his chest reassuringly, promising with confidence. Don't you trust me? Don't worry, this little prison can't hold me. With my ninjutsu, breaking out is a piece of cake. Nameless lowered her head, hugging her knees tightly, her voice muffled and heavy. If you want to run, go by yourself. It was clear she didn't want any more conversation. Why would you say that? What's the point of escaping if we don't leave together? Boruto asked, confusion clouding his face. Nameless buried her head even deeper, her words barely above a whisper. What's the use of escaping? All that's waiting for me out there is being used by others. That kind of world, it's not even as safe as this cell. You can't judge the whole world by the actions of a few. There are people out there who won't just use you. Boruto tried to persuade her. Enough, Nameless suddenly shouted, her head pressing down even further. Just then, a surge of Jinjutsu chakra seized her consciousness. Nameless felt a swirl of hallucinations flooding her mind, voices echoing relentlessly in her head, until she found herself murmuring under her breath. I am a weapon. I was born for the Uchiha clan. I must obey orders, use ninjutsu, and destroy the enemy. I do not cry, do not waver, do not run away. From Madara and Izuna, no matter how much it hurts, I must endure, until death. Without orders, I must remain in the cell. Even if something unexpected happens, I cannot leave. This is my mission, and I must obey. I have no right to freedom. Boruto stared in shock at her sudden, strange behavior, muttering, Is this Jinjutsu? He waved his hand in front of her face, but she gave no response. Helplessly, he sighed, Looks like this kind of Jinjutsu is cast on her regularly. Every day, the caster is brainwashing her subconscious, forcing there. Will into her mind again and again. Boruto couldn't break free from the illusion for the moment, so he clung tightly to Nameless' arm and shouted, Nameless, don't listen to them. You shouldn't be trapped in such darkness. You weren't born just to fight. You have the right to choose your own path. The searing pain in Nameless' arm snapped her back to reality, allowing her to momentarily escape the illusion's grasp. She looked around in a daze. Only then did Boruto notice the densely packed sealing marks and severe burns covering her arm, wounds so harsh that he couldn't help but avert his eyes. Fury flared in his voice. This is too cruel. How could they do this to you? I swear, I'll get you out of here. With that, Boruto dashed to the cell door. He quickly gathered chakra in his right hand, forming a swirling orb of blue light. Rasengan, he cried. But the Rasengan vanished the instant it took shape. Boruto stared in shock. Even ninjutsu is sealed inside this cell. Gritting his teeth, he turned to see Nameless still huddled in the corner, and his worry deepened. I can't let Nameless stay trapped in a place like this. He faced the iron bars again and grabbed the scorching metal with both hands. A searing pain shot through him, but Boruto locked his jaw, thinking, no matter how much it hurts, I'll pry these bars open before I lose all feeling in my hands. Flames licked their way from the bars up his arms, the agony almost unbearable. Yet, determined not to worry Nameless behind him, Boruto stifled any cries of pain. Soon, the fire caught his black tracksuit sleeve, illuminating the entire cell with its fierce blaze. Come on, break. Boruto poured every ounce of strength into the effort, but the iron bars didn't budge an inch. Drawn by the sudden flare of light, Nameless looked up and saw Boruto desperately trying to wrench open the bars, his hands already badly burned. She had thought he would quickly give up, but still, he didn't stop. Watching his arms scorched by the flames, her heart, long numbed and silent, began to tremble. Softly, she pleaded, Don't do this. You'll get hurt. Please, stop being reckless. Just give up. I'm not being reckless. Boruto's forehead was slick with sweat from the pain, but his voice remained unwavering. Nameless, no matter what difficulties we face, as long as we don't give up, there's always a way forward. My father once fell into despair and loneliness, too, but he never stopped searching for the light, and in the end, he found his way out of the darkness by his own strength. So, I won't give up, never. Nameless, you can't give up either. You can find new hope. Though Boruto only knew the Nameless from his own timeline, he firmly believed that the Nameless before him was just as worthy of being saved. That was the reason he'd come here, to change Nameless' fate. Suddenly, the flames inside the iron cell blazed even fiercer, as if they would engulf Boruto at any moment. Surrounded by a sea of fire, he refused to retreat. Unable to hold back any longer, the Nameless girl finally stood up, her voice heavy with despair. Enough, please stop this. I've already given up. Just let me die like this. You don't have to go to such lengths for me. Shut up. Boruto, clearly angered by her words, gripped the bars even tighter and shouted with unwavering resolve, "Don't let others decide your fate for you, Nameless. Your future should be yours to choose, yours to shape. That is the destiny that belongs to you." With a sharp clang, the rusted iron bars gave way as Boruto summoned every ounce of his strength to pry them open. Nameless stood frozen in shock, staring at Boruto's back in disbelief, unable to comprehend why this boy would risk so much for her. Lowering his arms, now scorched by the flames, Boruto turned to her and smiled. "I promised you, didn't I? I'll get you out of here." Tears welled in Nameless' eyes as she gazed at Boruto's battered hands, her voice trembling. Why would you get hurt for someone like me? I'm not worth it." At that moment, urgent footsteps and shouts echoed from outside the cell. There was a noise just now. It came from the sealed cell. Has the seal been broken? Is it the Senju clan? How'd they find this place? Damn it, it must have been Nameless intel that got leaked. Forget it, we can't let Nameless escape. If she does, the Western Front is lost. Hearing these voices, Boruto muttered under his breath, "Damn, we were too loud. They found us. Now's not the time to talk." He immediately bent down, reaching out his hand to Nameless. "Come on, we need to get out of here now." Nameless stood dazed, everything before her feeling like a dream. She had never seen anyone willing to risk injury just to save her, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing her hesitate, Boruto grew anxious. "What are you waiting for? If you leave this place, no one will ever use you again." But, Nameless couldn't bring herself to meet Boruto's hopeful gaze. He spoke firmly, "Trust me. Even if it costs my life, I'll protect you. Nameless, please believe in me." Nameless stared at Boruto, and after a moment, she nodded softly, finally reaching out to take his hand. "That's more like it." Boruto smiled, taking the lead out of the cell and pulling her along, determined to escape together. But Nameless, weakened by captivity, stumbled as she walked. "Nameless!" Seeing her about to fall, Boruto, without a second thought, channeled chakra to his legs, surging forward despite the pain in his hands, and caught her securely in his arms. "You scared me. I thought we were too late." Sensing the return of his strength, Boruto murmured to himself, "I see. So as long as I leave the sealed cell, I can gather chakra again." A faint smile appeared on his lips as he quickly picked up Nameless and hurried out of the prison. Once they entered the woods, Boruto moved even faster. Thanks to his mastery of lightning-style chakra, he could push his body to incredible speeds under the surge of lightning release. In just a few breaths, he whisked Nameless away into the nearby forest. Soon after, the Uchiha clan's guard arrived at the dungeon. "Damn it, the cell is empty. She's already gone. Hurry, search for her. She's weak and can't have gotten far." The guards reacted swiftly. Upon discovering the empty cell, they immediately launched a pursuit. "Just my luck," Boruto muttered under his breath, lifting his gaze to the full moon shining high in the night sky. Though the darkness before dawn was at its deepest, tonight the moon was exceptionally bright, making it even harder for them to hide. What's more, despite Boruto's speed, his chakra reserves were limited, and with his arms still burned, he couldn't keep carrying Nameless for long. Suddenly, the air behind him split with a sharp rush. Realizing he couldn't avoid the attack, Boruto used wind release, Gale Palm, to send Nameless farther into the woods, bracing himself to face the pursuing attackers. He blocked an Uchiha clansman's flying kick with his bare hands. "You little brat." The Uchiha's furious strike sent Boruto tumbling to the ground, the force far more brutal than the blows he was used to during training back in the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, Boruto truly grasped the deadly threat of shinobi in the Warring States era. Struggling to his feet, he cast a worried glance toward where Nameless had been blown, hoping she could make her escape. Panting for breath, Nameless clung to a tree trunk. One hand pressed her chest as she forced herself to stand. After so long without food, she was weak and barely able to move. If Boruto hadn't insisted on dragging her along during their escape, they would have been caught long ago. That idiot! He could have used wind release to escape on his own. Why risk everything for me? Nameless looked down at the heavy iron chains around her ankles, her bare feet aching, with only some bandages to ease the pain. She couldn't understand why anyone would risk their life to help someone like her, someone who didn't even have shoes. But still, Nameless bowed her head, fragments of her memories with Boruto flashing through her mind. The way he looked, he didn't seem like someone acting on a whim. Maybe it wasn't just chance that brought him to rescue me. If I leave now, I'll never know who he really is or why he would save me. I don't want that. Clenching her teeth, Uchiha Nameless made up her mind. She stumbled and ran back to where Boruto was, hiding behind a tree and watching in secret. But the scene before her made her heart leap into her throat. She saw Boruto surrounded by 3 members of the Uchiha clan. What a hassle! Boruto Uzumaki had once apprenticed under Sasuke Uchiha, learning to combine lightning release with taijutsu, and had practiced the gentle fist technique. Unique to the Hyuga family, a skill he picked up from his aunt Hanabi. With his abilities, he could hold his own against even a typical jonin. But this time he was facing 3 Uchiha, each with fully awakened, triple Tomo, Sharingan eyes. Not only could they easily spot any weakness in Boruto's defenses, they were seasoned fighters. Striking with ruthless precision, they dominated not just in hand-to-hand combat, but also used shuriken and fire-release ninjutsu to tighten their encirclement. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Damn it, guess I got no choice. Kama. Boruto's hand bore the Kama mark left by Momoshiki Otsutsuki, allowing him to absorb ninjutsu. He raised his marked hand, barely managing to neutralize the attack and survive by a hair's breadth. You might as well give up now, kid. One of the Uchiha sneered coldly. Not a chance. Boruto forced a bitter smile, struggling to stand. He knew he had to buy enough time for Nanisher to escape safely. To withstand our fireball barrage and live, you're clearly a skilled ninja, with some unusual tricks up your sleeve as well. To show our respect, we'll send you off with this technique. With that, the 3 pairs of Sharingan flashed blood red in the night. In perfect synchrony, they leaped into the air, hands weaving signs at lightning speed. Fire style, Phoenix Formation Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Formation Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Formation Jutsu. Their voices echoed as one, and an uncountable swarm of fireballs rained down, blotting out the sky like a cloud of locusts. This move was unlike any ordinary phoenix fire, chakra infused with lightning. Release made each fireball massive and packed with explosive force, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Such large-scale, deadly ninjutsu was a technique seen only among the Uchiha during times of war. Damn it, is this really the end? I hope Nanisher has made it out safely. Boruto stared up at the sea of fireballs, knowing that, even with Kama, he could not fully absorb the explosive force of this fire-lightning fusion. Being caught in the blast was inevitable. Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, just as despair closed in on Boruto, a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes flared in the darkness of the forest. Instantly, a black flame, shaped and controlled by chakra, rose up like a swirling dragon, encircling Boruto in an unbreakable shield. This swirling tornado of black flames was imbued with the chakra of blaze release, Kagutsuchi. Even when 3 Uchiha clan members joined forces to unleash the combined power of lightning and fire, Phoenix Fire, they could not break through Amaterasu's defense. All they could do was watch as lightning and fire spiraled upward along Kagutsuchi's path, only to fade away into the air. How is this possible? Is that really Amaterasu? And it even holds the power of Kagutsuchi. Who could it be? The trio of Uchiha stared in utter disbelief. Boruto, too, recognized the familiar techniques of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. For a moment, he thought his teacher Sasuke had arrived to save him. But as he searched around, there was no sign of Sasuke anywhere. Instead, standing before him was a thin, pale-faced girl, blood tears streaming from beneath her left eye. Unnamed, Boruto called out urgently when he saw who it was. You idiot! You could have escaped while I was fighting them. Why did you come back? Startled by Boruto's reproach, Unnamed's voice trembled. I don't know. She looked up at him, stepped a little closer, and murmured softly, maybe it's because you saved me, whether it was chance or a sudden whim. No one has ever helped me before. So, I want to protect you too. Summoning her courage, Unnamed met Boruto's gaze head-on. Unnamed, Boruto's expression gradually softened. But the Uchiha beside them sneered. Still pretending to be kind? You, a tool who's killed who knows how many people, now want to protect someone else. You know perfectly well what happens to those who defy us. Unnamed, surrender now. Don't you understand the punishment for betraying the clan? Do you really want to keep this up? Hearing those words, Unnamed's eyes wavered again. Memories of past punishments flashed in her mind. She recalled the tragic fates of ninjas who had betrayed the clan. Instinctively, she stepped back, the chains at her ankles giving a faint metallic rattle. Enough! Boruto stepped protectively in front of Unnamed, his tone cold as he addressed the three. The Unnamed standing before you is no longer the Uchiha Unnamed you once knew. No one commanded her. She made this choice herself, coming back to save me. She didn't come here to surrender to you, but to carve out her own path. My own path. Unnamed echoed quietly, letting Boruto's words sink in. She gazed at Boruto's resolute figure, his unwavering back seeming to wordlessly encourage her. Don't let others decide your fate. No matter what you face, as long as you persevere, you can forge a path that's truly your own. The right to choose your destiny should be in your own hands. Unnamed clenched her fists tightly, and a surge of strength unlike anything she had ever known rose up within her. The three-tomo Sharingan evolved once more, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing this, the trio from the Uchiha clan instinctively stepped back, their vigilance heightened. They were well aware of the terrifying power and danger of the 8,000 spears and the radiant stone, and hurriedly shouted, Nameless, you'd better not act recklessly. Remember, you're still under the sealing jutsu. It doesn't matter, Nameless replied, her voice calm. I've long since stopped caring about the injuries to my arm. Even if my arm is completely ruined today, I will never let myself be bound by your sealing jutsu. She strode to Boruto's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her gaze unwavering as she stared down the three Uchiha, battle spirit blazing in her eyes. So, you've truly decided to betray us? One of the Uchiha demanded, his tone sharp. If fate can be chosen and shaped by my own hands, then my decision now is to fight by his side, Nameless answered, her voice steady and clear. What's so special about this kid? Another asked in disbelief. Is he really worth risking even the young master's safety for? Of course I care, Nameless said quietly, but I only care about those I choose to care about. I refuse to harbor any more illusions about the Uchiha clan. Don't think you can use the fate of our family to bind me any longer. Her tone grew heavy with resolve. She then turned to Boruto, her eyes softening. As for him, even though we've only just met, his words made my heart feel warm, for reasons I can't explain. You're being reckless. Do you even know what you're doing? Another Uchiha pressed, frustration in his voice. Maybe I don't fully understand yet, Nameless admitted, but among everyone I've ever met, he's the most extraordinary. He made me believe that I, too, can fight for my own destiny. A gentle smile played on her lips as she reached out her hand to Boruto. Her smile was mesmerizing, impossible to look away from, and for a moment Boruto was stunned. It wasn't until Nameless softly called his name that he snapped out of it, realizing she was holding out her hand to him. All right, Boruto replied, regaining his composure. Ignoring the burning pain in his palm, he gripped her hand tightly. The moment their hands met, a surge of blue chakra erupted like a tidal wave. Nameless transferred all the Mangekyo chakra she had accumulated over the past year into Boruto, instantly restoring his depleted reserves. Lightning chakra surged and crackled around him, coursing through his body. Chakra is overflowing from his whole body. Just how vast is this chakra? The three Uchiha shielded their eyes, dazzled by the lightning chakra's brilliance. Nameless turned to Boruto, smiling gently. This is all the chakra I have left. With the seal on me, I can't fight anymore, so I'm entrusting it all to you. Are you ready to keep fighting? Boruto met her gaze, a confident smile spreading across his face. Of course. And together, we're going to win. Damn it. That was the Mangekyo chakra we painstakingly saved for our showdown with the Senju clan. And now, it's all been handed over to some nobody. I never imagined there would come a day when we'd see you, our own weapon, as an enemy. You're formidable, but there's no way we'll let you get away. The three Uchiha warriors drew their swords, their bodies tense and on high alert. Boruto clenched his fists, standing shoulder to shoulder with Nameless. This is our final battle. Let's give it everything we've got. No sooner had he spoken than Boruto split into two shadow clones. With his chakra reserves full, the speed of their lightning-style body. Flicker technique far surpassed anything before. Almost in a blink, they closed in on the Uchiha trio, each one gathering a Rasengan in hand. Despite Boruto's astonishing speed, all three Uchiha possessed the Sharingan. Instantly, they read the attack and sneered. Kid, your tricks are far too predictable. Is that so? Boruto and his clones grinned in return, arcs of lightning flickering around the Rasengan in their hands. What? They disappear. Rasengan! 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 3 thunderous explosions tore through the air, shrouding the battlefield in smoke. The Uchiha trio was struck by the invisible Rasengan, a technique Boruto had fused with lightning-style chakra transformation. Curse it, I never thought we'd lose to a brat like this. The 3 Uchiha collapsed. Boruto and Nameless both exhaled in deep relief. Did we really win? Nameless asked in disbelief, his voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, and it's all thanks to you. Boruto flashed him a thumbs up. By now, the darkness of night was fading as dawn rose. Golden sunlight spilled across the land, illuminating their faces and echoing the change in their destinies. These were just the vanguard. Once the rest of the clan hears what happened, they'll be on our trail soon enough, Nameless warned. Then we can't afford to stop. Let's move. Right. Nameless and Boruto fled the forest, emerging onto a vast, open plain. Though they had bested the advance party, the western lands were still heavily guarded by Uchiha forces. There was no guarantee more pursuers wouldn't arrive. Even in victory, they dared not relax, pressing onward as fast as they could. Suddenly, Boruto's legs gave way beneath him. He staggered, nearly falling, but Nameless reacted quickly and caught him. Are you all right? Nameless asked, concern clear in his voice. I'm fine, just a bit worn out, Boruto replied with a weary smile. The lightning-style taijutsu had burned through his strength like a catalyst in a blaze. After the battle, Boruto found himself even more exhausted than Nameless. Slowly, he straightened up, checked behind them for any chakra signatures, and only then allowed himself a brief moment to rest, hands on knees, his breath heavy. At least we made it this far. It should be safe now. Nameless turned to the rising sun, excitement shining in his eyes. I can hardly believe it. I really made it out. Boruto looked at him and said, That's right. You're free now. Freedom. Nameless softly repeated the word. She looked back on her life before she met Boruto and realized she had never lived for herself. She had always struggled simply to survive, constantly running for the sake of Madara, Izuna, and the others, her hands stained with endless bloodshed. In this chaotic warring states era, conflicts between clans always ended in death. Children, women, anything and anyone that could be used or taken was nothing more than a resource in the pursuit of victory. Among their own people, ninjas were treated as mere numbers. Each battle meant either the depletion or replenishment of their ranks. Nameless had always felt like a dispensable sacrifice of this era. No rights, no hope, only endless killing. But now, that despair had been shattered. In Boruto, she caught a glimpse of a light that belonged to her alone. As if responding to her inner feelings, the morning sunlight suddenly slanted across both her and Boruto, so bright it made them squint. At that moment, Boruto suddenly noticed something strange happening to his body. Parts of him were beginning to turn transparent. He slowly lowered his hand, realizing he was about to disappear from this time and space. With a wry smile, he said, Looks like this is as far as I can go with you. What? Nameless was startled by Boruto's sudden words. She immediately noticed his form was fading away and asked anxiously, Can't come with me? Boruto's expression dimmed. He raised a hand to scratch his head and said, I'm sorry. For certain reasons, I can't go with you. Nameless' pupils contracted in panic as she pressed, I haven't even had the chance to ask who you are or why you're helping me. Boruto slowly looked up at her and said, I can't tell you much. I'm someone who wants to see you free. Why? Why would you go so far for someone like me? Boruto smiled gently. In my eyes, you're not someone like that. You're a very important friend to me. So, I want to help you, even if it means giving up my own life. Nameless stood frozen, Boruto's words piercing through the shadows in her heart. His figure grew more and more transparent. He scratched his head again, looking a bit embarrassed. Maybe, you don't quite understand what I mean right now. But to me, you are you, and that will never change, so, Before Boruto could finish, Nameless suddenly pressed her head against his chest. Nameless, what's wrong? Nameless didn't want Boruto to see her tears, so she buried her face in his embrace. I've always been alone, living in darkness. The people around me have never truly treated me as a comrade. I always thought that no one in this world would ever care about me. But now, someone has appeared before me. Not just passing by chance, not acting on a fleeting whim, but coming here on purpose to save me. He treats me as a friend. And that person is you. With her left hand, Nameless gripped Boruto's hand tightly, while her other hand wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye. Anyway, to have lived until now and to have met you, it's truly wonderful. Thank you for saving me, and thank you for letting me experience what freedom feels like. Nameless raised her head, a shy smile lighting up her face. She didn't want Boruto to see her looking sad before he left. You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do because we're friends. Boruto nodded with a gentle smile, but his body was already becoming almost transparent. What's happening? Is it time already? Seeing Boruto's figure fading away, Nameless began to panic. What's going on? Where are you going? Boruto let out a soft sigh. Even though I really don't want to leave, I have to say goodbye now. But before I go, there's something I must tell you. He held Nameless gently by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. Listen to me. You are no longer Uchiha Nameless. Your true name is Hikari, Uchiha Hikari. That's the name your parents gave you. You're going to a new place to live under the sunlight. I hope you understand. This world is not made up of pain alone. Boruto's face began to blur. Uchiha Hikari reached out desperately, trying to hold on to him, but her hands closed on nothing but empty air. Wait, don't go, I beg you. Tears streamed down Nameless' face. Please don't leave me, okay? I don't know anything yet. I don't even know your name. My name is Boruto Uzumaki. Hikari, please remember, even if we're apart, we'll always be friends. You are never alone. Don't forget, I'll always be cheering you on. Boruto, Boruto. Nameless wept and called out, her tears flowing endlessly. Don't go, Boruto. You must find happiness, Uchiha Hikari. As his final words faded, Boruto Uzumaki's form vanished completely into the folds of time and space, leaving only Uchiha Hikari standing there, arms outstretched, trying in vain to hold onto his departing silhouette. Boruto, how could I ever be happy without you by my side? Uchiha Hikari knelt on the grass, clutching her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. The bright, golden-haired boy was gone. Her world felt empty, filled only by the whisper of the wind. She gripped a handful of grass tightly, then slowly lifted her head. I won't give up. Never. She whispered softly to herself. Boruto, just as you once told me, as long as I never give up, I'll always find a way forward. I have to see you again. Uchiha Hikari's heart brimmed with frustration and longing. It had taken her so much effort to finally find the most important person in her life. In the past, she had been used as a weapon and endured endless days shrouded in darkness. It was Boruto's arrival that first allowed her to experience what it meant to truly live. She unclenched the grass she held, and in the sunlight, whispered softly, Boruto, your words of encouragement warmed my heart and helped me understand the meaning of pursuing my own destiny. I will no longer let myself be manipulated by others. This time, I will choose my own fate, and no matter what, I will find you. Slowly, Uchiha Hikari rose to her feet. Her scarlet Sharingan eyes gazed up at the sky, entrusting her yearning to the sunlight streaming down. She cherished the freedom she had gained through Boruto and resolved never again to fight for someone else. From now on, her purpose was to see Boruto once more, to strive for a life together in a ninja world filled with sunlight. At dawn the next day, Uchiha Hikari, utterly exhausted, slept soundly inside the hollow of a tree, like a quiet spirit of the forest. In her dreams, she saw Boruto stripped of everything, standing all alone as if the entire world had turned against him. Powerless, she could only watch his suffering from afar, unable to help. As Boruto's figure faded further into the distance, Hikari jolted awake from the nightmare. What a terrible dream, she murmured, sighing softly. It was probably because her longing to find Boruto had become so overwhelming, making her so anxious even in her dreams. That's right, Boruto belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Hikari recalled his family name. She had heard a bit about the Uzumaki. If she wanted to find them, she needed to start from the western edge of the Uchiha lands, cross through the Senju territory, and finally head to the eastern seas near the land of whirlpools. The east, after a brief rest, she reaffirmed her direction with determination. The forest waterfall, the borderland between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Near the northwest, the Hagoromo clan had established their stronghold, hidden amidst dense trees and swirling mist. At the center of their camp stood a simple yet imposing tent, where an important meeting was underway. Inside the dimly lit tent, the atmosphere was heavy, with a sense of tension and unease lingering in the air. Ninjas from the Uchiha, black-haired, red-eyed, and elite members of the Hagoromo clan gathered together. Some gazes were sharp, others deep and contemplative, but all were focused on the battle plans laid out on the long table at the center. It was a comprehensive strategy document, detailing a secret alliance to resist their common enemy, the Senju clan. This agreement must be kept strictly confidential, the Uchiha representative said in a low, powerful voice, each word carrying unwavering resolve. If we wish to defeat the Senju, Our only hope lies in unity. The leader of the Hagoromo clan, a venerable ninja, nodded in agreement. A glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. Though misunderstandings once stood between our clan and the Uchiha, faced with such a formidable enemy, we have no other choice. The power of the Senju clan grows unchecked, now threatening the survival of us all. Forming an alliance at this moment is our only way forward. A heavy silence settled over the chamber. Everyone was deep in thought, acutely aware that this alliance was not merely a fleeting arrangement, but a decision that would determine the fate of their clans. But how can we ensure the Senju won't uncover our plans? A young Uchiha ninja questioned, concern etched in his voice. There are many clever minds among the Senju. If they catch even a hint of this, the consequences could be disastrous. A sage from the Hagoromo clan took up the discussion. That won't be difficult, so long as we maintain an outward appearance of hostility towards the Uchiha. The Senju will lower their guard. In fact, they may even reach out to us themselves. Then, when the time is ripe, we strike back and deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, someone interrupted the conversation. Wait, there's movement near the barrier. Don't panic. They haven't heard anything. But it's the Senju. What? Just moments earlier, Senju Butsuma, the clan leader, was leading a squad on a covert mission to raid the Hagoromo encampment. They crept silently toward the edge of the Hagoromo stronghold. Hold! Something's off, Butsuma whispered, his tone grave. Instantly, his team dispersed, melting into the shadows beneath the trees and tall grass. Among them were two boys, Butsuma's own sons, Wama and Itama. Though the Senju team moved with utmost caution, the Hagoromo and Uchiha had already set up barriers around the area. The moment the Senju drew close, their presence was detected. Butsuma instinctively glanced toward the tent, where a host of Sharingan eyes glimmered in the dim light. At once, he understood the gravity of the situation. This is bad. They've seen us together with the Uchiha. Inside the tent, the Hagoromo sage locked eyes with Butsuma for a fleeting instant. What now? Even the slowest Senju must realize we've joined forces, someone muttered. Curse it! Prepare for battle! Cried the Hagoromo sentry, sounding the alarm. The Uchiha warriors sprang into action, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Figures from both sides darted through the forest, blades flashing, the clash of steel ringing through the night. Butsuma knew that their foes were not only the Hagoromo clan, but the elite of the Uchiha as well. The combined might of these two clans far exceeded anything the Senju had anticipated. Had they not discovered the enemy's presence in time, the consequences would have been dire. Retreat. Pull back at once. No matter what, someone must survive to deliver this intelligence. Butsuma commanded without hesitation. They were already outnumbered, and with children among them, the risk was too great. Only by retreating to the clan lands and requesting reinforcements would there be any hope of survival. The squad members quickly scattered, using the cover of smoke bombs and hidden weapons to make their escape. They vanished from the sight of the joint forces of the Heian and Uchiha clans. I never imagined the Uchiha and Heian, sworn enemies for generations, would join hands against the Senju, someone muttered. Enough talk, Weijian! Hide, quickly! Came the urgent command. Yes, father, Weijian replied. The next period was spent constantly shifting and hiding among the trees. Although Senju Butsuma and his two sons managed to evade pursuit each time with clever maneuvers, fate seemed to offer them no mercy. Before long, Weijian accidentally stepped on a branch, the sharp crack giving away their position. There! Don't let them escape! Shouted a voice. Immediately, Heian and Uchiha shinobi grew alert and swiftly closed in from all sides. Amidst the clash of blades and the glint of steel, all three, father and sons, were wounded, their blood staining the forest floor, but still, they refused to give up. Outnumbered and pressed hard by their enemies, the Senju squad was soon reduced to only Butsuma and his two sons. Seeing this, Butsuma decided to circle upstream towards the waterfall, hoping to use the terrain to shake off their pursuers. Father, do you think we can still get away? Banma's voice trembled with fear and despair. Banma, you are the young heir of the Senju. You must not fear the Uchiha, Butsuma replied, his voice weary, yet his words resolute, striving to comfort Weijian. At that moment, a voice from behind rang out, an Uchiha shinobi. So, the Senju clan leader has stooped to leading his children in a sneak attack against the Heian? It seems you still underestimate the Heian clan. Nearby, a Heian shinobi sneered, seeing that Butsuma had only brought a handful with him. They must have just happened to pass by. Otherwise, why bring two young children? So the alliance hasn't been exposed yet. In that case, if we kill them now, the alliance can remain a secret. What are we waiting for, then? As soon as the words were spoken, the elite shinobi of both Uchiha and Hain surrounded Senju Butsuma, forcing him into a desperate struggle, leaving him no time to protect his sons. Damn it! Weijian! Banma! Butsuma cried out in anguish. Not far away, Uchiha Mitsumasa hid in the shadows beneath a tree, her Sharingan fixed intently on the scene unfolding before her. Her heart was a storm of conflict and hesitation. If she stepped in to help, her presence would be revealed, and her journey to the land of whirlpools would become fraught with uncertainty. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the two children, something tender stirred within her. She could not bear the thought of innocent children becoming casualties of war. Just then, a Hain shinobi raised his blade, bringing it down toward Banma. At that critical instant, Uchiha Mitsumasa, clad in blue, burst into the fray like a flash of lightning. Her movements were swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, she had taken down several Uchiha and Hagoromo clan shinobi. Her intervention shattered the balance of the pursuit, throwing both sides into disarray. The Uchiha and Hagoromo ninjas froze in shock, clearly unprepared for a stranger to suddenly step in, and even more stunned by the formidable skill she displayed. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Uchiha and Hagoromo? One of the Hagoromo ninja demanded, his eyes wary and filled with suspicion. Who I am doesn't matter. Uchiha Hikaru replied calmly. I simply cannot stand by and watch you slaughter children. That's all there is to it. Her tone was resolute, her gaze unwavering. Senju Butsuma looked at the girl who had appeared so suddenly, a mix of confusion and gratitude in his eyes. He pleaded, Please, take care of my two children. Uchiha Hikaru offered a gentle smile and agreed softly, Don't worry. I will. Before anyone could get a clear look at her face, Hikaru swiftly gathered Wama and Itama and spirited them away, leaving behind only chaos and astonishment. Among the onlookers, her unexpected intervention bought Butsuma a precious moment to catch his breath, allowing him to focus entirely on the battle before him. Not long after, at the borderlands of the Land of Fire. This was a neutral zone, a buffer separating the Senju and Uchiha clans. A stream wove its way through a pebble-strewn waterfall, the water's song ringing pure and clear. A young Uchiha Madara, dressed in a deep blue kimono, stood by the riverbank. He was tossing small stones across the water, playing at skipping stones, a game beloved by children everywhere. Lately, he'd heard rumors of a powerful girl in the Western War Zone, whose feats were already legendary, and who had awakened the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan. The thought of being surpassed by such a stranger left Madara feeling both frustrated and unwilling to admit defeat. This time, I'll make sure my stone reaches the other side, he muttered, lips pursed, steeling himself for the throw. Just then, a stone whizzed past him from behind, gliding smoothly over the water before landing neatly on the far bank. You want to angle your throw a little higher. That's the trick, came a clear, cheerful voice from behind. Madara turned to see a boy with a bowl haircut and clad in a green kimono, smiling at him. Madara frowned, unwilling to concede, and said, Of course I know how to do it. If I really tried, I'd definitely make it across. Anyway, who are you? The boy with the bowl cut grinned. If you must know, I suppose I'm your rival at stone skipping now. Though, I've already made it to the other side. Madara's frown deepened. Don't dodge the question. I asked who you are. The boy tossed the stone in his hand and replied, My name is Hashirama. As for my family name, well, for certain reasons, I can't tell you that just yet. Hashirama, huh? Madara repeated the name under his breath, then broke into a smile. Well, watch closely this time. I'll beat your record for sure. After speaking, Madara raised his hand, preparing to throw another stone. Hashirama noticed the way. He moved and immediately recognized the technique as the throwing style used by shinobi for shuriken. Previously, he had only observed from a distance, but now, up close, he could see clearly and confirm that the boy before him was indeed a ninja. With a forceful motion, Madara hurled the stone. But the angle was off. After skipping across the water a few times, the stone quickly lost momentum and finally dropped into the river. Madara lowered his head, his earlier confidence now replaced by embarrassment at his failure. Hashirama stood behind him, momentarily at a loss for words. To save face, Madara suddenly spun around and snapped at him. It's your fault for standing behind me and distracting me. I'm already very sensitive to that sort of thing. If someone's on my back, I just can't focus at all. Sorry, Hashirama stammered, startled by the sudden accusation. He sat down quietly on the ground, head lowered, falling silent. Seeing Hashirama's crestfallen expression, Madara was caught off guard, unsure how to react. You don't have to look so down about it, you know, he muttered awkwardly. But Hashirama just kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Madara sighed, rubbing his forehead. Sorry, I shouldn't have blamed you for it. No, really, it's my fault. I didn't realize you'd have such a strong reaction to someone behind you, Hashirama replied earnestly, lifting his head. Hey, Madara shot back, pointing at him, a little exasperated. Could you not say something so hurtful in that sincere tone? I honestly can't tell if you're just really kind or completely clueless. Hashirama burst out laughing and stood up. Either way, I'm definitely better at skipping stones than you are. Damn it, do you want me to toss you in the river instead of stone? Madara shouted in frustration. Hashirama, seeing Madara's anger, quickly lowered his head again, as if resigning himself. I didn't mean to upset you. If you want to punish me, I'm ready for you to throw me into the river. Go ahead. With that, he actually curled up on the spot, crouching down like a ball. Madara looked at him helplessly, finally realizing just how foolish this boy could be. He grumbled, I'm not going to throw you. Wait, before you do anything, look over there. What's that? Just as Madara was still complaining, Hashirama suddenly noticed a change in the color of the river. Am I seeing things? Why is the water turning red? He asked in confusion. How could something like that happen? Madara replied, dismissively, turning to look at the water. The once crystal-clear river was now stained a deep crimson, like a slow-moving ribbon of blood. Floating downstream with the current were two dark shapes, drifting silently. Both boys stood frozen in shock at the sight before them. That looks like two people. Hashirama immediately leaped to the center of the river, reaching out to intercept the two figures drifting with the current, hoping to pull them to shore. Are you really a ninja? Madara, seeing Hashirama standing atop the water with the help of chakra, couldn't help but take a few wary steps back, a hint of caution in his voice. Hashirama lowered his head to examine the two bodies, the smile on his face already vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Has even this place become a battlefield? He murmured quietly. He carefully checked the corpse of an adult man, noticing the clan crest of the Hagoromo family engraved on the shoulder armor. The other was a frail-looking young girl, about the same age as Hashirama. She bore no markings of any clan, her arms scarred by burns and covered with intricate sealing patterns, and the corners of her eyes were stained with traces of blood-red tears. This child is pitiful indeed. Could she have been hunted by the Hagoromo clan? Yet, she's not dead. There's still a faint breath left in her. Without hesitation, Hashirama scooped the girl up and slung her gently over his shoulder, turning to Madara. Sorry, it's urgent. I have to get her out of here right away. Farewell. Oh, right, what's your name? I'm Madara. I can't tell you my family name. That's the rule for ninjas, Madara replied warily. So, you're a ninja too, Hashirama said with a faint smile. In Madara, he sensed a rare, kindred spirit, as though they were both searching for a moment of peace in this turbulent world. Well, I'll be going then. With the girl on his shoulder, Hashirama prepared to leave. Madara snorted coldly. With how careless you are you sure you can treat her wounds? Maybe you should give her to me. There are people in my clan skilled in medical ninjutsu. Her chakra is completely depleted, her spirit nearly exhausted, and her injuries are severe. Ordinary medical ninjutsu probably won't save her. But I know a way, Hashirama replied with conviction. Then what are you waiting for? If you're any slower, she won't make it, Madara said, casting another glance at the wounded girl. Her long hair obscured her face, but something about her silhouette struck Madara as familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The territory of the Senju clan was surrounded by a vast forest. Here, the vegetation was far denser and taller than in ordinary woods, for many of the trees had been grown with the Senju's chakra techniques. These plants were not only sensitive to movement, able to detect intruders, but also served as a formidable barrier, slowing the advance of any enemy. As dusk settled, the young Hashirama returned to his clan's land, carrying the mysterious girl he had rescued and delivering her to the elders. To his surprise, the elders wore somber expressions and immediately urged him to hurry to the back mountain. Hashirama wanted to ask the reason, but the elder merely sighed and said, You'll understand when you get there. Without further hesitation, Hashirama hurried toward the back mountain. The area was surrounded by dense forest, towering trees, with interwoven branches forming a natural barrier that seemed to separate this place from the rest of the world. The setting sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows and lending the woods an air of mystery and solemnity. As soon as Hashirama arrived, he saw his younger brother, Tobirama, standing quietly to the side. A heavy expression clouded Tobirama's face as his gaze rested on the clansmen digging nearby. The clansmen were carefully covering a coffin with layers of yellow earth. Inside lay a child, only 7 or 8 years old. A chill lingered in the air. This was the 10th burial among the clan today. The one being buried was Senju Wajima, another of Hashirama's younger brothers. Brother Wajima. In the crowd, Senju Itama's shoulders trembled, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. His voice choked with grief, blending tears and snot, and his sobs echoed through the forest, filled with sorrow and reluctance. That's enough. Senju Buddha, standing nearby with a white sash on his head, barked harshly, cutting off the mournful cries. A ninja must not shed tears. Ninjas are born to fight and sacrifice. Finding the body at all is already a stroke of luck. Then he added, this time, our enemies were not just the Hagoromo clan, but also the Uchiha. They are ruthless as ever. Remember this hatred, all of you. Hashirama approached Itama's side, only now realizing he had lost yet another loved one. Gazing at the scene before him, disbelief filled his eyes. Wajima, he was only 7. How long must this fighting go on before it ends? Buddha's face was grim, his voice low and unyielding. If we wish to create a world without war, we must pay a steep price. As long as enemies remain, war will never cease. Even if it means sacrificing children? Hashirama pressed, his voice tinged with anguish. Buddha's fist lashed out in anger, striking Hashirama. Don't you dare insult Wajima. He died a glorious death as a ninja on the battlefield. He was not just a child thrown away. Knocked to the ground, Hashirama rubbed his face and looked up, catching only the sight of his father's retreating back, no longer imposing, but now carrying a hint of trembling. In his heart, Hashirama understood. His father simply wanted to find meaning in Wajima's death. Otherwise, if it were all meaningless sacrifice, such an ending would be unbearably harsh and cold. Tobirama and Itama quickly ran to Hashirama's side, helping him to his feet. Itama asked anxiously, "Are you all right, brother?" Tobirama frowned and said, "Big brother, you know well what happens when you challenge father." Hashirama slowly stood up. The pain on his face was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. He spoke softly, "Tobirama, Itama, I just don't want either of you to throw your lives away." Tobirama looked at Hashirama, his voice tinged with concern. "Big brother?" Hashirama lifted his head and called out loudly to their father, "Father, no matter how righteous the reasons we use to justify it, we can't change the fact that a child has died. Our actions are no different from the Uchiha clans. We kill their children, so they come seeking revenge. Isn't that so?" But Senju Butsuma replied coldly, "Stop being so naive, Hashirama. On the battlefield, whether the opponent is an adult or an infant, the moment they pick up a weapon, they become the enemy. In times like these, raising your child to be a ninja who can fight alone is a parent's way of showing love." Hashirama retorted, "But fighting alone means you could die at any moment, doesn't it? In this world, killing and being killed can happen at any time, and you never know when someone will start holding a grudge against you. When we meet kids our own age, we can't even say our names because it's too dangerous. This whole ninja world is wrong from the very start." Butsuma, furious, raised his fist to strike Hashirama once more. Tobirama hurriedly stepped between them, shouting, "Father, please wait. Big brother is just in a bad mood today. Please forgive him." Butsuma looked at his 3 sons standing before him, then noticed the eyes of the clan members around them. Realizing he was losing control, he forced his tone to calm. "Go cool off for a while, all of you." By dusk, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Itama were hiding in the forest. None of them spoke, the air heavy with tension. Tobirama was the first to break the silence. "The adults are so foolish. If we truly want to end this war, we absolutely cannot harm the enemy's children. Otherwise, peace will never be possible." Hashirama nodded in agreement. "You're right. Those who've lost their children and family will never be able to let go of their hatred. Otherwise, their loved ones would have died for nothing." After thinking for a moment, Tobirama said, "Big brother, I believe that from now on, ninjas must learn to suppress their emotions, establish strict rules, and obey them. That's the only way to avoid so many unnecessary conflicts." Hashirama bowed his head in thought. He understood Tobirama's perspective. Human emotions can sometimes drive people to act on impulse, making reckless decisions. As tools of war, ninjas do sometimes need to restrain their feelings to ensure victory for the whole. Tobirama's suggestion seemed practical for the moment, but Hashirama also knew that merely reducing mistakes wouldn't truly end the war. He sighed. Is it really impossible to form a true pact and achieve a complete alliance for peace? "It's not impossible," Hashirama muttered softly. "Big brother Hashirama, what's a true pact?" Young Itama asked with a puzzled look. Hashirama hesitated, at a loss for how to explain it to Itama. Seeing this, Tobirama interjected, "These things are still a bit beyond you right now. But you must remember, for now on you have to. Be cautious. Don't ever act on impulse with father like you did today. Otherwise, next time, it could be you who loses your life. Did something foolish? What do you mean? What exactly did Father and Itama do? Hashirama looked at Tobarama, confusion written all over his face. Tobarama motioned for Itama to explain himself. Itama bowed his head, his voice trembling as he sobbed softly. Today, Father took me and elder brother Wama to ambush the Hagoromo clan's territory. He wanted us to get used to killing our enemies. We'd heard that there were many children our age in their compound. What? Father actually took you there to slaughter those children? Hashirama's anger surged. Chakra roiled within him, and the flowers, grass, and trees nearby began to grow wildly, as if responding to his rage. Big brother, calm down. Don't release your chakra like that. You'll frighten Itama. Tobarama quickly intervened. Sorry, Hashirama apologized, lowering his head and reining in his chakra. He then turned back to Itama. Itama, please go on. Itama nodded and continued. As soon as we reached the Hagoromo territory, they discovered us. We had no choice but to flee all the way back toward the Senju compound. Father is very strong, of course, but he was alone. Wama and I couldn't help at all. In fact, we just got in the way. But what happened next? How did you manage to escape? Hashirama pressed, desperate to know more. Actually, Brother Wama and I were both about to be killed in the ambush. But just then, a young woman appeared. She fought off many Uchiha and Hagoromo clansmen all by herself. But she seemed badly hurt even before she arrived. In the end, she couldn't save Brother Wama. To protect me, she was wounded as well. She used the last of her strength to help me get away. A young woman? Hashirama echoed softly, an image of the long-haired girl he'd saved near the forest waterfall earlier today flickering through his mind. You know what happened after that, Brother Hashirama? Well, I made it back to the compound. Father returned not long after, and he led our clansmen on another assault. But in the end, the only thing they found was Wama's body. I asked Father about the young woman, but he said he never found her. Itama finished quietly. Could the girl who fought the Hagoromo clan be the one I rescued today? Hashirama furrowed his brow, silently pondering the question. Brother, what are you thinking? Tobarama noticed Hashirama's sudden silence and couldn't help but ask. It all happened so quickly. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Today, near the forest waterfall, I rescued a girl. I'm bringing her back to the clan right now. Itama, she might be the very person who saved your life. Really? Did you really save that young woman, brother? Itama's voice trembled with excitement as he hurriedly asked, Where is she now? After thinking for a moment, Hashirama decided to keep the matter about Madara a secret. He only recounted how he had come across the corpses of the Hagoromo clan by the river and the incident with the long-haired girl. Big brother, you actually saved someone from another clan and even brought her back to our territory? Did it ever occur to you that she might be a spy sent by another family? Tobarama questioned sharply, his brows furrowed in concern. Of course I considered that, Hashirama replied. But she's just about our age, still a child. I simply couldn't watch her die without helping. Besides, even if she really is a spy, we can always drive her out once she recovers. You fool, big brother. By the time you send her away, she'll already know the exact location of our territory. Tobarama exclaimed, exasperation clear in his voice. Don't be angry, Tobarama. Itama tried to soothe him. That big sister can't possibly be a spy. She shielded me from a blade without a moment's hesitation. She just wanted to save me, that's all. That's right, Tobarama. Hashirama chimed in with a smile. Besides, no one knew I'd be at the waterfall in the back mountain. How could she possibly have predicted I'd be there and end up being rescued by me? Seeing the two of them looking so innocent, Tobarama's forehead twitched in frustration. At last, he let out a sigh and said, Fine, maybe. This time it's not what I think. But remember, never underestimate the spies from rival clans. You must always stay vigilant, understand? We know, the two boys replied in unison. Tobarama, you're starting to sound more and more like father, Itama muttered under his breath, a hint of grievance in his tone. Night fell over the Senju compound. Although Tobarama felt this incident wasn't a major one, he still decided to report it to their father. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Itama kept watch by the long-haired girl's bedside. Young masters, please go get some rest. Leave this to me and Lord Katsu. She'll be healed in no time, the elder advised gently. Elder, I was the one who brought her back. It's my duty to keep watch here, just in case, Hashirama insisted. And me too, Grandpa Elder. She saved my life. I should stay by her side, Itama added, refusing to back down. So young, yet already so responsible. You make me proud, the elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. As he spoke, he guided his chakra skillfully, letting a summoned fragment of Katsuyu attach itself to the girl's wounds. Time passed slowly. Eventually, Itama grew drowsy and asked impatiently, "Grandpa Elder, her wounds are almost all healed. Why hasn't she woken up yet?" The elder sighed and explained, "Her injuries go beyond the blade wounds from the Hagoromo clan and the burns left by the Uchiha. Her chakra has been severely depleted, and she's lost a great deal of blood. That's why she still hasn't come to. To be honest, if you want her to make a full recovery, it will probably take at least 10 days or even half a month," came the reply. "My sister is so pitiful. Is there really no other way?" Itama looked anxiously at the long-haired girl, and for a moment, silence filled the room. Just then, a small, damp white slug spoke softly. "If the clan leader wishes to save her quickly, I actually have a solution." "Lady Slug, do you really have a way?" Itama's face lit up with hope, and Hashirama, standing beside him, also turned his attention to the slug. "Yes." The slug attached to the girl's arm lifted its head slightly and said, "The solution is quite simple. All that's needed is for someone to replenish her lost chakra and give her a blood transfusion." As soon as the words fell, the room grew even quieter. Though the method sounded reasonable, it wasn't something the Senju clan could easily apply. Lady Slug, replenishing her chakra is simple enough, but the Senju clan's chakra and blood are both highly yang in nature. Using our chakra or blood for her treatment might actually do her harm instead, Hashirama explained gravely. The Senju had a long tradition of medical expertise, and Hashirama knew well the clan's iron rule: never give blood to outsiders. In the past, those who broke this rule caused patients to suffer strange mutations, and some even lost their lives as a result. "You needn't worry about that, Lord Clan Leader," the slug said gently. "This girl's chakra is extremely yin in nature. If you use the Senju's blood to treat her, it may actually mend her innate frailty." "Is that truly possible?" An elder nearby looked skeptically at the still unconscious girl. "That's wonderful. There's hope for my sister after all," Itama exclaimed in delight, reaching out his hand. "Then use my blood. Once everything's ready, I'll help replenish her chakra too." "Itama, you're still too young. Let me handle this instead." Hashirama stopped him, gently guiding him toward the door as one might carry a small animal. "Young master, I also need to look up some related records," the elder said, bowing to Hashirama. "Since the next steps are only a transfusion and chakra transfer, I won't interfere any longer. I'll take my leave now." "Thank you, elder. You've worked hard," Hashirama said respectfully. "It's nothing, just a small matter," the elder replied with a smile, then quietly left the room. The house gradually grew silent, leaving only Hashirama, focused on channeling chakra into the unconscious girl. Time seemed to pause in that moment. Little by little, a vague sense of unease crept into Hashirama's heart. How strange. I've been transferring chakra to her for so long, yet the amount inside her is still so faint. He pondered silently. He knew very well that his chakra reserves far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even the elders of his clan fell short in comparison. Yet the events of tonight left him more bewildered than ever before. From the moment he began transfusing blood to the girl, Hashirama hadn't stopped channeling chakra into her. No matter how much time passed, the girl's body seemed like a bottomless pit, devouring every bit of energy he transferred, never once showing any sign of reaching its limit. During this long wait, Hashirama began to observe the mysterious girl more closely. As the blood was wiped from her face, her true features gradually emerged. That serene and beautiful face seemed to possess a unique allure, drawing Hashirama in the more he looked, stirring an inexplicable feeling within his heart. He found himself wondering about the girl's origins. What kind of person was she, that she could endure the blood of the Senju clan and contained such an immense amount of chakra within her frail body? Her air of mystery not only piqued Hashirama's curiosity, but also evoked in him a deep sense of sympathy for her plight. Come to think of it, her clothes are rather similar to Madara's. If they stood side by side, people might even believe they were siblings. Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle softly at the thought, finding it rather amusing. He resolved to ask Madara about her the next time he visited the waterfall behind the mountain. Perhaps this girl was also from the Uchiha clan. The next morning, Uchiha Hikari slowly opened her eyes to find herself lying in an unfamiliar room, with a boy about her age beside her, his hair styled in a peculiar way. Hello. Could you tell me who you are?" Uchiha Hikari's voice was clear and gentle. Her words roused Hashirama from his thoughts. Looking up, he found himself gazing into her bright eyes, and for a moment he scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Though he was the clan leader's son and had plenty of brothers at home, this was his first time alone with a girl his own age. "My name is Hashirama. Yesterday, you were swept down river. I was the one who rescued you. This is our clan's territory." "Oh." Uchiha Hikari studied Hashirama closely, noticing the warmth and sincerity in his smile, and she couldn't help but let down her guard. I see. Well, thank you for saving me. It was nothing really. Hashirama grinned sheepishly. To be honest, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, my younger brother Itama might not have survived the night. Last night, Uchiha Hikari's memories began to resurface. She had been fleeing with 2 children, but with all her chakra stored in the Isaka Magatama. Depleted, and further weakened by the effects of the cursed flame seal, she could only grit her teeth through the pain and force herself to use ninjutsu, barely managing to save the 2 children. Exhausted, badly wounded, and having gone without food for a long while, Uchiha Hikari had given her all, yet in the end, she managed to save only Itama. The child named Weijian lost his life right before her eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't save the other child, Uchiha Hikari said, her voice heavy with guilt and frustration. You don't need to blame yourself. Weijian's death has nothing to do with you. It was all the work of fate. Hashirama comforted her gently. If only I tried a little harder, maybe I could have saved him. Hikari lowered her head. She knew all too well that some things could never be changed, no matter how hard one tried. Having lived in darkness for so long, she understood how difficult it was to live without regrets. By the way, I still don't know your name, Hashirama suddenly asked. My name is Hikari, she replied. Hikari? Don't you have a family name? Hashirama asked, curiosity piqued. No, just one name, Hikari. Hikari, you were able to save my younger brother Itama and defeat so many from the Uchiha clan. With such strength, it's hard to imagine you don't come from a ninja family, Hashirama said, finding it almost impossible to believe she truly had no clan behind her. In this Warring States era, a wandering ninja with no family almost never had the chance to become so powerful. It's true, I have no family name. But as for ninja clans, I once received help from the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Hikari admitted. After Boruto left, Hikari had thought about it for a long time. She wanted to live freely, just as Boruto had urged her, not to be bound by clan, family, or country. If she ever had to choose a surname, deep down she would prefer Uzumaki, but every time she thought about it, she felt shy and had never told anyone. As for the Uchiha clan, only a few truly mattered to her, Madara, Izuna, and Masterin. Beyond them, whether Uchiha, Senju, or any other ninja clan, all she felt was hatred. She didn't want to be shackled by hatred and always tried to live for herself, just as Boruto had advised. Still, letting go of such hatred wasn't something that could happen overnight. For now, she wanted to focus on one thing, finding Boruto. She believed her best chance was to try her luck in the land of whirlpools, the only place in the ninja world where people bore the surname Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan. Hashirama noticed the warm smile appearing on Hikari's face, as if she was remembering someone who had given her comfort. No longer doubting her words, he said, The Uzumaki of the land of whirlpools are distant relatives of our Senju clan. Since you've received their kindness, I suppose that makes you connected to the Senju as well. Really, Hikari's heart filled with delight at his words. Of course, if you ever have the chance, I can take you to the land of whirlpools, Hashirama said with a smile. Sunlight streamed into the room from outside, illuminating the faces of Hashirama and Hikari, filling the air with a gentle and comforting warmth. Guang, you can rest in the room for a while, or if you'd like, I can take you out for a walk, Hashirama suggested. Guang's gaze wandered around Hashirama's room, finally settling on a unique, exquisitely carved wooden sculpture at the corner of the desk. She pointed at the unusual piece with curiosity and asked, What is this? This wooden sculpture stood out among the other decorations in the room, immediately catching her attention. Hashirama walked over with a slightly helpless smile, gently stroking the sculpture as his eyes softened with a touch of nostalgia. This was a gift from my grandfather. He said it was supposed to be a fish, but by the time he finished, it ended up looking more like some odd little monkey. It does look more like a monkey, Guang couldn't help but laugh. Her interest soon shifted to other ornaments, and the two of them began to chat about wood carving, childhood memories, ninja arts, and their hopes for the future. Hashirama's laughter was warm and clear, filling Uchiha Guang with a sense of ease and joy she had never known before. Just then, a rhythmic knock echoed from outside the door, abruptly breaking the cozy atmosphere. Who could it be? Hashirama rose and walked to the entrance, his mind already guessing at the visitor's identity. Guang, equally curious, stood up and followed behind him. As the door slid open, a messenger from the Senju clan stood on the threshold, his expression tinged with nervousness. Lord Hashirama, the clan leader requests your presence, and he asks that this young lady accompany you as well. The messenger's voice was low and formal. Hashirama and Guang exchanged a glance, knowing their pleasant conversation would have to be put on hold for now. Guided by the messenger, Hashirama led Uchiha Guang through the orderly maze of Senju clan buildings until they arrived at the residence of the clan leader, Senju Butsuma. This house stood apart from the rest. Not only was it grand and imposing, but it also radiated a timeless, dignified air. Exquisite wood carvings adorned every eave, dazzling the eye at every turn. Stepping inside, Uchiha Guang was instantly drawn to the furnishings. In the center of the room was a broad wooden table surrounded by finely carved chairs, while portraits of generations of clan leaders hung on the walls, each so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Senju Butsuma sat at the head of the table, his expression grave, but not without a hint of kindness. On either side of him, Tobirama and Itama were already seated, their gazes filled with both curiosity and respect. The elder who had treated Uchiha Guang the day before now stood respectfully to one side, stern but unable to conceal his concern for Guang. Hashirama, you're here. Senju Butsuma's voice was steady and commanding as he motioned for Hashirama and Uchiha Guang to be seated. Hashirama responded respectfully, "Yes, father." Then, turning to Guang, he introduced, "This is my father, and also the leader of the Senju clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari lifted her eyes to look at Senju Butsuma and realized he was the very man who had been besieged in yesterday's chaos. "Oh, so she truly is the girl we rescued yesterday." Senju Butsuma turned his gaze toward Uchiha Hikari, and it was clear from his tone, laced with concern, that he'd already recognized her as well. "Father, her name is Hikari. We met her in the forest yesterday. She was the one who saved Itama," Hashirama explained, glancing at Hikari, his eyes full of gratitude. "Hikari, a beautiful name." Butsuma nodded, his gaze resting on Uchiha Hikari for a moment, as if weighing something in his mind. Then he said, "It is thanks to you that Itama returned unharmed." "You give me too much credit, Lord Patriarch. I'm not nearly so capable. If I were, then Wama wouldn't have." Hikari's voice grew quiet, her expression shadowed by sorrow. Butsuma fell silent as well, then asked, "Actually, Miss Hikari, your intervention yesterday hardly seemed a coincidence. I remember how decisive and fierce your techniques were. It made me wonder if there's some old grudge between you and the Uchiha clan." He recalled yesterday's battle. Uchiha Hikari's skill had left a strong impression on him. "That's right," Hikari answered calmly. "Uchiha Taiima took away my older brother and younger brother, then locked me in a pitch-black dungeon. If not for a young man from the Uzumaki clan who saved me, I'd still be trapped there even now. How could this happen?" "Hikari. Hikari's sister is so pitiful." Hashirama and Itama looked at her with deep sympathy. "I see." Butsuma's expression grew solemn, as if he had just discovered someone truly valuable. "I never expected the Uchiha clan to stoop so low. Their brutality comes as no surprise. Still, the fact that the Uzumaki clan came to your aid suggests that they, too, are dissatisfied with the Uchiha. The Senju are planning to discuss an alliance with the Uzumaki. If things are as you say, the chances of a successful alliance are even greater." "The Senju actually intend to form an alliance with the Uzumaki?" Hikari asked in surprise. "That's right. The Uzumaki are distant relatives of ours. Though we haven't had much contact before, times have changed. Many shinobi clans now wish to end this endless war, and alliances are being sought everywhere. If a clan as war-hungry as the Uchiha wins, there will never be peace in the shinobi world. That's why we're reaching out to the Uzumaki. They'll likely agree to join forces." Just then, Tobirama, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Father, matters as crucial as an alliance, matters that affect the safety of our entire clan, should not be discussed in front of outsiders." A tense silence fell over the room. Hashirama, too, realized that forming an alliance was indeed a matter of utmost importance for the whole clan. When clans like the Feathered Robes and the Uchiha discuss matters of such magnitude, they always set up layers of barriers to prevent any secrets from leaking out. For Senju Butsuma to share so much with an outsider now is indeed improper. What's more, Uchiha Hikari already knows the exact location of the Senju compound. If she were allowed to leave freely, there's no guarantee she wouldn't be coerced into revealing information. A strained chuckle escaped Senju Butsuma. He was well aware of the pros and cons of this situation, and he paid no heed to Tobirama's warning or the doubts of those around him. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Hikari and asked, "That reminds me, Miss Hikari, what are your plans from here on?" Uchiha Hikari replied without hesitation, "I intend to travel to the land of whirlpools to seek out the person who once saved my life." She made no attempt to conceal her intentions, for they were nothing but the truth. "So you're planning to visit the Uzumaki clan?" Butsuma pressed further. "That's right," Hikari nodded. "In that case, why not travel with us, the Senju? Butsuma proposed. In these troubled times, even though you have the power to defend yourself, journeying alone can be perilous. If we travel together, we can look out for one another. I appreciate your kindness, clan leader, but I am merely a wanderer. It's not my place to become involved in the great affairs between the shinobi clans. Hikari declined politely. Yet Butsuma only smiled. Miss Hikari, you saved my child, an act of great merit. Word of it has spread throughout the clan. If you were to seek help from the Senju, and we failed to repay you as we should, I, as clan leader, will be the subject of much criticism behind my back. Seeing how resolute he was, Hikari could only nod in acceptance. If that's the case, then I must thank you, clan leader. Visiting the Uzumaki is indeed of utmost importance to me. She lowered her head in gratitude, though her eyes still held a trace of caution. Deep down, Hikari understood well that this alliance between the Senju and the Uzumaki was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Butsuma was different from Uchiha. Taiima, he was more adept at weighing advantages and disadvantages, and possessed greater foresight. Agreeing to let her accompany them served several purposes. On one hand, the main objective of this alliance was to stand against the Uchiha and the feathered robes. After all, just yesterday, she had slain many Uchiha and feathered robes shinobi before the Senju. Leader's very eyes. Even if she truly were a spy from another clan, from a broader perspective, she would hardly object to the Senju and Uzumaki joining forces against those two. On the other hand, the alliance itself was a natural and expected development. Bringing her along to the Uzumaki would do them no harm. Letting her leave alone, however, risked exposing the Senju's secrets, which was why the clan leader insisted she travel with them. This approach not only fulfilled Hikari's wish to find her savior, but also appeased public opinion within the clan, and at the same time allowed them to keep a necessary watch on her, a strategy that achieved several goals at once. Yes, the thousand-handed Buddha responded without a moment's hesitation, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Miss Hikari saved one of our own. That makes her a friend of the Senju. It's only right that we help her. Big brother Hashirama, sister Hikari. Just then, young Itama peeked into the room, curiosity lighting up his face as he sensed the tension had eased. When he saw Hikari and Hashirama safe and sound together, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Sister, no matter how we called you yesterday, you wouldn't wake up. Are you really all right now? Does anything still hurt? Itama, mind your manners, the thousand-handed Buddha reminded him sternly. Yes, father. Though Itama agreed, his youthful exuberance made him pay little heed to his father's words. Ignoring everything else, he rushed over to Hikari and gave her a big, enthusiastic hug. Itama, come down now. Hikari's still recovering. Aren't you worried about hurting her wounds? Hashirama said, a touch of concern in his voice. It's all right, Hashirama. Uchiha Hikari gently interrupted. Looking at Itama's innocent, cheerful face, she couldn't help but think of Izuna, and reached out to affectionately pinch Itama's round cheek. My wounds are completely healed now, and I don't feel any of that old weakness. My strength and spirit have never been better, and even my eyesight seems sharper than before. Honestly, I feel healthier now than before I was injured. She clenched her fist in quiet triumph, her gaze full of gratitude as she turned to Hashirama. I still don't know exactly what you did, but I truly want to thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Haha, I know all about it, Sister Hikari. Itama chimed in eagerly. Yesterday, it was Lady Slug who suggested Big Brother Hashirama give you a blood transfusion and share his chakra with you. That's how you got better. Share his chakra with me? Hikari glanced at Hashirama, worry flickering in her eyes. She didn't recognize this so-called Lady Slug, but she knew all too well how draining it was to give blood and chakra. The Yasaka Spear Eye technique devoured chakra in huge amounts, not only absorbing it from the surroundings, but also rapidly draining her own reserves. That Hashirama had restored her completely with his chakra spoke volumes about his extraordinary power. I'm sorry, Hashirama. You must be exhausted. It's really all right, Sister Hikari. Itama jumped in before Hashirama could answer. Ever since we were little, no matter how badly Big Brother Hashirama gets hurt, all he needs is one good night's sleep, and he's as good as new. Is that true? Hikari looked up at Hashirama. He nodded gently. It's true. At last, Hikari let out a breath of relief. She truly didn't want her own troubles to burden these kind-hearted people. To think that Miss Hikari could actually accept the blood of our Senju clan. At this moment, the thousand-handed Buddha finally understood the bond that had formed between them, that he stepped forward, studying Uchiha Hikari intently, and said, Miss Hikari, although you're not a member of our clan, it's possible that we might share some blood ties. Really? Hashirama perked up with delight. If they truly were related, It meant he might gain another older sister. Does that mean Hikari is from the Uzumaki clan? Hashirama asked in confusion. No, the Uzumaki clan all have red or white hair. This sister's hair is black. She's probably descended from a branch of the Senju family that married into another clan, Tobarama explained. All right, no need to keep guessing. It doesn't really matter, Uchiha Hikari interjected. My parents passed away when I was very young, so I don't really know anything about these things myself. I see. I'm sorry, Hikari, Hashirama said apologetically. It's nothing. There's no need to apologize for that. Honestly, I hardly remember them anyway, Hikari replied with a calm wave of her hand, her tone composed. Today, the Senju clan's meeting hall was nothing like the solemn chamber people imagined. Instead, it was more like a warm, lively scene from a family gathering. The elder watched as the clan chief's family sat together, the air filled with relaxation and laughter, a far cry from the usual formality. For the first time, the meeting hall felt less like a cold center of power and more like a home overflowing with love and warmth. The young lords gathered around Uchiha Hikari, sharing stories and emotions, discussing the latest news about the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that everyone had grown more familiar with one another, Senju Butsuma suddenly turned serious and said, Since Lady Hikari has agreed to join us, there's one more thing. I must mention, forming an alliance with the Uzumaki clan is a matter of great importance for the Senju. I trust Lady Hikari understands just how crucial this information is. Yes, Hikari nodded. Although we have complete trust in your character, Lady Hikari, there's always the risk of outsiders using ninja techniques to force information from you. Would you permit me to inscribe a sealing technique on your tongue? What kind of technique is it? It's not a powerful seal, just a simple Kodadama spell. It would prevent anyone marked by it from revealing any Senju-related secrets to outsiders. Father, Hashirama protested, looking at Butsuma with a hint of grievance. Brother, Tobarama intervened, stopping Hashirama with a shake of his head. You know what it would mean for the children if our secrets were ever leaked. But Hashirama clenched his teeth, fully aware of how disastrous a breach could be, yet troubled that this measure might hurt Hikari, whom he trusted never to harm the Senju. Hashirama, it's all right. This is also a way to protect everyone, Hikari reassured him with a gentle smile, then turned to the clan chief. Please go ahead and place the Kodadama spell on me. So, Lady Hikari, you agree? Yes. Hikari nodded, her heart heavy with irony. If she refused, she doubted she'd live to see the morning. Very well. Butsuma nodded, then formed a series of hand seals, inscribing the sealing technique upon Hikari's tongue. Learning from the example of Uchiha Taijima, Hikari paid close attention to the changes on her tongue, vigilant for any tricks from Butsuma. If he tried anything, she was ready to unleash the full power of her Mangekyo Sharingan right there and then. But this time, her concern proved unnecessary. Though Butsuma was also a clan leader, his methods differed from Uchiha Taijima's. Soon, the Kodadama seal settled into place, and those around her watched with curiosity. Doesn't seem any different, Hikari said with a wry smile. Seeing she was unharmed, Hashirama finally relaxed and apologized. I'm sorry, Hikari. Hashirama, if you keep apologizing, I'll start to feel guilty myself. Uchiha Kodo said, I agreed to it of my own free will, not just for the sake of our shared principles and positions, but because I truly dislike how distant and guarded our conversations have become. Only after the Kodadama is inscribed can we truly trust one another. Isn't that so? A soft chuckle came from Senju Butsuma. Miss Ko, you are wise beyond your years. Not only is your strength remarkable, but your open-mindedness puts even us elders to shame. You flatter me, clan leader, Ko replied, shaking her head with a gentle smile. By the way, I am curious. When do we plan to set out for the Uzumaki clan? Ko knew that only by accepting this insurance would the Senju begin to set aside their prejudices and suspicions toward her. She had agreed to the Kodadama precisely, so she could ask the question that weighed most on her mind. Senju Butsuma paused, considering her words. He glanced briefly at the corner of Ko's mouth, then answered, Recently, it seems the Uchiha's secret weapon stationed at the western front is gone. Missing. We must wait until the Sarutobi clan breaks through the Uchiha defenses in the west. Once that happens, we can seize the opportunity to depart. It should be about half a month from now. Now that the Kodadama had been sealed, Butsuma spoke to Ko with newfound trust, withholding nothing. Half a month, Ko murmured softly to herself. In the meantime, Butsuma continued, I assure you, Miss Ko, you will be treated as an honored guest of our clan, accorded every courtesy and privilege. Due to a young leader, equal to what Hashirama himself enjoys. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Hashirama or his two younger brothers. Thank you for your kindness, clan leader. You are most considerate, Ko replied, bowing once more. After instructing Ko on some of the clan's customs, Butsuma left her quarters in the company of Tobarama and Itama. Their responsibilities were many, not only the matter with the Saratobi in the west, but also forging alliances with the Hyuga in the north, the Yamanaka and Akimichi in the south, and the Nara as well. Only after these negotiations were settled could they prepare for their journey to the Uzumaki. Clap! As the others departed, Hashirama suddenly pressed his palms together and bowed his head to Ko, his voice earnest. I'm sorry, Ko. I couldn't stop father from having the Kodadama inscribed on you. I know you want to head straight to Uzushio village to find the person who saved you, but because of our clan situation, you've been forced to wait. Now alone with Hashirama, Ko no longer hid her emotions. A trace of disappointment colored her face. It was true. She longed to set out for Uzushio village immediately to search for Boruto. Yet she understood Hashirama's predicament. He, too, bore the burdens of a young clan leader. It's all right, Hashirama, she said, managing a smile. There's no need to blame yourself. The Uzumaki clan isn't going anywhere. Whether we arrive a few days early or late, it won't make much difference. I really am sorry, Hashirama said again, his voice heavy with regret. Although Hashirama wasn't the most sensitive person, he still noticed the disappointment in Hikari's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to hand her a scroll he had been carrying. He said, Hikari, to make it up to you, please accept this. And this is? Hikari asked. It's the contract scroll for the Shikatsu forest. This is something really important, isn't it? Why are you giving it to me? Hikari looked at Hashirama, puzzled. I'm not very skilled in sealing techniques, so I can't undo the seal on your arm. But if you can summon Lady Katsu, then even. If your arm catches fire again, you won't have to worry about getting hurt too badly. Hashirama scratched his head with a smile. Hikari Uchiha took the scroll from Hashirama, her eyes growing moist without her realizing. Thank you, Hashirama. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan of both ninja and civilians barely reached 30. The reason for such a low average wasn't just the many children who died young, but also the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. On the battlefield, if a ninja encountered an Uchiha one-on-one, they would flee without hesitation, for the Sharingan was just that. Overwhelming. To survive the threat of the Sharingan, children from other ninja clans began chakra training at a very young age. In this era, where the entire nation was militarized, even children as young as Itama, only 7 years old, were forced to practice ninjutsu daily. Even if such forced training was harmful to their foundation, no one cared about the troubles of old age when survival itself was uncertain. Clone jutsu. Early one morning, in the courtyard of the Senju compound, Itama mustered all his strength, but only managed to create 2 clones. Darn it! How can I ever make as many clones as Big Brother Hashirama? Itama shouted, refusing to accept defeat. Just then, Hikari Uchiha happened to pass by. A small slug she had summoned perched on her shoulder. As she discussed her current condition with the little creature, she caught sight of Itama practicing with great effort. Hikari smiled and said, Itama, more clones isn't always better. Big sister Hikari. Itama turned around, and upon seeing her, immediately hurried over to ask, why isn't it better to have more clones? Itama, the purpose of clones is to deceive, to serve as a diversion that helps you achieve your true goal. Even if you create countless clones, if you can't accomplish your tactical objective, it's pointless. In the end, it only wastes your chakra for nothing. As Hikari spoke, she recalled the days when Madara taught Izuna, and she always stood by, watching quietly. She repeated Madara's words exactly as he once taught them, passing them on to Itama. Although the Senju clan was known for their strong bodies, not everyone had the same monstrous chakra reserves as Hashirama. In fact, the Uchiha clan's training philosophy was better suited for children like Itama, whose chakra was relatively limited. So that's how it is. Sister Hikari, can you teach me something else? Of course. Uchiha Hikari found herself with nothing to do among the Senju clan, so to pass the time, she spent the entire morning guiding Itama in his training. Itama was a perceptive child, quick to grasp new concepts and apply them in different ways. Hikari was fond of his earnest demeanor and didn't want to see him die needlessly on the battlefield in the future, so she taught him with great care. She explained several tactical scenarios where the clone jutsu could be especially useful. The way you explain things is so easy to understand, Sister Hikari. When Brother Tobarama teaches me, he uses all these words I can't make sense of at all. Doesn't Hashirama teach you how to train as well? Hikari asked, curious. Brother Hashirama is a total weirdo. He just tells me to look fierce or to yell as loud as I can. I have no idea what he's getting at. A laugh burst from Hikari's lips. That does sound exactly like Hashirama. Hey, you know people can hear you talking behind their backs. A voice called out from behind. It was Hashirama, and Tobirama was with him. They'd been watching from a distance for a while, noticing how seriously Hikari was teaching Itama, and hadn't wanted to interrupt. Not long ago, Tobirama had harbored some doubts about Hikari's identity, but seeing the scene before him softened his gaze as he looked at her. Sister Hikari, Itama, we came to call you for lunch, he said. Oh, is it that late already? Hikari had been so absorbed in teaching that she hadn't realized midday was upon them. Haha, great. After refining chakra for so long, I'm starving. Itama shot off towards the dining hall as if his feet barely touched the ground. Itama, don't eat too much. There's a mission this afternoon. Don't blame me if your stomach acts up, Tobirama said, pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head at the boy. Hikari, you've worked hard all morning too. Aren't you coming to eat? Hashirama asked, looking over at her. I'm not hungry yet, actually. And speaking of which, I should thank you for sending me blood and chakra. I feel so strong now, it's almost excessive. Hikari replied with a smile. Indeed, she didn't feel hungry at all. Her body brimmed with chakra, leaving her feeling constantly energized. In that case, will you come somewhere with me this afternoon? Sure. Where to? The forest waterfall. It's my secret hideout. Secret hideout? It's not anything that's special, really. It's just that whenever I go there, my mood gets a lot better. If it's a secret hideout, how did you ever find it? Hikari asked, intrigued. Let's talk on the way, Hashirama said. All right. Hashirama led Hikari to the river where he'd first met Madara. He picked up a pebble and tossed it across to the far bank. Actually, I wasn't the first to discover this place. It was my grandfather. Your grandfather? He used to love fishing here. When I was little, I always pestered him to bring me here to play. I can tell he means a lot to you. Every time you talk about him, you just can't help but smile. Yeah, Grandpa was always the kindest to me. Hashirama gazed at the fish swimming in the river, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He sighed. It's a pity he never got to see Tobirama or Itama. Has he passed away? Yes, when I was still very, very young. I see. Uchiha Hikari was a loss for words. She didn't know how to comfort Hashirama. After all, she had never even met her own parents, let alone her grandparents. But she could still understand how Hashirama felt. It's always hardest when the most important person in your life is gone. Hashirama, in these warring states times, it's actually very rare for a child to meet their grandparents. In a way, you've already been luckier than most. That's true. Hashirama gave a wry smile. You know, when I was little, I would always talk about my dreams with Grandpa here. No matter how wild or impossible they sounded, he always believed in me without reservation. So, what's your dream now? Uchiha Hikari leaned in, her eyes curious, gazing at Hashirama. My dream now. Hashirama was momentarily captivated by Hikari's lively face, and it took him a moment to gather his thoughts. Right now, all I want is to protect my younger brothers. As for a bigger dream, it's still hazy. Maybe I wish for peace in a world without war. As he finished speaking, Hashirama's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had never revealed these thoughts to anyone before. Perhaps it was the way Hikari listened so earnestly, or the sense of acceptance he felt for the first time, that gave him the courage to finally speak his heart. World peace. That's just wishful thinking, isn't it? How could a kid like me ever hope to achieve something like that? Forget it, Hikari, you don't have to take me seriously. No, Hashirama, you're wrong. Hikari shook her head, gently taking Hashirama's hand in hers. I may not know exactly how your grandfather supported you, but I believe you can do it. Don't give up. Hikari, Hashirama's eyes brimmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. In that moment, Hikari's silhouette seemed to overlap with the memories of his grandfather. To make a dream like world peace come true, you'll have to walk a path full of hardship, a path of mutual understanding, a road that demands more than most can bear. But I believe you can do it, Hashirama, because you're such a kind person. Thank you. But, Hikari, what did you know to say that? What do you mean? Hikari looked puzzled. My grandfather once told me those exact same words. Really? Uchiha Hikaru was slightly surprised, then smiled a little sheepishly. Actually, those words I just said were also taught to me by someone else. I'm simply trying to live by the beliefs that person wanted to pass on to me. It was that Uzumaki boy who once saved you, wasn't it? Yes. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, memories of his encounters with Boruto flashing through his mind. Then he said, Hashirama, maybe your grandfather too was once saved by someone and has been living by that person's ideals ever since. If there really was such a person, I suppose it could only have been my grandmother, Hashirama replied with a smile. Whenever he had the chance, Grandpa would always praise Grandma, saying how beautiful and kind she was. But when she passed away, it happened so suddenly. She'd had health problems for a long time, but never said a word about it, just to keep us from worrying. I think your grandmother must have wanted you all to keep smiling and spend more time with him, because you were his greatest happiness, weren't you? Hikaru said softly. Yes, you're right. That must be it. The knot that had been tangled in Hashirama's heart since childhood was suddenly and unexpectedly unraveled by Hikaru's words. Ah, damn. I actually brought you here today, hoping you'd forget about everything outside for a while and relax. But in the end, you're the one who saved me. Hashirama looked at Hikaru, a little embarrassed. Not at all. Hikaru shook his head with a gentle smile. Actually, hearing your grandfather's story made me happy too. You see, I've never met my own parents or any other elders. If I had grandparents, I'd hope they'd be just as you described. I believe they would be. Hashirama clenched his fist and declared earnestly. Because you're a kind person, Hikaru. Your elders would be the same. By evening, Hashirama and Hikaru returned to the Senju compound. As soon as they found a place to settle in, they saw members of the Senju clan pacing back and forth anxiously. One of them, spotting Hashirama, hurried over. Young master, you're finally back. Did something happen? Hashirama asked. The scouts discovered an Uchiha incursion. It looks like they're planning to ambush the Grain Valley. Young Master Itama is guarding it, and... What did you say? Curse those Uchiha. As soon as Hashirama and Hikaru heard the news, a surge of terrifying chakra erupted from them, and in a blink, they vanished from sight. The messenger stood there, dumbfounded, only regaining his senses moments later after being stunned by the pressure of their chakra. Through the forest came the sharp, whistling rush of wind. Hold on, Itama. Big Brother's coming for you. Hashirama pushed his chakra to the limit, racing as fast as he could toward Grain Valley. Hashirama, you need to stay calm. Itama will be fine. He's so clever, and he's trained so diligently. He has the strength to protect himself. You have to trust him. Beside him, Uchiha Hikari was also following Hashirama anxiously, unable to bear seeing him in such a state. Hikari, I understand what you're saying. Hashirama turned his face to the side and said, but the enemy is too cunning. The faster we get there, the greater Itama's chances of survival, aren't they? Hikari nodded. Hikari, I'm going to speed up. Can you keep up? Yes. All right. With a powerful burst, chakra exploded beneath Hashirama's feet, the force so great that the tree trunk he landed on cracked under the pressure. But Hikari was not about to fall behind. Chakra erupted beneath her as well. Ever since Hikari had merged Hashirama's blood and chakra into herself, the amount of chakra she could wield was almost equal to his. Keeping pace with him on this mad dash was effortless, a fact that delighted her deeply. Now, both of them were focused on a single thought. Please, let nothing happen to Itama. The grain storage valley lay in the southwest part of the Senju forest, surrounded by dense woods and scattered boulders. Anyone who came here would quickly lose their sense of direction, and they also risked running into hidden traps. In times of war, hardly anyone from outside ever dared set foot in this place. As Hashirama and Hikari raced through the forest, they suddenly spotted a white-haired boy ahead, darting forward at incredible speed. Tobarama, Big Brother, Sister Hikari, you made it too. Senju Tobarama turned his head, saw the two of them, and quickly joined their group. Tobarama, what's going on here? Why was the grain storage valley attacked? I'm not sure. Maybe our information was leaked. Leaked? Hashirama was momentarily stunned. Even those familiar with the Senju clan sometimes get lost in the grain storage valley. The Uchiha shouldn't have been able to find this place. Maybe they stumbled upon it by accident, Hikari mused. By accident? Hashirama and Tobarama both shot her questioning looks. Yes, Hikari nodded, analyzing the situation. Yesterday, the clan head said the Uchiha suffered a defeat on the western front. So, the group attacking the grain storage valley today was probably trying to circle around through the southwest of the Land of Fire, taking the long way to reinforce the western battlefield. When it came to the Uchiha's deployments on the western front, no one knew more than she did. Tobarama considered Hikari's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. Sister Hikari, it makes sense. The Senju and Uchiha are based on the east and west sides of the Land of Fire with the Hyuga clan, skilled in reconnaissance, to the north, and the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans to the south. If the Uchiha wanted to outflank the Sarutobi on the western battlefield, their best option would be to take the southern route, which is the easiest to travel. So, in other words, our information hasn't been exposed, and they're not very familiar with this terrain? Hashirama asked. Most likely, yes. Uchiha Hikari nodded. Hearing this, some of the impatience faded from Hashirama's voice. But, Sister Hikari, the situation on the western front is getting worse. Do you think they might risk everything and send a large force? Tobarama asked, suddenly finding that this older sister named Hikari was different from his brother Hashirama. She had a unique perspective on the battlefield, and he couldn't help but want to seek her advice. They won't. The Uchiha clan has lost many young people lately, and their strength isn't what it used to be. If they want to launch a surprise attack, they'll probably only send a handful of their elite, Uchiha Hikari replied. Then we have to hurry. The clansmen guarding that place can't handle the Uchiha elite on their own, Hashirama said, worry lining his face. Hashirama, losing your cool on the battlefield is a death sentence. Hikari stepped closer, put a hand on his shoulder, and continued. Besides, you've already spent a lot of chakra. If you run into enemies now, you won't hold out for long. But I know you're worried about Atama. I am too. But trust me, since they stumbled upon the outskirts of Stock Valley by accident, they'll need time to find their way. You and your brother have the advantage of information, so you'll be able to avoid a lot of detours. Time should be on your side. For now, you'd best recover your strength, Hikari advised calmly. Having spent nearly the entire past year on the battlefield with hardly a break, Hikari had learned to analyze the situation with a cooler head than Hashirama. Otherwise, she would have long since perished in battle. All right, Hashirama lowered his head, realizing she had a point. The wild surge of his chakra gradually quieted down. Sister Hikari, you really are incredible, Tobirama said, his face alight with admiration as he looked at her. Hikari turned, surprised, to look at Tobirama. My brother cares too much about his companions. Sometimes, he loses his composure. I've talked to him about it so many times, but he's never listened. Yet now, with just a few words, you've managed to calm him down, even when he was furious. I'm hardly as impressive as you make me sound. I've just seen a bit more, that's all. Tobirama, you're a smart kid. Once you've been through a few battles, you'll gain experience. Sooner or later, you'll find it easy to handle stubborn, hot-headed guys like Hashirama with just a few words. Do you really think I can? Tobirama asked, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I believe you can, Hikari said, smiling. Hey, what kind of people talk about someone like this right in front of them? Hashirama protested, now calm, but clearly not convinced. I'm perfectly capable of thinking things through, you know. A quiet snort escaped. Then laughter bubbled up between Hikari and Tobirama, both sharing a knowing smile. Amidst the trees of Stock Valley, 5 swift figures darted across the treetops, scattered across the ground near the 3 massive boulders were weapons left behind after a fierce battle between ninjas. At that moment, the clouds drifted apart and the moonlight emerged, sweeping over the bloodstains on the stones. The 5 members of the Uchiha clan, each wearing robes emblazoned with clans, fan crest, gripped their swords and man-high, fuma, shuriken, grinning wickedly as they stared at the boy standing before the rocks. That boy was none other than Senju Atama. Right now, he was clutching a kunai, leaning against the stone, panting heavily as he watched the 5 men before him. Noticing the defiance still flickering in Atama's eyes, one of the Uchiha suddenly hurled a kunai at him, which struck the rock right next to Atama's right ear. Then a scar-faced Uchiha man revealed his Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning ominously. The terrifying power in those eyes sent a chill down Atama's spine, causing him to break out in cold sweat. His kunai slipped from his hand as he stared at the group, horror frozen on his face. The markings on this boy, he must be a Senju as well, isn't he? So what do we do? What do you think? We kill him. No one can know we've infiltrated this place. Fine. Kid, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. The scar-faced man raised his blade, its cold gleam slicing through the air, and brought it down directly onto Atama's chest. Crash. Yet, the expected spray of blood never appeared. The image of Atama before the scar-faced man suddenly flickered and slowly faded away. How can this be? It was a clone. Surprise flashed across the faces of the 5 Uchiha elites. Ever since they discovered guards at this outpost, they had kept their Sharingan active, observing everything. This 7-year-old brat had been under their watch the whole time. If he'd formed hand signs for a cloning jutsu, the Sharingan should have picked it up immediately. Go find him. That brat can't have gone far. We can't let him live. If we do, our ambush will be exposed. Split up. 100 meters away, behind the treetops, Atama's frail figure collapsed to the ground. He owed his survival to the desperate bravery of his fellow clansmen who had bought him this chance, but above all, to the techniques his sister Hikari had taught him earlier that day about clone jutsu. Among those lessons were unique tactics for facing the Uchiha Sharingan. The very first rule was, never let anyone with a Sharingan see you form hand signs. Earlier, upon witnessing the slaughter at the hands of the 5 Uchiha, Atama had deliberately turned his back to them to perform both the body replacement and clone techniques. If not for Hikari's guidance that afternoon, he would probably be a corpse by now. Damn it, he actually tricked us. We have to find him. Within the dense, impenetrable forest, the 5 Uchiha hunted like bloodhounds, scouring every shadow for Itama. He dared not move recklessly, for the Uchiha's piercing eyes left nowhere to hide. As the 5 closed in, Banma could almost feel the shadow of death tightening around him. Now, even the sound of a falling leaf sent his heart racing, for each step the Uchiha took echoed like a death knell. He knew all too well what awaited him if the 5-man Uchiha squad discovered his hiding spot. Am I going to die? Banma was like a frightened bird, trembling on the edge of disaster. Memories from his past flashed before his eyes like a lantern carousel. He recalled what Sister Hikari had said during training earlier that day. Don't give up, Banma. As long as you keep trying, you can become a shinobi even greater than your older brother. Sister Hikari. A spark of determination ignited in Banma's heart. He wanted to survive, not just for himself, but for those who cared about him. Out of tricks, kid. The Uchiha squad tracked the bloodstains and footprints on the ground, their net drawing tighter until their gazes finally locked onto the tree where Banma was hiding. Time to die. Uchiha hands wove through hand signs at lightning speed, and a fierce fire release erupted from their mouths. As the raging flames roared toward him, Banma squeezed his eyes shut in frustration and despair. Wood style. Wood wall. Water style. Water surge. Just as disaster was about to strike, Hashirama and Tobarama's jutsu arrived first. Like heroes sent from the heavens, they joined forces to block the Uchiha's fire release. Big brother Hashirama, brother Tobarama, seeing the wooden wall and the water technique rise up behind him, Banma was so moved that he burst into tears. Don't forget about me, Banma. Nearby, Uchiha Hikari summoned all her chakra. Despite the pain in her arm, the little slug on her shoulder was busily healing her. Hikari concealed her identity from the other Uchiha, swiftly darting across the battlefield to scoop up the exhausted Banma, carrying him out of harm's way. How are you? No injuries, right? Sister Hikari. Banma was overjoyed to see her, but his strength was gone. He couldn't leap into her arms like he used to. I didn't expect you'd save me again, Sister Hikari. If you're embarrassed, then work harder and get stronger, Hikari gently encouraged him. She glanced over at Hashirama and Tobarama and flashed them an okay sign with a smile. Hashirama and Tobarama both turned grateful eyes toward Hikari. In their hearts, they knew it was thanks to her guidance earlier in the day that Banma had managed to survive such a perilous chase. Hikari, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, Banma might not have made it this time. Hashirama's words brimmed with sincere gratitude. That's right. Your teaching made all the difference. We owe you, Tobarama agreed. In moments of life and death, they understood every bit of strength was a lifeline. Uchiha Hikari smiled lightly and replied in a calm tone. With you praising me like this, I'm almost embarrassed. She lowered her head and saw that Itama, cradled in her arms, was sleeping soundly and unharmed. At last, the anxiety in her heart faded away. It seemed that in the future, whenever there was a chance, she would have to keep teaching Itama survival skills. After all, improving one's strength was the most fundamental protection. All right, you guys, be ready for what's coming. Hashirama wiped away his tears, turned around with a solemn expression, and pressed his palms together with a sharp clap. In an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from his body, and the trees around him sprang to life, growing at an astonishing speed as if fueled by some supernatural force. Now that Hikari had already carried Itama to safety, Hashirama no longer needed to hold back for fear of harming his own, and he unleashed his full power without restraint. Moments later, at the center of the dense forest, flames shot skyward and thick smoke billowed. The 5 Uchiha unleashed their fire release. Jutsu like hellfire, ravaging the battlefield as they clashed against the wood release and water release of Hashirama and Tobarama. To be able to use wood release at such a young age, this kid can't be allowed to live. He'll be an enormous threat in the future. Among the 5 Uchiha, a master of fire release. Let a savage gleam of killing intent flicker in his eyes. Forming hand seals, he shouted, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." In a flash, a giant dragon of fire surged from his mouth, swirling and roaring with destructive power as it hurtled toward Hashirama. But Hashirama stood unmoved, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He pressed his palms together and shouted, "Wood release, nativity of a world of trees." Suddenly, the earth trembled. Massive trees and thick vines burst forth from the ground, rising like guardian spirits to shield him. From the oncoming fire dragon, the vines shimmered with vibrant green life, forming a striking contrast to the searing flames. Damn it, how can it be this powerful? Hey, what are you looking around for? The man barely had time to react before Tobirama appeared in a blur, stabbing him with a blade in a flash of speed. The victim's face twisted in disbelief. So fast. This kid's body flicker technique is something else. Suppress his range with Phoenix Sage Fire. Not that easy, Tobirama replied with a cold sneer. Facing off against two more Uchiha fire release users, he snapped his fingers, and with practiced ease unleashed his secret water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A dragon formed of water roared forth, colliding with the Uchiha's fire jutsu. Steam exploded into the air as water and fire clashed, creating a scene that looked like the end of the world. With each collision of fire release, wood release, and water release, the earth shook as if torn apart. Trees trembled, the ground split open, and the air filled instantly with the heavy scent of scorched earth and rising steam. This battle was not just a clash of strength, but a test of unyielding wills. It's been a long time since we fought side by side, brother. It certainly has. Amidst the blaze, Hashirama and Tobirama stood back to back. Even when faced with the combined assault of the Uchiha elites, there was not a hint of retreat in their eyes. This was no longer just about standing up for Itama. It had become a battle that would determine the fate of the Western Front. If they claimed victory here, the Uchiha who were locked in a fierce struggle with the Sarutobi clan would lose their backbone entirely. Don't underestimate the Uchiha, kid. Uchiha Flame Formation. The four remaining Uchiha elites, realizing they couldn't seize the advantage immediately, scattered in four directions at once. In the next instant, violet flames erupted from all sides, forming a barrier that trapped Hashirama and Tobirama within. This is bad. The fighting space just shrank. Big brother, your wood release will only backfire when faced with fire release. Tobirama instantly saw through their plan. In that case, we'll just have to fight them hand to hand. Hashirama, though troubled, had no thought of giving up. With a flash, he summoned a giant sword from scroll. These opponents were truly the pride of the Uchiha. If it had been any ordinary members of the clan, the brothers would have already won. But the techniques these four wielded happened to counter Hashirama's powers. Even with their prodigious talent, the brothers began to tire from the prolonged clash, their breathing already growing uneven. It seems the time has come. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Uchiha Hikaru hid amid the trees, forming a one-handed seal. Her scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. 8,000 Spears Technique. Though the barrier blocked her path, Hikaru's 8,000 Spears was a visual jutsu. So long as she could see her targets, she could mark them with its power. In the blink of an eye, the Mangekyo's sigil appeared on the bodies of the four remaining Uchiha warriors. That should do it. Uchiha Hikaru had no intention of exposing her identity before the Senju brothers, so the 8,000 spears drained chakra at a deliberately slow pace. Yet the battle was so intense that, coupled with the chakra-draining barrier the Uchiha quartet had cast, her jutsu's effect quickly became apparent. No matter how skilled they were, as time passed, the four's chakra was steadily sapped away. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama's flawless teamwork pressed them ever harder, and exhaustion began to show on the Uchiha. With a few rapid body flicker techniques, Tobirama struck at their vital points, forcing the Uchiha to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, these two brats are too strong. We have to fall back. You're not getting away. As the barrier faded, Hashirama pressed his palms together, causing swift vines to spring from the earth and lash toward the fleeing four. Wood release, binding vines technique. Don't look down on us. The Uchiha reacted instantly, countering with a fire release. Great fireball technique that incinerated the vines in a rush of heat. When the smoke finally cleared, the four adversaries had already vanished without a trace. Damn it. Hashirama wanted to give chase, but was stopped by Tobirama and Uchiha Hikaru. Hashirama, there's no need to go after them. Why not? Are we just going to let them go and reinforce the Western Front? No, Uchiha Hikaru shook his head and replied. You're too focused on the fight. You haven't noticed our reinforcements have already arrived, have you? Reinforcements? Hashirama turned back and saw Senju Butsuma leading a group of elite clan shinobi, surging forward in pursuit like a raging storm. Butsuma even cast him a look of approval. Father. The reinforcements came quickly, Hikaru sighed in admiration. Well, with big brother's battles always reshaping the land, it's hard for father and the others not to notice, Tobirama said with a wry smile. Night deepened, and under another full moon, Senju Butsuma led his team of elite shinobi and successfully encircled the four fleeing Uchiha shinobi. Swift as panthers, though. They'd already suffered grave wounds at Hashirama's hands and now, caught in the net, had nowhere left to run. Soon, they were brought before Senju Butsuma. Butsuma's face was a mask of fury, In less than half a day, he'd nearly lost his son yet again. He strode forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, and questioned them. Was your mission tonight to reinforce the Sarutobi clan on the Western Front? Faced with Butsuma's piercing stare, the trapped Uchiha shinobi grew tense. One of them forced a cold smile, trying to conceal his unease. The Senju clan certainly has a habit of meddling where you don't belong, don't you? Butsuma was unmoved, his voice resolute. If your actions threaten the Senju clan, then it is my duty to intervene. The Uchiha glanced at one another, hesitation flickering in their eyes. At last, one of them spoke in a low voice. We're just following orders. Besides, a binding jutsu was placed on us long ago. There's no way we could tell you our true objective. So that's it, Butsuma thought, falling silent for a moment as understanding dawned. He pressed them no further. Take them away and guard them closely. Also, send word at once to the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. Tell them to be vigilant against any Uchiha trying to slip south to reinforce the Sarutobi front. Yes, clan leader. Hearing Senju Butsuma's orders, the four Uchihas instantly knew their mission was now impossible. Escorted by the Senju shinobi, they were led along a winding path back to the Senju compound. It was late at night. After a day of turmoil, most people were already asleep. The four Uchihas, gravely injured and barely able to walk, had delayed their captors so that they arrived home much later than expected. Their footsteps echoed softly in the night as they neared the clan's prison. Just then, a figure silently emerged from the shadows by the roadside that masked. Girl appeared, her eyes gleaming with an unusual crimson light, like two shadowy flames flickering in the darkness as she approached at a measured pace. Her arrival caused the atmosphere around them to instantly grow tense. She stood there in silence, saying nothing, yet her strange, haunting gaze was fixed unerringly on the captive Uchiha, radiating an inexplicable sense of oppression. How can this be? Why are you here? Only those of the Uchiha clan understood the true terror of this secret weapon among their kin. The Senju shinobi, seeing the four Uchiha so unsettled, halted at once, their eyes full of wariness as they watched the uninvited guest. Weapons slid quietly into ready hands, prepared for anything that might happen. Can't even manage a simple support mission. Has Uchiha Taijima's clan really grown so useless? The masked girl said coolly. That's only because you're the one who defected, snapped one of the four Uchiha, who had already recognized her identity. Realizing what they were up against, they shouted desperately, Hey Senju, if you value your lives, you'd better take this one down, right now. Their exchange left the Senju guards completely baffled. You know this kid? She's the Uchiha clan's hidden secret weapon. What are you waiting for? Move now. It's already too late, the masked girl replied, her voice cold and merciless, sharp as a winter wind. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami. With just a single glance, an invisible force seemed to seize the Senju escort squad, plunging their minds into the illusory world of the Sharingan. In an instant, their surroundings, twisted and warped, the boundary between reality and hallucination blurred. Before long, they found themselves lost in an endless darkness, chilling whispers echoing all around. Damn it, these useless Senju are good for nothing, muttered one of the Uchiha, unable to hide his frustration as the masked girl dispatched the guards in a heartbeat. Oh, judging by your faces, it looks like you're thinking of betraying your own clan to save your skins and side with the Senju, the masked girl questioned, suspicion in her voice. And what if we are? You must know who I am. If that's the case, then you should also know exactly how I deal with Uchiha traitors. Her words trembled with anger. What are you going to do? If you've been captured, you should prepare yourselves for death. The Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes spun open once more. Damn you, woman. The Uchiha are surrounded on all sides. Do you not even care about the fate of our clan anymore? I care only for Madara and Izuna. What happens to the Uchiha means nothing to me. The masked girl's tone was utterly cold, as if the fate of the Uchiha clan was nothing more than a breeze passing by her, leaving not even the slightest ripple in her heart. She cared little for the clan's survival, yet whenever she faced a traitor, it was a cruel reminder of old wounds, memories of pain that refused to fade. To leave such a person alive would be a stain upon the memory of her fallen brothers. For Uchiha Hikari, these traitors were not only betraying their kin, but also the loved ones lost to time. Every ounce of chakra she extracted with her Yasukani Magatama Sharingan burned with a relentless resolve for vengeance, a promise to her brothers. Die. Her voice was a chilling whisper. A strangled cry tore through the silence. In her Mangekyo Sharingan, the swirling pattern deepened, as if darkness itself threatened to swallow all. In the blink of an eye, Hikari had drained every last drop of chakra and life from their bodies. The 4 desiccated corpses, like withered branches forgotten by time, lay devoid of vitality, carrying with them the secret of the Uchiha's ultimate weapon to the grave. Chief, something terrible has happened. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the lingering mist, the Senju clan members discovered the 4 strange bodies. Nearby, a group of bewildered guards stood, their faces blank, memories of the previous night erased as if by magic. An uncanny atmosphere lingered over the scene, as though the darkness had claimed more than just a few lives. The clansmen exchanged uneasy glances, confusion and fear churning in their hearts. The sudden incident was a riddle with no answer, throwing the Senju into deeper unease. But unlike the chaos of a year ago, Hikari's night raid this time was flawless. She left no trace, and no one could link the act back to her. Within just half a day, the deaths of the 4 Uchiha war criminals were explained away as an internal vendetta, a tragic confrontation. Fueled by private grudges, Hashirama and Tobirama, exhausted from the previous day's fierce battle, slept until afternoon. By the time they awoke and heard the news, the matter was already settled. Neither gave it much thought. Perhaps, in their eyes, this was just the radical faction turning on itself, one more internal storm with little bearing on the bigger picture. Under the noonday sun, Hashirama finished washing up and strolled through the courtyard. He noticed Uchiha Hikari sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. A small, gentle slug perched on her shoulder, utilizing its unique abilities to tend her wounds. "Good afternoon, Hikari," Hashirama greeted her. "It's already midday, Hashirama," Hikari replied, opening her eyes with a faint smile. Sorry. I guess I really overdid it yesterday," Hashirama said with an embarrassed laugh, scratching his head. "By the way, your hand." He noticed Hikari deliberately hiding her hand behind her back. Despite her efforts, she couldn't conceal the burn marks on her arm or the bloodshot veins in her eyes, silent witnesses to the toll the night had taken. Seeing this, Hashirama's heart tightened. He remembered that light had sealing jutsu engraved on her arms. Whenever she channeled chakra, both hands would suffer the backlash of a fiery seal. In his single-minded rush to save Itama yesterday, he'd completely forgotten the price Light would pay for using her chakra at full force on their journey. A wave of guilt crashed over Hashirama. He lowered his head and offered a heartfelt apology to Uchiha Light. "Light, I'm so sorry. I forgot that your hand would get injured." His words brimmed with self-reproach, and the concern in his eyes made Uchiha Light feel a pang of guilt herself. After all, most of the burns on her arms weren't from rescuing Itama, as Hashirama assumed, but from unleashing the 8,000 spears and Tsukuyomi the previous night. Of course, she couldn't tell Hashirama that. If anything, she felt she owed him more. She'd kept so much from him, while he treated her with nothing but honesty. The more time she spent with Hashirama, the more she realized he had a habit of taking on the weight of the world, wanting to ease his conscience. Light comforted him. "It's really nothing, Hashirama. These are just minor injuries. Besides, I truly wanted to help save Itama yesterday, too." Hashirama looked up, determination shining in his eyes as he made a promise. "Light, I'll ask the Uzumaki clan for help. We'll find a way to remove the seal on your arms." Light nodded softly, understanding that when Hashirama made a promise, he would do everything in his power to keep it. "Oh, by the way," Hashirama asked curiously, glancing around, "how come Itama isn't clinging to you today?" "He's still sleeping," Light explained, a gentle fondness in her voice. "That kid exhausted every bit of his chakra yesterday. It just shows how fierce the battle was." "In that case, since there's nothing urgent, Light, would you like to come with me to our secret base for a while?" Hashirama suggested, his cheeks tinged with a hint of red. "Sure," Light agreed without hesitation. She didn't overthink it. She simply loved the little river at Hashirama's secret base. Sitting there always brought her a sense of peace. That afternoon, beside the forest falls, clouds veiled the sun, casting a subdued gloom over the usually radiant riverscape. Uchiha Light took in her surroundings with newfound interest. Last time, she'd been too distracted to really look. Now, she strolled along the cliffside, eager to discover even more beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, Hashirama lingered by the riverbank, his expression somber as he sat alone. Though his younger brother Itama had come through unharmed yesterday, Hashirama had, just the day before, lost another brother, Wama, for good. He forced a smile in front of others, but inside, grief gripped him relentlessly. In this moment, more than anything, he needed the quiet to soothe the ache deep within his heart. "Hey, long time no see." Behind Hashirama, Madara Uchiha, dressed in a blue kimono, walked over at a leisurely pace and greeted him. What was your name again?" "Hashirama." "All right, Hashirama. That is your name, isn't it?" Madara let his arms hang at his sides, a sudden look of realization dawning on his face. He really had forgotten Hashirama's name. Hashirama, what's wrong? You look so down today. Did something happen? Why do you ask? I'm perfectly fine. Hashirama, noticing someone approaching, immediately put on a brave front. Who are you trying to fool? Come on, tell me what's going on. It's nothing really. Nothing important. All right, cut the act. Just spit it out already. No, seriously, it's nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. That's enough. Stop being stubborn. I told you, just say it. It's really nothing. Nothing at all. Hashirama turned his head, his face covered in snot and tears. Look at you. Still saying it's nothing? If I tell you to talk, then hurry up and talk, you idiot. Madara couldn't help but snap at him. Despite how comical Hashirama's face looked, Madara held back a laugh and instead asked in a serious tone. What's really going on? Crying like this just isn't you. My younger brother, he's gone. Hashirama wiped his tears with his hand. The reason I came here is because when I look at this river, it feels like all the knots in my heart might be washed away. I see. Madara's expression darkened, old memories surfacing in his mind. Your name's Madara, right? Hashirama turned to look at him. You feel the same way, don't you? Madara fell silent, accepting Hashirama's words with a nod. By the way, Madara, do you have any siblings? There were 5 children in my family, myself included, but that was a long time ago. Madara picked up a stone and glanced at Hashirama. Hashirama turned back, surprised. A long time ago, Madara replied, we're ninja. We never know when we might die. If there's any way to make sure none of us have to die, it would be to meet the enemy with complete honesty, to form bonds as sworn brothers, hiding nothing from each other. But there's no other way. He raised his hand, ready to toss the stone. Still, that's almost an impossible dream. Because people's hearts are unpredictable. No one can truly see into another's soul. The person you think is your friend might already be burning with rage, or worse, a spy, and you'd never know. Is it really impossible for people to be completely honest with each other? Hashirama asked, watching the stone skip across the water. I don't know, but I come here often to ponder that question, hoping to find an answer. Madara spoke with confidence, watching the stone successfully reach the far bank. A faint smile appeared on his face. But you know, today I think I found a hint of a path forward. This time it's not just you, I too have managed to reach the other side. Hearing this, Hashirama looked at Madara with a grave expression and slowly got to his feet. In this moment, he was somewhat taken aback. No one had ever truly understood his thoughts before, and yet this person named Madara standing before him now did. Only now did Hashirama realize that he wasn't the only fool who longed to change this war-torn era. To be honest, more than shock, what he felt was that this young man called Madara was a sign sent from the heavens. Madara noticed Hashirama staring at him intently, and with a mischievous grin, said, You know, even if I couldn't read your mind, I'd still know that I what? Your hairstyle, your clothes, they're hopelessly outdated. Hashirama's face fell, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. The scenery here is beautiful. Even the breeze feels warm and pleasant. Uchiha Hikari exclaimed, spreading her arms wide as she breathed in the fresh mountain air with delight. After exploring the cliffside along the waterfall, she discovered to her joy that there was a vast plain stretching out below the other side of the mountain. Gazing down from above, she couldn't help but feel her spirits lift. She decided she would go back and share this discovery with Hashirama, inviting him to join her and experience this unexpected beauty together. Before long, Uchiha Hikari came skipping back to the riverside. Her eyes flickered, and there was Hashirama, engaged in conversation with someone. As she focused, she almost wondered if she'd fallen into an illusion, for the person talking with Hashirama was none other than her brother, Uchiha Madara, whom she had longed for day and night. A surge of joy and excitement threatened to overflow. She hurried forward without a second thought, flinging herself into Madara's arms and holding him tightly, her voice thick with longing. Brother Madara, I've missed you so much. Huh? Who are you? Hikari's sudden embrace seemed to freeze the air around Madara and Hashirama. Brother? Madara echoed, his tone laced with confusion. Seeing Madara's reaction, Hikari's expression wavered with doubt. In that instant, she understood that the warmth and emotion of this long-awaited reunion existed only in her heart. Madara, for his part, was bewildered by the girl who had suddenly thrown herself at him and was about to gently push her away. But when he caught sight of the tears glimmering at the corner of her eyes, the resistance in his heart melted away. His arms relaxed, and he made no further move to separate them. This scene left Hashirama utterly stunned. He scratched his head in disbelief. Could it be I guessed right all along? I've always thought that, whether it's your clothes, your hair, or even your way of speaking, Hikari, You and Madara share quite a resemblance. Could it be that you're actually family? What nonsense are you spouting, idiot? I don't even know her. Madara, feeling awkward being watched hugging a girl, pushed Hikari away and said, Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I'm not your brother. There are 5 boys in my family, but not a single sister. Brother. So, he still hasn't regained his memories. After being gently pushed away by Madara, Uchiha Hikari snapped back to reality in an instant. She realized that, due to Uchiha Taijima's genjutsu, Madara no longer remembered her. I'm sorry. Uchiha Hikari became aware that her sudden actions would undoubtedly cause her brother confusion and trouble. Her heart was a swirl of emotions. Joy at their reunion mingled with the bitterness of being forgotten. She stood there at a loss for what to do, and could only silently step back, giving Madara some space, trying to mask her inner turmoil with a calm facade. When Hashirama saw the look on Uchiha Hikari's face, he scowled at Madara and called out, Hey, Madara, don't tell me you've lost your memory from a genjutsu? Hikari looks so much like you, even her clothes, and she knew your name right away. Hashirama knew a little of Hikari's past. In his eyes, the brother Hikari had said was taken by the Uchiha clan must be none other than Madara himself. How could that be? I'm an Uchi. Anyway, I'm far stronger than either of you. There's no way I'd fall for a simple genjutsu, Madara retorted. But Hikari called your name the moment she saw you. If you ask me, Madara, you're the one who's lying here. Hashirama shot Madara a glare, his words dripping with disbelief. You bastard, don't slander my good name. Clearly, this girl must have heard of my unmatched reputation somewhere. She must have thought I was so awe-inspiring and overwhelmingly powerful that she just had to rush over and hug me. Yes, that's it. All of this is simply the fault of my exceptional personal charm. Madara stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence, leaving both Hashirama and Uchiha Hikari completely speechless. Hikari, maybe you should explain, Hashirama said, rubbing his forehead, clearly at a loss. All right. Uchiha Hikari looked at Hashirama gratefully, then turned to Madara with a grave expression. Ordinary genjutsu wouldn't affect you, brother, but it's true that you've lost your memories. What nonsense! How could I possibly lose my memories? Madara scoffed. Brother, the one who cast the genjutsu on you isn't just anyone. It was your clan leader, Uchiha Hikari said firmly, her gaze so earnest it brooked no doubt. What did you say? Madara looked at Uchiha Hikari warily, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Utter nonsense. Tell me, why would the clan leader stoop to using genjutsu on me? Faced with Madara's interrogation, Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath and began to tell her story. It was a tale steeped in sorrow, like a heavy painting slowly unfurling between the 3 of them. I was a war orphan. When I was 5, Uncle Ian brought me to the clan. There, I met you, brother, and your younger brothers. Though I was isolated and shunned in the clan, you treated me as your little sister, protected me, and helped me through those difficult times. Later on, Uncle Ian and you not only taught me the art of ninjutsu, allowing my talent as a ninja to blossom at a young age, but more importantly, you showed me how to remain calm and steadfast in the face of adversity. However, those peaceful days did not last long. A year ago, ninjas from another clan took the life of our younger brother. After that, my world seemed to collapse, and both you and I lost the most precious part of our lives. Although Uchiha Hikaru's voice trembled, her gaze was unwavering, as if her determination alone was holding up her beliefs. Upon hearing this, Madara, standing beside her, was visibly moved. The name of Uchiha Ine, the head of intelligence, and the deaths of his 3 younger brothers a year ago, strangely echoed the words of the girl before him. Hikaru, what happened after that? Hashirama, unaware of the connection between these events, asked with deep concern. After that, the clan leader discovered my talent as a ninja. To force me to focus on the battlefield, he made a cruel decision. Using genjutsu, he erased both your and Izuna's memories, and threatened my loved ones' lives, all to make me fight solely for the clan's survival. What? You know about Izuna? And his memories were wiped as well. Madara stared at Hikaru in shock. The doubts he had harbored began to fade as she mentioned Izuna's name. Her words were like a key, suddenly unlocking a long-missing piece of his memory. Yet, regarding Hikaru's unbelievable past, a complicated emotion flickered in his eyes as he shouted, But the clan leader is so powerful. Why would he need a little girl like you to go to war? That's where you're mistaken, Madara. Hikaru is incredibly strong, Hashirama replied solemnly. Her? How strong could she possibly be? Madara scoffed, full of disbelief. In my estimation, Hikaru could handle an assault from at least 3 jonin at once, and her chakra reserves are immense, Hashirama explained. He had formed a rough judgment of Hikaru's strength based on her ability to absorb his own full-powered chakra. With such a high capacity, even basic techniques in her hands could produce extraordinary results. Oh, I didn't expect a girl like you to possess such power. Hearing this, Madara looked at Hikaru seriously for the first time. Say, Hashirama, you've known her for a while, haven't you? Don't you remember? The two people who floated down from upstream 2 days ago, one of them was her. She's been staying at my house, and my younger brothers have taken quite a liking to her, Hashirama replied. So that girl was you? Madara drifted into his memories. Ever since they met, Hikaru had given him a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. That faint, elusive feeling had lingered in his mind from the very beginning, leaving him restless. Before long, Madara turned to Uchiha Hikari and asked, Your name is Hikari, correct? Yes, Hikari replied with a nod. Hikari, although what you said sounded absurd to me, you don't seem to be lying. Maybe I really have lost my memory, just as you claim. Let's do this. Continue with what you were saying earlier. Maybe it will help me recall something. All right, brother, Hikari replied, taking a deep breath before recounting all the tragedies she had endured over the past year. She was careful to conceal the fact that she and Madara were both members of the Uchiha clan, as well as the deeper family feuds and tangled interests that lay beneath the surface. She understood all too well that this was the height of Uchiha Taijima's rule, and that some truths needed the right moment to be revealed, especially when considering the relationship between her brother and Hashirama and the consequences that might follow. For now, she chose to reveal only part of the truth, both to protect Madara and to preserve the fragile balance between them. By the riverside, next to the forest falls, the three of them sat together. Madara and Hashirama listened quietly as Hikari spoke, her words painting a series of somber tableaus, each one heavy with sorrow, unfolding slowly between the two men. That is the whole story, Hikari concluded. I did hide certain details about the shinobi clans, because if everything were to be revealed, brother, you would be in grave danger. Madara listened in silence. As Hikari spoke, her pain and resilience seemed to resonate within him, as if he could feel the weight of sorrow she carried. After a moment, Hashirama broke the silence, a thread of hope in his voice as he watched Madara's face intently. Now that you've heard what Hikari's been through, Madara, do you remember anything about her? Madara's lips curled into a faint, dismissive smile. Not the slightest recollection. His voice then turned scornful. Besides, her story is far too fanciful. I have a long-lost sister. My memories have been wiped. She was threatened because of me, imprisoned, forced onto the battlefield, even branded with a sealing jutsu. Hashirama, listen to her. Can you really believe such a tale? He scoffed. And with my strength, why would I ever need a girl to protect me? Nothing she says holds any water. Brother, every word I've spoken is the truth, Hikari replied, her expression grave and her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. The full truth is known only to me and the clan leader's inner circle. Both you and Izuna are still trapped in a genjutsu, completely in the dark. Madara fell silent, his gaze lingering on Hikari as a flicker of uncertainty passed through his eyes. He didn't understand why. Despite everything, some part of him wanted to believe her impossible story. Seeing the conflict on Madara's face, Hikari's expression grew anxious. Brother, at this point, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. But please, whatever you do not confront the clan's leaders just to test my words. If you do, you and Izuna will only be hurt. When that happens, I promise, you will regret it. Guang's words carried a note of warning, yet they were filled with concern as well. Would this end up hurting Izuna? Uchiha Guang's words were like a key, gently unlocking a door in Madara's heart. Even though he remained skeptical, something inside him began to waver ever so slightly. If all this is true, then what do you intend to do next? Guang gave a faint smile, tinged with a hint of bitterness at the corners of her lips. I want to find the person who saved my life. At the same time, I hope that my brother, Izuna, and Hashirama and his brothers can all stay safe. As for everything else, none of it matters to me anymore. Her wish was simple and pure, yet it brimmed with deep affection. She didn't insist that Madara recover his memories. While that might be good for her, it would be extremely dangerous for Madara's position in the clan. Hearing this, Madara couldn't help but feel a swirl of complicated emotions. If all of this was true, he really owed Guang far too much. Both of them were thinking of each other, and for a moment, the two shared a silent understanding, unsure of what to say next. Oh, honestly, I can't just stand by and watch any longer. Hashirama finally broke the silence, exasperated. Madara, you stubborn guy, having a sister who cares about you this much, what's there to complain about? Even if you really don't remember her, what's stopping you from accepting her as your sister all over again? Hashirama, a bit helpless in the face of these awkward siblings, decided to give things a little push, hoping to help them along. He felt that although Guang was now happily living in his home and spending joyful days with the Taiima and the others, these warm family moments could be even more complete. When Madara didn't react, Hashirama pressed on. Madara cherished this bond with Guang. He patted Madara on the shoulder, his voice earnest and sincere. Having a sister who cares about you so much, that's a blessing, you know. Madara fell silent. He looked at Guang, his gaze a mixture of confusion and delight. Even though he couldn't remember, the sincerity and resolve of the girl before him felt both familiar and comforting. Perhaps, just as Hashirama said, there was no harm in trying to accept such a sister. All right then, since you're so set on calling me your brother, I suppose I can reluctantly accept you as my little sister, Madara muttered, trying to sound nonchalant. Really? That's wonderful. Uchiha Guang's eyes filled with tears of joy. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen such an expression on Madara's face. Now that's more like it, Hashirama said with a goofy grin. And thank you too, Hashirama. If it weren't for your help, my brother would never have believed me, Guang said gratefully. With Hashirama's encouragement, she and her brother had truly grown closer. Is that so? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Hey, you two, I'm not finished talking yet. Don't just start celebrating without me. Madara exclaimed, half exasperated. What's wrong, Madara? Are you still being difficult? Hashirama teased. Enough with the chatter. I'm just giving her a chance, and giving myself a chance, to get to know this girl who claims to be my sister. And as for you, whether you can truly become my sister depends on your own actions. Do you understand? Yes. Hikari nodded as she looked at Madara, her eyes filled with anticipation. She understood that Madara's memories would not return easily, but she was willing to wait, willing to give him time. As long as he was safe, she would be content. In the days that followed, Hashirama would often bring Uchiha Hikari to the riverbank to meet with Madara. He seemed to enjoy playing the peacemaker, hoping that these daily encounters would naturally ease the tension and deepen the bond between Madara and Hikari. Because of this, the atmosphere at Hashirama's secret hideout grew warm and inviting. Hikari's arrival made both Madara and Hashirama grow even fonder of the place. For Hikari herself, it had been a long time since she'd felt the warmth of family. Their thoughts were not always in harmony, but each meeting deepened their understanding of what peace could mean for the shinobi world. As their encounters became more frequent, the three of them would spar and hone their skills together, never revealing their family names to one another. Without realizing it, a week had already passed. The gentle breeze by the river, the soothing murmur of flowing water, the occasional call of a bird, and the sounds of two warriors locked in fierce combat, all became familiar background to their days. Hashirama, your taijutsu and techniques are impressive. To think you can fight me to a standstill. On this particular day, Madara and Hashirama were sparring as usual. After Hashirama seized an opening and landed a heavy punch, Madara had to leap far back to dissipate the force, eventually collapsing onto the ground. No, it's not a draw, because I'm still standing. Idiot, look up. At that moment, a loose stone came tumbling down from above and struck Hashirama squarely on the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Ow, that hurts. So what do you think? Now it's a tie, isn't it? When did you throw that? Madara laughed, Of course, I tossed it up the moment you threw that punch. You always charge straight in without thinking, never noticing your surroundings. Someone as straightforward as you could never defeat me so easily. Big brothers Hashirama, Madara, I found a mountain spring nearby with delicious water. Do you want to try some? It's really sweet. Perched on a large boulder, Uchiha Hikari sat quietly, holding a bamboo flask filled with water in her arms, a gentle smile on her lips as she watched her two brothers spar. Oh, Hikari is always so thoughtful. I'm actually pretty thirsty. Hashirama leapt up to join her on the rock, immediately taking the bamboo flask from Hikari and drinking eagerly. Of course. After all, whose sister do you think I am? Madara walked over as well, and when he looked at Uchiha Hikari, who watched over him with that warm, smiling gaze, a familiar and comforting feeling flickered in his heart. Ugh, I'm so jealous of you siblings. If only my own little brother could be half as gentle as Hikari. Hashirama thought of Tobirama at home, always so stern-faced, and Itama, spoiled by the elders. For a moment, his heart felt a little sour. Speaking of which, we've met quite a few times now, Hashirama. Do you still remember what I said to you last time, about how the shinobi world might achieve peace? Madara put down his bamboo flask and folded his arms as he spoke. I remember, I do. But the problem is, how exactly can we change things? Right now, I still can't see what the future will actually look like, Hashirama replied with a heavy sigh, his face clouded with worry. I think the first thing is to truly believe in that vision, Madara replied. And we have to make ourselves stronger. After all, no matter how much a weakling barks, nobody cares. That's true, Hashirama agreed. Anyway, if we can master all sorts of jutsu and become powerful, at the very least, the adults won't be able to ignore our opinions anymore. So basically, we have to overcome the jutsu we're bad at and fix our weaknesses, Madara said with a laugh, jumping down from a rock. But as for me, I haven't had any so-called weaknesses for a long time now. Oh really? That's impressive. Hashirama shot back with a mischievous grin. Well then, next time you need to go, I'll stand behind you and see if you can still pee. You idiot. Don't say such nonsense in front of someone else's little sister. The next morning, Madara came down to the river to relieve himself, when suddenly he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling someone behind him. I can't believe it actually stopped, Hashirama said, wearing a wicked grin as he watched Madara's back. Damn it, I told you not to stand behind me, Madara snapped. And you said he didn't have any weaknesses. Well, looks like I just found one, Hashirama said, laughing as he covered his mouth. Wanting to toss you into the river, I just peed in, Madara threatened, flustered and angry. Ha ha ha, damn you, take this water release. Ugh, that's disgusting, don't splash that at me. As they spent more time together, Hashirama, Madara, and Hikari grew ever closer. On the days they trained in ninjutsu, Uchiha Hikari didn't join them in practice. Instead, she quietly watched over them from nearby. Now that Madara and Hashirama knew about the seal on Hikari's arm, they strictly forbade her from forming hand signs or gathering chakra, not letting her train alongside them. The following day, Madara, listen, I've thought of an unbelievably awesome jutsu. Let's practice it together. Hashirama showed up again, face full of excitement. What kind of jutsu? Madara rolled his eyes at him, lips curling in skepticism. The ultimate taijutsu, secret art. Super fire release illusionary / giant shuriken. Double combo technique. I can't even picture that. Wait, is this supposed to be a taijutsu or a jinjutsu? No, seriously, that name is ridiculous. Who could even remember it? Well, if you want the details about this technique. Hashirama started explaining, his voice droning on like a monk reciting scripture. Ugh, you're so annoying. Shut up. Today we're having a vertical climbing contest, Madara said impatiently. The rejection left Hashirama hugging his knees, gloom settling over his face once again. Don't get all mopey at the drop of a hat. That's your weakness, isn't it? Madara teased. And your weakness is thinking that's the kind of person I am. Hashirama suddenly shot back with a mischievous grin, lifting his head. I only let you think that was my weakness. And then, before Hashirama could finish, he sprang into action, dashing up the cliff face ahead of Madara. Hey, you bastard. Realizing what happened, Madara quickly gathered chakra at his feet and raced after him. Hashirama's laughter echoed above as he taunted. Too late. I got a head start. Damn it. You were just pretending to be down in the dumps. Madara shouted after him. This time I win. Hashirama was the first to reach the summit, collapsing onto the ground, breathless but triumphant. As if, you only won because you cheated and jumped the gun. Madara grumbled, not hiding his annoyance. Hashirama, brother? What are you two doing up here? Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted over, gentle as a breeze, tinged with surprised delight. The two turned to see Uchiha Hikari sitting atop a massive boulder at the peak. Her long hair was pinned back with a hair clip, framing a face as striking as it was. Youthful. A charming smile played at her lips, the kind only someone their age could wear, and both Hashirama and Madara couldn't help but stare, momentarily spellbound. Ahem. Madara recovered first, clearing his throat. We were having a vertical climbing contest. Vertical climbing? Hikari's eyes widened in astonishment. She glanced at the dizzying drop below and swallowed nervously, wondering if the pair had really climbed all the way up from the bottom. By the way, Hikari, what brings you up here? Hashirama asked, curiosity returning to his voice. I forgot to mention last time. This is the place I've been meaning to show you both, Hikari replied with a bright smile. What do you think? Not a bad view, right? Yeah, you can see the whole forest spread out below, Hashirama agreed enthusiastically. And the distant mountains are crystal clear from here, Madara added, brimming with confidence as he glanced at Hashirama. Speaking of which, when it comes to eyesight, I definitely won't lose to you, Hashirama. Want to put it to the test. Why the sudden challenge? Hashirama was a bit surprised. Come to think of it, you've always been especially proud of your eyes. Of course. After all, I've got the Madara started, then abruptly cut himself off. What's wrong? Hashirama asked. Madara hesitated, then shook his head. No, on second thought, my eyes aren't all that special. For a moment, Madara fell silent, as if wrestling with something inside himself. Yet the flicker of confidence in his eyes didn't fade completely. What's gotten into you, Madara? One minute you're bursting with confidence. The next you're uncharacteristically humble. If my eyes were really that amazing, I wouldn't have fallen for Jinjutsu. My brothers wouldn't have met with tragedy, and Hikari wouldn't have had to bear so much pain. When I think about it carefully, it seems I can't protect anything at all. What does that make me? Madara's voice trailed off, and the words the proud young head of the Uchiha clan were swallowed before he could say them aloud. Madara. Hashirama looked at Madara's desolate profile, unable to help recalling his own late younger brother, Waka. Sorry, it seems I've dredged up painful memories for you as well. Madara apologized, his voice low. Madara, I asked you before, but you changed the subject. Hikari has mentioned it too. Your brothers, some of them are gone. Isn't that right? Hashirama asked gently. Yes, I lost 3 brothers. Now I have only 1 left. No, counting Hikari, I have 2. Anyway, no matter what happens from now on, I'll protect them. Madara replied, turning his face aside. His gaze softened as it fell upon Uchiha Hikari behind him, who returned his look with a grateful smile. Speaking of which, Hashirama, what about your brothers? Madara inquired. I have 2 as well, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. Hashirama answered with a grave expression. Looks like we older brothers both have to work even harder, Madara remarked. Yeah, Hashirama agreed. All 3 understood the pain of losing someone precious. In silence, each let their sorrow settle deep within. After a long pause, Hashirama suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of the other 2. Madara, Hikari, thanks to our talk, I finally know how to make my dream a reality, Hashirama announced. Really? Hikari asked. Yes. Hashirama threw his arms wide and called out to the depths of the dense forest, his voice ringing with hope and resolve. I've made up my mind. Right here, we'll build a village of our own. His declaration echoed through the mountains, brimming with anticipation for the future. What kind of village would that be? Hikari asked, curiosity lighting her eyes. With a grin, Hashirama looked at Madara and Hikari and said, I want a village where children don't have to fear being sent to the battlefield. We'll build a school to train them, so they can grow up happy and strong. Everyone will be able to choose missions suited to their abilities and strengths. And there will be a leader who can fairly assign missions by rank, someone strong enough to protect everyone, so that no child ever has to risk their life on the front lines again. Only you could say something like that, Madara said with a smile, the corners of his lips betraying his true feelings. So what do you think of this dream? Hashirama asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. Well, it's not bad, Madara replied nonchalantly, though there was a spark in his eyes. Then it's settled, Hashirama declared, his gaze unwavering. If the village really does come to be, I'll make sure my siblings live at the highest point, overlooking the whole forest, so I can protect them well, Madara said, glancing toward Hikari with a newfound resolve in his voice. To live together with those we cherish in a place like that. I can't imagine anything happier. Uchiha Hikaru approached with admiration in his eyes, patting the 2 on their shoulders as he said, Brother, Hashirama, as long as you support each other, this dream will surely come true. Hikaru, what are you saying? The 2 of us alone aren't enough. You have to join us too. Hashirama turned back and smiled at him. You're right. Hikaru was taken aback for a moment, then nodded happily. At that moment, a flame of determination was kindled in all their hearts, a resolve to endure and strive for their future dreams. As evening fell, Hikaru walked with Hashirama and Madara, the last rays of sunset at their backs, until they reached the river that divided the Senju and Uchiha clans. That river was both a boundary and a bridge connecting them. Standing on opposite banks, Madara and Hashirama each picked up a stone and hurled it across to the other side, catching the stone that had been thrown to them. This time we both made it across, Hashirama said with a smile. Hold on to my stone for me until we meet again, Madara replied. All right, came the enthusiastic response. In a ninja world, a fortnight passed, and the winds of change swept in. An unprecedented upheaval quietly descended upon the Uchiha clan's western defenses. Recently, the alliance between the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans had placed mounting pressure on the Senju. Every clash drained the Senju of strength and resources. At this moment, the Sarutobi clan, a formidable force long lying in wait on the western front, finally bared their fangs. Their assault struck like a fierce storm, tearing through the Uchiha's western lines with shocking speed and ferocity. Caught between enemies on all sides, the Uchiha's once stable front collapsed into chaos and crisis in an instant. This sudden turn of events brought a much-needed reprieve to the Senju clan on the eastern front, like rain falling from a clear sky. The Senju could finally step back from relentless battle, regroup, and restore their strength. Senju Butsuma stood atop a high point, gazing across the distant battlefield. His heart was filled with both vigilance toward his enemies and gratitude for his allies. Though the Sarutobi clan acted for their own interests, their actions had inadvertently handed the Senju a crucial strategic opening. "My clansmen!" Butsuma's voice echoed through the camp. "We've been granted a rare opportunity, but opportunity always walks hand in hand with peril. The Sarutobi's actions have given us time to breathe, but they also test our resolve. We must seize this moment, adjust our strategy, strengthen our defenses, and look for our chance to strike back." Spurred by Butsuma's rallying cry, the Senju ninjas' morale soared. They understood that this brief calm was merely the prelude to a greater battle yet to come. In the days that followed, the Senju clan prepared for battle with unwavering diligence, gathering supplies and appointing envoys to establish contact with the Uzumaki and other great ninja clans, seeking to forge even stronger alliances. Now, the upheaval sparked by the Sarutobi clan had not only shifted the dynamics of the battlefield, but was also quietly shaping the future of the ninja world. For the Senju, this might just be the pivotal moment that would carry them to victory and transformation. As the first light of dawn crept over the eastern horizon, painting the sky with warm hues of orange and red, Uchiha Hikari stood silently in the village, her gaze fixed on that distant glow. Her heart stirred with faint anticipation. In recent days, news of the Senju's victories arrived one after another, like a spring breeze sweeping through the land. At last, the message she had been longing for reached her. Hashirama approached with light steps, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he spoke. "Hikari, I bring good news. The clan council has decided that I will act as our envoy for peace talks with the Uzumaki." A spark of delight flickered in Hikari's eyes. "Does that mean I finally have a chance to set foot in the land of whirlpools?" "That's right," Hashirama nodded. "Father is very pleased, and he hopes you'll join us as an envoy as well." "Me? Am I really allowed to?" Hikari was taken aback. "Of course you are," Hashirama replied with excitement. "You've distinguished yourself in battle, and you've saved Taiima twice. The clan now sees you as his personal mentor. Whenever father talks about you, he can't praise you enough." "I see." Hikari fell into thoughtful silence. This time, with Butsuma sending her and Hashirama together as envoys, it was likely because he'd heard of her good relations with the Uzumaki ninjas. Her presence might increase the chances of a successful alliance. At the same time, it was a recognition of her strength, since any mishap on the journey could have serious consequences. With that thought, Hikari gave a wry smile. The clan leader is certainly thoughtful. "So, shall we get ready to leave?" Hashirama, ever innocent, assumed his father simply approved of Hikari. "All right." By noon, sunlight streamed through the clouds into the courtyard, where Hikari stood ready and waiting. Her long hair was pinned up with a delicate clip, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Her eyes sparkled with longing for the land of whirlpools, though beneath that excitement lay a hint of anxious anticipation, for soon she would meet the one who lingered in her heart. "Hikari, judging by your expression, it seems you can hardly wait to reach the land of whirlpools," Hashirama said, slinging his pack over his shoulder, a look of satisfaction softening his features. "Yes, I've been waiting for this day for a long time," Hikari replied with a soft laugh, stretching languidly, her graceful figure outlined in the gentle light. She patted her cheeks, eyes alight with anticipation. "Let's be off, Hashirama." Hashirama nodded, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Hikari's arm. "Light, that sealing technique has troubled you for so long. This time, I'm determined to make these peace talks a success. I'll persuade them to help you break it." "Thank you, Hashirama." Uchiha Light took a deep breath, a faint smile on her lips. "But my seal is a minor concern now. What we're about to do goes far beyond that. We're striving for a much greater dream, aren't we?" "That's true." Hashirama scratched his head. During those days at the forest waterfall, Uchiha Light had rekindled her deep bond with Madara and found a trustworthy friend in Hashirama. Together, they shared their dreams, and, as time went on, Light felt a growing desire to help Hashirama and Madara achieve their ambitions. Madara had always longed for peace, a vision that resonated perfectly with Hashirama's own ideals. Yet under Taiima Uchiha's tyrannical rule, Madara's wish to reform the Uchiha clan seemed utterly impossible. To transform their clan at its roots, they realized they had to topple the old regime and build a new system of governance. Only then could the dream of peace have a chance of coming true. Almost without noticing, the goal of overthrowing the current Uchiha leadership became a shared mission for all three of them. Yet, the first and most daunting challenge on this path was negotiating with the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki were legendary across the shinobi world, their names standing alongside the Senju and Uchiha. Their mastery of sealing jutsu made them a force not to be underestimated. Forming an alliance with them would be a powerful move in the Senju's grand strategy. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Uchiha Light narrowed her eyes, gazing into the distance as she contemplated the diplomatic chess match that awaited them. Let's go. At her and Hashiroma's command, the Senju delegation set off on their journey. They trekked through dense forests, crossed winding streams, encountering all manner of shinobi along the way. Finally, as the golden dusk of the seventh day settled over the land, they reached the border of the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools lay to the east of the Land of Fire, resting on the southern shore, a mist-shrouded coastal realm. Its remote, untouched wilderness gave rise to countless legends, painting it as a land of mystery, a retreat for sages, even earning it the name, the Village of Longevity. At the heart of this land stood Uzushio, the hidden Edi village, the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, a sacred place steeped in history and blessed with unyielding bloodlines. The Uzumaki shinobi, famed for their incredible vitality, chakra recovery, and unrivaled sealing techniques, had become legends in their own right. Uchiha Light gazed past the border, eyes fixed on the faint silhouette of Uzushio in the distance. It looks like we've arrived. So this is the hidden Edi village. I never imagined it would look like this. Hashirama murmured in awe, his eyes brimming with wonder. Before them, Uzushio appeared as a secret haven, ringed by swirling, torrential waters, a natural barrier that rendered it nearly unapproachable. Young master, these whirlpools were not born by chance. A companion ninja skilled in barrier techniques offered a reminder. I'm afraid it's a sophisticated barrier or sealing jutsu at work here. Without the proper method, it will be difficult for us to find a way into the village. Hearing this, Hashirama gave a wry smile. This is troubling. I'm not exactly an expert in breaking seals. Let me take a look, Uchiha Hikari said, raising a hand to shield her eyes as she discreetly activated her Sharingan. With the keen insight of her dojitsu, she immediately noticed something unusual. In her vision, ancient sealing runes covered the outskirts of the village, and it seemed the tide itself was being harnessed, creating a ceaseless whirlpool. The fierce currents alone could tear intruders apart. A direct assault would be unwise, Hikari mused, furrowing her brows with a hint of concern. So, Hikari, what do you suggest we do now? Hashirama asked, turning to her for guidance. Quietly deactivating her Sharingan, Hikari turned to Hashirama and proposed, let's set up camp somewhere visible. That way, we might catch the villagers' attention and see if they're willing to come out and talk. Hashirama pondered for a moment. Given the circumstances, there was no better plan, so he gave the order to carry out Hikari's suggestion. The next morning, outside Uzushio village, the Senju group had camped overnight in a wide open area. As dawn broke, Hikari and Hashirama made their way to the shore guarded by the Uzumaki clan's barrier, ninjutsu. Hashirama, waiting around like this won't get us anywhere. If nothing else works, why not use your wood style to build a bridge across? Hikari suggested, gazing out over the water. Well, Hashirama looked uneasy. That would work, but wouldn't it risk offending the Uzumaki clan? Then let's wait a bit longer. If we really have no other choice, we can try that. Hikari smiled reassuringly. All right, Hashirama agreed. Hikari and Hashirama returned to the camp, joining the others on the shoreline. One after another, they kept their eyes trained on the ever-churning whirlpool ahead, ready to report any changes at a moment's notice. For now, it seemed only the willingness of Uzushio village to communicate could calm the turbulent waters. All they could do was wait in silence. Lord Hashirama, Lady Hikari looked, just as impatience was beginning to set in after a long morning's wait. One of the patrolling ninja suddenly called out. The whirlpool on the sea's surface had begun to slow, as if held in check by an invisible force. Then, a door powered by the movement of the sea itself gradually opened, revealing a path leading straight into Uzushio village. Hashirama and Hikari exchanged a glance, eyes bright with surprise and anticipation. It seems the Uzumaki clan is ready for a discussion, said Hashirama. Yes, indeed. A deep, resonant blast echoed from within the entrance to Uzushio village, a dignified and solemn sound, like a conch shell horn announcing an important occasion. The group's attention was immediately drawn to the now open gate, their eyes fixed upon the path that awaited them. After a short while, a group of people emerged from the doorway, led by a young woman at the front. Her attire and graceful movements seemed almost poetic, a living painting brought to life. Her long, crimson hair blazed like fire, while her white kimono accentuated her noble bearing and purity. The appearance of the red-haired girl became a striking sight, so much so that Hashirama, watching from nearby, unconsciously held his breath. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Mito, Princess of Uzushio Village, and the envoy for this exchange. She introduced herself, her voice as clear and pure as a mountain spring. As she drew closer, curiosity and wisdom sparkled in her eyes. Are you the envoys from the distant Senju clan? Yes, that's right, Hashirama replied, stepping forward and offering a respectful bow. I am Senja Hashirama, and this is Hikari. We represent the Senju clan. We come not only to seek a peaceful alliance with the Uzumaki, but also to join forces against the Uchiha. To fight against the Uchiha? Mito echoed. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari added. The land of fire has suffered endlessly from war. The people are weary and destitute. The Uchiha are aggressive, sowing conflict wherever they go. This time, we hope to discuss how we might deal with the Uchiha together and bring this war to an end. I see. Mito nodded lightly, her gaze pausing for a moment on the seal etched into Hikari's arm, evidently intrigued by the technique. Then, with solemn grace, she said, It is an honor for Uzushio to befriend the noble Senju. On behalf of the village, I welcome you both. The honor is ours as well, Hashirama replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. We sincerely hope to join hands with the Uzumaki to safeguard peace. Peace. Mito's gaze shifted between the two, as if weighing their words and intentions. Finally, she parted her lips and said, Then let us first settle into the village and discuss things at our leisure. Very well. With light, effortless steps, Mito led Hashirama, Hikari, and their entourage through the ancient streets of Uzushio village. The architecture bore some resemblance to that of the Senju, but the main motifs were drawn from marine life. Whether storefronts or residences, many were adorned with carvings of ancient sea creatures. First of all, I officially welcome you to Uzushio village. Mito's voice rang out ahead, clear and melodious as a mountain stream. Our ancestors were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the original guardians of this land. They became renowned for their sealing techniques, protecting our home from outside threats. Descendants of the Sage? Is that really true? Hikari murmured in surprise. After all, the legends of the Sage of Six Paths stretched back over a millennium. It's true. Our clan seldom engages in diplomacy, so we've managed to preserve a great deal of historical records. We know quite a bit about what happened in ancient times, Mito Uzumaki said gently. But if the Uzumaki clan are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, then our Senju clan, as distant relatives, must also be descended from a sage, right? Hashirama asked with curiosity. Mito nodded slightly. That's right. Not just the Senju. Many families in fact trace their roots back to the shinobi order founded by the Sage of Six Paths. But centuries of resentment and feuds have torn the shinobi order apart, and in the end, it splintered into the various shinobi clans we see today. I see, Hikari Uchiha said, her eyes brimming with newfound respect. As they spoke, the group strolled past the bustling marketplace. Passing by a stall filled with scrolls, Hikari caught a glimpse of the intricate runes inscribed upon them. She reached out and brushed her fingers over the surface, sensing the markings with her chakra. To her amazement, she realized she could perceive all sorts of objects sealed within the scrolls. These storage scrolls are incredibly convenient. Mito, do you think I could learn how to use them? That way, I could store fresh ingredients inside, Hikari said excitedly. Wouldn't the food get spoiled if you kept it inside a scroll? Hashirama asked, his face full of doubt. It wouldn't spoil, Mito replied with a gentle smile. The space inside a scroll is completely still. Time doesn't flow there at all. Storing lifeless objects is perfectly safe, but living things are another story. Why can't you seal living things? Hikari pressed. The principle behind sealing techniques is closely tied to the language carried by natural energy. Every type of energy corresponds to a specific rune. After centuries of study, our Uzumaki clan has translated the language of natural energy into grammar. By deconstructing and combining these elements, we're able to write techniques that communicate with nature itself. That's the foundation of Uzumaki sealing arts. But when it comes to sealing living beings, inside a scroll, there simply isn't any corresponding grammar, no way to communicate that concept to nature. It's fundamentally impossible, Mito explained. So, sealing a living being inside a scroll goes against the laws of nature, Hikari murmured in awe. No wonder. The Uzumaki sealing arts are truly remarkable, Hashirama exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. If the Uzumaki and Senju clans were to join forces, I believe the war could end in no time. At Hashirama's enthusiastic words, Mito suddenly stopped and turned to face them. Lord Hashirama, Lady Hikari, there's something I must tell you in advance regarding an alliance, she said softly. Sensing the gravity of her tone, Both Hikari and Hashirama grew serious. "Mito, please go ahead," Hikari said. Mito nodded, her expression serene. "Though the Uzumaki clan has long kept to itself, we understand that true peace and prosperity require the concerted efforts of all peoples. We already know why you've come, but if you wish to earn the recognition of our clan, according to the rules of the Uzumaki, you must first pass a test." "A test?" "That's right," Uzumaki Mito replied. "Because of our clan's formidable sealing techniques and extraordinary healing abilities, we have long attracted the covetous gaze of countless ambitious outsiders. As a result, Uzukigekure has often found itself caught in the storms of war. Through each fierce struggle, we have paid a heavy price, and so our clan has chosen to remain secluded from the outside world. Therefore, if you truly wish to forge a strategic alliance with us, both of you must go to the True Falls on Giant Turtle Island and complete the test. Only if you succeed can we officially begin our cooperation." "I see." Hashirama and Hikaru Uchiha exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. It seemed that forming an alliance would not be so simple after all. "What should we do? Let's return and discuss this with everyone first." "All right." After returning to the inn, Hikaru Uchiha and Hashirama decided to give everyone leave to rest as they pleased. The two of them would accompany Uzumaki Mito to Giant Turtle Island to undergo the test. By the time Hikaru had made all the necessary preparations, it was already afternoon. "Lord Hashirama, Miss Hikaru, please follow me," Mito said, leading them past the borders of Uzukigekure. As they ventured deeper, the scenery around them gradually changed until, at last, a vast ocean stretched out before their eyes. Out on the water was an island, or rather, more accurately, a colossal moving landmass slowly drawing near. "That is Giant Turtle Island," Mito said with a hint of pride in her voice. "The entire island is actually the shell of an ancient turtle." Amazing, Hikaru and Hashirama breathed, utterly captivated by the sight. The island was covered with towering spikes that reached up to pierce the clouds, taller than the highest mountains. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the spikes stretched long and thin, like natural ramparts guarding the land. "These spikes," Hikaru marveled. "How did they come to be?" Mito smiled gently. "Legend has it, in ancient times the giant turtle grew them to defend itself. Now, they have become the natural barrier that protects Uzukigekure. It's truly spectacular." "It is," Hashirama agreed. As the island drew nearer, Hikaru caught sight of a dense forest atop the turtle's back. "The paths through the island's forest are complex," Mito cautioned as the turtle approached the shore. "Please stay close to me." Hikaru and Hashirama nodded, following Mito into the deep woods. The three of them pressed onward through the dense forest of Giant Turtle Island, and the deeper they went, the stranger and more uncanny their surroundings became. A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the trees. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the forest. The sound carried the majesty and power of a wild beast, making Hikaru Uchiha involuntarily stop in her tracks, a trace of nervousness welling up in her heart. "Sister Mito, what was that sound just now?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "That's the cry of the island's beasts," Uzumaki Mito explained. "Their calls are so loud because their bodies are enormous. In a moment, you both might want to brace yourselves, so you're not startled." Before Mito's words had even faded, Hikaru Uchiha and Hashirama saw a colossal beast slowly emerge from behind the trees. It was a stag, its body several times larger than any ordinary animal, its antlers branching out like an intricate network of twigs, and with each step, the earth seemed to tremble beneath its weight. Next, they spotted a massive gorilla, moving with surprising grace for its size, as well as giant squirrels leaping nimbly from treetop to treetop, their forms agile and swift. Seeing this, Hikaru instinctively shrank back behind Hashirama, her eyes wide with both awe and a hint of fear. Hashirama, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "These creatures are unbelievably huge. I wonder if I can catch one and make it my summoning beast." "I'm afraid that won't work," Mito replied, shaking her head. "Although these creatures have grown so large from years of absorbing natural energy here, they aren't like the sentient beings of the sacred lands. Unless you possess powerful ocular abilities to control them, they don't understand the concept of a contract." "That's a shame," Hashirama said, sounding a little disappointed. Hikaru remained cautiously tucked behind Hashirama, carefully observing the giant beasts. Despite her fear, she knew she had to persevere and help Hashirama complete the Uzumaki clan's trial for the sake of her dreams. Hashirama glanced sideways at Hikaru, his expression tinged with concern. "Lady Mito, those gigantic creatures won't attack us without reason, will they? As long as we don't provoke them, They usually avoid humans, Mito replied softly. You hear that? We'll be fine, Hikaru, Hashirama said with an encouraging smile. Okay, Hikaru replied quietly. Hikaru, Mito said with a gentle smile. Every being in the natural world has its own reason for existing. Respecting them is also a way of bettering ourselves. When you encounter enormous creatures in the future, there's no need to be frightened just because of their appearance. Sometimes, beneath that mighty exterior is a gentle heart, simply hidden by their size. I understand, Sister Mito, Hikaru replied, feeling comforted by her words. Indeed, these creatures were huge, but there was none of that menacing gleam in their eyes. Each one looked as docile as a herbivore. She realized her earlier fear came from an unconscious reluctance to respect these beings, instead of truly observing them with an open heart. Now that she had taken a closer look, she found them rather endearing. The three of them did not linger at the wondrous sights along the way, but pressed on toward the Falls of Truth. As they traveled, both Hikaru, Uchiha, and Hashirama found themselves thinking that, given the chance, they too would like to befriend a gigantic summoning beast one day. With the two of them offering reassurance, Hikaru's initial fear of those creatures gradually faded. Now, their presence seemed to her nothing more than a precious display of the island's rich diversity of life. After some time, Mito Uzumaki, who was leading the way, suddenly halted, her expression growing serious. Ahead lies a waterfall known as the Falls of Truth. That is our destination. Mito's sister, what exactly is the Falls of Truth? Hikaru asked. In ancient times, it was a place where the Sage of Six Paths once trained, Mito replied. Again, the Sage of Six Paths? Hikaru and Hashirama exchanged a glance. After all, such legendary figures felt almost impossibly distant from their own lives. Lord Hashirama, Lady Hikaru, there's actually another reason why the Uzumaki clan insists on this trial, Mito said. Another reason? Hashirama asked. That's right, Mito answered softly. Those who successfully pass the trial at the Falls of Truth are granted a special ability. If they link their chakra with another, they can sense the other person's true feelings. Is that really true? Hashirama asked excitedly. It is, Mito confirmed with a nod. Hikaru felt a flicker of longing in her heart. So, people can really understand each other without secrets. It seems the two of you could benefit greatly from this power, Mito said with a gentle laugh. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths created Ninshu so that people could understand one another. Through chakra, to foster true peace. Yet for some reason, people chose the path of conflict and the pursuit of power. Of all the shinobi clans, I fear only the Uzumaki still remember his teachings. So that's how it is, Hikaru murmured in awe. That's wonderful. If I had that power, I'd never have to struggle to understand Madara again, Hashirama exclaimed. And Hikaru, if you gain this ability, once your chakra connects with Madara's, you'll truly be able to see eye to eye. Yes, Hikaru nodded happily. She had once considered using Genjutsu to help Madara recover his old memories, but such a method would mean forcibly imposing her own thoughts onto him. Not only was Madara far too wary to allow it, even if she managed to do so, he would never fully trust the reality shown to him by Genjutsu. After all, just as Uchiha Taiima had refused to believe her Genjutsu testimony a year ago, illusions can never be truly verified. It's all too easy to fabricate or manipulate someone with them. So, if one gains the ability to truly understand each other through the Falls of Truth, then Madara would be able to see the true thoughts in Uchiha Hikaru's heart. Hikaru, we absolutely have to pass this test. Before long, the three of them made their way along a winding path and arrived before the waterfall. The falls cascaded from the heavens, its waters crystal clear, as though capable of washing away all the dust of the world. This is the Falls of Truth, Uzumaki Mito explained. Can you see the small island in the center of the lake beneath the waterfall? Yes. All you need to do is sit in the center of that island. The waterfall before you will reflect your innermost thoughts and emotions. Lady Mito, so what is the content of the test? The test is to defeat your true self that appears within the Falls of Truth. But rather than me explaining it, you'll understand best if you just try it yourselves. Uchiha Hikaru and Hashirama exchanged glances. Let me go first, Hashirama, Hikaru spoke up. No, I should be the one to. Hashirama, this is about the peace talks between the Senju and the Uzumaki. We can't afford to fail. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, at least I'll have some information for you. Don't forget why we're here. Hikaru patted Hashirama's shoulder. All right, Hashirama knew this was no trivial matter, and Hikaru's suggestion made sense. With a soft exhale, Hikaru leapt and landed, sitting cross-legged at the center of the small island. As Uchiha Hikaru closed her eyes, her consciousness gradually sank into the world of the Falls of Truth. Soon after, a chorus of resentful voices began to echo in Hikaru's mind. Why didn't you avenge Uchiha Taiima? Why didn't you take revenge on the Senju clan? Have you forgotten the deaths of your brothers? Have you forgotten those days, marked with seals, treated as a slave? The Sarutobi and Senju clans' victories in the West, weren't they all thanks to your help? They think their victories came from their own efforts. Isn't that disgusting? From the waterfall before Hikaru, a figure stepped out, identical to her in every way. In those pitch-black eyes, a pair of blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan glared at her with a twisted fury. Who are you? Hikaru asked. Why do you look exactly like me? Isn't it obvious? I am you. The other Hikaru, her gaze icy and filled with murderous intent, sneered. I am your very self, the real you deep in your heart, the hatred you hold dearest. Ha! This Falls of Truth is quite the place. I never thought I'd have the chance to emerge into the light. But rather than the name Boruto told you, I much prefer the old one. You can call me Uchiha Nameless. Uchiha Nameless, is it? Uchiha Hikaru said calmly. So, as long as I defeat you, I can help Brother Madara regain his memories. Defeat me? Ha! What a joke! Uchiha Nameless sneered. Someone like you? Impossible. Do you know? Compared to a fool like you, I am the one who can truly unlock the deeper powers, hidden within the Mangekyo Sharingan. The deeper the hatred, the greater the power. Without me, you'd be nothing but a helpless little girl, slaughtered 1,000 times over by now. Cackling with manic derision, Uchiha Nameless' face twisted into something monstrous, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Don't look down on me. Seeing the killing intent in her enemy's eyes, Uchiha Hikaru activated her Sharingan as well. But she only released the 3-tomo form. In this mental world, where she fought against herself, neither Yasukani no Magatama nor the Stone of Light would help her. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan would only waste her strength, so the 3-tomo Sharingan was the more practical choice for this battle. So you do have a bit of wit, Uchiha Nameless said with a cold smile, eyes fixed on Hikaru. But it won't help you against me. Prepare yourself, Amaterasu. In the next instant, blood tears streamed down Uchiha Nameless' cheeks, and from the center of her gaze, black flames suddenly erupted in the distance. Amaterasu, Uchiha Hikaru was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, her 3-tomo Sharingan caught the surge of chakra gathering in Nameless' eyes, and she dodged away in a flash. She frowned in confusion. The Amaterasu implanted in me was used up long ago. How can you still use it? With your hands sealed, it's impossible for you to develop the Mangekyo SI techniques. But I, who have always existed in the spiritual realm, can. Admit it. You're still nothing but a failure. A fool who let herself be marked with seals. You even have Kagutsuchi? Even though Hikaru had narrowly evaded the Amaterasu, the black flames twisted into serpentine shapes and lunged at her, swift and inescapable. Instinctively, Hikaru glanced at her hands and suddenly realized in this spiritual world the seal of the binding fire was gone from her arms. Without the risk of being burned, she could unleash her ninjutsu freely here. Fire style, Hikaru's hands blurred through a series of seals, unleashing the Uchiha clan leader's secret technique. Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a wall of fire surged forth, many times more powerful than Amaterasu, roaring toward Uchiha Nameless like a tidal wave. With Hashirama's chakra now supporting her, Hikaru's fire style was on a whole new level. But even so, as the seconds passed, her mighty flames could not overcome the inextinguishable black fire of Amaterasu. In mere moments, the Great Fire Annihilation was devoured and consumed by the relentless black flames. Fortunately, thanks to the significant delay he managed to create, Uchiha Hikaru had bought herself enough time to escape from the range of Amaterasu's attack. So you barely dodged using fire release. In the distance, Uchiha Nameless watched Uchiha Hikaru, who stood unharmed. The murderous intent in his eyes had not faded in the slightest. Hikaru, equally cautious, kept a wary gaze fixed on the ferocious Uchiha Nameless before her. Her Sharingan, with its 3-tomo, focused intently on her opponent, afraid to miss even the slightest opening. Outside the spiritual world of the Falls of Truth, Hashirama's face was etched with worry, his eyes never leaving Uchiha Hikaru. Lady Mito, do you know how Hikaru is doing right now? Hashirama asked anxiously. Miss Hikaru is currently inside the spiritual world, locked in a confrontation with her inner self. Uzumaki Mito replied in a low, steady tone. Isn't there anything we can do to help her? There was a hint of helplessness in Hashirama's voice. No. The trial of the Falls of Truth must be overcome by the challenger alone. That is its meaning, Mito explained, her voice resolute. Damn it, Hashirama muttered in frustration. He could only pray in silence as he watched Hikaru, eyes closed, immersed in the spiritual world. His anxiety weighed heavily on his heart, almost too much to bear. Huff, huff. Within the world of the Falls of Truth, as the clash of fire techniques subsided, Uchiha Nameless did not immediately resume his assault with Amaterasu. Sensing this change, Hikaru's eyes lit up. In a flash, she grasped the connection between this waterfall and the evil reflection of herself. So that's it. The truth of my other self in the Falls of Truth is that it provides my inner darkness with the same amount of chakra as my own body. No wonder you're not using Amaterasu anymore. What are you babbling about? A flicker of unease flashed in Nameless' eyes. Hikaru gave a light, knowing laugh. You must realize that, in the spiritual world, you can't absorb chakra with the 8,000 spears technique. My great fire annihilation isn't easy on chakra, either. But its cost is far less than Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi, the Mangekyo techniques. If you attack again and I counter with my fire, we'll end up in a battle of attrition. Sooner or later, you'll lose. Hikaru never doubted her ability to read a battle, especially when her opponent was losing their composure. Even so, I will never lose to you, because you have yet to witness the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nameless words rang with conviction, though a savage smile twisted his face. Let me show you. The third ability, awakened only by fully mastering the Mangekyo in both eyes, Susanoo. Susanoo. Hikaru was taken aback for a moment. The name sounded utterly foreign to her. She had never even heard of such a power. Doubt crept into her heart. Would her three-tomo Sharingan be able to withstand it? At the call of Uchiha Nameless, a furious wind suddenly swept across the land, as if an invisible force was tearing the world apart. Gradually, the upper body of a colossal red giant emerged, its presence like that of a god from ancient battlefields. The giant was clad in massive, heavy armor, and in its hand it wielded a sword so immense it seemed capable of cleaving mountains in two. Uchiha Hikaru's pupils contracted sharply, her three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly in an attempt to pierce through the nature of this overwhelming power. Yet, the appearance of Susanoo was like an insurmountable chasm, and for the first time, a crack appeared in her confidence. This thing is like a demon formed from murderous intent and condensed hatred. To stabilize such a violent chakra. What a terrifying ocular jutsu, Hikaru thought with a quiet sigh. Without hesitation, she unleashed a ball of fire from her mouth toward the red giant. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. It's useless. Susanoo is the ultimate defense. Your petty ninjutsu doesn't stand a chance. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Nameless bared a savage grin, making no effort to dodge Hikaru's blazing attack. So this is the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? How fascinating. Hikaru mused inwardly. Facing this unprecedented foe, a surge of excitement and the thrill of challenge ignited within her, making her Sharingan shine even more brilliantly. It seems I need to put some distance between us, she whispered to herself. Confronted with such an overwhelming ocular technique, she had no intention of facing it head-on. After all, a jutsu of this caliber could not be used without cost. For Nameless to maintain the giant's form, he would surely have to burn through an enormous amount of ocular power. Don't even think about running. Nameless' voice echoed with madness from afar. With a body that massive, how could you possibly keep up? Hikaru allowed herself a faint, confident smile. Chakra gathered at her feet, and her three-tomo Sharingan tracked every movement of the red giant's enormous blade as she dodged Susanoo's relentless assaults at full speed. Damn it, she's darting around like a flea. Nameless growled in frustration, manipulating Susanoo to hack at Hikaru again and again. But Hikaru pushed her three-tomo Sharingan's predictive and perceptive abilities to their limits, weaving through danger with the grace of a dancer on the edge of a blade. Each maneuver forced Nameless to expend more and more of his ocular power. After about 10 minutes, cracks began to show in Nameless' control over the giant form. At last, after a particularly fierce exchange, Susanoo's mighty figure could no longer be maintained. It crumbled into a mere skeletal frame, barely managing to shield Nameless. Its former aura of dominance utterly vanished. It seems you can no longer sustain Susanoo's form, Hikaru said with a faint, knowing smile, her breath slightly ragged and her eyes glittering with contemplation. 10 minutes. So this is my absolute limit for unleashing Susanoo at full power. In this spiritual realm, Uchiha Nameless and Uchiha Hikari are in essence the same person. That means whatever Uchiha Nameless can do, Uchiha Hikari can also accomplish. It's just that, due to external circumstances, Uchiha Hikari hasn't been able to freely channel her chakra to train her ocular jutsu. So, in this realm of the mind, Uchiha Hikari has been fighting in the same state she was a year ago, before the seal was branded upon her. She firmly believes that if she could break the seal of the cursed fire, she too would be able to master the Susanoo. Shut up. At this moment, Uchiha Nameless' gaze was drained of power, crimson tears streaming from her eyes as she roared in fury. Have you forgotten the suffering we endured together? How can you still find it in yourself to smile? That boy, Boruto Uzumaki, didn't he abandon you too? So why do you persistently chase after someone who has already left you behind? Haven't you always carried a bottomless hatred for those who betrayed and abandoned you? Uchiha Hikari listened in silence to nameless accusations and grievances, her heart swirling with tangled emotions. She understood nameless pain all too well. They were born from the same root, sharing the same soul. Yet ever since she met Boruto, the darkness in her heart no longer felt so impenetrable. A ray of light had pierced into her soul. She was striving toward that light, moving forward despite the daunting, arduous road ahead. But her resolve had never wavered. Nameless, I have never forgotten the pain we've suffered, Uchiha Hikari said as she fixed her gaze on Nameless, her voice carrying a resolve she had never shown before. But within that pain, I've glimpsed hope, a chance for change. She extended her hand, reaching toward Nameless. You're blinded by hatred. Even deep within darkness, you should still be able to see the faintest glimmer of light. And what's the point of seeing such a light? It's utterly meaningless. Uchiha Nameless shook off Hikari's hand and shouted, voice raw with anguish. You're just deceived by Boruto's empty words. He's no different from Uchiha Taiima and the rest. They wormed their way into our hearts, only to cast us aside whenever they pleased. Just remember how it felt to be abandoned. The ugly faces of our kin we spent every day with, the pain and the bitterness. Only I, who am also you, can truly understand your suffering. Don't trust Boruto. He's just another who left you behind. Perhaps you're right. A shadow fell across Uchiha Hikari's face. This sudden change caught Uchiha Nameless off guard. Sometimes putting your trust in someone does end in disappointment. Uchiha Hikaru fell silent for a moment. Then, lifting her head, she looked directly at Nameless and said, but before I completely give up on this world, there's one person I still want to believe in. Who do you want to believe in? In the end, you'll just be betrayed again, Nameless sneered. The person I'm talking about is myself. I want to try believing in myself first. With those words, Uchiha Hikaru stepped forward and embraced Uchiha Nameless. If I can't even believe in myself, how could I possibly live up to what Boruto said about walking toward the sun? How would I ever deserve to believe in that brighter version of myself? On hearing this, Uchiha Nameless' strength melted away. She slumped in Hikaru's arms, her voice trembling. Why? Even though it hurts so much, why do you still? Hikaru raised a gentle hand, holding Nameless close, and spoke softly. It was Boruto who made me realize it. Whatever you want to do, you have to start by believing in yourself unconditionally. Never let yourself doubt. Be proud of who you are. So, I suppose, right now, you must think I'm in the way. Nameless lifted her head and demanded, what do I mean to you in your heart? Have you forgotten? Hikaru smiled. Didn't you say it yourself, right at the start? It's because you're here that I've been able to survive in this chaotic world. You're my savior, too. If you're still going to feel pain, then all you have to do is become me. It's not difficult because you are me. All this time I've let you bear so much pain for me, and I'm truly sorry. It's enough now. You don't have to suffer anymore. Leave the rest to me. Hikaru's words were like a warm ray of sunlight, piercing through the darkness in Nameless' heart, gently melting away the shadow she carried inside. So I can become like you, and the pain will finally end? If you are me, as you appear here at the Falls of Truth, then deep down, you already know my answer, don't you? Hikaru's voice was steady and sure. To trust in the path Boruto pointed out, a faint smile flickered across Nameless' lips. Her figure began to dissolve, scattering into fragments that faded completely from sight. Outside the Falls of Truth, Hikaru's meditative form slowly rose to her feet. Turning, she offered Hashirama a smile unlike any he'd seen before. Pure, confident, radiant. Looks like you did it, Hashirama said, relief and joy in his voice. It was the first time he'd ever seen Hikaru so happy, and his worries finally melted away. Yes. Hikaru nodded, her smile undimmed. So that means, Hikaru, you can now connect your chakra with others and truly understand them. Hashirama asked, excitement sparking in his tone. I'm not sure yet, Hikaru admitted, scratching her head a little sheepishly. I haven't actually tried it. In that case, why don't we ask Lady Mito to help you with the test? It would be a good opportunity to prove that at least one of us can pass it, Hashirama suggested. Hikaru Uchiha glanced at Mito Uzumaki upon hearing this. Mito gave a slight nod and said, "This is my duty. Even if you hadn't suggested it, according to the traditions of the Uzumaki clan, you would still have to test this ability with me first." "All right, but do we have to do it right now?" Hikaru hesitated, a bit shy. If the power of the Falls of Truth was real, then what she was about to do would be akin to revealing all her secrets in front of an outsider. "We can begin whenever you're ready, Lady Hikaru," Mito replied, her composure unwavering. She maintained her dignified demeanor, showing none of the playful spirit one might expect from a girl her age. Hashirama. Hikaru turned to Hashirama and said, "Would you mind going first and doing the test at the Falls of Truth?" "Huh? What?" Hashirama was puzzled. "It's just, some little secrets between girls. I'd feel uncomfortable if you were here watching." Hikaru quickly made up an excuse to send Hashirama away. There were things she didn't want him to know, and she worried that once Mito learned her secrets, she might inadvertently reveal something that shouldn't be said. Well, all right, Hashirama was still at a loss, feeling that Hikaru seemed like a different person after entering the Falls of Truth. The air of forced maturity she displayed before seemed to have vanished. Listening to Hikaru's request, Hashirama quietly sat cross-legged in the heart of the lake, preparing to undergo the test of the Falls of Truth. Once Hashirama closed his eyes to focus inward, Hikaru breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Mito. "Lady Mito, how exactly do we connect our chakra together for this? What's the most natural way for you to channel chakra?" Mito asked. "I guess it's forming a hand seal with one hand, then throwing a punch or casting a jutsu," Hikaru replied, demonstrating as she spoke. "Then all we need to do is touch fists and channel our chakra at the same time," Mito said with a gentle smile. "That's simple." "Yes, it's really that simple," Mito nodded. Hikaru hesitated, her steps uncertain, her heart a swirling mix of emotions. The ability to see into the depths of another soul was a double-edged blade. Once used, nothing would remain hidden between them. If she truly shared a connection with Mito Uzumaki, then the secrets of the Uchiha clan, and those she held deep within, would be laid bare. Fear crept into Hikaru's heart. If Mito revealed those secrets to Hashirama, he would be hurt by what had been kept from him. She couldn't bear to see him wounded because of her. Yet, if she didn't break the seals on her hands, if she didn't find Boruto, if she didn't strive together with Hashirama to build their dream of a peaceful world and a village, then those hopes would remain as distant as the stars on the horizon, forever out of reach. "Lord Mito, my situation is a bit complicated. I wonder if you'd be willing to keep some secrets for me. There are things that, if Hashirama were to know, might plunge him into despair. Everyone has their own secrets. Rest assured, I would never reveal someone else's secret lightly," Mito Uzumaki replied. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at Mito's solemn expression and made up her mind. "In that case, Lady Mito, let us begin." "Very well." Mito's voice was as calm and steady as a placid lake. Uchiha Hikaru raised her arm, enduring a searing pain that felt as though it could scorch her very soul, and gently touched her fist to Mito's. The instant their chakras met, it was as if a new gateway to another world slowly opened before them. In a heartbeat, their chakras intertwined, and the story of Hikaru's life unfurled in Mito's heart like an ancient scroll. Heavens! Just how much have you endured? No one could say how much time had passed. At last, a ripple of emotion flickered across Mito's usually serene face. Her eyes grew moist as she gazed upon the shattered remnants of Hikaru's inner world, struggling to imagine how she had survived it all. From becoming a war orphan, to being adopted, only to lose 3 younger brothers, from finally gaining her elder brother's approval, to being abandoned, used, and tormented by her entire clan, forced to live a life less than human, from receiving guidance. From Boruto Uzumaki, to bearing the sting of loneliness when she was cast aside, Mito had always carried herself with the composure of still waters. Yet, confronted with Hikaru's wounded past, even her tranquil gaze was touched by empathy and sorrow. Hikaru's journey was so full of hardship and pain that a deep, inexpressible ache welled up in Mito's heart. After some time, Mito slowly withdrew her fist, lingering in silence, unable to find words. Hikaru, too, found herself speechless. For the understanding between them now ran both ways. Hikaru had also glimpsed Mito's inner world. "Lady Mito's life has hardly been smooth either. I've already let go of my own burdens, but yours." This young woman, with her dignified bearing and calm demeanor, concealed hardships that few could imagine. The countless hours of diligent study and training, The weight of clan leader Ashina Uzumaki's expectations and the heavy destiny that she would one day have to shoulder, all of it, Hikaru now saw and understood. Let the past remain in the past. We each have our own path to walk, don't we? Mito offered Hikaru the most heartfelt comfort, her smile gentle and sincere. You're right. But, since you now know my story, Lady Mito, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Hikaru said softly. It's about the sealing technique on your arm, and Lord Boruto Uzumaki, isn't it? Uzumaki Mito understood completely. Yes, she replied. Uchiha Hikari nodded in response. Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. Lifting the evil sealing fire mark is not difficult. But as for Boruto Uzumaki, what about Boruto? Please tell me. Uchiha Hikari asked anxiously. I'm sorry, Lady Hikari, Mito said with an apologetic expression, but among the Uzumaki clan, there is no blonde-haired boy named Boruto Uzumaki. No Boruto? How could that be? Hikari covered her mouth, her strength leaving her as she slumped to the ground, her heart once again overwhelmed by despair. She had gone to such great lengths, traveled so far, yet still couldn't find the one she sought. Hikari knew all too well. If even the Uzumaki clan held no trace of Boruto, then her reunion with him would be a distant, almost impossible hope. Boruto was the beacon of her soul, and now it felt as if that guiding light had crumbled beyond the horizon. In that moment, Hikari's inner world suffered a devastating blow and collapsed entirely. Lady Hikari, it's far too early to give in to despair. Things have not yet reached that point, Mito gently consoled her. While our main branch has no such boy, that doesn't mean he couldn't be found among other scattered branches of the clan. But in this vast world, where am I supposed to begin searching? Hikari's voice was tinged with exhaustion and sorrow. If you're truly desperate to find Boruto, I may have a way, Mito said, her tone measured and calm. You have a way? Hikari sprang to her feet, her eyes fixed intently on Mito's face. Mito nodded softly. Tell me, Lady Hikari, have you heard of the 3 legendary sanctuaries? The 3 sanctuaries? Hikari blinked in surprise, a vision of Lady Katsu surfacing in her mind. I only know of the Shikatsu Forest, where Lady Katsuyu resides. As for the other 2, they're Mount Mayaboku, the Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave, Mito explained solemnly. Of these, Mount Mayaboku is home to the Great Toad. Sage, a being from ancient times, who could divine the heavens and the earth, who knows the past and present, and even glimpses the future. So if I go to Mount Mayaboku and find the Great Toad Sage, I can learn where Boruto is. Exactly. Then, Lady Mito, where is Mount Mayaboku, that legendary place? I'm afraid I know very little about Mount Mayaboku's exact location, Mito admitted, her expression clouding. After our ancestor, the Sage of 6 Paths, lost contact with the Great Toad Sage, we only learned that Mount Mayaboku lies near the Sea of the Moon, somewhere in the northern part of the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost. If I remember correctly, that's the frigid country north of the Land of Fire. Hikari sighed softly, confusion flickering in her eyes. But aren't toads supposed to live in warm, damp, southern lands? Once, the Sea of the Moon was a vast stretch of land, Mito began to explain. After the Sage of 6 Paths created the moon, the land became an inland sea. As the sea level dropped, the oil minerals hidden within the rock layers emerged, creating an ideal habitat for the toads. The reason Mount Mayaboku is so difficult to find is that many seekers are misled by the toad's habits and mistakenly believe the mountain lies to the south, spending their entire lives fruitlessly searching for its true location, Uzumaki Mito explained. I see, Uchiha Hikaru said, realization dawning on his face. Just as Hikaru was inquiring further about Mount Mayaboku, Hashirama's voice suddenly called out. Leiji Mito, Hikaru, Lord Hashirama, you finished the trials so quickly. I'm not really sure myself, Hashirama replied, sounding a bit embarrassed. I suppose I passed. How is that possible? Hashirama had completed the Waterfall of Truth trial with astonishing speed, prompting even Uzumaki Mito to regard him with surprise. She had never seen anyone come to terms with the deepest part of themselves so swiftly, and she began to suspect that Hashirama might be lying. Hashirama, how did you do it? How was your battle with yourself over so quickly? Uchiha Hikaru asked curiously. Well, Hashirama scratched his head, looking a little sheepish. I didn't encounter anyone at all inside. What? Both Hikaru and Mito were taken aback. Mito asked in disbelief. That's impossible. Everyone harbors shadows in their heart they'd rather keep hidden. The Waterfall of Truth trial is always unfailingly accurate. But I truly didn't encounter anything, Hashirama replied, scratching his head and giving a simple, honest smile. Hikaru recalled Hashirama's many deeds, and, for a moment, thought that this simple-minded friend of his just might be telling the truth. Lady Mito, Hikaru said quietly, the two of us have shared our hearts before, so you know what kind of person Hashirama is to me. Maybe what he says is true. This, for a moment, Uzumaki Mito was at a loss for words. She had never faced such a situation before. Lady Mito, Hashirama interjected anxiously. If I didn't encounter anything inside, does that mean I can't have that heart-linking ability? That's simple. We can find out right now, Mito replied, extending her fist toward Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, all you need to do is channel your chakra and bump fists with me. All right. As their fists met, Mito's mind seemed to leaf through the story of Hashirama's life. In her gaze, there was a warmth and respect she had never shown before, for Hashirama was not only the purest soul she had ever met, but also the most genuine. Within Hashirama's heart, there burned a radiant warmth. His dreams were grand, and he possessed a steadfast will to make them reality. This young man had never built high walls within himself. In his life, there were no hidden shadows, only light and openness. His soul was like a crystal-clear waterfall, pure and transparent, untouched by the need for any trial or purification, for he had long since made peace with himself and lived as his truest self. For the first time, Mito Uzumaki encountered someone like this. For the first time, she met someone who shared her dream, someone who truly hoped to lead the ninja world toward genuine peace. Lord Hashirama, you're truly a rare soul in this world. Perhaps you really can guide the world of shinobi toward peace. Mito's usually calm eyes revealed, for the first time, a glimmer of admiration. But I wasn't able to see into Lady Mito's heart, Hashirama said quietly, lowering his fist in disappointment. Clearly, Hashirama had not glimpsed the true heart reflected by the waterfall of truth, and so had not yet gained the power of mutual understanding. Seeing the shadow pass over Hashirama's face, Mito gently parted her lips. If you don't mind, Lord Hashirama, I am willing to be the bridge that helps you connect with the hearts of others. Huh? What do you mean? Hashirama asked, puzzled. You blockhead. Hikaru Uchiha interjected. Lady Mito is saying she's willing to stay by your side and use her gift on your behalf. So, Lady Mito has agreed to form an alliance with the Senju clan? Joy lit up Hashirama's face. Before you even began this conversation with us, the Uzumaki clan had already decided to move forward with our cooperation. Once you both pass the test, Mito replied calmly. That's wonderful. Hashirama and Hikaru exchanged a look, grinning from ear to ear. That afternoon, Hashirama and Hikaru returned to Uzushio village, bringing the joyous news of the alliance to everyone. The Senju delegation quickly sent word back to their clan. In the days that followed, both sides engaged in in-depth discussions about the details of their collaboration. The Uzumaki clan generously promised to share their extensive knowledge of sealing techniques and to send their best sensory ninjas and sealing experts to join the Senju in their battles against the Uchiha. In return, the Senju clan vowed that, wherever and whenever needed, their shinobi would offer the Uzumaki clan unconditional protection. But none of these agreements caused as much excitement as the upcoming union between the young Senju clan leader, Hashirama Senju, and the Uzumaki clan's princess, Mito Uzumaki. Mito, princess of the Uzumaki clan, had shown an extraordinary talent for sealing techniques since childhood. Not only did she possess a rare ability to sense the hearts of others, but rumor had it she could even perceive the malice hidden deep within people, a gift surpassing ordinary sensory skills. When news arrived that the Uzumaki wished to form a marriage alliance with the Senju, Butsumu Senju, the clan leader, could barely contain his delight, agreeing to the proposal without a moment's hesitation. Time flowed swiftly by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Today was the day Hashirama and Mito would be wed, right here in Uzushio village, although they were not yet of legal age to marry, because Mito Uzumaki was to marry into the Senju clan far away and would no longer set foot on the land of her own people. The Uzumaki clan leader, Ashina, held this wedding for his most beloved daughter as both a marriage and a farewell ceremony. Clan members gathered in joyful celebration, their blessings and laughter weaving together, bringing warmth and solemnity to this special occasion. At the wedding, Hashirama appeared somewhat at a loss, his awkwardness a far cry from his usual image as the young clan leader, drawing rounds of good-natured laughter from the guests. He still hadn't quite recovered from how readily Butsumu Senju had agreed to the alliance by marriage. After all, his dreams were yet unfulfilled, and now he was being hurried into matrimony, leaving him with a sense of resistance in his heart. So, on the eve of the wedding, he sought out Hikaru Uchiha and confessed his feelings for her. only to be gently refused with an apology. The rejection was only natural. Her heart had long been claimed by another, a place where Hashirama simply did not belong. Now, faced with the warmth of the Uzumaki clan, and especially Mito's sincere affection, Hashirama suddenly understood. This was the path he must take to realize his dreams. He gazed at the fiery-haired girl beside him, quietly deciding to cherish this unconditional trust and support with all his heart. Lord Hashirama. Mito Uzumaki could read his heart. Her smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, her eyes shining with hope for the future and boundless trust in him. How quickly time passes, without realizing it. Even Hashirama has found the person who matters most to him, someone mused. During the ceremony, Hikaru Uchiha sat quietly by the window, her hands propping up her cheeks, watching them with wistful envy. Unbidden, memories of Boruto surfaced in her mind. If Boruto had not vanished back then, would their future have been as blissful as Mito and Hashirama's? In the days following the wedding that united their two clans, Hikaru Uchiha and Hashirama Senju fully immersed themselves in the life of the Uzumaki. Beyond their daily lessons in sealing techniques, they had the good fortune to visit the Uzumaki clan's library, where the vast collection of texts on sealing arts opened their eyes to new possibilities. This time, Hikaru managed to unravel the evil fire seal on her own. The next day, guided by Mito, they visited the clan's training grounds. There, they witnessed the diligence and talent of young shinobi, and the spirited approach to training filled Hashirama with dreams of the ninja academy he hoped to build one day. Hashirama, the clan leader has sent word. We're to return home tomorrow, Hikaru said softly, holding a summary from the communications unit on the third morning. Are we really leaving already? A trace of reluctance flickered in Hashirama's eyes. He truly cherished the harmonious atmosphere of Uzushio village. Everything there made him feel calm and warmly at peace. Yes, we are. Uchiha Hikari gently patted Hashirama's shoulder, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. But don't forget our mission. We have to transform the land of fire, making it as peaceful and happy as Uzushio. Hashirama looked up, his gaze meeting Hikari's. In that instant, a blazing fire ignited in both their hearts. They knew their journey had only just begun, and a long road still stretched before them. You're right, Hashirama said, giving his cheeks a brisk pat to perk himself up. Strength and determination returned to his eyes, as vibrant as ever. I'll go let Sister Mito know. With that, Uchiha Hikari turned and left, her figure as light and swift as the wind. On the fourth morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Mito Uzumaki, accompanied by several attendants and the Senju delegation, set out on the journey. Back to the Senju clan's territory. She looked out over the lush landscape of the land of fire, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation she'd never felt before. Come to think of it, this is actually my first time leaving Uzushio village, Mito murmured softly, as if speaking to herself, yet it sounded almost like she was sharing her joy with Hikari. Sister Mito, do you like the scenery of the land of fire? Hikari's voice was gentle and warm. Since learning the art of sealing from Mito, the two had grown even closer. I do very much. Mito's gaze swept lovingly across the landscape, as if she wished to etch every detail into her memory. Just wait until you see the Senju lands. You'll be even more amazed. The vegetation there is so abundant, it could rival even giant Turtle Island. Hikari's words brimmed with pride and anticipation. Really? Then I have to see it for myself, Mito replied, her tone bright with curiosity. Both Hikari and Mito could sense each other's feelings through their chakra, feeling Mito's unease and the loneliness that sometimes crept. And when arriving at a new place, Hikari could understand all too well. She searched for a light-hearted topic, hoping to lift Mito's spirits. Oh, by the way, Hashirama's gotten himself into all sorts of embarrassing situations before. Would you like to hear about them, Sister Mito? A mischievous glint flashed in Hikari's eyes, hoping to add some fun to their journey. I'd love to hear, Mito replied with a gentle nod, curiosity twinkling in her eyes. Hey, Hikari, at least let me keep a little dignity. Hashirama pretended to protest, but laughter danced in his eyes. All right, I won't tell. Hikari's eyes sparkled with mischief as she grinned, but maybe I'll share a few stories about Hashirama's two little brothers instead. And so, time slipped quietly by, filled with laughter and cheerful conversation between Hikari and Mito, their friendship deepening with every step. As the Senju territory finally came into view, they were greeted by the most heartfelt smiles of their clansmen and the warmest of feasts, a show of utmost sincerity and respect. At this moment, Mito Uzumaki, the daughter-in-law, was also meeting Hashirama's father, Butsume Senju, for the very first time. After a round of polite greetings, both Hashirama and Hikaru Uchiha noticed that the girlish innocence usually hidden within Mito had quietly faded away, replaced by the poise and grace she displayed as a princess of her clan, showing mastery in the art of diplomacy. Over the next few days, Mito's wisdom and deftness left many of the elders in awe. Some even felt humbled by her presence. Not only did she establish herself firmly among the Senju clan through her own strength, but her remarkable insight and vast knowledge also earned her the admiration and respect of many young shinobi, including Tobirama. Her reputation soared, becoming the envy of many. At night, moonlight spilled into Hashirama's residence. Sister Mito's abilities are truly admirable. Witnessing Mito's outstanding performance, Hikaru Uchiha voiced her sincere praise and admiration. Yes, sometimes her brilliance makes me feel as though I might not be worthy of her, Hashirama replied softly, his gaze gentle as he looked at Mito, who had fallen asleep beside the desk. He carefully draped a warm cloak over her shoulders. Hashirama, there's something I want to tell you. Hikaru's expression grew serious, as if she was about to reveal something important. You're leaving, aren't you? Hashirama spoke slowly. In truth, he had already sensed the hint of parting in Hikaru's heart, but he had never brought it up himself. Yes. Hikaru lowered her head with a tinge of guilt. Even though I want to stay by your side and help you realize your dream, now you have the exceptionally talented Sister Mito with you. Tobirama's strategies are becoming ever more refined, and your own strength is formidable. It seems you no longer need someone like me, someone whose presence hardly matters. Hikaru, to me, you are anything but insignificant. Hashirama fixed his gaze on her, his words firm and resolute. Everyone has their own unique worth. In my heart, you have always been irreplaceable. You were the first to believe in my dream, the first to have unwavering faith in me. I will wait for you. On the journey to build a village of peace, I need your help. Hashirama, thank you. Hashirama's voice, filled with deep emotion and conviction, sent a wave of warmth through Hikaru's heart. To think, if I hadn't met you by chance back then, I might have vanished forever under the attacks from the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans. Your arrival gave me hope, gave me the chance to pursue my dreams. Hikaru's words brimmed with gratitude toward Hashirama. Then, at least tell me where you're going. Please. There was an inexpressible sorrow and longing in Hashirama's voice. As for where I'm headed, Sister Mito knows. After I leave, just ask her and she'll tell you. Uchiha Hikari closed her eyes, as if bidding farewell to this land. As the moonlight was quietly veiled by drifting clouds, the room suddenly dimmed, and a faint sense of melancholy filled the air. Hikari's figure, like a shadow melting into the night, slipped silently into the darkness, leaving behind only a faint trace of chakra in the air, a silent testament to her presence. Her departure weighed heavily on Hashirama's heart. He understood that everyone had their own mission and dreams, and what he must do was respect Hikari's pursuit of hers. The next day dawned. Hikari's absence was like a sudden winter gust, cold and unexpected, leaving everyone unprepared. The one who struggled the most to let go was undoubtedly Taiima, still just a child. To him, Hikari was not only his savior and the sister who doted on him most, but also the mentor who taught him how to survive in this harsh world. His tears fell like a broken string of pearls, silently speaking of the pain in his heart. Mito and Hashirama, though they understood what had happened with Hikari and felt a stir of emotion within, did not experience the same turmoil as Taiima. It was Tobirama, usually as composed as still water, who for once revealed a rare sense of loss. In Tobirama's heart, Hikari had long become an irreplaceable confidant. Though Sister Mito had taught him much about politics, it was Hikari's unique insights into strategy and combat that always left him deeply inspired. That day, weighed down by Hikari's leaving, Hashirama once again fled the clamor of his clan, seeking solace by the familiar stream near the forest falls. So it's true. Hikari has left. Madara's voice, tinged with disappointment, drifted over as he sat beside Hashirama. The two gazed in silence at the flowing river, though storms churned within their hearts. She didn't come to see you? Hashirama finally broke the silence, for he'd thought Hikari, having gained new abilities, would seek Madara out to restore his memories. She didn't, Madara replied, a hint of sadness in his tone. Maybe, as she said, only by staying away can she truly protect Izuna and me. That fool, Madara muttered, frustration and worry lacing his words. She never needed to bear everything alone. We could help her too. Speaking of which, do you feel anything different about being under a Jinjutsu now? It's faint, but I have noticed gaps in my memory. If I fill those blind spots with what Hikari told me, It almost forms a complete story. So, the head of your clan really did place you under Jinjutsu? Perhaps, Madara answered, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He no longer knew whether to trust his father or the sister he'd just recognized. As dusk settled, Hashirama, on his way back to the settlement, unexpectedly encountered Tobirama. What's wrong, Tobirama? Hashirama asked with concern, sensing from Tobirama's grave expression that something serious was at hand. Big brother, I have something to tell you. Tobirama's voice was grave, and it made Hashirama tense instinctively. He knew that Tobirama would never wear such an expression lightly. There must be something important and difficult lurking behind those words. The two of them walked back to their clan grounds with heavy steps, heading straight for the room of their clan leader, Senju Butsuma. The door slid open quietly, revealing Butsuma's solemn face as he sat behind his desk, his gaze deep and penetrating. Hashirama. Butsuma's tone was weighty. You've been meeting with a certain boy by the river quite often, haven't you? How do you know about this? Hashirama's heart skipped a beat. It was father's order. I was told to keep an eye on you. Tobirama's voice cut through the silence, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Tobirama? That's impossible. Hashirama turned to his younger brother, his eyes filled with disbelief. When it comes to sensory skills, I far surpass you. There's no way you could have sensed my presence. Tobirama replied calmly, his tone edged with quiet confidence that brooked no argument. The clan has been thrown into chaos lately, preparing for battle. For you to be leaving so frequently at a time like this, there must be a reason. Butsuma's voice rumbled low. I investigated the boy you've been meeting. He's from the Uchiha clan. What? Hashirama's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes swirling with shock and confusion. He's killed several of our clan's most skilled ninja. By all accounts, he's a prodigy, born with exceptional ninja talents. So, it really is, as I feared, Hashirama murmured, memories of his time with Madara flickering through his mind. Those eyes, so brimming with confidence, now seemed layered with new meaning. From the look on your face, you don't seem surprised. Don't tell me you two already know each other's family names? Butsuma's gaze was piercing, as though it could see straight through to the soul. No, we don't. At least, I don't think he knows either, Hashirama tried to explain, but his voice faltered with uncertainty. Hashirama, you must understand what this means. A flash of cold intent flickered in Butsuma's eyes, his words carrying the unyielding weight of authority. The Senju and the Uchiha are sworn enemies. I have not told the clan about this yet, but if word gets out, you will be branded a traitor. If you don't want to be seen as a spy, then the next time you meet that boy, you must follow him and bring back information on the Uchiha clan. That is your mission. And if he discovers you, then you must kill him. Hashirama felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes lost focus, and the crushing weight of his father's command threatened to suffocate him. Father, Hashirama's words caught in his throat, torn by inner conflict and pain. Hashirama, this is a mission you must complete. Butsuma's voice was ironclad, as unyielding as the laws of the clan. Hashirama's gaze was empty. His father's order pressed down on his heart like an immense boulder, leaving him struggling to breathe. Madara, the friend with whom he had spent countless hours sharing dreams and hopes, turned out to be a ninja of the Uchiha clan. If Madara was from the Uchiha, then surely Hikari was as well. The thought sent a jolt through Hashirama, and he hurriedly denied it, saying, Please wait, father, are you certain he's really from the Uchiha clan? Yes, Hashirama. Butsuma Senju's tone was unwavering. If you reveal that you're a member of the Senju, he'll only pretend to be careless to steal information. You must never trust him. No, he would never do such a thing. Hashirama tried to argue, but his words sounded feeble, even to his own ears. It was his kin who killed your brother. Can you trust someone like that? Butsuma's furious outburst was like a sharp blade, piercing right through Hashirama's heart. No one knows what that boy is after. If you're deceived, you could put the entire Senju clan in grave danger. How could things turn out like this? Hashirama muttered to himself, a pain beyond words welling up inside him. To be safe, Tobirama and I will go with you. Do you understand? Butsuma's voice was cold as steel, waiting for Hashirama's reply. Understand, Hashirama answered, his words heavy with sorrow and resignation. Night fell. Hashirama wandered back to Mito Uzumaki's room in a daze, the revelation that both Madara and Hikari were members of the Uchiha clan echoing like thunder in his mind. Never in his life had he felt so lost or helpless. It was as if the world had drained of all color. He no longer knew whom to trust, nor what choice to make. Hashirama, Mito looked up from her paperwork. Seeing him enter in such a state of despair, her eyes filled with concern. What's wrong? Mito, Hashirama raised his head, gazing into his wife's eyes. His voice was grave. You've known all along that Hikari is from the Uchiha clan, haven't you? Mito's expression shifted ever so slightly. She drew a slow, deep breath before answering. Yes, Hashirama. But you must understand, our relationship with Hikari is not one of enmity. There were things she couldn't say for her own reasons, just as we have our own position to consider. But most importantly, I trust her, just as I trust you. And things are not as you imagine. Hikari has her own reasons, reasons beyond her control. There was a heaviness in Mito's voice. Reasons beyond her control? Hashirama looked up, confusion flickering in his eyes. Yes. Mito let out a quiet sigh, her gaze clouded with emotion. Since you know her true identity now, there's no need for any more secrets. I'll tell you everything about Hikari. Mito drew a long, steadying breath, as if gathering her thoughts. Then, she began to recount everything she knew from the depths of Uchiha Hikari's heart to Hashirama. Tragic story of Hikari's family, the pain and betrayal she had suffered, as well as the salvation she found in the dreams that were rekindled within her. That fool! Hashirama's eyes reddened as he finished listening, tears slipping down his cheeks. She's gone through so much pain. Why didn't she tell me? We're important companions. Would it really hurt to let me share some of her burdens? Hikari is a very considerate child. She never wants others to worry about her. In that way, she's just like your late grandmother. Mito Uzumaki walked up to Hashirama gently, pulling him into an embrace, her voice filled with tender warmth. Now that you know everything, Hashirama, after hearing Hikari's story, do you still feel you were betrayed? Hashirama fell silent for a moment. Then, with unwavering resolve, he set his gaze on the distant horizon and spoke with firm conviction. Even before she left, Hikari was still supporting my dream. I choose to believe in her. I won't let myself sink into despair again. Mito looked fondly at Hashirama, who had found his strength once more, and warmth blossomed in her heart. Under the night sky, Hashirama stepped outside. The moonlight bathed him in a lonely glow. He took from his pocket a small stone that Madara had tossed to him days before, running his fingers gently over its smooth surface, as if he could sense Madara's emotions through it. If I can trust Hikari, then Madara, I'll choose to trust you too, Hashirama murmured, his words carried away by the night breeze. He looked up at the stars above, determination shining steadfastly in his eyes. With the first light of dawn, the familiar river by the forest waterfall flowed quietly. As always, Hashirama and Madara stood on opposite banks, facing each other. You're here early. Madara's voice held a hint of nervousness. In that case, let's start with a game of skipping stones, shall we? All right, Hashirama replied with a nod. Both boys pulled stones from their pockets and hurled them across the water. The stones danced over the surface and were caught steadily by the other's hand. Glancing down, the two discovered at the same time that the stones bore carved words, a silent warning. Hashirama, sorry. I can't play with you today. I just remembered I have something to do. Madara put away the stone and turned to leave. I see. In that case, I was planning to head home today, too. Hashirama waved in farewell, and the two parted in tacit understanding. The words carved into the stones were like secret codes, bearing urgent messages. Run. It's a trap. Get away. No sooner had the warnings registered than a surge of powerful chakra erupted beneath their feet. In a flash, the boys vanished, using the body flicker technique to escape at lightning speed. So, they're trying to run? From the shadows, Butsuma Senju frowned, quickly sizing up the situation. Hashirama, that boy, he's leaked our plans. Tobarama, move in. Yes, father. Tobarama responded immediately, springing into action. In the blink of an eye, for Ninja now stood in the middle of the river, and a tense atmosphere spread among them. It seems we had the very same idea. Butsuma Senju, Taiima Uchiha sneered, one hand resting on his sword hilt, facing Butsuma and his son who had rushed out. And look, Tobarama's here as well, said Izuna Uchiha, standing by Taijima's side, his eyes fixed on Tobarama with a gleam of fighting spirit. On the battlefield, they had crossed paths many times, and a deep-seated hostility had long since taken root between them. It would seem so, Taijima Uchiha. Butsuma replied with a cold laugh. Oh, so Izuna's joined us too? Tobarama shot back, a flash of determination in his eyes. This is bad. On the riverbank, Hashirama glanced back at the tense standoff, his heart sinking. He hadn't expected the Uchiha clan to mirror their intentions so precisely. The situation was now almost perfectly symmetrical. Butsuma Senju and Taijima Uchiha, the two clan leaders, were equals in strength. After several clashes, both sides understood this well. Ninja training taught that, no matter the circumstances, one's heart must never waver. A single moment of hesitation could decide life or death. As leaders, both men knew all too well. If their child were harmed, The resulting turmoil in their hearts would be impossible to suppress. In this battle, whoever struck first and killed the other's child would claim victory. Their gazes met, Butsuma and Taiima, two currents colliding invisibly in the air, stirring up a silent storm. At that very instant, two shuriken flew like arrows from drawn bows, cold and deadly, each aimed for Tobirama and Izuna. Death was a breath away. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, two urgent shouts echoed from both banks. Stop! Madara and Hashirama, like twin bolts of lightning, hurled stones that whistled through the air, striking the shuriken with astonishing speed and precision, knocking them aside and dispelling the immediate threat. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes turned in unison to Hashirama and Madara. In that instant, the suffocating tension was shattered by their intervention, and the standoff shifted 3 against 3. Hashirama's gaze met Madara's, confusion and helplessness mingling with a lingering trace of friendship. Hashirama, Madara answered, his eyes equally conflicted, brimming with pain over the present and nostalgia for the past. I will never forgive anyone who tries to harm my little brother. I feel the same, Hashirama replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute. So, it seems all those foolish dreams we talked about, that beautiful future, in the end, perhaps we'll never reach it. Madara's expression dimmed. Madara, though it was brief, I was truly happy, Hashirama, Madara said softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. The situation is 3 against 3 now. So what do you think? Can we win, Madara? Uchiha Taiima asked, his voice carrying a deep trust in Madara. No, Hashirama is stronger than I am. If we face them head-on, we'll lose, Madara replied, his analysis clear and his understanding of Hashirama's strength precise. A kid even stronger than my brother? Uchiha Izuna was utterly astonished. Ever since he could remember, Madara's power had been unrivaled in his eyes. The thought of a boy surpassing Madara was simply unimaginable to him. Is that so? To think such strength exists. In that case, we should retreat, Uchiha Taiima murmured after a moment's thought, making the decision to withdraw. He knew well that such a gap in strength meant that victory was all but impossible. Farewell, then. Madara turned away, slowly retreating with the Uchiha clan. Madara, you haven't really given up, have you? We finally shared the same thoughts and dreams. Hashirama called after him, a note of pleading in his voice. He couldn't bear to accept what was happening. You're a Senju. If only we could have different hopes, Madara replied, his words tinged with resignation. My brother was killed by the Senju. And your brother, he died at the hands of the Uchiha. So, there's no reason for us to be honest with each other anymore. From now on, we meet only as enemies on the battlefield, Senju Hashirama. As soon as he finished speaking, Madara's eyes glowed a deep blood red, the pattern of his Sharingan shifting from 2 tomo to 3, a symbol of his awakened power. Father, look, my brother's eyes, Izuna exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. We may not have gotten information on the Senju, but we've gained something even better, Taiima chuckled, his eyes bright with hope for what was to come. The 3 tomo Sharingan. Has he just awakened it? Senju Butsuma's voice was filled with shock and contemplation. In that instant, Hashirama realized what the awakening of the 3 tomo Sharingan truly meant. Madara was erasing his friend from his heart completely. He was burying everything from the past, including their friendship, deep inside, leaving only hatred for his enemy. On the river's surface, the tense standoff between the 6 of them gradually faded, replaced by a heavy sense of resignation and sorrow. From that day forward, the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha continued without end. Hashirama and Madara became true enemies. They stood at the furthest points from each other's dreams. Every clash between them tore at the bonds of their former friendship, every wound a final farewell to the past. The warmth and hopes they once held were devoured by the merciless reality, leaving behind only endless fighting and hatred. Yet even so, in a quiet corner of Hashirama's heart, memories of Madara remained, a longing for that pure and untainted friendship they once shared. He understood that Madara's transformation was forced by fate, driven relentlessly by hatred. Unaware of the earth-shaking upheavals shaking the ninja world, Uchiha Hikari's heart was wholly absorbed in her journey to find the legendary land of Mount Myaboku. For half a month, she braved countless perils and finally arrived at the northern border of the Land of Fire, in the Land of Frost, a country shrouded in snow and steeped in mystery. With guidance from Uzumaki Mido and a warning from Lady Katsu, Uchiha Hikari had formed a rough idea of Mount Myaboku's location. She surmised that it was hidden somewhere along the coastline where the Land of Frost met the Land of Waterfalls. She lingered in the land of frost for several days, but found not the slightest trace of Mount Myaboku. However, near the Sea of the Moon, she stumbled upon relics of an ancient civilization and vast, abandoned villages. In these villages, totems and runes whispered of histories long forgotten. Uchiha Hikari's keen perception told her that this had once been a sanctuary for Byakugan worshippers, their fates. Intricately entwined with the Hyuga clan, what struck her as especially strange was their funerary custom, laying their dead to rest inside their homes, watched over by intricate puppets. At first, Uchiha Hikari mistook these puppets for living people, attempting to communicate, only to be met with a storm of shuriken, barely escaping with her life. Sigh. How could the toads possibly dwell in such a strange place? She murmured gently to herself. Carefully, she dismantled one of the puppets to study it, then resolved to leave the land of frost and continue her search. Her next destination, the land of waterfalls. After another half-month of arduous travel, she finally set foot on waterfall soil. In stark contrast to the icy chill of the land of frost, the land of waterfalls was a realm of abundant mountains and eternal spring. Its pleasant climate radiating a gentle serenity untouched by strife. Uchiha Hikari felt a surge of joy. This was just what she imagined Mount Myaboku's surroundings would be, an ideal place for the toads to thrive. Here, the people lived in a state of almost primordial innocence, coexisting harmoniously with every birdsong and every breeze from the natural world. Their days flowed slowly and peacefully, like a canvas unspoiled by worldly dust. Ancient wooden houses nestled along the mountainside, scattered in picturesque order, with wisps of smoke curling softly into the sky, filling the air with the warmth of home and the scent of hearth and life. The villagers followed the old rhythms of sunrise and sunset, working the fields and reaping the harvest, breathing as one with the land. When night descended upon the land of waterfalls, the stars shone clear as crystal. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a flowing band of silver, so breathtaking it stilled the heart. Gathered around the fire, the villagers shared the fruits of their year-long labor, telling age-old legends passed down through generations. Music and laughter drifted on the night breeze, and in this simplicity and harmony, Uchiha Hikari felt a peace and beauty she had never known before. As she basked in this tranquility, a little girl, brimming with curiosity and excitement, ran up to her. "Beautiful sister, would you like to join our water festival today?" The girl's voice was as clear and pure as a mountain spring. Water festival? For a brief moment, Uchiha Hikari was taken aback, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Yes, the girl nodded eagerly. Here, in the land of waterfalls, every year at this time, we hold the water festival to thank the gods for their protection over the past year. The gods? Uchiha Hikari caught the key word immediately. Who do you mean by the gods? Why, the water god, of course. Every year, when drought threatens our village, the water god of Thorn Mountain miraculously brings us rain and solves all our problems. The water god, Hikari repeated softly. She had never heard of such a deity before. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the stillness, as though the sky itself was tearing open. "Sister, listen, that's the voice of the water god," the little girl cried out, barely able to contain her excitement. How powerful must this water god be to make a sound like that? Hikari couldn't help but mutter, unable to reconcile the thundering noise with the image of a legendary deity. "Sorry, little one. I need to step away for a moment." Amidst the mountains, an epic clash unlike any seen before was quietly unfolding. A battle of gods and monsters that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. A colossal toad, its massive form rivaling the mountains themselves, was locked in a fierce struggle with a giant serpent, equally imposing and serpentine as a mountain range. Each leap of the giant toad sent tremors through the ground, as if the entire forest cheered it on. The serpent's every coil made the very air grow heavy, its strength so formidable it left onlookers astonished. The mountain lake, caught in the crossfire, churned like a furious beast. Sheets of water, wild and unrestrained as a storm, cascaded down toward the village below. In this titanic clash of strength, the giant toad gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Its enormous body strained under the serpent's crushing coils, each struggle more desperate than the last, as though it might be strangled at any moment. "Damn you, filthy snake, slithering everywhere," the giant toad cursed, its voice tinged with despair. Just then, an excited shout pierced the tension of the battlefield. "That's a toad. It really is a toad. And it can even talk." With that exclamation, Uchiha Hikari appeared as if descending from the heavens. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Uchiha Hikari's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an invisible force of illusion surged from her Mangekyo Sharingan, piercing straight through the cold gaze of the giant serpent and dragging it, without warning, into the world of her genjutsu. The enormous snake's body went rigid all at once, confusion and fear flickering in its eyes. Its winding, mountain-like form lost all agility, as though shackled by invisible chains. "Ha ha, well done, young lady." The massive toad seized the chance to break free from the serpent's grip, letting out a thunderous roar, a sound brimming with gratitude for this mysterious savior. Uchiha Hikari stood atop the great toad's head, hands on her hips, looking down with utter confidence at the giant snake collapsed on the ground. There was an air of calm composure in her stance that made her shine all the more brightly. "You're pretty strong, aren't you?" the giant toad said with a note of admiration, clearly impressed by Hikari's abilities. "Wow, the toad, it's talking. It's really talking." Hikari's initial shock soon gave way to a surge of curiosity and excitement, the likes of which she had never felt before. "I should be the one shocked here, shouldn't I? A human actually made it to Mount Mayaboku," the toad replied, still sounding a bit incredulous. "Mount Mayaboku? Did you just say this is Mount Mayaboku?" Hikari pressed, an overwhelming joy and excitement welling up inside her. "That's right," the giant toad answered with certainty, its voice landing like a heavy drumbeat and sending Hikari's heart pounding. "This is fantastic. I've finally found it." Overjoyed, she leapt down from the toad's head and wrapped her arms enthusiastically around it. "Hey, Mr. Toad, could you take me to meet the great toad sage? I have an important request." "Of course. After all, you saved my life. Helping you with this is the least I can do," the giant toad replied with a warm and grateful smile. "But actually, we're still away from the real Mount Mayaboku. At our pace, we probably won't get there until daylight." "That's fine. I'm quite confident in my stamina," Hikari said with a breezy smile, her demeanor as fresh and invigorating as a mountain breeze, leaving the great toad thoroughly refreshed. Bathed in moonlight, the giant toad began to recount the story of Mount Mayaboku to Hikari. It turned out that the place they stood was a mysterious region called the Thorny Mountains. The entire mountain range, twisted and coiled like the jagged spines at the northern tip of Turtle Island. The creatures here, much like those on the island's back, were massive in size, radiating a raw, awe-inspiring wildness and power. The Thorny Mountains were dotted with many entrances, but each one was guarded by layer upon layer of mysterious barriers. These barriers, like natural fortifications, completely separated Mount Mayaboku from the outside world, meant to protect the sacred toads within from external disturbances. Together, Uchiha Hikari and the giant toad traveled on until dawn. "So, young lady, how did you manage to find your way through those complicated barriers?" "In the mountains." The giant toad's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and it was clearly amazed by Uchiha Hikaru's ability to break through the barriers. Hikaru grinned playfully, her Sharingan slowly unfurling. "My eyes are a bit special. I can see through these barriers with ease." "You actually possess the sage's eyes," the toad said, its voice tinged with admiration and astonishment. "Among us humans, we call them the Sharingan." "What a strange name," the great toad mused, glancing ahead. "We're almost there. The land of toads in Mount Mayaboku lies just ahead." "Oh, we've finally arrived." Hikaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Mount Mayaboku, the land of toads. Great Lord Fukusaku, a human child has entered the mountain." The giant toad's voice echoed through the sacred grounds of Mount Mayaboku. All around, lifelike stone statues of toads stood or reclined in various poses, as if silently guarding the secrets of this holy place. The surrounding cliffs shimmered with streams of golden oil, flowing like rivers of liquid sunlight, casting a magical glow over the land. At the very heart of the sanctuary, atop a small altar, sat a little green toad no taller than a human's knee. Its hands were pressed together in meditation, face solemn, gaze deep and penetrating as it focused intently on Uchiha Hikaru. "Oh, so you finally appeared?" "Huh?" Hikaru was stunned by the scene before her. In disbelief, she asked, "From your tone, it seems you knew I would come. Does that mean you're the legendary Great Toad Sage, who can foresee the future?" "I'm not the Great Toad Sage you speak of," the small green toad replied, its voice laced with mystery. "But I knew you would come because the true Great Toad Sage told me so. He said a human child with the sage's eyes would arrive at Mount Mayaboku, and that I should teach you the ways of the toads and deliver a prophecy to you. There really is someone with the power to see the future." "That's incredible," Hikaru exclaimed. "So, what prophecy does the Great Toad Sage have for me?" "That, even I do not know," the little green toad admitted with a hint of helplessness. Hikaru stared in astonishment. "In any case, You are to train here while you wait for the great toad, sage's prophecy. The small green toad continued, its tone brooking no argument. Why can't I receive the prophecy now? Hikaru asked, puzzled. Because the great toad sage is asleep at the moment. Training here is your destiny, so stop asking questions. The little green toad's voice took on a stern edge, as if to remind Hikaru that some things require patience and cannot be rushed. Is he sleeping right now? Uchiha Hikaru felt embarrassed, a wry smile flickering in her heart. Since the great toad sage was resting, it really wasn't the right time to disturb him. Still, just being able to come to Mount Mayaboku proves that you've been chosen by destiny. Work hard, young lady. Fukusaku, the small green toad, spoke with a tone of encouragement and expectation. All right, Hikaru nodded in agreement. That afternoon, Uchiha Hikaru began her secluded life in Mount Mayaboku, isolated from the outside world. While she waited for the prophecy, under Fukusaku's patient guidance, she started her training in both sage arts and ninjutsu. First things first, sign your name on this scroll to form a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku, Fukusaku said, his voice carrying a solemn weight. Okay. Hikaru bit her finger and, using her blood, wrote her name on the massive scroll that Lord Fukusaku had brought. In that moment, she felt as if she had forged an unbreakable bond with this sacred land. Fukusaku rolled up the scroll and addressed Hikaru, from now on, if you ever need to come to Mount Mayaboku urgently, you can first summon a messenger toad, and then I'll use my reverse summoning technique to bring you here. That's really convenient. Hikaru was delighted. With this contract, she'd be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Well then, with the contract signed, let's fill our bellies before we begin training. Follow me, Fukusaku said, his voice gentle and kind. Oh, we're eating now, Hikaru exclaimed eagerly, filled with anticipation for Mount Mayaboku's cuisine. However, when she arrived at the Toad Kingdom's dining table, what she saw left her utterly dumbfounded. The table was covered with all sorts of specialty dishes: boiled lotus leaves, boiled worms, boiled centipedes, crispy fried grasshoppers, marinated bugs, roasted insects. Come eat up. It's all very nutritious, chirped a small purple toad named Shima, wearing an apron and beaming with pride. I put my heart into making these for you. Here, don't be shy. Try this silkworm too. With that, she offered a plate of insects wrapped in white leaves, still glistening with fresh dewdrops, as if telling their own story of nature and purity. Hikaru gazed at these delicacies before her, emotions churning inside her chest. Beside her, Fukusaku was merrily swallowing mouthfuls of insects like sausages, savoring every bite. Hikaru, on the other hand, eyed the specialties. With deep apprehension, she picked up a spoon, summoned all her courage, and tasted a little of the purplish broth from the boiled bugs. She had never felt such fear before, not even when facing formidable enemies. Yet now, her hand shook uncontrollably as she gripped the spoon. No, something in her stomach was churning. Damn it, I can't back down here. In order to survive, in order to feel full, Uchiha Hikari had no choice but to go all out. She shut her eyes, took a deep breath, and brought the spoon to her mouth. Just a tiny taste, just one mouthful. She forced herself to swallow the colorful liquid in her mouth, though the taste nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. By evening, Uchiha Hikari and Fukusaku the Toad arrived at the waterfall of training in the land of toads. She lay feebly on the ground, the bitterness still lingering in her mouth, as if that so-called delicacy continued to echo in her mind. If her mother saw you like this, she'd definitely fly into a rage, Fukusaku said with concern, a trace of pity flickering in his eyes. That's exactly why I forced myself to eat it all. Hikari rolled her eyes helplessly, her voice tinged with exhaustion. All right, as long as you can fill your belly, don't be picky. You'll get used to it in time, Fukusaku comforted her. If I ever get used to this, I doubt I'd still be human. Enough complaining. Let's get started with your training, Fukusaku urged. All right, Hikari replied, slowly pushing herself to her feet. First, you need to understand that what I'm about to teach you isn't ninjutsu, but senjutsu, Fukusaku said, his tone suddenly solemn. Senjutsu? How is that different from ninjutsu? She asked. To put it simply, ninjutsu uses the energy inside yourself, while senjutsu draws on the energy outside you. Harnessing natural forces, Fukusaku explained, his voice deep and mysterious. Energy from outside? Hikari echoed in confusion. Yes, you probably know that ninjutsu is performed by refining the spiritual and physical energies within your body to create chakra. Senjutsu, on the other hand, combines your own chakra with natural energy absorbed from the world around you, creating a new, even stronger chakra. Once you master this, you can greatly enhance your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu, Fukusaku continued. So, combining spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. That's what makes Senjutsu, Hikari clarified. Oh, you catch on quickly. Looks like you really do have the makings of a ninja, Fukusaku said, a note of admiration in his voice. Then, Master Fukusaku, what exactly is this natural energy you're talking about? Hikari pressed further. It's the energy that exists in the atmosphere and the earth itself, apart from your own. Maybe it's hard to grasp just from words, so let me show you, Fukusaku replied. He walked over to a massive stone toad statue, formed a sign with his hands, and with surprising ease, lifted the enormous statue, hundreds of times larger than himself. She actually lifted it. Uchiha Hikaru stared at Lord Fukusaku in astonishment, unable to fathom how such immense power could reside within that small frame. This is the strength of Senjutsu, fused with the energy of nature, Fukusaku the toad replied, a note of pride in his voice. But right now, I can't sense natural energy at all. How am I supposed to obtain it? Hikaru asked, her brows furrowed with concern. To absorb natural energy into your body, you must first become one with nature, feel the flow of natural energy, draw it to yourself, and finally, learn to let it circulate freely within you, Fukusaku explained, his tone turning deep and thoughtful. However, as a beginner, you won't be able to calm your mind and sense natural energy in the heat of battle. So, your first task is to remain perfectly still, like a creature with no movement at all. Only when your own fluctuations are quieted and you can harmonize with the flow of natural energy will you be able to sense it, he continued, the gravity in his voice unmistakable. If it's just staying still, then this part of the training sounds rather simple, Hikaru said with a soft laugh, assuming this would be one of the easier steps in her training. Little girl, it's not as easy as you think, Fukusaku responded seriously. For animals, remaining absolutely motionless is the hardest thing of all. Some people spend their entire lives without ever sensing even a trace of natural energy. Does training in Senjutsu really take that long? Hikaru hesitated, worry flickering in her eyes. She wondered if spending too much time here would cause her to miss a crucial moment in the battles outside. What if Madara, Izuna, and the others were in danger? She would never forgive herself if something happened to them. You seem quite anxious, Fukusaku observed keenly, picking up on the turmoil inside Hikaru's heart. Yes, because there are many people I care about in the world outside, Hikaru admitted, her voice tinged with worry. If that's the case, there's a way to speed up your ability to sense natural energy, Fukusaku said after a pause. See that stream flowing down the mountain? That's the secret toad oil of Mount Myaboku, a treasured substance that first appeared in the era when the Sage of Six Paths created the moon, drawn from the rocks of the Sea of the Moon. Toad oil. Stretch out your hand over here and try it for yourself, Fukusaku encouraged, his words carrying a hint of reassurance. All right, Hikaru nodded, agreeing to the suggestion. She followed Fukusaku to the edge of the toad oil pool. Fukusaku dipped his finger into the mysterious oil and gently smeared it onto Hikaru's arm. Once the oil is applied, you'll find it much easier to sense the rush of natural energy, he explained, his instructions clear and concise. Lord Fukusaku, this feeling, it's a bit itchy. Hikaru's hand, coated in the cool, slippery toad oil, felt oddly uncomfortable. The strange sensation made her softly murmur. Bear with it. This is a rare chance to perceive natural energy. One day, you won't need the oil at all to achieve this, Fukusaku said, his words full of encouragement. Fukusaku's gaze grew solemn, his voice earnest and sincere. However, there are a few minor risks to this shortcut. Uchiha Hikari's confusion was cut short when she noticed, to her horror, that her hand had begun to change, becoming strangely like that of a toad. If one cannot skillfully control natural energy, there's a danger of turning into a frog, Fukusaku explained. Hikari gasped. Scrambling to the surface of the oil pond, she saw her reflection. Half her face had already transformed into that of a toad. Terrified, she fainted on the spot. Hopeless. Wake up! Fukusaku panicked and, grabbing a wooden stick, gave Hikari's hand a gentle tap. Ouch! The pain snapped her awake. I'm back to normal. She stared at her hand, which had returned to its human form. Remember, the key is balance. You've already mastered the control of spiritual and physical energy. Next, you must focus on mastering natural energy. When all three are in harmony, Sage Jutsu will be yours to command. But the threshold for training in Sage Jutsu is that the practitioner must possess enough physical and spiritual energy. In simple terms, a strong chakra reserve is essential. Without it, you won't be able to suppress the natural energy drawn from the environment and eventually, you won't escape becoming a frog. Always remember, absorb only as much natural energy as your chakra can handle. Furthermore, if you do start turning into a frog, there's still hope, but if it goes on too long, you'll merge completely with nature, just like those enormous stone frog statues behind you. They're the final resting place of those who failed in their training. All of those were once people. Hikari's heart filled with dread, cold sweat running down her back. Exactly so, but you needn't worry too much. Should you show any signs of transforming into a frog during training, I'll use this stick to help disperse the natural energy from your body, Fukasaku said, his words both comforting and cautionary. All right, remembering the sting of that stick, Hikari's eyes brimmed with tears. Now, take off your clothes and get ready for the toad oil, or your garments will be coated in sticky slime. What? All of them? Here, Hikari's face flushed bright red, her embarrassment impossible to hide. What's there to worry about? This is the realm of the toads. No one will peek. But still, relax. Compared to humans, toads are far more interested in bugs crawling on the ground. Okay, Hikari felt utterly helpless, as if, on this path of sage training, she was slowly drifting further and further from what it meant to be human. A week later. Thwack. Ow, that hurts. Your balance slipped again. Your hands have turned back into frogs. Ugh, at this rate I'll be black and blue tomorrow. What's the matter? Are you thinking of giving up? Master Fukusu. Uchiha Hikari clutched her aching hand, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. I have an idea. Maybe there's a shortcut to mastering sage chakra. A shortcut? Fukasaku the toad asked with keen interest. Let's hear it. When I was sensing natural energy, I used my Sharingan to observe, and I found I could clearly see these energies. I see. The eyes of sage. So you mean to balance the natural energy outside with your own chakra by observing and fine-tuning it? Exactly. Good. Give it a try. Sharingan activate. Her three-tomo Sharingan gleamed like distant stars, enhancing her perception. It was as if she beheld a golden ocean with natural energy surging like the tide. In that moment, a strange power coursed through her, and she felt an unprecedented closeness to nature. What is this? Uchiha Hikari gasped in wonder. As her awareness expanded, she could see the energies of wind, water, earth, and fire, all of them reflected. Within her eyes, she began to balance her own chakra with the natural energy around her, and suddenly, an indescribable sensation swept over her. So, this is what it feels like. With the aid of her Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari finally achieved a perfect balance of the three forces within her. An orange-yellow eyeshadow appeared at the corners of her eyes, adding a hint of allure and mystique to her otherwise pure features. This is the feeling of the initial balance among the three energies, Fukasaku said, his voice filled with both comfort and praise. I did it. Uchiha Hikari rose slowly to her feet, a surge of confidence and joy welling up within her. Yes, it may be a bit of a clever trick, but for a human to accomplish such a balanced sage mode is truly remarkable. Master Fukasaku, if I can use my Sharingan to perceive natural energy, does that mean I could adjust my sage chakra during battle, maintaining a dynamic balance with natural energy? Indeed, Fukasaku nodded approvingly. This way, you won't have to stay still to absorb natural energy. Your mobility will be much greater. That's amazing. Uchiha Hikari leapt up in excitement, but a sudden gust of cold wind swept over her. She shivered and hunched her shoulders, sneezing. Achoo! Ah, it's freezing. Silly girl, of course you're cold. You're not wearing any clothes, Fukasaku scolded. Your next goal is to learn to absorb natural energy directly, without relying on toad oil. Go and get ready. Yes, sir, Uchiha Hikari replied, making her way to the nearby sparkling waterfall to wash off the yellow toad oil from her body. By the way, Hikari, Fukasaku's voice drifted over. After all this training, you must be hungry, aren't you? Do you want to take a break and have a bento? No, absolutely not. Uchiha Hikari refused at once. The memory of those horrifying feasts of whole bugs wrapped in lotus leaves sending shivers down her spine. Goosebumps prickled across her skin. Are you sure you won't eat? Fukasaku called out, after we rest, we'll need to try moving those giant rocks with sage jutsu. As he spoke, he bit down and crushed a long, wriggling insect with a single, crisp snap. At the sound, Hikari instinctively plunged her head into the water, desperately trying to block out the image from her mind. This is a special bento made by your Shimamama, you know. Every dish is my favorite, Fukasaku coaxed. Hikari wanted to refuse again, but her stomach had other plans. It rumbled loudly, its protest impossible to ignore. Resigned, she dragged herself over, pulling her clothes on with a heavy heart. A long while later, Hikari finally picked up a golden roasted bug and took a cautious bite. To her surprise, it wasn't nearly as revolting as she'd imagined. Instead, it had a curious, fragrant crispness that made her want another taste. Before she knew it, the table was swept clean as if a whirlwind had passed, and Hikari found herself awash in a flood of complicated feelings. Oh no, I can't believe I'm actually starting to like the taste of these bugs. During her time at Mount Myaboku, Hikari not only trained in sage jutsu, but also waited for the awakening of the legendary Great Toad Sage. Here, she made many toad friends. Most special among them was the giant toad she'd first met, named Ryota. Every now and then, Ryota would take her to the land of waterfalls to join in the villagers' lively festivals. In return, Hikari would share ancient stories, passed down in the village, particularly those legends that revered Ryota as the god of water, which never failed to make the great toad roar with laughter. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. 3 years of training transformed Hikari from a novice into a master, her growth as dramatic as a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Under Fukasaku's meticulous guidance, she learned to sense the subtle energies of nature without relying on her Sharingan or the toad oil. She wove this mighty power into her own ninjutsu. Every strike and leap now brimmed with the boundless force of nature itself. Those 3 years not only forged her martial skills, but also shaped her from an awkward girl into a graceful young woman. Nourished by the extraordinary insect-based feasts of Mount Myaboku, her skin grew as smooth and lustrous as polished jade, delicate and radiant, enough to reflect the beauty around her. Her figure became elegant and supple, her every movement and smile exuding a captivating charm. Like the very first ray of dawn, gentle yet unwavering. If there was anything about her that had never changed, it was her long hair. It still cascaded like a waterfall, jet black and lustrous, shimmering softly under the sunlight, swaying gently in the breeze, a silent poem in motion. As she walked, her light steps resembled willow catkins drifting on the wind, carrying an effortless elegance with a touch of carefree grace. Every step seemed to speak of the calm and composure within her heart. On this day, on a radiant, sunlit afternoon, Hikaru Uchiha lounged lazily atop Gamakota's broad back, ready to indulge in a tranquil midday rest. Suddenly, Gamakota's voice broke the peaceful silence. You know, Hikaru, my child is about to be born. You're so clever. Could you help me choose a name? A name? Huh. She pondered for a moment, then asked, Well then, Kota, what kind of frog do you hope your child will become? I hope the little one will be as smart as you. Not like me, getting bested by a mere snake. There was a note of hope in Kota's voice. If you want your child to be clever, how about calling him Bunta? Hikaru suggested, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. Oh, Bunta, is it? That's a fine name. Gamakota let out a hearty laugh, already picturing his child as a quick-witted, lively frog. Hey, just then, a slender messenger frog came bounding toward them, its leaps lively and urgent. Hikaru, Lord Fukasaku has an urgent matter for you. Oh, what is it? Hikaru asked. The great toad sage has awakened. Really? That's wonderful. In an instant, Hikaru sprang from Kota's head, her eyes shining with excitement. 3 long years of waiting had finally come to this moment. She immediately followed after the messenger frog, her anticipation growing with every step toward her destination. Up ahead is the great toad sage's chamber, the messenger frog announced beside her, and Hikaru looked in the direction it indicated. Before her stood a grand, magnificent palace. Inside, the palace was dim and damp, with only the faintest glimmers of light barely illuminating the surroundings. Enormous scrolls, each as thick as a supporting wall, lined the chamber's walls in perfect order. At the center, perched upon a throne inscribed with the character for sage, was an enormous orange toad, even larger than Gamakota. This toad wore a black hat and a necklace engraved with the character oil, sitting serenely atop his grand seat. Taking a deep breath, Hikaru stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Great Toad Sage, did you summon me? Well, at last you're here. You've finally come. The Great Toad Sage's gentle smile radiated expectation, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. Remind me, who are you again? Great-grandfather. This is Hikaru Uchiha. Seeing this, Fukasaku the toad hurriedly spoke up, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was deeply worried that the Great Toad Sage might forget such an important name. Oh, right, that's it, that's the name. Yes, you've grown up, the Great Toad Sage murmured, his eyes narrowing into slits like a crescent moon in the night sky, filled with kindness and satisfaction. He gazed at Uchiha Hikaru as if beholding a long-lost painting. Honestly, You're the one who called her over, and yet you forget her name? You silly old man. Shima, Fukasaku's wife, spoke with a hint of playful reproach in her voice. Dear, how could you call the great-grandpa a silly old man? Fukasaku quickly interjected, his tone laced with helplessness. All right, let's not argue. Harmony between husband and wife is important. The great toad sage said with a gentle smile, his voice warm and soothing, like a spring breeze caressing the heart, bringing comfort and peace to those who heard it. By the way, that girl over there, what was her name again? Hikaru could only sigh inwardly, at a loss for words. Ahem, Fukasaku coughed, also a bit exasperated with the great toad sage's antics. He quickly picked up the conversation. Hikaru, the great-grandpa has dreamed of something concerning you. As you know, these are prophecies, so listen closely and take them to heart. Yes, Hikaru replied, his expression growing serious. Now then, I shall reveal to you the dream of prophecy, the great toad sage declared slowly, his voice imbued with a weight that words could scarcely describe. In the 75 years to come, you will personally witness 5 great ninja wars. 5 great ninja wars. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Hikaru's eyes. It seemed that even if Hashirama could briefly bring peace to the ninja world, that peace would be hard to maintain. And with each great ninja war, the choices you make will bring about earth-shaking changes in the world of shinobi. The great toad sage continued, his tone carrying a touch of mystery. Changes? Hikaru echoed, puzzled. Yes, these changes could usher in peace unlike any before, or they could bring about destruction. The great toad sage said with solemn nod. Then what should I do to bring about peace? Hikaru asked urgently. On the eve of every transformation, there will be a red-haired person who guides you, compelling you to make a momentous decision. The great toad sage intoned, his enormous pupils slowly opening, a strange light flickering within as if he could see the very threads of fate. A red-haired person? Could be Sister Mito? Hikaru lowered his head in contemplation, then looked up, his eyes shining with hope. Great toad sage, in the future you foresaw, is there a boy named Boruto Uzumaki? He has blonde hair, blue eyes, fur whisker marks on his cheeks, and is always bursting with energy. The child with golden hair and blue eyes. That child, too, is a child of destiny. The great toad sage fell into reminiscence, a trace of emotion coloring his voice. However, turning point in that child's fate will not come until 75 years from now. Before that, the two of you are destined never to meet. 75 years later, Uchiha Hikaru slumped to the ground, a tumult of feelings swirling in her heart. Why must I wait for so long? The two of you were originally meant to cross paths only briefly in the great river of fate. It was your choices that tightly wove together two destinies that should have run parallel. The child you so desperately wish to see is, in truth, someone who has yet to be born, a person of the future. That is why you must wait more than 70 years. A person from the future. I see now. No wonder I could never find Boruto anywhere. Understanding began to dawn in Hikaru's heart. But then, how was it that 3 years ago I met the Boruto from the future? It was because that golden-haired boy borrowed the power of the gods, traversing the torrent of time. He traveled 75 years back from the future into our timeline, and it was he who freed you from the Uchiha clan's restraints. Because of him, your destiny was completely rewritten. In the original timeline, you were never saved by the golden-haired boy, and you remained lost in endless darkness. Endless darkness. That's right. You were sealed away by the Uchiha clan for 75 long years. Later, you were released by those with malicious intent. Consumed by hatred for the shinobi world, you ignited the flames of the 5th Great Ninja War. In the end, it was the golden-haired boy who stopped you. He reached out the hand of friendship, became your companion, and averted disaster. I see. A chill swept through Hikaru as she realized that her past self might indeed have chosen such a path. Steadying herself, she asked, so, if I choose to be sealed, I will meet Boruto 75 years from now. That path is possible, but in the end, your destinies will lead to the abyss of destruction. Why would that happen? A sense of unease welled up inside Hikaru. Because 75 years from now, the burden that golden-haired boy bears will leave him without an ally in the world, and the demon with 10 tails will become a sage, gathering companions with the intent to destroy everything. Even after witnessing countless dreams, I have found no future that can reverse this fate. In that case, great toad sage, has my choice already begun from this very moment? Hikaru gazed steadily at the sage, her eyes alight with resolve and determination. Yes, the choice you make now is already shaping whether, 75 years from now, the world will enjoy peace or fall into ruin. The great toad sage's deep voice resonated, and in his profound eyes there seemed to dwell endless wisdom and insight. But if I am not sealed, 75 years from now, I'll be an old woman. Will Boruto still recognize me? Accept me? In Uchiha Hikari's voice, there was a faint, almost imperceptible note of worry and vulnerability. That is a question you must answer for yourself. The great toad sage replied with a gentle chuckle, his expression radiating certainty and trust in the future. But there's no need for concern. In the future I have foreseen, you have kept both your youthful appearance and your spirit. It seems you possess your own secret to remaining young. In that case, I have one last question. Uchiha Hikari fixed her gaze on the great toad sage, her eyes shining with resolve. Has there ever been an error in your prophecies? The great toad sage's smile was deep and inscrutable. After a moment's thought, he spoke slowly, never once. I see. A complex tide of emotions welled up in Hikari's heart. She drew a deep breath, transforming all her doubts and uncertainties into the strength to move forward. For at last, she had news of Boruto. As dawn broke the next day, Gamakichi lay quietly at the gates of Mount Myaboku, watching Hikari's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Hikari, you're really leaving us after all, aren't you? There was a hint of reluctance in Gamakichi's voice. Hikari paused, turned around, and smiled gently at him. Yes, for the sake of the future, 75 years from now, there's still so much I must accomplish, and everyone here at Mount Myaboku is like family to me. I could never bear to see all of this beauty destroyed in 75 years. I see. The mountain will feel lonely again. Gamakichi sighed softly, his voice tinged with melancholy. I'm sorry, Gamakichi, Hikari said sincerely. I'm deeply attached to this place, and cherish every moment I've shared with all of you. But things are different now. I may not know exactly where to begin, but something tells me I must first tackle the problems right before me. At the very least, I must bring peace to the shinobi world. As for everything else, I'll think about it as I move forward. Gamakichi nodded. Then go, Hikari. No matter what lies ahead, remember, you hold the power to change fate. Every step you take will bring hope to this world. May your journey be filled with light and warmth. Yes. Goodbye, Gamakichi. Hikari waved, her eyes shimmering with tears. This farewell was not just a parting from Mount Myaboku. It was also her quiet goodbye to ease and tranquility. With the great toad sage's prophecy in her heart, Hikari set off on her journey home. Her goal this time was to end the chaos plaguing the land of fire, to protect those she cherished, to root out the evils threatening peace, and finally, to find Uzumaki Mido, to see if she was indeed the red-haired woman who could guide her future. The situation in the ninja world has changed dramatically. The Senju clan, allied with the Uzumaki, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi clans, has launched a full-scale war against the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans. As military conflict escalated, the Uchiha found themselves trapped in an unprecedented crisis. What's more, the war's expansion was not limited to the land of fire. Unification wars broke out one after another in the lands of earth, wind, water, and lightning. The scale of the conflict threw every nation into turmoil, directly threatening the peace and safety of ordinary people. When Uchiha Hikari set foot once again on the land of fire, the sight before her eyes pained her deeply. She saw countless refugees, people, with no home to return to. Their cries of grief and despair lashed at her heart like cruel whips, leaving wounds that would not heal. She witnessed villages reduced to ruins, families torn apart, and the lost, searching gaze of children uncertain of their future. Uchiha Hikari quickened her pace, a sense of urgency pressing heavily upon her chest. She understood that time waited for no one. Every moment lost could mean more innocent lives consumed by the flames of war. On this day, thick clouds smothered the sky, and torrential rain poured down like a river that had burst its banks. Searching for shelter from the deluge, Uchiha Hikari finally ducked into an abandoned earthen temple. Young one, in a time of such chaos and war, wandering alone is incredibly dangerous. Why take such a risk? Inside the temple, a monk in tattered robes was curled up in a corner, his voice rough with age and exhaustion. To change my fate, Hikari answered softly. She leaned against a battered wooden pillar to rest, unwilling to continue the conversation with this stranger. Suddenly, a baby's wail rose from within the monk's arms, a sharp, jarring sound that echoed through the silent temple. The child is crying, must be hungry, Hikari remarked as she approached, taking out some rations she carried. Her tone was gentle. Would you like some? But in that instant, The baby's face twisted into a grotesque, monstrous mask. Its neck turned an impossible angle, jaw hanging unnaturally low to reveal a row of gleaming, needle-like fangs. Another puppet. Hikari sprang back, her Sharingan flaring to life, the three tomos spinning in the rain's dim light. In this harsh world of shinobi, innocence like yours is a rare thing, the monk said, flexing his wrists as he stepped from the shadows. His gaze, heavy with regret, fell upon Hikari. But fate is not so easily changed. In these war-torn times, humanity is so fragile that we can't even choose our own destinies. Aren't you going to attack? Hikari's eyes remained calm and sharp, never leaving the monk, her guard unwavering. This puppet in my arms was once my own flesh and blood. If, back then, when we were suffering from hunger and cold, we had met someone as kind as you, perhaps this child's fate would have turned out differently. As the monk spoke, he slowly deactivated the mechanism on the puppet infant, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He turned away, gently setting the puppet aside, and continued, "You should go. I only kill those who rob and murder, the truly wicked. Are you going to stay here?" Uchiha Hikaru looked at the puppet, rain-soaked and forlorn, her heart swelling with complicated feelings. "Yes, my child died here, and I will remain here." The monk's voice, though unwavering in the rain, was laced with immeasurable loneliness and sorrow. "I see." Hikaru's expression grew somber. She gazed at the monk's solitary figure in the humble temple, at a loss for words. She could sense the pain and resolve burning within his heart. A final, unyielding devotion to justice. She bid the monk farewell and stepped out of the earthen temple. Raindrops pattered softly against her cloak, a gentle, mournful whisper of nature itself. The next day, Uchiha Hikaru finally entered a city that, at first glance, seemed prosperous. Yet beneath its lively facade, a deep gloom lingered. The people's eyes were vacant, devoid of any spark, like flowers trampled by war, drained of all color. "Well, aren't you a rare beauty?" A slick, oily voice called out beside her. Hikaru turned and saw a middle-aged man, a broad grin pasted on his face, though his eyes gleamed with greed. "So what do you think? Interested in working at our shop? Lately, all the hostesses we've hired are aging and sickly, hardly able to attract any customers. If you joined us, you'd be our star, pampered and well-fed, living the high life." "Boss, this isn't what you promised." Suddenly, a heavily made-up woman interrupted, clinging coquettishly to the man's arm, jealousy flashing in her eyes. "Didn't you say I'd be the top hostess here?" "Enough whining. In this business, there's always someone new to take your place." The boss shook her off impatiently, then turned back to Hikaru with a sycophantic smile. "Miss, it's hard to even fill your belly these days. If you're struggling, come work for me. You'll never have to worry about food or clothes again. A life of luxury awaits." "No need. I'm in a hurry," Hikaru replied coldly. The boss was left speechless, unable to retort. "Ha ha ha, serves you right." The woman with heavy makeup burst out laughing, gloating over what she saw as her own victory. "Useless woman, get lost." The boss, infuriated, shoved the woman to the ground. She curled up in pain, her cries echoing through the street. A chilling light flashed in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes at the sight, and her three-tomo Sharingan glinted like sharp blades, piercing straight into the shopkeeper's spirit. He was instantly overcome by a wave of cold dread. "Uchiha, you're from the Uchiha clan." The shopkeeper's face changed dramatically when he saw the Sharingan. He collapsed onto the ground, panic written all over his features. The woman who had been shoved down wore an equally stunned expression. "Young lady, this area now belongs to the Senju Alliance. If an Uchiha ninja is found here, they'll soon be hunted down and captured. My advice to you, leave quickly, while you still can." "It doesn't matter," Uchiha Hikaru replied, her tone as cool as ever. "Because no one will remember." As her words faded into the air, the pattern in Hikaru's Sharingan quietly shifted. The Mangekyo design began to swirl in her eyes, deep and mesmerizing like a whirlpool. With just a glance, everyone around, save for the woman on the ground, was drawn into the illusionary world Hikaru wove. So powerful, the red-haired woman's eyes widened in terror. She could feel Hikaru's killing intent, sharp and icy, and for a moment, she was utterly afraid. Yet in the next instant, the girl whose presence brimmed with menace reached out her hand in a gesture of help. "Are you all right?" The deadly aura faded from Hikaru, and her voice softened, warm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. Yes, I'm fine." The woman reached out, surprised by the strength in Hikaru's grip. It was a jarring contrast to her slight frame. "But why did you save me?" the woman asked, puzzled. She couldn't understand why someone from the Uchiha would offer her help. In this city, the Uchiha name had once been synonymous with fear and power, their rule oppressive and absolute. "Because you have such beautiful red hair," Hikaru answered, a genuine smile lighting up her face, her eyes shining with warmth and sincerity. "My hair." The woman was taken aback for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. She'd never imagined that the very red hair which had brought her so much misery could become the reason for her rescue. In these war-torn times, any member of the Uzumaki clan, wandering alone, was a target for the ninja factions. She'd fled all the way from the eastern reaches of the Land of Fire to the west, hoping to reach Mangekyo, the land furthest from the chaos of war. "My red hair has brought me nothing but trouble. You're honestly the first person who's ever praised it so sincerely." Hikaru fell silent. She understood all too well the kind of hardships Uzumaki exiles faced, and her heart ached with empathy for the woman's plight. In a quiet voice she asked, "What are you planning to do next?" "I'd hope to save up enough money here to escape to the Land of Rain," the red-haired woman replied, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. "It's small, but the great nation's civil wars are so brutal right now. Only a small country might offer a place to settle down. But it seems that hope is gone now." The red-haired woman gazed at the shopkeeper, who was now under the control of the Sharingans. Illusion. Though she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, she was no ninja. In these chaotic times, money was her only means of survival. Uchiha Hikari offered no further explanation. Her Sharingan swept across the shop, and suddenly, she caught a strange fluctuation in the natural energy within. It was a turbulence, hinting at something unusual. "What is this?" Hikari murmured in confusion, stepping deeper into the shop. The red-haired woman followed, asking, "What's wrong?" "It feels like there are quite a few people hiding inside." "That can't be right. This place barely has any business. Who would visit during the day?" "They're not in the shop itself. They are underground." Even as Hikari finished speaking, a faint shadow flickered at the corner of her eye. Sage mode activated, and she sensed the anomaly more clearly. Right here, dropping to one knee, Hikari pressed her hand gently to the floor, attuning herself to the pulse beneath. Suddenly, she slammed her fist down. With a thunderous crash, the floor shattered, revealing a dark underground chamber. What is this?" In the dim recesses below, a prison cell came into view, filled with more than a dozen children. Their eyes brimmed with fear and helplessness, their bodies frail, their clothes in tatters, as if they were sorrow itself, abandoned in a forgotten corner of the world. "These children," the red-haired woman's voice trembled. She had never imagined that such a terrible secret could hide beneath the facade of an ordinary shop. "That bastard," Hikari spat, her Sharingan gleaming with fury. "So, the shopkeeper not only runs shady businesses, but is also dealing in human trafficking behind the scenes. We don't have a key. What do we do?" "No need to worry." With bare hands, Hikari tore open the iron bars of the cage, as though they were made of paper. One by one, she cradled the children in her arms with gentle care. Their eyes were hollow, the spark of life seemingly long extinguished. "You're truly incredible." The red-haired woman was once again awed by Hikari's intuition and strength. "There's also a gold safe over there." Hikari pointed to a shadowy corner. "All the dirty money he made is inside." With a powerful blow, the safe burst open, scattering gold and silver treasures across the ground. "Take this money and leave," Hikari instructed her. "And remember, see that these children get to the security post." "What about you? There's quite a fortune here, you know." The red-haired woman was puzzled. Even a ninja needed money. Life shouldn't be nothing but endless battle. "Money means nothing to me," Hikari replied coolly, turning away without a trace of regret. "Wait, little one, I still don't know your name." "Hikari. Uchiha Hikari. Uzumaki Gyo. My name is Gyo." "Little Hikari, I hope that one day, we'll meet again in the Land of Rain." "Let's hope so," Uchiha Hikari whispered softly, gathering her chakra. Her figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing swiftly into the distance. The thunderous roar just now had drawn many Senju clan ninja in this direction. Her time was precious. Every single moment could determine the outcome of the battle. She couldn't afford to waste even a second on these trivial matters. Half a month later, Uchiha Hikari walked across the ruins of the battlefield, returning to the main front where the Senju and Uchiha clans had clashed, the desolate stone plain. Here, deathly silence reigned. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, broken limbs and shattered bodies painting every inch of earth in blood and sorrow. Dead trees and charred remains intertwined to form a hellish tableau, a vivid testament to the fierce conflict between Senju and Uchiha. Standing at the battlefield's heart, Uchiha Hikari felt the wind brush past her hair, carrying with it the acrid scent of gunpowder and death. She closed her eyes, listening to the lament of the land beneath her feet, the weight of her mission pressing down so heavily that it threatened to steal her breath. She knew she had to find a way, a path that could reconcile the two clans, one that would allow the flower of peace to bloom amidst this wasteland. As Uchiha Hikari patrolled the edge of the battlefield, her gaze was suddenly drawn to several familiar figures. Those outlines, so well known, made her heart clench in an instant. It was Banma and Uchiha Taiima. I never imagined that the great Uchiha Taiima, would be driven to such a desperate state by you Senju. Uchiha Taijima's voice was thick with resentment and fury, like a wild beast cornered with no escape. Uchiha Taiima, this is the end of the line for you. Senju Banma, his young face set with a determination far beyond his years, held his blade poised, eyes burning with unwavering resolve, aiming straight at Taiima. Boy, you may have the power of your alliance, but don't underestimate the Uchiha. Taiima sneered. The Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes, and in the next instant, he unleashed the Tsukuyomi. Banma, caught unprepared by the sudden Genjutsu, was now under Taijima's control, like a puppet, seized and held hostage in Taijima's grasp, a living bargaining chip. Oh no, young Master Banma, damn you, Uchiha Taiima. Even now, you refuse to surrender. A twisted, savage grin spread across Taijima's face. The tables have turned. Are you going to step aside, or do you want to see this boy die? He gripped Banma's throat, threatening that youthful life to force his enemy's hand, his expression contorted with the primal urge to survive, bearing the ugliest side of human nature. To think the once proud Uchiha clan chief would stoop to such despicable tactics just to cling to life, one Senju ninja muttered, his voice laced with contempt. There's no such thing as honorable or dishonorable on the battlefield, Taiima replied coldly. What do we do? No matter what, we can't let anything happen to young Master Banma. The Senju clan found themselves caught in a dilemma, their sword tips wavering uncertainly. In the air, anxious and desperate, they dared not make a move, fearing that the slightest misstep would turn Atama into an innocent casualty of this war. Uchiha Taiima, your actions are as revolting as ever, came a sudden voice, shattering the stalemate and plunging the battlefield back into chaos. Who's there? Hearing this cold, yet familiar voice, a flicker of apprehension flashed across Uchiha Taijima's eyes. It's me. Have you forgotten? As the words fell, Uchiha Mitsu appeared between the two factions, like a rose blooming amidst the carnage. Cold and piercing, her gaze seemed to cut straight through Uchiha Taijima's soul. With just a glance from Mitsu, Taiima reeled as if struck by lightning, a surge of unprecedented terror flooding his heart. He collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. How can you still be alive? To Taiima, Uchiha Mitsu was nothing less than a living nightmare. Ever since he'd learned of her disappearance in the West, he'd known the Sarutobi clan would eventually seize the Western Front. His hatred for Mitsu ran deep, etched into his very bones. You were nothing more than a weapon, yet you dared develop a will of your own. If only you'd harnessed the power of the 8,000 spears, the entire shinobi world would have knelt at the feet of the Uchiha. Why, you wretched child, do you always stand in the way of my ambitions? Taiima raged, his voice hoarse with frustration. Mitsu's face was as cold as winter ice. Uchiha Taiima, you once took me in when I was lost and alone, and I saw you as a father, respected you. But your later actions revealed your true nature, and plunged both my brother and me into a living hell. Today, I will return that pain to you, twice over. Still clinging to talk of family at a time like this? Taiima sneered. You're the naive one, Mitsu replied. There are things in this world that can only be held together by bonds of emotion. Even if they're false, they still let people believe in a fleeting warmth. If, on that day, you had chosen to shelter me as a father, instead of sealing me away in exile to the West when I just lost my family, then perhaps things would be different for the Uchiha today. Don't preach to me with such lofty words, brat. No matter what you say, the power of your 8,000 spears could destroy the shinobi world. I made the only right choice. Power as great as yours must be restrained. No one can guarantee you won't become a threat yourself someday. Mitsu let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Since when have you ever cared for the future of the shinobi world? What you truly care about is nothing but power and bloodline. Stop using peace in the ninja world as a filthy shield to hide behind. Uchiha Nameless, you're a blight. Had I known it would come to this, I should have killed you back then. So you've finally shown your true colors, Uchiha Taiima. Uchiha Hikaru stepped forward slowly, each footfall heavy as a mountain, weighing on Taijima's heart, driving him to the brink of collapse. If that's how it is, this hostage is useless now. Uchiha Taiima extended his hand. Unaware of the bond between Hikaru and Senju Itama, he shoved Itama towards her in desperation, hoping to use him as a last resort. In the same moment, he unleashed the fire-style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, intending to engulf them both. Lord Itama, the clansman behind, cried out in panic, knowing there was no time left. Uchiha Taiima, is this all you have left? Such despicable tricks? Hikaru was unfazed by the sudden blaze. She caught Itama gently, a flash of tenderness in her eyes. Then with a sweep of her arm, a current of natural energy deflected the fireball away. How is that possible? She actually blew it away. Taiima was stunned. He couldn't recall this woman possessing wind affinity chakra. Uchiha Taiima, it's time you paid for your crimes. As the flames faded, Hikaru's voice was calm and commanding, each word a sharp blade piercing Taijima's very soul as she advanced step by step. Don't forget you're still sealed. Without your jutsu, do you really think you could defeat me? Taiima tried to mask his fear with a sneer, but Hikaru's lips curled into a faint smile. That seal was undone long ago. So what if it was? I can seal you again. Evil sealing fire inscription. Taiima slammed his palm to the ground, and lines of black script raced across the earth toward Hikaru. How foolish. Evil seal release. Hikaru shouted in return. Light flared around her, and the seals meant to bind her dissolved into glittering motes, vanishing without a trace. What? She broke free? Since when did she master sealing techniques like this? Mastery is too strong a word. I only studied a little. Compared to Sister Mito's sealing arts, yours are nothing. Now, what else can you rely on? Hikaru's eyes brimmed with disdain. Damn you, woman. You think this is enough to defeat me? Do you know how much I've done for the prosperity of the Uchiha clan? What right do you have to judge me? You ungrateful wretch. Taijima's face twisted in fear and despair, his Sharingan never leaving Hikaru's hands, wary of her 8,000 spears technique, ready to react at the slightest move. You seem awfully nervous. Don't worry, I won't use that move on you. Uchiha Hikari let out a cold, mocking laugh. Dealing with someone like Uchiha Taiima hardly warranted her using her trump card, the 8,000 spears. A hint of red appeared at the corners of her eyes, a color that only manifested after her mastery of sage arts had reached a higher level. With a casual flick of her wrist, Hikari unleashed an invisible force that bound Uchiha Taiima, rendering him utterly immobile. No, impossible. How can you use a binding technique without weaving hand seals? This is sage arts, you fool. Hikari strode up to him, seized Taiima by the throat, and effortlessly lifted him high into the air. Her Mangekyo Sharingan flared open, and with the power of her sage-enhanced eyes, she overwhelmed Taijima's mind. In an instant, he was dragged completely into her illusionary world. It took no more than a heartbeat before Taiima collapsed, unconscious. So strong. This kind of power is terrifying. Is she the very girl who, years ago, single-handedly held off the Sarutobi clan in the Western Territories? I can't believe the Uchiha clan still has someone like this. You woman, release young Master Itama at once. Though the crowd shouted, witnessing Hikari defeat Uchiha Taiima with such effortless might left them paralyzed. No one dared move a muscle. Ignoring the people behind her, Hikari glanced at Taiima, now stripped of all resistance. She reached out and gently patted Itama's shoulder. Jinjutsu release. Huh, where am I? Itama blinked, rubbing his eyes, momentarily bewildered by what had just transpired. Are you all right, Itama? Hikari bent down, her voice tinged with gentle reproach. Have you been slacking off in your training? While your sister's away, you couldn't even see through such an obvious Jinjutsu attack. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Is that really you, Sister Hikari? Truly you? Itama looked closely and, recognizing the sister he'd longed for day and night, threw himself into her arms. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he burst into sobs. Sister Hikari, where have you been all these years? I missed you so much. Hikari? Could it really be Lady Hikari? No way. She was the Uchiha's secret weapon. At the mention of her name, astonishment rippled through those present. During her days among the Senju, Hikari had earned quite a reputation. Not only had she twice saved the young master, she'd slain countless Uchiha and Hagoromo ninjas and played a pivotal role in the negotiations with the Uzumaki clan. Even now, many remembered the prodigy who was close to both the young clan leader and Lady Mito of the Uzumaki. Who could have guessed that she was the Uchiha clan's hidden weapon all along? This is the third time I've rescued you, Itama. Uchiha Hikaru raised her hand, gently brushing Itama's hair, her voice filled with tenderness, paying no heed to the whispers around them. Sister Hikaru, they say you're an Uchiha. That can't be true, can it? Uchiha Hikaru fell silent, slowly turning away and walking in the direction of Uchiha Taijima. Itama, miracles don't happen every time. From now on, when I'm not by your side, you'll have to rely on yourself. Sister Hikaru? Itama looked on, lost and bewildered. Sister Hikaru, you're lying to us, aren't you? Come back with us. Big brother, second brother, and Sister Mito, they all miss you. Itama, you're growing up. You can't keep being so naive. Sister Hikaru, the Uchiha clan is barely holding on now. You mustn't go. I don't want to see you get hurt. It's not too late to. Turn back. If you kill Uchiha Taijima and join the final assault against the Uchiha, everyone can forgive what's happened before. I won't go back. Uchiha Hikaru's voice lingered in the air, echoing with quiet resolution. There are still personal scores I need to settle with the Uchiha. With one hand, she lifted Uchiha Taijima as easily as if she were picking up a kitten. Maybe once this is all over, I'll return. With those words, her figure flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a crowd of stunned faces and Itama's gaze, torn between longing and sorrow. After parting with Itama, Uchiha Hikaru found a hidden spot, bit her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall before swiftly weaving hand signs. Summoning jutsu, she intoned softly, pressing her palm to the ground. Instantly, white smoke billowed forth, shrouding everything around her. When the smoke cleared, Uchiha Hikaru appeared inside the immense, fleshy chamber of Mount Myaboku's great toad's stomach, with the unconscious Uchiha Taijima in tow. She bound Taijima within the living walls, using both the toad sealing technique and the power of her Mangekyo Sharingan to ensure his escape was impossible. With her preparations complete, Hikaru released the summoning and stood alone on the empty battlefield, already plotting her next move. She had spared Taijima's life for a reason. To use a Sharingan to break the memory seal on Madara and Izuna, restoring the brothers' lost recollections. Now, whenever she needed, she could summon the toad's stomach and bring Uchiha Taijima forth. If Madara and the others refused to trust her, she still had one last technique. The heart-to-heart jutsu she'd learned at the Falls of Truth, her final trump card. Returning to the Land of Fire, Uchiha Hikaru made careful inquiries and soon learned that, in the past 3 years, Madara and Izuna had grown rapidly, becoming the true leaders of the Uchiha clan. This meant that, even if their memories returned, they'd no longer be shackled by Taijima's old guard. It's time. Uchiha Hikaru looked toward the Uchiha compound, her eyes resolute, her whisper carrying a note of unwavering determination. In the distant Valley of the End, that ancient battlefield surrounded by mountains had borne witness to countless clashes and feats of glory. Here, Uchiha Madara and Izuna were locked in a fierce confrontation with the two Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. The duel between Madara and Hashirama carried an uncanny sense of mutual understanding. Though both wielded boundless chakra and possessed a wealth of jutsu, they limited themselves to swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat, as if reenacting an age-old duel between samurai. On the other side, however, the battle between Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama was a different story altogether. Their moves were ruthless. Each strike aimed squarely at the other's vital points. Whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu, every attack was laced with deadly intent. Suddenly, with a sharp clang of metal, Izuna's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The power of his Sharingan caught Tobirama off guard, drawing him into a powerful illusion. Wasting no time, Izuna sent Tobirama flying with a fierce kick, slamming him hard against a massive boulder. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, Izuna called out coldly. In an instant, a roaring fireball engulfed Tobirama's silhouette. The searing pain and powerful impact snapped Tobirama out of the Jinjutsu. Facing the oncoming inferno, he quickly performed water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, summoning a serpentine torrent that coiled protectively around him, successfully fending off the flames. As fire and water collided, a thick cloud of steam billowed up, blanketing the battlefield. Shrouded in mist, Tobirama deftly hurled 8 shuriken toward Izuna's direction. Despite his obscured vision, Izuna's Sharingan pierced the haze, allowing him to dodge the attack with ease. Such blind attacks are useless against the Uchiha. Izuna sneered, his confidence unwavering, certain of his impending victory. But just as he sidestepped, Tobirama's cool voice cut through the mist at his ear, flying thunder god slash. In the blink of an eye, Tobirama appeared at Izuna's side, as if teleporting, his blade slicing cleanly across Izuna's chest in a lightning-fast strike that shattered his composure. What? How is this possible? Izuna gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Staggering, he stared down in disbelief at the wound across his chest. When did you? he stammered. This is a space-time ninjutsu developed with the help of Sister Mito, designed specifically to counter the Uchiha Sharingan, Tobirama replied, his gaze cold and steady. So the smoke and the shuriken, they were all part of your trap, Izuna realized, his voice faltering. Exactly. To lure a proud Uchiha like you into lowering your guard and exposing a fatal weakness. Tobirama's eyes remained icy as he watched Izuna slowly collapse to the ground. Izuna. From afar, Madara caught sight of the scene, even as he clashed with Hashirama. Panic surged through him. He broke away, dashing to Izuna's side and gathering him gently into his arms. Stay with me, Izuna. I swear, your brother will save you, Madara murmured, lifting Izuna onto his back in preparation to retreat. At that moment, Hashirama, who had been locked in battle with Madara, caught up as well. Hashirama, step aside, Madara commanded, his tone resolute. Madara, Hashirama approached slowly, holding his sword. After a moment, he drove the blade into the ground and extended his hand to Madara. Madara, let's end this. If the strongest of the Uchiha and Senju join forces, no clan in any nation could stand against us. Sooner or later, the conflict across these lands will die down, and peace will finally come. No, brother, you mustn't. Izuna's voice rang out suddenly, weak yet unwavering, his shout filled with defiance. Don't let them deceive you. Brother, have you forgotten? Minoha, Izabu, and Shiga, all of them were killed by the Senju. Madara's gaze drifted between the countless Uchiha corpses strewn across the battlefield and the gravely wounded Izuna. A tumult of emotions surged within him. At last, he made his decision and hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. As the smoke cleared, the figures of the Uchiha brothers had vanished without a trace. Hashirama stood alone, his outstretched hand left grasping at empty air. On the battlefield, with Madara's escape, it was as if the hearts of the Uchiha were drained of all hope. In an instant, their fighting spirit evaporated. One by one, they let their weapons fall, choosing to surrender. Everyone understood. Facing the united might of the Senju alliance, the Uchiha's fate was sealed. Years of war had left both clans. Exhausted, the people's voices heavy with grief and resentment. Yet, within every heart, the longing for peace had quietly taken root. Back at the Uchiha compound, Madara shouldered the gravely wounded Izuna, moving with desperate speed as he charged into their territory. His voice echoed through the night, filled with a sense of urgency never heard before. Medical ninja, quickly, over here. Lord Madara? A medical ninja rushed over, panic etched across his face. What happened? Izuna's been wounded. Treat him at once. Madara ordered, his tone brooking no argument. This wound, at the sight of the deep gash across Izuna's chest, a wound that cut to the very bone, the medical ninja's face paled in shock. He knew all too well. In an age with such rudimentary medicine, wounds like this were almost a death sentence. Hurry, prepare the medicine and surgical tools. Begin the operation immediately. Madara's voice was low, but unyielding. The medical ninja dared not delay and plunged into their urgent preparations. Inside the operating room, the air was thick with tension, every person wholly absorbed in their task. Within their hearts, the medical ninja could not hide their despair. Such grievous injuries. There's little chance of saving him. Yet not a single soul dared to utter these words aloud. Don't give up. Even if there's no hope, we must try. Otherwise, if Lord Izuna were to die, you and I might not escape Lord Madara's wrath. One experienced medical ninja whispered gravely to his colleague. They understood Madara's temper and knew as well that Izuna was as vital to him as breath itself. All through the night, the lights in the operating room never dimmed. The Uchiha medical ninja gave everything they had. Yet despite their efforts, the flame of Izuna's life continued to fade, growing fainter with every passing moment. Lord Madara, we've done all we can. A medical ninja's voice trembled, his eyes filled with helplessness. Get out, useless fools, all of you. Madara roared, driving everyone from the room, leaving only himself and Izuna behind. He knelt beside Izuna, silent tears streaming down his face. Brother, that faint call was as gentle as a blade, piercing straight through Madara's heart. Izuna. Madara grasped Izuna's hand, his voice quivering. You'll be all right, Izuna. Trust your brother. I'll find a way. I promise you. It's enough, brother. Izuna's voice grew even weaker. I can't go on. The organs in my chest are already dead. I can't even feel anything anymore. Damn it. How did it come to this? Madara broke down, sobbing, tears streaming down his cheeks like a string of pearls suddenly cut. If only I hadn't hesitated, if I'd had the resolve to fight Hashirama to the bitter end. Maybe I could have saved you. It's all my fault. What kind of brother am I? What kind of clan leader for the Uchiha? Brother, take my eyes. Izuna's voice suddenly rang out. Izuna, I know your side has been pushed to its limits in battle after battle. In today's fight with Hashirama, you could barely see it all, right? Though our Uchiha clan has fallen on hard times. None of this is your fault. Among our generation, you're the most gifted. It was the elders' decisions that led us to this disaster. In any case, this is my wish, brother. Please accept it. Izuna, call the medical ninjas back in. Have them use medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan with the optic nerves into you. That way, your vision will never fail, and you'll gain the true power to protect the Uchiha. Izuna, I'm not worthy. I may be dying, but even so, I can become your eyes and still see the future with you. The Uchiha clan, I leave it in your hands. Izuna, no. Madara's wail tore through the air, raw and desperate, as if his grief could shatter the very heavens. Lord Madara. At that moment, the door burst open and the medical ninjas rushed in, panic in their voices. This is bad, Lord Madara. An enemy ninja broke through our defenses in the dead of night. He's nearly here. Who dares tempt fate and storm the Uchiha stronghold at a time like this? Madara thundered, his sorrow and fury swirling together, transforming into a burning will to fight. He wiped away his tears and stood tall. To challenge the Uchiha alone at night. Even Hashirama Senju wouldn't dare such a thing. Whoever you are, you got guts. Madara's fury could not be contained. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with fierce blue flames, and chakra gathered, segment by segment, into a skeletal frame. At last, it took form a colossal, armored warrior, half emerged, brandishing a giant blade, clad in the imposing armor of the great Tengu. Towering in the night, it seemed more demon than man, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. With a thunderous roar, the giant blade came crashing down, colliding with the invading shadow in a deafening clash, shaking the very earth. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed out, blotting out the sky and shrouding the battlefield in darkness. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan hurried to encircle the scene, their Sharingan eyes locked on the unfolding battle, not daring to relax for even a moment. Gradually, the dust began to settle, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the carnage to be revealed. But the expected scene of blood and torn flesh never appeared. Instead, what emerged were faces frozen in utter disbelief. As the smoke finally cleared, they saw, standing firm beneath Madara's Susanoo blade, a half-formed giant of deep crimson, mirroring Madara's own, differing only in color. The red colossus wielded twin swords, matching the blue giant blow for blow, the gleam of their blades sparking and flashing in a breathtaking contest. It's Susanoo, how can this be? Madara, encased within his blue giant, stared in shock, unable to believe the red Susanoo before him. In the present-day Uchiha clan, he alone could wield Susanoo. Even Izuna, though he possessed the Mangekyo, had never reached this realm. So who was this mysterious figure who commanded a crimson Susanoo as powerful as his own? Who are you? Madara roared his question, but suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his eyes. Susanoo began to dissipate, and he sank to his knees, blood streaming from his eyes. This is bad. The clan leader's eyes have reached their limit. But that person has Susanoo. We're no match for them. Damn it. In this moment of crisis, Madara slowly forced himself upright. Though his vision was blurred, his will was unbreakable. He could not fall. Not now, when he had no way of knowing what this mysterious wielder of Susanoo might do to his clan. Moments passed. The red giant steadily approached, but the expected blow never came. Instead, Madara watched as the crimson Susanoo quietly dispersed, and a familiar presence swept over him. Suddenly, Madara felt a warmth upon his chest, a sensation so familiar that he stood motionless, stunned. Madara, big brother. A voice he knew well spoke out. Is it Hikari? Yes. Uchiha Hikari reached out and drew Madara into a tight embrace, as if trying to reclaim all the lost years in a single moment. All these years, where have you been? Madara's arms wrapped around his sister. Madara and this isn't the time for questions. I heard Izuna was hurt. That's why I rushed back through the night. How is he? Izuna. He's barely hanging on. He might not last much longer. Madara's voice was heavy with grief. Madara and don't give up hope yet. Maybe I can save him. You can save him? Yes. Uchiha Hikari slipped from Madara's embrace, her figure darting like lightning. In an instant, she appeared before the doors of the operating room, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve and urgency. Who are you? This is a restricted medical area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. The medical ninja, unaware of the situation, stepped forward to block Hikari's path. Step aside. This is my sister, Hikari Uchiha. Anyone who dares to stand in her way tonight can consider their lives forfeit. Madara's voice thundered through the corridor, his murderous intent chilling everyone present. Some of the medical ninjas were so frightened they lost control of themselves. Immediately, they scrambled out of the way, not daring to hinder her for even a moment. Hikari, go. Bring Izuna back to us. Madara's voice, though gentle, held an unyielding strength. Izuna's situation was already desperate, but Madara was willing to grasp at any sliver of hope. Understood, Hikari replied softly, her step steady as she approached Izuna's side. Seeing him lying there, barely clinging to life, her eyes welled up with tears. When she had first left home, Izuna had been just an 8-year-old boy. Now he had grown so much, she could hardly recognize him. Summoning jutsu. With a quiet murmur, Hikari bit her fingertip, gathering a surge of chakra to summon a slug the size of an adult. She gently placed Izuna atop the slug back. The moment they made contact, the blood at Izuna's wounds began to evaporate, wisps of smoke curling into the air. Ninja art, plague, isolation technique. Hikari drew a circle of her blood around Izuna's wounds with her fingertip. As her chakra flowed in, a sterile barrier materialized around the injury. Lady Slug, I've done everything I can for immediate treatment. Is there still hope for Izuna? Hikari's voice was filled with desperation. Hikari, your response was swift and skillful. But whether the patient recovers or not will depend on his own will to live. If his desire to survive is strong enough, every cell in his body will answer the call and fight to heal. Then what about Izuna now? His condition is far from good. Lady Slug's voice was heavy with regret. Is there truly nothing else we can do? There may still be a way. Do you remember when you were gravely injured by Uchiha and Hagoromo? I remember. Hikari's voice grew thoughtful. Back then, young Lord Hashirama saved your life by giving you his own blood. The blood of the Senju clan greatly enhances vitality and recovery, though it is forbidden to give it lightly to those outside the clan. But since your blood has already fused with the Senju's, if you transfuse your blood into Izuna, there should be no problem. So that's it. You want me to give him my blood? I understand. Without a moment's hesitation, Hikari reached for the transfusion kit nearby and plunged the needle into her own arm. As the blood began to flow, the bag became a lifeline, linking Hikari and Izuna together. In the operating room, time seemed to stand still. Only the mingled sound of their breathing filled the silent space. The medical ninja exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what Uchiha Hikari was doing. Yet, faced with the dire situation, they were willing to try anything that might help. As Hikari's blood was transfused, the Senju blood cells began to merge with those of the Uchiha, as if engaging in some silent dialogue with Izuna's body. Gradually, something miraculous unfolded. The bleeding from Izuna's chest organ stopped, and the wounds visibly began to heal. This is nothing short of divine. One of the assisting medical ninja murmured softly, awe in his voice. Lady Hikari, Lord Izuna's injuries are now under control. Is that so? Hikari replied weakly, forcing herself to stand. Sweat beaded on her forehead. The hardest part is over. The rest, I'll leave to you. She slowly walked toward the door, her steps unsteady. The relentless battles with her clansmen the previous night, the activation of Susanoo, and the massive blood transfusion had left her utterly drained. Just as she was about to collapse, Madara appeared at her side in a flash, catching her firmly in his arms. In that moment, all her exhaustion and weakness seemed to find a place to rest. Hikari surrendered to sleep against Madara's chest, a mix of fatigue and relief washing over her. Hikari, you did wonderfully. Now, it's my turn to protect you, Madara whispered, his voice gentle yet unwavering. In the safety of his embrace, Hikari finally found peace in her weariness. She closed her eyes, letting her head rest lightly on his shoulder. All her hardships seemed to melt into sweetness. Held securely in Madara's strong arms, Hikari felt a serenity she had never known before. She understood, in that moment, that whatever the future might hold, she would never be alone. Her family was by her side. As the first rays of morning light slipped like gentle fingers through the crack in the curtains and brushed across Hikari's face, she slowly opened her eyes. It was as if a blossom had quietly unfolded in the dawn. Madara and Izuna's faces came into view, their concerned gazes as warm and comforting as the morning sun. Hikari, Izuna is safe now. I've also told him about you, Madara said softly, his voice as tender as a spring breeze. Izuna's face was filled with bewilderment and curiosity. It's unbelievable. I never imagined I had an older sister. But why can't I remember any of this? Confusion flickered in his eyes. Izuna, you're awake? Hikari's voice brimmed with joy and gentle affection. How do you feel? Are you in any pain? Let me take a good look at you. She tried to stand, but after only a couple of steps, her body faltered and she nearly fell. You silly girl, take care of yourself before you worry about others, Madara scolded softly, catching her just in time. His eyes were full of fondness and concern, as if she were a precious treasure in need of careful protection. Compared to me, Izuna's wounds are much more serious. Uchiha Hikaru steadied herself, then slowly walked over to Izuna's side and gently gathered him into her arms. Don't make your sister worry, you silly brother. Her words were filled with both tenderness and gentle reproach, yet they radiated a sense of comfort and warmth. Back in the western dungeons, Hikaru had imagined this very moment countless times. She thought she might cry when it finally arrived. But now, standing here, all she felt was the joy of reunion. Hikarune, Izuna blushed at her concern. Though he had no memory of this sister, her genuine care made Hikaru's presence feel all the more familiar to him. Hikaru, the Uchiha clan is now completely under Mai and Izuna's control. The militant remnants of Taijima's faction have been wiped out by the Senju alliance. Madara stepped forward, his expression grave and his gaze sharp as a blade. Now, it's time for you to tell me what you've been hiding all along, isn't it? Hikaru smiled softly and nodded, a complicated light flickering in her eyes. 3 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Even I didn't expect things to change so drastically. She walked to a corner of the hospital room and stood quietly for a moment. Then she bit her fingertip and a drop of fresh blood arced through the air, tracing a line before touching the wall. In that instant, a mysterious summoning sigil shimmered into view. Suddenly, the entire hospital room transformed. The four walls replaced by the orange-yellow flesh of a giant toad, and Uchiha Taijima's body slowly emerged, pushed forward by the living walls. I never thought he'd end up in your hands, Madara said with a wry smile. His and Izuna's eyes, calm as a tranquil lake, rested on the unconscious Taijima as he slid from the toad's inner wall to the floor. Madara's heart had always yearned for peace and light, and many of Taijima's policies ran counter to that, clashing with his desire for harmony and his love for children. Yet Taijima, as the clan's absolute ruler, had always seemed unassailable. Madara and Izuna's resistance was like fish swimming against a relentless current, difficult, lonely, and seemingly impossible. But times had changed. The Taijima faction had been nearly wiped out in the war against the Senju alliance. At last, Madara and Izuna saw their long-awaited chance. The chance to rebuild the Uchiha clan in their own image, one free from the shadows of the past, founded on peace, justice, and love. He should have died in the Senju siege. I was the one who spared his life, Hikaru said coldly. Her eyes spun into the kaleidoscopic Mangekyo Sharingan. She gently placed her hand on the unconscious Taijima's brow, her voice brooking no argument. Undo the Jinjutsu placed on Madara and Izuna. Restore their memories. Uchiha Taijima seemed like a puppet under someone else's control as he awakened his Sharingan. A surge of mysterious chakra poured from his eyes, rushing straight toward Madara and Izuna. In the blink of an eye, the illusion that had bound the two brothers was completely shattered. A flash of shock and sudden understanding passed over Madara and Izuna's faces, as if lost memories were finally being pieced together. In that moment, they realized there was another person of utmost importance in their lives, Uchiha Nameless. Nameless? Madara's voice was low and somber. Sister Nameless. Izuna's voice trembled with emotions too complex to describe. The return of their memories was like opening a door that had been locked for ages. Memories of Uchiha Nameless flooded back, overwhelming and unstoppable. She had been with them since childhood, caring for them tenderly, protecting them in silence, bearing countless unspeakable burdens in the darkness, all without a word of complaint, always as a family member. The sudden onrush of restored memories was too much for Izuna. His emotions collapsed, and tears streamed down his face, unstoppable. Madara clenched his fists tightly, his eyes rimmed with red as well. A deep sense of guilt and gratitude surged within his heart. They both now understood. That Uchiha Nameless, their silent guardian, was truly an irreplaceable part of their lives. Her sacrifices and devotion made this reunion even more precious. Sister Nameless, welcome home. Izuna choked up, his tears falling like pearls scattered from a broken string, silently speaking of his overwhelming excitement and gratitude, a joy at what was lost and now found, a cry of kinship, a heartfelt thanks for all of Nameless' silent dedication through the years. Yes, I'm home, Uchiha Hikari replied softly, her smile carrying both relief and warmth. She knew that she had finally returned to the home she had longed for, to the side of the family she loved so deeply. Standing to the side, Madara's eyes glistened. He gently placed his hand on Uchiha Hikari's back. Uchiha Hikari began to recount to her brothers all that she had experienced over the years, revealing the origin of her true name, Uchiha Hikari. Each word bore the weight of her hardships and perseverance. Report. Just as the three were immersed in memories of the past, a voice rang out at the doorway, breaking the rare moment of tranquility. Lord Madara, the Senju clan's envoys are here again to urge for peace. Shall we send them away as before? So Hashirama still hasn't given up? Eh? Madara chuckled softly, but did not answer right away. He turned his gaze to Uchiha Hikari, seeking his sister's thoughts. What do you think? Uchiha Hikari pondered for a moment. Just as Hashirama said, if the Senju and Uchiha join forces, there will be no rival in the shinobi world. Perhaps the Land of Fire could finally know a peace like never before. Then, brother, sister, shall we decide now? Izuna's eyes shone with hope. No, not yet. Let's wait. Madara interrupted Izuna. Go inform the Senju clan. Tomorrow, the Uchiha princess will be holding a grand birthday banquet. If they want peace talks, tell Hashirama to come in person and sign the agreement at the feast. Yes, sir. The messenger ninja left, looking utterly bewildered, his heart brimming with questions. Uchiha princess? Since when does the Uchiha clan have a princess? Brother? Hikari and Izuna exchanged puzzled glances, confusion written in their eyes. Madara smiled and explained, we may have lost the war in the ninja world, but we mustn't lose face. Besides, I want Hashirama to regret his choices, to regret not marrying a girl as remarkable as my own sister, Uchiha Hikari. Imagine, he chose a woman from the Uzumaki clan instead. Tomorrow, I'll make a grand announcement at the banquet. Uchiha Hikari is my sister, the princess not only of the Uchiha, but of the entire ninja world, the first and finest princess, no less worthy than any Uzumaki princess. Brother, you really hold a grudge, Izuna said with a sly smile, amusement flickering in his eyes. Brother, I was the one who refused Hashirama back then. Don't blame him for this. Hikari's cheeks flushed faintly, her voice tinged with shyness. Tomorrow, she would face Hashirama and his brothers officially as a member of the Uchiha clan. You're both too noisy. Quiet down. Madara's words carried a note of authority, but couldn't quite hide the deep affection he felt for his family. 10 years ago, I found this child in the northeast war zone. She has no name, a Uchiha ninja said gruffly, tossing the 5-year-old Hikari to the ground. Kid, standing before you is Lord Taiima, our Uchiha clan leader. Show your respect and greet him. Hey, can't you be a little gentler with such a small child? 6-year-old Madara, standing beside Taiima, glared at the subordinate in displeasure. Lord Young Master, this child isn't ordinary. The intelligence unit picked her up on the battlefield. She's a terrifying weapon. When we followed the captain and found her, more than 50 ninjas around her had been reduced to dried corpses, their faces unrecognizable. How could a little girl possibly have done that? Stop making up tall tales to fool me and father. If you all dislike her so much, then from today on, she's my sister. Nobody is allowed to bully her. Madara stepped forward, gently lifting Hikari to her feet. No name? Then from now on, you'll be called Nameless. With a name, you're no longer just a weapon. That promise Madara made in his childhood became a guiding light in Hikari's heart, illuminating her path forward forever. Back to the present, before the Uchiha's grand birthday banquet. Did you hear? For years ago in the Western War Zone, there was a girl whose exploits became the stuff of legend, a hero. Now, she has returned to the clan. Who would have thought? That girl is actually Lord Madara's younger sister. If she hadn't held the western defensive line back then, the Suratobi clan would have flattened our western territory 3 years ago. But what's strange is, she seemed to disappear after that. What happened to her? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. I heard it had something to do with power struggles within the clan's upper ranks. In any case, having that child return to the Uchiha is a tremendous blessing for us. Lady Hikari, this ceremonial robe suits you perfectly. Beneath the blue sky, within the inner halls of the Uchiha estate, the clan's finest tailors and designers stood side by side, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the young woman before them. In the courtyard, a girl sat poised in an exquisite kimono, as if she were a painting come to life. Behind her, 10 attendants worked diligently, carefully arranging her hair and makeup. A group of Uchiha youths, captivated by her beauty, clung to the outer wall, sneaking peeks inside. At first, they were merely curious to see the clan leader's younger sister. But the moment her breathtaking face came into view, It was as if Cupid's arrow had struck them all. Their eyes sparkled, unable to look away from that dazzling radiance. Outside the Uchiha main hall, banners and flags fluttered proudly in the wind. Today was not only a celebration of the Uchiha princess's birthday, but also the arrival of a historic moment, the signing of a peace treaty between the Senju and the Uchiha. News of this event had already set the land of fire abuzz. People from distant clans and humble villages alike had flocked here, eager to witness and bless this day of double joy. From dawn, the Uchiha's welcoming seats had been filled to capacity. Every corner of the estate was packed with people eager to witness the occasion. As drums thundered and horns blared, the honor guard, resplendent in full regalia, stood at attention, opening a dignified path to herald the arrival of Hikari Uchiha in her ceremonial attire. Hikari's beauty today was beyond compare. Her signature long hair was elegantly styled, and she wore a traditional Uchiha gown, her youthful innocence, replaced by a regal, princess-like grace. She was every bit worthy of the title Uchiha Princess, her beauty unforgettable to all who saw her. "Hikari, you look absolutely stunning." Hashirama and Tobirama sat in the guest seats, their eyes filled with admiration and awe as they watched the dazzling young woman. Tobirama had once harbored some resentment over Hikari Uchiha's concealed identity, but witnessing her peerless beauty today, even his steely heart was quietly moved, and for the first time, he felt his pulse quicken. "Sister Mito, she's not here, is she?" Hikari scanned the crowd, but did not spot her beloved Sister Mito. Clearly, the Senju clan still harbored some wariness toward the Uchiha, and hadn't dared allow the Uzumaki princess to set foot in this den of dragons and tigers. "Lady Hikari, please step forward." At that moment, the master of ceremonies, staff in hand, bowed respectfully and called her to the front. Uchiha Hikari glided forward with graceful, delicate steps, her skirt billowing gently in the breeze as she moved with lightness and poise. "Today, I thank you all for coming from afar to attend the grand celebration of Princess Uchiha Hikari, the sister of clan leader Uchiha Madara. At the same time, I invite you all to witness the signing of the peace treaty between the Uchiha and Senju clans," the master of ceremonies announced, his voice echoing across the square. Uchiha Hikari slowly made her way to the center of the main hall. She raised her fair, slender arm, and a ribbon of fire blossomed at her fingertips, casting a radiant light all around and filling the hall with brilliance. She turned to face the guests, her bearing elegant, as she offered her respects to everyone present. The guests returned her gesture in unison, the atmosphere solemn yet filled with warmth. "Thank you all for coming such a long way to celebrate my birthday," she began, her voice clear and sincere. "In truth, I do not even know if today is truly the day I was born, for I am a child orphaned by war. When I was 5, my brother Madara took me in, and from then on, I grew up under the protection of clan leader Taiima. In these years, I have traveled across countless battlefields, witnessing the merciless cruelty of war and the suffering of people forced from their homes. I have seen despair in those who lost loved ones, but also the unyielding resolve of people striving for peace. That is why I understand what it has cost the entire shinobi world to arrive at this moment. To mark this day, a milestone in the pursuit of peace in the land of fire, my brother Madara decided to designate today as my birthday. I am Uchiha Hikari, Princess of the Uchiha clan. From this day forward, I will forever remember the significance of this moment and devote my life to the cause of peace in the shinobi world, unwavering in my vow. To everyone present, you are not only witnesses to my oath, but also the ones who will hold me accountable on this path. On behalf of my brother, Uchiha Madara, I declare that from today onward, the Uchiha clan is reborn. No longer will we be seen as a people feared for war, but as a clan filled with love and peace, basking in the sunlight, and vowing to fight for the people of the land of fire. For a moment, the hall fell into profound silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted, resounding like a rolling storm. Uchiha Hikari's image, kind and approachable, completely overturned the ingrained perceptions people held of the Uchiha clan. Her speech brought forth the most enthusiastic cheers of the celebration. Now, we will proceed to the signing ceremony of the peace treaty with the Senju clan. May I invite Lord Hashirama Senju, the clan leader, and Lord Tobirama Senju, the deputy leader, to come forward, the master of ceremonies announced. As the announcement was made, Hashirama stepped onto the stage with a warm smile, his gaze gentle as it fell upon Uchiha Hikari. "Hikari, your speech today was truly inspiring. I'm deeply moved." Tobirama stood beside him, and as he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the name Uchiha. To deliver such a speech, well, I must say, That's just what I'd expect from you, my dear. Hikari. I'm sorry, Tobarama. Back then, I had no choice but to keep it from you, Uchiha Hikari said, offering an apologetic smile. After all, we stood on opposite sides at the time. But you told Big Brother and Sister Mito ahead of time, Tobarama replied, a hint of jealousy coloring his words. Recently, I've been busy moving and interning, and without my computer, I've been typing on my phone. The writing is a bit rough, more like an outline. I'll polish it up when I get my computer back. For now, just treat this as a sneak peek. All right, Tobarama, why not forgive Hikari? Hashirama gently patted Tobarama on the shoulder. Back then, you and father were so deeply prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. How could Hikari have told you so easily? I understand, Big Brother. Times have changed. Now that the Uchiha desire peace as well, I won't play the villain who spoils it, Tobarama replied. To be able to let go of hatred for the sake of peace, Tobarama, you've truly grown up, Hikari said with a warm smile. Being praised by an Uchiha doesn't make me happy, Tobarama shot back, though he couldn't quite hide the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, truly worthy of the Uchiha's #1 anti-fan, Hikari teased, grinning as she gave Tobarama's snowy hair a firm ruffle. It was clear Tobarama really did dislike the Uchiha, but after getting to know Hikari, the clan didn't seem so disagreeable anymore. By the way, Hikari, where have you been all these years? If you'd only gone to Mount Myaboku, you were gone far too long, Hashirama inquired. In fact, I did have chances to come back while I was training at Mount Myaboku, but I was caught up in my own thoughts and ended up delaying my return, Hikari explained. What were you thinking about? While training at Mount Myaboku, I often found myself recalling the dreams we once shared at the Valley of the Forest, you, me, and Brother Madara. These years, wandering the world since leaving the mountains, I've been searching for my own answer. Your own answer? Yes. Unlike you and Brother Madara, who tried to resolve everything through war, I spent the past 3 years among ordinary people, seeing war and peace through their eyes. Not from a perspective of the ninja world, but the perspective of the people. That's right. After all, this world is made up mostly of ordinary folk. I've walked countless battlefields and witnessed endless suffering and sorrow. I've spoken with those who lost everything, listening to their pain over lost homes and loved ones. Gradually, I began to realize that peace isn't just a piece of paper, a treaty. It's something that grows from the goodness and understanding in people's hearts. We need to do more than just lay down our arms. We must also reconcile in our hearts, let love and empathy become the bonds that connect us, and always stay vigilant and cherish this hard-won peace. Supervision and education. Is that your answer? Hashirama asked. Yes. Uchiha Hikari nodded and said, come to think of it, the three of us each have a different answer. My brother believes that peace needs to be maintained by force and strength. Hashirama, your answer is that peace requires love and mutual help. As for me, I think lasting peace comes from long-term education, subtly shaping people's hearts so that they truly yearn for peace from within, and ensuring more people watch over this peace to prevent it from going astray. Hikaru, that's beautifully put. Hashirama's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you returned from Mount Myaboku, you seem like a completely new person. Did you receive some extraordinary revelation there? In a sense, yes. I received a prophecy from the great Toad Sage, Hikaru replied softly. It said that my decisions would influence the fate of the shinobi world. If we follow the old paths, the peace you and my brother seek may not endure for long. So that's how you found this path to lasting peace. Could you share more details? Tobarama, ever perceptive, caught the deeper meaning in Hikaru's words, his eyes shining with anticipation. Let's put that aside for now, Tobarama, Hikaru interjected, shifting his gaze to the gathering crowd. There's so many people waiting. Let's first get on with signing the peace treaty, shall we? You're right. I almost forgot what we came here for. Hashirama scratched his head with a sheepish grin, then strode forward, took up the pen, and solemnly signed his name on the document the master of ceremonies had prepared. He then shook hands with Hikaru, marking the beginning of peace. By the way, where are Madara and Izuna? Tobarama looked around in puzzlement. On a day this important, it's strange for the brothers to be absent. Madara and Izuna underwent surgery, so they can't be here for now, Hikaru explained. But even once the operation is over, I doubt they'd show up. My brother said he completely trusts every decision I make. Surgery. Hashirama's brows furrowed. Don't tell me Izuna's injuries still haven't healed? Izuna recovered long ago. The operation they had was an eye transplant. An eye transplant? Tobarama and Hashirama exclaimed together, their faces etched with surprise. Yes, Madara's eyesight had been failing. But fortunately, among the Uchiha, close relatives can solve this through transplants. Hikaru nodded gently, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Incredible, Hashirama murmured in amazement. By the way, Hashirama, my brother asked me to pass along a message for you, Hikaru said, a hint of resignation in his tone. He said, once everything settles, he'll wait for you at that old spot. Even though you won the war, the rivalry between you two still isn't over. Is that so? Hashirama's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes shining with a longing that words could not fully express. No one knows Madara's stubbornness better than I do. As night fell, the Uchiha clan's banquet gradually drew to a close. Amidst the lively songs and dances, seeds of peace quietly began to take root. Land of Fire, Forest Waterfall, armored and resolute, Hashirama Senju strode steadily toward the waterfall. Ahead of him stood a familiar figure with hands clasped behind his back, the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan in. His eyes shimmered with an indomitable light. This was Uchiha Madara, now awakened to the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and exuding an aura more formidable than ever before. Noticing Hashirama's approach, Madara's entire body ignited with blue chakra. In an instant, a spectral blue skeleton enveloped him, swiftly expanding as muscle and sinew grew over it, transforming him into a veritable god of battle. Hashirama, today marks the end of our rivalry, Madara declared, his voice unwavering and resolute. With that, the massive fist of Susanoo came crashing toward Hashirama. Fine. Would release. Advent of the flower tree world. Hashirama answered without backing down. His secret wood-style technique conjured colossal flowering trees that erupted from the earth, their trunks wrapping tightly around Susanoo's arm and rendering it immobile. As Hashirama's chakra surged, the roots of the flower trees spread like a vast net, layer upon layer, sealing Madara's Susanoo. Gigantic roots battered the unyielding giant one after another. Madara struggled fiercely within his Susanoo, suddenly noticing blossoms blooming atop the giant's head. Golden pollen rained down, dusting Susanoo's form. Is this poisonous pollen? Madara muttered, accidentally inhaling a trace. In that instant, Susanoo toppled to the ground with a mighty crash. What's wrong, Madara? Surely that's not all you've got, Hashirama said with a light laugh, his tone teasing. Oomph. Don't underestimate me. Madara, stung by Hashirama's taunt, drove his Susanoo to its feet. It surged in size, armored in the regalia of a great Tengu warrior, chakra amassing until it transformed into an even more colossal figure. Now, Susanoo's complete form towered several times higher than the surrounding flower trees, the pollen utterly unable to reach Madara at such heights. Seeing this, Hashirama's hands moved swiftly in a series of signs. Would release, would human technique. In an instant, Hashirama stood atop a massive wooden figure, a dragon coiled around its shoulders. This would human rivaled Madara's Susanoo in size, emanating an aura of calm, yet overwhelming might. Hashirama! Madara! With twin roars, Madara's Susanoo and Hashirama's wooden titan collided with earth-shaking force, causing the very ground to tremble. Far away, within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Hikaru felt the tremors rumbling through the earth. She glanced up toward the direction of the forest waterfall, her heart tightening with worry for the two warriors. It's begun, Hikaru murmured softly, her thoughts bound to that distant battlefield. The epical clash between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju raged on for an entire day. Around the forest waterfall, the landscape had been utterly transformed. Aside from the ever-surging waterfall itself, there was no trace of trees. The earth seemed to have been completely reshaped by the power of these two. Hashirama knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, while Madara lay sprawled, utterly exhausted. Since dawn, Uchiha Hikari had arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Now, she walked slowly toward Madara, her eyes filled with a tangle of emotions. At your age, still competing as stubbornly as children. Big brother, you really are hopeless, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with reproach, but unable to conceal her worry as she gently helped Madara sit up. Sorry to make you worry, Hikari, Madara said, lying on the ground, a relieved smile on his face. If you know it worries people, then you shouldn't do such things, Hikari chided, supporting Madara against her shoulder. If something happened to you, the younger generation of Uchiha who follow you would be in chaos all over again. The Uchiha clan is no longer as fierce as it once was, Madara gave a wry smile. The truth was he only held power because so many of Taijima's radicals had died in battle. Even if that spirit is lacking now, it will emerge again in the future, Hikari replied. A tiger without fangs will only become prey for others in the end. At that moment, Hashirama's voice rang out. Madara, our battle has ended. Do you still remember our old dream, building an ideal village? Together? Now we are no longer insignificant youths. If we build this village, we can protect those we cherish. What do you say? You never give a man a moment's peace. Madara shook his head with a wry, gentle laugh, yet he couldn't hide the stirring of hope in his heart. He turned, his gaze weary. At least let a man catch his breath before we talk about it. Thank you, Madara. You're still the man who values bonds above all. Hashirama smiled, sincerity shining in his eyes. I truly believe, from this day forward, there will never again be conflict between Uchiha and Senju. Madara gave a faint nod. No more children like Hikari will have to bear such sacrifice, and no more innocent lives will be lost to war. News of the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju swept across the shinobi world like a gale in just 2 days. With the two great clans joining forces and many other families answering the call, they began from nothing, building the prototype of a ninja village beneath the cliffs carefully chosen by Hikari and Hashirama. Afterward, this united village cooperated with the Land of Fire's government, working to create a place where ninja and nation could coexist as equals, a foundation for lasting peace. The construction of the village was like a dream brought to life, rapidly taking shape and growing grand in scale. One day, Hashirama, Madara, and Hikari stood atop the mountain that had once been their battleground, gazing down at the village below, their hearts filled with countless emotions. Now that so many clans have gathered in one place, Hashirama mused, we'll need a name and a symbol for our village. Hashirama's voice drifted gently on the breeze. The village's name and its emblem. He casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, tracing its veins with his fingers. How about we call it Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves? Konoha. I quite like that name. Uchiha Hikari replied with a gentle smile and a nod. And the emblem? Madara asked, inquisitive. The emblem could be a leaf as well. What do you think? Hashirama suggested. Trust you to come up with something so predictable. Madara teased, his tone dry. Hikari, do you have any ideas? Hashirama turned to Uchiha Hikari, his eyes full of genuine curiosity. Hashirama, don't forget who played the most crucial role in this latest shinobi world war. Hikari replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. You? And Madara? You blockhead, it was Sister Mito. Without her, how could you have formed the great Senju alliance so quickly? Oh, right. How did I forget? Hikari sighed, her eyes full of reproach. Honestly, all you ever think about is skipping stones with Brother Madara or fishing at your leisure. Poor Sister Mito. Marrying you, she's been run ragged by all the village business ever since. Hashirama snapped his fingers as realization dawned. I see now. Hikari, you mean we should add an Uzumaki element to our village crest? Right? He stooped to pick up a small stone, and with it, sketched a design on the ground. How about this? Hikari and Madara lowered their heads to inspect it. Hashirama had drawn a leaf slanting to the left, with a spiral pattern at its heart. Madara glanced at it and shrugged. It'll do, I suppose. But for Hikari, that symbol struck a deeper chord. As she gazed at the emblem, her eyes grew moist with emotion. It was exactly the same as the one she remembered on Boruto Uzumaki's forehead protector, the very emblem she had treasured in her heart. So Boruto, in the future, does he become a ninja of Konoha? Hikari, what's wrong? Hashirama asked, noticing her reaction. You don't like it? I can change it if you want. No, don't change it. Please, keep it just as it is. Hikari quickly interjected, her voice trembling. I love this emblem. I'm just overwhelmed with emotion. All right then. And so, through the combined efforts of the three, the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire was officially named. Its unique symbol not only carried their hopes for peace and unity, but also bore their longing for a boundless future. At this moment in history, the Warring States era finally drew to a close. 2 years passed. It was the first year of Konoha, year one of the village. The hidden leaf had by now grown into a thriving community. Towering walls circled the village, bustling marketplaces flourished, schools nurtured the next generation of ninja, while administrative buildings and medical research institutes marked a time of stability and progress. Uchiha Hikari, now serving as an advisor within the village, devoted herself wholeheartedly to its planning and development. Her name, ever since that banquet 2 years ago, had already echoed far and wide across the ninja world. 2 years have passed, and Uchiha Hikari has grown from shy young girl into a beautiful woman, now held in high esteem within the village. As the sister of Madara Uchiha, the so-called demon of the shinobi world, and thanks to her close friendships with Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, many factors combined have made her quite a legendary figure. Apart from Tobirama, it seems no young man of her generation dares confess their feelings to her anymore. Rumor even has it that, to marry Uchiha Hikari, one must first defeat both Madara and Hashirama, a notion that has troubled Hikari for quite some time. On this day, Hikari strolled along Konoha's bustling commercial street, where she happened upon Hashirama, surrounded by villagers, and Madara, looking as stern as ever. With his kind eyes and cheerful nature, Hashirama was beloved by all. Children often brought him flowers and admiration, creating a scene of pure harmony. In contrast, Madara's severe expression and his fearsome reputation seemed to create an invisible distance between him and the villagers. He longed to be closer, but somehow that gap never closed. Each time he unintentionally frightened a child, Hashirama and Hikari couldn't help but burst into laughter. Speaking of which, Hikari approached the two with a bright smile. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire has been urging me to have us decide on the village's leader soon. So, which one of you wants to be the village chief? Village chief? That title is far too rustic, Madara replied with a look of disdain. How about the chief ninja who protects the Land of Fire from the shadows? Hashirama suggested, brimming with confidence in his choice. That's way too long-winded. You clearly have no sense for naming things. Madara shook his head, refusing to look at him. Why not keep it simple and just call the position Hokage? Hashirama proposed. Now, that's not half bad, Madara replied, closing his eyes with a rare smile. So, who will take up the mantle of Hokage? Hikari's gaze shifted between the two men. At this, Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, each feeling that the other was the better candidate for the role. I believe, Madara, you are the one most suited for this position, Hashirama said earnestly, looking straight at Madara. And why me? You're just as capable, Madara asked, puzzled. Madara, you've lost more brothers in the past than I have. That's why I hope you'll see every ninja in the village as your brother and protect them all, Hashirama said solemnly. If we're talking about loss, Hikari has suffered just as we have. But when it comes to leading the village, I think she's even better suited than either of us, Madara countered, turning to Hikari. She's loved by the villagers, her policies are sound, and besides, I have no patience for paperwork. That does make sense, Hashirama agreed, turning to Hikari as well. Under their gaze, Hikari felt a pang of guilt and looked away. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, Hashirama, brother. I'm afraid I can't accept the role of Hokage. Why not? Because, Hikari turned her face aside, her voice trembling, I might not be able to see any of you for much longer. Not see us anymore. The two men spoke in unison. What do you mean by that? Madara pressed her shoulders, concern overflowing in his eyes as he questioned her further. Seeing the look in Madara's eyes, Uchiha Hikari let out a sigh, then bowed her head with a heavy expression and said, Recently, I've been studying sealing techniques and the seal with Sister Mido. You both know about this, right? She explained. Hashirama nodded in response. I plan to seal myself inside a scroll in the near future, Hikari continued. Hikari, what are you saying? Living beings can't be sealed into scrolls. Are you trying to die? Madara exclaimed in shock. No, brother, that won't happen. I've mastered sage arts at Mount Mayaboku, which allows me to merge with nature. As long as I enter sage mode, I can be preserved within the scroll in a state like suspended animation. Inside the scroll, time doesn't flow, so I can remain as I am until the future, Hikari clarified. But why would you go to such lengths? Hashirama asked, puzzled. Because, Hikari closed her eyes, images of Boruto filling her mind. She slowly opened them again, her gaze resolute. I want to seek out the person, in my heart, and for the future of the ninja world as well. This is a strategy Sister Mido and I have devised together, she said gravely. In the prophecy, I am destined to experience 5 great ninja wars in the next 70 years. Each time, my choices will be crucial, Hikari explained, looking down at her hands and clenching them into fists. But my lifespan can't possibly last that long. That's why I need Sister Mido to help seal me away. Whenever the ninja world is on the brink of war, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan can unseal me. When the war ends, they'll seal me again. In this way, I'll be present for all 5 great wars. Absurd, Madara shouted, his anger flaring. To sacrifice yourself for some vague and uncertain prophecy. Do you realize how lonely your future will be? I will never allow you to walk this path of no return. I absolutely forbid it. Ever since regaining his memories, Madara had been burdened with guilt over his younger sister, Hikari. There was no way he could stand by and watch her face such a harsh and lonely fate alone. Brother, Hikari said softly, this isn't sacrifice. It's my responsibility. I must make this choice for the future, to bring peace to the ninja world. Enough. If you insist on this path, I'll destroy this ninja world right now, Madara roared, unable to contain his fury. Madara, you're too agitated, Hashirama said, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking in a low, steady voice. But you do have a point. The price Hikari is willing to pay is too high. Brother, Hashirama, have you both forgotten the dreams we shared, talking together on the cliffside? Hikari's eyes shone with unwavering determination. I've never given up on that dream. But, Hikari, Madara's voice trembled. I can't accept this. After all the hardships, we've finally been reunited. Brother, I'm doing this to fulfill the promise I made on your birthday. Uchiha. Hikari walked up to Madara, her tone unwavering. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and as part of the Hidden Leaf Village, I must make a responsible choice. But I don't want to see you go down this path. Madara gazed at Uchiha Hikari, unable to hide the sorrow in his eyes. I'd rather let that brat, Tobarama, marry you, so you could live out your days peacefully in the village. I can't agree to that either. Hikari, your choice is too much of a sacrifice. Hashirama stepped forward, his voice grave. If someone must support the future, let be me. Lately, I've been devoting myself to mastering sage jutsu from Shikatsu Forest. Hashirama, you're still as foolish as ever. Uchiha Hikari shook her head with a gentle laugh. The Land of Fire is at peace now only because both of you are here. Other nations are following our example, establishing the one country, one village system. If either of you were to leave, the next war would not just be between shinobi clans. It would be an all-out conflict between nations. Hashirama fell silent, lowering his head. He was a man of integrity, but he was not blind to the situation. Hikari's words rang with undeniable truth. Is there really no other way? Hashirama, I've thought about this for a long time. Right now, there truly is no other path. Tears glimmered in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. So, Hashirama, brother, please forgive me for being stubborn. Hashirama and Madara exchanged a look, their eyes brimming with helplessness and pain. They understood Hikari, but the thought of never seeing her again cut deep, like a knife twisting in their hearts. Hikari, Hashirama's voice caught his throat. Is there anything we can still do for you? Hashirama, brother, please protect the leaf. Safeguard this peace. Tears welled in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. That's my only request. We will, Madara replied, resolute. No matter where you are, the leaf will always be your home, your place of peace. Thank you, both of you. Uchiha Hikari smiled, gratitude shining in her eyes. She turned away, hands clasped behind her back, her hair fluttering in the breeze, hiding the tracks of tears. Her voice was soft as she said, for the next few days, I'll be staying with Sister Mito, learning the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. If you have time, you can come see me. After the day of farewell, please don't come. I don't want my last memory before being sealed to be one of tears. You little rascal, not even letting us see you off? Who was it that told us not to do things that make others worry all the time? Madara huffed. And listen well, Hikari, I'm only agreeing to this plan for now, but I'm going to find my own way to help you next. Got it. Brother, you have a way to help me? Uchiha Hikari turned back, curiosity lighting up her face. Recently, I ran into a strange fellow wearing a bamboo hat who claimed he had a way to achieve immortality. I'm still looking into it, though. The guy was suspicious, and I didn't believe everything he said, Madara Uchiha recalled, thinking back to the shadowy figure he had encountered near the southern shrine. Brother, we didn't just run into some charlatan, did you? There's no such thing as immortality in this world. Hikaru Uchiha shot him a glare. Don't go doing anything reckless for my sake, and end up getting swindled. Relax. Your brother here is the Shura of the ninja world. Who would dare trick me? Madara replied with confidence. Well, that's true. Hikaru considered it for a moment. Indeed, there was hardly anyone in the entire shinobi world who would dare cross him. All right, let's not dwell on gloomy topics, Hashirama interjected, smoothing things over. Even though we took a long time and made plenty of detours, it feels as if we've returned to our childhood days. It really does. Hikaru sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, the village construction is about to officially begin. Lately, Tobarama's been running back and forth between me and Sister Mito. As an apprentice advisor, he's really starting to pick things up, so I imagine it won't be long before he can handle these troublesome matters on his own, he said with a hint of pride. That kid. Maybe we should just let him become Hokage, Madara remarked. He always thought being Hokage was a thankless job. Busy day and night with hardly a moment's rest. If Tobarama became Hokage, it would even the score for that incident with Izuna a few years back. Tobarama certainly has the potential, Hashirama said with a smile. He knew better than anyone how hard his younger brother worked, and why. Tobarama had been trying to get closer to the girl he liked. Sadly, that girl would soon be out of reach forever. Hey, just as the group was lost in conversation, Tobarama's voice rang out from the stone steps along the cliff. What are you all dawdling over there for? The daimyo of the Land of Fire has already arrived. Hurry up and get to the meeting, you idiots. A meeting. Hashirama and Madara exchanged puzzled looks, turning their gaze to Hikaru. You two just spend your days fishing and skipping stones, don't you? Do you ever pay attention to what's going on? Hikaru exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Ahem. Hashirama cleared his throat. Hikaru, can you fill us in on what's going on? If the daimyo asks something and we can't answer, it'd be embarrassing. Honestly, the stronger you two get, the more clueless you become, Hikaru grumbled. Listen up, it's not just the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans anymore. Even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans want to join Konoha, and there are plenty of others, too. The village is only going to get bigger. The daimyo is here to sign the agreement that will officially let them settle in Konoha. In the current world of shinobi, the budding village of Konoha stands like a brilliant new star, shining at the very heart of the realm. The great clans that once formed the Senju Alliance have all answered the call, gathering beneath Konoha's banner as rivers flow into the sea, painting together a grand vision for a new era. During this time, Uchiha Hikaru devoted herself to diligent study, absorbing every sealing technique imparted by Uzumaki Mito as eagerly as a sponge soaks up nourishing rain. News soon reached Tobarama that Uchiha Hikaru was about to be sealed, and he began visiting Hikaru and Mito's residents with remarkable frequency, exchanging insights on shinobi arts. It was clear that Tobarama's enthusiasm was driven by more than scholarly interest. He simply wished to spend more time by the side of the one he cherished, even though he knew this affection would never bear fruit. Not long after, a meeting of the three geniuses of the shinobi world ignited a spark of brilliance never before seen. Through their shared efforts, all manner of strange and marvelous jutsu were developed one after another. These included inventive applications of the Flying Thunder God technique, the early theories behind the reanimation jutsu, and the creation of the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Tobarama, you've truly put your heart into thinking about the future, Uzumaki Mito remarked softly, her voice full of admiration. Of course, Tobarama replied, a note of pride threading through his words. Developing these jutsu will give Konoha greater security for the days ahead. As he spoke, his eyes flickered toward Uchiha Hikaru, though she was engrossed in the intelligence reports from that morning, leaving his heart a little cold. Hikaru, Mito gently tapped Uchiha Hikaru. Yes. Hikaru looked up, and, seeing Tobarama's aggrieved expression, gave a sheepish chuckle. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Let me see. She glanced at the scrolls on the table, which detailed several techniques, and then beamed at Tobarama. You've done an excellent job, Tobarama. Tobarama was delighted, but in the next moment, Hikaru's expression grew serious. But I think this still isn't enough. Seeing this, Tobarama hastened to reassure her, Don't worry, Hikaru. I'll continue refining these jutsu in the future. I do believe in you, Tobarama. But when I say it isn't enough, I don't mean the jutsu themselves. I'm talking about the direction of Konoha's development. Hikaru turned her gaze to the morning's report, her words rippling through the room like a stone cast into a still pond, unsettling every heart present. Hikaru, if you have an idea, go ahead and pursue it. There's still a week before the sealing begins, Mito said with a warm, encouraging smile. She knew well that Hikaru's intuition and insight were extraordinary. The decision made now would surely be crucial. All right, Hikaru nodded, her eyes resolved and unwavering, and left Mito's chamber with determined steps. Tobarama watched Hikaru's departing figure, a trace of sorrow lingering in his gaze. Mito Uzumaki walked over to comfort him, saying, Tobarama, when it comes to Hikari, my thoughts are the same as your elder brother's. It's time to let go. Understand, Tobarama Senju lifted his head, his voice low and heavy. Hikari. She's poured all her strength into searching for the person in her heart. She has no energy left to notice anyone else. Sister Mito, I can't help but feel jealous of that future child from the Uzumaki clan. Sometimes, that's how love is. There's an order to things. If you come too late, no matter what you do, it's just too late. It's so hard to accept, Tobarama muttered, clenching his fists. He turned away, immersing himself once more in the study of the jutsu scrolls. Not long after, Hikari Uchiha found Madara and Hashirama. At that moment, they were standing atop the highest point in Konoha, gazing out over the land they had poured so much of their hearts into. Oh, Hikari, you're here, Hashirama said, turning at the sound of approaching footsteps. Yes, Hashirama, brother. Is something wrong? Madara asked with concern. Hikari stepped forward, handing them a folder from the intelligence division. Here's the latest financial report from the Land of Lightning. We suspect they're preparing for war, and it seems they're planning to attack Konoha. Hashirama took the report and leafed through it, his eyes widening in surprise. Their spending on weapons and military supplies is this high? I see. It does look like the Land of Lightning has set its sights on us. Oomph. The Land of Lightning is hardly worth fearing. If they dare to come, we'll simply drive them back, Madara scoffed. But, brother, if war breaks out now, everything we've built up until today might all go up in smoke, Hikari replied. We need to find a way to resolve this without bloodshed. Hikari, do you think, is it possible they're just reinforcing their national defense? Hashirama asked, almost as if trying to convince himself. Hashirama, if it were only about defense, they wouldn't be raising taxes on their entire population to this extent, Hikari analyzed. Besides, while the great shinobi villages have stabilized for now, competition for resources will only intensify. The Land of Fire is fertile and lies at the very heart of the 5 great nations. It's only natural that others would covet it. Damn it! Is war about to break out again? Hashirama muttered through gritted teeth. What's there to panic about? The Land of Lightning is nothing but a pack of petty thieves. In front of us, they're like ants. Once we teach them a lesson, they won't dare come back, Madara said, still dismissive. Brother's right. We have to show the world Konoha's strength. If we do, maybe those covetous powers will think twice before trying anything, Hikari suggested. Then what exactly should we do? Hashirama looked at the others, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The 3 exchanged glances, each searching the other's faces for answers, but for the moment, none could find a solution. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Hashirama and Madara, then glanced toward the distant ruins near the Valley of the End. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Brother, Hashirama, I have an idea. I want you two to pretend to have a falling out, to act as if you've become bitter enemies. Then, make a grand announcement to the world and fight a spectacular battle in front of everyone in the shinobi world. Let them witness the true might of Konoha. Pretend to be enemies? Madara immediately caught on to Hikaru's intention, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Her words were sharp as a blade, striking right at the heart of the matter. I see now, Hashirama exclaimed with excitement. If we show a strength so overwhelming that no one dares covet it, perhaps we can keep war at bay. Maybe, just maybe, we can turn our enemies away without ever drawing a blade. Exactly, Hikaru replied. Though the names God of Shinobi and Shinobi Demon resound throughout the Land of Fire, few nations have truly witnessed your power. As the saying goes, people do not fear what they do not know. Some enemies will never learn until they crash headfirst into a wall. Oomph. Hikaru, you're still too soft-hearted, Madara interjected. Why not use this as a chance to crush the Land of Lightning altogether? Besides, even if your plan works, it will only last until Hashirama and I are gone. Once the deterrent is lost, peace will be short-lived. Brother, Hikaru said gently, Konoha is still like a fledgling bird, something that needs to be protected and nurtured. It hasn't yet grown strong enough to soar. If we can avoid war, we should do so at all costs. You know as well as I do, war brings nothing but tragedy. Madara fell silent. Hashirama, standing nearby, had already been convinced by Hikaru's proposal, though a frown lingered on his face. Still, making the world believe Madara and I have turned against each other won't be easy. We'll need a convincing spark to set things off. If that's all you're worried about, leave it to me, Madara said with a sly smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Both of you, come to the Valley of the End tonight. I have something I want to show you. Night fell, bathing the world in silvery moonlight. Hikaru and Hashirama made their way to the riverbank where they so often met. Moonbeams danced on the water's surface, sparkling in the gentle current. On a stone at the center of the river, Madara had left a message carved in familiar script, Southern Shrine. I'll be waiting there for you. The handwriting and tone stirred a complex wave of emotions in Hashirama's heart. Without lingering, the two slipped away under the cover of darkness, moving silently toward the Southern Shrine Madara had mentioned. Before long, Madara's figure emerged from the shadows, clad in armor and exuding an air of solemnity. He spoke only a single sentence. Come with me. There's something I want to show you. Then he turned and disappeared into the darkness. Hikaru and Hashirama followed quietly, questions swirling in their minds. Madara led them through winding, silent tunnels, finally arriving at a hidden stone chamber underground. What's that? Hashirama's attention was drawn to a small stone tablet before them. This is the stone tablet that the Uchiha clan has guarded for generations, never shown to outsiders. Its contents are quite unique. One must possess ocular power to decipher it. Madara spoke with a calm tone, though an unusual gleam flickered in his eyes. With my current abilities, I've managed to interpret this much. A deity in pursuit of order divided yin and yang into two poles. These opposites interact and give rise to all things in existence. This is the truth that governs the world. In other words, as long as two opposing forces complement each other, true happiness can be attained. Hashirama fell into contemplation, glancing at Uchiha Hikaru. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Hikaru nodded and said, "My brother's words are true. But I don't quite understand. Is the inscription saying that only by helping each other, Uchiha and Senju alike, can we achieve genuine peace and happiness?" Hashirama asked. "I'm not sure." Uchiha Hikaru shook his head. "There's still much more written beyond this point. Even with my Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't fully decipher it. Perhaps the true answer awaits someone with even greater ocular power." As he finished, Uchiha Hikaru looked to Madara, searching for reassurance. "Hikaru." "Hashirama." Madara turned away, his silhouette especially lonely in the dim chamber. He spoke, "Next, I'll follow Hikaru's plan, pretending to sow the seeds of rebellion. Afterward, I will leave the village for good." His words were resolute as he walked, step by step, toward the staircase. "Before I go, I want to tell you both, uncovering the truth of the stone tablet. That's the path I've found, the way I can help Hikaru. Before I set foot on the road to the future, Hashirama, I intend to savor our rivalry one last time." "Madara." Hashirama's heart was a tangle of emotions as he pressed on. "What is this road to the future? After you carry out the false rebellion, why won't you return to the village? Isn't our goal here in this village?" "You cannot see it." Madara turned his head, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan piercing through the gloom, the true path leading forward to the dream. Only the Uchiha can reach it. "But Madara, I still need you to guide everyone, whether as a leader or as a friend. Tell me, what is the dream that lies ahead? If it is the continuation of this village's dream, then there is no continuation. And besides, you will never achieve it. Even if you chase after me, it's pointless." Madara's lips curled into a smile that, under the dim light, seemed almost ferocious. "You should understand by now, no one can stand behind me." With those words left behind, Madara's figure gradually faded at the top of the stairs, dissolving into the darkness like a wraith in the night. How did it come to this? Hashirama suddenly felt as though Madara had become a stranger to him. Uchiha Hikaru stood inside the stone chamber, his gaze lingering on the ancient tablet with a hint of suspicion. "I think my brother has already seen through the fact that the peace in Konoha now only exists because of our top-tier strength. The moment that pillar collapses, Konoha's peace will crumble in an instant." "Hikaru, do you mean that Madara has found another way to achieve a more lasting peace?" "I'm not sure about that," Hikaru replied, "but just now my brother said he would help me on the road ahead. I think he may have found some clues, but since he doesn't have solid proof yet, he chose not to explain it to us." In his memory, his brother had always spoken plainly, never beating around the bush. If his words ever sounded like riddles, it could only mean he hadn't sorted things out himself, or perhaps there were people watching, preventing him from speaking openly, just like when they were children and Madara would lie to Uchiha Taiima to protect her. Now that I think about it, my brother mentioned a method that only the Uchiha could accomplish. Maybe aside from extreme method like sealing myself away, there might be another way to attain immortality. Hikaru turned to look at the stone tablet. "In any case, this is all too suspicious. When I find a way to strengthen my eyes, perhaps then I'll understand what my brother truly intends to do." "So, Madara's goal is the same as yours? He also plans to travel to the future?" Hashirama clenched his fists. He had never felt so powerless as he did now. His two closest friends were both drifting away from him, each in pursuit of peace for the future. Once he had been the best at skipping stones across the river, but now he was the only one left without a way to reach the far shore. Forest of fire. Night had settled in, thick as ink. The moonlight flowed like water, while a cold, sinister wind swept through the woods. "It's been a long time, Lord Madara." Deep within the forest, a strange and low voice sliced through the silence. "Oh, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Didn't you come here just to see me? I know everything, you." "No. The rift between you and Hashirama is growing deeper with each passing day. But the peace Hashirama yearns for is as fleeting as mist. To achieve true peace in the shinobi world, there must be an eternal overseer." From the darkness, a figure slowly emerged, shrouded in a heavy cloak. Only a pair of deep, expressionless golden eyes gleamed from beneath the hood, as unfathomable as the depths of an abyss. "Kurizetsu, how is the task I entrusted to you progressing?" Madara's voice was edged with impatience as he cast a sidelong glance at the mysterious, hat-wearing figure. I've already located the Nine Tails. It's currently hiding in the heart of the land of fire. Is that so? Madara's voice was low, as though he were lost in thought. On that same night, Madara returned to his clan's territory. Among his kin, he sowed seeds of discontent, hoping to ignite the flames of rebellion. He recounted the injustices he had suffered, mentioning his failed bid to become Hokage, and tried to awaken a spirit of resistance among his clansmen, hoping they would realize that only power offers true security. Yet, those of the Uchiha clan who had already tasted the sweet nectar of peace turned a deaf ear to his words. The sweetness of peace far outweighed the bitterness of conflict. They had no desire to return to those blood-soaked, tear-stained years. Madara's passionate plea was met only with the cold indifference of his clan. In his fury, he could only laugh bitterly. With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned to leave, casting a vow behind him. One day, I will return, and Konoha will be reduced to ashes in my hands. These words, like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, sent ripples spreading far and wide, echoing throughout the entire shinobi world. The news of Uchiha Madara's defection from Konoha spread like wildfire, shaking every ninja to their core. Upon hearing this, the Land of Lightning was the first to extend an olive branch, eager to recruit this rare powerhouse of the shinobi world. They knew full well that Madara's alliance would bring them an unparalleled strategic advantage. Deep within the Land of Fire lies an ancient forest, a place where spring reigns eternal and life flourishes, a paradise for countless creatures. In the heart of this forest dwelled a legendary being, the nine-tailed fox. Each of its 9 magnificent tails brimmed with immense natural energy. Its fur blazed like living fire, and its crimson eyes gleamed with intelligence and cunning. The Nine Tails had not always called this place home. Drawn by the tranquility and harmony of the forest over the ages, it gradually came to see this land as its own. At first, the other creatures of the forest regarded the enormous newcomer with fear and suspicion. But as time passed, the Nine Tails revealed a gentle side, using its unique powers to preserve the balance of the forest, protecting the weak and fending off intruders. On this particular morning, the Nine Tails was immersed in the quiet joy of harmonious coexistence with nature. But that tranquility was soon shattered. The appearance of an uninvited guest sent a wave of tension rippling through the woods. The newcomer wore deep crimson armor and carried a massive war fan across his back. The armor bore the Uchiha clan's crest, flickering like a living flame, a proud declaration of his heritage. Even standing still, Uchiha Madara radiated a commanding presence impossible to ignore. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his footfalls echoing on the stone. So this is the Nine Tails. Such power. Nothing special. Madara smirked arrogantly, his hands forming seals. In a flash, an immense wave of fire surged toward the Nine Tails, igniting a battle thick with the scent of gunpowder amidst the ancient trees. Courting death, are you, boy? The nine-tailed fox stared at the incoming fireball, its 9 massive tails thrashing through the air. With every swing, it whipped up fierce gales and unleashed waves of chakra as vast as tidal waves, effortlessly dispersing Madara's fire-style attack. How dare mere humans set foot in my domain? Flames of fury blazed in the fox's eyes, as if it wished to reduce everything before it to ashes. In the span of a breath, it gathered its power. A tailed beast bomb began to condense in its throat, a manifestation of its ultimate strength, enough to obliterate anything in its path. So this is a tailed beast technique. Madara Uchiha gazed at the forming sphere, the corners of his mouth lifting in a fearless smile. The Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed in his eyes, radiating a suffocating aura of dominance. With a deep, resonant roar, his body was enveloped in a shimmering blue skeletal frame, and soon, Susanu's colossal blade came crashing down. In that instant, mountains trembled and the earth split apart. The clash of their powers felt like a collision between worlds. The tailed beast bomb collided with Susanu's sword mid-air, erupting in a blinding burst of light, like stars colliding in the night sky. The resulting shockwave tore trees from their roots, split the land open, and forced rivers to change their course. What had once been a tranquil forest was transformed into a wasteland in the blink of an eye. As their battle raged on, the landscape changed beyond recognition. The lush green forest was reduced to scorched earth and shattered ruins. Massive boulders were smashed to dust, deep craters pocked the ground, as though the earth itself bore scars from their clash. The air was thick with smoke and dust, so dense that even sunlight could not pierce the haze of battle. When the dust finally settled and the echoes of combat began to fade, Madara Uchiha's voice was the first to ring out through the devastated woods. Nine Tails, this form of yours is only temporary, a mere fragment of your true power, scattered and weakened. Silence, growled the nine-tailed fox, its voice laced with an undeniable authority. Though a beast in form, it possessed intelligence and dignity rivaling that of any human. You're nothing but an unstable force lacking true wisdom, Madara continued, his tone dripping with disdain, undeterred by the fox's stern warning. I said silence. The Nine Tails roared again, now with a sharper edge of anger in its tone. Though it rarely showed itself, it understood well. Its strength was in no way inferior to this intruder's, especially within the forest it called its own. Only an Uchiha can command you tailed beasts, Madara declared, his words slicing through the air like a blade aimed straight at the fox's pride. You exist solely to serve those with the power of the Sharingan. Enough! The nine-tailed fox could bear no more. A cold glint flashed through its eyes, its chakra flaring so violently that the entire forest seemed to tremble with its rage. Submit. Uchiha Madara's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, the light of his Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in his eyes. A suffocating aura of dominance radiated from him, as if his gaze were a pair of deep and bottomless black holes, mercilessly devouring the will of the Nine Tails. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Tails' once bright scarlet eyes began to dim, until finally the pattern of the Sharingan appeared within them. Its former majesty and ferocity vanished like blossoms swept away by a fierce wind. Its spirit deflated in an instant. Now, it resembled a fox in deep slumber, stripped of its former sharpness, replaced by a bewildered, submissive confusion that words could hardly describe. Is that the Nine Tails? Has it really been tamed already? So, this is the power of the demon of the shinobi world? From a distance, the ninja of the land of lightning watched in awe and disbelief. Only after the roar of battle subsided did they dare to approach Madara and the subdued beast. The contract is sealed. From now on, whenever necessary, this creature can be summoned at will. Madara slung his fan and scythe over his back and strode lightly toward the assembled ninja of the land of lightning. Incredible. That's the strongest of all the tailed beasts, and he subdued it with nothing but his eyes? Such overwhelming power. It's terrifying. With Lord Madara and the Nine Tails on our side, there's no doubt we can take Konoha this time. The shinobi of the land of lightning broke out in jubilant cheers, as if the rich lands of the land of fire were already within their grasp. Madara looked at the crowd before him with open disdain. He saw clearly that the quality of ninja from other nations lagged far behind those of the land of fire. The land of lightning had long coveted the power of the Nine Tails, but they lacked the ocular techniques of the Uchiha, as well as the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Although they had discovered the beast's location long ago, they had never succeeded in bringing it to heel. In the days that followed, news of Uchiha Madara taming the Nine Tails and joining the land of lightning spread swiftly throughout the ninja world. This man who once fought side by side with Hashirama now stood as Konoha's greatest threat. His betrayal struck the heart of Konoha like a hammer, sending shockwaves across the entire shinobi world. Not long after, the leaders of the land of lightning's ninja clans gathered respectfully around Madara, seated at the center of the Grand Hall. Now that Lord Madara has tamed the Nine Tails, may we ask when we can march together to attack Konoha? With rabble like you, you'd be wiped out by Hashirama's jutsu before you even had a chance, Madara said, closing his eyes and sitting serenely, a faint smile tugging at his lips. That man's would release. Even with the Nine Tails and myself, it's not enough to defeat him. For now, I'll need to use the beast's power to develop new techniques. And how much time do you think you'll need, my lord? A year, Madara replied, rising to his feet. He left the hall without offering the shinobi of the Land of Lightning a single choice. That very night, the Land of Lightning made an official announcement. The date for their joint attack on Konoha with Madara Uchiha was set for exactly 1 year from now. At the same time, Madara Uchiha proposed inviting many of the most prominent figures from the ninja world to witness the battle, intending to showcase the strength of the Land of Lightning. A week after the news broke that Madara Uchiha had obtained the Nine Tails and declared war, word spread that Konoha would soon seal away Uchiha Hikaru. The moment this information became public, unrest swept across the ninja world. Many could not comprehend why, with a great war looming, Hashirama Senju would willingly seal away such a vital force as Uchiha Hikaru. Was he truly so confident in his own strength? Little did they know, it was Hikaru herself who had deliberately leaked this information. On one hand, it was her way of bidding farewell to her elder brother far away in the Land of Lightning. On the other, it was meant to serve as a secret weapon for Konoha in future wars, boosting the morale of her comrades by assuring them of hidden strength, while simultaneously deterring rival villages with the knowledge that Konoha still had a young genius Uchiha, no less formidable than the legendary Reaper of the ninja world. Konoha. Today, the sun shone brightly and the weather was just right. After organizing some documents in the administrative building, Uchiha Hikaru prepared to leave. On her way out, she ran into Tobarama, who was accompanied by 5 children. "Sensei Hikaru, aren't you going on a date with Tobarama-sensei today?" A young girl with her hair neatly coiled up dashed over, her face alight with excitement. "Koharu, don't tease the adults," Tobarama reprimanded, his expression complicated, and he avoided meeting Hikaru's eyes. "I'm not joking. Everyone at the Ninja Academy is saying Tobarama-sensei keeps visiting Sensei Hikaru's residence. Your romance is basically public knowledge now." Koharu grinned mischievously, only to be flicked on the forehead by Tobarama. "Ouch, that hurts." "Koharu is as lively as ever," Hikaru said with a gentle smile. She was well aware of the rumors, but to her, Tobarama was simply a younger brother. She harbored no special feelings, and so the gossip never troubled her much. "Koharu, with that attitude, it'll be hard for you to join the umbu that Tobarama-sensei is founding after you graduate," remarked Hamura, a bespectacled boy with a cool, aloof demeanor. "I don't mind not joining. My dream isn't like yours. I want to succeed Sensei Hikaru and work as the Hokage's advisor," Koharu declared, then ran over and hugged Hikaru. "Sensei Hikaru, please don't let yourself be sealed away. I still have so much to learn from you." "Koharu, it's not like I'll be gone forever," Hikaru replied with a soft laugh, gently patting Koharu's hair. "But what if the next ninja war doesn't break out until I'm already old? The next time I see you, I might be a wrinkled grandma," Koharu complained, pouting. "If that's the case, it means there's been less war in the world. That's a good thing, isn't it?" Hikaru replied with quiet warmth. "That's not good at all. I'd rather be by Sensei Hikari's side than care about peace in the shinobi world," Koharu Uchiha huffed, sticking out her tongue in defiance. In the newly founded Konoha, old traditions still held sway. Most important positions were occupied by men, and it was rare for kunoichi to reach the heights achieved by Mito Uzumaki or Hikari Uchiha. As a result, many of Konoha's girls idolized Hikari Uchiha and Mito Uzumaki, with some even willing to pay a hefty price just for the chance to become Hikari's disciple. Though Hikari Uchiha dedicated his days to the study of ninjutsu, he still found pockets of free time. Pressured by Konoha's upper echelons, he eventually relented and accepted 2 students. One was Koyudatane, the other, Kagami Uchiha, a remarkably talented child from the new generation of the Uchiha clan. Recently, Tobarama had been officially appointed as Konoha's chief strategist. He oversaw the Ninja Academy, established the ANBU, and managed both military and economic affairs within the clans. Even during the Warring States era, Tobarama was highly regarded by the major shinobi clans. Now, many believed he was destined to become the second Hokage. For the future of their families, they eagerly sent their most gifted children to apprentice under him. Among the 5 children now following Tobarama, for it had actually been placed by other clans, they were Danzo, Shimura, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Hamura Mitokado, and Torafu Akimichi. Hikari. Just as everyone was chatting idly, Mito Uzumaki arrived arm in arm with Hashirama, a rare sight at the administrative building. "Sister Mito." Hikari Uchiha stepped forward to greet her. When Mito Uzumaki saw Hikari, she couldn't hide the storm of emotion in her eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Hikari, the preparations for the sealing ceremony are complete. You can come by at any time today." "Is that so?" Hikari lowered his head slowly, then looked up, a gentle smile on his lips as he addressed the group. "Then let's go now. I've never been good at saying goodbyes." "Wait, Hikari, do you really have to go?" Tobarama stepped forward, gently holding Hikari's hand, his eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. It was a scene straight out of a classic tale. Off to the side, Koharu Uchiha, #1 fan of the Tobarama Kari pairing, nearly gasped aloud. Her heart thudded wildly as she silently cheered. "Tobarama-sensei, he's finally making his move. Go for it, Tobarama-sensei." The other children wore amused, expectant expressions, as though they were watching a play unfold. Somehow, Hashirama had joined the group of children, standing among them with a look of eager anticipation on his face. Mito, meanwhile, could only sigh helplessly at Hashirama's childlike enthusiasm. "Tobarama, between us." Hikari turned to face Tobarama, but before he could finish, Tobarama gently covered Hikari's mouth with his other hand. Looking into Hikari's calm, unfathomable eyes, Tobarama instantly understood, and grew fearful of hearing a final rejection. "Understand now. Hikari, I won't try to stop you anymore. Tobarama said softly. The opposite of love is not hate, but rather that endless indifference and disregard. He came to understand this, his expression clouding with sorrow as he turned and walked away. Behind him, a few children silently followed, wordlessly accompanying Tobarama, their figures looking especially lonely in the fading light. Only Koharu Udatane, face full of frustration, called out in a huff from the side, "Tobarama-sensei, this is the time to show some backbone if you want to win a girl's heart." Hikari Uchiha stood where she was, watching Tobarama's figure grow smaller as he walked away, a whirl of mixed emotions stirring in her heart. She knew that this farewell might mean much more than just parting ways. Yet for the sake of her convictions, she did not ask him to stay. Beside her, Hashirama looked worriedly in the direction Tobarama had gone. After this experience, I feel like it'll be hard for him to ever fall in love with another girl again. Indeed, Mito Uzumaki walked up to Hashirama's side, also gazing after Tobarama, and sighed softly. It'll probably take him a long time to recover from this. Tobarama is exceptional. I believe he'll find his way out soon enough, Hikari Uchiha said, turning to look at Mito, her lips pressed together in a thin line. After I'm gone, Sister Mito, please apologize to him for me. Soon after, the Hidden Leaf Village was steeped in a solemn and sorrowful atmosphere. Villagers gathered within the Uzumaki clan's domain, their eyes fixed with heavy hearts on Hikari Uchiha, who sat cross-legged with her eyes closed at the center of the altar. In that moment, she was as silent and immovable as a statue, an unusual aura radiating from her presence. Today, for the future of the leaf, for peace and tranquility, we shall perform the sealing ceremony, Mito Uzumaki announced as she stepped forward, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, yet tinged with gravity. Hikari Uchiha will make a great sacrifice for the sake of the village. I hope everyone here, and all generations to come, will remember her devotion this day. We will Lady Mito. The crowd's response was choked with emotion, every eye shimmering with tears, a mixture of deep admiration for a hero and the pain of farewell. Mito Uzumaki nodded gently, turning to Hikari Uchiha with a tenderness that was also firm. Hikari, are you ready? Yes. Hikari nodded softly, a faint crimson flush appearing at the corner of her eyes, the sign she was entering sage mode. Once you're there, you'll be cut off from the world. Are you truly prepared? Sister Mito, though my body will become one with nature, I'll still be able to sense the flow of chakra outside. I can even transfer my consciousness into the Tsukuyami realm, where I'll immerse myself in the study of ninjutsu, awaiting the call of the future. I won't be lonely. Hikari forced a small, unconvincing smile, clearly trying to reassure herself as much as anyone else. Then I'll begin. Mito's face showed reluctance, but she clenched her fists and took a deep breath. With a soft yet commanding shout, Mito Uzumaki formed a series of hand seals. An immense surge of chakra, vast as a rushing river, swept forth, transforming into a torrent of glowing runes that surged toward Hikari Uchiha. The scroll, outwardly simple and unadorned, concealed within it a world of mysteries. It became a cage, imprisoning not only Hikari Uchiha's body, but her very soul as well. The power of the sealing jutsu warped time within the scroll, slowing its passage to a crawl. Hikari Uchiha's existence was suspended, frozen in that instant, cut off from the outside world, unable to communicate or escape. Her figure gradually faded, until she became nothing more than a single ray of light, which was drawn into the ancient scroll. Now, the scroll was covered with intricate sealing runes, pulsing with a faint, star-like glow. Lady Hikari, the members of the village, witnessing this scene, were struck with both shock and sorrow. A heavy, inescapable silence settled over Konoha, as the reality proved too much to bear. Mito Uzumaki's fingers lightly brushed the surface of the scroll, as if she could still feel Hikaru's lingering warmth. Hikari, all you have done for Konoha will be remembered in our history. For the sake of peace that endures, the loneliness and suffering you must bear will surely be an unbearable weight. She spoke softly, her words imbued with deep concern and respect. After the ceremony, Mito Uzumaki gently cradled the sealed scroll and handed it to Tobarama Senju, whose face was streaked with tears. Behind Tobarama stood not only the young Hiruzen Sarutobi and his companions, but also the now-grown Izuna Uchiha and Itama Senju, who watched in quiet sorrow. Though these three younger brothers had different feelings for Hikari Uchiha, each regarded her as the most important person in their hearts. Tobarama-sama, may I touch the scroll? At that moment, a man in his 50s, dressed in the attire of the Uchiha clan, approached with a look of guilt as he gazed at the scroll. And you are? I am Uchiha-in, once chosen to be the captain of the Konoha Umbu. Oh, the one Hikaru once recommended, Tobarama replied. Hikaru told me you were both her benefactor and her teacher. Yes, I brought her back to our clan from the battlefield when she was 5. Later, seeing how the clan mistreated her, I taught her ninjutsu and the ways to survive. I see. Realizing this man was important to Hikaru, Tobarama did not object and allowed Uchiha to touch the scroll that now held Hikaru Uchiha's spirit. Uchiha caressed the scroll as one would a cherished child, his voice trembling. This child, ever since she returned to the clan, she's known no peace. Her whole life has been a struggle. Perhaps now, at last, she can find some rest. Watching Uchiha's tears fall, Tobarama offered comfort. Hikaru once said, "You are among the few she considered family. I'm not worthy of being called her family. I only brought her from one hell into another and failed to protect her, as I should have." Uchiha spoke with a sense of shame. He looked up at Tobarama and asked, "It seems, Lord Tobarama, that you're quite familiar with Xiaowang. Then you must know everything about her, don't you?" Yes, Tobarama nodded. Back in those years, Uchiha Taijima's rule was at its peak, and I never had the courage to go west and find her. If I'd been a bit bolder back then, maybe Xiaowang's 3 younger brothers wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have had to endure all the pain that followed. I was clearly one of the guilty ones, yet on that night when the interrogation squad came for me, Xiaowang didn't lift a hand against me. Uchiha Yin's voice grew hoarse as he spoke. He walked up to Tobarama, returned the scroll, and said in a low voice, "Lord Tobarama, though I once led the Uchiha Intelligence Division, I am now old. Please allow me to retire from the ANBU and spend my remaining years in peace within the village." But the ANBU has only just been established. We still need experienced elders like you to guide us, Tobarama replied. I'm nothing more than a hesitant, indecisive old man now. Very well. Tobarama lowered his head and continued. Since you insist on retiring, I won't stop you. I only ask that you occasionally serve as an advisor to the ANBU, lending your experience to the village's intelligence division. Since you trust me so much, I happen to have an outstanding young man to recommend to you. His name is Uchiha Kagami. Even at his age, his talent as a ninja rivals Xiaowang's back then. Uchiha Kagami. Is he the student Xiaowang took in? Yes. Before he became Xiaowang's student, the boy studied at my side. He's an orphan as well. I see. Tobarama pondered for a moment, then frowned. But Mr. Een, joining the ANBU means sealing away one's emotions. Every action will be for the greater good of the village, and he'll be exposed to much of its darkness. Kagami is such a promising youth. Are you truly willing to recommend him for the ANBU? I trust in Xiaowang's judgment. If she believes that the ANBU you founded serves as a bridge to peace, then I choose to believe as well. All right, I understand. A year had passed since Uchiha Guang was sealed away. Now, the village hidden in the leaves was shrouded in a subtle tension. The legendary battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha hung over everyone like a sword suspended by a thread, ready to fall at any moment, stirring the heart of every Konoha shinobi. Inside the administration building, Hashirama still strove to recommend Madara as the first Hokage. Tobarama, you know as well as I do, Madara has given too much for this village. If, in the end, he cannot receive the recognition he deserves, Konoha will owe him a debt that can never be repaid. Tobarama's face showed resignation. Brother, you and I both know that the final decision for Hokage must take into account the will of the Land of Fire and the opinions of the villagers, and then be discussed with the higher-ups. This is not a matter that you or I can decide on our own. Right now, the odds of Madara Uchiha being chosen as the village leader are slim to none. His staged defection, the last words entrusted to us by Sister Hikari before her sealing, and the current state of the Uchiha clan are all realities we cannot ignore. Hashirama let out a soft sigh, his heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. I understand, but the burdens Madara carries are not just the scars of battle. There's also misunderstanding and solitude, the kind of sacrifice few can ever truly comprehend. His future is something Konoha cannot ignore. Brother, the problems within the Uchiha clan go far beyond Madara himself. Tobarama's expression was grave. Lately, there's been constant infighting between the hardline old Taijima faction and the more moderate group, once led by Hikari Uchiha. A trace of worry flickered in Tobarama's eyes. Among them, some have seen their ocular powers strengthen as their resentment grows. The direction these people take in the future poses a dangerous uncertainty for the village's development. That kind of reasoning, Tobarama, let's not bring it up again. Hashirama cut off his younger brother, turned to gaze out the window. He opened it, letting the night breeze gently brush against his face. Just now, it seemed as though someone was nearby. Tobarama, with your sensory abilities, you must have noticed. Tobirama shook his head, his expression calm. No, brother, I wasn't using chakra just now. And don't try to change the subject. In any case, the village must adopt a policy of democracy going forward. That is what the times demand. Do you object? No, I don't. Let's do as you say. Hashirama's voice echoed through the halls of the administration building, the faint reverberations affirming his final decision to become Hokage. From the era of endless warfare, when the Uchiha and Senju were bitter enemies fighting to the death, to their alliance and the founding of a ninja haven, this long and winding history of conflict was finally drawing to a close. The three who once stood together atop the cliff, after all their hardships, had made it this far. Now, as he walked the streets of the village they had dreamed of, only Hashirama remained. Hikari Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, the companions who had once fought by his side, were gone, having made immense sacrifices. Yet, all across the world, this village system, born of former sworn enemies, the Uchiha, and Senju, joining forces, was highly praised and quickly imitated. It had become not only a symbol of peace and cooperation, but also proof that even the deepest hatred could give way to a shared path forward. The shinobi village system, which began in the land of fire and was led by a village chief, spread rapidly to other great nations. Just as Hikari Uchiha had foretold, becoming the hallmark of a new era. The land of lightning gave birth to the hidden cloud village. Led by the Reikage, the land of earth established the hidden stone village, guided by the Tsuchikage, the village hidden in the mist. Of the land of water and the village hidden in the sand of the land of wind were each led by their respective Mizukage and Kazekage. In the end, not only the great nations but even the smaller ones began to follow suit, adopting this system as well. Children born to ninja families were no longer forced on a battlefield. They could now experience the joy of learning and the freedom to play, growing up to an age when they could savor fine sake and explore the many colors of life. Beneath this flourishing scene in the ninja world, the day quietly approached when Madara would challenge Hashirama, a day that threatened to shatter the hard-won peace painstakingly built by all nations. On the eve of the great conflict, scouts from every ninja village gathered at the Valley of the End, tension etched across their faces as they prepared to bring back every detail of this century-defining battle to their own villages. There was a heavy seriousness in their expressions. After all, this fight could very well reshape the entire future of the ninja world. On either side of the waterfall at the Valley of the End, two legendary figures of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, stood face to face. Madara, I heard the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village came along with you. Why don't I see them? This battle is just the first skirmish, Madara replied, his tone unwavering. Once I defeat you, they'll naturally organize an attack. Madara, I know you still care for the village. Hashirama's voice echoed through the canyon. It's not too late to turn back now. Hashirama, do you really think I know nothing? Madara's voice was cold and resolute. Your brother Tobirama is systematically marginalizing the Uchiha. In the Leaf Village, our clan has no future. Hearing this, Hashirama's face showed a trace of guilt, for Madara's words clearly revealed his awareness of some policies Tobirama had enacted toward the Uchiha. His voice grew urgent as he called out, Madara, if it's a village matter, leave it to me. I'll find a way. You are the right hand of the Hokage, my brother. I want you to come back, stand with me, and protect Konoha, the home we built together. Hashirama, I appreciate your good intentions, Madara replied, a hint of finality in his words. But we both know the fate of the Uchiha clan was sealed long ago. Our paths, yours and mine, are parallel lines, never to cross again. Madara, Hashirama fell silent, unsure if Madara was simply playing a part or truly laying bare his heart. He could feel Madara's resolve, and he understood his pain. But as Hokage of the Leaf, as Madara's former closest friend, Hashirama knew that even asking would not change Madara's mind. Madara, why did we found the Leaf Village together? Was it not for peace and freedom in the ninja world? Peace and freedom? Madara's voice dripped with irony. Hashirama, you are far too naive. Peace is not something granted by prayer. It is seized by strength. If you truly wish to protect the Leaf Village and our shared dream, then show me your strength. On both sides of the waterfall, their shadows stretched long in the golden light of dusk. Hashirama lowered his head, a look of desolation in his eyes, and said, Madara, one day the people will understand you. They'll come to see your virtues too. When that day comes, you'll be able to serve as the second Hokage, leading the Leaf Village toward an even brighter future. After you, your brother Tobirama is next in line to become Hokage, isn't he? Madara's voice carried a trace of bitterness. If things go on like this, the Uchiha will eventually be isolated, until we're destroyed. I understand that all too well. That's why I called on my clan to leave the village with me, but not a single one was willing to follow. The people I wanted to protect, they never trusted me at all. No, that's not true, Hashirama interjected anxiously. If you come back, everyone will quickly. It's already impossible, Hashirama. Madara cut him off, his voice resolute. At this point, you can only choose the village or me. Faced with Madara's challenge, Hashirama did something unexpected. He smiled. From the moment he heard Madara speak of rallying the Uchiha to rebel, Hashirama knew Madara was putting on an act. After all, the ones Madara wanted to protect were still in the village. He would never let Hikari, Izuna, and the others get caught up in the chaos of war. With this realization, Hashirama lifted his head, a new resolve in his eyes. He would see this grand drama, crafted by Uchiha Hikari, through to the very end. Madara, are you trying to make all that we've worked for, all our efforts, go to waste? Hashirama's voice trembled with grief. A fight between you and me will bring nothing but harm. It will only wound the village and our fellow shinobi. It would be an insult to our brothers and comrades. Hashirama, Madara's reply was laced with fury. Are you lecturing me now? His tone brimmed with resentment. I don't want to kill you. That tone. Are you trying to say that you could end my life at any moment? Madara's lips curled into a faint smile, as if acknowledging that Hashirama had seen through his intentions. No, it's because we are friends. Hashirama's answer was unwavering. But Madara's voice echoed in the wind, filled with finality. I've already reached a shore you can never see. With those words, Madara's eyes shone with an eerie light. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Summoning jutsu. Come forth, Nine Tails. Madara bit his finger, blood dripping to the ground. His hands wove seals in a blur, and with that, the contract with the Nine Tails was unleashed. At Madara's summons, the Nine Tails appeared on the battlefield, its rage and confusion boiling over. Uchiha, you bastard, the Nine Tails roared, its eyes burning with hatred for Madara. Yet, just as it prepared to strike, Madara's voice slipped through the chaos, soft, almost like a spell. Submit, Nine Tails. Madara formed a hand seal with one hand, and the ocular power of his Mangekyo Sharingan surged forth like invisible chains, instantly sealing the will of the Nine Tails. In the beast's eyes, the pattern of the Sharingan flickered. Despite its desperate struggle, the Nine Tails found itself utterly powerless before Madara's eye technique, forced at last to yield to his command. In that instant, the Nine Tails' gaze turned sharp as a blade, its wrath now fixed squarely on Hashirama Senju. The Nine Tails, huh? What a bother. Hashirama's lips curled into a wry smile. Though he grumbled aloud, his eyes betrayed no hint of panic. On the contrary, they brimmed with fighting spirit. His hands danced through a rapid sequence of seals, and he called out in a low, commanding voice, would release, would dragon jutsu. At his command, the earth trembled violently. A colossal dragon, woven from thick tree trunks, surged forth, its body spanning hundreds of feet. Intertwining branches coiled like a living creature around the Nine Tails, binding it tight and rendering it immobile. Yet under the sway of Uchiha Madara's ocular jutsu, the Nine Tails refused to submit. From its maw, it began to gather a tailed beast bomb, a concentrated orb of chakra, pulsing with destructive power. Take this. Madara's eyes flashed with a savage gleam, lips twisting into a cruel smile as he directed the Nine Tails to unleash the tailed beast bomb at Hashirama. Oh! A confident glint shone in Hashirama's eyes. Facing the tailed beast bomb, he pressed his palms together and intoned in a deep, steady voice. Would release, would golem jutsu. At his command, the ground split open and a massive wooden hand burst forth, catching the tailed beast bomb with unyielding strength. Immediately, the hand grew upward, transforming into a towering wooden colossus, dozens of stories high, which grasped the bomb and hurled it back toward Madara. Susanoo, Calamity of the Beast. Madara's shout rang out as a blue skeletal armor instantly materialized around him, Susanoo standing as a bulwark before the Nine Tails. The moment the two forces collided, the world itself seemed to shake. The explosion was cataclysmic. Clouds were torn asunder, rocks and debris swept away like leaves in a hurricane, flung for miles on the fierce wind. Smoke and dust billowed, swallowing the sky and rising into a massive mushroom cloud that stretched to the heavens. Even the shinobi watching from afar were caught in the storm, tossed helplessly by the blast, suffering heavy casualties. Amid this apocalyptic spectacle, all fell silent, holding their breath as they waited for the dust to clear. When the smoke at last began to dissipate, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Uchiha Madara had fused Susanu's armor with the body of the Nine Tails, causing the beast to swell in size, its monstrous form now resembling a true god of destruction. Calamity of the Beast. The force of that last attack far surpassed both Susanu and the tailed beast bomb. I'm surprised you managed to withstand it, Madara remarked with a soft chuckle, his gaze fixed on Hashirama, emerging slowly from the settling haze. So that's it. Would release. Top-rank technique, is it? On the battlefield, the wooden fortress creaked apart, and Hashirama Senju stepped out from within, a calm, gentle smile gracing his face. Gazing at the scene before him, Hashirama couldn't help but recall those childhood days spent sparring and playing by the riverside with Madara Uchiha. Back then, neither of them could have imagined that their future battles would become so brutally fierce. To think you'd actually use Susanoo as armor for the tailed beast. Madara, you really are full of ideas, Hashirama said with a gentle laugh, his words tinged with genuine admiration for Madara's creative tactics. Madara retorted, as direct as ever. Enough with the chatter. He manipulated the Nine Tails, swinging its colossal blade, which cleaved through the air like a bolt of lightning, splitting the earth. I've already seen through your attack. Hashirama responded with calm composure. In an instant, the wooden arms of his creation shot forward, catching the blade barehanded. Then his hands formed a series of seals as he called out in a low, resonant voice, with style, grand bag technique. In the blink of an eye, 10 towering, ancient trees erupted from the ground around the Susanoo-clad Nine Tails, forming an unyielding green barricade. A sealing jutsu? Don't look down on me. Madara's booming shout shook the battlefield as he wielded the Susanoo's massive blade through the Nine Tails, hacking the great trees apart with overwhelming force. A violent tempest swept across the land, reshaping the terrain. Shattered rocks and splintered branches whirled through the air, putting the watching shinobi once more in grave danger. Hashirama sighed inwardly. If this continues, the land will be left in ruins. I'd better move this fight to the coast. With a swift motion as light as the breeze, he shifted his position, retreating rapidly. Don't think you can escape. Madara, controlling the Susanoo-armored Nine Tails, gave relentless chase. He combined the power of a tailed beast bomb with a giant blade, hurling a tailed beast bomb shuriken with ferocious momentum. This attack is coming in low. You can't take cover in your wood-style bunkers like before. What will you do now, Hashirama? Madara's confident laughter echoed, clearly testing his old rival. Hashirama turned, biting his finger until blood welled up and dripped to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Fivefold Rashomen, he declared. 5 enormous stone gates, each carved with a fearsome mask, slowly rose from the earth, standing before Hashirama like mighty guardians. Through Hashirama's careful calculation, the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb shuriken was deftly altered by the fivefold Rashomen, sending it hurtling straight toward the far shore across the sea. Though much of its power was sapped as it passed through, the moment it struck land, the impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. For an instant, it was as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. Night turned to blinding day, and thick clouds of dust rolled over the landscape like a suffocating fog. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed in quick succession, as if the Valley of the End had truly become a world on the brink of destruction. The earth groaned, the sea roared. Hashirama, it's been ages since I've fought you in earnest. Surely you realize I'm not the same as before. Madara's voice boomed from within the Susanoo-armored Nine Tails, his unstoppable presence making it clear he meant to end this once and for all. Hashirama whispered to himself, glancing around at the terrified shinobi from other nations, who now lay paralyzed with fear, sprawled on the ground, wanting to ensure they survived to carry news of this battle home. Hashirama pressed his hands together, the marks of sage mode gradually appearing on his face. Sage art would release, true, several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha. As his voice rang out, the earth trembled violently. From deep beneath the ground, a colossal statue of the Buddha slowly rose, its immense form blotting out the sky and sun. Thousands of gigantic hands, as if imbued with life, swept toward the Susanoo-clad Nine Tails. Hashirama, let's go. Madara, let's go. Their roars shook the heavens and earth. Thousands of hands from the great Buddha crashed down upon the Susanoo-armored Nine Tails. With each impact, explosions as mighty as tailed beast bombs erupted, mushroom clouds billowing endlessly over the battlefield. The unceasing flashes of light blurred day and night, leaving the watching shinobi unable to tell them apart. The aftershocks of the explosions raged on for a long while. At last, when the dust began to settle, the Susanoo armor surrounding the Nine Tails lay in ruins. Most of the armor was shattered, exposing the immense body of the beast beneath. As the haze finally lifted, the sight before him sent a ripple through Madara's heart. The remains of Susanoo were scattered across the ground. What once seemed invincible was now reduced to broken fragments. Madara's voice trembled with disbelief, as if even he had not foreseen such an outcome. Has Susanoo really been destroyed? His tone was an intricate weave of shock, frustration, and a renewed respect for Hashirama's strength. Hashirama gave no reply, instead guiding the enormous Buddha forward. Each step of the statue was like the stride of an ancient guardian, shaking the very earth beneath it. When the Buddha reached the 9 tails, it seized the beast with a single hand, effortlessly lifting it into the air as one might pick up a chick. Binding hands, Kokuanjo no Jutsu. Hashirama's voice echoed on the wind. With his command, the power of wood release became invisible chains, binding the 9 tails so tightly that, despite its frantic struggles, it could not break free. Perched upon a wooden avatar at the Buddha's shoulder, Hashirama directed the wooden giant, which suddenly struck the 9 tails' head with a mighty palm. The blow unleashed force enough to shake mountains, and in an instant, the 9 tails lost all will to fight. Its massive body collapsed to the ground like a falling peak, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air once more. Of all the shinobi from every nation who had come to witness the battle, only a handful now remained. Faced with the overwhelming scale of the conflict, they could endure no longer. One after another, they slipped away, knowing that if they stayed, they would never live to deliver news of this titanic clash to their village leaders. In the end, the Valley of the End was left with only 2 figures, Madara and Hashirama. Their battle raged on through the entire night. At last, utterly exhausted, they stood on opposite sides beneath the waterfall. Hashirama, it seems there's no one left watching us now, Madara Uchiha said, gazing at the breathless Hashirama. So, shall we continue the charade? Hashirama asked. If it's a performance, let's see it through to the end. The one before me, is it a wood clone, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the sluggish body of Hashirama before him. Gripping his massive scythe, a flash of resolve glinted in his gaze. He dashed forward, the great blade slicing through the air and striking Hashirama at the waist. Hashirama crashed heavily to the ground. Though it was indeed a wood-style clone, chakra still lingered within it, so it did not immediately dissolve into trees. Madara's suspicions were confirmed. Sweeping his gaze around with the corner of his eye, he deliberately raised his voice. Hashirama, this time I'm the one still standing. The opposite of how it was back then. He strode to the fallen Hashirama clone, gesturing as if to deliver the final blow, but quietly whispered, Hashirama, in a moment your real body will attack me from behind. Don't hesitate, stab me through. Hidden beneath the water, Hashirama listened, his expression puzzled. Yet when he caught sight of the unyielding look in Madara's eyes, he steeled himself for what was to come. Underwater, Hashirama formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the down clone. As he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice, his tone filled with boundless sorrow. Madara, my dream has just begun to take shape. I want to protect it. I can't let you destroy it again. How disheartened you sound, Hashirama. Still wallowing in despair, as always, Madara burst out laughing. As their voices echoed across the center of the lake, Hashirama swam slowly beneath the surface, circling around behind Madara. No sooner had Madara finished speaking than he was seized by a sudden, searing pain. Glancing down, he saw a blade had been driven straight through his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Madara feigned shock, a look of utter disbelief on his face. As the Hashirama before him gradually turned to wood, Madara spun around to face the real Hashirama standing behind him. Wood style? Clone, Madara murmured, a wry smile playing at his lips. I never thought I'd be stabbed in the back. You've changed, Hashirama, Madara proclaimed loudly, playing out this final act. Madara, you're not really going to die like this, are you? Hashirama asked softly, anxiety clouding his face as he watched Madara's body collapse. You're the one who asked me to stab you from behind, after all. Don't worry, I've made preparations. Just don't cremate me, that's all I ask. And keep it secret that I'm still alive, Madara replied weakly. And just before falling, he bit down hard, tearing a chunk of flesh from Hashirama's hand. Then, at last, he collapsed completely into the water. Life, like the blood that flowed from his wounds, ebbed away little by little. No one could have predicted that this legendary battle would end with Hashirama Senju striking down Madara Uchiha, bringing the curtain down at last. At dawn, Tobirama arrived at the Valley of the End with the Konoha support troops, just as Hashirama had instructed. Brother, this is the first time I've ever seen you need treatment from the medical ninja. You must have expended an enormous amount of energy fighting Madara this time. Hearing this, Hashirama, sitting on the ground, his gaze weary, replied with a quiet question. Tobarama, did this battle achieve the effect you and Hikari were hoping for? It did. The Umbu have reported that, led by the Hidden Cloud Village, all the major hidden villages have halted their military industries. Overnight, I don't think any of them will dare harbor ill will toward Konoha again, at least for a while, Tobarama replied with a smile. Is that so? Once again, Hikari's prediction was right. It seems our efforts weren't in vain after all, Hashirama said with a wry smile. He glanced down at the wound beneath the shattered armor on his arm. Tobarama, after this battle, I can feel that my life probably won't last much longer. Not last much longer? Brother, what do you mean? Tobarama asked, his voice edged with panic. Since I was young, my cells have been able to catalyze vast amounts of chakra, stimulating all kinds of proteins and rapidly accelerating cell division to repair and even regenerate tissue. This isn't just healing, it's true regeneration. But this regenerative power requires a tremendous amount of chakra and life force to sustain. After all, a person's cells can only divide so many times in a lifetime. Accelerating that process is really just shortening my own lifespan. I've been through countless battles since I was a child, and I can feel, with stark clarity, just how little time I've left. What? Tobarama stared at Hashirama in disbelief. Brother, why didn't you tell us sooner? If we'd known your body was at its limit, we never would have let you risk everything fighting Madara. Everything I've done has been to protect Konoha, Tobarama. Please, let's not talk about it anymore. Hashirama closed his eyes, gasping for breath. Tobarama, stifling his anger, turned his furious gaze toward Madara Uchiha's lifeless body. Is Madara really dead? Yes, I killed him, Hashirama answered gravely. Though he didn't know what contingencies Madara might have left, he had already promised never to reveal that Madara still lived. Brother, have you thought about what you'll say to Izuna when we get back? Tobarama stepped in front of Hashirama, lowering his voice. And, if Hikari is ever unsealed and learns of this, no matter what happens, I will protect our village, Hashirama replied, his voice steady and resolute. I still believe, with all my heart, that protecting the village means protecting its people, protecting the ninja and the children. Whether they're my friends, my brothers, even my own children, if they threaten the village, I won't show mercy. Brother, you're losing sight of what's important. Someday, this will cast a shadow over the village, Tobarama said, worry in his voice. High on the cliff face of the Valley of the End, a dark silhouette silently watched the battlefield below. Cloaked and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Black Zetsu stood there, a look of utter disappointment on his face. Damn it, I've tried countless times to get close to the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, and now this plan to awaken the Rinnegan has failed again. Just carrying out these steps has taken me over 1,000 years, and I thought this time Uchiha Madara would be different. Now, Uchiha Madara has fallen to Hashirama Senju. Has everything returned to the very beginning? Black Zetsu gazed at the figures below the cliff, unwilling to accept defeat. In his view, Hashirama Senju was gravely wounded. This time, he could not recover as effortlessly as before, not even with the healing jutsu of the medical ninja. Nearby, Tobarama Senju led a group of red-haired ninja, sealing Madara's corpse in side-scroll. Atop the cliff, Black Zetsu was nearly in despair, but when he saw the Uzumaki clan carefully collecting Madara's body, a new spark of hope ignited within him. After all, cleaning up the battlefields. Corpses was rarely treated with such ceremony, much less with sealing techniques involved. With so many precautions, it was clear that Tobarama planned to take Madara's body back for research. Come to think of it, Madara isn't a fool. He would never fight a battle without a trump card. Could it be? Black Zetsu's gaze lingered on Tobarama, who now held the scroll containing Madara's body, and a sly, twisted smile crept across his lips. Half a month later, in the forest behind the Hidden Leaf Village. It seems fate hasn't abandoned me after all. To a shinobi, Madara's corpse is a veritable treasure trove. Just as I thought, Tobarama, obsessed with unraveling the mysteries of the Sharingan, didn't dispose of the body. Instead, he hid Madara away in the deep mountains of the Leaf. Black Zetsu arrived at a secluded graveyard nestled in the Leaf's rugged mountains. Among the graves, one stood out, marked with unusual symbols. He slipped underground, discovering the site protected by complex barriers and seals. But such obstacles were meaningless to him. His body, a fusion of wind, water, fire, lightning, earth, yin, and yang chakra natures, was a living embodiment of the Kekkei Mora. His form was as mutable as a humanoid, truth-seeking ball, letting him pass freely through earth. and stone. His chakra wasn't as dense as that of a true, truth-seeking ball, so he lacked their overwhelming offensive power, but such defenses posed no real threat. As Black Zetsu descended, he found a tightly sealed sarcophagus at the very center of the subterranean chamber. With ease, he unraveled the seals upon the coffin. Sensing the release of the seal, Madara's corpse suddenly snapped open its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the coffin was kicked aside, and Uchiha Madara slowly sat up. As expected of Lord Madara, you predicted that even if defeated by Hashirama, Tobirama wouldn't simply dispose of your body. So you cast a jutsu upon yourself. Black Zetsu, how much time has passed? Madara looked at his own hands as he spoke. It's been half a month, Lord Madara. Half a month. My body hasn't decayed. Tobirama must have used the same sealing technique that halts the flow of time. Uchiha Madara slowly rose to his feet, formed hand signs, and released a shadow clone. He ordered the clone to disguise itself as his corpse and place itself inside the coffin. Lord Madara, after this battle with Hashirama, you must realize by now, only the infinite Tsukuyomi can save the Uchiha, Black Zetsu said. Madara ignored Black Zetsu. Instead, he brushed the dust off his robe, then took the chunk of flesh he had bitten off Hashirama and stitched it into his own wound. So that's it. This power to regenerate without even forming hand seals. So this is the secret behind Hashirama's constitution. But the number of times cells can divide in a human lifetime is fixed. Accelerating that division only shortens one's lifespan. Hashirama, after so many fierce battles, how much longer can you truly last? Madara murmured with a sigh. He gazed at the flesh gradually merging with the scar on his chest, keenly sensing his lost strength slowly returning. It appears you were right. Only by merging the power of the Senju and the Uchiha can one attain true power. Lord Madara, what should we do next? Black Zetsu inquired. First, I need to restore the sight in my right eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan allows me to set a jutsu within my eye with a time delay. I placed Izanagi in my right eye, and in the end, I used it to rewrite reality at the cost of my right eye's vision. Now my right eye is completely blind, but with Hashirama's cells, it's only a matter of time before my sight returns. It seems we have a long wait ahead of us, Black Zetsu remarked with a sly chuckle. Not long after, the two of them left the underground tomb and headed for a secret hideout near the border between Konoha and the Land of Earth. In the Hokage's quarters in the Hidden Leaf Village, Mito Uzumaki and Tobirama Senju stared gravely at the wounds on Hashirama's body. By rights, no matter how severe his injuries had been in the past, Hashirama had always made a full recovery after just one night. But this time, not even the part of his arm bitten off by Madara showed any sign of healing. Half a month had passed. Even with the healing powers of Katsu, Hashirama's arm remained unchanged. It seems the doctors were right. Big Brother cells are nearly at the limit of their ability to divide, Tobirama said, his voice filled with frustration. Hearing this, Hashirama gave a wry smile. I'm sorry, Mito, Tobirama. It looks like I really don't have much time left. You fool. Why did you keep this from us? Why push yourself so hard? Mito Uzumaki broke down in tears, her face a river of sorrow. Hashirama stepped forward and embraced her, his expression full of regret. I'm sorry, Mito. What I'm about to say may sound selfish, but before I leave this world, there is one thing I must do for the sake of Konoha. It's the Nine Tails, isn't it? Uzumaki Mito could glimpse into others' hearts by touching their chakra, so she had known Hashirama's intentions from the very beginning. That's right. My body has reached its limits. I may not have many years left. While I can still fight before I leave this world, I want to help Konoha secure the Nine Tails. Hashirama had fought the Nine Tails before and understood all too well the devastation that power could cause if it fell into enemy hands. He knew that by the time such a crisis arose, he would no longer be there, and with Madara's fate uncertain, it would be difficult for Tobirama and Hikari to handle such a threat alone. Legend told of nine-tailed beasts, and the most powerful among them was the Nine Tails. As long as Konoha claimed the Nine Tails first, even if other nations possessed all the remaining tailed beasts, they would pose no threat to the village. Tobirama, you've been tracking the Nine Tails' movements these past 2 weeks, haven't you? Yes. After your battle with Madara, the Nine Tails retreated deep into the great forests of the Land of Fire. Good. Once my chakra has recovered a bit more, we'll set out to capture the Nine Tails. I'll go with you this time, Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito gripped Hashirama's arm, her face grave. Suddenly, a messenger ninja burst through the door of the Hokage's residence. Bad news, Lord Tobirama. All the ANBU tracking the Nine Tails have been wiped out. What? What happened? Tobirama turned sharply. The Gold and Silver brothers from the Hidden Cloud, wielding the sage's treasured tools, have attacked the Nine Tails again. Again? What do you mean by that? Hashirama pressed, demanding more. These two attacked the Nine Tails even before Madara, Uchiha, ever made a contract with it. In a rage, the Nine Tails swallowed them whole. Once inside, they wreaked havoc in its belly, and after 2 weeks of chaos, the Nine Tails could no longer stand it and spat them back out. The sage's treasured tools, Mito murmured under her breath. Is something wrong, Mito? Those 6 sage tools, once safeguarded by the Uzumaki clan, were stolen by those 2 brothers, Mito explained. To wield those treasures, one must possess immense chakra, and it seems those brothers have bodies as strong as Hashirama's own sage physique. If that's the case, Tobirama, assemble the ANBU at once and come with me, Hashirama said, rising to his feet. Wait, brother, Tobirama interjected. Without Madara Uchiha's help, those men may not be able to subdue the Nine Tails. Besides, your chakra hasn't fully recovered yet. My thoughts exactly, Hashirama. There's no need to rush. We can let them wear down the Nine Tails for us as part of our strategy. Mito gently held Hashirama's arm. If I can't go myself, then send some Uchiha ninja. If Madara's Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, surely they can as well. Big brother, given the current situation, we can't send out Uchiha shinobi so lightly. What do you mean? You know that the Uchiha are now divided into the militant and conciliatory factions. The old followers of Hikari and Madara are still locked in fierce internal strife with the remnants of the former Taiima faction. The conciliatory group tends to support Konoha, but aside from a few exceptionally talented young shinobi, most of them aren't as strong as the old Taiima loyalists. So you're saying that right now, none of the Pro-Hokage Uchiha are able to control the Nine Tails? That's right, Tobirama sighed. What about Izuna? He has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shouldn't he be able to handle it? Big brother, have you forgotten you just killed his brother? Tobirama replied. You're right. Hashirama let out a long sigh. If only Hikari were here right now. If it were Hikari, I feel like she would find a way to resolve this situation, Uzumaki Mito said softly. We shouldn't rely on Hikari too much. As Mr. Een said, she's toiled all her life. We ought to let her rest in peace. Tobirama spoke solemnly. This is a trial for Konoha itself. Let's face it on our own. Within the Uchiha compound, a long-haired young woman broke into a smile and turned to the melancholy young man beside her. Lord Izuna, there's a clan festival today. Would you like to come with me? It'll be lively, and there'll be lots of good food. I'll pass, Ruri. I have to go tidy up near the altar today. Uchiha, Izuna replied, his expression downcast. Thank you for inviting me. You've helped me with so much paperwork. Just enjoy yourself today. Lord Izuna, the girl, Uchiha Ruri, looked at him with worry in her eyes. She clenched her fists, then mustered her courage and called out, Tonight's fireworks display will be beautiful. I'll wait for you at the southern shrine, Lord Izuna. Izuna didn't answer her invitation. Instead, he walked away, his figure lonely as he headed toward the cliffs overlooking Konoha. Now, with Uchiha Hikari sealed away and Uchiha Madara fallen in battle, Izuna had lost all his family in just a single year. The heavy burden of clan leader now rested squarely on his shoulders. Once, there were 6 of them, cheerful and carefree. Now he was the only one left. The pain Izuna endured far surpassed even what Hikari and Madara once suffered. Almost without realizing it, Izuna found himself at the foot of Konoha's cliffs, in the forbidden ground where a hidden underground altar held the scroll sealing Uchiha Hikari. So you really are here. Beside the altar, the figure of Senju Tobirama emerged from the shadows and walked toward Izuna. It's you. Izuna glanced up at him, then, still lost in his sorrow, picked up a broom and resumed sweeping the altar where Uchiha Hikari was sealed. Kwana, I hope you can become the next leader of Konoha's Umbu. You discussed this with me before. My answer is still no. Uchiha Kwana replied, his expression blank. Kwana, the Umbu, is also the result of Hikari and Mr. Yin's devotion. You are Hikari's younger brother. Don't you want to carry on their dream? Tobirama, I know you cared for Sister Hikari, and later, you treated me like a brother too. But now Hikari is gone, and Brother Madara was killed by your elder brother. You once almost killed me yourself, and ever since, you felt indebted to me, Uchiha Kwana said, turning to look at Tobirama. But I have no talent for leadership. I don't even know how to deal with the mess inside the Uchiha clan. You should give up on making me a leader. Kwana, among the Uchiha, you are one of the few I can truly trust, Tobirama pleaded, bowing his head. If not for yourself, then for the sake of Hikari and Madara's dreams, help Konoha, please. Tobirama knew Kwana was capable of managing the clan, but the recent string of tragedies had left him unable to accept any of it. Tobirama. Uchiha Kwana let out a soft chuckle. You really are a put-upon chief of staff? aren't you? To have to lower yourself and beg someone as useless as me. He understood Tobarama's difficulties. There are things that only those in power can truly appreciate. How hard it is to keep the peace among so many. Rival clans. With the loss of both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hikari, who were the clan's greatest strengths, the Uchiha were now in utter chaos. The moderates and the militants were at each other's throats, and even within each faction, there were spies fanning the flames. Unmasking the truth, discerning who was who, had become impossible. That was why Tobarama's policies to marginalize the Uchiha were acts of desperation, not the simple prejudice outsiders so often whispered about. The two of them fell silent for a long time. Seeing Kwana unmoved, Tobarama finally spoke in a low voice. Kwana, it seems there's nothing I can do to persuade you. His hands dropped to his sides as he sighed, then slowly approached Kwana, pulling a letter from his robes and handing it to him. Come to. Think of it, today marks exactly a year since Hikari was sealed away. Before it happened, she asked me to give you this letter on this day. What is this? Uchiha Kwana took the letter from Tobarama's hand. Hikari said this day is also your birthday. Everything she didn't have time to say is written inside. Tobarama explained, then quietly walked away. Left alone in the flickering candlelight of the altar, Uchiha Kwana stood in silence. Slowly, he raised his hand and looked at the letter. This handwriting, it's really Sister Hikari's. Uchiha Kwana opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. To my dearest brother, Kwana. Kwana, happy birthday. By the time you read this letter, I will probably already have been sealed away. What a pity I wasn't able to see your coming-of-age ceremony, Izuna. I imagine you must have grown so much in the past year, taller and stronger than before. But you're no longer at the age when you cling to your older brother and sister, begging for affection, are you? By now, I'm sure you've become a ninja capable of standing on your own. I wonder, is there someone you like already? I can't offer you much advice when it comes to matters of the heart, since I never managed to end up with the one I loved either. But if it's someone you care about, she must be a wonderful girl. Izuna, perhaps there are many things that sadden you right now. You might even feel battered by the hardships you face. But please, don't give up. Now that you've grown up, it's all right to complain from time to time. If loneliness becomes unbearable, if you find yourself shedding tears, just picture how your sister and brother would encourage you. That way, I'll always be with you, cheering you on and lending you strength. And even if you fail, that's all right too. What matters most is the determination to never give up. Izuna, your sister will always be watching over you. By the candlelight, Uchiha Izuna was already in tears, his face streaked and wet. Liar, you said you'd always watch over me, but you're already. Izuna murmured as he walked to the scroll beside the altar. You're already gone, leaving me all alone. Do you have any idea how lonely I am? Sis, you and Brother Madara are both so unfair, leaving me behind with nothing but lonely memories of our time together. In this vast house, I'm the only one left. I've only just come of age. In front of others, I have to hold back all my tears, never letting them fall. That night, Uchiha Izuna's anguished cries echoed through the altar. Outside the underground sanctum, a thunderous explosion sounded, drowning out the sound of Izuna's weeping. A long while later, Izuna left the underground altar. He wandered beneath the night sky of Konoha, watching as fireworks scattered across the heavens like streaking stars, fading at last into silence. He gazed up at it all, wiped away the trails of his tears, and the gloom in his eyes had vanished. It's already late. The fireworks must be over by now, he murmured, a trace of worry taking root in his expression. His mind drifted to the evening, recalling the promise of the girl who said she'd wait for him. Izuna broke into a light run, heading toward the southern shrine. The festival visitors had long since departed, and the once crowded ground were now left to a handful of staff cleaning up after the festivities. Izuna scanned the area anxiously, even activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his desperation. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a slender figure with long hair, leaning gently against the pillar of the shrine's grand gate atop the hill. The girl's eyelids drooped as she struggled to stay awake, fighting off sleepiness. Uchiha Izuna tucked the letter he was gripping close to his chest and walked over to Uchiha Lioli, gently patting her on the shoulder. Lord Tobarama, here is today's report. In the corridor of the administrative building, Uchiha Kagami handed over the documents he had been carrying. Senju Tobarama took them and leafed through the pages, his brows knitting together. So, fighting finally broke out, after all. Yes, Kagami replied, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. Last night, the pacifist and militant factions of the Uchiha clan had clashed violently. Like a spark to dry tinder, it set off the anger both sides had. long kept in check, erupting into open conflict. In just one night, blood stained the clan's stone-paved streets, and innocent lives were lost in the chaos. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping through every corner of Konoha. A tide of public opinion surged, pushing Tobirama, a key decision-maker in the village, into the eye of the storm. Alongside Hokage Hashirama, the village's leaders now faced unprecedented pressure. The villagers, the upper echelons, and even envoys from neighboring villages all awaited their response. Has it really come to this? Tobirama took a deep breath. He knew all too well that the Uchiha's actions not only threatened Konoha's stability, but also tugged at the fragile peace of the entire ninja world. The Uchiha's infighting has already led to innocent casualties. Panic among the populace is growing. Lord Tobirama, you must act now, Kagami urged, worry shining in his eyes. I understand, but we must proceed carefully. We cannot let the Uchiha feel isolated. What we need now is reconciliation, not further division. But the militants among the Uchiha, it doesn't seem like they're willing to compromise, Kagami added, his brow furrowing with concern. As a member of the pacifist faction, he felt bitterness toward the militants' actions. Kagami, even if we stamp out the militants, the root of the problem will remain. But why? They've harmed innocent civilians. Are we just supposed to stand by and do nothing? Kagami pressed. If we resort to force, it will set off a chain reaction. When the other clans see this, they'll start to distrust Konoha's leadership. That would only hinder the village's future, Tobirama sighed. They simply haven't realized the real threat yet. We have to make them understand. Internal strife will only weaken us all, plunging Konoha and the entire ninja world into greater peril. The hostility in Kagami's eyes faded as he listened in silence. He realized that the legendary leader reputed to despise the Uchiha was not acting out of prejudice. Every decision was for the sake of the village as a whole. Unnoticed, the two had already reached the entrance to the Hokage's office. Kagami, you go back and keep watch for now. I'll discuss our next move with my brother. Yes, Lord Tobirama. With those words, Kagami's figure slipped quietly down the corridor. After Tobirama Senju knocked on the door and pushed it open, he suddenly realized that inside the room, Hashirama Senju was already deep in conversation with someone. Izuna, have you truly agreed to help me gather the tailed beasts? At this moment, Hashirama stood up, his face alight with excitement. Yes, and not just the 9 tails. We must also take control of the other tailed beasts. Uchiha Izuna replied with a nod. You have no idea how much this helps, Hashirama said, relief evident in his voice. Right now, the Uchiha clan is in utter disarray. Our leadership, for the sake of the bigger picture, has focused its efforts entirely on gathering intelligence about the tailed beasts, leaving us no time to deal with the infighting within the clan. At this rate, nothing will be accomplished. Your offer of help has come at the perfect moment and eases our most urgent crisis. Izuna, Tobirama had overheard their conversation. After stepping into the room, he quietly closed the door behind him and walked over at a measured pace. So you finally decided to lend your strength to Konoha. Tobirama's face was filled with genuine relief. It seemed that Uchiha Hikari's letter from yesterday had finally made a difference. So it's you, the useless advisor. Turning around to see Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna's expression twisted with clear disdain. It's only because you two are so hopeless. If you want to solve these problems, you need to prioritize and handle them one at a time. But you both want everything at once, like a pair of fools chasing 2 birds with 1 stone. I admit, without Madara and Hikari here, we really are stretched thin, Tobirama replied, his tone tinged with guilt, for Izuna's words rang true. Izuna, thank you for stepping up for both the Uchiha and Konoha. I'm not doing this for them, Izuna replied, a fleeting trace of loneliness darkening his gaze. To me, Uchiha, Senju, Konoha, the shinobi world, war, peace. None of it truly matters. It's just that, if I keep standing by, everything my sister, my brother, and those young ones who believe in me wish to protect will be lost. Memories of his ordinary days with his siblings flashed through Izuna's mind, as did the image of Uchiha Ryoli, who had waited for him under last night's fireworks. The clearer those recollections of people who trusted him unconditionally became, the less able Izuna was to turn a blind eye to what was happening now. He lifted his head and met Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes. All I want is to protect what my brother and sister wish to protect. I won't let it all fade into nothingness. His words struck home. For a moment, even Hashirama and Tobirama's expressions darkened with the weight of the situation. In any case, Izuna is right. If Konoha remains such a mess, then all the sacrifices Hikari and Madara made will mean nothing. After a brief, heavy silence, Hashirama was the first to lift his head and, with a smile, turned to Izuna. By the way, Izuna, Hikari never tried to impose her will on you. She always hoped you could live your life freely. Hashirama continued, but what I didn't expect was that, through your own experiences and reflections, you've somehow inherited the will of light without even realizing it. All I can say is, you truly are Light's little brother. What do you mean? Izuna looked at Hashirama, puzzled, and asked, what exactly was my sister's will? That will is about being willing to break free from the confines of clan and position, to pour one's heart and soul into protecting children and preventing war. I call such a person one who possesses the will of fire. Hashirama walked over to Izuna, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. Your answer just now was a perfect embodiment of the will of fire. It's admirable, truly remarkable. The will of fire, Izuna murmured, as the image of Uchiha Hikari surfaced in his mind. Hashirama nodded, then added with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, there's still not many people in the village right now who possess the will of fire. The good news is your sister Hikari's former subordinates and students have all inherited this will, and Hikari's act of sealing herself away has, in a way, spurred the spread of the will of fire. He sat down at the desk and smiled at Izuna. Izuna's expression flickered at Hashirama's words, and in the end, he felt a bit ashamed. He'd always liked clinging to his sister, but had never tried to truly understand her thoughts. Izuna, in fact, it's not just your sister. Madara also had the will of fire, Hashirama said. In the final battle at the Valley of the End, Madara kept up the act right until the end, all for the sake of protecting you and Hikari. Whenever Madara came up, Hashirama would always drift into memories. Earlier that morning, in order to resolve the Uchiha issue, Hashirama had come clean with Izuna, revealing that Madara was still alive. After investigating Madara's corpse together, they quickly realized the coffin only contained a shadow clone. Clearly, Madara had survived. The original purpose of that grand performance at the Valley of the End had been to intimidate the other ninja villages. Now that the goal had been achieved, Madara still hadn't returned to the village. Hashirama couldn't understand what kind of threat had forced Madara to stage his own death. Before long, he gave up trying to figure it out. There just wasn't enough information to draw any conclusions. Once he let the Madara problem go, Hashirama devoted himself entirely to the future of Konoha, determined to do as much as he could for the village in the time he had left. Speaking of which, during these quieter days, even as Hokage, I haven't been idle. Ever since that infighting yesterday, I've felt that the path ahead for Konoha must begin with dissolving the barriers between the great clans and guiding everyone to act with protecting the village at heart, Hashirama said to his younger brother. But big brother, how exactly do we do that? It's not an easy task, Tobirama replied. As for the method, I've already got a general idea in mind, but before that, we must first resolve the matter of the tailed beasts. Hashirama's lips curled into a mysterious smile. So, it seems you already have a plan? Uchiha Izuna regarded Hashirama thoughtfully. The man before him, whose strength even surpassed Madara's, was one of the few shinobi he genuinely admired. Yes. Hashirama nodded, a confident smile brightening his face. In that case, Izuna turned, his gaze falling on the shinobi village outside the window. His voice was low and resolute. I'll go back to the clan and stabilize the situation. Once you're ready, we'll set out to hunt the tailed beast together. Inside the Uchiha Council Hall, the air was drawn tight, tense as a bowstring. The disputes within the clan had reached a boiling point. The gentle faction's representative, the clan leader's secretary, Uchiha Lioli, spoke with a trembling voice. Last night's fighting injured innocent civilians. You must accept the laws of Konoha and face justice. The militant faction's leader, Uchiha Rekka, would not back down. You moderates have been tamed by the Senju of Konoha, losing the pride of the Uchiha. If this continues, we'll be swallowed up before long. That's right. If we'd known the clan would end up so weak, we should have sided with Chief Madara from the start. Where's Chief Izuna? Let him come out. Why do we always have to listen to a girl like you? That's not what a real man would do. When Madara and Hikaru were in charge, the Uchiha were nothing like this. The argument grew more and more heated. Tears welled up in Lioli's eyes, but she spoke on, her voice steady despite the emotion. We are Uchiha, not a band of thugs. Enough of your nonsense. All the great clans are scrambling for more power in Konoha, and you moderates are just pawns for the Senju, too blind to see it. Rekka's anger threatened to drown out her words. He slammed his palm down on the table, making Lioli flinch instinctively, fear flashing in her eyes. At that very moment, the doors to the council chamber burst open. A deep, commanding voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. That's enough. Leoli saw who had arrived, and tears finally spilled down her cheeks. Lord Izuna, Uchiha Izuna, stood in the doorway, his presence instantly quelling the storm of hostility in the room. Leoli stepped back. Izuna's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Leoli obeyed, retreating with tears in her eyes but relief on her face. Izuna strode into the council hall, each step radiating a force that made everyone present hold their breath. We, the Uchiha, are the guardians of Konoha, not its destroyers. I will take personal responsibility for last night's events, Izuna declared his words, ringing out with weight. His piercing gaze swept across the room. Remember, our power is not meant to harm the innocent, but to protect the weak. If I see anyone sparking chaos and infighting over power again, don't expect me to show any mercy. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun in Izuna Uchiha's eyes as an icy chakra swept outward, chilling the air. The spectral form of Susanoo loomed over the crowd, as if a mountain were pressing down from above. For as long as anyone could remember, Izuna had always lived under the protection of Uchiha Hikari and Uchiha Madara, never once displaying such brilliance as he did today. As the younger brother of the light of the shinobi world and the Azura of the shinobi world, his name had always carried weight, but now it was the terrifying power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that truly made an impact. It wasn't until everyone witnessed Izuna's Violet Susanoo that they remembered. This young clan leader, who had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, was in fact an unparalleled force within the Uchiha clan. 3 days later, with Izuna Uchiha's assistance, the tense atmosphere of rebellion within Konoha was temporarily subdued. The Umbu finally found a moment of respite, directing all their efforts toward gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts. For a time, Izuna's reputation within the Umbu soared even higher. Afterward, the Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, announced his plan to embark on a journey to subdue the tailed beasts, accompanied by his wife, Mito Uzumaki, and the Umbu led by Izuna Uchiha. As for the villages, Defense's chief strategist Tobarama Senju would remain in Konoha with the Hokage's personal guard, employing barrier-sensing techniques learned from the Uzumaki clan to ward off enemy shinobi attempting surprise attacks. This hunt for the tailed beasts lasted for half a year. Konoha's efforts to capture the first 7 tailed beasts went smoothly. However, during the battle to subdue the 9 tails, Hashirama Senju suffered a grave injury. No longer possessing the formidable regenerative abilities of his prime, he faced the 9 tails with a solemn expression and said, "9 tails, your power is simply too great. I cannot, in good conscience, leave you unchecked. Hashirama, let me handle this." Mito Uzumaki stepped forward, her gaze solemn as she looked upon the exhausted beast. 9 tails, every time you unleash your power, you invite hatred. Please, rest peacefully within me. On that day, Konoha's journey to gather the tailed beasts came to an end. Hashirama Senju, together with Mito Uzumaki and Izuna Uchiha, subdued all the tailed beasts except for Shikaku, the one tail, and returned in triumph. By sealing the 9 tails within herself, Mito Uzumaki introduced the concept of the Jinchuriki to the shinobi world for the first time. With this, Konoha's strength reached its greatest height since Uchiha Hikari and Madara Uchiha were no longer present. They now stood as a village blessed by the god of shinobi, wielding the power of 8-tailed beasts and boasting the likes of the Godspeed of the shinobi world and a top-tier force like Izuna Uchiha. Their return was like a beacon of light, dispersing the darkness that had lingered in the hearts of Konoha's people. Yet, just as Konoha's prosperity and might reached their zenith, the other 4 great nations began to grow restless. Another year passed. Watching Konoha's ever-increasing strength, the major shinobi villages secretly conspired to unite, plotting to launch an all-out war against Konoha. When the ANBU of the Hidden Leaf Village learned of this fact, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, acted immediately. In order to protect the Leaf from being besieged by the other 4 nations, he convened the first-ever 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron, a meeting that would become legendary among all shinobi. Inside the Land of Iron, at the Council of the Hokage, the Kage from each village sat in silence, each accompanied by their most trusted second-in-command, arranged around the 5 sides of the table. Behind every leader hung silken banners, each emblazoned with their village's emblem. Once everyone had arrived, Hashirama was the first to speak. To see the first generation of the 5 Kage from the great nations gathered here like this, holding a 5 Kage summit, I truly... His hands gripped the edge of the table, and then Hashirama bowed his head deeply, touching his forehead to the wood with a loud, resounding thud toward the other four Kage. I am truly, deeply grateful to you all. Beside him, Tobirama, seeing his brother's foolish display, pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Brother, as the Hokage, representing the hidden leaf of the Land of Fire, how can you bow so easily to the other Kage? Hashirama looked up, eyes brimming with tears. But I'm just so happy, I can't help it. Hokage-dano, please raise your head, said the first Reikage. Such behavior is not befitting a leader. We've come here to sign the 5 Kage agreement with you, Hokage-dano, the first Tsuchikage added. But a few loud bows won't win my signature for nothing. That's right, Hokage. If you humble yourself too much, it makes it seem as though you have hidden motives, said the first Mizukage. The first Kazekage nodded in agreement. We are here because you propose to distribute the tailed beasts to each village in exchange for signing the treaty. This is, after all, a transaction. Personal feelings shouldn't interfere. You are all correct, Tobirama interjected. When allocating the tailed beasts, we will maintain balance, but each of you will be required to pay for them. We can give them away for free. Hashirama blurted out. Silence. Tobirama snapped, his voice sharp. Hashirama shrank back, chastised. The first Kazekage ignored Hashirama's antics and continued in a low, steady voice. Our sand village has, since ancient times, had a certain temple that has sealed away a tailed beast. We already possess one and have no need for more. If you wish us to sign the agreement, our terms must differ from those of the other villages. Is that acceptable? What are you playing at? Asked the first Reikage, eyeing him warily. My country is a land of endless sand, the first Kazekage explained. Instead of another tailed beast, I wish to request fertile land from our neighbor, the Leaf, and 30% of the funds the other nations pay to obtain their beasts. What? You must be joking, Kazekage. Those demands are excessive, Kazekage-dano. If you do not agree to these terms, I will not sign the agreement, the first Kazekage declared. Our nation is a desert, unable to produce its own resources. If we are to stand on equal footing with the other great nations, we must make the most of our village's tailed beast. In that case, the first Reikage shot back. The 4 of us could just as easily join forces and attack the Land of Wind. The first Hokage spoke, his voice steady and grave. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense, as if blades were drawn and ready to clash. With a heavy thud, the table shook once more. All eyes turned to see Hashirama Senju, bowing his head against the table, his voice ringing out. Indeed, there have been many conflicts between us in the past. It was all because we wished to protect our own clans and comrades. Sometimes, our choices were made out of sheer necessity. And to be honest, even if the 5 nations sign a pact today, who can say how long it will truly last, or how faithfully it will be upheld? He paused, then continued, his eyes filled with hope. But I have always dreamed that one day, ninjas could help one another across borders, working together as one. That is my vision for the future. I sincerely ask you all to let today be the first step toward that dream. As his words faded, the other Kage glanced at each other in bewilderment. None of them had expected the legendary god of shinobi to be such an idealist. For a while, no one responded to Hashirama's heartfelt plea. From that point on, the rest of the meeting was almost entirely led by Tobirama. Once the agreements were signed, the representatives of each nation departed one after another. Hashirama returned home, his face clouded with disappointment. Before arriving, he had believed that the other Kage, like himself, yearned wholeheartedly for peace. But he now saw how wrong he had been. The speech he had prepared with such care had made little impression at the 5 Kage summit. The other Kage were there primarily to secure their own nation's interests and to clarify Konoha's current stance. Dreams that are too idealistic must contend with the harshness of reality. Hashirama's vision was not something that could be achieved in just a few generations. Nevertheless, by distributing the tailed beasts among the other villages, Konoha received a fortune in return. Though the village's military strength declined, its reputation soared among the people. Prosperity spread throughout the land, and the Land of Fire's economy reached unprecedented heights. Moreover, with each nation now possessing a tailed beast as a deterrent, small-scale conflicts began to subside. For the first time, the ninja world enjoyed 8 long years of peace. During these golden years for Konoha, Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, used his boundless vision to chart a new course for the village's future. On one such day, Hashirama gathered all the villagers and ninja in the plaza beneath the administration building to announce his decision. My friends, he began, true peace requires more than victory on the battlefield. It calls for harmony and understanding between all our clans. Today, I intend to implement a new policy, one that will break down the barriers between our families. I believe this step will be like the first rays of dawn, illuminating Konoha's future. From this day forward, the Senju clan name will no longer appear in Konoha. Standing atop the highest point in Konoha, Hashirama's voice was as steady and resolute as a mountain. Our Senju clan will relinquish our family name, hide our identities, and marry into the common folk as much as possible, so that the blood of the Senju may seep into every corner of this village. This is my promise to Konoha, and our clan's promise to peace. His words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. All of the great clans present wore expressions of shock. With this decision, Hashirama was prepared to lead by example, to abandon the notion of this small family, and to unite the future of all clans into the greater purpose of protecting Konoha as one. This move would not only prevent the Senju from dominating the village after victory in the Great Ninja War, but would also serve as a warning to all clans. Konoha's leadership must place the village's interests above their own, and its leaders should be ready, if necessary, to end the glory of their own lineage for the village's long-term future. In this way, any clan unwilling to act for the village would find itself isolated, and voices clamoring for clan interests would be thoroughly suppressed. They understood in that moment that Konoha was on the brink of transformation. Hashirama's decision swept through Konoha like a breath of spring, awakening the will of fire throughout the village and forging an unprecedented unity and strength. The people of Konoha, whether once clansmen or commoners, felt, deep in their hearts, Hashirama's profound love and sacrifice. From that day on, people began to look at each other, at Konoha, and at the future with new eyes. No longer was Konoha a city divided by competing clans. It became, in the truest sense, a home jointly protected by the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Sarutobi, Shimura, Inuzuka, Uzumaki, and so many others. At that moment, under Hashirama's guidance, the will of fire blazed brighter than ever, becoming an indelible light. Yet, in the months following the implementation of these new policies, though Konoha grew ever more prosperous, Hashirama's health steadily declined. It was as if, having fulfilled his purpose, the vitality in his eyes had faded away. Not long after, Hashirama resigned from the position of Hokage due to illness, and Tobirama Senju took up the mantle as the second Hokage. 2 years passed, and Hashirama's eldest granddaughter, Tsunade, was born. Without the power of his regenerative cells, Hashirama had become a thin, elderly man. He no longer carried the vigor of his youth, but as he looked out each day at the thriving village, there was still a sparkle in his eyes. Gradually, Hashirama, now enjoying the pleasures of family life, became a doting grandfather whose greatest joy was taking little Tsunade to gamble in the casinos scattered across the land of fire. But every time they came home, they would return empty-handed, having lost everything, and Mito Uzumaki would greet them with a torrent of scolding. Because of this, young Tsunade picked up a bad habit for gambling herself. In recent days, she had even sneaked some of the sake Hashirama had hidden away for herself, all without the family's knowledge. Grandpa? Grandpa! It was the 12th year of the leaf calendar. On a gloomy, rain-soaked morning, little Tsunade, as usual, went searching for her grandfather to play. Suddenly, she saw him slumped over his desk, unmoving despite her repeated calls. "I'm sorry. Lord Hashirama has passed away. Lady Mito, Princess Tsunade, please accept our condolences." That day, Hashirama's house was crowded with people, every face marked by sorrow. "Grandpa!" Tsunade's face was streaked with tears, her cries drowned out by the thunder and rain outside the window. For this beautiful little girl, it was the first time she'd witnessed the loss of someone most dear to her. Not long after, the village of Konoha announced the passing of Hashirama Senju. For the entire land of fire, it was a grief that ran deep and heavy. As one of the founding pillars of the Hidden Leaf Village, his departure was like the fall of a towering tree, leaving behind a vast emptiness and profound silence. In the hearts of Konoha's people, Hashirama stood for peace, embracing all with a boundless heart. The brilliance of his life shone bright, yet brief, across the long river of shinobi history. When news of Hashirama's illness and death spread, a shroud of mourning fell over the village. The villagers gathered in the central square, silent and subdued, each gaze heavy with loss and sorrow. Tobirama and Itama stood before the crowd, their figures solitary and burdened, as though struggling to shoulder the weight of losing a beloved brother. Today, what we have lost is not just a leader, but a father, a brother, a friend. Though Tobirama's voice trembled, every word rang with conviction. Brother Hashirama devoted his life to showing us what it truly means to be a ninja. He taught us that peace is never achieved in a day. It is something we must each protect with our actions and cherish with our hearts. At Hashirama's grave, Mito Uzumaki stood in silent grief, tears slipping down her cheeks. The story between her and Hashirama was short, yet profound. His passing felt as if a piece of her heart had been taken away. But what Hashirama left behind was not just sorrow. He also left hope for the future. She knew, deep down, that what Hashirama wished to see was a shinobi world where peace reigned, free from hatred and war. Yet reality was cruel. Everything unfolded just as Madara Uchiha had once predicted. The moment Konoha lost the overwhelming might of Hashirama, the scales of peace would topple. With the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the shinobi world seemed to lose its final chain of restraint. The dark clouds of the first great ninja war quickly gathered over the continent. In his lifetime, Hashirama's unmatched strength and prestige had stood as an unbreakable barrier, one that kept the four great nations from acting recklessly, for fear of angering the god of shinobi. But with his passing, that barrier collapsed in an instant. The ambitions and desires of every nation, once kept in check, now surged forth like a flood, sweeping across the land without restraint. In barely half a month, the Hidden Cloud Village could no longer restrain itself. With the speed and ferocity of a thunderbolt, they launched a fierce assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, a sudden eruption after long-held suppression. Hot on their heels, the other three great nations refused to be outdone. One after another, they joined the fray, each seeking to seize territory and resources from the Leaf while it stood vulnerable without its pillar of strength. In an instant, the Hidden Leaf Village was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The peace and prosperity of the past seemed to dissolve in a heartbeat, vanishing like mist. Within the Hokage Tower, a heavy atmosphere pervaded the air. In the strategy room, ninja gathered from every corner, their anxious voices weaving together intense discussion. Tobirama Senju sat at the head of the table, a meticulously drawn map of the ninja world spread before him. Every mark and alteration on its surface spoke of the life-and-death struggles unfolding on the battlefield. Lord Tobirama, the enemy's most forceful attack is coming from the northeast, an intelligence officer reported, his words making the room feel frozen in time. The northeast, the cloud, then? Tobirama's finger traced lightly over the forest-shrouded region on the map, his tone thoughtful. Is the cloud's assault this time involving any tailed beasts? He pressed further. According to our information, my lord, their tailed beast remains unstable and hasn't joined the fight, the officer replied swiftly. Still, Tobirama's brow furrowed, a shadow of doubt lingering in his eyes. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki's voice drifted through the room like a calming breeze. The hidden cloud does not possess sealing arts as powerful as those of the Uzumaki clan, nor do they have sealing treasures. At this stage, they cannot control a tailed beast in battle as I do, as a Jinchuriki. Tobirama nodded, lost in thought. So, the greatest challenge on the northeastern front is still the Reikage Taijutsu, he concluded, eyes fixed on the map. After a brief pause, his tone turned resolute. If they have not deployed their tailed beast, then I will lead the team myself, and use the Flying Thunder God technique to keep them at bay. That should suffice. Are you sure about this? Mito's brows drew together, worry threading through her words. If things truly become dire, I will lift the seal on the light. Don't worry, Sister Mito, Tobirama answered, his gaze brimming with confidence. Time passes, and a leaf is no longer a fragile sapling. This time, I will show the other four great nations that, even without a god among ninja to shield us, the leaf remains strong. In just a few short days, the ninja world was swept into chaos like never before. The root of this war was the passing of Hashirama Senju. Ambitions on all sides erupted like volcanoes, impossible to suppress. The leaf, sand, stone, mist, and cloud, villages once friends or foes, now met as direct adversaries on the battlefield. In this age of upheaval, everyone searched desperately for a chance to survive and to expand their reach. On the battlefield, countless ninja shed their blood, fighting for their villages and beliefs. Their ninjutsu flared across the sky like blossoming fireworks, brilliant and deadly, writing the harsh reality of the ninja world. On the side of the Hidden Leaf, a sealing squad, led by Mito Uzumaki, faced the tailed beast weapon from the Hidden Stone. At Mito's side, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already grown into a formidable ninja. Though protected by Mito, Hiruzen's mastery of all five chakra natures, water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning, and his seamless blending of them allowed him to hold his own on the battlefield. When confronted by the mighty Inoki of the Hidden Stone, Hiruzen's versatile ninjutsu granted him a tactical edge. The clash of elemental power and strategic brilliance became a legendary tale, often spoken of with awe among ninja. Far to the east, on the coastal front, Izuna Uchiha led his clan as reinforcements, rushing to aid Tobirama Senju on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning. Yet on the way, they were intercepted by ninja from the hidden mist. Known for their mist jutsu, the mist ninja could not defeat the Uchiha outright, but their cunning use of illusions and concealment delayed the Sharingan wielders, preventing them from reaching Tobirama's side in time. Fortunately, Tobirama possessed two devastating techniques, Edo Tensei and the tandem paper bombs, grim tools that reaped enemies with the swiftness of the Reaper's scythe, leaving the four great villages ninja in constant dread. His flying thunder god technique was ghostly and unpredictable, flitting across the four battlefields and chilling the hearts of his enemies. Through the crucible of war, Tobirama's reputation as the fastest in the ninja world rang out once more. Meanwhile, the Sand Village of the Wind Country also joined the fray, but their strategy was notably cautious. Their offensives were tentative, never displaying the same aggression as the other great nations. Against such opponents, the Leaf dispatched a team known as the strongest new generation of elite ninja. Mitokado Hamura, calm and wise, always found a way to break through enemy tactics at the most critical moments with his keen insight, turning the tide for his team. Kohor Udatane, prize pupil of Uchiha Hikaru, lacked the Sharingan, but she had inherited her master's tactical intuition and superb fire-style skills. Her presence in the squad was like an anchor in stormy seas, stabilizing the chaos of battle. Danzo Shimura, ruthless by nature and a master of covert operations, excelled at sowing discord and launching surprise attacks. Many enemy ninja, swayed by his schemes, defected and ultimately contributed to the Leaf's victory. Chikaze Kimichi, combining powerful taijutsu with his clan's secret expansion technique, was a terrifying force in close combat. Each of his charges swept through the enemy ranks like a relentless storm, striking fear into their hearts. Their confrontation with the Sand Village became the stage for these young ninja to make their names, showcasing the deep-rooted strength of the Hidden Leaf. They proved with their strength that the glory of the Hidden Leaf does not belong solely to the legendary heroes of old. It belongs to every ordinary ninja who steps on a battlefield. As the war progressed, the founding Kage of the great ninja villages fell one after another. Their names, like falling stars, were forever etched into the ever-flowing river of ninja history. In the end, Tobirama Senju led the Leaf's forces to a resounding victory over the four great hidden villages, their overwhelming might shaking the entire ninja world to its core. The defeated villages could do nothing but retreat in disarray to their homelands and, with little choice left, agreed to sign new peace treaties with the Leaf. Thus, the First Great Ninja War entered a phase of localized skirmishes. 6 months later, the four great villages learned from their defeat. They began to follow Tobirama Senju's political strategies, establishing ninja academies and covert organizations in an effort to train a new generation of their own. During this time, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist came into being in the Hidden Mist Village. After a period of recovery, the Hidden Cloud made a desperate gamble. Under the leadership of the Second Raikage, they rallied over 1,000 ninjas and launched a surprise attack on the Leaf Village. But Tobirama Senju was no ordinary opponent. Upon receiving word, he swiftly gathered the elite ninjas of the village, intercepting the enemy at the border. In the no-man's land between the two countries, the Cloud's forces suffered devastating losses, once again meeting with crushing defeat. This second failure sowed division within the Hidden Cloud itself. The Second Raikage, confronted with the bitter reality of defeat, realized that brute force alone could never overcome the Leaf, while Tobirama Senju stood at its helm. At that moment, the Hidden Cloud, a mighty fortress rising from the Land of Lightning, was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Inside the Raikage's office, the Second Raikage's gaze was sharp as lightning, fixed on the churning storm clouds outside, though his heart was as turbulent as the skies. How goes the sealing of the 2 tails and 8 tails? Can it be used as fighting forces yet? His voice was deep and commanding, allowing no room for doubt. My lord, we have tried every sealing technique we know, but we still cannot fully subdue the 2 tails and 8 tails, a ninja answered, head bowed, clearly disappointed by the news he had to deliver. Damn it, at this rate, all we've done is spend a fortune to bring 2 bombs into our midst, the Raikage fumed, his words tinged with deep worry and anger. The Leaf sold us those tailed beasts, but never taught us how to seal them, an advisor added, resignation in his tone. The Raikage's eyes clouded over with gloom. If Tobirama Senju shows no mercy, then he cannot expect any from me. His words crashed through the room like thunder, sending a chill through everyone present. Get me in touch with the stone and the mist. Lord Rakage, may I ask, why do you want to contact them? The advisor inquired in confusion. If we don't have sealing techniques, then we'll simply take them by force. The Rakage's gaze turned toward Yuzushiogakure, southeast of the Land of Fire, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow, I'll announce a peace negotiation to the Land of Fire, inviting the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Rakage-sama, are you planning to use the pretense of peace talks, forcing Tobirama Senju to come to the Land of Lightning in person? Exactly. At that moment, when Iwagakure and Kirigakure launch another attack, they won't have the resources to aid Yuzushiogakure. This time, we'll seize every valuable secret the Uzumaki clan possesses. The second Rakage let out a cold laugh. The plan conceived by Kumogakure was like a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the calm of the shinobi world. Iwagakure and Kirigakure, two of the great powers on the continent, saw an opportunity and agreed to the Rakage proposal without hesitation, even though they already boasted impressive sealing techniques. When it came to self-interest, who could ever have enough? If they could wrest the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts and secret treasures, it would be a decisive move on the chessboard of the shinobi world. So, the moment the Rakage announced the peace talks, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, were already acting in secret. Leading their elite shinobi, they slipped into the Land of Fire under cover of night, stealthy as ghosts, ready to strike without warning. Yuzushiogakure, that mysterious land nestled in the southeastern seas between the lands of water and fire, became the first target due to its proximity to Kirigakure. The ninja of Kirigakure, joined by an elite unit from Kumogakure, took advantage of Tobirama's absence en route to the negotiations. They circled silently, making their way toward Yuzushiogakure. Although the whirlpools and sea barriers set by the Uzumaki clan beyond their hidden village were formidable, they could not hold out for long. Against the combined assault of the second Mizukage, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the legendary Gold and Silver brothers from Kumogakure. In that perilous moment, Yuzushiogakure teetered on the brink of destruction. Desperate, they sent an urgent plea for help to Konoha, racing across 100 miles to deliver their signal. At dawn the next day, sunlight pierced the clouds and spilled over the rooftops of Konoha. The village's covert forces received the Uzumaki clan's distress call, but Tobirama Senju was already leading. Konoha's finest, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, Kohori Udatain, Kagami Uchiha, Torafu Akimichi, and Danzo Shimura, on their way to the Land of Lightning for the peace negotiations. Meanwhile, Izuna Uchiha had led the Uchiha clan's elite to intercept an invasion from the Land of Earth the previous night, leaving the village without any ninja who could be easily mobilized. Mito Uzumaki's heart was like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, swept up by despair and anxiety. She knew all too well that the fate of the Uzumaki clan hung above them like a sword, threatening to fall at any moment. She had to find a way out. Otherwise, she would be forced to watch helplessly as her people and her homeland were swallowed by endless darkness. At this moment, to Mito Uzumaki, Konoha was her only hope. She gently caressed the swirling crest upon her chest, silently praying for her kin's safety. As she hurried toward the domains of the great ninja clans of Konoha, seeking aid. For her first attempt, she chose the residence of the Shimura clan. Lady Mito, the Shimura clan suffered heavy losses in the last Great War. As things stand, perhaps you should seek help from another family, said the Shimura patriarch, his voice tinged with helplessness. A shadow of gloom settled over Mito's heart at his words. Leaving the Shimura estate, Mito did not pause for even a moment. She made her way to the territory of the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Ruri heard her plea, a conflicted light flickered in her eyes, but in the end, she could only shake her head with regret. Lady Mito, the Uchiha are currently embroiled in battle with the Land of Earth. We simply cannot spare anyone. I'm sorry. Ruri's voice was a fleeting warmth in a wintry wind, powerless to dispel the chill reality. Each step Mito took felt heavier, as though needles were pricking her heart. She went on to visit, one after another, the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Akimichi clans. We have our own missions. We cannot spare the time for others. Is this an order from the Hokage? If not, I'm afraid we cannot help. Every clan leader's reply was a cold refusal. Their words were like sharp blades, each one cutting into Mito's heart. Mito Uzumaki, though you are well respected among the common people of Konoha, that respect does not extend to the true sources of the village's strength, the great clans. When Lord Hashirama was alive, we honored you, but now... The Hyuga patriarch's words were ice, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Mito. Standing alone on an empty street, She found herself surrounded by scenes both familiar and strangely distant. For the first time, she felt truly isolated, as if the entire world had turned against her. I once believed Konoha was a symbol of unity, a home for all of us. Mito's voice trembled, and for the first time, despair and pain shone in her eyes. But now, I have seen the village's darkness and the cold indifference of a human heart. Tears slipped down her cheeks in silence, like pearls from a broken string, each drop landing on the cold stone road and carrying with it a fragment of her shattered heart. In this moment, Konoha was no longer the home she once knew. The enemy was closing in with every passing moment, and the fate of the land of whirlpools flickered like a candle in a storm, ready to be snuffed out. Yet she had never felt so powerless. The tears at the corners of Mito's eyes fell not only for the survival of the Uzumaki clan, but also for Konoha's coldness and harsh reality. The oaths of old, the unity they once shared, seemed to have vanished like mist in the morning sun. With cold, steady eyes, Mito gazed at the assembled clans, those former comrades in arms who now stood as indifferent bystanders. She turned away, her steps heavy with despair, and walked to the foot of Konoha's cliff, arriving before the altar where Uchiha Hikaru was sealed. All around was silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind, a quiet murmur from nature, echoing the storm within. Mito's heart. Her face was ashen, all the light once present in her eyes now faded, like the dimmest star in the night sky, lonely and helpless. Mito walked slowly toward the altar, her fingers gently brushing the edge of the sealing scroll. On its surface, the name Uchiha Hikari was engraved, along with intricate sealing techniques, each like a shackle, binding Hikari's time and place. Ko, Mito whispered, her voice trembling. It was filled with longing for happier days gone by, and a helpless resignation to the harshness of reality. Her fingers moved swiftly through the hand signs, each gesture laden with memories of the past and heartfelt pleading. It was as if she were racing against time, struggling against fate, all for the faintest hope of redemption. With the final hand sign completed, the seal began to glow, an ancient power awakening from its slumber. Light gathered atop the altar, and the figure of Uchiha Hikari slowly emerged from the scroll, like a vision materializing from mist. Hikari still wore her signature blue robe, but now a diamond-shaped mark adorned her forehead. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of confusion. But when they fell upon the red-haired woman before her, clad in the iconic white kimono, a gentle warmth and care flickered in her gaze. Mito's sister, judging by the look on your face, I must have been sealed away for a long time. Hikari's voice was like a spring breeze, stirring life in the barren fields of Uzumaki Mito's heart. Tears streamed down Mito's cheeks as she threw her arms around Hikari, holding her tightly. Ko, please, I beg you, help Uzushio village. Her voice broke with emotion, all her pain and helplessness pouring forth as the truest plea. She clutched Hikari's sleeve, as if fearing that this precious person would vanish just like all the others. Seeing Mito like this, a gravity unlike any before settled over Hikari's features. Her eyes grew serious as she raised her hand and closed it into a gentle fist, reaching toward Mito. In that moment, their gazes met. No words were needed. Mito lifted her own small fist to meet Hikari's, and at that gentle touch, their spirits resonated as one. All of Mito's grievances and sorrow surged like a flood of memories straight into Hikari's mind. Hikari saw the parting of Madara and Hashirama, those legendary figures of the shinobi world. Their departure as cataclysmic as mountains crumbling, forever altering the balance of the ninja realm. She witnessed the major villages, blinded by greed, waging brutal war against Konoha. She saw the ugly feuds tearing the Konoha clans apart. All of it replayed in her mind, and Hikari instantly understood all that had transpired in the ninja world over these many years. Tears of blood slipped from the corners of her eyes as she gazed at the worn and weary Mito. Her heart was a storm of tangled emotions, forcing down her anger and the urge for vengeance. Hikari mustered all her strength to offer a comforting smile. It'll be all right, Mito's sister. Her voice was like warm sunlight, melting away the frost in Mito's heart. Don't worry. As long as I still draw breath, I will never let Uzushio village fall. Uchiha Hikari's words shone into the darkness within Mito, as if they were the first light of dawn. Ko Hikari, Uzumaki Mito lifted her head. Through tear-filled eyes, it was as though she saw a ray of hope. With Hikari by her side, nothing seemed impossible anymore. Grasping Hikari's hand tightly, Mito felt a surge of strength and courage she had never known before. Ko Hikari, thank you. Mito's voice was filled with gratitude and determination. Turning away, Uchiha Hikari gazed resolutely into the distance, the direction of Uzushio village, a place both she and Mito held dear. Then, I'm off. There's no time to waste, she said, her words brief yet powerful, carrying both urgency and resolve. Uzumaki Mito nodded softly. In the next instant, Uchiha Hikari's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air toward the ground below. She moved so swiftly that the scenery blurred around her, leaving only a fleeting afterimage, a symbol of her determination and strength. Once she emerged from underground, Hikari teleported to the cliffs overlooking Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. This was once the favorite spot of Hashirama and Madara, where they would gaze down on the village together. For ease of contact with her brother and Hashirama, Hikari had left a Flying Thunder God mark here. On the trunk of a tree on the cliff, her mark took the shape of her Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. But back then, her understanding of the technique was still shallow. She couldn't sense marks from too far away, nor had she managed to carve them all across the shinobi world before she was sealed. Now, with urgent need to reach the land of whirlpools, she could not rely on the Flying Thunder God for swift travel. No other way, Hikari sighed softly, biting her finger to draw blood. Forming hand seals, she pressed her palm to the ground, summoning jutsu. A moment later, after a puff of smoke, a slender messenger toad appeared before her. Oh, it's Hikari. It's been such a long time, the toad greeted her. Gamabito, could I ask you to contact Lord Fukasaku and see if there's a Ten Sun Well in the direction of the Land of Water? Ten Sun Well? Hikari, are you hoping I'll reverse summon you there? That's right. It's urgent. All right, just a moment. With that, Gamabito pressed its hands together and vanished in a swirl of smoke before Hikari's eyes. Soon after, smoke billowed up around Hikari again, and as it cleared, she found herself in a city by the sea. Hikari, this is the land of waves. This is the only Ten Sun Well our toads have left in the Southeast Sea. There's still some distance to the land of whirlpools. Is that all right? Gamabito asked. It's fine. At my speed, I'll get there in no time. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the village of Eastwind and spoke. Thank you, Gamabi. You can go back and rest now. And please send my regards to Lord Fukasaku. All right, I will. With that, Gamabi leapt into a stone-bricked well and vanished from sight. Land of whirlpools, Uzumaki, Tide Hidden Village. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. These brothers, infamous throughout the shinobi world, had eyes that gleamed with greed and madness. After breaking through the Uzumaki Tide Hidden Village's barrier, they led an elite squad in a sudden assault against the Uzumaki clan, their sights set on the sacred relics left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Brother, this time we must succeed. Those treasures will give us power beyond imagination. Golden Horn's voice was low and brimming with excitement, his eyes burning with a hunger for strength. Silver Horn, however, was the colder of the two. Don't get careless. The Uzumaki clan has its own formidable fighters, especially their sealing techniques. They're not to be underestimated. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the Uzumaki fought desperately, but ultimately, they could not withstand the ferocity of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. One by one, the sacred relics fell into the brothers' hands. By devouring Ninetail's chakra, their power had reached an unprecedented peak. These guys can transform with a Ninetail's power, just like Jinchuriki, someone cried in terror. You're nothing but insects to us. Golden Horn bellowed with manic laughter, gripping a treasure in his hand, his eyes filled with contempt. Silver Horn sneered coldly. This is the power we truly seek. The Uzumaki clan is nothing but a stepping stone on our path to greatness. They became harbingers of destruction, their eyes glinting with cold cruelty. The power in their hands, fueled by Ninetail's chakra, was an unstoppable force of annihilation. Let everything return to nothingness, Golden Horn intoned, his voice deep and icy, like a bitter winter wind foreshadowing death. Uzumaki clan, your pride will be reduced to nothing beneath our might, Silver Horn said with scorn, as if the resistance before him was nothing more than insignificant dust. With their arrival, the once peaceful village was instantly swallowed by terror and chaos. Every swing of Golden Horn and Silver Horn's Crimson Claws was accompanied by the roaring power of Ninetail's chakra, like a raging tempest demolishing everything in its path. Behind them lay the shattered remains of the Uzumaki clan's home and the hopeless gazes of its people. This assault not only stole away the sacred treasures, but also left an indelible scar on the heart of the Uzumaki clan. The ambition of Golden Horn and Silver Horn spread like wildfire. We can't let those two run rampant any longer. I'll hold them off. Everyone else, cover the children as they evacuate. At last, Clan Chief Uzumaki Ashina arrived at the front lines. His gaze was resolute as he faced the infamous Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the terror of the shinobi world. In this moment, the fate of the clan's children rested solely on his shoulders. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, your ambitions end here. Uzumaki Ashina shouted, his voice ringing with an unyielding finality. Greed flickered in the eyes of Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Uzumaki Ashina, your sealing techniques may be impressive, but don't forget, flowing in our veins is the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. Gold Horn boasted, his laughter bursting forth, certain of victory. Die, he roared, and the battle was about to erupt. Nothing but cheap tricks. Uzumaki Ashina smiled with quiet confidence. With a swift series of hand signs, he unleashed a mighty sealing jutsu. In an instant, the nine-tails chakra inside the brothers was suppressed, leaving them unable to move. This is the chakra of the nine tails. How could it be so easily contained? Silver Horn gasped in disbelief. The nine tails chakra you possess is nothing special. You can't even perform a tailed beast bomb. Did you really think such meager power could wipe out the Uzumaki clan? That's pure arrogance. With another flurry of hand signs, Ashina summoned the colossal gates of the deity, which crashed down from the heavens, pinning the brothers and stealing their breath. And yet, aren't you just as arrogant, Uzumaki Ashina? Just as Ashina believed victory was in his grasp, a sinister presence swept over the battlefield. A new menace was closing in fast. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, their ferocity palpable even from afar. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are coming too. Ashina's expression darkened. He knew that sealing jutsu alone would not suffice against this fresh threat. Children, run. That's an order, he bellowed, his cry tearing through the night and echoing in the heart of every clansman. Hif, hif, hif. Ashina, your time has come. Goldhorn and Silver Horn struggled, nearly breaking free from the seal's grip. Scum of a ninja world, Ashina spat coldly. Even surrounded and outnumbered, his eyes shone with indomitable resolve. The battle escalated. The clash between the Gold and Silver brothers and the 7 ninja swordsmen plunged the battlefield into utter chaos. Ashina's hair turned from crimson to white as he gave his all to shield the children of his clan. Under the silvery moonlight, his figure stood tall and imposing. Even against overwhelming force, he never faltered. Chief, you must go. We'll hold him off. Several brave warriors of the Uzumaki clan stepped forward, ready to sacrifice themselves. Their courage bought precious time for the chief and the children to escape. The land of bears lies between the land of waves and the land of whirlpools, a coastal city, the closest of the southern islands to the land of whirlpools. Please take me by boat, Uchiha Hikari pleaded. She had raced all the way from the land of waves, but the open sea ahead was too vast, a journey impossible by running, even with chakra, to cling to the water. Miss, even if you ask, I really can't do anything about it, the boatman replied, helpless. I beg you. That area isn't on our regular route. And besides, there's a war going on right now, hey? Outside the shipyard, the sea breeze carried the scent of salt as a middle-aged man stepped into the dimly lit shack, interrupting the conversation between Uchiha Hikaru and the dock worker. What's all this shouting about? What's going on? Boss, this girl's from the land of waves. She says she wants us to take her to the port at Yuzushiogakure. The port of Yuzushiogakure? From the land of waves, you say? No wonder she doesn't know the first thing about this place. The boss pulled a tattered map from the wall and spread it out in front of Uchiha Hikaru. Listen closely, young lady. Here, this is the battlefield in the land of whirlpools you're looking for. But the journey there is fraught with danger. Massive. Sea beasts roam those waters, monsters that have swallowed countless fishermen. No one who's ventured into that domain ever returned to tell the tale. And what's worse, recently, the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud have joined forces to attack Yuzushiogakure. Rumor has it that all the nations are sheltering refugees of the Uzumaki clan, hoping to seize the secrets of the land of whirlpools. Some even whisper that there are those fanning the flames in the shadows, wishing for this war to drag on. Heading to the land of whirlpools at a time like this is a death sentence. That place you want to go, it's a real battlefield. For your own safety, even if you begged me, I couldn't let you set sail. It's all right. I'm strong. Hikaru's gaze was unwavering, and as she spoke, the Mangekyo Sharingan flickered to life in her eyes. A deep crimson chakra welled up from within her and spread out, causing the entire dock to tremble faintly under its power. Are you a ninja, young lady? The boss's voice betrayed a note of fear. And those eyes. He trailed off, for in that moment, Uchiha Hikaru stood before him like a star shining defiantly in the dark of night. Impossible to ignore. An Uchiha? But what's an Uchiha ninja doing in a rundown port like mine? I heard you don't care about the past. Only about the payment. That's why I came, Hikaru replied, her voice calm and resolute. The boss blinked in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, you got guts, girl, I like that. If you're set on going, so be it. I'll break my own rule this once, and set sail to help you. But boss, those waters are deadly, the dockworker protested, concern heavy in his voice. Aki, you're always too cautious, and you've got no eye for people. No eye for people? That's right, Aki. You don't understand. This war has already driven our shipping business to the brink. This Uchiha girl, whatever her reasons, I have a feeling that with her skill and her courage, she might just tip the scales in this conflict along the southern coast. This time, I'm willing to take a chance on her. Can she really do it? The dockworker's face was clouded with doubt, but at the boss's word, he set about making preparations. They readied the sturdiest ship in the harbor, Uchiha. Hikari sat quietly at the stern of the boat, the deep-sea breeze sweeping through her long hair, as if she had become one with the vast waters around her. In a land of whirlpools, deep within the southern coastal forests, 17-year-old Uzumaki Uti followed closely behind her master, Uzumaki Ishimura, weaving through the dense woods alongside her. Fellow disciples, their destination was a hidden southern port, their only hope of fleeing the land of whirlpools and seeking a new life. As they neared the final checkpoint before the harbor, Uzumaki Ishimura raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Up ahead is the last checkpoint. Once we get through safely, we'll escape to the southern islands. The south. Do you think we can really escape this war? UTI's voice brimmed with longing for a brighter future. Surveying the checkpoint, Ishimura sensed no trace of enemies. He spoke, "Hey UTI, go and inform the civilians in the rear. Tell them to get ready to depart from here as well." "Yes, master. I understand," UTI replied softly. "The estimated time should be around." Ishimura began, gazing at the sky's fading colors. But before he could finish, a sharp whistle tore through the silence. A single shuriken, brimming with merciless intent, shot straight through his heart. Ishimura's body collapsed heavily against UTI, his blood instantly soaking her clothes and staining her entire world red. UTI stared blankly at the scene, time itself seeming to freeze in that moment. "Master," her voice was thick with disbelief. "Captain Ishimura." Shouts of alarm erupted throughout the group, as chaos and panic spread like wildfire. "Ambush!" Someone cried, desperate to rouse their comrades' fighting spirit. "Damn it! Find their position and fight back!" Orders rang out, laced with anger, but the only response was a barrage of even deadlier attacks. Several kunai came whistling through the air, this time lashed with burning explosive tags. The blasts thundered through the forest, devastating the team in an instant. UTI was thrown by the explosion, landing hard in a nearby thicket. She struggled to her feet, glancing around to see her once steadfast comrades now lying in a mangled, bloody heap. A wave of terror and helplessness washed over her, deeper than anything she had ever known. "UTI, run!" From amidst the rubble, a red-haired woman's eyes flashed with defiance as she shouted to UTI. "Senior sister." UTI's voice trembled, thick with tears. Without hesitation, she dashed to her senior sister's side and hoisted her onto her shoulders. "UTI, leave me. You have to go," her senior sister whispered, her voice weak but her gaze unyielding. "No, I can't abandon you," UTI replied, her eyes resolute. With determination burning in her heart, she carried her sister and ran headlong into the depths of the forest at dusk. Yuri Uzumaki was utterly exhausted, but she gritted her teeth and pressed on, carrying her injured senior sister as she searched for a glimmer of hope amidst the dense forest. "Senior sister, we must leave the land of whirlpools alive." Yuri's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. Yet fate had no intention of letting them go so easily. High above the forest, several masked mist ninja stood motionless on the branches, silent as reapers, coldly watching the two small but determined figures below. There was not a trace of mercy in their eyes, only a chilling intent to kill. The lead ninja slowly raised his hand, making a simple gesture. At once, another mist ninja responded, sending a kunai whistling through the air, aimed straight at Yuri's back. Yuri, her senior sister, summoning the last of her strength, threw herself in the way of the deadly blow. Senior sister. As she watched her sister collapse, Yuri's world shattered in an instant. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, falling relentlessly. A sharp sound sliced the air. Another shuriken came flying, this time wrapped with an explosive tag, hissing through the trees like a kiss of death. Seeing her sister's face pale as paper, Yuri swallowed her grief, leapt up, and fled deeper into the forest. Her heart in turmoil, She stumbled and fell countless times, tripped by roots and shadows in the gloom. Above, the mist ninja watched as though they were spectators to a cruel game, their eyes filled only with mockery and indifference. At last, when the hunters seemed to have grown tired of this deadly chase, the captain flicked another kunai into the air. It struck mercilessly, piercing Yudi's back and pinning her to the ground. As Yudi fell, the world seemed to fall silent. Her body moved no more. Only the hush of the forest remained, heavy with the scent of blood. The cawing of crows echoed through the trees. Is she dead? The mist ninja drifted down from the branches like specters, gathering around Yudi's still form. The Uzumaki clan really are a pampered lot, one ninja sneered. This is what comes of closing yourself off from the world. They're nothing like us, shaped by the blood mist and battle. That's why they're so tempting as prey, another replied. After all, there's nothing more alluring to a hunter than prey that doesn't fight back. These must be the last of the Uzumaki, right? One of them asked, surveying the area. No, another, watching the distance, responded, judging by their movements, it looks like there's another group behind them. Interesting, said the captain, eyes gleaming with excitement. It seems we'll get to enjoy this hunt a little longer. Captain, it looks like a ship is approaching, one ninja suddenly said, alert as he gazed toward the harbor. Oh, the captain glanced in that direction and let out a chilly laugh. Kirigakure has already taken complete control of the ports in the land of whirlpools, and yet, even now, there are still ships from other nations daring to approach. In the distance, the once blue waters have been stained a shocking shade of crimson. Across the sea and along the shore, the bodies of the Uzumaki clan lay scattered, their red and white hair intertwined, a silent testament to the fierce battle that had unfolded not long before. Amid the puzzled stares of the Kirigakure ninja, Uchiha Hikaru's boat cut through the waves and slowly entered the blood-soaked harbor. Girl, we've reached the battlefield, the boatman said, a cigarette clamped between his lips. Even a hardened man like him couldn't help but sigh at the scene before them. Damn it! Uchiha Hikaru stared at the corpses drifting on the water, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. Am I still too late? She murmured under her breath. This is already the southernmost port of the land of whirlpools. The boatman exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. I never thought even this place would fall. If we go any further, there will surely be Kirigakure ninja standing guard. We have to turn back, he added, resignation threading through his words as he expertly spun the wheel, attempting to steer the boat away. But when the boatman turned around, he realized that Uchiha Hikaru had already vanished, as if she had melted into the very air. In the next instant, the sea exploded with turbulence. All the boatman could make out was a fleeting blur, racing toward the harbor at a staggering speed. A sharp rush of wind sliced the air as Uchiha Hikaru sprinted forward, her speed so great that the seawater surged away from her on both sides, leaving a striking wake, a fissure across the surface of the sea. Is that a woman? One member of the Kirigakure squad spotted Uchiha Hikaru, squinting in surprise at the inhuman swiftness she displayed. She's incredibly fast, another muttered in disbelief. Attack now, the captain barked, but before he could finish, Uchiha Hikaru was already upon them. Explosive tags and kunai came flying like a raging storm, fierce and relentless. After the deafening blast faded and the smoke began to clear, the squad was stunned to see a deep crimson skeletal structure shielding Uchiha Hikaru, as unyielding as an impenetrable fortress. Before they could even process what was happening, a sharp pain erupted in their backs. Kunai had pierced straight through. How is this possible? A Kirigakure ninja stared in disbelief at his chest. There should have only been one of her. Turning their heads, they saw multiple shadow clones of Uchiha Hikaru, their faces expressionless, each holding a kunai thrust through their hearts. She must have formed hand seals in the cover of smoke just now. And these solid clones, created without elemental chakra. Are you a ninja from Konoha? This is called the shadow clone technique. As the members of the Hidden Mist squad fell one after another, the deep crimson skeletal armor surrounding Uchiha Hikari gradually faded away. Just then, a cold, mocking laugh rang out beside her. From the shadows emerged a Hidden Mist shinobi, his kunai glinting with a chilling light as he aimed straight for Hikari's vital point. I didn't expect a girl like you to be so formidable, but you should know, your enemies aren't limited to just those few, he sneered. The newcomer was a man with no eyebrows, sporting a striking handlebar mustache and a small goatee. Long blonde hair fell past his shoulders, and he wore a high-collar cloak cinched at the waist with a black silk sash, a green shirt peeking from underneath. Despite the sudden appearance of this adversary, Hikari did not seem surprised. Instead, she offered a mysterious smile. In the next instant, she vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving nothing but empty air behind. What? The mustachioed man's eyes widened as he searched frantically. At last, he spotted Hikari standing silently atop a tree branch, her expression icy as she gazed down at him. So, you used Susanoo on your shadow clone to draw our attention, while your real body circled around for a surprise attack, he muttered. What's so strange about that? Hikari replied, spreading her hands with a hint of playful mockery at the corners of her lips. The battlefield is built on deception and trickery. I'm more curious, she added. Who gave you the idea that Uchiha who can use Susanoo only know how to charge blindly forward? There aren't many Uchiha capable of awakening Susanoo. But I know you, the mustachioed man said, his gaze intense. The Uchiha's weapon of war. You were supposed to be sealed by the leaf. Why are you here? I have no obligation to answer you, Hikari replied, her voice laced with threat. But know this. Today, the hidden mist must retreat. If not, I won't hesitate to turn your village into a true bloody mist. So you don't deny it? Though I was only guessing, the man said, a sly grin spreading across his face. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If a shinobi of your caliber has appeared, it seems this farce is coming to an end. He pulled out a flare and fired it into the sky. Not far away, hidden mist shinobi lurking in the shadows began a quiet withdrawal. We've picked the wrong opponent this time. Retreat, he ordered. Spare me your little tricks, Hikari said coolly. You're standing before a true Uchiha. She did not bother to glance at the man below, instead turning her head slightly to fix her Sharingan upon a spot behind a nearby tree. There, another mustachioed man lurked in hiding, his fingers pointed stealthily at her back, preparing for a covert assault. I'm known for my wit and charm on the battlefield. No one who's fought here doesn't know my name. Yet you don't even recognize me. How? Disappointing, but perhaps it's for the best. Let me show you how shinobi nowadays deal with the Uchiha. The figure behind the tree said with a confident laugh. Uchiha Hikari's gaze swept over the mustache man below. In the depths of her Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of Amaterasu was quietly awakened. Instantly, the water clone beneath her was incinerated, dissolving into vapor and drifting away as a wisp of pale smoke. Hidden mist technique. The mustache man behind the tree flashed a confident smile. With both my Jinjutsu and the hidden mist technique at play, your Sharingan is rendered useless. An illusion to deceive the eyes, is it? A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Hikari's lips, a hint of shadow gathering at the corner of her eyes. What is your true purpose, leading the Kirigakure squad to occupy this place? I have no grudge against the land of whirlpools, Hozuki Jinjutsu replied nonchalantly. This time, I've come to Uzushio village merely to seek out a giant clam on Turtle Island to serve as my summoning beast. Even as his words faded, identical figures sprang up all around. Mirror images indistinguishable from the original, making it impossible to tell truth from illusion. Uchiha. Hikari swept Amaterasu's power across the figures, but her black flames found no purchase. Instead, charred scars appeared on the ground and tree trunks behind them. Phantoms without substance? Doubt flickered in Hikari's heart. She closed her eyes, entering sage mode to sense her surroundings. Locating the true mustache man, she unleashed Amaterasu without hesitation. How interesting. Hozuki Jinjutsu's voice echoed from every direction. Uchiha Hikari, you are indeed remarkable. But don't think illusion and concealment are all I can do. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hikari detected a surge of powerful chakra behind her. She spun around to see Jinjutsu's real body not far away, water-style chakra roiling in his hands with palpable force. Was that one also a water clone? Hikari's hands formed seals in a blur, as swift as the wind. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of fire release, Jinjutsu's voice rang out from a great distance. I'd have liked to play a little longer, but these are only water clones. It's a bit much to handle someone like you with just that. Hikari paused, hands stilled in mid-seal, her gaze following the direction of his voice. Through her Mangekyo Sharingan, Jinjutsu's figure had become a distant speck, swiftly retreating from the battlefield, just as enigmatic as when he first appeared. This mustache man, he appears to flee in panic, but in truth, he's luring me to give chase. Hikari watched as Jinjutsu's silhouette faded away, a subtle, almost imperceptible curve appearing at the corner of her lips. She made no rash move. Instead, she turned her attention to the unconscious Uzumaki Utai lying on the ground. Summoning technique. Hikari bit her fingertip lightly, letting a drop of blood fall and mingle with the earth. With her incantation, a summoning circle unfolded, and a small, delicate slug gradually took shape. Little Hikari, it's been a while. You've grown again, I see. The slug greeted her in its ever-gentle voice. Lord Slug, apologies, but now is not the time for reminiscing. Uchiha Hikaru left behind a shadow clone and instructed Slug. This child's life is hanging by a thread. I beg you, please lend your aid. Don't worry, Hikaru. Leave everything to me, Slug replied with gentle assurance. Hikaru nodded in gratitude, and her true self vanished in a gust of wind, racing toward Hozuki Genjetsu's direction. That fellow with the little mustache, his manner, was free-spirited and wild, yet in battle his mind was sharp and calculating. Whenever an opening appeared, he would stop at nothing to unleash a deadly strike. The clone he used wasn't just an illusion, but a corporeal shadow. No wonder even Sharingan couldn't distinguish real from fake, Hikaru analyzed inwardly. Her thoughts drifted back to what she'd witnessed years ago among the Uzumaki clan. A peculiar clam called Shurjima could conjure mirages to bewilder friend and foe alike. Perhaps, she mused, that was why Amaterasu had failed just now. Soon after. Oh, little girl, you actually caught up to me. Genjetsu's water clone cocked its head with a sly smile, a glint of admiration in his eyes. As he raised a finger. Now, I'll show you the water iron cannon that shook the world of shinobi. If you don't dodge, you'll pay dearly. Hikaru's stride never faltered. In a heartbeat, her Sharingan swirled into 3 tomo, her ocular power surging to its limit. You're planning to take it head-on? Genjetsu's lips curled into a playful grin. From his fingertip, the water iron cannon blasted. Forth like a bullet, chakra-compressed water shooting through the air with terrifying speed, piercing straight through Hikaru's chest. Couldn't react in time? You were simply too confident, too sure of yourself, Genjetsu said with a note of regret. So much for the legendary weapon of the Uchiha. It seems your reputation is. Before he could finish, the pierced Hikaru burst into a wisp of smoke and vanished. So that's it. You activated your Sharingan, just so I'd assume you try to dodge. Veins bulged on Genjetsu's forehead, anger flickering in his eyes. You little brat, so intent on trickery. Must you insist on matching wits with me? Even as he spoke, Hikaru's form silently appeared behind him. That tactical instinct, truly remarkable. What a promising future. If only, shame about those eyebrows, Genjetsu said with a note of genuine appreciation. Then, with a sudden swell, his body expanded into a towering form 3 meters tall. All around, chakra-infused water mingled with oil, forming shimmering bubbles that flickered in the air, hemming Hikaru in from every direction. What is this? Hikaru murmured, surrounded by the oily bubbles, with no escape in sight. A shame, really. If I'd come in person, I'd have gladly faced you in a true, exhilarating battle, Genjetsu said, forming a hand sign. In an instant, the oil bubbles ignited in a brilliant flash, lighting up the night as bright as day. When the dazzling light faded, the forest in the area had been leveled, and white steam drifted across the ruined landscape, that on a battlefield where light and shadow intertwined, the deep crimson skeletal frame of Susanoo surrounding Uchiha Hikari had been blasted into fragments. She knelt on one knee atop the scorched earth, her heart still pounding with fear as she recalled the terror of that hulking giant. Oh, you actually survived my steam explosion. From within the mist, another water clone of Hozuki Genjetsu appeared, eyes gleaming with excitement and a sly smile tugging at his lips. Fighting you is getting more and more interesting. Enough talk. Uchiha Hikari's gaze was icy and unyielding as she answered Genjetsu, not with words, but with a raging sea of fire. Katan, great fire annihilation. She formed hand seals, and an immense torrent of flames erupted from her mouth, roaring forth like a furious dragon, surging toward the newly appeared Hozuki Genjetsu. Swait-un, water formation wall. 2 squads of hidden mist shinobi sprang to Genjetsu's aid, spitting out streams of water in unison. The torrents merged, rising into a wall as steep and imposing as a cliff. Flames and water collided, sending up clouds of steaming vapor so thick they rivaled even the thickest hidden mist jutsu. The battlefield was shrouded in swirling, boiling fog. This fire style is so powerful it takes over a dozen water style users just to hold it back, Genjetsu marveled. But if that's all you've got, how do you plan to fight me within this mist? Again, Genjetsu's hands flashed through seals. The water vapor swirling around them was chilled by a sudden burst of cold air, transforming into a barrage of hailstones. Meanwhile, the hulking giant, formed from oil and water, began to shift in the cold, shrinking and reshaping until it became the form of a chubby child. That's the Mizuki's ultimate explosive jutsu, Steam Imp. The Mist Nin gasped in alarm. Run, or you'll be caught in the blast radius. No sooner had they spoken than the chubby child's arms sprouted a gleaming scythe, and its body began to swell at a terrifying rate. Before the horrified eyes of the Mist Nin, the child ballooned into a monstrous giant, scythe in hand, looming like the incarnation of death itself. Uchiha Hikari slowly rose to her feet. The swirling steam obscured her vision, but her Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning, locked onto the giant's form as if piercing through the mist. The rate of expansion is incredible, she analyzed inwardly. Propelled by steam, its speed is as quick as lightning. Her earlier fire style had been overwhelming, but against these masters of water from the hidden mist, it had achieved little. What's more, the Mist and Uchiha clans had clashed for years during the Great Ninja Wars. Her enemies were all too familiar with the powers of the Sharingan. Ocular jutsu like Amaterasu or Yasaka Magatama could easily dispatch ordinary foes, but against a master illusionist like Hozuki Jinjutsu, a single misjudgment would only waste her eye power and chakra. With both the hidden mist and thick steam clouding her sight, the pressure weighed heavily on her. Hikari couldn't help but marvel. Such a genius shinobi had emerged in the ninja world in just over a decade. There's no other way. At the corner of Uchiha Hikaru's eye, the blood-red markings of Sage Mode appeared once again. She bit her fingertip, and with a swift motion, summoned 2 towering blue toads, each standing 2 meters tall. Toad C, use oil. Toad D, use wind. Understood. The 2 toads responded in perfect unison. Toad C and Toad D pressed their hands together in a solemn gesture. The former spat out a thick stream of yellow toad oil, while the latter unleashed a fierce blast of wind-style chakra. Uchiha Hikaru formed another hand sign. Sage Art, Fire Style, Majestic Blaze Annihilation for right gates. Sage Chakra combined with Fire Style, Toad Oil, and Wind Style, merging into a force of utter destruction that surged toward the small, steam-shrouded figure formed by the steam explosion technique. Water Style Squad, prepare. Hozuki Jinjutsu commanded sharply. Understood. The hidden mist shinobi responded in chorus. Water Style, 10,000 water formation wall. Several squads of hidden mist shinobi acted in concert, raising immense water walls that shot up like mountains, bracing themselves against Uchiha Hikaru's devastating attack. The mist strategy remained unchanged, to block all of Uchiha Hikaru's offensives with their water formation walls. No matter how fierce the fire style, or whatever jutsu she unleashed, they firmly believed in the power of water to neutralize everything. Yet, as Hikaru watched the scene unfold, a cold, confident smile tugged at her lips. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering certainty. This is a sage fire style, fused with multiple nature transformations. Ordinary water style. How much can it really withstand? Her words carried not just disdain, but an unshakable faith in her own power. With a boost of sage chakra, her majestic blaze annihilation, 4 right gates, now combined wind, oil, fire, and more into a single, devastating force. This was no ordinary fire style. The Mist Shinobi, though prepared, had never faced a fire-style jutsu fused with sage chakra like this before, and a hint of unease crept into their hearts. As Hikaru's attack drew near, the water walls responded instantly, but the fusion fire style's true might soon became apparent. Water and burning oil clashed violently, not quenching the flames, but igniting an even fiercer explosion. Steam and fire intertwined in a chaotic dance, and in an instant, the battlefield was shrouded in searing heat and swirling mist. The flickering blaze cast a warm cloak upon the nighttime forest. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Uti slowly opened her heavy eyelids, and the first thing she saw was a woman with black hair sitting cross-legged in silence. It was Uchiha Hikaru's shadow clone. With closed eyes and calm focus, she was sensing the distant battle, her composure amplified by the glow of the fire. Hearing movement, the shadow clone softly asked, "Awake?" She turned to Uti, her voice gentle as the night breeze. "Rest here for now. When morning comes, and my true self drives off the Mist Shinobi, you'll be safe." Uzumaki Uti's face was as pale as paper. She gently touched her chest, where a wound that had once pierced her through had now, miraculously, healed, almost as if she had been reborn. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Her voice carried a note of confusion and gratitude. "My name is Uchiha Hikaru. I am a close friend of Lady Mido." Uchiha Hikaru's shadow clone replied softly, her tone laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth. "Mido, aunt." A look of relief flickered in Uti's eyes, as if she had found a beacon in the darkness. "So that's it. The reinforcements from Konoha have finally arrived." "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Uchiha Hikaru bit her lip, and a complicated emotion flashed in her gaze. This time, I came alone. What? Her words struck like a cold wind, instantly casting a shadow over Utai's heart. She suddenly grabbed Hikaru's collar, tears welling up and spilling over. Why? Didn't the Senju and Uzumaki clans promise to support Uzushio unconditionally, no matter when or where? Why are you the only one here now? I'm sorry. Hikaru's voice was low and filled with remorse. The machinations between the great nations had trapped Tobarama and Izuna, making it impossible for them to come. As for Mito Uzumaki, she was unable to mobilize her clan's ninja, and, as the vessel of the Nine Tails in Konoha, she was even more tightly bound to the village. Unsealing and sending Hikaru was already the greatest effort Mito could make. Liars! You're all liars! Utai's voice was hoarse as she pounded her fists against Hikaru's chest, each blow heavy with grief. Why did you only come after the land of whirlpools was destroyed? Why did you wait until everything was already over to appear? Hikaru endured it all in silence, her eyes full of sorrow and helplessness. She knew that, in this moment, any words would be hopelessly inadequate. What's the point of coming now? It's all too late, too late. Utai's voice was thick with despair, her sobs echoing through the stillness of the night. Don't move around. Your wounds will get worse. I won't listen. Lord Ashina gave his life to protect those children. They're still waiting for me. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Utai struggled to her feet, determination burning as she staggered northward. Hikaru's heart twisted with pity. She quietly stepped closer, the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan shimmering in her eyes. In a gentle whisper, she said, "Rest here for now. Leave the rest to me." A soft sigh escaped Utai as her gaze began to lose its focus and her strength faded. She collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Uchiha Hikaru caught her swiftly and gently placed her to the side. Then, her hands moved in a blur, forming seals as she cast the summoning jutsu, safely transferring Uzumaki Yuri inside the flesh of the great toad to ensure her protection. Once everything was done, Hikaru's shadow clone gazed northward. It's time to deliver the intelligence. The moment the words left her lips, the shadow clone dispersed into a puff of white smoke, vanishing into the night. On the battlefield where Hikaru's real body was, the water clones of the second Mizukage, Hozuki Jinjetsu, led several squads, but all were reduced to ashes under her sage art, fire release. The land was scarred and devastated, with no trace of Kirigakure's shinobi remaining. As the shadow clone vanished and the information was relayed, Hikaru's eyes snapped to the north. So that's how it is. The direction she looked was toward Uzushio village. In the next instant, her form flickered, and she disappeared without a trace, as if she'd never existed there at all. By this time, Uzushio village had long lost its former splendor. Ruins stretched in every direction. The scars of war were everywhere. What once thrived was now only silence and death, and the beloved homeland had become a wasteland. After the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist joined forces with the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers to eliminate Uzumaki Ashina, they unleashed a massacre upon the land of whirlpools, plundering treasures and leaving countless innocents in despair. After seizing numerous artifacts and weapons, the Gilded Brothers of Kimobikure led their forces in retreat from Uzushio village. Before leaving, Kinkaku and Ginkaku discovered a mysterious chamber within Giant Turtle Island. There, by infusing tailed beast chakra, they could control the consciousness of the giant turtle itself. Sharing a knowing smile, the brothers commandeered the island and began their journey back to the land of lightning. Accompanying them, the true body of the second Mizukage, Hozuki Jinjetsu, having obtained the summoning contract with the Mirage Beast, ordered the Mist Ninja to withdraw from Uzushio village. This was partly to escape Hikaru Uchiha's pursuit, and partly to enact the Raikage plan, move toward the land of fire, and, together with a Wagakure, launch a pincer attack on Konoha. Now armed with the Mirage Beast's powers of concealment, perhaps this time, in the crossfire with a Wagakure, he could finally deal with that mummy who wielded the dust release. By the time Uchiha Hikaru finally arrived at Uzushio village, everything was already decided. The tragedy had become the past. Remaining in sage mode the entire way, she finally found a dozen or so children of the Uzumaki clan among the ruins. Their eyes were hollow, as if their souls had been drained away. Damn Kimogekure and Kirigakure, Hikaru muttered under her breath, her voice trembling with anger. Guilt filled her heart as she embraced several of the older children, tears slipping down her cheeks before she realized it. She could no longer remember the last time she'd wept, but in this moment, faced with these broken children, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. "My children!" Hikaru called to them softly, But the only response was heavy, unbroken silence. The hearts of the children had clearly suffered wounds beyond measure. Who could have imagined that, in a single night, their home would be shattered, families torn apart, and the warmth they once knew reduced to nothing but blood and fire? Uchiha Hikari let out a helpless sigh. Once more, she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan and cast a Jinjutsu, allowing the children to fall into a deep sleep, preserving what remained of their fragile spirits. Afterward, she summoned the flesh wall of the Great Toad of Mount Myaboku, placing the children and Uzumaki Yuri safely within its protective embrace. Having done all this, she herself was left in a daze. Before setting out, she had sworn to her elder sister Mito, a solemn vow to protect the land of whirlpools from harm. Yet she had not foreseen that, under their new generation of leadership, the ninja of Kirigakure would prove so formidable. Though she managed to save some of her clan, the destruction of Uzushio village was now an unalterable fact. Gazing toward the northeast, Uchiha Hikari's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. She would not allow the shinobi of Kumo and Kiri to leave unpunished. For the sake of her sister Mito, and for the people of the land of whirlpools, she would see justice done. Land of lightning, the battlefield of Kumogakure. The smoke of war had faded, but the scars it left were etched deep in the heart of the second Reikage, filling him with unprecedented anxiety and unease. At the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire, an important meeting was about to take place. A peace negotiation between the second Reikage and Tobarama Senju. Tobarama arrived at the rendezvous with his elite squad, swift as a gust of wind. Lord Tobarama, at last we can sit down and talk, the second Reikage said, his voice carrying a faint tension and hope that was difficult to detect. His gaze lingered on Tobarama, searching for any hint that the latter might know about the attack on Uzushio village. Lord Reikage, I hope your nation truly desires peace this time, Tobarama replied, his tone as calm and steady as ever, his eyes sharp and penetrating like a hawk's. You're in such a hurry for these talks. Could it be that you fear the strength of Konoha? Tobarama added, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes. The second Reikage gritted his teeth and answered, there's no denying Konoha's power, with Uzushio's sealing techniques controlling. The Nine Tails, Kumogakure, cannot compete. We've suffered heavy losses, and the people are restless. These peace talks are inevitable. In that case, shall we begin? Tobarama said, his face betraying no emotion. Noticing this, the second Reikage smiled and said, no need to rush, Lord Tobarama. Why not take this opportunity to try some of Kumogakure's finest tea? Since when did Kumogakure become so refined, inviting me for tea? You wouldn't happen to be serving poison tea, would you? Tobarama quipped, his words edged with sarcasm. We sincerely seek peace this time. If you don't wish for tea, let's get straight to discussing the new terms both sides must honor after this agreement, the Reikage replied. Very well, Tobarama agreed. The protracted negotiations filled the air with a palpable tension, as Tobarama Senju and the Reikage locked eyes, each measuring the other's resolve. Lord Tobarama, we have discussed the draft of the peace treaty through several rounds already. The Reikage's voice was deep and commanding. I believe we have finally reached terms acceptable to both sides. The representatives from both villages exchanged anxious glances. Mito Kato Hamura leaned in and spoke softly to Tobarama. Lord Tobarama, we have thoroughly reviewed the terms to ensure Konoha's interests are safeguarded. So, what seems you're prepared to accept, then? The Reikage rose to his feet. On behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village, I pledge to honor every article of this treaty. We look forward to progressing together with Konoha. Tobarama hesitated for a moment, then picked up the pen and signed his name on the final page of the treaty. The second Reikage followed suit, affixing his own signature with solemn dignity. After a long and arduous process, the peace treaty had finally been drafted and agreed upon by both parties. Lord Tobarama, this agreement will bring lasting peace to our two nations, the second Reikage said, extending his hand to seal the pact. Yet even as he did so, his mind was already racing with deeper strategic calculations. That last direct confrontation with Tobarama had been nothing short of a nightmare for him. The immense losses suffered by the Hidden Cloud, and the blow to his own ambition and confidence, lingered in his memory. No matter the outcome of the Uzushio raid, he knew this time he must negotiate and sign a peace treaty with Tobarama, even if it was only for show. Of course, this was merely a delaying tactic. The Reikage's true aim was to buy time for the Hidden Cloud to study the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools and to forge Jinchuriki weapons using the 2 tails and 8 tails. In the next conflict, he intended for the cloud to seize the upper hand. A thunderous crash suddenly erupted on the horizon, shattering the fragile calm just as Tobarama extended his hand and it seemed as if the promise of peace would finally be sealed. The sound, deafening and inescapable, was like fate itself mocking their efforts. Out at sea, the Gold and Silver brothers rode atop the massive turtle island, a colossal beast surging through the waves, and abruptly appeared on the coast. Seeing the Raikage standing there, hesitant and uneasy, the Gold brother barked out at him. "Raikage, you really are a coward." His voice boomed like thunder, rattling everyone to the core. Now that the cloud has sealing techniques, Nine-Tails chakra, the sage's ninja tools, and both the Two-Tails and Eight-Tails, we have everything we need to start another war against Konoha. My brother's absolutely right. Silver brother chimed in, his tone brimming with challenge and ambition. There's no reason for us to sign any peace treaty with Konoha. Taking down Tobirama right here and now is the best thing for the cloud. Gold and Silver brothers, are you trying to rebel? The second Raikage questioned them angrily, his voice thick with frustration. The sudden appearance of the two brothers had thrown all his plans into chaos. Revealing the existence of the sealing technique so prematurely would undoubtedly put Konoha on high alert, turning his carefully laid strategy into a disadvantage. Raikage, you're too timid. Unfit to lead the hidden cloud village, the Gold and Silver brothers sneered. Bloodthirsty and belligerent, they regarded the second Raikage's caution and restraint with utter contempt. Now that they had severed ties, they decided to lay their cards on the table, letting overwhelming power determine the future of their village. Die, they declared, their words crashing like thunder. Instantly, their tailed beast forms erupted forth, two torrents of destruction lunging at the second Raikage in a fatal assault. A deafening roar shook the air. The Raikage's body was torn apart, blood staining the shoreline crimson. The hope for peace talks burst like a fragile bubble, gone in an instant. Damn it, Tobirama Senju cursed inwardly. His reaction was swift. The moment he saw the Raikage fall, he issued a decisive order. Monkey Danzo, get everyone out now. Under Tobirama's command, the squad moved with practiced speed, retreating from a negotiation site as quickly as possible. Before leaving, Tobirama cast a lingering look at the distant giant turtle island, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. He understood not only the reality of the Hidden Cloud's assault on Uzushio and the new threat of two potential Jinchuriki, but also that protecting the next generation of Konoha was now his greatest responsibility. By midday, news of the Gold and Silver brothers' rebellion and assassination of the second Raikage swept across the ninja world like a gale, spreading everywhere in no time. Tobirama led Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Danzo Shimura, Amura Mitokado, Kohori Udatain, Torafu Akimichi, Kagami Uchiha, and the others breaking through the elite ninja encirclement led by the Gold and Silver brothers, fleeing desperately towards Konoha. In the forest, a barrage of kunai laced with explosive tags whistled through the trees like birds of death, hurtling straight for Danzo Shimura. Yet, as an elite of the Leaf, Danzo dodged the attack with practiced ease. When the explosions faded, Hiruzen Tsurutobi rushed to his side, concern written clearly on his face. "Are you all right, Danzo?" Danzo brushed Hiruzen off impatiently. "Mind your own business. Don't say that. In times like these, we can't afford to lose another comrade," Hiruzen replied gently, trying to comfort him. Danzo shot him a look of annoyance, but before he could retort, he was startled to see that Kagami Uchiha and Torafu Akimichi had somehow pushed ahead, clearing the path for the group. "Are you both okay?" Kagami, Torafu, Hiruzen asked, his eyes flicking over them anxiously, searching for any sign of injury. "I'm holding up," Torafu replied quietly. Though he tried to sound calm, the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed the toll of battle. "There are too many enemies," Kagami observed, his tone tense. "What are we going to do?" Hiruzen. "In any case, let's first find a way to regroup with Lord Tobirama," Hiruzen Tsurutobi said firmly, quickening his pace. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu followed closely behind him. Shimura Danzo let out a derisive snort, clearly displeased that Kagami only sought Hiruzen's opinion. That sense of being overlooked and untrusted gnawed at him, deepening his jealousy toward Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Before long, the six of them reunited with Tobirama Senju deep within the forest. They sat together on a patch of soft grass, surrounded by tranquil trees. Occasional calls of birds drifted through the air, sounds that would normally soothe the soul. But now, those distant cries seemed to foretell the coming crisis, filling their hearts with a tension and unease unlike any they had known. Tobirama closed his eyes slowly, his fingers gently brushing the ground. "We're surrounded," he said. "There are at least 20 enemies. Judging by their tracking skills, there's no doubt they're elite jonin from a hidden cloud. And there are two powerful chakra signatures approaching from behind. The Gold and Silver brothers are on our trail. But counting Lord Tobarama, there are only 7 of us left, Midokado Hamura said, his voice trembling. If this goes on, we might. Hamura, Kavuditane interrupted, her voice steady and resolute. Now is not the time for weakness. The enemy still doesn't know our exact position. We should use this chance to set an ambush and open a path to escape. But, Kaoru-senpai, Uchiha Kagami said thoughtfully, in a situation like this, someone will have to act as bait to draw them away. Bait? Akimichi Torfa echoed, his gaze shifting among his companions. No matter how you look at it, whoever plays the bait is almost certain to die. Among us, who's willing to take on that burden? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Tobarama said nothing, his narrowed eyes scanning each face, searching for resolve. The tension in the woods was like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any instant. Danzo lowered his head, glancing at the others from the corner of his eye. He had long since steeled himself for sacrifice, but now, standing on the edge of life and death, he found his gaze drawn to Hiruzen. Clenching his fists tightly, his heart wavered between courage and fear. Danzo tried to convince himself, but that last trace of weakness clung to him like a stubborn shadow. At that critical juncture, Hiruzen's voice broke the heavy silence. I'll do it. Let me be the bait. Hiruzen. The others' voices rang with shock and concern. Don't worry, Hiruzen replied, his confidence as solid as a mountain. I may not look it, but I consider myself the strongest among us. I won't go down so easily. At that moment, Danzo's trembling hands finally stilled. Deep within his heart, that last shred of weakness was stirred by Hiruzen Sarutobi's courage. A tangle of guilt and self-reproach twisted inside him, yet strangely, he felt a faint sense of relief. Hiruzen Sarutobi gently patted Danzo on the shoulder. Danzo, from now on, I'm entrusting everyone to you. If it's you, I'm certain you can lead the Leaf Village toward the light. Shut up. Danzo brushed aside Hiruzen's hand, his anger laced with frustration. I want to be the decoy too. Don't think you're the only one who gets to play the hero. Let me be the bait. Danzo. Hiruzen looked at him in surprise. My father and grandfather both died on the battlefield as shinobi. Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty. Danzo's voice rang out, resolute and tinged with sorrow. But at that moment, Tobarama Senju spoke in a calm, measured tone. Let me be the decoy. You are the future of the village, the inheritors of the will of fire. No, you can't. You are the Hokage. Danzo protested anxiously. There's no ninja in the village stronger than you. Tobarama's voice was earnest and heavy with meaning. Danzo, you and Hiruzen always compete with each other, but right now, what we need is mutual support among comrades. Don't let personal grudges cloud your vision. The truth is we were late to make a decision, and you need to first examine yourself and keep a clear mind. If you let yourself be like this, you'll only bring your companions into danger. In any case, Danzo, Hiruzen, at your age, there's no need to rush. The moment for sacrifice will come, sooner or later, but until then, your first duty is to protect your own lives. With those words, Tobarama stood up, his resolve as immovable as a mountain. Hiruzen, protect those who look up to the village with hope, and those who trust you. Nurture them, so they may become the ones we can entrust to the next era. From tomorrow on, you'll be Hokage. Tobarama's words struck like a bolt from a clear sky, sending waves of shock through the hearts of every young shinobi present. Yes. Hiruzen shut his eyes tight, dropped to one knee, and accepted the command with the utmost respect. Beside him, Shimura Danzo's face was twisted with unwillingness, his eyes swirling with a complex light, jealousy and regret surging like a relentless tide. Without another word, Tobarama sped off toward the northeast. He had decided to cover the retreat himself, shielding the budding leaves of Konoha. As he raced ahead, Tobarama quickly set down several flying Thunder God markers and explosive tags. When the time was right, he triggered the tags, drawing the attention of the encircling forces from the hidden cloud. The sunset burned like blood, painting the sky in crimson hues. Against the dying light, his figure stretched long and solitary, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, unyielding and calm, with a quiet defiance. Flying Thunder God Slash, with his low shout, it was as if an invisible force tore through space itself. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, already marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, found themselves instantly locked onto by his deadly strike, caught between life and death. In a single heartbeat. Yet, the brothers' lightning-fast reflexes were truly astonishing. Harnessing the explosive power of their partial tailed beast transformation, they narrowly evaded the fatal blow, darting across the battlefield like streaks of crimson lightning. Water style, severing wave. Tobarama gave them no chance to catch their breath. The water release technique that followed was like an unsheathed sword. A massive column of water erupted from the ground, rocketing towards the two brothers. But in their tailed beast forms, their defenses were as impenetrable as fortress walls. They braced against the impact, using the raw power of tailed beast chakra to withstand the water's onslaught. To think tailed beast transformation is such a troublesome force, Tobirama murmured, a trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, a wave of elite Cloud shinobi surged towards him, their assault relentless. Outnumbered and pressed, Tobirama quickly formed hand seals and called out with a deep voice, Edo Tensei. The ground split open in an instant. 10 wooden coffins shot up from below, breaking through the earth at blinding speed. Their doors flew open with a crash, and several fallen heroes of the hidden leaf, whose flames of life had long since faded, rose once more to the battlefield, summoned by the forbidden technique, their eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Lord Tobirama, they shouted in unison, reverence for their former leader echoing in their voices. Enough words. The cloud has betrayed the peace talks. Now, fight by my side to destroy them, Tobirama commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Yes, sir. The revived warriors did not hesitate. Once again, they plunged into battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tobirama, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Tobirama's voice rang out once more. A roaring cascade of explosions erupted across the battlefield, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Thousands upon thousands of explosive tags rained down like a relentless storm, the blasts booming one after another, their brilliance painting the sky in fire and turning the battlefield into an inferno. In the midst of the chaos, the tailed beast chakra, cloaking the golden and silver brothers, began to falter under the endless barrage. Yet, drawing upon the 9 tails' immense power, they managed to endure, however barely. The chain reaction of the mutually multiplying explosive tags unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that shook the earth to its core. In the midst of the flames, Tobirama, aided by the flying thunder god, flashed behind the golden and silver brothers at blinding speed. This is my answer to you, he declared. With him, he brought 2 Edo Tensei shinobi, who were transported alongside him in a heartbeat. The explosive tags detonated anew. But this time, he did things differently. First, he used the water style, water prison jutsu, compressing the blast within a sphere of water, focusing the chain explosions into a single, devastating point. Even with their tailed beast cloaks, the golden and silver brothers suffered grievous injuries. However, the continuous use of the flying thunder god and water-style techniques began to take its toll. Tobirama's chakra was reaching its limit. When he saw the tailed beast cloaks of Kinkaku and Ginkaku finally dissipate, he used the last of his chakra to teleport with the flying thunder god technique into the nearby forest. This battle was like a lone boat caught in a raging storm. The entire might of the hidden cloud village had been unleashed, making the balance of power between friend and foe on the battlefield overwhelmingly lopsided. Faced with such sheer numbers, even the swiftest in the shinobi world felt unprecedented pressure and was forced to flee. Night fell. The tranquil silence of the dense woods was shattered by the rush of combat and the thunder of explosions. Tobirama concealed himself, quietly sensing the chakra around him, and discovered that the others, his comrades, were nearing the limits of his sensory range. This meant they had successfully escaped. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he hid himself deeper within a patch of shrubs. Now, all he needed to do was mask his presence and wait for his chakra to recover. Then, perhaps, there might yet be a chance for survival. At this moment, Tobirama collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the night sky. With a brief moment of respite, he began to analyze the current situation. This time, he had underestimated the strength of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, failing to eliminate them completely. This meant that Konoha would now have to contend with the sage's treasured tools and forge and shuriki, each bearing the power of a tailed beast. Now that his elder brother Hashirama was dead, there were few left in the village who could stand against such threats, aside from Mito, Uzumaki, and Izuna. Suddenly, a flash of blue robes appeared in his mind's eye, and his lips curved into a smile once more, as if he had found a glimmer of hope in the depths of despair. He recalled fragments of memories with Uchiha Hikari. On that night, when they rushed to rescue Itama, it was the first time she had praised his intelligence. On the night of his brother's wedding, when Uchiha Hikari bid farewell, he had eavesdropped from the next room, overhearing her remarks about him. Later, Tobirama learned that Uchiha Hikari belonged to the Uchiha clan he so despised. On the day of the peace negotiations between the Senju and Uchiha, he had intended to mock Hikari, but that day, she was completely different from usual. She carried herself with such natural grace, like a princess of a nation. When they met, the taunts he had painstakingly prepared simply would not leave his lips, for from childhood, those eyes of hers, always able to discern the good in others, could, with the warmest words, kindle the deepest courage and conviction within his heart. Later, when the village was first established, on that cliffside, Hikari, Hashirama, and Madara discussed who should become Hokage. Tobirama, wanting to inform his brother about the meeting, had quietly approached, only to unexpectedly overhear Hikari voicing her recognition of his competence. Her praise was like a spring breeze brushing gently across his heart, stirring ripples within him every time he heard it, lingering long after. Before long, he found himself falling completely in love with Uchiha Hikari. Afterwards, he buried himself in work and in developing new jutsu, for that was the only way he could feel closer to Hikari. But Tobirama knew well that Uchiha Hikari harbored grand dreams in her heart, and in the future she envisioned, there was no place for him. Therefore, until Uchiha Hikari was sealed away, he never dared to confess those deeply buried feelings. In the end, the memory frozen in Tobirama's mind was of Hikari's unwavering gaze before her sealing, a look that entrusted the village's future to him, as well as the apology relayed by Uzumaki Mido. Tobirama, you are exceptional. I believe you'll soon recover from this heartbreak, but please forgive my selfishness. For the sake of the shinobi world's future, I had no other choice. Found him. 1 o'clock, just past those treetops. As Tobirama was lost in reminiscence, a shout rang out from not far away, snapping him back to reality. He instantly sensed the chakra of Kumogakure's pursuers swiftly closing in. Swift as a storm, the Kumogakure shinobi surged forward, their bodies blurring with astonishing speed, among them several skilled sensors. The elite squad, led by the Gold and Silver brothers, regrouped, locking on Senju Tobirama's hiding place with ruthless efficiency. The carousel of memories was abruptly cut off, and a cold, lethal light flashed in Tobirama's eyes. Confronted by his enemies, a surge of desperate vitality coursed through him, like a final flicker before the end. Though renowned for his intellect and ninjutsu, Tobirama had never neglected his training in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Now, at the edge of life and death, his abilities were unleashed to their fullest. Surrounded by over 20 Kumogakure pursuers, Tobirama faced them with practiced skill and a blade as sharp as lightning. More than half the attackers fell beneath his sword. Save for the Gold and Silver brothers, the others now dared not make a reckless move. No wonder he's the second Hokage. Alone, he's taken down more than 70% of our village's elite, said Gold, gripping one of the sage's treasured tools as he advanced on the exhausted Tobirama. His long blade traced a chilling arc through the air. Tobirama gazed at the approaching blade, a bitter smile flickering at his lips. Hikari, it seems I won't have the chance to see you again. If news of his death reached Konoha, and Hikari learned of it after her seal was broken, how would she feel? Would those ever-serene eyes finally ripple with emotion? Only Gold's icy, merciless voice replied, Die, Senju Tobirama. In that moment, as death loomed ever closer, Gold's hand suddenly froze mid-strike. Silver and the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi recoiled in horror, their faces drained of color. It was as if they had witnessed the gates of hell swing open. Even the once arrogant Gold and Silver brothers lost all their bravado. Their tools clattered to the ground with a heavy thud. A suffocating pressure filled the air. From between the trees, a graceful figure emerged. Her eyes, deep as the abyss, made every person present tremble to their core. That person's gaze lingered on Kingaku and Jingaku, a stare so chilling it seemed to pierce right through them. Kingaku and Jingaku exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a fear unlike anything they had ever known. Tobirama frowned slightly as he watched the scene unfold. An uneasy premonition welled up inside him, and he swept his wary eyes over the kimonin before him. Suddenly, a surge of chakra, strangely familiar, swept toward him from behind. It felt like a long-lost breeze, stirring the strings of his heart. Without turning around, Tobirama instantly recognized that familiar presence. A hand settled gently on his shoulder. Though the years had added height to his frame, the girl beside him remained unchanged from his memories, just as he remembered her, timeless and unaltered. The difference in their heights made her small hand seem to stretch to reach his shoulder, but she didn't seem to mind in the slightest. In fact, she almost seemed to delight in it. You've done well, Tobirama. Leave the rest to your elder sister. Her voice was as warm as sunlight breaking through the gloom of battle, dispelling the shadows all around. The tone, the chakra, and and the unwavering bond between brother and sister sent ripples through Tobarama's heart. Clad in a blue robe, with jet black hair flowing down her back, she looked like a celestial maiden stepped straight out of a painting. Yet there was an undeniable authority and power about her. Uchiha Hikari now stood as a shield. Before Senju Tobarama, though she stood alone, the swirling chakra and the might of her Mangekyo Sharingan made her seem like a savior descended from the heavens, single-handedly standing between Tobarama and the looming crisis. The murderous intent radiating from her was even fiercer than when she had once faced Uchiha Taiima. It was the uncontrollable anger and hatred that bursts forth when someone precious is threatened. This woman's chakra, there's something utterly abnormal about it. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of Kumo's sensory squad. To their shock, the amount of chakra pouring from her rivaled that of a tailed beast. Hey, second Hokage, has Konoha been hiding a secret weapon like this all along? King Gaku's voice was thick with disbelief as he stared at Senju Tobarama. If you had someone like her, why didn't you unleash her in the previous war? To deal with the likes of you, there's no need for Hikari to take the field. Tobarama snorted, thinking to himself, she's the one I hold most dear. How could I ever bear to let her onto the battlefield? Hikari, I see now. She's the one they call the Uchiha weapon, the one who was sealed away. Uchiha Hikari. Jingaku whispered, they say that. In a warring states era, she alone held back the entire Sarutobi clan's onslaught. I never thought I'd see her with my own eyes. So that's it. Konoha's getting dragged into this. And the moment her seal breaks, she comes straight here. King Gaku pondered for a moment, then produced the Shikasaiken, wrapping it tightly around his hand. We may not have much tailed beast chakra left, but we still have the sage's tools. Against a human-tailed beast, we're not without a fighting chance. However, it seems this lady isn't much of a talker, Silverhorn said, his laughter tinged with mockery. Goldhorn let out a cold chuckle. It doesn't matter if she speaks or not, as long as the golden rope hits its mark. With those words, he sprang forward like an arrow loose from a bow, hurtling straight toward Uchiha Hikari. Hikari's eyes had already awakened to Mangekyo Sharingan. Under her control, the black flames of Amaterasu blazed fiercely ahead of her gaze. Seeing this, Goldhorn's lips curled into a sneer. The golden rope slithered as if alive and instantly hooked a nearby mist ninja. With a flick of his arm, Goldhorn swung the unfortunate ninja before him, using him as a shield. The black flames of Amaterasu touched the mist ninja, and in an instant, fire erupted toward the sky, mingling with agonized screams. Dragging the burning body with him, Goldhorn pressed on relentlessly, the golden rope in his right hand striking at Hikari like a venomous serpent. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi, Hikari intoned, her expression unchanged. She manipulated the black flames before her, shaping them into a swirling vortex that encircled Goldhorn. The sudden inferno of Amaterasu scorched at him with the fury of hellfire. She can mold Amaterasu's flames at will. The Cloud Ninja were stunned. What they saw surpassed anything they had known. Don't panic. Our top priority is to rescue Goldhorn. Silverhorn shouted. Water release, water shockwave. A water release ninja responded swiftly, sending a torrent of water crashing toward the black inferno surrounding Goldhorn. But the next moment he cried out, this fire release can't be extinguished by water. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Don't lose your nerve. Goldhorn has the amber purification pot. In a pinch, he'll use its sealing power to absorb the black flames. Silverhorn called out at the top of his voice. Everyone, with me, subdue this woman first. Understood. Lightning release, flash surge. The Cloud Ninja is scattered, electricity slithering silently across the damp ground like living snakes, closing in on Hikari. Our opponent is a Uchiha. Water release squad, stay ready to counter her fire release, the sensory ninja commanded. Jinjutsu squad, let's cast lightning illusion. Pillar of light together. Yes. As soon as the command was given, blinding white light erupted behind the Jinjutsu squad, so intense that everyone present was forced to shut their eyes. So that's their plan, to seal off the Sharingan's line of sight first. Hidden behind a tree, Tobarama quietly observed, a faint smile playing at his lips. But Hikari, she's no ordinary Uchiha. Under the shroud of night, the forest flashed as bright as day with each burst of lightning. Yet as the cloud's onslaught closed in, Hikari merely smiled, the corners of her eyes tinged with a crimson shadow. In the next instant, Silverhorn's teleportation brought him directly before her, his fist driving hard toward her abdomen. But Hikari, now in sage mode, could draw upon the very force of nature itself. Inkaku's heavy punch didn't even budge her in the slightest. Instead, it sent a jolt of pain through his own hand. Stunned, Inkaku stared. Never before had he encountered such an unyielding body. But his days lasted only a heartbeat. Instantly, he displayed remarkable combat intuition. Missing his first blow, he shifted tactics, wrapping his arms tightly around Uchiha Hikari's waist, locking her in an iron grip. At his side, two cloud shinobi, their blades crackling with lightning chakra, moved swiftly into position. Under the moonlight, their razor-sharp swords gleamed menacingly as they slashed toward Uchiha Hikari's neck. I'd advise you not to do that. Uchiha Hikari's voice was laced with icy mockery. She's right. Lord Inkaku, stop at once, shouted a cloud-sensing ninja from the rear, his voice urgent and piercing. No sooner had he spoken than everyone snapped to attention, only to realize with a start that the figure locked in Inkaku's arms had, at some point, become the unconscious form of Kinkaku. Jinjutsu. The word spread in a wave of confusion and alarm. When did it happen? Someone murmured in disbelief. Damn it, fall back. Inkaku barked, clutching the badly burned Kinkaku as he retreated. He shouted back, demanding, with your strength, you could have burned Kinkaku to ashes at any moment. Why the sudden mercy? If I had done that, Uchiha Hikari replied coolly, holding the rope of golden deception and the 7-star sword she'd seized from Kinkaku. The Uzumaki clan's ninja tools would have been reduced to dust along with him. I see. So it was the ninja tools that saved our lives, Inkaku muttered, a lingering dread in his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Hikari. But Hikari gave them no time to catch their breath. Her figure flickered, and in a heartbeat she was before Inkaku, the power of her Mangekyo Sharingan bearing down on him. In that instant, Inkaku felt as if an enormous, deep crimson hand had seized him, rendering him as helpless as a child's toy, utterly unable to resist. Is this Jinjutsu? No, it isn't. That's the technique Madara himself once used. Susanoo. Inkaku was terrified. He found himself gripped by Susanoo's crimson arm, as unyielding as chains of steel, pinning him completely. He'd assumed Uchiha Hikari would be reluctant to strike, fearing damage to the ninja tools in his grasp. He'd forgotten the endless arsenal of ocular jutsu wielded by the Uchiha clan. For her, killing them without harming the tools was as effortless as a casual gesture. Damn it, I'll let my guard down. My body won't move at all. Inkaku cursed inwardly, feeling a rush of dread. Let go of Lord Inkaku. Behind him, the sensory ninja, desperate, hurled an explosive tag kunai at Uchiha Hikari, hoping to break her grip. As you wish, Hikari said softly. With a flick, she tossed Inkaku aside like a rag doll, his shattered bones rendering him little more than a shield for the incoming kunai. The explosion roared, thunderous and violent, and Inkaku was caught in the blast, his body reduced in an instant to a charred, bloody ruin. The sensory ninja, witnessing the carnage, spat a curse through clenched teeth. Damn you, Uchiha. Before the words had even faded, he was horrified to discover that his body was tightly bound by massive chains, deep crimson in color. This is the adamantine sealing chains? How could this be? The sensory ninja stared at the Susanoo in shock. What stood before him was utterly different from before, not just a skeletal frame, but now clad in half armor. What's more, not only did it have 2 arms, but from its back, 2 more powerful limbs had emerged. The Susanoo now stood in an unprecedented 4-armed form. Uchiha Mitsu's Susanoo held, in its left forearm, an enlarged adamantine sealing chain, its hand gripping the 7-star sword. In its right hand, it brandished an equally enormous banana palm fan. The left rear arm gripped a magnified amber purification jar, while the right rear hand held a giant crimson gourd, all to scale. The 5 treasured sage tools once seized by Kinkaku and Ginkaku had fused perfectly with Mitsu's Susanoo, now revealed to all in a display of overwhelming might. Everyone present, be they the ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village or Tobarama, watching from afar, was utterly stunned by the sight. What is this? Uchiha Mitsu closed her eyes, focusing intently on the subtle changes within her Susanoo. At first, she had only meant to use Susanoo to restrain Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But the moment Susanoo touched those sage tools, everything exceeded her expectations. The tools seemed drawn to Susanoo like iron to a magnet, merging into one. Chakra was not just the source of power, it was a bridge between consciousness. Through Susanoo's chakra, Mitsu could sense that these ninja tools had now become exclusive artifacts of her Susanoo, intimately connected as if by blood, inseparable, as though Susanoo itself was the true vessel meant for these treasures all along. Looks like I'll have to apologize to Sister Mito, after all. Mitsu gave a wry smile. She had once harbored a faint hope of returning these precious tools to Mito. But now, that hope was clearly out of reach. standing quietly amidst the battlefield, Mitsu's Mangekyo Sharingan fixed upon the sensory ninja before her, as if piercing straight through to his soul. "Tell me your name." Her voice was calm, but carried an irresistible authority. In an instant, the sensory ninja was drawn into the world of Tsukuyomi woven by Uchiha Mitsu. His eyes went vacant, all light gone, as if shackled by invisible chains. "Sid," he murmured, repeating his name in a trance, like a man talking in his sleep. "Sid," Mitsu echoed softly, her voice a devil's whisper, echoing with chilling clarity deep within Sid's consciousness. "Yes," Sid responded, his words devoid of emotion, leaving only pure obedience. In the next moment, Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo stirred to life. Upon its deep crimson form, the lid of the amber purifying bottle slowly opened, and the black liquid within, like an ancient eye, gazed out upon all creation. An invisible force from that inky water drew Sid's body in, gently pulling him toward the bottle. At last, he was utterly consumed, vanishing into that unfathomable darkness. So that's it. This Kodadama sealing technique, paired with the Sharingan's illusions, is quite effective, Hikari murmured to herself. With a subtle motion, she swept the Bashafan in Susanoo's other hand. A tempest of ninjutsu, born of all 5 chakra natures, erupted like a violent storm, crashing in all directions. The remaining cloud shinobi were swept away, their cries of agony echoing unceasingly through the chaos. When the storm of smoke and dust cleared, Hikari let out a quiet breath, feeling the fierce depletion of chakra surging within her. The power of Susanoo wielding the Bashafan far surpassed her own great fire annihilation, but its chakra consumption was nothing short of astonishing. Even a simple swing nearly drove her to the brink of maintaining Susanoo's form. "I need to find a way to replenish more chakra," and soon, Hikari pondered quietly. Her gaze fell not far away, upon the unconscious forms of the Gold and Silver Brothers. The Mangekyo Sharingan flared anew, and the marks of the Yasaka Magatama surfaced like specters upon their bodies. In a heartbeat, the traces of Ninetales chakra lingering within the brothers flowed into her, like streams joining the sea, silently and completely absorbed by Hikari. What immense hatred dwells in this chakra, Hikari mused, closing her eyes to feel the Ninetales chakra she had just taken in. Within it surged centuries of pent-up resentment, like cold, turbulent currents in the depths of the sea. Through the heart-to-heart technique at the Falls of Truth, Hikari had come to understand the dual nature of this power. Forcing it into harmony allowed her to don the tailed beast cloak and greatly amplify her strength. But if 2 such different chakras were to fuse for too long, the toll on her body would be irreversible, perhaps even shortening her life. The Ninetales chakra, she realized, was a double-edged sword. No other choice. Boar, monkey, rooster, dog, goat. Hikari recited the intricate sequence of hand signs, her fingers moving swiftly, the very air thick with tension. "Sealing art. 4 symbols seal," she intoned, channeling the chakra she'd seized from Yasaka and Magatama into her abdomen. Hand signs weaving, she shaped chakra into sealing formulae. Black sigils snaked across her navel like living dragons, until at last, a whorled seal pattern was etched with the power of the jutsu. At last, she had sealed the Ninetales chakra, taken from the Gold and Silver Brothers, securely within her own body. Now she no longer had to worry about the Ninetales' hatred affecting her, and could call upon that immense chakra at any time for her own use. A win-win situation. Having accomplished all this, Uchiha Hikaru let out a long breath and turned around, her gaze settling on Tobirama, who was slumped on the ground. "So, Tobirama, do you think you can stand up?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of concern. "I've got no strength left. I want you to carry me," Tobirama replied, a weary yet slightly mischievous smile appearing on his face. "Tobirama." Hikaru shot him a disapproving look. "So you've learned some tricks as you've gotten older, huh? Daring to joke with your elder sister." Tobirama gave a wry smile. "Hikaru, at my current age, I could just about be your uncle," he said, a note of helplessness and the weight of time in his words. "Well, you sure don't look it. You seem like you're only in your 20s, Hikaru retorted, pursing her lips. She moved closer, settling down beside Tobirama against a tree stump. She took a deep breath, and her expression suddenly grew serious. "Tobirama, if I hadn't made it here in time, were you really planning to sacrifice yourself?" Hearing this, Tobirama felt a trace of sorrow in his heart, for he could hear the care in Hikaru's voice, care that came from family, not the affection between a man and a woman. Yet even so, that warmth, like sunlight breaking through long-standing clouds, gently melted away some of the gloom in his heart. Ever since he could remember, it had been a long time since Tobirama had felt genuine concern from family. To think that the next time he'd experience it, it would come from a much younger member of the Uchiha clan. It was truly unexpected. He pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "Yes. Just like you. Just like me." Hikaru lowered her head, the reproach on her face softened by Tobirama's words. Of course, she was no different. Who was she to criticize Tobirama's choice? Night deepened around them. In the forest, two people separated by time and fate now found solace in feelings only they could truly understand. Uchiha Hikaru and Tobirama shared stories of what had happened to each of them over the years. She told Tobirama of Mido Uzumaki's imprisonment and isolation in the village, her words thick with worry and helplessness. "So the land of whirlpools has already fallen," Tobirama murmured, guilt welling up in his heart, mirroring the feelings within Hikaru. Both were shinobi, and had each fought for their own ideals. Powerless to control their fates, they had unwittingly become sacrifices beneath the wheels of history. Tobirama had always regarded Mido Uzumaki as family, even handing over much of his own authority to her in Konoha. Yet he hadn't expected that. Once his own fate was uncertain, those once steadfast allies would turn their backs so quickly. The realization stoked a quiet fury within him. "Hikaru, what are you planning to do next?" Tobirama turned to Uchiha Hikaru and asked, "Have you dealt with the ones behind the Hidden Cloud's invasion of Uzushio?" Hikaru's voice was unwavering. "I've executed all the culprits responsible for the Hidden Cloud's attack. Next, I plan to head to the Hidden Mist Village to take care of that man, Hozuki Jinjetsu." "I see." Tobirama fell into thoughtful silence. Suddenly, the sharp cry of a hawk cut through the calm air above them, shattering the tranquility. "That's Aimaru, Konoha's messenger hawk." Hikaru immediately recognized the bird. Back when she served as chief strategist, she had worked with Aimaru nearly every day. She couldn't be more familiar with him. Seeing this, Tobirama raised his hand and let out a short, clear whistle. The hawk swooped down from the sky and landed neatly on his shoulder. With practiced hands, Tobirama unfastened the scroll tied to the hawk's leg and unrolled it to read. After a moment, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Hikaru, it looks like you won't need to go to the Hidden Mist after all." Hikaru's eyes widened with curiosity and confusion. Tobirama went on, "While we were locked in fierce battle with the Hidden Cloud, both Iwagakure and Kirigakure, led by the second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu, slipped into the Land of Fire, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. As fate would have it, they crossed paths. Instead of joining forces, the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone ended up fighting each other over the spoils. Aren't those two supposed to be allies? Why would they start fighting?" Hikaru asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Tobirama shook his head with a rueful smile. "Actually, Mu and Hozuki Jinjetsu have been rivals for a long time. Years ago, they clashed in a fierce battle. Mu's entire body was severely burned by Jinjetsu's steam explosion jutsu. Since then, he's been wrapped head to toe in bandages. I imagine this time, he saw a chance to settle an old score." "So what happened next? Why do you say I don't need to go to the Hidden Mist?" "Don't tell me." Hikaru's thoughts raced. She knew better than anyone how formidable Jinjetsu could be. A truly troublesome foe. That's right. The two of them met in Konoha, and when old enemies cross paths, tempers flare. In the end, their fight ended with both perishing together, Tobirama said. Hikaru was taken aback. That little mustached man is dead? She could still vividly recall how slippery and dangerous Jinjetsu had been. Tobirama nodded. Mu, the second Tsuchikage, was incredibly powerful. You were sealed away for a long time. You probably haven't heard of Dust Release, have you? There was a tinge of regret in his voice. I only heard my brother mention it once or twice. He always dismissed it as nothing but a trifling trick, so I never paid it much mind, Hikaru said, and as she spoke, Madara's arrogant, disdainful face flashed in her memory. Trifling tricks, he says. Tobirama gave a helpless smile. Madara really hasn't changed a bit with that sharp tongue of his. Isn't it just a minor technique? Hikaru asked. Of course not. Tobirama let out a sigh and pressed his hand to his forehead before continuing, Whatever you do, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. In order to overturn Uchiha Hikari's underestimation of the Dust Release, he spoke to her in earnest, explaining the terrifying nature of this technique. His tone was grave, hoping she would truly recognize its power. Before long, Tobirama was nearly spitting sparks from his mouth, painstakingly going over every detail of the Dust Release, repeating himself again and again until he saw a look of seriousness settle on Hikari's face. In short, this Kekii Toda, born from the fusion of 3 chakra natures, far surpasses ordinary Kekii Genkai. If you ever encounter it, Never try to withstand it head-on. Dust release disintegrates any material down to its very atoms. No one has ever survived it. Do you understand? Tobarama's voice carried a note of sternness. He wanted Hikari to remember these words by heart. Understand. If I ever come across it, I'll be careful, Hikari replied, snapping a salute. Seeing the deep concern etched on Tobarama's face, she couldn't help but offer a comforting smile. Don't worry, Tobarama. I truly got it. You say you understand, but you're still smiling? That look on your face tells me you haven't grasped how serious this is. Tobarama frowned, his tone stricter than before. Tobarama, if you keep going, you'll start sounding like my uncle, Hikari said, half joking as she covered her mouth, trying to ease his tension. Tobarama started to respond, but Hikari's words caught him off guard, leaving him at a loss between laughter and frustration. He knew. Hikari wasn't brushing him off. This was her way of showing that she understood the danger, while also displaying her optimism and resilience. You? Tobarama shook his head with a soft smile, his eyes warm with affection. Hikari, remember, no matter what, your safety comes first. You're an outstanding ninja, but even the best have their limits. Don't recklessly challenge things beyond your capabilities. Hikari nodded. She knew Tobarama's concern was not unfounded. The ninja world changed quickly, and powerful new adversaries emerged with each passing era. She smiled and gently brushed her hand through his white hair, saying, "Who would have thought that little Tobarama from the past would grow up and start worrying about his big sister?" You. Tobarama's expression turned complicated at her touch. In all of Konoha, you're the only one who dares treat me this way. So should I stop? Hikari asked, a playful smile lighting up her eyes. No need. Tobarama turned his face away, refusing to look at her. His cheeks flushed as red as a blooming cloud. At his age, and still single, he'd never experienced such treatment before. All right, if you're not stopping, I'll have to, or my hand will get sore, Hikari teased lightly. Uchiha Hikaru smiled with a playful look and said, "You'd better hurry up and write the intel on Eagle Maru's scroll so it can return and let everyone know we're safe." Tobarama paused in thought, his tone resolute. "I won't be going back, at least not for now." "You're not going back?" Uchiha Hikaru was taken aback. She hadn't expected Tobarama to make such a decision. "If you don't go back, what about Sister Mito?" "There's no need to worry about Mito," Tobarama said with a slight lift of his chin. "Monkey and the others will take good care of her. Besides, Koharu, Hamura, and Kagami have all grown into outstanding ninja over these years. They're more than capable of handling things on their own now. In fact, I'd like to take this opportunity to test this most talented generation of Konoha and see if they're truly able to support such a vast village. Are you planning to step back, or perhaps remain in shadows?" Uchiha Hikaru asked thoughtfully. "That's part of the plan," Tobarama replied slowly, his expression growing serious as he continued. "There are some matters in the village that I, as Hokage, cannot deal with openly. While the Umbu exist to handle such troubles, they still have their own roles and limitations. If I were to become, in the eyes of the world, someone who has died, it would actually make dealing with sensitive issues much easier." His tone was pensive, a shadow of contemplation in his words. "And besides, after coming so close to death this time, with memories flashing before my eyes, I realized that except for the days spent with you, I've thrown myself so completely into my work that I was using it to numb my feelings. I've barely had a moment to truly enjoy life." A wry smile crept into Tobarama's voice. "To be honest, sometimes I envy my big brother, who gets to spend his days playing with little Tsunade." With that, he raised his hand, placing the scroll Eagle Maru had brought back into its original place, then watched as the bird soared off toward Konoha. After all was done, he turned to the contemplative Uchiha Hikaru and asked, "And what about you, Hikaru?" Uchiha Hikaru hesitated, uncertainty in her eyes. "Now that the enemies of Uzushio have all been defeated, what do you plan to do next? Will you return to Konoha and let Sister Mito seal you away again?" Tobarama asked. Uchiha Hikaru fell silent, her mind drifting back to the helplessness and despair she had seen in the eyes of the Uzumaki children she'd rescued. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. "I plan to build a new home for the surviving Uzumaki children, a safe place where those left can finally belong. Only then will I consider returning." "You're not planning to send them to Konoha?" Uchiha Hikaru shook her head. "Konoha isn't the same as it was when Hashirama was there. I don't want these children caught up in the village's internal clan struggles." After Uchiha Hikaru finished speaking, she raised her hand and bit her fingertip, then quickly formed the seals for the summoning jutsu with both hands. As the smoke slowly dispersed, a white ninja cat appeared before them, its eyes brimming with arrogance and a touch of wildness. "It's been a while, Hikaru. Did you bring me anything tasty this time, Meow?" The white cat spoke, its voice carrying a hint of lazy anticipation. Sorry, Madara. Things are urgent this time, and I didn't have time to prepare any treats. Next time I pass by the dango shop, I promise I'll invite you along for a taste. Hikaru replied softly, her tone sincere and apologetic. So, what's so important that you had to summon me now? The white cat asked with curiosity, a flash of seriousness in its eyes. I have some vital information here that I need you to deliver to Izuna personally, Hikaru said, retrieving a scroll from within her robes. She began to write swiftly, her expression grave, each word etched with urgency. Madara, this intelligence is of utmost importance. Please make sure to hand it to Izuna yourself, she emphasized. I understand. The white cat nodded, forming a seal with its paws. It licked its paw with its tongue, as if preparing for some kind of ritual. Don't forget about the dango, Hikaru, the cat reminded her, a playful note in its voice. I won't. You have my word. Hikaru nodded gently, her eyes shining with trust. As soon as her words fell, the white cat vanished in a puff of light smoke, leaving only Hikaru and Tobirama standing there. Madara. Tobirama looked genuinely surprised, clearly taken aback by the ninja cat's name. Hikaru turned to Tobirama and explained, it's just a coincidence. This ninja cat happens to share the same name. These cats are unique to the Uchiha clan. When we were young, each of us would make a contract with a ninja cat. If the real Madara knew about this, he wouldn't be too happy, would he? Tobirama chuckled, teasing her. My brother was indeed pretty annoyed that a ninja cat shared his name, but when he was a kid, he couldn't win against that cat, Hikaru replied with a smile. That cat was really that strong? Tobirama asked, intrigued. Yes, it's said to be a legendary monster. The cat form is just a temporary disguise, Hikaru explained. The Uchiha's ninja cats are truly remarkable, Tobirama marveled. All right, enough about cats, Hikaru interrupted. I've already passed our message to Izuna. I trust she'll inform Sister Mito, so there's no need for her to worry. How did you put it? Tobirama inquired. I told them to help the Uzumaki clan find a new home first. Once everything is settled, we can decide whether or not to return, Hikaru said, her gaze unwavering, her eyes full of hope for the future. What about you, Tobirama? What are your plans? She asked. Me? Tobirama's eyes sparkled with mischief. He looked at Hikaru and a sly smile curved his lips. I plan to stay by your side, at least until the next time you're sealed away. At dawn the next day, the pale light of morning dispelled the silence of the night, ushering in news that sent shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world. The report that the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, leading the pursuit forces of the Hidden Cloud Village, had perished together with the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, swept through every corner like a raging storm. It was said that Tobirama Senju, relying solely on his own strength, defeated the formidable brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, wielders of the Nine-Tails chakra and the Six Treasured, tools of the Sage of Six Paths, along with the elite ninja under their command. His valor was so astonishing that it seemed almost beyond belief, yet no one could deny the truth. Tobirama's passing left a deep and lasting scar in Konoha's history, but it also became an immortal monument in the hearts of countless shinobi who would come after. With his life, he embodied the true spirit of a ninja and demonstrated an unyielding commitment to passing on the will of fire. Thus, the second phase of the First Great Shinobi War came to an official close. Of the 5 great nations, 4 of the second Kage, excluding the Kazekage, had fallen directly on the battlefield, a tremendous blow to each of their respective villages. The Hidden Sand Village alone escaped loss, as they had abstained from the conflict to focus on studying Shikaku, hoping to render its power more stable. In this, they stood as the sole exception among the 5 great nations. On the main battlefield, the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku slew the second Raikage during the peace ceremony between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, shattering the newly forged treaty and directly provoking Tobirama's ultimate sacrifice. This tragedy sparked the third phase of the war, which once again unfolded between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. After decisively rooting out the last Hidden Rock and Mist Ninja within its borders, Konoha, under the command of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, prepared itself for battle and marched against the Hidden Cloud once more. Since Tobirama had already slain so many of the Cloud's elite shinobi before his death, the Hidden Cloud's strength was gravely diminished, leaving them unable to contend with Konoha's might. In the end, Konoha emerged victorious in the First Great Shinobi War. The 5 great nations gathered once again to sign a new peace treaty, and for a moment, it seemed as though the long-awaited dawn of peace had finally arrived in the shinobi world. Yet the scars of war ran deep and would not easily fade. The heavy toll of loss drove the 5 nations to withdraw from one another, and the hope for peaceful coexistence swiftly dissolved into bitter resentment and enduring mistrust. After the war, within Konoha, Danzo Shimura, with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, quietly established his own power base, the Root Organization. Disguised as a division for training ANBU, this secretive force carried out shadowy missions for the village, unseen by most. In the years that followed, Kagami Uchiha disappeared, Torafu Akimichi faded from the political stage, and Kohor Udatane and Hamura Midokado were appointed as senior advisors to the third Hokage. With the dawn of a new era, Konoha's leadership began to shift quietly. Under the third Hokage's guidance, the Land of Fire entered an age of prosperity, rising to become an undisputed superpower among the shinobi nations. Time flowed on. In the 16th year of the Konoha calendar, 3 years had passed since the smoke of the first great shinobi war had cleared. Small nations began to follow the example set by the great powers, each establishing their own ninja villages. At the border where the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire meet, there was an unremarkable little country called the Land of Rain. Recently, it had founded its own small ninja village, the village hidden by rain. Though modest in size, this place brimmed with vitality. 3 years ago, after leaving the village hidden in the clouds, Uchiha, Hikari, and Tobirama arrived here. After some inquiries, Hikari managed to find Uzumaki Gyo, whom she had met back in the Land of Fire. After receiving a sizable sum of money, Gyo settled down in the Land of Rain. Her generosity quickly earned her a reputation, and she gradually became a respected landowner in the area. The day Uzumaki Gyo saw Uchiha Hikari arrive with her clan in tow, her eyes shimmered with tears. The fall of the Land of Whirlpools had struck every member of the Uzumaki clan like a heavy hammer. So to see so many children of her people still alive filled Gyo with gratitude beyond words. Once she arrived, Hikari wasted no time. She taught the Uzumaki children, helped resolve various problems affecting daily life in the Land of Rain, and even personally led the children in rooting out the bandits that had plagued the region. Their deeds quickly became the talk of the village, and their names were spoken with admiration by the people. After things settled down, under the careful guidance of 2 masters of ninjutsu, Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobirama, the Uzumaki children, grew rapidly. Not only did they master the arts of ninjutsu, but they also displayed extraordinary talent in the art of sealing. Among them was Uzumaki Utai, the eldest descendant of the Uzumaki clan. She revealed a gift rivaling that of the legendary Uzumaki Mido. Whenever she sparred with Hikari, her mastery of sealing techniques and adamantine chains made her a match even Hikari, without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, struggled to overcome. Thanks to this, Utai earned immense respect in the village. Seeing the children's strength grow day by day, Uchiha Hikari finally established the ninja village in the Land of Rain. However, the name of Uchiha's secret weapon was too well known, and Tobirama could not show himself openly. Therefore, while Utai served as the head of the village hidden by rain, she also took on the responsibility of running the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari and Tobirama withdrew from the public eye, disguising themselves as they worked tirelessly with the daimyo of the Land of Rain to discuss long-term cooperative projects, laying a solid foundation for the village's political, economic, and military future. 3 months later, on a certain day, the peaceful life of the village hidden by rain was torn apart by a sudden crisis. The lake beside the village, usually a tranquil place, where sunlight danced on the water's surface, suddenly became the source of terror. A poisonous black salamander had crept in quietly, casting a shadow of fear over the village. Upon hearing the news, the current village leader, Uzumaki Utai, acted without hesitation. With lightning speed, she struck down the venomous salamander, freeing the villagers from danger. Though shaken, the villagers soon began to wonder. Though the salamander's poison sac was fearsome, perhaps it could become a sword to protect the village. Some of the ninjas skilled in medical techniques began experimenting with turning poison sacs into defensive tools. Uzumaki Utai tacitly approved of this endeavor, for as someone who had witnessed her country's destruction, she understood all too well that a weak nation would inevitably become prey to others. Thus, she did not oppose any decision that would strengthen the village's defenses. Through rounds of selection, the Rain Village discovered that the children of the Uzumaki clan were unsuitable for poison sac transplantation. Their wounds healed so quickly that the poison barely had a chance to be released. As a result, their attention turned to a local-born ninja named Hanzo. Hanzo was a ninja raised by Uzumaki Utai, Uchiha Hikaru, and Senju Tobirama. He had just come of age this year. When Utai heard the news, she was reluctant to have the poison sac implanted in Hanzo. But Hanzo, devoted to his village and yearning for peace, insisted so earnestly that he finally persuaded Utai to perform the transplantation. Afterwards, Hanzo acquired a new moniker, Hanzo the Salamander. From that moment on, he developed an astonishing resistance to poison, but it also turned him into a walking source of toxins. With every breath he took, those nearby would inevitably inhale the poisonous fumes, making Hanzo an object of fear among the villagers. This left Hanzo somewhat disheartened. Yet he cared deeply for the people of his village, and to avoid harming others, he began wearing a mask at all times. He, who should have lived a carefree life, became someone people avoided as if he were a harbinger of plague. Though he bore no tailed beast within him, he was treated like a Jinchuriki, facing cold stares and injustice no less than they did. Utai-sensei, today's patrol is complete, Hanzo reported as he returned to the village, his voice tinged with fatigue. Hanzo, the poison sac in your body hasn't fully stabilized yet. Don't push yourself too hard, Utai replied, her voice gentle and full of concern, her eyes lingering with worry on the mask that covered his face. She knew that Hanzo, if he removed his mask, would gain an advantage in battle. However, if the sac in his abdomen ruptured, not even he could withstand the deadly toxin. Now that Sensei Hikaru and Sensei Tobarama are away from the village, I have to protect everyone in their place, Hanzo said with a confident smile. You've grown up, Hanzo. Truly remarkable, Utai replied with a soft laugh. Her gaze drifted away from Hanzo, turning to the intricate sealing scripts spread across her desk, the culmination of her effort and hope. Utai-sensei, what's this? Hanzo's curiosity was piqued. He leaned closer to the table, his eyes sparkling with a longing for the unknown. I'm working on a new technique, Utai answered, her tone warm and focused. It's a method to seal your poison sac into another space using a sealing jutsu. If it works, you won't have to wear that mask every day. Really? Hanzo's face lit up with childlike excitement. Although the villagers all knew that his mask was a sacrifice made to protect the village, the danger of the poison still caused many people to instinctively keep their distance from him, and at times, this left Hanzo with a trace of loneliness. That's right, Utai nodded, her eyes full of encouragement. But as for the specific details, we still have to wait for Master Wong and Master Tobarama to return. For now, I've only worked out a rough prototype. There are still some difficult problems I'm trying to solve. Time flew by. 7 days later, Uchiha Guang and Senju Tobarama completed their diplomatic mission with the daimyo and returned to Mangekyo. After learning of Utai and Hanzo's difficulties, Uchiha Guang fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Utai, as for this technique, I believe it can be rewritten using the 4-symbol seal. But Master Guang, if we use the 4-symbol seal, the suppressive force will be too great. Uzumaki Utai voiced her concern. Hanzo would have to repeatedly unlock the seal every time he used it, and the amount of poison gas in the poison sac would be greatly reduced. Uchiha Guang smiled. If that's the case, all we need to do is increase the volume of the poison sac. Increase the volume of the poison sac. I see. Utai's eyes sparkled. Master Guang, you mean to seal the entire salamander inside Hanzo, just like sealing a tail beast? Exactly. Uchiha Guang stepped forward, gently resting his hand on Hanzo's shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. The salamander's poison comes partly from its unique physiology, but also from the bio-chakra infused in its venom. With the 4-symbol seal, the chakra of the salamander's poison can flow out in measured amounts from within the seal, and, as the salamander's Jinchuriki, Hanzo will be able to control this poisonous chakra freely. Really, Master Guang? Hanzo's eyes shone with irrepressible excitement. Then from now on, That's not all, Uchiha Guang added. Once you become the salamander's Jinchuriki, your body will be completely immune to the salamander's toxins. You'll never have to worry about the poison turning against you again. And the 5-minute gap you used to need for summoning the salamander to refill your poison gas, that'll no longer be a problem, because you yourself will be like a human salamander. That's wonderful, Hanzo. Uzumaki Utai turned, her eyes glowing warmly as she looked at Hanzo. Uchiha Guang continued, then let's set the sealing ceremony for Hanzo for tomorrow morning. Tobarama and I will go catch a fresh salamander for Hanzo this afternoon. In Mangekyo, Uchiha Guang and Senju Tobarama went by the names Guang and Tobarama to conceal their true identities. Thank you, teachers. Hanzo's gratitude overflowed. He dashed out, unable to contain his excitement. After Hanzo left, the gravity on Uchiha Guang and Senju Tobarama's faces settled in like a heavy storm cloud, and the atmosphere instantly grew somber. Uzumaki Utai keenly sensed the subtle shift in their expressions. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes before she gently inquired, Master Hikaru, Master Tobarama, what has happened? Why do you both look so grave? Uchiha Hikaru and Senju Tobarama exchanged a glance, as if communicating silently between themselves. Utai spoke again, her tone gentle but probing. Master Hikaru, did the negotiations with the daimyo not go as planned? Hikaru's reply carried a tinge of helplessness. In terms of results, the daimyo have agreed to most of our requests. However, Tobarama interjected at this point. However, the neighboring nation of Kusa, an ally of the Land of Rain, is currently under invasion by the Land of Iron. If we want the support of the daimyos, we must send a contingent of our ninja to garrison in Kusa for the long term and drive out all the invading forces from the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. Utai's brows furrowed tightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As far as I recall, they don't have ninja of their own. That's right, but they possess a formidable force known as samurai. Tobarama took over, his brow creased and eyes reflecting deep concern. They are masters of chakra-infused blades, and their fighting prowess should not be underestimated. In that case, a decisive glint flashed in Utai's gaze. Let's send the younger generation of our village to support Kusa. It will not only be a trial for them, but also a golden opportunity to earn renown across the world of shinobi. Hikaru and Tobarama shared a look, each finding approval in the other's eyes. Utai smiled in agreement, her confidence in the village's children unwavering, as if she could already see the brilliance they would one day bring to the world of ninja. The next day, Mangekyo remained shrouded in its perpetual drizzle, rain falling ceaselessly from the overcast sky. The village's buildings, mostly painted in dark hues, wore roofs of thick gray tiles, weathered by years of rainfall, bearing the marks of time. Drainage pipes lined both sides of the streets in carefully arranged rows. At the heart of Mangekyo stood a towering spire, its most iconic landmark and a gathering place for its shinobi. A thin veil of mist perpetually wound around the tower's peak, and ever since Hikaru and Tobarama had brought the Uzumaki clan to the village, the people had come to view the building as nothing short of a miracle. At this moment, Hikaru, Tobarama, and Utai stood shoulder to shoulder before Hanzo. Nearby, a giant salamander lay unconscious, felled by Hikaru's Susanoo. The medical ninja began by extracting the venom sac from within Hanzo's body. Once this was done, Utai performed the four-symbol seal, binding the salamander's spirit inside him. Feeling the transformation within himself, Hanzo immediately removed his mask and unbuttoned his tunic. Everyone held their breath as they watched this scene, realizing that the poisonous gas had finally stopped leaking into the air around them. It worked. I don't have to worry about hurting anyone anymore, Hanzo exclaimed. After being sealed as the host of the salamander, he felt as if he'd been reborn. His strength had undergone a phoenix-like transformation, a true leap in power. Excellent. Hanzo, though things are moving quickly, the teachers have a mission for you now. Uzumaki Uti spoke solemnly, gathering the children of Mangekyo. Thanks to the careful arrangements made by Hikari and Tobarama, Hanzo and the Uzumaki ninja of the village set out together for the Land of Grass, ready to face the samurai of the Land of Iron. On the battlefield in the Land of Grass, summoning Jutsu, Hanzo's voice rang out across the field. In response, the salamander appeared, and Hanzo stood steady atop its head, his tone resolute. Ibusco. The salamander opened its massive jaws, and in an instant, a poisonous mist swept over the battlefield for miles around, shrouding everything in a thick, deathly fog like the black cloak of the Grim Reaper. The samurai were gripped by terror. They had never witnessed such a strange and overwhelming assault. In moments, many collapsed from the poison, foaming at the mouth as despair and chaos spread across the war-torn ground. Hanzo and his salamander now reigned supreme, utterly turning the tide of battle. Damn it, he's trying to wipe us all out with poison, the samurai leader roared, but his voice was powerless against the suffocating fog that rolled over the field. Facing such a bizarre and deadly attack, the samurai were helpless, forced to watch as their comrades fell, their hearts filled with a mix of despair and rage. In a single battle, the name of Hanzo the salamander swept through the ninja world like a tempest. Wherever the poison spread, life vanished. Even the falling rain turned into a deadly, corrosive liquid. It was as if the entire world was cloaked in the shadow of death. The fighting raged for 3 days. Under Hanzo's command, the younger generation of Mangekyo became the undisputed masters of the battlefield. Now, the mere mention of Hanzo the salamander's name was enough to make countless enemies tremble in fear. On the 4th day after Mangekyo's arrival, Hanzo and his forces drove the samurai of the Land of Iron back to the very edge of the border. Yet in this hopeless struggle, a young man named Mifune chose to stay behind. With his chakra blade in hand, he stood rooted before Hanzo, an unmistakably solitary figure in the poisonous mist, yet upright and unyielding. Mifune's voice shook slightly, an instinctive fear when facing a foe shrouded in such mystery and power, but his eyes burned with an unbreakable resolve. "You, are you Hanzo the Salamander?" Mifune asked, his words trembling yet firm. "I am," Hanzo replied calmly. He did not underestimate the samurai before him, for he knew that anyone who could still stand tall in the face of such fear was no ordinary opponent. Their gazes collided in the air, as if electric currents sparked between them. In the next instant, Mifune's chakra blade sliced through the poisonous mist, carving arcs of light that clashed with the noxious haze from the salamander, producing sharp gusts that hissed through the night. After that, the samurai sword and scythe met in fierce combat, tearing through the darkness and sending dazzling sparks flying. Hanzo wielded the salamander's toxic fog as his weapon, parrying Mifune's attacks time and again. After a flurry of exchanges, Hanzo's assault left a deep, bone-revealing gash across the right side of Mifune's face, and under the relentless chain of Hanzo's razor-sharp scythe, Mifune's own blade snapped in two. "My scythe is laced with salamander venom," Hanzo said slowly, his voice tinged with cold indifference. "You'll soon lose all sensation as the paralysis sets in. In 2 days, the poison will claim your life." "Damn," Mifune gritted his teeth as blood streamed from his brow, blurring his vision, yet there was unwavering resolve in his eyes. "Your blade is far too dull," Hanzo remarked coolly. "A man is his blade? Have I truly been nothing but a dull sword?" Mifune muttered, his words laced with a trace of bitterness and self-mockery. When Mifune finally collapsed, Hanzo did not give chase. Instead, he spoke quietly. "A person's end is not death itself, but the moment they lose their conviction. Of course, it's not easy to define such a thing. Still, even if you were to die here, you would not be a dull blade. When I speak of dull blades, I mean those comrades of yours who turned and fled at the mere mention of my name. You stood before them, shielding them with your own body. As reparation for killing you, I will tell the world that you were a hero. State your name. I wish to trade my death for a single promise from you," Mifune said with difficulty, his voice weak but resolute. "Speak. Spare my comrades from further harm." Hanzo gazed at the man before him in astonishment, deeply moved by Mifune's spirit. This willingness to sacrifice himself to protect his allies was just like the will of fire that his own teachers had instilled in him. Hanzo slowly sat down and pulled a small vial from within his robes. "This is..." Mifune looked weakly at the bottle in Hanzo's hand, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "An antidote," Hanzo replied, offering it to Mifune. "I've said before that a person's conviction is hard to judge from the outside. Some things can only be understood through battle. I do not dislike a man like you." A complex tide of emotion welled up within Mifune as he took the antidote. Never had he imagined that this legendary shinobi would be the one to offer him a chance at life. He raised his head and drank the bitter liquid in a single gulp. As it burned down his throat, he felt the hope of rebirth flutter within him. "Hanzo," Mifune murmured softly, gratitude filling his voice. "Thank you." "There's no need for your thanks," Hanzo replied coolly. "I'm merely doing what I believe is right. Your courage and sacrifice are worthy of my deepest respect. There is, in fact, another reason you lost to me this time," Hanzo said, his eyes fixed on Mifune, his voice solemn. "What is it?" Mifune asked. "I've heard that the land of samurai reveres harmony as its highest ideal, yet your foolish lord chose the path of aggression. That, too, is why your blade has dulled," Hanzo replied slowly. "But didn't your hidden rain village join this foreign war for the sake of conquest as well?" Mifune countered, a trace of unwillingness in his voice. "Our reasons for fighting the samurai are not the same," Hanzo answered, rising to his feet with measured grace, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. "The people of Mangekyo fight for their beliefs. Yet to uphold those beliefs is a hardship beyond words." "What belief is that?" Mifune pressed, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "We wish to bring peace to this world," Hanzo said quietly. Turning away, he gently tapped his abdomen with the tips of his 5 fingers, then twisted his hand. The lock of the 4 symbols seal clicked into place, drawing the poisonous mist from the air into his body. When all was done, Hanzo spoke in a low voice. "I spare your life not only out of admiration, but because I wish to see what the future holds for you, whether you will die for your beliefs or betray them and cling to life." With that, he turned and left, rejoining the forces of the Hidden Rain Village. Like a gust of wind, he arrived without warning and vanished without a trace. In only 4 days, the Hidden Rain Village brought the war between the land of grass and the land of iron to an end. Hanzo the Salamander emerged from the conflict a living legend. His name, like a blaze swept up by a storm, quickly spread across the shinobi world. After the battle, he chose not to kill Mifune, but let him go. Thus, Mifune became the sole samurai of the Land of Iron to survive an encounter with Hanzo and walk away unharmed. Bearing Hanzo's mercy and his own steadfast beliefs, Mifune began to reconsider the future of his homeland. From that day forth, Mifune rose to become the general of the Land of Iron. Without delay, he announced to the 5 Kage, leaders of the great villages, that from then on, the Land of Iron would take no part in the conflicts of the shinobi world, but remain a neutral power. Mifune had always been held in high esteem across the land, and the 3rd Kage of the 5 great nations resolved to honor his decision. They granted the Land of Iron its wish, and together pledged never to threaten it again. With this, the Hidden Rain village, too, gained recognition in the shinobi world. Driven by his newfound fame and respect, Hanzo succeeded Uzumaki Yuji as the village leader. Under his guidance, hope and light began to fill the future of Mangekyo. A few days later, seeing that the Hidden Rain village was finally on the right path, Uchiha Hikari bid farewell to Yuji, Hanzo, and Tobirama, then set out on the road back to the Hidden Leaf village. This time, Tobirama didn't return with Uchiha Hikari. To put Uzumaki Mito's mind at ease, he planned to stay in the Hidden Rain village from now on, fulfilling his elder brother's promise to the Uzumaki clan, caring for them unconditionally. That same year, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, dedicated himself to reform. He improved the Ninja Academy's education system, refined ninjutsu instruction, and pioneered the practice of one teacher guiding 3 disciples. He personally became a teacher, taking Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade as his students. At the Konoha training grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pair of bells in his hand, his gaze sharp and spirited. There are only 2 bells. If there are only 2, that means one person is going to be left out, right? The young Orochimaru asked, the light of intelligence flickering in his eyes. Very perceptive, Orochimaru, Sarutobi praised, fully recognizing the student's abilities. Jiraiya leaned towards Tsunade and said, "Hey, if I get a bell, how about going on a date with me?" Tsunade replied, "If you lose, just stop pestering me." Seeing that Tsunade didn't refuse outright, Jiraiya's spirits soared. "All right, it's a deal." His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his 3 energetic and promising disciples, his heart brimming with both comfort and expectation. At his signal, the 3 shot off in different directions like arrows leaving the bow, vanishing into the nooks and shadows of the training field. Not long after, Jiraiya spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly eating his lunch by a wooden post. The bells lay in plain sight on the ground beside him, gleaming and tempting. Grinning mischievously, Jiraiya dashed forward. There's an opening. But in the very next instant, a trap on the ground was triggered. Jiraiya was hoisted upside down into the air, swinging back and forth from a tree branch. The scene was both comical and awkward. After the competition, Tsunade stood before Jiraiya, who was tied to the wooden post, her face alight with mischief. The little bell in her hand sparkled in the sunlight as she boasted, "Jiraiya, looks like I won our bet. I knew from the start you'd be the one to lose. Huh, if I had to choose a boyfriend between you the pervert and Orochimaru, I'd say Orochimaru is way more reliable." "Enough with the insults, you flat-chested laundry board, Tsunade." Jiraiya shot back, refusing to back down. But the moment the words left his mouth, he knew he'd gone too far. "What did you just say?" Tsunade snapped, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar, her voice fierce. "You sneaky, lecherous idiot." "All right, that's enough, both of you," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, exasperated as he stepped in to break up their quarrel. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you 2 head back for now." Sometime later, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone beneath the tree, looking up at the dangling Jiraiya. He shook his head and sighed. Honestly, what kind of ninja keeps falling for such obvious traps? He spent the entire morning giving Jiraiya private training, trying to teach him to be more cautious and alert. "Honestly, I have no idea how to teach you anymore," Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered, scratching his head with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Ah, wait, there's still that technique." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his finger, formed a series of hand seals at lightning speed, and slapped his palms against the ground. "Ninja art, summoning jutsu," he declared in a deep voice, with a rush of smoke swirling around them. And as the white mist cleared, a massive, 2-meter-tall, white-furred ape appeared before their eyes. Sarutobi's voice was calm and powerful. "The summoning jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu that allows you to form a blood contract with a living creature, so you can call upon them whenever you need." Jiraiya, still bound and unable to move, looked on with excitement. Can I make a contract with that guy too? That won't do, Sarutobi replied, shaking his head. Everyone's fate is different. The creatures you can contract with are determined by destiny. Then what kind of creature can I summon? Jiraiya asked eagerly. Before you can form a contract, you need to refine your chakra diligently and master the art of making hand seals, Sarutobi explained patiently. More training, Jiraiya muttered, a hint of resignation in his tone. Don't worry, once you've trained enough, the answer will reveal itself, Sarutobi encouraged him, his gaze full of expectation. From that day on, Jiraiya threw himself into his chakra training with renewed determination, all for the sake of becoming the strongest ninja and winning Tsunade back. Every drop of sweat he shed was a testament to his unwavering resolve and his hope for the future. A week later, at the Konoha training grounds, Sarutobi came quietly to observe Jiraiya's progress. He stood at a distance, careful not to disturb him, his eyes filled with both concern and encouragement. It's not just Tsunade. I'll win the hearts of all the beautiful ladies, Jiraiya vowed to himself, focusing his chakra, his eyes shining with determination as if nothing could stand in his way. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, Jiraiya's hands flashed through the seals, an air of tension thickening around him. Wait, you haven't formed a contract yet. Using space-time ninjutsu now could have unforeseen consequences. Sarutobi called out urgently, but before he could finish, Jiraiya slapped his hands to the ground and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Land of the Toads, the mysterious, mist-shrouded realm, Mount Myaboku. 2 days earlier, Uchiha Hikaru was on his way home, relishing the calm and anticipation of returning to the village, when he was suddenly summoned to this strange land by a messenger toad using the reverse summoning jutsu. Elder Fukasaku, was there a reason you called me back in such a hurry? Hikaru asked curiously. Fukasaku, the sage toad, spoke slowly. The great toad sage ordered me to summon you. Before long, a very special human child will set foot on Mount Myaboku. A human child? A hint of confusion and curiosity appeared between Uchiha Hikari's brows. Yes, and the great toad sage specifically requested that you personally guide this child. Fukasaku's tone carried a solemn and weighty air. Furthermore, before it falls back into slumber, it has decided to share its prophecy about the child with you. Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but furrow her brows, a touch of reluctance rising in her heart. Can't you handle this yourself, Lord Fukasaku? She asked. Though she missed her companions at Mount Myaboku dearly, the thought of staying here and living off insects each day filled her with resistance. After all, in the Hidden Rain village, Tobarama always looked after her with great care, providing her with delicious food and delicacies from every land, procured daily by the Flying Thunder God technique. Her palate had long since grown exceptionally picky. Enough complaining, Fukasaku reprimanded, drawing from his robes the black rod she both loved and dreaded, the very rod that had guided her countless times in her training in sage arts. At the sight, Hikari instinctively stepped back, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Lord Fukasaku, please put that stick away. I'll do it. I'll teach him right away. Her words tumbled out in haste, desperate not to become the rod's next lesson. Good. Fukasaku stroked his distinctive whiskers, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Remember, that child is of utmost importance to you. He is the one who can lead the ninja world toward change. You must guide him with all your heart. Uchiha Hikari nodded lightly, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her. Soon after, she went to see the great toad sage. From its mouth, she learned the prophecy concerning the young boy. The message was vast and profound, lingering in her thoughts long afterward, and she couldn't help but sigh. Here is yet another child of destiny, one who could alter the future of the shinobi world. So, Hikari settled in at Mount Myaboku, waiting patiently and spending her days among the toads. In the days that followed, she wandered the mountain forests, playing with Gamabunta's son, Buntai, chasing giant serpents among the trees, and relishing the rare peace and joy these moments brought. Unnoticed, Gamabunta's other sons, Gama Hiro and Gamakin, had also quietly grown up. Among the laughter and games with the toads, Hikari found herself surrounded by warmth and smiles. These were memories she would cherish above all. Not long after, while Hikari was sound asleep atop Buntai's head, the long-awaited human child finally arrived, though their first encounter proved quite disastrous for her. Whoa, I'm falling! With a startled cry, Hikari was jolted awake by the sudden commotion. There was a loud crash, and, summoned by the summoning technique, Jiraiya came plummeting from the sky like a meteor, landing squarely on top of her. Hikari cried out in pain. Jiraiya's landing nearly knocked the wind out of her. Sorry. Jiraiya immediately sensed something unusual beneath him, a soft warmth and delicate fragrance that sent him into a sudden panic. He scrambled to his feet at once. Uchiha Hikari clutched her chest, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Never in her life had she imagined someone would use her chest as a pillow. She rose gracefully, her gaze landing on a white-haired boy with strange markings trailing from the corners of his eyes, staring at her with an unabashed, mischievous squint that only made her more irritated. "So, you're that child?" There was a chill in Uchiha Hikari's voice. "What's with all this, that, and this talk?" Jiraiya's lips curled into a grin. He was well used to being glared at by beautiful women, and although Hikari's gaze was laced with menace, he couldn't help but blurt out a compliment. "Sister, you're gorgeous, and your figure is simply amazing. Would you like to be my girlfriend?" Hikari's brows knit together in displeasure as she demanded. "What's your name?" "I'm Jiraiya, and my goal is to become the strongest ninja. If you become my girlfriend, I promise you'll be the happiest woman alive," Jiraiya declared with total confidence, thumbing his chest as if to say he was the best in the world. "Jiraiya, is it?" Hikari's anger slowly ebbed away. She continued, "It seems you're the one the great Toad Sage told me to wait for. Come with me." "Come with you? Really? Are we going to get married right away?" Jiraiya's excitement was palpable, as though he were already walking down the aisle. "Married? In your dreams. Don't get ahead of yourself," Hikari replied with an exasperated shake of her head. "I've been entrusted with a task by the sages here. From this moment on, I am officially your master." "A beautiful woman is going to be my master? Ha! Learning summoning jutsu was the best decision ever." Jiraiya leapt for joy, as if he'd just won the lottery. "By the way, master, I still don't know your name." "My name is Uchiha Hikari." "Master, are you from the Uchiha clan?" "Yes. Uchiha Hikari. That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Jiraiya stroked his chin, brow furrowing as he searched his memory. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I remember now. The history of Konoha we learned at school mentioned your name. But that was all 16 years ago. Master, you don't look anything like the person in the textbook. I was sealed away for more than a decade due to certain events, and it was only 3 years ago, during the Shinobi World War, that I was freed," Hikari explained calmly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "I see." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That just makes me want to learn even more. To be guided by the legendary Kunoichi, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage himself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's so much better than being taught by the stubborn old man, Sarutobi-sensei." "You really are as silly as a monkey," Hikari said with a soft laugh. Looking at this mischievous, free-spirited boy, she could tell he had a genuine desire to grow stronger. Just then, a tremendous voice suddenly rumbled up from beneath their feet. "Hikari, is this kid beside you the one from the prophecy?" "The ground here can talk," Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, pointing at the earth below, unable to believe his eyes. Uchiha Hikari pressed her hand to her forehead in slight exasperation. She grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, like picking up a mischievous chick, and nimbly leapt down from atop Gamabunta. What a gigantic toad! Now that he was steady on his feet, Jiraiya finally got a good look at Gamabunta in his entirety. "And the toad can talk too. This is unbelievable. Hikari, are you sure about this kid beside you? He seems a little dense. Will he really be all right?" Gamabunta asked, his face full of concern. "He should be fine," Hikari sighed softly. After all, the great Toad Sage's prophecies never miss. She turned to Gamabunta. "Sorry, Gamabunta, I need to take him with me now. You go on and spar with the snakes. Remember, if you want to take down a snake, go for its weak spot." "But Hikari, my claws are too slippery. I can never get a grip on their weak point," Gamabunta replied, troubled. Hikari pondered for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "Gamabunta, how about this? When I get the chance, I'll forge you a proper weapon. What sort of weapon do you think would suit you?" "A short blade," said Gamabunta, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Compact and agile." "All right. Once I find the right materials, I'll make you one," Hikari promised with a wave of her hand. "Let's go, Jiraiya. I'll take you to sign the contract." "All right, master." "Calling me master sounds too formal. Just call me Teacher Hikari." "Understood, Teacher Hikari." Jiraiya saluted solemnly. "You didn't seem like the obedient type at first, so why are you suddenly so agreeable?" "Because you're a beautiful woman, Teacher Hikari. If a beauty tells me something, I'll always listen." Hikari was speechless. Uchiha Hikari led Jiraiya and introduced him to Lord Fukasaku. Lord Fukasaku's gaze was as deep and still as a mountain pond. He spoke slowly. "Hikari, have you told him about the prophecy?" "Not yet, Lord Fukasaku," Hikari replied softly. with his current strength, knowing those secrets would only become a burden. I intend to wait until he's grown stronger before I reveal everything. Prophecy. Jiraiya frowned, curiosity mingling with confusion. You all seem to have known I'd be coming from the very start. Hikari's eyes softened. Mount Myaboku is home to a sage toad who can see the future. It's foretold that you will bring unprecedented change to the ninja world. But I can't share the details with you now because it might influence your choices down the line. For now, just focus on your training here. When the time comes for you to make those choices, I'll make sure to guide you. Training here, I worked so hard to finally win the favor of the girls in the village. I have to go back, Jiraiya exclaimed anxiously. One after another, everyone comes up here just to complain. Master Fukasaku shook his head with a sigh, glancing at Hikaru Uchiha while lightly tapping his teaching stick on the ground. Under Master Fukasaku's gaze, Hikaru Uchiha felt a bit uneasy. She quickly forced a smile and said, "Well, Jiraiya, you can continue your training back in the village. If you need, I can accompany you, provided that you train diligently." "Really? Teacher Hikaru, you go back to the village with me?" Jiraiya's face lit up with joy. "I can, but there's a condition." Hikaru's tone grew stern. "You must first build good relationships with all the toads of Mount Myaboku." "Huh? Why? If I had the choice, I'd rather get on good terms with beautiful ladies," Jiraiya muttered under his breath. "Stop complaining. Befriending the toads will be of great help to you," Hikaru explained patiently. "In battle, you'll be able to summon various toads to fight at your side. You've seen how imposing Gamabunta is. He's a force to be reckoned with in actual combat." Gamabunta. Huh. Longing sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes. If I could summon him, that'd be incredible. And so, Jiraiya began to befriend each and every toad in the land of toads, one by one. Every day, Hikaru Uchiha sparred with him, not only strengthening his basic taijutsu and battle instincts, but occasionally revealing some of the secrets of sage techniques. During her free time, she scoured the rocky layers of the mountain and discovered a large chunk of iron ore. Using fire-style jutsu and the raw power of Susanoo, she repeatedly refined the metal, forging with her own hands a sharp short blade for Gamabunta. Days flowed by quietly, like water slipping through one's fingers, and before they knew it, 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. "Gamabunta, here's the short sword you've been dreaming of. I even made a wooden scabbard for you," Hikaru said with a smile, handing over the blade. "Oh, it's finally done." Gamabunta took the sword, so delighted that he danced and leapt about. He couldn't wait to challenge the giant snake in the mountains, and in the end, he triumphed over it. The next day, when Gamakin and Gamako learned that Gamabunta had his own weapon, they clamored to have Hikaru craft custom weapons for them as well. Faced with the earnest requests of all these toads, Hikaru could only shake her head with a wry smile. "All right, I'll make weapons for you, but on one condition. If Jiraiya is ever in danger, you must do everything in your power to help him. No slacking off, understood?" "Got it. We understand." "You sure agreed quickly," Hikaru muttered with a sigh, and once again entered the mines to begin another round of forging. Night descended, and when Hikaru finally returned to Mount Myaboku, the stars were glittering in the sky. Scanning the area, she immediately spotted Jiraiya sprawled on the ground, looking utterly dispirited, and a flicker of concern rose in her heart. "Jiraiya, what's wrong? Why are you lying here?" "Sensei Hikari, Lord Shima's insect feast is just too much for me. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll starve to death," Jiraiya replied, his face twisted in misery, resignation coloring his voice. "To be honest, I'm not used to eating it either." Uchiha Hikari forced a bitter smile, the corners of her mouth twitching. She lifted her gaze to the starlit sky beyond the mountains, and inspiration struck. She turned to Jiraiya and suggested, "How about this? Hold on to me, and I'll take you somewhere else." "Really?" Jiraiya's eyes sparkled, and his hand instinctively reached out toward Hikari's chest. Just as his fingers were about to touch her, there was a booming crash. A tremendous force struck him, and he was slammed instantly into the ground. "Sensei Hikari, that really hurt." Jiraiya's muffled voice came from beneath the earth, tinged with grievance. "If you know it hurts, then don't try anything stupid. You hopeless student." Hikari scolded lightly, patting Jiraiya's back before forming hand seals with the other hand. Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished from the spot, leaving only a gentle breeze swirling in their wake. When Jiraiya came to his senses, they were standing in the middle of a bustling commercial street. "Sensei Hikari, this is the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that allows for instant long-distance travel. Its principle is similar to reverse summoning," Hikari explained. "You may have heard of it. It was created by the second Hokage." I have. It's said that's why the second Hokage was renowned for his godlike speed, Jiraiya replied. Actually, Flying Thunder God was something I developed together with Tobirama and Big Sister Mito. Hikari gave a wry smile. But Tobirama is definitely the best at using it. Can I learn it too? Hope flared in Jiraiya's eyes as he looked at Hikari with anticipation. To use the Flying Thunder God technique, you need extremely strong sensory abilities and resonance with a marking, Hikari mused, turning her gaze to Jiraiya. Do you have a talent for sensing? Probably not, Jiraiya replied, his voice tinged with disappointment. It's all right if you don't, Hikari reassured him. Don't lose heart. In the future, I can teach you sage arts and barrier sensing techniques. If I'm Master Sage Arts, does that mean I'll be able to use the Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya's eyes lit up with renewed hope. It's possible, Hikari nodded. Take me, for example. My sensory abilities aren't as sharp as Tobirama's, but after entering Sage mode, my range increases dramatically. Without Sage mode, moving from Mount Myaboku to the city at the foot of the mountain is already my limit. So, for a ninja without innate sensory talent, perfect mastery of Sage Arts is a must before learning the Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya's tone carried a trace of regret. Although his summoning technique had reached perfection, the threefold balance of Sage Arts and the ability to sense chakra were not his strong suits. You don't need to feel discouraged, Uchiha Hikaru said with a gentle laugh. For a ninja, what matters most isn't how many jutsu you know or how much talent you possess. Why is that? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Isn't it true that the more powerful your techniques, the better you are as a ninja? It's true. Having more jutsu increases your chances of survival. Uchiha Hikaru leaned closer to Jiraiya, gently brushing a hand through his tousled white hair. Her smile was bright and warm. But in my view, even more important than mastering jutsu is having the unwavering determination to never give up. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was both gentle and firm. I believe that even without mastering those advanced techniques, you can still become a ninja who stands proud on his own. Jiraiya gazed at Uchiha Hikaru, his eyes shining with unshed tears, as if 1,000 words were caught in his throat, unable to be spoken. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Uchiha Hikaru asked, her tone full of concern. Sensei Hikaru, Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. My parents died in the Great Ninja War. I've been alone ever since. Even this time, I was put on a team with Orochimaru only because I was the weakest. I've always longed for recognition. I didn't want to be just Orochimaru's shadow, so I kept picking fights, trying to prove myself against him. But since coming to the land of toads 3 months ago, I've been surrounded by toads who truly believe in me, and a beautiful teacher who teaches and cares for me without reservation. I've never felt this happy before. Is that so? Uchiha Hikaru's gaze softened, her eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at Jiraiya. Then, almost on a whim, she noticed a roadside stall selling popsicles. An idea struck her, and she walked over, buying a popsicle that could be split in two. With a gentle smile, she handed Jiraiya half. Here, have some. Tonight it's my treat. Really, sensei? Jiraiya's face lit up. Well, just a little. I don't actually have that much cash on me. Uchiha Hikaru pulled out her nearly empty wallet with a sigh. Under the bright lights and lively bustle of the shopping street, Uchiha Hikaru and Jiraiya wandered between the vibrant stalls. From a steaming, aromatic ramen stand to the stall with beautifully grilled, savory fish, every bite brought a look of utter satisfaction to Jiraiya's face. The shadow of the all-insect banquet had been completely dispelled by the joys of the bustling marketplace. Sitting nearby, Uchiha Hikaru watched the boy with gentle eyes. To Jiraiya, that gaze felt like a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time, a sense of belonging like coming home. Jiraiya, how are things now between you and the toads of Mount Myaboku? Uchiha Hikaru asked softly, a faint smile playing at her lips. I'm friends with Bunta and the others now. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with excitement. Then I suppose it's about time we return to the Hidden Leaf Village. There's no need for the next phase of training to take place at Mount Myaboku, Uchiha Hikari said, her words laced with a hint of anticipation. Really? That's great, Jiraiya exclaimed, clenching his fists with enthusiasm, his eyes brimming with newfound confidence. This time when I go back, I'm determined to make Lord Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru see me in a whole new light. I'll prove myself with my strength. It's good that you have this resolve, Uchiha Hikari replied. But remember, you must not tell anyone about me. Her tone turned serious, a warning clear in her voice. Why not? Aren't you from the Leaf too, sensei? Jiraiya asked in surprise. The fact that my seal has been released is still unknown to the village, Hikari explained, a shadow of worry flickering in her eyes. If outsiders learn that my seal was secretly undone, It could bring unnecessary trouble to Sister Mito. Then, after we return, how will you guide me in my training, Sensei? Jiraiya pressed, concern in his voice. There's no need to worry about that. I have my ways, Hikari answered with a mysterious smile. As she spoke, the mark on her forehead began to glow, the light gradually intensifying. In the next moment, something incredible happened. Her body began to shrink, and in an instant, she had transformed back into the form of her 12-year-old self, now appearing to be about the same age as Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he became even more certain that his teacher, Hikari, was far more mysterious and extraordinary than he had ever imagined. Hikari let out a gentle laugh. Her voice as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, as if she could see straight through to the secrets of one's heart. The seal technique allows me to freely alter my age and appearance. Unlike ordinary transformation jutsu, it doesn't require chakra to maintain. Even the most seasoned ninja would find its secrets nearly impossible to detect, she explained, a trace of pride curving her lips. This youthful appearance was a deliberate choice, carefully selected. In the Leaf Village, apart from Izuna and Mito, no one would recognize her. This transformation granted her greater freedom and safety in her actions. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly burst into loud, heartfelt tears, his cries thick with misery. What's wrong? Hikari halted, turning to look at the boy, who was now streaming with tears. Sensei, your chest turned flat too. Jiraiya sobbed, his words as blunt as ever. Why you? Hikari roared, giving him another good thrashing. With Jiraiya's training at Mount Myaboku now complete, Hikari bid farewell to the Toads and set out with him on the journey back to the Hidden Leaf. The cemetery of the Hidden Leaf Village lay in solemn silence, home to countless ninja who had devoted their lives to the village. The air was thick with reverence and tranquility. Orochimaru knelt before a gravestone, face clouded with sorrow, a bouquet of fresh flowers cradled in his hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood quietly behind him, his gaze filled with boundless sorrow and comfort. After a moment of silent mourning, Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet, holding a peculiar object in his hand. He looked up and asked, Sensei Sarutobi, what is this? Sarutobi's eyes fell on the object in Orochimaru's hand, and he spoke softly, that is the shed skin of a white snake. I've never seen one before, Orochimaru replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. To be honest, neither have I, Sarutobi said with a gentle smile. It's a rare and precious thing. The white snake's shed skin is a symbol of good fortune and rebirth. In the world of shinobi, it stands for hope, a power to rise again from the ashes. Then why is it white? Orochimaru pressed on, his eyes gleaming with the thirst for knowledge. I don't know. I can't say I understand either. Perhaps it's something no one has ever really paid attention to, Sarutobi answered. Softly, his tone tinged with resignation. But I think that white might stand for purity, or perhaps it's a sign of new life. I see. New life. Huh. Orochimaru murmured, gently touching the delicate snake skin. Its fine texture seemed to carry a mysterious power, leaving his heart restless and stirred. Finding it here is your destiny, Sarutobi said, his words as warm as a spring breeze, soothing Orochimaru's heart and filling him with endless comfort and hope. Perhaps your parents, too, will be reborn somewhere out there. Someday, when you're grown, you might meet them again. And when will that be? Orochimaru whispered, his eyes shining with endless longing for the future. That I cannot say. War is cruel. For those of us left behind, we can only keep moving forward with thoughts like this to support us. That's how I've made it this far, Sarutobi replied, his voice carrying a note of weathered resilience, the wisdom of one who has endured countless storms and still smiles at life. I see. Orochimaru's gaze grew animated as he stared at the snake skin in his hand, a daring idea taking shape in his mind. If snakes can shed their skin and be reborn, could humans not do the same? Like a seed, the thought quietly took root and began to sprout within him. As the two of them lost themselves in their contemplation of life's meaning, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the cemetery. Tsunade burst in, breathless and urgent. Sensei, Sarutobi, Jiraiya's back. Oh, 3 months have passed, and he's finally returned. Sarutobi's face lit up in a smile of relief. He had never stopped worrying about Jiraiya's safety after failing to stop him from using the summoning jutsu that day. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were war orphans left behind by the first great shinobi war. In order to quiet some of the discordant voices in the village, Sarutobi paid special attention to the two children. Where is he now? We've reached the shopping street, Tsunade replied. Good, Take me to have a look, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said, following Tsunade as they quickly left the cemetery. Has that guy come back? As the two departed, Orochimaru quietly tucked away the precious shed snakeskin. Ever since losing his parents, he hadn't minded Jiraiya, who always tried to strike up a conversation with him. In fact, deep down, he had come to regard him as a rare companion. Now, he followed Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Tsunade, joining them on their way to the village's bustling commercial district. Sarutobi and his group hurried through the streets of Konoha, weaving through the crowd. When they arrived beneath the familiar sign of the Dango shop, an unexpected scene unfolded before their eyes. There sat Jiraiya, the ever-smiling prankster, now across from a girl about his age. The two were laughing heartily, enjoying the taste of sweet Dango together. In the girl's lap, a pure white cat was curled up contentedly, as if it too had been swept up in the warmth of the moment. Oh, Sensei, Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, you're all here too. Jiraiya leapt up from his seat the moment he spotted them, waving enthusiastically, his face alight with surprise and delight. You idiot! Where have you been hiding for the past 3 months? Tsunade strode over and grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and concern, her voice barely able to mask her reproach. Because you up and vanished. Our team couldn't take any missions. How are you planning to make up for that? Sorry. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. I got caught up by space-time ninjutsu and was sent far, far away. I only just managed to make it back today. That's what you get for messing around with summoning jutsu without a contract, you blockhead. Tsunade clenched her fists, glaring daggers at him. Anyway, you'd better report to the mission office first thing tomorrow. From now on, you're pulling double duty to make up for our losses. Got it? I got it. Jiraiya nodded earnestly, eager to calm her down. Just let me go. I promise I'll be on my best behavior and work hard from tomorrow on. Tsunade released him, her gaze shifting to the unfamiliar girl. A spark of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she spoke gently. So, who is she? She's my girlfriend. I met her on the way back to the village. Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly scratching his head as he suddenly realized he'd never actually asked for Hikari's last name. The thought caught him off guard. My name is Hikari. Pleased to meet you all. Uchiha Hikari offered a gentle, composed smile as she stood and bowed politely to the group. That warm, almost parental smile melted away Tsunade's anger in an instant, making it impossible to rebuff her kindness. Hello, I'm Tsunade. Tsunade responded with a polite smile, but her gaze soon sharpened as she turned toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you really don't look like someone who's popular with women. Such a gentle and well-mannered girl. Don't tell me you tricked her into coming here. Of course not. I won her over with my charm and character. Jiraiya puffed out his chest in protest. Besides, she's so much better than you violent woman. Who are you calling violent? Tsunade's temper flared in an instant, and the two of them tumbled into a scuffle, rolling to and fro. The people around them couldn't help but chuckle, exchanging amused glances. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood quietly to the side. His deep-set eyes rested on Hikaru Uchiha, utterly calm, as if pondering some profound mystery. He spoke softly. Hello, my name is Orochimaru. His voice was like a gentle breeze brushing over the surface of a lake, calm, deep, and impossible to ignore. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, frowned, a sense of familiarity stirring within him as he observed Hikaru. His sharp gaze fell to the ninja tools at her waist, and a hint of suspicion rose in his heart. Are you a ninja? He asked, his tone cautious, as if probing for something hidden. Not exactly, she replied, her voice steady and serene, as though all her past sorrows had long been buried deep inside. My parents died shortly after I was born. My uncle raised me and taught me a bit of ninjutsu, just for self-defense. Normally, I make a living crafting ninja tools. Sensei Sarutobi. At this point, Jiraiya came over, giving his teacher's shoulder a light pat, his eyes pleading. Don't interrogate my girlfriend like that. Hikaru isn't even a ninja. Upon hearing this, a subtle, complex emotion flickered across Hiruzen's eyes. He knew all too well the harsh realities of the ninja world, how each decision could affect the safety of the village. He had to remain vigilant. Jiraiya, I understand how you feel. He began slowly, his tone firm and leaving no room for doubt. But civilians from outside Konoha must undergo a strict identity check before they can settle here. This is for the safety of the village. I have to take her for an investigation. Even in times of peace, the threat of spies from other villages is always present. But Jiraiya's voice caught in his throat, as if something was blocking him from speaking. He looked at Hikaru with worry and unease. Torn inside, He knew all too well that the investigation could bring unnecessary trouble and put Hikaru in a difficult position. "It's all right, Jiraiya. Don't worry," Hikaru said gently. Her voice is soft and reassuring as a spring breeze, warm, yet full of quiet strength. She understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's caution. In this ever-shifting, perilous world of shinobi, a little extra vigilance was never a bad thing. Upon hearing Uchiha Hikari's words, the furrow in Hiruzen's brow gradually relaxed. He nodded, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. "Very well. I appreciate your understanding and cooperation. We will conduct our investigation with the utmost fairness and respect toward you. Konoha is a big family, and we welcome anyone willing to contribute to peace." Not long after, Uchiha Hikari was led by Hiruzen Sarutobi deep into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, to a solemn and imposing interrogation chamber. She was secured in a chair, her hands tightly bound by a pair of specially crafted handcuffs. Intricate sealing jutsu covered the cuffs, more than enough to suppress her chakra. "Don't bother trying to break free," Hiruzen said, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "These are sealing cuffs personally crafted by Lady Mito Uzumaki. Any rash attempt will only end up hurting yourself." His tone left no room for argument. "Who exactly are you? And why do you bear such a striking resemblance to Uchiha Hikari, the famed shinobi from 16 years ago?" "I'm just an ordinary civilian. How could I possibly look like the legendary Uchiha Hikari, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage himself?" Hikari replied in a low voice, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "I advise you to speak honestly. The more you conceal, the more you'll suffer." The door to the interrogation room swung open once again. This time, it was the senior advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Yuditane, entering. Their arrival made the atmosphere even heavier. "I have high hopes for Jiraiya, but as Tsunade says, it's far-fetched that he would suddenly become popular with women out of nowhere. I suggest you don't use that as an excuse," Hiruzen said. Coming from his own teacher, those words would surely break Jiraiya's heart. Hikari murmured, a complex emotion briefly crossing her face. She looked around at everyone and sighed softly. It seems there's no hiding the truth any longer. Just as she finished speaking, Hikari effortlessly undid the seals on her handcuffs. The cuffs, drained of their power, clattered lifelessly to the floor. As a metallic sound echoed through the chamber, Hikari's appearance began to change. She returned to her true form and, with a gentle smile, said, "Koharu, it seems you really are older than me this time." Koharu stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Hikari, sensei." Both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hamura Mitokado fixed their gaze on the woman before them, now revealed in her true visage. The person standing there was none other than the legendary Uchiha Hikari, the very one who, alongside the first and second Hokage, had written Konoha's chapters of peace and glory. "Lady Hikari," Hiruzen's voice trembled, as if it had traveled across decades. It was laden with disbelief, awe, and a deep, aching nostalgia for days long past. In his eyes flickered a complex tangle of emotions, astonishment, reverence, and a poignant longing for bygone years. "Master Guang, weren't you sealed away? How are you here?" Zhuanqin Xiaochun's voice trembled with confusion and astonishment, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "That night when disaster struck the Uzumaki clan, Sister Mito released my seal," Uchiha Guang replied softly, her tone tinged with a quiet sorrow. "I rushed to the battlefield at once, fighting a bloody battle against the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud to protect the Uzumaki clan and Yuzushio village." "So Lady Mito had planned for this all along." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice brimmed with deep emotion and relief, yet more than that, it carried a profound nostalgia for days gone by. "But since your seal was broken, why didn't you return to the village? If you had come back, surely the position of third Hokage would have belonged to you and no one else." Uchiha Guang's gaze swept over everyone present, her words laced with resignation and contemplation. "As members of the village leadership, you must understand, there are some truths that cannot be easily revealed. The reason I did not return was because I wished to spare Sister Mito any further trouble." She went on. "In the eyes of the villagers, my every action has always been for the good of the village. If they learned that it was Sister Mito who secretly released my seal, it would only invite suspicion and criticism." At these words, a heavy silence fell over the group. Each person was swept up in a tide of complex emotions, understanding, respect, and a deep sense of the burden Master Guang had carried. "There is another reason I did not return. To atone, on Konoha's behalf, for what was owed to the Uzumaki clan," Uchiha Guang continued, a trace of guilt flickering in her eyes. "For the past 3 years, Tobarama and I have been helping the Uzumaki rebuild their home. Tobarama-sensei is still alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice shook with disbelief, as though afraid this hope might vanish like a mirage. Yes. Uchiha Guang nodded gently, her tone calm and steady. On the day you were surrounded, I saved him, and in the process, put an end to the lives of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But if Tobarama-sensei is still alive, why hasn't he returned to Konoha? Hiruzen's voice was laced with confusion and uncertainty. Tobarama is one of Konoha's founders. Alongside Hashirama and myself, he knows better than anyone how much the Senju Alliance owes to the unwavering support of the Uzumaki clan. Our debt to them runs deep. This time, Tobarama chose to stay behind to fulfill the promise we once made. Uchiha Guang's words were as gentle as a fine drizzle, slowly unveiling a long-buried chapter of history. She spoke of the day the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and the darkness that shrouded Konoha, a time stained with blood and tears, a wound history nearly forgot. So that's the hidden truth. No wonder Lady Mito withdrew from political life after that, choosing solitude and devoting herself solely to the study of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was tinged with guilt and regret. Konoha owes Lady Mito far too much. But since Tobarama-sensei is alive and has spent 3 years with his beloved sensei Hikari, I'm sure his heart is filled with joy. Koharu's words drifted softly, like a spring breeze, carrying a hint of envy and an earnest blessing. Koharu, at your age, you still have the curiosity of a young girl, always prying into the little things between me and Tobarama. Uchiha Hikari chuckled gently, her eyes filled with fond exasperation, as if scolding her friend's playful mischief. Oh, isn't it because you and Tobarama-sensei had a quarrel, and you stormed back to the village all by yourself? Koharu widened her eyes, sparks of gossip dancing within them, clearly eager for more juicy details. Koharu, you've been reading too many romance novels. Hikari sighed, amusement coloring her tone. I returned to the village because the Uzumaki clan has finally settled into their new life. On my way back, I happened to meet Jiraiya at Mount Miyaboku, so I took the chance to teach him a few ninjutsu techniques. Once he matures a bit more, I plan to return to the world within the sealing scroll. Then won't that leave Tobarama-sensei all alone again? Koharu muttered softly, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. He shouldn't be, Hikari replied teasingly, recalling the way Yuri clung to Tobarama. That child seemed to harbor a special affection for him, her clear eyes brimming with admiration and heartfelt care. On the day Hikari left Mangekyo, as Tobarama hesitated over whether to return to Konoha with her, she caught a fleeting look of reluctance in Yuri's eyes. Now, with Tobarama's future perhaps taking a new turn, Hikari, as his elder sister, couldn't help but feel delighted. All right, enough of that. Hikari's smile faded as she stood, her expression turning grave. Monkey, Hamura, Koho. What I'm about to say is only for the three of you. You must keep it secret. This is of utmost importance to the village. Understood, Sensei, the three replied in unison, their faces solemn. The Uzumaki clan has now made their home in Mangekyo, Hikari said, a note of relief in her voice. Though this generation harbors some resentment toward Konoha, thanks to Tobarama and me, the old grievances are slowly healing. One day, Mito will leave us. She paused, her tone growing heavy. When that day comes, we'll need a new host for the Nine Tails. In my name, go to Mangekyo and find a suitable child. Bring them back to the village to become the next Jinchuriki. But Sensei, why tell only us the truth about the Uzumaki clan? Wouldn't it be better to make this public and invite them to Konoha openly? Within Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice, there was a trace of confusion and doubt. There is no shortage of ambitious people in this village. Uchiha Hikari sighed softly. If word got out that members of the Uzumaki clan still exist, I fear something terrible might happen. She glanced around, her eyes brimming with trust as she continued. Among the students taught by Tobarama and myself, Uchiha Kagami has vanished without a trace. Now, you few are the only ones I can truly rely on. Kohyutane's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sensei Hikari is right. Mito Kato Hamura added. If we were to bring them back and let them get entangled in the internal struggles of Konoha, it would only put them in harm's way. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. I understand. Thank you for your trust, Sensei Hikari. Rest assured, we'll keep this matter strictly confidential. Good. Next, after I finish teaching Hiruzen's students, I plan to place another seal upon myself. Uchiha Hikari's gaze grew determined. But before that, I must first investigate the circumstances of Uchiha Kagami's disappearance. Her eyes darkened. That child was her student. Not long ago, She had learned from the Uchiha clan's ninja cats that Kagami had mysteriously vanished from the village. She could not accept such a vague explanation. Kagami disappeared 3 years ago, Hiruzen said heavily. We sent members of the Umbu to search in every direction, but there's been no sign of him. Before he went missing, did he offend anyone? Uchiha Hikari pressed, a note of urgency in her tone. There weren't any obvious enemies. Hiruzen shook his head. After all, Kagami was a member of the Hokage's personal Umbu and also served as a bodyguard. Ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke him. However, it seems he had a disagreement with Danzo before he went missing. Uchiha Hikari's brow knit tightly, her eyes gleaming with sharp insight. Danzo? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen that boy today. Danzo is now the leader of the Umbu training division known as Root, Hiruzen replied, his expression darkening. He's responsible for handling some of Konoha's most sensitive and covert operations. I see. Uchiha Hikari murmured, suspicion and contemplation flickering in her eyes. After a moment's silence, her tone turned solemn. Sarutobi, next I'd like to move freely through the village as a friend of Jiraiya's. Help me arrange a false identity for myself as a low-ranking ninja, something discreet. Sensei Hikari. This, Hiruzen hesitated, clearly uneasy about her plan. This is for Konoha's sake. If a village can't even take the disappearance of its own shinobi seriously, it's only a matter of time before darkness swallows it whole. Uchiha Hikari's words rang out, firm and far-sighted. Hiruzen fell silent, emotions churning within him as he looked away from Uchiha Hikari's gaze. Oh, and one more thing. Do not send the Umbu to keep an eye on me. Uchiha Hikaru's voice brooked no argument. If I discover any clues and find myself being watched, I will not hesitate to eliminate the threat, whether friend or foe. I understand, Teacher Hikaru. Sokobi Hiruzen replied with a nod, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. That afternoon, Uchiha Hikaru quietly blended into the everyday life of Konoha, disguised as an ordinary genin. By the time she returned to her lodgings and reported everything to Jiraiya, night had already fallen. Alone, she wandered through the village's winding alleys and arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. She gazed at the house that had once been so empty and cold. Now it was aglow with lights, warm and brimming with life. Moving quietly closer, she peered through the window lattice and saw Uchiha Izuna playing with his newborn granddaughter, his face radiant with a gentle smile and his eyes full of fatherly love. Beside him, Uchiha Ruri busied herself around the room, her face alight with contentment. The aroma of her cooking seemed to cross the boundaries of time itself, stirring memories long buried in Hikaru's heart. Izuna looks so happy, she whispered, unable to keep images of the past from rising in her mind. The warmth, the laughter she once shared with her brothers, as vivid as if only yesterday. Perched atop a tree, Uchiha Hikaru watched this tender scene in silence, her heart swelling with a tangle of emotions. She brushed away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Hikaru knew that her presence might shatter the peace and happiness she witnessed tonight, so she chose to slip away quietly. To protect this simple, yet precious joy, she resolved to uncover the darkness lurking in the village, determined not to let any shadow fall over this pure land again. After she left, Izuna seemed to sense something. He looked up at the tree branch where Hikaru had stood moments before, now empty, with only the night breeze softly rustling through the leaves. Hikaru pressed on, her steps unwavering. After making inquiries around the village, she found her way to the home of Uchiha Kagami. Kagami had settled down before the outbreak of a shinobi world war, living with his wife, Uchiha Haru, and their son, Uchiha Shurshin, forming a close-knit family. Hello. Sorry to bother you, Hikaru said, knocking gently on the door. Soon, Uchiha Haru appeared, wrapped in a robe, a look of mild confusion on her face. Little sister, it's so late. What brings you here? I'd like to ask you something about Uchiha Kagami, Hikaru replied. At her words, a trace of fear flickered across Haru's face. She covered her mouth and murmured, I'm sorry. I can't say anything. She tried to close the door, but Hikaru was quicker. Her hand shot out to hold the doorframe firmly open. Red light flickered in Hikaru's eyes, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Haru felt her chest tighten, a force pulling her in, impossible to resist. Suddenly, a gleaming stone appeared at her chest, and she collapsed, unconscious. Hikaru stepped forward and caught the stone, her voice gentle with apology. I mean you no harm. I only seek the truth. Memories from 3 years ago unfurl before Uchiha Hikari's eyes like a painted scroll. Within Uchiha Haru's brilliant stone, she witnessed a conversation between Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Haru in the forest. Haru, I've discovered that Danzo is secretly collecting Sharingan, and he's conducting experiments with Hashirama's cells. I have to expose this, Kagami said with grave urgency. The next moment, she saw Kagami, having uncovered the truth, ruthlessly struck down by Danzo's root operatives. What was even more monstrous was that, to avoid suspicion from those around him, Danzo cast a double binding of Jinjutsu and Kodadama on Kagami's wife and child, trapping them in a world of lies and fear. Uchiha Hikari's former mentor, Uchiha In, had also tried to reveal these secrets. But the elderly In, his strength waning with age, rushed to confront Root that very night and tragically fell beneath the pursuit of Konoha's Black Ops, sacrificing himself heroically beneath the forest falls. In-sensei, Kagami. In Hikari's eyes, murderous intent blazed like a raging fire. If not for the power of the brilliant stone, the truth of this tragedy might have been buried forever. At that moment, she was ready to cast everything aside and storm Root's stronghold, determined to settle the score with Danzo. But just then, Hikari realized she was suddenly surrounded by a tight ring of masked ANBU. Leading them was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle armor. Hiruzen, what's the meaning of this? Hikari's voice was thick with confusion and anger. I'm sorry, Master Hikari. Times have changed. To protect the leaf, Danzo cannot be allowed to die, Hiruzen replied, his words heavy and resolute. Hiruzen, do you even realize what you're doing? If Tobirama were to find out about this, Hikari's voice trembled. She could hardly believe that her former student now stood against her. Master Hikari, Hiruzen cut her off. The leaf is no longer the village of Senju and Uchiha alone. Now it belongs to all the shinobi clans. In a few years, there will be no one left with power like yours or Lord Hashirama's. To cultivate new defenders for the village, Danzo's research is necessary for Konoha's future. Which is why, tonight, I must ask you to sleep. Ninja Art, for Crimson Ray Formation. At Hiruzen's command, a dozen ANBU swiftly formed seals. The air shimmered with intense chakra, and the 4 Crimson Ray Formation slowly rose, trapping Hikari at its heart. Ninja Art, Forbidden Space-Time Seal. Hiruzen's voice was steady, resolute. With his own hands, he unleashed a sealing technique, freezing time and space itself, all focused on Hikari. Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously as she struggled to break through the dual layers of confinement. But in the end, she was a heartbeat too late. The sealing technique, unleashed by dozens of ANBU shinobi, was like an invisible web, trapping Uchiha Hikari completely within a deep crimson barrier. Even the marks of the Flying Thunder, God Technique, and the contracts of summoning jutsu lost their effectiveness under the suppression of this dual-layered seal. Among the Hokage's ANBU, several red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan stood out distinctly. Working in concert, they performed a scroll-based sealing technique, trying to seal Uchiha Hikari away for good. Monkey, if you let the darkness in this village fester, Konoha will one day be consumed by it. Uchiha Hikari's voice, though suppressed, still rang with unwavering resolve. Hikari-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply was cold and absolute. The village cannot rely solely on shining ideals for its survival. What I have inherited is the will of my predecessors, the determination to protect the village at any cost. All you need to do now is remain within the scroll, as a symbol of hope for the village. This era has no place for idealists like you. If you don't wish to die outright within the scroll, you'd best enter sage mode. You all. Hikari found herself utterly restrained by the barrier cast by dozens of shinobi. Not even the Mangekyo Sharingan could break this binding. She gazed at Hiruzen's unwavering eyes and sighed quietly. Monkey, it seems I cannot persuade you after all. I understand your actions, but I still believe that there's no need to go to such extremes to protect the village. There must be a better way. Hikari-sensei, you've been away from the front lines for too long. You don't realize Konoha no longer has that kind of time. Hiruzen's tone was heavy. The Wagakure and Sunagakure are building their military strength day by day. Once Lady Mito and Lord Izuna, that generation of powerful shinobi, are gone, the second great ninja war will soon be upon us. As Hiruzen's words faded into silence, the light screen dissipated like morning mist, and Uchiha Hikari's figure vanished deep within the ancient scroll. This scene was witnessed only by the Hokage's personal ANBU and Danzo. The two advisors, Kohoro Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, knew nothing of it. They had been deliberately kept out of this secret. Hokage-sama, what about this scroll? An ANBU shinobi from the Uzumaki clan bent down and picked up the scroll from the ground, his voice low and cautious. Hiruzen reached out and took the scroll, feeling its heavy weight in his palm, as if it carried an unspeakable burden. Lady Mito must never learn of this scroll, he said gravely. Keep it hidden in a corner of my private chamber. At dawn the next day, the chill of night still lingered when Jiraiya rushed like wildfire straight to the Hokage's office, his heart full of anxiety and confusion, desperate to learn what had become of Uchiha Hikari. Where is Hikari-sensei? He demanded urgently of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes flashing with worry and bewilderment. Hiruzen's reply was icy and resolute. Hikari has gone to carry out a secret mission. When it is completed, she will be sealed within a scroll. She likely left you some last instructions before she departed. But the Chunin exams are about to begin, and Master Hikari once promised to teach me barrier ninjutsu after everything was settled. Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of frustration and disappointment. Barrier ninjutsu, you say? Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze seemed to pierce through Jiraiya's urgency, reaching straight into his heart. That kind of ninjutsu I can teach you myself. His tone left no room for argument. As for Uchiha Hikari, do not ask any more questions. This is the village's highest secret. Why? Jiraiya pressed. Uchiha Hikari has her own path to walk. She doesn't have time to always look after you. Hiruzen replied coldly. But Master Hikari has never been one to break her word. Jiraiya murmured, confusion clouding his heart. Jiraiya, Hiruzen's voice grew solemn and deep. Do not pursue this matter any further. All you need to do is trust your teacher. Everything we do is for the future of the village. All right, if you say so. For the first time, Jiraiya saw his master wear such a grave expression. Hiruzen watched as the student's figure receded into the distance, his own heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. Without delay, he dispatched several umbu to secretly keep an eye on Jiraiya, just in case he discovered any clues. Once all was arranged, Hiruzen returned home and slipped into a hidden chamber. There, he personally added several more layers of sealing techniques to Uchiha Hikari's scroll. The whereabouts of Uchiha Hikari had to remain the most closely guarded secret in the village. As Hokage, Hiruzen had to ensure it would not be leaked, not even to his most trusted student. Only after completing these precautions did Hiruzen finally breathe a long sigh of relief and step quietly from the secret room, noticing nothing amiss. Yet, in the shadowy corner of the chamber, a pitch-black presence was silently emerging from the earth. The upper half of its body unfurled like a sinister pitcher plant, revealing a face split between black and white, with golden eyes gleaming with cunning as they fixed intently on Uchiha Hikari's sealed scroll. The figure let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Compared to the refined techniques of the Uzumaki clan, this sealing jutsu is laughable. With almost effortless ease, Black Zetsu broke through the intricate seals Hiruzen had arranged and slipped the scroll into its grasp. Then, producing an identical scroll from within its cloak, it placed a fake back where the original had been, leaving no trace that anything had changed. Once the switch was complete, Black Zetsu's form shimmered and melted back into the ground, its eyes burning with fanatic anticipation. How foolish the people of Konoha are to hand such a precious gift right into my hands. Ha! This child will surely become a vital piece in the infinite Tsukuyami plan. Time flowed on. 1 week later, deep underground at the border between the land of earth and the land of fire. You're back. A solitary figure sat quietly before the massive statue. Though shrouded beneath a curtain of darkness, the twin eyes that gleamed with a crimson light betrayed an extraordinary identity. From the depths of the earth, Black Zetsu slowly emerged, a smug smile playing at his lips as he handed over a scroll. Konoha truly has betrayed this child. Everything is unfolding just as we anticipated. Sarutobi and the Shimura clan were enemies of the Uchiha. Even back in those days, the shadow beneath the statue replied, his voice resonating with a deep gravity. Most of all, the Sarutobi harbored a profound hatred toward the light. Her innocence blinded her to the darkness lurking beneath the surface. With a soft sigh, the shadow formed a hand seal and spoke with unwavering certainty. The path Hashirama pursued was flawed from the start. The will of fire will inevitably become the village's own darkness, and in the end, it will spread across the ninja world, a shadow from which none can escape. Then, should we bring the child into our plan? Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of anxious urgency. This choice I will leave to Light herself, the enigmatic figure beneath the statue replied, his tone laced with a glacial inscrutability. Within the scroll's confined space, Uchiha Hikari's consciousness was submerged in a moonlit realm, dyed red by the fury raging within. Her heart, before long, she sensed a tremor in that space, as though some force was tugging her awareness from this self-sealed domain. What's happening? Hikari's heart filled with astonishment. Since the day her elder sister Mito had temporarily undone the seal, no one had been able to touch this place. Who's breaking my seal? In the dimness, Hikari slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a pair of Sharingan she knew better than her own reflection. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, and they slipped down her cheeks in silence. She threw herself forward, clinging tightly to the familiar figure, sobbing like a child. I thought you were already Kogari. In the darkness, the figure's outline gradually came into focus. It was Uchiha Madara, the brother she'd long believed lost to the years. On Madara's face, an uncharacteristic tenderness appeared. All these years, could you not have been like Izuna, given me a little less to worry about? Must you always wait until disaster strikes before you regret it? But, brother, how did you know? I sent White Zetsu to shadow you and Izuna in secret with his spore technique. Naturally, I learned of your predicament the moment it happened. White Zetsu. Hikari could not hide her astonishment. A subtle, mysterious smile touched Madara's lips. Then, right before her eyes, his scarlet Sharingan began to transform, fading to a pale violet as new rings appeared, one after another. This is the final evolution of the Sharingan, Madara replied, his voice calm yet proud. Only one who possesses both Senju and Uchiha blood can awaken these sages' eyes. They are called the Rinnegan. As Madara's words faded, the underground chamber was suddenly flooded with light. An enormous, enigmatic golem emerged before Uchiha Hikari, its fingers splayed outward, exuding an aura of majesty tinged with something uncanny. Instinctively, Hikari took several steps back, not out of fear, but because the countless eyes embedded on the golem's body made her deeply uneasy. This is a vessel that can only be summoned from the far side of the moon by one who has awakened the Rinnegan, Madara explained slowly. I call it the Ghetto Statue. Awakening the Rinnegan demands immense ocular power and the cells of Hashirama. At the same time, it draws upon a vast reserve of yin-yang chakra from the one who awakens it. If not for the fresh cells and chakra provided by the statue behind me, I fear I would have long since ceased to exist. Hearing this, Hikari finally noticed the several branch-like conduits embedded in Madara's back. Her heart ached as she gazed at Madara's weathered face, a tangle of confusion and sorrow welling up inside her. Brother, why do you treat yourself so harshly? You could have spent your twilight years in peace in Konoha, together with Hashirama and Izuna. A gentle smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. Though his gaze had grown old and weary from awakening the Rinnegan, the tenderness in his eyes was as familiar as ever, unchanged from years past. He slowly walked closer to Hikari, raising a hand to softly caress her hair. I could never bear the thought of leaving you to face the hardships of the future alone, he said quietly. That's why I chose this path, to stay by your side and protect you. I won't let you stand against all this by yourself. Madara's words brimmed with unwavering resolve. No matter whether darkness or light awaits, I will always be with you. Brother. Tears welled up in Hikari's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. She felt the depth of Madara's love and protection. Please, don't move around too much. The tubes behind you might get pulled loose. Worry filled her gaze. Seeing Madara like this, she couldn't help but recall her own days of imprisonment in the dungeon. Those endless stretches of loneliness and fear, cut off from the world above. She never wanted Madara to endure such pain. Don't worry, Hikari. I'm all right, Madara reassured her, his breath labored. Let me help you over to rest. My apologies, Madara said softly. Hikari drew a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions. Rising carefully, she gently supported Madara, helping him toward the seat beside the statue. Every movement was tender, as if she were safeguarding the most precious treasure, afraid that even the slightest misstep might sever the fragile lifeline sustaining him. She sat quietly by Madara's side, longing to do something, anything, for her brother. Madara looked at her, a complex glimmer crossing his eyes, pride at how much his sister had grown, and a deep sense of helplessness at their current plight. Hikari, the path before you is still long. You can't afford to be naive any longer. Madara's voice seemed to carry the weight of ages, echoing through the dust of time, laden with sorrow and somberness. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi once said, the matters of this world cannot be resolved so easily with a few idealistic words. At the end of self-sacrifice, what awaits is often betrayal and loneliness. Both you and Mito have given your hearts, so you must also know the pain and helplessness hidden behind such sincerity. Uchiha Hikari listened quietly to Madara's words. Each heavy phrase drifted down like autumn leaves, falling onto the lake of her heart, sending gentle ripples across its surface. Madara continued, I know you wish to pursue true peace, to end the conflicts between people, but I believe the first step is to sever the chains of karma that bind this world, to create a world where only victors remain, where there's only peace, only love. But brother, does anything in this world come so easily? Hikari asked in confusion. Nothing in this world ever goes as we wish, Madara replied, his voice carrying a trace of profoundness. But as long as someone is willing to force the world's hand, then the world will move. I have found a way. Would you like to hear it? But brother, before that, shouldn't we give Konoha a chance? What Konoha lacks now may simply be time. Hikari spoke softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words from the day she was sealed still lingering in her mind. Hikari, entrusting the future to others is, in itself, a gamble. You and I both know what that leads to. If you wish to continue on that path, I won't stop you. But you must be prepared to face failure and setbacks. But, Hikari faltered, her heart tangled in struggle and contradiction. Hikari, I have lived in this world for far too long. In reality, what fills the air is nothing but bitterness, pain, and solitude. In all things, wherever there is light, there must be shadow. This is the law of cause and effect, inseparable. Since we cannot escape it, perhaps the best refuge is to cast aside the burdens of reality and escape into a dream brimming with happiness. Madara gently brushed his hand through Hikari's hair, a tender light flickering in his eyes. In this dream, everything bends to your will. Even those who seem impossible to meet can be reunited. That Uzumaki boy you think of so often, the images of our past, our departed brothers, they can all be found again in the dream. Brother, do you intend to create a vast world of illusion, cutting off the threads of karma entirely? Hikari asked softly, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. That is exactly my intention. But how could such a world be created? Madara's smile was like the sun on a winter's day, warm and deep. It seems my words have moved you. If you wish, simply look into my eyes. Following his instruction, Hikari gazed into Madara's eyes. In an instant, her surroundings shifted, and she found herself enveloped in a realm of pure white. This space was reminiscent of her own Tsukumi world, yet it felt even vaster, boundless, and infinite. This is my domain of illusion. Though it appears as a blank canvas, I can create and control everything within it through sheer force of will. By connecting with the golem and borrowing its power, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Madara raised his hand lightly, and that weathered face, marked by time, suddenly seemed to shine with youthful vigor, gradually restoring the appearance that lingered in Uchiha Hikaru's memory. He continued, with Genjutsu, I can construct the ideal world. Then, by casting this illusion upon all of humanity and guiding them into it, the dream becomes reality. To cast an illusion over all of humanity? Hikaru's voice brimmed with disbelief. How could such a thing ever be possible? In truth, it is exceedingly simple, Madara replied, his tone veiled in mystery. If the moon is used as a medium replacing this eye of mine, the illusion's reach expands, giving birth to a world of dreams. But to truly understand, we must begin with the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails? Isn't that just a creature of legend? There was a trace of surprise and curiosity in Hikaru's voice. Behind every myth, there lies a shadow of truth. The tailed beasts that Hashirama distributed among the nations. They are fragments of power, divided by the sage from the 10 Tails itself. Madara's words unlocked the secrets of a long-buried history. The golem you have seen is, in fact, the remains of the 10 Tails body, and only those who possess the Rinnegan can command it. By gathering the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts and channeling it into the golem, the 10 Tails can be revived. Then, transforming the 10 Tails into the God Tree and projecting its power toward the moon, one can unleash the infinite Tsukuyami, enveloping the world in an endless illusion. To control all the tailed beasts? Hikaru's brow furrowed slightly. If I must do it alone, she had some strength, but in a world dominated by great powers and mighty shinobi, seizing the tailed beasts would be a near impossible feat. You need not worry. Madara's voice was steady, as unwavering as bedrock. I have used white Zetsu as a catalyst to cultivate Hashirama's cells, resulting in those artificial beings you have seen. Though they cannot match Hashirama himself, their numbers are vast, and they are yours to command. And besides, Hikaru, you are fortunate. Madara's tone softened with a rare gentleness. When you were a child, Hashirama once gave you his blood and yang-release chakra. Because of this, your Mangekyo Sharingan will never lose its light, no matter how much you use it. Unlike what happened to me in Izuna. Should you gain a great abundance of yin and yang chakra, you could even awaken the Rinnegan, just as I have. With it, The golem will be yours to control. I understand. Hikaru's voice rang with newfound resolve, as bright and certain as the first light of dawn. I will try. But more than anything, I wish for people to understand one another without the need for such illusions. If that is truly possible, then let your wish decide the path we take. As your brother, I will support your decision unconditionally. Madara's face broke into a fond, doting smile. However, Hikaru, if you choose to walk this road with me, you must remember every word I say from this moment on, and hold them close to your heart. His words rang out like the toll of a bell deep in the night, clear and resonant. Outside, the realm of illusion, that one called Black Zetsu, he fancies himself clever, trying to make me believe he's a byproduct of my yin-yang release. Yet long ago, I saw through his true nature. This being has survived far beyond you and me. He must be harboring secrets beyond imagination, and he is highly likely to become an obstacle to our Eye of the Moon plan. Therefore, I will pass on to you, through illusions, the forbidden arts of the Uchiha, the techniques of the Sage of Six Paths, and the power of yin-yang release. Only with the Six Paths black rods in your grasp can you suppress Black Zetsu's chakra and leave him nowhere to hide. This is the only way to counter him. Then why not eliminate him now? Uchiha Hikari asked, doubt flickering in her voice. Black Zetsu's abilities are still useful. His obsession with resurrecting the Ten Tails ensures that, for now, he will not betray us. In this window of time, you must use his strength wisely, but never be careless. I understand, Hikari replied, her voice steady and deep. In an instant, the two of them withdrew from the world of Tsukuyami, returning to the realm of reality. Hikari, when I'm gone, you must take my Rinnegan and transplant it into someone with immense vitality and chakra. When the time is right, use yin-yang release to control them and cast the Rinne rebirth technique on me. In this way, I can return at any moment to aid you. Though Madara's voice carried a trace of weariness, it remained unwavering in its resolve. With those words, he reached out and removed the tubes that sustained his life. Breath ragged, he slumped into the chair, his voice now faint but brimming with trust. The rest, I leave to you. Tears welled up in Hikari's eyes, falling in silent streams like pearls slipping from a broken string. She clasped Madara's hand tightly, once her greatest pillar of strength, now so feeble and cold. Her heart churned with a tumult of feelings, grief, responsibility, reluctance, and a heavy sorrow beyond words. Uchiha Madara, once the pinnacle of the shinobi world, had at last reached the end of his journey. His passing was like a star falling from the heavens, leaving behind an unfillable void in Hikari's heart. She looked back on the past, the days when three friends once dreamed of peace atop the cliff. Now, she stood alone, the laughter and joy of those times forever gone. The patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Hikari's eyes reflected endless grief and unyielding determination. From Madara's once mighty form, a sapphire-hued luminite stone gently floated upward, as if it were the final legacy of his spirit. With reverence, Hikari extended both hands, carefully gathering the shining stone as though it were her most precious treasure. Then from her robes, she drew forth an ancient scroll, her fingers forming seals in swift succession, sealing Madara's body within its fabric. There, where the passage of time ceases, Madara's body would endure forever, and those Rinnegan eyes would remain perfectly preserved, untouched by harm. Once all was done, her gaze shifted to Black Zetsu, who stood silently to the side, a figure her brother had once mentioned to her. Greetings, Lady Hikari. Black Zetsu bowed, his voice both respectful and shrouded in mystery. So, you're the Black Zetsu my brother spoke of? Uchiha Hikari's voice was sharp and cold, like a blade drawn from ice. I am, Black Zetsu replied, a reverence difficult to put into words flickering across his face. I am the will created by Lord Madara through yin-yang release, existing solely to carry out your commands. Is that so? Hikari murmured softly, then her hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, a powerful crimson barrier surged forth like a raging tide, imprisoning Black Zetsu within its unyielding grip. Lady Hikari, what are you? Black Zetsu's voice quivered, tinged with panic. You've never worked with me before, so you do not understand how I operate. Hikari stepped closer, her words drifting in the night air like a chill breeze. I never show mercy to my enemies. Someone like you, who manipulated my brother and denied him a peaceful end. You really think I'd let you live? But I am Madara's will. Are you planning to betray your brother? Black Zetsu struggled desperately, his voice brimming with a fear he had never known. In Madara's tales, Uchiha Hikari was gentle and kind, strong and filled with love. Yet the woman before him was a completely different force. unyielding as a stone in a storm, cold and resolute. A cold smile curled at the corner of Hikari's lips. Betrayal? I know my brothers will better than anyone. You're nothing but a liar. Everything I do is to protect my brother's true wishes. You, Black Zetsu, was left utterly bewildered by Hikari's response. He had never encountered a Uchiha who defied expectations so thoroughly. Yet this cannot be blamed entirely on Madara. Since childhood, Uchiha Hikari had always been the one to shoulder every burden among the siblings. She stood in the shadows, shielding Madara and Izuna with her seemingly frail body, building an invisible wall against the smoke of battle and the darkness within their clan. Madara had never witnessed the side of Hikari that remained hidden from the world, her ruthless decisiveness, her unwavering courage. In his memories, she was eternally the innocent, self-sacrificing younger sister, always giving everything for her family. I truly am Madara's will. Black Zetsu's eyes darted nervously as he met Hikari's gaze. Without my help, your grand dream will come to nothing. A quiet laugh escaped Hikari, amused by Black Zetsu's words. Black Zetsu, if you are so eager to become my brother's will, then let me grant your wish. Her words were like sharpened blades, cutting straight to the core of Black Zetsu's being. In the next instant, her Mangekyo Sharingan technique was unleashed once more. A luminous stone materialized instantly in Black Zetsu's chest. Uchiha Hikari reached out and grasped the stone firmly, then gently placed the memory stone containing Uchiha Madara's memories into Black Zetsu's body. Hikari? What's happening to me? Now endowed with Madara's memories, Black Zetsu stood there in a daze, bewilderment flickering in his eyes. This is my Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Uchiha Hikari spoke slowly, a faint sorrow in her voice. You now possess my brother's memories, but not his soul. Still, that's much better than keeping a scheming shadow by my side forever. I see. I never expected you to have such an ability. Black Madara forced a wry smile. In his memories, he had just bid farewell to his sister, only to awaken a moment later, as if reborn. For a while, he felt completely out of place, swept away by the torrent of time itself. Well then, since you carry my brother's memories, I suppose I'll call you brother too. Uchiha Hikari chuckled softly. With a swift gesture, she weaved a single-handed seal and dispelled the crimson barrier's sealing technique, her gaze shimmering with a mysterious light. Tell me, brother, aren't you at all curious to see Black Zetsu's memories? She toyed lightly with Black Zetsu's memory stone in her palm, as if the object was utterly at her command. Black Zetsu, elusive and treacherous, always a handful. I never thought you'd subdue him so easily. Black Madara approached slowly, a glint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. You're right. I am indeed curious. Just what sort of schemes has he been orchestrating? Well then, let's begin. Uchiha Hikari fixed the memory stone in place. Both of them reached out, their hands gently touching it. Like opening a door to the depths of memory, they began to delve into Black Zetsu's inner world. In that moment, a flood of images surged through their minds like a rising tide. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Hamura and Hagoromo, Indra and Azura, the 10 Tails, the Rinnegan. Nearly 1,000 years of shinobi history unfolded before their eyes like an ancient scroll. The stone tablet's inscriptions, the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the horrifying secret of the White Zetsu, and even knowledge of other members of the Otsutsuki clan beyond this planet. All of it became clear to them in an instant. I always thought he was merely an ambitious schemer, but I never imagined so many hidden truths lay behind it all. Uchiha Hikari finished reading through Black Zetsu's memories, a chill running down her spine as a complex swirl of emotions welled up inside her. The infinite Tsukuyomi, it was all a lie. Black Madara's voice carried a hint of desolation. It seems nothing in this world is ever so easily attained. I told you before, brother, you were being deceived. Uchiha Hikari sighed softly, a trace of helplessness in her tone. And wasn't that all because I cared about you? Within Madara's words, there lay a deep, unspoken tenderness and resignation. In that moment, the bond between brother and sister seemed to grow even stronger. All right, Hikaru. Uchiha stuck out her tongue, her playful gesture tinged with a certain gravity. But really, compared to what's happening now in the ninja world, these conflicts are nothing more than petty squabbles. The true threat comes from those extraterrestrials known as the Otsutsuki. They're the greatest danger lurking in this world. What do you plan to do next? Madara's gaze was deep and searching as he asked. I think it's best to start by gathering the tailed beasts, Hikaru replied after a brief moment of contemplation, her tone resolute. Even if we made this information public now, no one would believe it. Instead, let's focus on building our strength in Mangekyo for now. What about you, brother? Are you planning to revive yourself right away? No, Madara shook his head, a wise light flickering in his eyes. Since we now know the truth, I believe it's wiser to wait for the right moment to bring me back. He paused, then continued. This new body is fascinating. It's quite similar to the shadow technique of the Nara clan, but it's much more than that. It seems to have fused all 7 chakra natures: wind, lightning, earth, water, fire, yin, and yang. If supplied with enough chakra, it could even wield abilities akin to the truth-seeking ball. You mean that black orb behind Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Hikaru recalled, a spark of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Shall we give it a try now? Certainly. Madara's lips curled into a slight smile, anticipation gleaming in his expression. Catching his intent, Hikaru swiftly formed a series of hand seals, splitting and merging and splitting, her fingers moving with practiced speed. Brilliant chakra flared at her fingertips, shining like starlight. With a gentle twist, she released the 4-symbol seal that had bound the Nine-Tails chakra, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power. In that instant, her Mangekyo Sharingan snapped open, activating the 8,000 Spears technique. With precise control, she directed a portion of the stolen Nine-Tails chakra straight into Madara's body. Madara's physical form, as if drawn by some mysterious force, began to separate itself from the soft, formless mass of white zetsu. The previously limp black cotton, infused with the Nine-Tails chakra, underwent a miraculous transformation. It gradually became solid, its outlines sharpening, until at last it condensed into a black sphere the size of a palm, floating around Hikaru like the most enigmatic star in the night sky. Brother, you've turned into a ball. Hikaru gazed at this strange sight, a smile tugging at her lips, her eyes shining with an inexpressible mix of wonder and delight. Madara's voice came from within the black sphere. Though his form was hidden, one could sense his resignation, and just a hint of embarrassment. Hikaru burst into laughter, the sound ringing clear and bright. Uchiha Hikari's laughter rang out clear as a mountain spring. She stepped forward and gently touched the black sphere, as if having a special conversation with her brother. Brother, you actually look rather cute like this, she teased, her words brimming with warmth and affection. Madara's voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. This form is certainly an unexpected outcome. Still, this power is truly formidable. Hikari's gaze lingered on the mysterious orb. In a soft voice, she asked, Brother, do you plan to stay by my side like this forever? There was a note of curiosity in her tone. No, things have come to this point. I must be fully prepared for what lies ahead, Madara replied, slowly descending and merging into the body of a white zetsu. In that instant, the truth-seeking ball quietly shifted, dyeing the white zetsu's body a deep, inky black. As Madara's chakra flowed, in the shape of white zetsu gradually transformed until finally he appeared as Madara did in his youth, vivid and full of life. Hikari couldn't hide her astonishment. What? She exclaimed, never having imagined that white zetsu could take on someone else's appearance so perfectly. This is one of white zetsu's special abilities, Madara explained, though it can't inherit the true strength of the person it mimics. Hikari considered this for a moment, then handed him the scroll that sealed Madara's essence. Brother, since you're about to set things in motion, why not transplant the Rinnegan into this duplicate body? The duplicate Madara took the scroll, and after a moment's thought, turned and sealed it away in a hidden chamber. Better not, he said. What I'm about to do won't guarantee my safety. The Rinnegan should remain sealed for now. When the time is right, we can choose a suitable person for the transplantation. With that, he retrieved a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan from a nearby liquid storage tank and deftly implanted them into the duplicate's eyes. Instantly, those eyes shone with a vibrant light. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike, energetic Madara now stood before Hikari once more. Hashirama cells are truly remarkable. These eyes work as soon as they're implanted, Hikari marveled. But, brother, what exactly are you preparing for? Madara's gaze grew profound. I plan to investigate the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, he replied, his voice low and resolute. If I find anything, I'll contact you through White Zetsu. There won't be any danger. Will there? Hikari's concern for her brother was unmistakable in her words. Come now, Hikari. Your brother has already died once. What could possibly scare you now? The duplicate Madara gave a quiet chuckle. Don't worry. With the Sharingan and the truth-seeking ball at my disposal, unless I run into a true powerhouse, no ordinary opponent can stand against me. If I come across any information on my end, can I pass it along to you through White Zetsu as well? Hikari pressed on. Of course, the clone Madara replied with a mysterious smile. It just so happens that I have someone here at this base who's perfectly suited for delivering information. With that, he attached several white Zetsu spores to Hikaru Uchiha's body. Then, drawing on black Zetsu's power, he slipped underground and vanished without a trace. Before long, Madara reappeared, this time accompanied by a white Zetsu wearing a mask that revealed only a single pupil. Its entire body was wrapped in spiral patterns, making it seem particularly enigmatic. This one's called Toby. He was born from the ghetto statue, and you could say he's one of our more successful artificial beings. Toby can use both with style and all of White Zetsu's abilities, and his body is remarkably resilient. No sooner had Madara finished speaking than Toby piped up with childlike enthusiasm. Hi there, Hikaru. Can you tell me what it feels like when you need to use the bathroom? Toby's unexpected question made Hikaru's face flush red. Embarrassed, he turned away, wanting nothing more than to ignore him. Toby doesn't need to eat, Madara explained calmly. He survives by drawing nutrients from the ghetto statue. He'll be staying at the base to relay information between us. With that, Madara strode over to the wall and said to Hikaru, "You can lean on me if you want. We're underground here. There's no ordinary way out. Only my ability can take you to the surface." Hikaru nodded softly and pressed closer to Madara. The two of them seemed to glide through the earth, moving along the hidden veins of the land itself. In no time, Hikaru found himself standing near the canopy bridge at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. This place, it must be the main artery connecting fire and earth, Hikaru thought to himself as he glanced around. "You're right," Madara said in a low voice. "If war were to break out between these nations, this would be the lifeline for their supplies." "Brother, which way are you headed?" "I plan to investigate the land of frost. I won't be able to return for a while. If I do come back, I'll wait for you at the base." "I understand, brother," Hikaru replied softly. "I'll return to the land of rain first and discuss our plans with Tobirama and the others. If anything happens, I'll let you know through White Zetsu." The siblings exchanged a smile. Then, each set out on their separate paths, heading in different directions, but carrying the same determination and purpose in their hearts. The distance from Canopy Bridge to the Land of Rain was not far. Hikaru activated Sage Mode, and with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, she darted through the curtain of rain, swiftly returning to the land she knew so well, and yet, which always felt a little unfamiliar. The Land of Rain was still shrouded in its perpetual gloom. Endless seasonal rains and the black drain pipes snaking down the high towers created a scene unique to this land. As soon as Hikaru arrived, she found Uzumaki Yuri fully absorbed in her study of sealing techniques at the table, her expression focused and grave. "It's been a while, Yuri. I'm back," Hikaru said gently, her voice carrying the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. "Sensei Hikaru?" Uzumaki Utai looked up in astonishment, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Didn't you say that after leaving, you would be sealed in Konoha?" "Well, things turn out to be a bit more complicated," Uchiha Hikari replied, scratching her head with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Where are Tobirama and Hanzo?" "Tobirama and Hanzo are busy guiding the children in their training," Utai added, a hint of respect in her eyes. "They have poured so much of their hearts into nurturing the next generation." "I'll go call them over," Uchiha Hikari nodded. "Once everyone's here, I'll explain everything in detail." She stepped out of Utai's room, her heart churning with complex emotions. Her footsteps quickened unconsciously, for she knew that the news she was about to share would change the fate of everyone present. At that moment, on the edge of the training grounds, Hanzo was patiently instructing a group of young ninja, his gaze filled with hope for their future. Tobirama stood nearby, observing, in silence and occasionally offering a crucial piece of advice. His presence was like an anchor, bringing a sense of stability and harmony that permeated the entire training ground. These two renowned shinobi were not only formidable on the battlefield, but also tireless in their efforts to nurture the next generation. "Tobirama, Hanzo," Uchiha Hikari called softly as she arrived, her voice carrying a rare gravity even against the sound of rain, her expression more serious than ever before. Hanzo, in the midst of instructing the young ninja, looked up in surprise, delight flashing in his eyes. "Sensei Hikari, you're back?" His voice could not hide the joy of their reunion. Tobirama, too, paused his guidance. His eyes showed both surprise and a trace of confusion. "There's something we need to discuss together," Uchiha Hikari said solemnly. Tobirama and Hanzo exchanged a glance, a look of seriousness passing between them. They clearly remembered that Hikari had once said she would be sealed upon her return to Konoha. Now, her unexpected appearance suggested that things were far from simple. Night had fallen. Thunder rolled across the sky. With the special training session concluded, Hanzo and Tobarama led the young ninja back, joining Uchiha Hikari in returning to the upper levels of the tower. Inside the meeting room, the torrential rain beating against the windows sounded like the fury of the heavens, echoing the weighty atmosphere within. Uchiha Hikari drew from her robe the gleaming black stone containing Black Zetsu's memories, holding it out for all to see. The memories sealed within that stone held the truth of the entire shinobi world. This time, she held nothing back. She recounted her ordeal in Konoha, Uchiha Madara's schemes, and the many predicaments they faced, each word carving itself deep into the hearts of everyone present, sharp as a blade. For a moment, the meeting room was silent. Tobarama and Hanzo's furrowed brows mirrored the storm clouds gathering outside the window, the only sound filling the house. Was the rain tapping against the windows, clear, crisp, and steeped in loneliness. In that moment, Tobarama's anger threatened to overwhelm him. The actions of Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura had left him deeply disappointed, even bringing a flicker of regret for entrusting Konoha to them. Hanzo and Utai, on the other hand, remained composed. Though they felt no particular attachment to Konoha, they empathized with Uchiha Hikaru's plight, watching her with heartfelt concern and silent sympathy. "Hikaru," Tobarama spoke, his voice breaking the tension like the first ray of dawn after a thunderstorm. "What are your plans from here?" Uchiha Hikaru paused in thought, then replied with unwavering resolve. "I intend to begin by gathering the tailed beasts. But with the nations all preparing for war, their vigilance over the beasts is at its peak. My plan is to seal myself away for now, and wait until the next great war erupts. Perhaps then, I'll find an opening." In that case, Tobarama nodded. "Let Utai seal you for the time being. We'll wait for the right moment." But Hikaru's worry was written plainly on her face. "Don't worry, teacher Hikaru," Hanzo reassured her, his voice steady and full of conviction. His clear eyes shone with hope for what was to come. "Mangekyo is no longer what it once was. I promise you, when you are unsealed again, a new and powerful land of rain will be here to greet you." A wave of warmth welled up in Hikaru's heart at Hanzo's promise. With companions like these, bound by shared ideals, even the thorn-covered road ahead seemed less daunting. She felt as though, with them by her side, she could charge forward fearlessly, no matter the obstacles. As her thoughts drifted, Hikaru turned to Tobarama, her voice soft. "Tobarama, what about you? What will you do next?" Tobarama considered for a moment, a flash of determination in his eyes. "I plan to join Madara and investigate the Otsutsuki clan's secrets together. I know you'd never be at ease leaving Madara to act alone, would you?" Tears shimmered in Hikaru's eyes. "Thank you, Tobarama, but you must take care as well. Don't worry. They call me the swift god of the shinobi world. When I wish to leave, no one can keep me." Tobarama's smile was like winter sunlight, warm and radiant, chasing away the cold. Time flowed swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 29th year of the Konoha calendar, 17 years since the smoke of the first great ninja war had faded. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's clan alliance system entered its golden age, flourishing like a mighty tree with roots running deep and branches stretching far. In these peaceful times, the ninja found themselves drawn to family life, choosing to have children and filling the era with warmth and hope. 6 years ago, a new generation was born, Hayashi and Hisashi. Hyuga, Fugako Uchiha, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, and Shikaka Nara, all infants then, brimming with the promise of dawn. 2 years ago, Minato Namikaze, the descendant of a civilian ninja, entered the world with his first cry. He would grow up bearing the pride of the common people and one day carve out a legend all his own. The future of Konoha brims with endless possibilities thanks to these young lives. Yet beneath the surface of peace, other nations are not so fortunate. War and chaos still rage in certain corners of the world, making Konoha's tranquility all the more precious. 17 years have passed since the smoke of the first great ninja war faded, but the passage of time has failed to bring lasting peace to the ninja world. As economic disparities between nations become more pronounced, militant factions seize the moment to rise. The flames of conflict over territory and resources are once again alight. Among the great nations, the hardliners of Iwagakure and Sunagakure are the first to shatter the fragile balance, their ambitions aimed squarely at Konoha. To strike directly at the hidden leaf, Iwagakure and Sunagakure repeatedly crossed the land of rain, casting endless suffering upon its people. As the guardian of the land of rain, Hanzo the Salamander faces the crisis of invasion and national ruin. With unwavering resolve, he declares war on the three great powers, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha, citing sovereignty and justice. This act, like a spark on dry tinder, ignites the Second Great Ninja War in full force. The shadow of war swiftly spreads to engulf the entire ninja world. This time, the Land of Water closes its borders and stands as the sole nation not to participate in the conflict. Iwagakure is the first to strike, launching a fierce assault against Mangekyo. Soon after, Konoha and Sunagakure converge from different directions, turning the Hidden Rain village into a battlefield of blood and fire in the blink of an eye. Konoha Village. Jiraiya has now grown into an outstanding young ninja. Ever since Uchiha Hikaru's disappearance, he has traveled between Mount Myaboku and Konoha for training, all the while searching for any trace of Hikaru. Clearly, the explanation Hiruzen Sarutobi gave him 15 years ago has done little to ease the doubts in his heart. Time and again, he has pleaded with the sensei to lift the seal on Uchiha Hikaru, but each request is met with refusal. In Jiraiya's mind, Hikaru was someone who always kept her promises. Her disappearance could never have been by choice. The bond between teacher and student, coupled with his feelings for Tsunade, have become the twin guiding lights of his heart. He firmly believes that if he keeps growing stronger, he can one day find his teacher and win Tsunade's affection. Thus, after every improvement in his abilities, he eagerly confesses his love to Tsunade. Yet Tsunade has never responded to Jiraiya's overtures. In her heart, her ideal partner is a man who is upright, handsome, powerful, and full of dreams. Jiraiya's penchant for mischief and his frivolous nature are a far cry from the standards she holds dear. A few years ago, in one of his attempts to win Tsunade's heart, Jiraiya orchestrated a hero saves the damsel scenario. He enlisted Orochimaru to play the villain, masked and menacing, while Jiraiya cast himself as the hero, hoping to impress Tsunade with his bravery. But fate has a way of turning plans upside down. That day, Tsunade had just suffered a heavy loss at the gambling tables and was seething with anger, so much so that she nearly struck down Orochimaru, not realizing he was only pretending to be the villain. When Jiraiya arrived, he found himself at a loss in the face of this sudden turn of events, unsure for a moment whom he should save first. On the eve of Konoha's preparations for war, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru rested beneath a tree. You know, Jiraiya mused, we've been together for so long, but we still don't know each other's dreams. My dream is simple, Tsunade replied, a smile curling at her lips. Now a striking young woman, her eyes sparkled with hope for the future. I want to travel the world and win at every casino I visit, she said with excitement. Jiraiya looked at her, puzzled. Tsunade, you're the first Hokage's granddaughter. If you wanted, you could easily become Hokage yourself. Tsunade gave a soft laugh. Let Nawaki do that. Ever since he was little, he's dreamed of being Hokage and protecting the village our grandfather left behind. As his sister, it's only right that I support him. Oh, so that's why you gave him the first Hokage's necklace yesterday. Jiraiya grinned mischievously. In that case, my dream is to travel the world with you, as your bodyguard. Keep your distance, Tsunade snorted in disdain. I don't need a bodyguard. Jiraiya, undeterred, turned his attention to their enigmatic companion. What about you, Orochimaru? Orochimaru was silent for a moment. In his deep, inscrutable eyes, a boundless yearning and ambition seemed to flicker. At last, he spoke in an even tone. I want to learn more jutsu. That's it? You're really a boring guy, Jiraiya complained, pursing his lips in disappointment. Yet Orochimaru's ambition was far from boring. Behind his seemingly simple words lay an insatiable hunger for knowledge and power, a desire to unravel the essence of all things. For him, mastering more jutsu was not just about perfecting ninja arts, but a deeper quest to understand the meaning of life itself. Now, the older generation of Konoha's great warriors, led by Uchiha Izuna, had grown old. The burden of the battlefield in the Northwest Rain country had fallen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's three prized disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Meanwhile, Hiruzen himself led the main forces to guard against an assault from the northeast by Hidden Cloud Village. These three young figures had grown into formidable ninja in their own right, each leading troops and bearing heavy responsibilities. Jiraiya faced the threat from Hidden Stone Village. Orochimaru confronted the dangers from the Hidden Rain, and Tsunade, as a medical ninja, moved tirelessly between the fronts, becoming a bridge between life and hope. In the hill country of the Land of Rain, Orochimaru led his squad, pressing on day and night, crossing enemy territory by day and finding brief rest in the forest camps at night. The quality of his unit's ninjas was somewhat uneven. Though the preparations for this campaign had been lengthy, the Land of Fire, just as in the last Great War, found itself beset on all sides. Most of the village's main forces were concentrated with the third Hokage on the front lines against the Land of Lightning. By comparison, on the front near the Land of Rain, the three of them could only command a group made up mostly of Chunin, and even some Jinin had been pressed into service on the battlefield. Because Orochimaru was the most outstanding of the third Hokage's disciples, the first Hokage's grandson, Nawaki, had also been assigned to his squad, a clear sign of the high regard in which the upper echelons held him. As night fell, Orochimaru used a summoning technique to send out small snakes to scout for enemy movement. Everything seemed calm on the surface. Yet, the silence of the night was shattered by a sudden outbreak of chaos. Orochimaru-sama, it's a surprise attack by the Iwa Nin. They've joined forces with the Hidden Rain and launched an assault. The messenger ninja appeared like a ghost, his voice urgent and tense. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. In the darkness, he swiftly issued his orders. Pass on my command. We're to retreat southeast. We must not allow ourselves to be surrounded. Orochimaru-sama. At that moment, a young, resolute voice rang out behind him. The enemy's numbers aren't great this time. We should seize the advantage and wipe them out right here. Orochimaru's brows drew together in doubt as he turned to study the descendant of the first Hokage, weighing his words carefully. Orochimaru-sama, please give me the order to fight, Nawaki insisted, his tone brimming with unshakable resolve. I am the grandson of the first Hokage, and a future Hokage myself. I cannot shrink back at a time like this. No, Orochimaru's expression grew grave, and his voice was firm. Even if their numbers are small, this could be a lure, a trap. Having studied the art of war thoroughly, Orochimaru knew all too well the dangers that lurked on the battlefield. This might only be a probe by the enemy, and a reckless pursuit could lead them straight into an ambush. I've heard you're a genius, Orochimaru-sama, but I never imagined you'd show such hesitation on the battlefield. Nawaki's challenge only heightened the tension in the air. Seeing Orochimaru still hesitate, Nawaki clenched his teeth and, like an arrow loose from the string, charged directly at the enemy lines. Nawaki moved with incredible speed, kunai in hand, using his body flicker technique to cut down two Iwa Nin in the blink of an eye. As the remaining foes fled into the depths of the forested hills, he gave no pause and raced after them. The rest of the unit will withdraw first. You, come with me. We'll follow that child. Orochimaru decided instantly, signaling to a skilled ninja to accompany him as he slipped silently after Nawaki. Their speed was swift as the wind. Before long, they caught sight of Nawaki's back, his exhaustion now plain to see. Clearly, the enemy's layered tactics had left the passionate youth spent and weary. A swirl of emotions filled Orochimaru's heart. Admiration for Nawaki's courage, but also deep concern for his recklessness. Nawaki-sama, stop! The subordinate ninja beside Orochimaru shouted urgently, quickening his pace as he tried to get Nawaki out of danger. Before the enemy could spring their ambush. Just as Nawaki charged fearlessly toward the cliff held by the Iwabikure forces, a sudden, violent explosion erupted at the foot of the mountain. The deafening roar filled the air, and thick smoke billowed skyward completely, engulfing Nawaki's figure. Flames burst in all directions, swiftly spreading through the surrounding forest and turning it into a sea of fire. Orochimaru's companion ninja, overcome with terror, collapsed to the ground and cried out hoarsely, "Lord Nawaki!" Life was snuffed out in an instant, so swiftly that even Orochimaru could hardly believe it. He could only stare blankly at the raging inferno before him. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, the necklace that once belonged to the first Hokage lay silently at Orochimaru's feet, as if expressing a silent, unspeakable grief. A tightness gripped Orochimaru's heart, not only because he would have to face Tsunade, but also because he was struck by the sheer fragility of life on the battlefield. Even those of noble lineage could not escape the cruelty of war. Orochimaru slowly bent down and picked up the necklace, his expression heavy. He turned to the ninja collapsed beside him and spoke softly, "We have to leave now. Any further ahead is nothing but a Wagakure traps." As the war escalated, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were summoned back to the village by the third Hokage to attend a major war council. On the eve of the meeting, outside the Hokage's administration building, the sky was dark and rain poured down in sheets. Orochimaru stood alone under the corridor, head bowed, silently gazing at the necklace in his hand. Through the curtain of rain, Tsunade came running, soaked to the skin and visibly anxious, stopping only when she reached Orochimaru, her eyes locked onto him. Jiraiya had been waiting nearby. When he saw Tsunade's face clouded with worry, he gently patted her shoulder and slowly shook his head, wordlessly conveying his boundless sorrow. Orochimaru withdrew the necklace from his cloak, his low voice resonating through the sound of rain. This is war. All ninjas end up like this. There are no doctors on the battlefield. Even children get excited for a chance at glory, especially the day after they receive a special gift. With trembling hands, Tsunade took the necklace. In that moment, memories surged over her like a tide. It was as if she could still hear Nawaki on his 12th birthday, just yesterday, when she said to him, "Nawaki, happy birthday. Big sister, I'm grown up now. I don't need birthday presents anymore." Nawaki replied, a hint of youthful stubbornness in his voice. "What a silly thing to say. You're still just a kid. Go on, open it. I promise you'll like this one." Tsunade smiled, her eyes full of affection. "Sis, what's this?" "Yes, it's the necklace of the first Hokage, our grandfather," Tsunade replied, her tone solemn. "Really? Sis, you're the best." Nawaki's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I think you're even more suited to have it than I am. You've always wanted this, haven't you? Remember to cherish it. It's not just this necklace. This village is also Grandpa's treasure. And I am the grandson of the first Hokage, the founder of Konoha. One day, I will inherit the title of Hokage, because that is my dream. Nawaki, take off your forehead protector. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take it off. I have another gift for you, a magic that can make your dreams come true." Tsunade's voice was gentle yet firm. She pressed a soft kiss to Nawaki's forehead, her eyes brimming with trust and hope for her little brother. Now, all those promises have become the deepest pain in Tsunade's heart. Before her eyes, she could still see Nawaki's bright, dream-filled smile, and his vows seemed to echo in her ears. Yet the cruelty of reality had pushed all that so far away. She gently caressed the necklace, her heart a storm of emotions. On the rain-lashed battlefield of Mangekyo, the sky seemed torn asunder, with raindrops pelting down like a volley of arrows. A slender figure stood there, draped in a blue robe, her face concealed behind a swirling white mask with two Sharingan-shaped holes. Uchiha Hikari stood motionless in the storm, a massive war. Fan strapped to her back, her Uchiha-blazoned robe billowing fiercely in the wind. Around her lay the cold, silent bodies of a Wagekure ninja, a mute testament to the brutality of battle. "Hikari, you've put two holes in my mask. That really ruins my usual sense of style," came Tobi's voice from behind the mask, tinged with a helpless, joking tone. "Tobi, just bear with it a little longer," Hikari sighed. "If there's only one hole, I feel lopsided when I run." "Well then, tell me what the urge to use the bathroom is, and I'll let you make another hole." "This isn't the time for jokes," Hikari replied, exasperated. "Just see if you can save this child." She crouched down, her gaze settling on the boy, barely 12 years old. "We once dreamed of a world where children wouldn't have to go to war. After all these years, the shinobi world has come full circle." Hikari's eyes were full of sorrow. The boy before her had lost both legs to an explosion. Blood stained the rain-soaked ground, the flame of his life flickering weakly. Tobi looked at him, his tone resigned. "What a hassle. All I want to know now is what it means to have the urge to use the bathroom." Hikari frowned. Then a sly smile broke across her lips. "Tobi, if you can save this child, maybe he'll tell you what that means." "Really?" Tobi's voice rang with a hint of surprise. As the words fell, the white mask on Hikari's face slowly unfurled, blossoming like a lotus. White tendrils, gentle as living vines, reached out to where Nawaki's lower body had been lost to the war. "Oh, this feeling of comfort. Is this what it means to feel the urge to relieve oneself?" There was a note of incredulous delight in Afei's voice. "Aren't you an artificial being? How can you even feel comfortable?" Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but shake her head, her tone tinged with exasperation. "It's because this child's vitality matches the cells in my body with an unusually high degree of compatibility. We merge together effortlessly." A faint note of surprise colored Afei's words. "High compatibility?" Uchiha Hikaru's suspicious gaze settled on the child's smooth, innocent forehead. Could it be this child is a descendant of Hashirama? Doubt and disbelief crept in her voice. Before long, Afei completed his fusion act and fully detached from Uchiha Hikaru, then attached himself to Shoju, who miraculously managed to stand up even though he had lost both legs. With a mischievous flourish, Afei used wood release to craft a wooden sculpture shaped like a toilet, adding an odd touch of humor to the scene. "As expected, being attached to this child is far more comfortable than being with you, Hikaru." Afei's words held a note of satisfied amusement. "Afei, enough with the games." Uchiha Hikaru's voice grew serious. "Check his condition. How is he doing physically?" "He's completely healed, but he's still unconscious. You should wake up soon," Afei replied, matter-of-factly. In that case, look after him for a while, Hikaru said softly. I need to investigate the tailed beasts in other countries. What? No way. I don't want to bother with something so troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, a Fei detached from Shoju, turned back into a mask, and nimbly placed himself onto Hikaru's face. A Fei, didn't you want to know what it feels like to have the urge? You could stay and look after him until he wakes up. Hikaru tried to persuade him. But I'd rather have you answer my question, Hikaru. A Fei replied slyly. You're not like the others. Every time I ask you, you blush and your heart starts racing. It's so much fun. Hikaru pressed a hand to her forehead. A Fei, the matter of the tailed beasts is very important to me. I know that. But as he spoke, a Fei kindly opened 2 holes in the mask for her eyes. I don't think you need to go chasing after intelligence on the tailed beasts anymore. They're all under tight surveillance now. You won't get anywhere near them. How do you know that? Hikaru asked with curiosity. I can communicate with all the white Zetsus underground. A Fei answered with confidence. Anywhere a white Zetsu is present, there's nothing I don't know. Does that mean I was unsealed for nothing this time? Hikaru's tone was laced with resignation. Not entirely for nothing, a Fei replied, a hint of mystery in his voice. 2 years ago, Madara transplanted the Rinnegan into a child nearby. You might as well go check on them. Oh, has the Rinnegan already been transplanted? Uchiha Hikaru's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the mention of the legendary eyes. Then hurry up and take me there. What about this kid? This is a battlefield, you know. If we leave him here, he'll probably die. Toby pointed at Shizuku. Uchiha Hikaru let out a weary sigh. What a hassle, and I'm still starving. Without another word, she hoisted Shizuku on her back and, following Toby's lead, headed toward a small village in the northeast of the Land of Rain. Under the shadow of war, the sky above the Land of Rain seemed perpetually blanketed by dark clouds. The people here struggled with hunger and poverty, living in constant fear of enemy ninja invasions. Most families huddled indoors, afraid to set foot outside. Two-leaf shinobi broke into the home of an ordinary villager, rummaging for anything that could stave off their hunger. Did you find anything? One of them asked, a hint of hope in his voice. There are a few cans, the other replied curtly, unable to hide his delight. That's great. I haven't seen food in 4 days. Cut the chatter, the first urged impatiently. Let's eat. I'm about to starve. Afterward, we should check somewhere else. Maybe we'll find more, one suggested. Tempted by the prospect of food, the two briefly forgot the turmoil raging outside. Meanwhile, in the next room, a family of 3 crept toward the door, desperate to escape. The father, dressed in coarse linen, whispered urgently to his wife and child, his voice taut with anxiety. Now's our chance. Let's get out of here quickly. But the child's voice trembled, eyes wide with worry. What if they catch us? I'm scared. The father tried his best to reassure him. Don't worry, Nagato. As long as we stay quiet and don't make a sound. The 3 inched forward, the air thick with dread. Suddenly, Nagato's elbow brushed against a vase on the table. The vase toppled and crashed onto the floor, shattering with a sharp crack that pierced the night's hush. Who's there? The 2-leaf shinobi rushed to the doorway, kunai at the ready, their voices brimming with the tension of imminent battle. Seeing no other choice, the father sprang forward and seized the ninja's wrist, gripping the hand that held the kunai. Run now! Go, Nagato! The mother cried, her voice quivering as she pulled at Nagato's hand, eyes filled with desperation. Don't even think about escaping. Mistaking them for enemies, the other leaf ninja lunged at the mother, driving his kunai into her abdomen. She crumpled to the ground in an instant. At the same time, the father, locked in struggle with the first ninja, was stabbed in the stomach and collapsed in a pool of blood. Father! Mother! Nagato stared at his parents lying in a pool of blood. Tears rolled silently down his cheeks, like pearls slipping off a broken string. It is just a child. The Konoha ninja's voice was thick with shock and guilt. Oh no, these 2 weren't even shinobi. We mistook them for enemies. Another ninja spoke, his voice heavy with regret. What do we do now? We've killed innocent civilians. Damn it, who would have thought there'd be civilians in a war zone? I'm so sorry, kid. The Konoha ninja's voice grew low and subdued. Outside, lightning flashed, illuminating the swirling leaf symbol on their forehead protectors, a cruel glint that seemed to mock the tragic scene. Nagato's scream tore through the silence of the night. His wailing, raw and heart-rending, burst forth uncontrollably as tears flooded down his face. Bathed in the storm's electric light, he lifted his head for the first time. In his eyes, the pale purple light of the Rinnegan flickered, a gaze as chilling as a demon from the underworld, devouring every trace of chakra, his own included. In the next instant, the 2 Konoha shinobi were sucked dry, left as withered husks, and Nagato himself collapsed, spent from the overwhelming release of chakra. When Nagato awoke, the sight before him plunged him into utter despair. The two Konoha ninjas had been dead for some time, their blood staining the floor, lying still as if time itself had frozen. What happened? Dad? Mom? Nagato's voice trembled as he called out in panic, but only endless silence and loneliness answered him. Clang! Just then, as Nagato was lost in his despair and confusion, a crash of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen. The sound cut through the darkness like a glimmer of hope in the night, immediately catching his attention. With a desperate hope, Nagato ran toward the kitchen, instinctively longing for comfort from whoever had made the noise. But what he saw made him freeze in place. The noise hadn't come from his parents. Instead, sitting at the kitchen table was a black-haired girl about his age. Clad in a blue robe, she sat contentedly eating canned meat, looking for all the world like she'd discovered the most delicious food in existence. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? The girl noticed Nagato's gaze, looked up at him, and offered a small apologetic smile. But these canned goods really are delicious. Her voice was gentle, carrying a soothing warmth that eased some of the ache in Nagato's heart. For a moment, the tide of despair within him found a place to rest. He stood there in a daze, staring at the girl. Who are you? He stammered. Where are my mom and dad? His voice quivered, uncertain whether this stranger was friend or foe. The girl, seeing this, set down the can in her hand and rose quietly to her feet, walking toward Nagato. Her movements were so light, it felt as though each step landed softly upon Nagato's heart, bringing him a gentle sense of comfort. My name is Uchiha Hikari. Her words, as delicate as a spring drizzle, fell gently upon Nagato's weary soul. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Don't come any closer. Nagato instinctively drew back, his voice tinged with both caution and fear. What did you do to my parents? Uchiha Hikari slowly raised her hand, pointing toward the nearby bedroom, her voice calm and reassuring. They're fine. I just saved them. Nagato followed her gesture and saw two slugs tending to his parents' wounds. He hurried into the room and saw their steady breathing. At last, a weight in his heart was lifted, and he sank to the floor in relief. I'm sorry. I truly mean no harm. I was just so hungry. Uchiha Hikari apologized, bowing her head once again to her can, though there was hardly any food left inside. I hurried here all the way, and haven't even managed a single hot meal. Nagato's wary gaze gradually gave way to curiosity. There's no food left. It's wartime. Everyone in the village is already evacuated. Mother said that before long, Lord Hanzo would lead his troops to drive the enemy out, so we decided to stay. Hanzo's reinforcements. Uchiha Hikari fell silent for a moment. They may not come after all. The land of Wind's assault is too fierce, and Hanzo is currently entangled with Chiyo of the Sand, unable to break free. Then what should we do? Despair flickered across Nagato's face, and soon the pangs of hunger began to torment him, his stomach rumbling in protest. Uchiha Hikari looked at Nagato, a sense of responsibility welling up within her. She couldn't simply stand by and watch the boy to whom her brother entrusted his eyes starve here. What's your name? She asked. My name is Nagato, the boy replied. Exhaustion threaded through his voice. Red hair, just like your mother's. Are you both of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Hikari's gaze fell upon the unconscious red-haired woman, her eyes softening with a trace of tenderness. Yes, mother always said that red hair is the pride of the Uzumaki. Though Nagato's voice was somber, it couldn't hide the pride that ran deep in his blood. After Lady Utai rescued my mother from the land of whirlpools, she settled here. I see. Uchiha Hikari sighed softly, a ripple stirring in her heart. So Nagato's mother was one of the children she'd rescued from Uzumaki village all those years ago. Nagato, it's dangerous for your family to stay here any longer. Why don't you come with me for now? She suggested, genuine concern shining in her eyes. But my parents, their wounds, Nagato's brow furrowed, worry clouding his face. Leave that to me. It's nothing I can't handle. Uchiha Hikaru let out a soft chuckle, her hands moving swiftly through a series of hand signs. The walls shifted and transformed before their eyes as she summoned the fleshy body of a giant toad, gently settling Nagato's parents within its protective embrace. You're amazing, Nagato exclaimed, his eyes shining with curiosity. What kind of jutsu is that? This is a summoning technique, Hikaru explained. I'll keep them safe here for now. Once we reach a secure place, I'll call them out again. Can I learn this jutsu too? Nagato's gaze brimmed with eager hope. Of course you can, Hikaru replied with a wry smile. As a wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato possessed mastery over all chakra natures and immense ocular power. Summoned creatures would hardly be able to resist him. Outside, a voice called out, Hikaru, are you ready? The kid's about to wake up. It was Toby, his tone light but urgent. All set, just a second. Hikaru answered, releasing the summoning jutsu and taking Nagato's hand. Come on, Nagato. Let me introduce you to my friends. Nagato was warmed by Hikaru's gentle smile, a strange sense of trust welling up within him. He nodded and followed her out. Outside, Toby's peculiar, branch-like appendages slowly unfurled as Shoju stirred from unconsciousness. As his eyes fluttered open, he found himself in an unfamiliar scene. Two pairs of eyes, both belonging to youths about his own age, stared at him with open curiosity. He realized he was wrapped in a mass of soft, white branches. You're finally awake. Hikaru breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing her stomach as it rumbled hungrily. She laughed lightly. I really don't want to carry you on my back any longer. Nagato's gaze lingered on Shoju, piqued by curiosity. Hikaru, is this the friend you mentioned? He's someone I rescued on the battlefield, Hikaru explained. But the friend I meant is actually the tree cloak he's wearing. At that, Toby stretched out, detaching himself from Shoju's body, and introduced himself with infectious excitement. Hello, I'm Toby. If anyone's willing to tell me what the urge to go to the bathroom feels like, I'll be their best friend. The tree spoke. How incredible, Nagato marveled. Toby, how many times have I told you not to ask people about that the moment you meet them? Hikaru tapped Toby's swirled head, her tone exasperated but fond. Shoju finally gathered his wits after the initial shock. He pulled out a kunai, eyeing the trio warily. Who are you people? And where am I? Hikaru, Nagato, Toby. The three introduced themselves in turn, each pointing to themselves, their answers simple and direct. Shoju's gaze darted between them, suspicion clouding his features. Are you ninja from an enemy nation? Hikaru shook her head. Nagato and I are villagers from the land of rain. Toby is a local tree spirit. You were hurt by a trap set by Iwanin and lost your legs. It was Toby who saved you and reattached them. Shungshu was stunned when he heard this. He lowered his head to look at his own legs, only to realize that the fabric over his thighs had long since vanished, replaced by two eerily pale legs. So, it was you who saved me. There was a trace of self-mockery in Shungshu's voice. It seems Lord Orochimaru's judgment was right after all. I really am an idiot, arrogantly thinking the enemy had simply fled. Mistakes in judgment are inevitable on the battlefield. Uchiha Hikari patted him gently on the shoulder, offering comfort. After all, no one can predict the future. In any case, thank you all. Shungshu bowed his head, expressing his gratitude sincerely. I need to hurry back, or my sister will start to worry. Wait a second. Uchiha Hikari stopped him. There's still fighting everywhere outside. Going out now would be far too dangerous. But, just as Shungshu was about to insist on leaving, his stomach let out a loud growl, interrupting him and bringing a flush of embarrassment to his face. Uchiha Hikari exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato and Ah-Fei, then suggested, why not come with us for now? Let's fill our stomachs first, and then we can discuss what to do next together. How's that sound? Shungshu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Before they left, Uchiha Hikari remembered to deal with the hidden danger in Nagato's home. She carried the two Konoha ninja corpses outside, and, using a fire release, reduced them to ashes. Hikari, what are you doing? Nagato asked, puzzled. This war will end one day. If your house is left to reek because of those two, you won't be able to live here anymore. Uchiha Hikari replied with a smile, brushing the ashes from her hands. Thank you, Nagato said gratefully. Those two were Konoha ninja? Shungshu had noticed Hikari's actions. Yes, Uchiha Hikari nodded. They broke into Nagato's home, hurt his parents, and stole their food. In his anger, Nagato dealt with them. At these words, Shungshu's face went pale. He immediately bent at the waist. I'm sorry, Nagato. Everyone was taken aback. In truth, there's no deep hatred between Konoha and the land of rain, Shungshu continued, with guilt in his voice and earnestness in his eyes. The land of rain just happens to sit between us and the Iwagakure battlefield, and Hanzo was the one who first declared war on us. That's why the people of Mangekyo are so hostile, and our ninjas are all on edge. Nagato listened, a flicker of confusion in his gaze. Shungshu, I don't really understand everything you're saying, but you don't need to apologize for them. After all, you weren't the one who did those terrible things. Shungshu shook his head, his eyes shining with determination. But I'm the first Hokage's grandson. I've sworn to become the Hokage of Konoha one day. So Konoha's business is my business, and I must take responsibility for Konoha's mistakes. In short, Konoha was in the wrong in this matter. If one day I become Hokage, I promise I will formally apologize to you, Nagato. Nagato looked at Rope Tree, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Though resentment toward Konoha still filled him, gazing at this sincere young man before him began to soften his feelings. He nodded and replied in a gentle voice, "I'll wait for the day you become Hokage, Rope Tree." A flash of emotion crossed Rope Tree's eyes. He gripped Nagato's hand tightly. "Thank you, Nagato. I'll do my very best." Uchiha Hikari gazed at Rope Tree, and for a moment it felt as if time had turned back. The shadow of a young Hashirama appeared in her eyes, that same resilience and innocence. She smiled softly, her expression filled with affirmation and hope. So this child is Hashirama's grandson. Uchiha Hikari believed Rope Tree was destined to become an outstanding Hokage, a leader far more resolute than the indecisive Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Well then, let's be on our way," Uchiha Hikari said quietly, her heart brimming with hope for the future. "All right," Nagato, Obito, and Rope Tree answered almost in unison, and the four of them set off on a new journey. The villages in the war zone were barren as deserts. Food had become a precious luxury, and the four companions left Nagato's homeland, moving forward in pursuit of an unknown hope. With Obito, their living map, they did not risk getting lost in the endless wilderness. At this moment, they were heading toward a village untouched by the ravages of war. The road was long, hunger a constant companion, yet the sky over the land of rain showed its generosity, showering them with life-giving rain. In the hills, the three of them collapsed onto the ground, gulping down mouthfuls of rainwater to temporarily ease their thirst. Obito, being a tree spirit, had no need to worry about food. Whenever one of the other three ran out of strength, he would transform into a moving transport, allowing them a brief respite. After a long trek, only half a piece of bread remained in Nagato's small bag, a true oasis in the desert. Uchiha Hikari saw that her companions were reaching the limits of their endurance and suggested they rest inside the great toad's belly. But Obito interrupted her, saying their destination was already close at hand. Just as they were about to arrive, a little dog suddenly darted out from behind them, latching tightly onto Nagato's pant leg. Its eyes shimmered with longing, fixed on Nagato's backpack. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. Nagato bent down and offered the precious half-piece of bread to the little dog. As they continued forward, the little dog became their loyal shadow, following them all the way until the four, along with their new companion, reached the village untouched by war. Nagato gently picked up the little dog and said softly, "I'm sorry, little one. Even if you follow us, we have nothing left to give you." After bidding farewell to the little dog, they entered the village. With hope in their hearts, they went door to door, searching for a glimmer of life. However, the villagers' reactions were not what they expected. When the villagers realized they had come seeking food, their faces twisted with disgust, and they slammed their doors without a hint of mercy. "What should we do? It seems the villagers don't welcome us at all." Nagato sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. "They probably think we're just beggars," Uchiha Hikari murmured, tears shimmering in her eyes. She handed Nagato the last few thin bills from her nearly empty wallet. "Maybe you could try trading this money for some food?" Shungshu couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiful state of Hikari's wallet. With a generous smile, he pulled out his own wallet, scratched his nose, and said, "My family's a bit better off. Use mine instead." "Shungshu, you're a lifesaver," Uchiha Hikari and Nagato exclaimed in unison, gratitude overflowing in their voices. Shungshu's generosity was like a beam of light in the darkness, rekindling their hope. With Shungshu's money in hand, Nagato knocked hopefully on the door of a nearby house. "I'm so sorry to bother you," he pleaded, "but could you spare us a little food? We haven't eaten in a long time. If you need money, we have some." The door creaked open, and an elderly woman, her face deeply lined with age, peered out. "I'm truly sorry, but I don't have any extra food to give," she said. "In times like these, money means nothing. Most of us can barely keep ourselves fed. You'd best try another house." "But this is the last house." The three of them exchanged glances, their hearts sinking with disappointment. Just as they were about to leave, Toby sidled up to them. "I just checked this house. There's plenty of food inside, enough for all of you to share." "Let it go, Toby," Nagato sighed, his eyes reflecting both understanding and resignation. "If people aren't willing, we can't force them." "Nagato's right," Shungshu agreed firmly. "We must never become the kind of ninja who prey on civilians. If there's nothing for us here, let's head to the next village," suggested Uchiha Hikari. "Toby, you can hitch a ride on Nagato. Shungshu and I still have some chakra left. We're a bit stronger than he is right now." "Got it," Toby replied cheerfully, then transformed into a white cloak that wrapped snugly around Nagato, helping to support him. "But Hikari, can we really make it to the next village?" Shungshu asked, worry flickering in his eyes. If the next village is empty too, I'll take you both to the land of toads, Hikari said with a wry smile. The all-insect feast there may be hard to swallow, but at least it'll fill our stomachs. All-insect feast. Shu and Nagato exchanged glances, and just the thought of it made their stomachs churn, as if they might lose what little saliva they had left. The small group set out once more, their steps heavy, yet hope still flickered in their hearts. After a while, Tong spoke with a sigh of exhaustion. I can't go on. Are we really left with nothing but eating bugs? Before he could finish, his strength gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Nagato had already fainted from hunger, and could only be dragged along by a fae, whose tough outer cloak bore the burden. Even Uchiha Hikaru felt the gnawing ache of hunger burning inside. His vision blurred, and his eyelids battled to stay open. The three of them took shelter from the rain beneath a massive boulder. Gradually, their senses faded, and they slipped into a deep sleep. Before long, a fae's tendrils nudged Nagato awake. He opened his eyes to a sight that seemed beyond belief. A blue-haired girl, holding an umbrella, sat quietly by his side. With gentle care, she offered a piece of bread to his lips. Here, eat this, she said, her voice soft and filled with kindness. Nagato swallowed, struggling to sit up. Is it really all right, he asked, hardly daring to believe his luck. She nodded, her smile radiant and warm as sunlight after rain. Yes. Nagato took the bread, but didn't keep it for himself. He broke it into 3 pieces. Looking at the sleeping Uchiha Hikaru and Tong, a wave of reluctance washed over him. Still, he placed a portion beside each of them, then quickly devoured his own. After eating, Nagato offered the blue-haired girl his heartfelt thanks. Soon, the aroma of bread roused Uchiha Hikaru and Tong from their sleep. Without a second thought for cleanliness, they grabbed the bread and hungrily devoured it. Watching the 3 of them wolf down their food, the blue-haired girl laughed softly. Why don't I take you all to our base? She offered. The 3 looked up, gratitude shining in their eyes. The girl's smile was like a fresh breeze, sweeping away the gloom from their hearts. In the endless rain of a land of rain, she seemed to be their only ray of light. In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, Angel!" Soon after, they followed the blue-haired girl to a brightly lit cave. Inside, a spiky-haired boy with orange hair heard their footsteps and turned around. Seeing the blue-haired girl leading in 3 people who looked half-starved, he frowned deeply. Conan, who are these guys? I'm sorry, Conan said softly, covering her mouth with one hand, her voice tinged with apology. They looked like they were about to starve to death. The orange-haired boy, still somewhat displeased, walked over and sat on an old crate, scrutinizing the unexpected guests. What are your names? Nagato, came a voice. Hikaru. Tong. The 3 answered almost in unison, their voices weary, but with a hint of unspoken understanding between them. A fae. A fae's response came a moment late, as if annoyed at his own slowness. Who was just speaking? The 3 of them hurriedly waved their hands, saying, "Don't worry about it, really don't." Out of their sight, a fae quietly wiped away a tear. You're all a bunch of strange folks, the orange-haired boy spoke up. My name's Yahiko. Like Conan, the one who saved you earlier, I'm also a war orphan. In times like these, adults can't be trusted at all. If us kids want to survive, we have to give it everything we've got. With that, Yahiko gave the box beneath him a gentle pat, as if it held something precious inside. Amazing. You've got so much food, Nagato exclaimed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. If you want to stay here, you'll have to come with Conan and me to scrounge for food. No work, no eat, Yahiko said, his words blunt and to the point. Scrounge for food? How do we do that? Nagato asked, his curiosity piqued. We steal, of course. Yahiko's tone was calm, as if he were discussing something as ordinary as the weather. Steal? But that's wrong, Nagato hesitated. Are you dumb? In a world like this, we have to rely on ourselves if we want to eat. If we starve to death, what use are fancy morals? Yahiko's voice was firm, tinged with a helpless frustration. His words struck Nagato's heart like a heavy blow. Seeing Nagato still wavering, Yahiko said solemnly, whether it's stealing or robbing, if you don't do it, you'll die. Got it. We're planning to hit the shopping street next for some food. Do you want to come along? Yahiko suggested. Nagato frowned slightly, wrestling with a difficult choice in his heart. Uchiha Hikaru and Shizuku exchanged a glance. As ninja, they wouldn't stoop to fighting civilians for food. After a silent exchange, Uchiha Hikaru spoke softly to Nagato. We'll sit this one out, but if you want to go, you can help Yahiko and Conan. Why not come with us? Yahiko asked, curiosity in his voice. Uchiha Hikaru smiled faintly and picked up Shizuku's wallet. Because we can buy food fair and square. So you're rich kids, huh? Yahiko muttered, a hint of envy coloring his tone. Hikaru, that's my wallet, Shizuku reminded her quietly. Shizuku, you're a boy. You should be a gentleman and generous if you want people to like you. Hikaru teased with a smile. Shizuku had no words to counter her, so he simply nodded in resignation. The liveliness of the shopping street gradually reached their ears. Konan and Nagato's tattered clothes and dirt-smeared faces stood in stark contrast to the bustling prosperity around them. They stood at the shop in trance, quietly pleading, "Please, could you spare us a little food? Just a little, we beg you. There's nothing extra for you here. Move along," the shopkeeper replied coldly. "So stingy," Konan muttered under her breath. "What did you say, brat?" The shopkeeper snapped. The shopkeeper glared at them furiously, unaware that while Konan and Nagato were drawing all the attention, Yahiko had already slipped quietly into the kitchen and managed to steal a big fish. However, this trick had long since been seen through by the other shopkeepers on the street. A few of them closed in, catching Yahiko right on the spot. After receiving a harsh beating, the three children were thrown beside a pile of garbage. All of this was witnessed by Uchiha, Hikari, and Shizuku, who were shopping nearby. They did not intervene, simply watching in silence, though ripples of emotion stirred within them. Their gazes held both sympathy for the war orphans and a trace of helplessness. I used to focus only on the children sent to the battlefield. I never realized that the orphans left behind by war deserve just as much attention, Uchiha Hikari said, looking at the three with a heavy heart. It seems my perspective was far too narrow. Small nations torn by war lack the means to shelter orphans, so the children can only struggle to survive however they can. Shizuku's eyes settled on the trio, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. If not for this war, their lives would never have turned out this way. It's all the fault of the war. All right. Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath, then smiled. They won't have a hot meal tonight unless we bring them something, right, Shizuku? Shizuku glanced at her increasingly thin wallet and sighed. Fine. At this moment, he truly understood the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth. As evening fell, the three battered and bruised children dragged their exhausted bodies back to their base, hunger crashing over them like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the mouth-watering aroma of food drifted to their noses. They exchanged incredulous glances and hurried inside. Inside the base, a large table was already covered with a feast, each dish more tempting than the last. Nagato's parents were chatting happily with Uchiha Hikari, while Shizuku stood off to the side, staring forlornly at his flat wallet. Dad! Mom! Nagato cried out in delight, rushing into his parents' embrace. Nagato! Their voices overflowed with love. Nagato's mother, Uzumaki Shinmi, gently stroked the bruises on his face, her heart aching. I'm so sorry, Nagato. You've suffered so much. As long as you're both safe, that's all that matters, Nagato said, snuggling into his mother's arms, his eyes shining with happiness. Once your parents had recovered from their injuries, I summoned them back here, Uchiha Hikari explained as she walked over. Thank you, Hikari. Nagato turned, his voice sincere, his eyes filled with gratitude. All right. Uchiha Hikari clapped her hands. Now that everyone's here, let's eat. This meal is Shizuku's treat, by the way. Shizuku could only look at Uchiha Hikari with a tearful, resigned expression, forced to accept the reality. At the table, Uzumaki Shinmi suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Nagato, you can't just call her Hikari so casually. Master Guang is the benefactor who saved our Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools, and she was also the very first leader of Mangekyo. In truth, her status is even more distinguished than that of Hanzo or Lady Yuri. What? Nagato's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Uchiha Guang in disbelief, and everyone else was just as stunned. Feeling a bit awkward under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Guang scratched her head. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but all of that happened a long time ago. The reason Mangekyo can now stand on equal footing with the five great nations is thanks to Yuri and Hanzo. I honestly haven't done much. But you look about the same age as us, Nagato said, puzzled. I asked Yuri to seal me away because of some personal matters. The day when Shingtong had his accident was the day I happened to be unsealed. So you really are such an extraordinary person, Master Guang? Nagato exclaimed in admiration. Nagato, just call me Guang, won't you? Aren't we friends? Uchiha Guang smiled, her eyes shining with warmth. Can I really? Nagato asked hesitantly. Of course. You, me, Shungtong, Yahiko, Konan, and Fei. We're all friends, Uchiha Guang said, her gaze sweeping around the room, taking in the smiling faces of his family and their friends. A wave of warmth welled up in her heart. But, Nagato, Uchiha Guang's voice grew heavier. Now that you and your parents are safe, once we finish this meal, Fei and I will have to leave. Guang, aren't you going to stay? There was a trace of reluctance in Nagato's voice. Uchiha Guang smiled gently. I only came this time to help you. Now that everything is settled, I have my own path to follow. But if you ever find yourself in trouble, just come to me. We're friends, after all. As she spoke, Uchiha Guang recalled her encounter with Boruto when she was a child. After so many years of trials, she'd finally found the courage to say these words openly. After a brief silence, Nagato asked with concern, Guang, can you tell us where you're headed next? I'm going to find Hanzo and try to put an end to this war in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Guang replied with a stern expression. This conflict has brought too much suffering to innocent people. We can't allow the Land of Rain to be buried in devastation any longer. Hearing this, Nagato gazed deeply at Uchiha Guang, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Only now did he realize just how heavy, how noble the dream this girl bore truly was. I understand. Nagato nodded firmly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though the world's complexities were beyond him, he knew that Uchiha Guang was a friend he could trust. All right, someone interjected. If we keep talking, the food's going to get cold. Uchiha Hikaru broke the heavy silence with a smile. Conan, why don't you sit with me? The food on their side is too greasy. Our stomachs aren't used to it. All right, Conan replied with a cheerful grin. She and Yahiko didn't know much about the complicated history of Mangekyo. They only knew Uchiha Hikaru was a remarkable ninja, so they didn't feel the weight that Nagato's parents did. Yahiko and Conan had suffered a defeat earlier that day, so they didn't care about appearances now, eagerly devouring their food. After all, this was their secret hideout. There was no need for formalities here. That night, the base was filled with laughter and warmth, the aroma of food mingling with the sense of home, as if, for a while, the chaos and pain of the outside world had been forgotten. For Nagato, this meal was more than a feast for the senses. It was a balm for his spirit, helping him find hope again amidst despair. Yet, among them, Shizun's mood was particularly complicated. He had long since noticed the distinctive Uchiha crest on Hikaru's attire. At first, he had assumed she was just a displaced Uchiha clan ninja, never giving it much thought. But as Hikaru's achievements became more widely known, fragments from Shizun's memory resurfaced. Records in Konoha's annals spoke of a secret weapon sealed for generations by the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Hikaru, a prodigy ninja hidden away in Konoha's forbidden lands. How could such a legendary figure have appeared here in the Land of Rain? Even more baffling, how had she become the first leader of Mangekyo? This sudden turn of events left Shizun full of questions. Hikaru, sensing Shizun's gaze, Hikaru felt a pang in her heart. Meeting his searching eyes, she decided not to dodge the issue. In a soft voice, she revealed her true identity as Uchiha Hikaru. After all, with the iconic Uchiha fan on her back, there was little point in hiding. Better, she thought, to be open about it. Now, the Second Great Ninja War had reached an unprecedented deadlock, thanks to Mangekyo's cunning interference. Every time Konoha and Iwagakure clashed, Mangekyo and Sunagakure would intervene, striking at both sides. On the other hand, when Konoha fought against Sunagakure, Mangekyo would ally with Iwagakure to attack Konoha and Sunagakure. The Land of Rain, ever the opportunist, had managed to make all the great nations suffer with its precise tactics. In this war, Hanzo the Salamander, with his own strength, held back the armies of 3 great nations. His reputation soared to its peak, and he was recognized throughout the ninja world as a demigod. Konoha, the hero's memorial, was shrouded in silence. Tsunade stood before Shizun's gravestone, clutching that necklace in her hand, her eyes empty and distant. Her heart, like the autumn wind that swept the graveyard, was filled with a sorrow beyond words. Princess Tsunade, Lord Third requests your presence at an important meeting. The messenger ninja called respectfully from outside. I understand, Tsunade replied softly. Tsunade tightened her grip on the necklace that held memories and longing, a flash of resolve crossing her eyes as she strode toward the Konoha administration building, her mind already made up. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohyudatane sat upright, waiting for Tsunade's arrival. As Tsunade entered, every gaze in the room fixed upon her. I believe the current squad system must be changed, Tsunade began, her voice carrying an unmistakable authority that demanded attention. Regarding the proposal for 4-person squads, if we equip each team with a medical specialist during long-term operations behind enemy lines, both survival and mission success rates would rise dramatically. Therefore, Tsunade continued, the most urgent task before us is to train medical ninja with advanced skills, develop medical facilities, and establish a proper system for their operation. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded gently, his face thoughtful. You make a sound argument, Tsunade. But as you well know, we are at war. Building such a system takes time, and time is the one thing we lack most. What did you say? You old fool, Tsunade burst out, her anger brimming and tears glittering in her eyes. If things go on like this, no matter how much time passes, nothing will change. At that moment, from the corner of the room, a long-haired man stood up. His voice was calm and resolute. I agree with Tsunade. We cannot let the sacrifices of our comrades be in vain. We must learn from what has happened. You both make valid points, Hiruzen interrupted, bringing the debate to a halt. But in times of war, we have to prioritize strategies that yield immediate results. Dan Kato, with Hanzo of the Salamander from the Hidden Rain Village pinning us down so tightly, only your spirit transformation jutsu can break through his poison. Tomorrow's mission is crucial. You must give it your all. As for the medical system proposal, we'll review and implement it thoroughly after the war is over. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Hokage, Dan replied, a note of heaviness in his tone. As the meeting broke up, Tsunade was left with a storm of emotions. She hurried to catch up to Dan Kato. Thank you for what you said back there, Tsunade said softly, gratitude coloring her voice. There's nothing to thank me for. You spoke the truth, that's all. Dan replied with a wry smile, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. It's just that. Right now, what Konoha lacks most is time. Seeing the disappointment in Tsunade's expression, Dan suggested, it's getting late. Let me walk you home. Huh? Are you sure? Which way do you live? Tsunade asked, a little surprised. The exact opposite direction from you, Dan answered with a laugh. In that case, never mind, Tsunade said, waving her hand dismissively. It's all right, Dan Kato continued. I'd actually like to talk with you a bit more. I used to walk this road often. Every time I went to pick up my little sister from the Ninja Academy, I'd pass by here. Used to. Dan's smile faltered ever so slightly, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Yes, a year ago, during the night raid that struck Konoha. Tsunade watched Dan closely. In his gaze, she recognized the same sadness and sense of loss that weighed on her own heart. So, this man too had lost someone irreplaceable. These days, the battles in the Land of Rain are claiming countless lives, Dan said softly. If only each squad on the front lines could have a medical ninja with them, perhaps not so many would fall to Hanzo's poison. Are you going to the battlefield tomorrow? Tsunade's voice betrayed her concern. Dan nodded, a glint of resolve lighting his eyes. Yes, but I'll be careful. The mission tomorrow is crucial, both for me and for Konoha. A complex swirl of emotions welled up in Tsunade's heart. The night had grown deeper, and as the two of them walked side by side, the street was nearly empty. Tsunade, Dan's voice sounded gently in the night, tinged with a tenderness that was almost hidden. You don't have to worry about me. Losing someone dear in battle isn't a ninja's duty, but it's precisely because we live with death as our constant companion that I want to risk everything to end this chaos. I love this village, and I love my comrades. That's why I want to protect them. Ever since my sister passed away, it's this conviction that has kept me going, that gave me light in the endless darkness. I want to become Hokage, to be the one who protects everyone. Hokage, that's my dream. Tsunade listened in silence. She looked at Dan, his determined gaze, his gentle smile, so reminiscent of her late brother, Nawaki. She tightened her grip on a necklace in her hand, Nawaki's keepsake. In that moment, she made a new decision. She stepped closer to Dan, and softly, she pressed a kiss to his forehead. Dan, I hope you'll accept this, Tsunade whispered, gently placing the necklace into his hand. At dawn the next day, to ensure that Dan's spirit transformation technique could be used to its fullest, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave special permission for medical ninja Tsunade to join the 4-person squad in their mission to subdue Hanzo of the Salamander. Dan's spirit transformation technique was like a razor-sharp blade, allowing him to ignore distance on the battlefield, pass through enemy lines, and strike with uncanny precision. When his spirit struck an enemy, he could possess them in an instant, killing without a trace. He could control the bodies of his foes, and more chillingly, whisper in their very minds, tormenting them to the point of death. Because of this, Dan Kato, like Hanzo of the Salamander, became a terrifying legend in the annals of the Ninja World War. Many in the Hidden Leaf Village believed that Dan Kato, after the Second Great Ninja War, was the most likely candidate to inherit the title of Fourth Hokage. His courage, his wisdom, and his burning desire to protect both the village and his comrades moved the hearts of many. Deep within the Hidden Leaf, in the shadows, lay Root, a covert organization nurtured specifically to serve Danzo. At this moment, an unusual tension hung in the air. Danzo sat cloaked in darkness, his left eye and arm wrapped in bandages, as if concealing secrets known to no one else. His expression was grave as he listened to a subordinate report on the movements of Dan Kato's team. Lord Danzo, Dan Kato's squad has already set out, one of the ANBU members whispered. Very good. Continue your surveillance, Danzo replied, his voice as cold and sharp as ice. Relay this information to Hanzo. If Hanzo fails to eliminate Dan Kato, you will strike from the shadows and finish the job yourselves. But Lord Danzo, another ENBU hesitated, we've heard that the soul release technique grants extraordinary perception. The soul may indeed be perceptive, Danzo cut in, his tone laced with chilling intent. But once the soul leaves the body, the vessel is left oblivious to the world. In that moment, the body is nothing but an empty shell, defenseless. That is when you strike. A calculating glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. He had spent 2 decades grooming his loyal followers, and his thirst for power burned like an unquenchable blaze. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were to fall in this war, Danzo would seize the chance to become the 4th Hokage. Talented young men like Dan Kato, with burgeoning reputation and strength, were merely obstacles on his path to the seat of Hokage. Remember, Danzo's voice rang out once more. Your actions must be clean and swift. Leave not a trace. Dan Kato's death must appear to be nothing more than the heroic sacrifice of a shinobi. Yes, sir. Land of Rain. The overcast sky loomed over the secret hideout shared by Yahiko and Konan. In this quiet haven, far from the chaos of war, a white Zetsu quietly poked its head from the earth at Uchiha Hikari's feet, greeting her with an easy air. Hey there, Hikari. I found Hanzo's location. Right now, he's locked in battle with Tsunade and a ninja named Dan Kato. Dan Kato. Uchiha Hikari furrowed her brow. The name was as enigmatic to her as a riddle. A ninja who uses the soul release technique. One of Konoha's main forces in this war. Shoji's words broke the silence. At the mention of his sister, his eyes flashed with worry and resolve. Hikari, I want to go find my sister. Their gazes met, and Hikari's eyes shone with determination. All right. Her answer was short, firm, and without hesitation. She turned to White Zetsu, lead the way. However, just as she was about to leave using her body flicker. Technique, Yahiko's voice suddenly rang out, halting her movement. Please wait a moment. There was a hint of hesitation in Yahiko's words, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Hikaru, as though there were countless things he wished to say. Konan, standing nearby, took Hikaru's hand in hers, her eyes filled with concern. Hikaru looked from Yahiko to Konan, patiently waiting for them to speak. Hikaru, Yahiko began, I don't know exactly how powerful you are, but since you treat us as friends, we want to do our part as your friends, too. Would you take us with you? And maybe teach us some ninjutsu along the way? His voice was sincere. Once we learn to stand on our own, we'll definitely be able to help you. Faced with this sudden request, Hikaru fell silent for a moment. She knew all too well how perilous the battlefield was, especially wherever Hanzo was. Danger lurked at every turn. Teaching you ninjutsu is not out of the question, Hikaru replied, her tone grave and resolute, but not now. The battlefield ahead is truly dangerous. I can't take you into that kind of risk. As soon as her words fell, before Yahiko and Konan could respond, Hikaru, Rope Tree, and White Zetsu vanished from the base like phantoms, leaving behind only the faintest trace of chakra in the air. Nagato's tears slipped quietly down his cheeks, as silent and sorrowful as the raindrops of a land of rain. Yahiko and Konan exchanged a knowing glance. Without a word, they began to pack their belongings. Yahiko, Konan, what are you? Nagato asked, confusion in his voice. We're going after Hikaru, Konan said with determination. Both Yahiko and I are war orphans. We've seen too many people make promises and then break them. We can't just sit and wait for things to change. Destiny is something we have to fight for ourselves. Yahiko picked up the thread, his eyes shining with hope for the future. Konan's right, Nagato. You can't just sit here crying all the time. Tears alone won't change anything, just like this country that's always weeping in the rain. I want to be like Hikaru and change this place. He slung his bag over his shoulder. I've never been one for empty words. I take action, but to make this dream a reality, I need strength. So no matter what, I have to ask Hikaru to be my teacher. Let's go, Yahiko, Konan said, packing food that would last for days into her bag. We're going after Hikaru. Uncle, Auntie, Nagato, we'll leave the supplies here for you. Please take care of yourselves. Wait, Nagato called out, his voice resolute as he blocked Yahiko and Konan's path. I want to go with you. I want to become stronger too. No, Nagato. Your mother and father would never allow it, Yahiko replied. There was a note of worry in Uzumaki Shinmi's voice. Dad, Mom, Kogami saved our entire family. She didn't even ask for anything in return. I'm her friend, and I want to do something for her too. Nagato's voice trembled. "I'm sorry." With those words, he gripped Yahiko and Conan's hands tightly. The three of them dashed out of the base together, rushing into the pouring rain of the Land of Rain. Their silhouettes grew smaller and smaller in the downpour, leaving behind only a boundless hope for the future and a steadfast belief in their hearts. The rain seemed to cheer them on, applauding their courage and determination. As the rain washed over them, the three friends felt their hearts bound tightly together, setting out on a journey to seek strength and change their destinies. On the stony plains of the Land of Rain, the storm raged on, rain falling in torrents, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Amidst this land, shrouded in rain and war, a giant salamander glided steadily across the battlefield. Atop its back stood Hanzo, now in his prime, the living vessel of the salamander spirit. Unlike other ninja, he needed no mask, becoming a striking and unique figure in the midst of the poisonous mists. Suddenly, a nearly invisible spirit form flitted through the battlefield, gliding like a phantom through the toxic haze, its target aimed straight at Hanzo's head. But Hanzo reacted in an instant. With a single hand sign, he vanished with a body flicker technique, his figure dissolving like a mirage, deftly evading the spirit's assault. So, that's it. This is the so-called spirit transformation technique. Hanzo's voice carried a hint of mockery. Such tricks are nothing more than the underhanded schemes of petty thieves. And these people think they're my equals? What a ridiculous notion. Clearly, Hanzo had nothing but contempt for tactics that avoided direct confrontation. His keen insight as an elite ninja and his extraordinary skill in handling sudden threats allowed him to remain in complete control during his duel with Dan Kato. No wonder he's called a demigod in the ninja world. He's really something else, Dan Kato's spirit muttered to himself, his respect for Hanzo deepening further. From the very start of the battle, Hanzo had displayed his unique and formidable fighting style. With intelligence supplied by Danzo, he made clever use of the hidden village's environment, blending into the curtain of rain and clouds of poison, making his movements as elusive as a ghost. Though Dan Kato's spirit transformation technique allowed him to slip effortlessly past Hanzo's physical attacks, Hanzo showed not the slightest sign of panic. He understood well that the technique, while powerful, consumed an enormous amount of chakra to maintain. Adapting his strategy, Hanzo grew even more cautious, skillfully using the landscape and misdirection to force Dan Kato to expend more and more energy, keeping up his spirit form. As the duel dragged on, Dan Kato began to show signs of exhaustion. The constant drain on his chakra weighed on him with unprecedented pressure. Yet Hanzo was merely dancing on a knife's edge. Should he reveal even the slightest weakness, Dan's spirit transformation technique could end him in an instant. While Hanzo and Dan were locked in their intense duel, not far away, an undercurrent of tension was stirring in Tsunade's squad's camp. The team members took turns guarding Dan's physical body, now in spirit form, ensuring his safety through the battle. "Tsunade, you haven't rested for a whole day and night. It's my turn to stand watch," a burly Konoha ninja beside her said with concern. "I can still hold on," Tsunade replied, her voice tinged with fatigue, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. She was unwilling to entrust Dan's safety to anyone else. "You're the medical ninja of our squad. If even you collapse, our chances of survival will drop drastically," her companion insisted, his tone brooking no argument. "Get some rest. We'll protect Dan. If anything happens, we'll wake you immediately." Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Her eyelids heavy, she leaned against a tree and soon drifted into sleep. Yet the seemingly concerned Konoha ninja curled his lips into a cold smirk, and with a subtle gesture, he signaled into the shadows. From the darkness, a few masked shinobi garb in Konoha's ENBU uniforms crept silently closer. Their target was Dan, now left unguarded. These ANBU wore the distinctive masks of the Root Division, moving as silently as phantoms. Blades gleamed as they struck, slicing through Dan's organs in a single swift motion. Their task complete, they vanished into the night as swiftly as they had appeared. Tsunade, deep in slumber, remained utterly unaware that danger had crept so near. Dan, caught in his spirit form, sensed nothing of what was happening to his body. Afterwards, the tall man steeled himself and slashed his own arm, blood quickly soaking his sleeve. He hurled an explosive tag into the distance, and with a thunderous blast that ripped through the quiet night, the three sleeping ninja were jolted awake. "Damn it, we're under attack," the man shouted, his voice a mix of fury and vigilance. "What's going on? What happened?" Tsunade rushed over in a blur, scanning the darkness. In the next instant, she was so shocked by what she saw that she nearly lost her voice. Dan lay sprawled in a pool of blood, life ebbing quietly from his body. Stay with me, Dan. Tsunade's voice trembled as she dropped to her knees, desperately trying to rouse him. In the midst of his stalemate with Hanzo, Dan had planned to return to his body and recover his chakra. But as he did, he suddenly realized his physical form was withering away. Tsunade, I don't want to die yet. There's so much I still have to do, he whispered, his voice weak but filled with a longing for life. Don't speak. Tsunade's voice rang with command as she stared in panic at Dan's body, his kidney lost. I can't die in a place like this. It's all right, the bleeding's stopped. You're safe now, you'll make it, Dan. Tsunade tried to steady her trembling voice, forcing herself to sound confident. Really? That's good. Dan's voice grew fainter, the spark of life slowly fading from his eyes. Dan, hold on. Dan, damn it, stop bleeding. Please, just stop now. Tsunade's voice was raw with desperation and helplessness as she pressed down on Dan's wound, fighting to keep him from slipping away. Let him go. He's already gone. A gentle voice came from nearby, tinged with resignation. Tsunade stared at the blood on her hands, panic welling up inside her. A guttural scream tore from her lips. In that moment, time seemed to freeze in the rain-soaked night, stretching into eternity. Guilt and anguish wove a tangled web in Tsunade's heart, tears mingling with the rain, blurring her vision like shards of a shattered mirror reflecting her irreparable regret. There, in that blood-stained night, she knelt beside Dan, her hands stained with a vivid crimson that felt impossible to wash away. A mark of guilt she could never escape. She heard her own heart shatter, its echo lingering in the rain, becoming the night's most mournful melody. Shengshu, you and Afei go save the others. I'll bring back those rogue Umbu. Suddenly, a voice cut through the forest, low and resolute. Understood, Xiaoguang. Another replied, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. At the edge of despair, two figures descended like shooting stars across the night sky, silent and swift. Shengshu, clad in Afei's armor, rushed to Tsunade and Dan with blinding speed. The healing chakra within his white intercellular cells surged like a fountain of life, striving to restore Dan's missing organs. The other figure, carrying a giant fan on his back, moved like a wraith in the night, leaving only fading afterimages as he chased after the fleeing Umbu. Lord Shengshu, how can this be? The tall man with a wounded arm was aghast, his voice full of disbelief and shock at the newcomers. Shengshu paid him no heed, his eyes flooding with murderous intent. With a flick of his hand, wood-style chakra sharpened into deadly resin spikes, impaling the traitor's chest and exploding branches from his back, nailing him to the ground. You traitor, don't bother pretending anymore. Hearing that familiar voice, Tsunade turned, disbelief etched across her tear-streaked, rain-soaked face. Shengshu, Orochimaru said you died in an explosion. How are you here? Her voice quivered, choked with emotion and disbelief. Sister. The sound of Ropeshu's voice was gentle, yet trembling with excitement. The murderous intent had faded, replaced by the joy of a long-awaited reunion. He and Tsunade embraced tightly, as if trying to turn all their past regrets and pain into the warmth and comfort of this very moment. It was Hikaru and Afei who saved me. Ropeshu chuckled softly, his words brimming with gratitude. I'll explain the details later. Right now, I need to focus my chakra and have Afei help heal Brother Dan. With that, he bent down, pressing his hands directly to Kato Dan's wounds. The tacit understanding between Ropeshu and Afei was seamless, as if their teamwork was fated. Drawing on the power of Hashirama cells and cloned organs, they worked together to perform a miraculous healing on Kato Dan, snatching his life back from the jaws of death. Tsunade, the medical genius of Konoha, could only stare in disbelief. She had never witnessed such a method of treatment before. It seemed to surpass every bit of medical knowledge she had ever known. A moment later, footsteps echoed nearby. From the shadows, Uchiha Hikaru returned quietly, carrying the bodies of 3 Root AMBU operatives as if they were trophies of a hard-won victory. You're not. Tsunade's words caught in her throat as recognition flickered in her eyes, memories rushing back to that meeting in the Dango shop more than a decade ago. It's been a long time, Tsunade. Uchiha Hikaru greeted her with a smile, then casually tossed the bodies before them. These are Root ANBU, Danzo's men. Tsunade's brows knitted together. What's going on? Why are they here? We saw it with our own eyes. It was these people who attacked Brother Dan, and the one I took care of just now. They're all together, Ropeshu explained, a trace of anger sharpening his voice. It's too complicated to explain. It'll be easier if I just show you. As Uchiha Hikaru spoke, The Mangekyo Sharingan slowly appeared in her eyes, and she tossed the luminous stones taken from the root operatives to Tsunade's feet. You're Uchiha, and you haven't changed at all since more than 10 years ago. Not a single difference. Suspicion clouded Tsunade's gaze as she studied Hikaru, confusion written all over her face. Sis, Hikaru is the legendary secret weapon of Konoha, Lady Uchiha Hikaru herself, Ropeshu said, sensing Tsunade's doubts. Uchiha Hikaru? The one Granny Mito used to talk about so often? The one who was so close to my grandfather's. Tsunade's heart rippled with emotion. Stories of Uchiha Hikaru had warmed her childhood like a hearth, illuminating her soul. Even though they had never met, she knew of Hikaru's indomitable spirit and steadfast devotion to peace. That's right. Uchiha Hikaru smiled gently, the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in her eyes. I'm Uchiha Hikaru. Some things can't be explained in just a few words. But please, trust me, we are all here for Konoha, for peace. Tsunade's heart was a whirl of emotions as she gazed at Uchiha Hikaru before her. Taking a deep breath, she tried to set aside her confusion and shock for the moment. So, was it Sensei, Sarutobi, and the others who unsealed you to come and help us this time? She asked. No, Hikaru replied slowly. The scroll left in Konoha was a fake. I've actually spent all these years in the land of rain. She then revealed to Tsunade the truth of her betrayal at the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, as well as Konoha's secret research on the Sharingan and Hashirama cells and the tragedies that befell Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha In. Sensei Sarutobi actually allowed such things to happen. Tsunade's voice trembled with disbelief and outrage. The old monkey was just a bit too obsessed with protecting the village. One could almost understand him. But Danzo? That man's actions are utterly unforgivable, Hikaru said, gesturing to the radiant stones before Tsunade. What you see here are memory stones created by my dojutsu. Inside are the memories of those men. Everything you wish to know, the whole truth, is within. With that, Hikaru fell silent, leaving Tsunade space to discover the truth for herself. Suspicious, Tsunade picked up the stones, but soon her hesitation gave way to resolve. She began to examine them, and in an instant, she saw the entire truth behind Dan's attack unfold before her eyes. A murderous gleam flashed through her gaze. Fury and determination tangled in her heart. Danzo, that rotten old mummy. Why get back? I swear I'll beat that corpse into dust. She clenched the memory stone in her palm, crushing it with a sharp pop, the fragments scattering across the floor like fine dust. Tsunade, it's best if you bury this matter deep in your heart, Hikaru cautioned. Right now, the power in Konoha is in the hands of those stubborn old men. If you expose the truth recklessly, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Hikaru understood Konoha's internal power structure all too well. Though Tsunade was revered as the village's princess, the Senju clan had merged with the common folk long ago after Hashirama relinquished real power. In truth, Tsunade was little more than a figurehead, a name without any real authority. Are we supposed to just let this go? Tsunade, though no naive child, grasped the implications behind Hikaru's words, yet bitterness still gnawed at her. Of course not, Hikaru replied coldly. Danzo, that old snake, will pay in blood for his crimes, sooner or later. The murderous intent in her eyes was like the starless night, hiding storms yet to break. Tsunade hated Danzo with every fiber of her being, but compared to Hikaru, her feelings were less intense. After all, those she cared for were still alive, while Hikaru's most precious teacher and students were already gone. That kind of pain left scars that could never fade. Tsunade, I suggest you let Dan stay here with me for now. Nawaki should also stay away from the village for the time being, Hikaru said gravely after a long silence. Why? Now that they're both alive, wouldn't it make sense for them to return to Konoha? Tsunade protested. Danzo wasn't afraid to attack Dan outside the village. If they go back, it will only be more dangerous. He would never tolerate anyone standing in the way of his becoming the fourth Hokage. On the other hand, Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique is crucial to Konoha, and there will always be times when the village needs his help. But we can't guarantee we'll always be there to save him at just the right moment. Uchiha Hikaru shifted her gaze to Nawaki. Besides, Nawaki's dream is to become Hokage. As long as Danzo remains, I can't feel at ease letting Nawaki return. Understand? Tsunade nodded. She knew well that, for the safety of both Kato Dan and Nawaki, the best way to protect the two people dearest to her was under Uchiha Hikaru's protection. Tsunade and Nawaki lingered in the warm atmosphere of their reunion. Yet, as Hikaru had pointed out, this was not the right time for Nawaki to return to the village. After a moment's contemplation, She spoke to Nawaki with grave sincerity. Nawaki, from this day forward, you must follow Lady Hikaru's instructions. If I ever have the chance, I promise I'll come back to see you. Tsunade's words overflowed with reluctance and care. According to Hikaru's plan, she would conceal the truth about Dan and Nawaki and return to Konoha with the 2 remaining ninjas in her team. Wait a moment, Hikaru interjected just as they were about to leave. Her eyes flashed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and she quietly erased the memories of the 2 ninjas at Tsunade's side. Then, she formed the hand seals for the summoning technique and placed the unconscious Dan safely within the fleshy walls of a toad's stomach, where he would be secure. Is that the same summoning jutsu as Jiraiya's? Nawaki asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. That's right. Actually, Nawaki, you probably don't know this, but I was Jiraiya's teacher, Hikaru said with a gentle laugh, a trace of pride in her voice. At this point, I'm not surprised to hear anything about your past anymore, Lady Hikaru, Nawaki replied with a wry smile. So, are you not planning to see Jiraiya now? As long as the war between Konoha and Mangekyo continues, there will always be a chance for us to meet again, Hikaru replied, her tone full of certainty. With that, she led Nawaki away from the battlefield. Let's stick to our previous plan and go find Hanzo first. On the stony plains of the Land of Rain, curtains of rain fell endlessly. Hanzo stood alone in the downpour, his strength all but spent after his battle with Kato Dan. He appeared utterly exhausted. Through the misty rain, Uchiha, Hikaru swept her giant war fan, dispelling the lingering poison gas from the area and bringing a breath of fresh air to the battlefield. With Nawaki, who was wrapped protectively by Tobi, she approached Hanzo at a measured pace. It's been a long time. Hanzo, Hikaru's voice rang out, clear and distinct through the rainfall. That silhouette, is it really you, Master Hikaru? Hanzo was startled at first, but soon a long-lost smile broke across his face. It truly has been years. You haven't changed a bit. Was it Master Utai who released your seal? Yes, I intended to use the chaos of this shinobi world war as an opportunity to gather the tailed beasts. However, the great nations all tacitly avoided deploying their tailed beast weapons. Looks like I've missed my chance this time. Uchiha Hikaru let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. But my own affairs are of little consequence now. You, on the other hand, Hanzo, I truly feel gratified that you've managed to lead Mangekyo to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great nations. This war, on the surface, appears to be a contest among the 4 great nations, but what they truly covet is the annexation of the lands of the rain and grass countries. If we allow them to succeed, rain and grass will become their forward outposts. The great powers care nothing for the people of the land of rain. To protect my homeland, I have no choice but to rise up and resist them. There was both helplessness and resolve in Hanzo's tone. Hanzo, you've worked so hard. Uchiha Hikaru's sympathy was heartfelt. Confronted by the seemingly childlike concern from Uchiha Hikaru, Hanzo's feelings were a tangled mix. Now 40 years old, he was unused to such care. His expression grew complicated. Sensei Hikaru, I'm no longer a child who needs looking after. In today's shinobi world, I'm known as a demigod after all. That's true, my apologies. It's an old habit of mine. Uchiha Hikaru scratched his head lightly, wearing an embarrassed smile. Still, right now, Iwagakure and Sunagakure are withdrawing in an orderly fashion, while Konoha retains significant strength. Of the 3 great nations contesting the south, I fear the final victor will be Konoha. Indeed. But, Sensei Hikaru, though Konoha holds the advantage, I believe we must ensure that Mangekyo leaves them with a lasting impression, one not easily forgotten. Do you have a plan? Kato Dan's defeat dealt a heavy blow to Konoha. Hiruzen Tsurutobi will surely send his 3 disciples to launch a final assault against me. Hanzo mused aloud, a deep, calculating light glinting in his eyes, as though plotting a seismic counterattack. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Hikaru murmured, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful gleam. Are you confident? I fought each of the 3 before. They're just fledglings, barely worth mentioning. Hanzo replied dismissively. Nearby, the form of Shoju, wrapped within a phased body, trembled slightly. Noticing this, Uchiha Hikaru turned to Hanzo with a suggestion. If that's the case, once battle breaks out, perhaps it's best to let them live. After all, someone has to survive to carry the legend of the Land of Rain back to Konoha. I see. Leaving them with a psychological scar is certainly more effective than simply taking their lives. Hanzo smiled knowingly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Hikaru's idea. Tsunade brought word of Kato Dan's death back to Konoha. The news struck like a thunderclap, igniting a furious rage in the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Just as Uchiha Hikaru and Hanzo had predicted, he wasted no time in dispatching his three most talented disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, forming an elite squad with the vow to defeat Hanzo the Salamander and strike deep into the heart of Mangekyo. However, everything unfolded exactly as Uchiha Hikaru and Hanzo had foreseen. With White Zetsu's assistance, no matter how Konoha arranged its forces, they could not escape the ambushes set by Mangekyo. Moreover, with Hanzo's mastery of poisons, even under Konoha's fierce assault, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade managed to remain standing on the battlefield. Hanzo stared at his three exhausted opponents, casually tossing a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag. The air was thick with danger. Orochimaru reacted with lightning speed, his movements as fluid as a serpent, swiftly darting out of the blast's range. Tsunade, equally quick, slammed her immense strength into the ground, raising a shield of stone to block the deadly impact. As smoke and dust billowed around them, Hanzo began weaving hand signs, preparing for his next wave of attacks. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice called out from behind him, "Over here!" Hanzo's brow furrowed. He let out a cold chuckle. Who warns their enemy in the middle of an ambush? Channeling his chakra, Hanzo's giant salamander tail lashed out like a raging storm, sending Jiraiya flying. He tumbled through the mud, finally coming to a battered halt. "Damn it," Jiraiya muttered, slowly getting to his feet, covered in dust, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding determination. Hanzo looked down on the three, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. "This war, I'm afraid, is Konoha's victory. There's no point in continuing. I'll let you go this time. We don't need your pity. We can still fight," Jiraiya shouted, his voice brimming with defiance. "Enough, Jiraiya," Tsunade said softly, weariness tempered by reason in her eyes. She understood, at least in part, the relationship between Uchiha Hikaru and Hanzo. "The three of you are indeed formidable. To survive such a brutal battle, henceforth, I, Hanzo, shall call you the legendary Sannin of Konoha," he declared, his tone carrying a measure of respect. "As the prize for surviving, each of you must bear your own name and reputation." Hanzo continued gravely, his admiration for the young shinobi evident. Among all his opponents, these three, apart from Dankato and Chiyo, were the only ones who could fight him to the very end. Although the Land of Rain had not suffered defeat in this campaign, the overwhelming power of the Land of Fire made the final outcome clear. Despite being caught between the pressures of the Land of Lightning and the interference of the Land of Rain, Konoha managed to drive back both Owagekure and Sunagekure, maintaining its place at the pinnacle of the five great nations. But for Hanzo, these matters no longer held significance. His sole pursuit was peace for the people of the Land of Rain. He had never sought to seize territory or resources through war. The reason for joining this war was solely to make the Land of Rain a nation that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the five great nations. Now, that goal has been achieved. From this point on, the future of the Land of Rain will no longer be dictated by the whims of the powerful, and it will be much easier for us to act in our own interests. A torrential downpour, as if the heavens themselves were weeping, soaked every inch of the Land of Rain. Amidst the war-torn ruins, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan trudged through the mud, searching for any trace of Uchiha Hikaru. In their hearts, there burned a longing even deeper than the endless rain. "Speaking of which, Nagato, I never expected you could declare your dreams so boldly in front of everyone, without a hint of fear," Yahiko said, his voice filled with admiration. "That's because you spoke up first, Yahiko. You gave me the courage," Nagato replied, his tone light and breezy. "I was able to say it out loud because I absolutely refuse to waste my life in this war-ravaged land," Yahiko continued. "Besides, I have an even greater dream." "What dream?" Nagato asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. "To conquer the world," Yahiko said, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "If the whole world is in our hands, we can shape our own destiny. No more suffering, no more hardship." "To conquer the world?" Nagato echoed, his astonishment tinged with anticipation. "That's right. Only then can we be worthy of our parents, who gave us life and raised us, and worthy of this land we call home. And if we conquer the world, we can finally do as we wish, can't we?" Yahiko pressed on, the spark of his dream flickering in his eyes. "Wouldn't that make us like gods?" Nagato mused, his words brimming with hope for the future. "If only we could become gods, then maybe the wars would end, and we could bring peace to the world." Just as the three of them were swept away in the tide of their dreams, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the distant mountains. The powerful shockwave hurled them off their feet and sent them tumbling through the air. "Is everyone all right?" Yahiko struggled to his feet, concern etched in his voice. I'm fine, Conan nodded, a glint of determination shining in her eyes. What's going on? There are ninja fighting over there, and it's Hanzo and the Leaf Village's ninja. The three of them ducked behind a rocky outcrop, watching the battlefield with wide-eyed astonishment. They survive an encounter with Hanzo? They must be incredibly strong, Nagato murmured, a touch of reverence in his voice. Yahiko shot Hanzo a look of disgust, then turned to the three strangers and said, even though I want to find a master, it doesn't matter if we can't find Hikaru. If we can find another strong one, that's enough. Nagato, Conan, let's follow those three. Determination rang out clear in Yahiko's words. Wait. Just as they were about to set out, a familiar voice drifted from behind, gentle as a long-lost breeze, stopping the three of them in their tracks. Nagato whirled around, and to his delight he saw Uchiha, Hikaru, Shizen, and a long-haired young man standing behind them. As if they had appeared out of thin air, he recognized the two at a glance, his delight impossible to hide. Xiaowang, Shunshu. Yahiko and Conan also turned at the sound, and the sight of a familiar face stirred a surge of indescribable excitement in their hearts. The children couldn't hold back. They rushed forward and threw their arms around each other in a tight embrace. Why weren't you all waiting obediently for us at the base? Although Uchiha Hikaru was surrounded by this wave of enthusiasm, her reason remained clear. She looked at the three with a face full of reproach. It's extremely dangerous for civilians to approach ninja. Well, it could have easily gotten you killed by mistake. Do you realize that? We're sorry, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan said sincerely, their heads bowed. Let go, Hikaru. Now's not the time for scolding. We have more pressing matters. Shunshu stepped in to ease the tension and offered a reminder. You're right. Hikaru snapped back to the task at hand, her gaze shifting toward the battlefield beyond the mountain. Their fight is already over. We need to catch up. Not long after, the six of them arrived at the port of the Land of Rain, just in time to see the three Sannin from Konoha about to depart. Wait, sister. Shinshu's voice rang out from a distance as he hurried toward them, a mixture of urgency and excitement in every step. Tsunade turned around, her eyes landing on Shinshu, and to her astonishment, among the five figures behind him were Dan Kato and Uchiha Hikaru. Dan, are you really all right? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Dan nodded, a flash of relief in his eyes. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the pair, curiosity and intrigue flickering in his eyes. This, are you? Jiraiya's voice quivered as he looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Is that teacher Hikaru? But why are you here? His mind was awash with questions, but he didn't know where to begin. It's been a long time, Jiraiya. Uchiha Hikaru approached with a gentle smile, her tone solemn. I know you all must have many questions. How about this? Let me invite you to Mangekyo as my guests, and I'll answer everything there. The three Sannin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Uchiha Hikaru gave a nod, then swiftly formed the seals for the summoning technique, transporting everyone into the warm, fleshy interior of a giant toad. As soon as she dispelled the summoning, she herself used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly return to the Tower of God in Mangekyo. When the group reappeared, they found themselves in the conference room atop the tallest tower in Mangekyo. Seated at the conference table, as if they had been awaiting their arrival for some time, were Hanzo the Salamander, Uzumaki Yuri, the elderly Tobirama Senju, and a clone of Uchiha Madara. Oh, is that little Tsuna? You've grown so much. Tobirama gazed at his grandniece and grandnephew with a gentle smile, as if, in this moment, the passage of time had slowed to something warm and tender. Granduncle? Tsunade's voice trembled with disbelief. She remembered the warm smile of Tobirama from her childhood. Now, seeing her second granduncle, long since past, standing before her once more, stirred a torrent of complex emotions within her. Everyone, let's set aside reminiscing for now. The reason I invited you here is to propose a partnership between you and Konoha. Uchiha Hikari said, gently hanging the fan from her back on the wall. Her gaze grew solemn as she looked at the three Sannin of Konoha. A partnership? The three Sannin exchanged glances, uncertain of Uchiha Hikari's intentions. Before we discuss any alliance, there are things you must first understand, Hikari said as she took her seat at the head of the table. The Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered in her eyes, and in a heartbeat, everyone was drawn into the illusionary world she had crafted with Tsukuyami. Within this space, she revealed to the Sannin the early history of Konoha's founding, exposing the truths behind the rift between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The betrayal suffered by Uzumaki Mido, herself, and Dan Kato at the hands of Konoha, and even the looming threat known as the Otsutsuki, she withheld nothing from them. I see. So everything you've done before and after the Shinobi World War was to prepare for the threat of the Otsutsuki clan? Among the Sannin, Orochimaru's voice carried a note of realization. That is correct. Hikari nodded in affirmation. The current ninja world is rife with suspicion and hatred among the 5 great nations. Even if we made these truths public, we would struggle to find allies. More likely, the 5 nations would become even more wary of us, perhaps uniting to hunt us down. Then, what precisely is the partnership you're proposing? Orochimaru's tone held a blend of curiosity and caution. A glint of resolve flashed in Hikari's eyes. She drew a deep breath and spoke slowly. Your bravery in this war has made your names echo throughout the ninja world. I am confident that the future of Konoha's leadership will rest securely in your hands. I hope that in the days to come, Konoha and our Hidden Rain village can stand together on a united front against the Otsutsuki threat. But according to what you said, hasn't the Otsutsuki clan already been sealed away for 1,000 years? Tsunade's voice was tinged with doubt. That's not the case. There are still other Otsutsuki clan members hidden within the shinobi world, said Madara's replica, his voice grave. As Madara said, Tobirama continued, picking up the thread. For the past 20 years, he and I have been secretly investigating the Otsutsuki. In a certain ruin belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya, we uncovered a startling truth. What truth is that? The others asked, their curiosity piqued. The Otsutsuki are a clan of gods from another world. Whenever they visit a planet to plant the divine tree, they always come in pairs. Though Kagaya has been sealed by the Sage of 6 Paths, one more Otsutsuki remains somewhere in the shinobi world, their whereabouts still unknown. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. If such an enemy was truly lurking in the shadows, then at this moment, there was no one in the entire ninja world who could stand against them. What should we do if an enemy like that really exists? Jiraiya asked with curiosity. Uchiha Hikaru's gaze flickered with a trace of apology as he replied. Jiraiya, I was sealed away before, so I haven't had the chance to share the Great Toad Sage's prophecy with you. It's all right, Master Hikaru. I've already learned of the prophecy from Lord Fukasaku. Jiraiya answered, his voice relaxed and his gentle smile offering comfort to Uchiha Hikaru. In that case, you must already understand your mission, Uchiha Hikaru said, walking slowly to stand beside Nagato, his tone earnest and sincere. According to the prophecy, one of your disciples could become the ninja who transforms the future of the ninja world. Now, the only one in the world who possesses the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths is Nagato. He may well be the child of prophecy, so it is crucial that you guide him with all your heart. I understand, Jiraiya replied, his eyes falling softly on Nagato, his smile filled with hope and encouragement. Uchiha Hikaru then turned to Tsunade, his tone taking on a note of gravity. Tsunade, as I've said before, a shadow hangs over Konoha. Righteous people like Dan Kato and Nawaki, if they try to take root in such soil too soon, may find themselves in grave danger. Once the day comes when you can sweep away the rot within Konoha, only then will it be safe for Dan Kato and Nawaki to return. Tsunade nodded slowly, a look of determination flashing in her eyes, as if she had already made up her mind. Finally, Uchiha Hikaru's gaze settled on Orochimaru. I've heard that you have a deep interest in the research of life and ninja arts. In my possession are a large number of experimental samples of Hashirama Senju cells, as well as all the ninjutsu knowledge of the Leaf and the Uzumaki clan. If you're interested, I hope you'll join us in our research. Though Mangekyo has formidable ninja strength, talents like you and Tsunade, with mastery of cutting-edge scientific techniques, are exceedingly rare here. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stood silent and still. Uchiha Hikaru's invitation rippled through his heart like a stone cast into a deep pond, sending waves of emotion within him. There's no need to answer right away, Uchiha Hikaru continued, seeing Orochimaru's hesitation. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, tinged with warmth. Once you've made up your mind, you're welcome to come find me in Mangekyo anytime. As her words faded, everyone felt as if a great weight had been lifted and finally left the world of Tsukuyami. After reminiscing and discussing their plans, Orochimaru and Tsunade were the first to return to Konoha. Jiraiya, on the other hand, chose to remain in Mangekyo, joining Uchiha Hikaru in teaching Nagato, Yahiko, Konin, and Nawaki, passing on his knowledge and skills to them. Madara chose to continue investigating the Otsutsuki clan's secrets, and Kato Dan accompanied him. Dan's spirit transformation technique was exceptionally suited for intelligence gathering. Both men carried the weight of loved ones in their hearts, and for their sake, they shouldered a heavy mission, venturing together down a path shrouded in uncertainty. Tobarama was now well past 50. In recent years, he had settled in Mangekyo, staying by Uzumaki Utai's side. 2 years earlier, they welcomed a daughter into the world and named her Uzumaki Kushina. From the moment she was born, the people of Mangekyo cherished her as their precious jewel. Hanzo and Utai, in particular, regarded her as the village's future heir and raised her accordingly. Time flowed swiftly. 3 years slipped by in a blink. Uchiha Hikari watched as Nagato and the other children grew into individuals capable of standing on their own. She herself volunteered to be sealed away once again. This time, she entrusted the descendants of the Uzumaki clan with the task of unsealing her in the future, should the opportunity arise to hunt the tailed beasts. After Orochimaru's return to Konoha, Uchiha Hikari's invitation continued to echo in his mind. The brutality of war had forced him to witness the fall of countless comrades. Yet unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, he did not seek solace in mourning. Instead, he attributed all suffering to the inherent fragility of life, and within him grew an insatiable hunger for power and the pursuit of immortality. Life, he believed, was delicate, easily shattered by threats from the outside world. Orochimaru yearned to discover a way to make life more resilient, even if it meant paying any price. To chase after eternity, driven by this obsession, he threw himself into scientific research, delving deeply into the study of his own species, a journey marked by chilling cruelty. At first, with Konoha's tacit approval, he used volunteers as test subjects, attempting to transplant Hashirama Senju cells in hopes of pushing human limits. However, the experiments ended in disastrous failure, with a heavy toll exacted. As one failure and sacrifice followed another, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally issued a ban, bringing the project to a complete halt. Yet, the research had already yielded preliminary results. Orochimaru and Danzo were unwilling to let go. Secretly, they continued to gather experimental materials, even resorting to abducting infants to further their studies. Afterward, Orochimaru made 2 significant breakthroughs in his research. One was the creation of the curse mark. The other was perfecting the impure world reincarnation technique. The curse mark traced its origins to a place called Tenbin Village. There, villagers would sometimes descend into uncontrollable rages, their bodies transforming and granting them astonishing chakra. Through studying Tenbin Village, Orochimaru discovered a unique kind of chakra, capable of awakening latent potential within the human body. Yet, it also brought unpredictable side effects, turning people into monsters with formidable power, by transplanting. This mysterious power, a person's body can be revitalized with unprecedented vigor, their strength multiplied, and their regenerative abilities significantly enhanced. While it cannot grant eternal life, it does make living beings far less fragile. However, the success rate of the curse mark transplantation is extremely low. At present, Orochimaru devotes most of his energy to reducing its fatality rate, striving to make this power more controllable. As for the reanimation jutsu, he stumbled upon it by chance in Konoha's sealed archives, a place brimming with countless forbidden techniques. That fascinated him. Among them were the terrifyingly powerful Yamato no Jutsu and the reanimation jutsu, left behind by the second Hokage. While overjoyed by these discoveries, Orochimaru couldn't help but lament that to master all ninjutsu would require an immense investment of time and effort, and yet the lifespan of the human body is so limited. The moment life ends, all one's efforts vanish like smoke. During his study of the reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru's longing for immortality grew ever more intense. He accelerated his pursuit of eternal life, striving to find a way to unlock limitless possibilities within the bounds of a finite existence. Meanwhile, after returning to Konoha, Tsunade devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of medical ninjutsu. Following the blueprint Dan had envisioned, she brought about an unprecedented revolution in Konoha's medical field. After years of dedicated research, Tsunade finally earned the title Slug Princess, becoming the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world. Tsunade knew well that, for now, she could not wield great influence in the political arena, but by saving countless lives, she could win the hearts of the people. Deep down, she never gave up her dream of bringing both Dan and Iwaki back to Konoha. Konoha year 36, 7 years after the Second Great Ninja War. On this particular day, heavy clouds loomed over the village. News that Mito Uzumaki was gravely ill spread like a shadow over Konoha. The atmosphere in the village was tense. Everyone's heart was weighed down with worry and unease. If anything were to happen to Mito Uzumaki, it could mean a rampage by the Nine Tails. Her critical illness cast a pall over the entire village. The Uzumaki clan shinobi under Hiruzen Sarutobi's command were entrusted with great hope. They immediately began researching sealing techniques that could safely transfer the Nine Tails to a new Jinchuriki. Day and night, they wrestled with the problem, searching for a glimmer of hope. However, these Uzumaki under Hiruzen were themselves once refugees who had fled in desperation. They only knew the most basic of sealing arts and lacked Mito Uzumaki's innate talent. Faced with such a grave crisis, Konoha found itself at a loss. The news spread rapidly, and public pressure was mounting on Konoha's leadership. With a grim expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to his quarters, silently gazing at the scrolls stored within. Is there no choice but to ask her for help? Outside Hiruzen's residence, Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado paced anxiously, worry etched across their faces that a heavy burden weighed on their hearts for the sake of the Leaf Village. At last, they summoned their courage and knocked on that imposing door. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? The situation is dire. Only if we ask Master Hikari to return can we turn the tide and avert disaster. Koharu Udatain's voice carried a sense of urgency. Hiruzen's face was dark and clouded, as if a storm gathered in his eyes. Back then, to protect Danzo, he had betrayed Uchiha Hikari. That betrayal pierced Hikari's heart like a sharpened blade, leaving a deep wound. And yet, Danzo's research had come to nothing. Instead of progress, Hiruzen had put an end to it completely. Everything seemed to be unraveling, spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. He had failed at both tasks. Now, if he were to release Uchiha Hikari, he couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't act out of anger. After all, she was a member of the Uchiha clan, a people whose emotions were a mystery even to themselves. After a long struggle and careful weighing of options, Hiruzen braced himself against the pressure from his colleagues. With heavy steps, he made his way to the intelligence division. He dispatched Takamu, who, using Uchiha Hikari's name, sent a plea for aid to Hanzo the Salamander, leader of the Hidden Rain village. He requested that members of the Uzumaki clan be sent to assist the Leaf in sealing the Nine Tails into a new Jinchuriki. In the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo received the Leaf's letter and a sly smile crept across his lips. The mighty third Hokage, reduced to such desperation, he scoffed, and to shamelessly invoke Master Hikari's name to beg for our help. His gaze shifted to Uzumaki Yuri, who stood nearby. Teacher Yuri, Uzumaki Mito of the Leaf, is gravely ill. Should we send someone to visit her? Aunt Mito is gravely ill. Yuri's voice trembled. She quickly took the letter, her vision blurring as tears slipped down her cheeks. We must go, she said resolutely. We cannot let Aunt Mito face the cold, lonely prison of the Leaf in her final days. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? At that moment, 9-year-old Kushina Uzumaki looked on with worry, her innocent face filled with confusion as she gazed at her mother. Kushina, go to my room and bring me the sealing scroll, the one with Master Hikari's name on it. The scroll for little Hikari? Kushina asked, curiosity lighting up her young face. Kushina, how many times must I remind you? Hikari is my teacher. You must address her with respect. But little Hikari looks so tiny, Kushina protested, her lips pursed in a slight pout. Still, she scampered off to the room and soon returned, clutching the scroll that held Uchiha Hikari's seal. Yuri took the scroll from her daughter, a flash of determination in her eyes. As for whether we'll go to the Leaf, we should consult Master Hikari first. This time, after all, it concerns the fate of the tailed beast. Taitai deftly undid the seal on the scroll, and Uchiha Hikari's figure slowly emerged. As she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Kushina's face, brimming with curiosity. My, Kushina, you've grown so much, Uchiha Hikari said as she walked over softly, unable to resist gently rubbing Kushina's cheek. With a warm smile, she added, you're just as adorable as when you were little. Be gentle, Hikari. That hurts, Kushina protested, her face scrunched up with grievance. Hikari-sensei, this child has been really rebellious lately. No matter how I teach her, she just won't change how she addresses people. Uzumaki Taitai sighed helplessly. It's all right. Children are always curious and persistent about new things. Uchiha Hikari replied with a gentle smile. Once I undo the Een seal, she'll naturally change. By the way, did you call me out at this time because of the latest information on the tail beasts? Well, actually, Taitai's voice grew somber as she recounted, word by word, the plea for help from Konoha. The heaviness in her tone felt like a stone pressing on her heart. I see, Sister Mito. In that instant, Uchiha Hikari's expression became complicated. The years sealed within the scroll had felt like one long slumber to her. But every time she awakened, she was forced to face the loss of those most dear to her. It frightened her deeply. "Hikari-sensei, are we going to Konoha this time?" Taiima asked. Uchiha Hikari fell into brief contemplation, a flash of resolve passing through her eyes. "We must go, but this time, only Kushina, and I will make the journey. Konoha needs a new Jinchuriki, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to reclaim the Nine Tails." "You want Kushina to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki?" Taiima asked. "No." Uchiha Hikari gently shook her head, her gaze softening as it fell on Kushina. "Kushina is simply my means to lower Konoha's guard. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a chance to see Sister Mito." She stroked Kushina's head tenderly, her voice carrying an undeniable firmness. "Besides, I would never let Kushina endure the pain and isolation that comes with being a Jinchuriki." "But how exactly will we do this?" Taiima pressed. "My brother entrusted me with the Nine Tails summoning contract before he passed," Hikari explained. "Once Sister Mito breaks the seal, I'll summon the Nine Tails from afar, use my eye techniques to control it, and then seal it within myself." "Are you sure you don't need us to come along?" "That won't be necessary," Hikari replied with measured caution. "Things within Konoha are complicated. The fewer people, the better. When the time comes, I can use the Flying Thunder God to bring Kushina out directly. If too many of us go, I'll have more to worry about. If we get pinned down, all of us would be in danger." Her words were as steadying as an anchor, bringing a measure of calm to Taiima's anxious heart. "I understand." Uzumaki Yuri nodded solemnly, then turned her gaze to Kushina. "Kushina, you must be extra careful on this trip to Konoha. Listen to Master Hikari in all things. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, Mom," Kushina said, clenching her small fists as a confident smile lit up her face. "I'm strong. I can protect Hikari just fine." "This child," Yuri sighed. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and several familiar figures walked in. "Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Shunshu, you all came too?" Uchiha Hikari turned around, surprise and delight shining in his eyes. "We heard you were unsealed, so of course we had to come and see for ourselves," Shunshu replied with a playful grin. "Are you sure you don't need us to come along?" Nagato asked with concern. Over the years, he had mastered the Rinnegan's powers to perfection. In one-on-one combat, even Hikari wouldn't dare claim to have the upper hand. Nagato was steadily becoming Rain Village's next great force after Hanzo the Salamander. "Don't worry, Nagato and I. If anything really happens, just use that Shinra Tensei move you showed us last time and flatten Konoha in one go." Kushina piped up, leaning closer to him with a mischievous grin. "Kushina, are you saying my deep forest emergence isn't as good as Nagato's Shinra Tensei?" Shunshu pouted, a little jealous that his little sister seemed to favor Nagato over him. Yahiko joined in with a teasing smile. "Kushina, don't you go lying just because you're scared of your two big brothers. Deep down, you know Yahiko and I's water style is the strongest, right?" "Yahiko, why are you stirring things up too?" Konan gave his ear a gentle pinch, her tone lightly scolding. She pulled Kushina behind her protectively, her eyes full of affection, though she didn't forget to throw a slightly disdainful look at the three boys vying for Kushina's attention. The three of them shrank back a little under Conan's glare. Standing beside Kushina, Hikari chuckled. "Look at our little princess, surrounded by so many doting brothers and sisters. She'll have the run of the Rain Village in no time. At this rate, they're going to spoil Kushina rotten." Yuri sighed softly, but there was no hiding the tenderness in her eyes. One day, if Kushina falls in love, her poor suitor will be scared off the moment he sees all these fearsome in-laws. Yuri was already worrying about Kushina's future marriage prospects. Everyone burst into laughter at her words, the atmosphere growing warm and light-hearted. Uchiha Hikari held Kushina's small hand tightly as they stood together, side by side, facing the imposing gates of Konoha. Quietly, Hikari traced a Flying Thunder God mark onto Kushina's palm, whispering, "Kushina, once we're inside Konoha, if you sense any danger at all, just channel your chakra into this seal. I'll sense it instantly. Do you understand?" "I understand," she replied. Kushina nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with resolve. For the first time, she stepped out of the village, hidden in the rain, and as she faced the sun-drenched land of Konoha before her, her heart welled up with curiosity and anticipation. In no time, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared with a group of A and BU at his side, and the grand gates of Konoha slowly swung open before them. "So, you're the new princess of the Uzumaki clan?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was gentle, yet probing as it settled on Kushina. "Yes, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. I come representing the Uzumaki clan of the Hidden Rain Village," here to oversee the transition of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina spoke with calm composure and dignity. Though only 9 years old, the poise she displayed drew the attention and admiration of everyone present from Konoha. What a clever child, Hiruzen chuckled softly, then turned his eyes to the girl standing beside Kushina. And who is this? She's my attendant, responsible for my daily needs. You may call her Nameless, Kushina introduced. But why does she wear a mask? Nameless suffered burns to her face in a fire. My mother pitied her plight and took her in as a handmaid, Kushina explained, her tone carrying a trace of sympathy. I see. Hiruzen nodded. Though suspicion lingered in his heart, he did not press further. This time, Uchiha Hikaru had cleverly used Tobi's mask as a disguise, and Tobi's chakra veiled her own like a thin mist, effectively concealing her identity. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi could not see through it. Kushina, the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is the most closely guarded secret in our village. Your mission here must be kept absolutely confidential. This is for your own safety as well. Do you understand? Hiruzen's tone was grave, his gaze filled with concern. Understand, Lord Hokage. Kushina nodded with equal solemnity, her eyes unwavering. Next, I will arrange for you to enroll at the Ninja Academy as an exchange student. Are you ready for that? Hiruzen continued. Yes, I am ready, Kushina replied softly, her eyes gleaming with courage and determination. The news of Kushina's arrival in Konoha was sealed as the highest level secret. Only a handful of top officials, including the third Hokage, were aware. Even the famed Three Sannin knew nothing of it. This decision was made to protect the future of the Uzumaki clan and, crucially, to ensure the safety of Konoha itself. Soon after, Kushina and Uchiha Hikaru were led to the residence of Uzumaki Mido. As the door opened, they were greeted by the sight of a grand bed, its headboard inlaid with the swirling emblem of the Uzumaki, an enduring symbol of the clan's honor and legacy. Uzumaki Mido sat at the bedside. Since Hashirama's passing, she no longer used the Ine seal to preserve her youthful appearance. Now, she was a frail, elderly woman, yet she still wore her iconic white kimono, as graceful as ever, a sight that brought tears to Uchiha Hikaru's eyes. Mido Uzumaki slowly turned her head, her gentle gaze falling upon Kushina. She beckoned with her hand, signaling for Kushina to come closer. Kushina hesitated for a moment, then walked over to stand before Mido. Mido took Kushina's small hand in hers, her voice as warm as the spring sun. You've come such a long way. It must have been difficult for you. She softly brushed a strand of Kushina's hair, her eyes filled with understanding and care. Both of us are vessels for the Nine Tails. When you first learned of this, you must have felt shocked, grieved, and in pain. But it's all right. You can share your true feelings with me here. Mido's words flowed like a gentle current, soothing the tension in Kushina's heart. With clear and steady eyes, Kushina shook her head and replied, Grandma Mido, I'm strong. With so many people around me who love me, I don't feel sad or in pain. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. Mido's smile was as warm as springtime, her eyes brimming with relief and pride. Then, her gaze shifted to the side, settling on Hikaru Uchiha, the masked figure standing quietly nearby. Even without seeing her face, one could sense the turmoil within her. Mido reached out her hand, gently calling Hikaru to approach. A storm of emotions raged within Hikaru. Worried about Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence, she dared not remove her mask, yet beneath it, her tears were already flowing. In today's Konoha, even the simplest conversation in public had become a luxury for them. Silently, Hikaru stepped closer. Mido gently took her hand, and for a moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a halt. In the blink of an eye, all three of their minds were drawn by a mysterious force into the heartful world of the true waterfall, a realm belonging only to them, pure and sincere. Midone, it's been so long. Hikaru's voice trembled with the emotion of reunion after years apart. It has been a long time, little Hikaru. All these years, and you're still the same, Mido replied wistfully. Though time had left its marks upon her, the affection she held for Hikaru had never faded. Midone, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop what happened to Yuzushiyo back then. Hikaru's eyes glimmered with tears, her words heavy with guilt. No, Hikaru. If anyone should apologize, it's me. Mido gently shook her head. I was the one who let you bear the weight of our clan. I only ever called on you for help, but I couldn't offer you support when you needed it most. Midone, you don't have to apologize to me. Hikaru lowered her head. If you hadn't shown me the way back then, I wouldn't have been able to hold on to my dreams all this time. My heart is full of happiness now. Besides, aren't we best friends? To do anything for a friend without a single complaint. That's what I learned from Boruto. Now, I want to pass these words on to you. Tears shimmered at the corners of Mito Uzumaki's eyes. She nodded gently, as if deeply moved by the strength of this friendship. Uchiha Hikari continued. So really, it's me who should apologize. If I hadn't let Hashirama make that choice back, then things would have turned out differently for both of you. It was my fault that Hashirama lost his life. It was my fault that you, Sister Mito, had to live as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That's not true, Hikari, Mito replied softly. Even though I spent the latter half of my life as a vessel for the Nine-Tails, there's still a way to find happiness. The key is to fill your heart with love first. If you can do that, even as a Jinchuriki, happiness is still within reach. Then, Sister Mito, do you feel happy now? Uchiha Hikari asked quietly. Mito smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with tenderness. The dreams that Hashirama and I shared have been passed on through you. We both believe you'll carry them forward and see them fulfilled. That's why, as we departed this world, both Hashirama and I felt truly happy. Hikari pressed her lips together, but the tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Mito's spirit drew closer, enveloping Hikari in a gentle, heartfelt embrace. Hikari, thank you for coming to see me one last time before I go. Thank you, too, for always thinking of me as your dearest friend. Entrusting the Uzumaki clan to you was the best decision I ever made. Truly, thank you, Hikari. As her words faded, Mito's spirit began to dissolve, her form scattering into countless points of light that slowly melted away into the spiritual realm. Hikari lifted her gaze, watching the luminous curtain drift across the sky. Sister Mito, don't worry. The Uzumaki clan is no longer what it once was. They're surrounded now by friends they can truly rely on. Kushina may be a little princess, but she's different from you in your time. She grew up free from the old rigid rules and rituals. Everyone around her loves her dearly. She has many friends, and no one pushes her to become stronger. She wants that strength for herself, from her own heart. So please rest easy. She'll grow up healthy and strong, a new princess worthy of bearing the weight of her clan. Conviction and promise resonated in Hikari's words. She turned to Kushina, her eyes full of warmth. By now, Kushina was in tears, sobbing quietly. From a young age, she had the gift of connecting with others' hearts, and in this shared spiritual world, she had witnessed firsthand the deep bond and history between Mito Uzumaki and Uchiha Hikari. She now understood everything about their story. Through her tears, Kushina called out softly, Hikari. What is it, Kushina? Uchiha Hikaru asked with concern, reaching out to gently pat her back in a comforting gesture. I can sense your true feelings, so I know that even in the end, Lady Mito's heart still worried for Konoha's safety. Though she harbored resentment toward the village, she treasured deeply the love that grandfather Hashirama held for it. Kushina wiped away her tears, her voice now resolute. I truly admire Grandma Mito. That's why I wish to share her burden. I want to volunteer to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina. Uchiha Hikaru's face softened with sorrow at her words. To become a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki means carrying the weight of other suspicion and fear for a lifetime. You'll have to endure unspeakable pain and hatred. As a Jinchuriki, you'll be constantly watched, restricted, and may never be free to leave the village. Are you sure you want to bear all of this? Concern filled Hikaru's voice. She understood well the gravity of this responsibility and hated to see Kushina forced along such a difficult path. Kushina looked up, determination sparkling in her eyes. Grandma Mito taught me that the heart must first be filled with love. No matter how great the hardship, happiness can still be found. I want to become someone like that. Uchiha Hikaru took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with emotion. Kushina, you've truly grown. The light of their shared consciousness slowly faded, and the two returned from their heartfelt world back to reality. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito's body lay weak and limp on the bed, the flame of her life about to flicker out. In the room, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others witnessed this scene and cried out in alarm. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The Nine-Tails is about to break free from the seal. What's all the panic for? Kushina's voice cut in, calm and steady. She had returned from the spiritual realm. The Nine-Tails seal will be inherited by me. Nameless, help me. Understood. Uchiha Hikaru replied firmly. Kushina and Hikaru took their places on either side of Mito. Behind her mask, Hikaru's Mangekyo Sharingan spun silently to life. Delving deeper into Mito's consciousness, she came face to face with the Nine-Tails, pinned down by sealing jutsu. Obey me, Nine-Tails. With a single, commanding glance from her Mangekyo, the raging beast instantly fell silent. I'm ready, Hikaru said quietly, her voice radiating unshakable confidence. "All right," Kushina replied with a bright smile. Her hands flashed through a series of seals, and her lips parted as she called out. "Sealing technique. 4 symbols seal." Her voice rang out clear and strong as her gestures shifted. The power of the 4 symbols seal began to flow. It was as if invisible threads danced at her fingertips, the energy of the sealing technique gathering and weaving together. The 4-symbol seal was a complex and exquisite ninjutsu, typically used to seal or control powerful chakra entities. As Kushina moved, the lines of the seal began to glow, radiating circles of light from within as if the ripples of sealing power were spreading through the air. The 9 tails, sealed within Mito's body, slowly started to reveal itself as the power of the seal weakened. Cursed Uchiha, a cursed brat of the Uzumaki clan. The 9 tails let out a final, furious roar. Its vast chakra surged forth, forming the cloak of a tailed beast that shrouded Uzumaki Mito's lifeless body. The will of the 9 tails was suppressed by the power of Uchiha Hikari's eyes, so Kushina didn't need to expend any extra chakra to maintain the adamantine sealing chains. Her entire focus was fixed on the 4-symbol seal. The density of the 9 tails chakra is overwhelming. "Can you really handle it, Kushina?" Uchiha Hikari's voice was filled with concern. "It's difficult." Kushina bit her lip, determination unwavering in her eyes despite the strain on her face. "If you really can't hold out, I can add another 4-symbol seal. Together, we can merge the technique and transform it into the 8 trigram seal," Hikari suggested, deep worry coloring her tone. "It seems there's no other way." Sweat slid down Kushina's forehead as she forced a wry smile. "Without Grandma Mito's guidance, I can only seal part of the 9 tails inside me on my own." "Then let's begin." Uchiha Hikari and Kushina moved in perfect harmony. Their gestures synchronized as they formed the same hand signs and cast the 4-symbol seal together. 8 trigram seal. 8 trigram seal. The tailed beast cloak around Mito's body surged like matter drawn into a black hole, swiftly pouring into Kushina's abdomen. The sheer scale of the 9 tails chakra was equivalent to the sum of several tailed beasts combined. The immensity of this power was nearly beyond Hikari's comprehension. Even the 8 trigram seal, formed by stacking 2 4-symbol seals, couldn't immediately contain the entirety of the beast within Kushina. "There's no other choice," Hikari murmured, activating her Mangekyo Sharingan once more. She etched the mark of the Yasaka Magatama on Mito's stomach, planning to absorb the excess 9 tails chakra into her own 4-symbol seal. Yet, after a while, she realized the original seal's capacity was already at its limit. Regret gnawed at her. If only she had allowed more space when drafting the runes, things might have turned out differently. With no other option, she split the remaining chakra again, sealing part of it into the In seal on her forehead and storing the rest temporarily within the Yasaka Magatama of her Mangekyo Sharingan. As the storm inside the room gradually subsided, the wild, untamed presence of the 9 tails finally faded away, and tranquility returned. Hiruzen Sarutobi approached slowly, hope lighting his eyes. Did it succeed? Kushina Uzumaki was drenched in sweat, collapsing on the ground, yet a relaxed smile played on her lips as she gave a confident thumbs up. "That should do it," she declared. She gently lifted her shirt, revealing her abdomen, where the overlapping 4-symbol seal and 8 trigram seal stood out clearly, a fresh, intricate sigil of life imprinted on her fair skin. Hikari Uchiha stood nearby, his face behind the mask radiant with pride and satisfaction. Kushina's talent was truly extraordinary. At only 9 years old, she could single-handedly suppress half of the 9 tails chakra. "Excellent work, Kushina Uzumaki," came the solemn voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "From today onward, you are officially the new Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Konoha will register your status, and from this moment, you'll be under the round-the-clock protection of the village's umbu." At these words, Kushina pouted and glanced dismissively at the ninja in fox-faced masks around her. Those guys panic at the slightest sign of the 9 tails stirring. "I don't need their protection. I've got Nameless, and that's enough." Her blunt, straightforward statement left the umbu present at a loss for words, unable to respond. "Kushina," Sarutobi's tone grew stern, "there are things you must understand. As the 9 tails Jinchuriki, your existence is vital to maintaining the balance of tailed beasts among the villages. From now on, any mission that takes you outside Konoha must be reported in advance. You are not just the princess of the Uzumaki clan anymore. You are now also an asset of Konoha. You may have enjoyed certain privileges in the Land of Rain, but here in Konoha, things will be different." "I'm well aware of these rules," Kushina thought to herself, unconcerned by Sarutobi's warnings. After all, if she ever wished to leave, she could simply have Hikari teleport her away. With the flying thunder god technique. The real reason she chose to stay was curiosity, to experience firsthand what made the Konoha that Granny Mito cherished so deeply worth loving. In that case, your next step is to report to the Ninja Academy. One of the teachers will escort you there, Sarutobi announced. Hokage-sama, what about Miss Kushina's living arrangements? Hikari's voice from behind the mask was respectful and cautious. Konoha has no shortage of vacant houses, Sarutobi replied. But since Kushina will be attending the academy, she can't have attendance with her. You and I will select a suitable place for her together. As you wish. And so, Hikari Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi set out to find Kushina a home that was both safe and comfortable. They wandered the streets and alleys of Konoha, weighing each possible residence with care, determined to provide her with an environment that would keep her secure without making her feel trapped. Kushina followed her teacher into the Ninja Academy, and the moment she stepped into the classroom, she found herself surrounded by the curious stares of many blank-faced children. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity. She let out a soft hum and thought to herself, the children in this village are far too naive. Such a trivial matter. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Kushina's gaze swept across each face, finally settling on a boy who stood out from the rest. His blonde hair and blue eyes marked him as different, yet, amidst all the dumbfounded faces, he appeared calm and composed. He seemed to sense that she was special, watching her with a peaceful and steady gaze. Unconsciously, the corners of Kushina's lips lifted in a small smile, and she silently praised him. At least there's one decent one here. This is our new transfer student, starting today. The teacher began awkwardly, for Konoha's secrecy measures were strict, and he clearly didn't know her name yet. Kushina's lips curled into a confident smirk as she introduced herself without hesitation. Uzumaki Kushina. Remember it. In an instant, the classroom erupted. Some gasped at her striking hair color. Others began whispering among themselves, and a few even started to mock her. That hair is just outrageous. How could someone's hair be that red? How much dye would you need for that? The teacher hastily tried to restore order. All right, everyone quiet down. But Kushina couldn't restrain herself any longer. You there, if any of you have a problem with my hair, meet me at the plaza after class for a one-on-one. Back in the Hidden Rain, she was treated as a princess, but the village kids didn't avoid her because of her title. It was her formidable strength that kept them at bay. Did you hear what she just said? She's not even from our village, and she's already acting all high and mighty. Does she think she's the Hokage or something? Someone taunted. Kushina only smiled coolly. What's so great about the Hokage? She retorted, recalling Hiruzen Sarutobi's panic in front of the Nine Tails. In her heart, she scoffed, so that's all the Hokage amounts to. If you're all so in awe of the Hokage, then I'll become this village's first female Hokage someday. The moment her words fell, the classroom fell utterly silent. Everyone looked at her with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, as if trying to gauge how serious she was. Among them, the blonde boy slowly stood up, his voice gentle yet resolute. I want to become a Hokage, recognized by everyone in the village too. Let's do our best together. What's with that? You sound like a total sissy. There's no way someone like you could ever become Hokage. Kushina scoffed, unimpressed by his response. What a fool. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. But even during the break, the atmosphere outside the classroom remained tense. She's from another village and already talking about becoming Hokage. She really is strange. Tomato. That's right. From today on, we'll call you Tomato, the children declared. With your chubby round cheeks and that mop of red hair, you really do look like a tomato, they giggled, pointing at Kushina's crimson locks as they bestowed her with this new nickname. How could a tomato ever become Hokage? I absolutely hate tomatoes, one child sneered. Me too. If there are tomatoes in my salad, I'll leave them all behind, another chimed in. An unpopular tomato. How could someone like that ever win the villagers' approval? Hearing these words, a surge of anger welled up inside Kushina. She swept her gaze across the group, her eyes meeting those of the blonde boy once again. He simply watched her, his expression calm and unreadable. Kushina felt a sudden irritation she couldn't quite explain. Oh look, the tomatoes, turning red. One child jeered, grabbing a fistful of her hair. It's harvest season. Let's go pick some fruit. The taunt instantly filled the air with tension. Who are you calling tomato? Kushina snapped, her teeth clenched as she seized the disrespectful child. Let me make it clear. I hate tomatoes too. With a burst of strength, she swung the boy around like a spinning top before letting go, sending him crashing into the others. The surrounding children, caught off guard, stumbled and tumbled in every direction. If any of you dare mock me again, call me tomato, or anything like it, you'll regret it, Kushina shouted. She grabbed another boy, giving him a thorough beating and delivering a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. As she dealt with them, her eyes met the blonde boy's once more. This time, he was watching her with a faint smile. Annoyed, Kushina barked. What are you smiling at? Startled by her outburst, the boy quickly turned away, not daring to look back at her. By the time she was done, all the boys who had called her tomato were battered and bruised, looking for all the world like overripe tomatoes. Themselves. From that day on, her classmates came up with a new nickname for her, Crimson Chili Pepper. In all honesty, it suited her rather well. As evening set in, Hikari Uchiha stood quietly by the school swing, mask on, waiting for Kushina. From a distance, he noticed how the other children steered clear of her, doing their best to avoid even making eye contact with the infamous Crimson Chili Pepper. Walking home together, the two chatted about the day's happenings at school. Kushina, did something happen at school today? Hikaru asked with concern. It's nothing serious. I just taught a lesson to a few kids who made fun of my hair, Kushina replied with a proud smile, clenching her small fist in triumph. Looks like I don't need to worry about you getting bullied at school, Hikaru laughed. I've already sent word back through the messenger toad. Everyone in Mangekyo is thinking about you. When they heard you'd been detained in Konoha, Nagato wanted to come and tear the village apart. Fortunately, Konan and the others managed to stop him. Big brother Nagato, you're making a fuss over nothing. How could a village this weak, like a bunch of bean sprouts, possibly bully me? Kushina pouted, her expression full of disdain. So, Kushina, have you met anyone you like in your class? Uchiha Hikaru tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. Someone in my class? Not a single one is decent. Compared to the ninja from our Hidden Rain village, their quality is way worse. Kushina's face was full of discontent. I really don't understand what Grandma Mito saw in this place. Kushina, I know there are many people who care about you, but it's always good to have a few friends your own age, Uchiha Hikaru advised her patiently. After all, you can rely on each other and grow together. Even rivals can help you improve. With the bunch I've got in my class, Kushina spread her hands in exasperation. The image of that blonde-haired boy flashed through her mind. I don't think there's any hope. Kushina. Uchiha Hikaru gently patted her on the head. Arrogance is a ninja's greatest enemy. No matter who your opponent is, you can't let your guard down. That's the key to surviving in the ninja world. Just now, when I was chatting with some parents, I heard that in the higher grades, there are a few real prodigies. Names like Fugaku and Shikaku came up. There's always someone stronger out there, so don't get too full of yourself. In that case, I'll go challenge them tomorrow. Kushina's eyes lit up with excitement as she took Hikaru's words to heart. Hikaru was momentarily taken aback. This child's personality really was something else. But looking at her eyes, burning with determination, Hikaru couldn't help but smile. That fighting spirit was exactly what an excellent ninja needed. It was the start of the school year, and Konoha was adorned with vibrant cherry blossoms, creating a scene as poetic as a painting. Kushina and Uchiha. Hikaru strolled side by side along a path blanketed with petals, the blossoms swirling gently in a breeze like a shower of pink snow, carpeting their way. Kushina reached out, catching a few drifting petals with light fingers. A satisfied smile tugged at her lips. Hikaru, I'm finding myself falling in love with the scenery of the land of fire more and more. Her eyes sparkled with joy at all that was new. It's nothing like the land of rain, where it's gloomy and rainy every single day. Here, the flowers are so colorful and beautiful it's hard to look away. It's true, Hikaru sighed softly. Back in the land of rain, it'd take days for my laundry to dry. She couldn't help recalling those endless rainy days, secretly vowing that one day, she'd see those lands bask in sunlight. As they lost themselves in the beauty of the blossoms and their dreams for the future, two figures emerged from behind a nearby cherry tree. A brown-haired boy, followed closely by a tall young man. Both of them watched Kushina and Hikaru with a playful glint in their eyes. The tall young man strode forward, locking eyes with Kushina. So you're the one, huh? The one who always makes my little brother cry. His voice was laced with accusation and challenge. Kushina glanced at him, then pointed casually at the brown-haired boy beside him. He's the one who keeps picking fights with me. He's as timid as a mouse and can't handle me. If he can't take the heat, he shouldn't start trouble. Her tone dripped with disdain. The tall youth puffed out his chest at her words and tapped the Leaf Village forehead protector on his brow. I'm a genin, you know. Pretty impressive, right? He shook his fist with a self-assured grin. You dare bully my brother? I'll have to teach you a lesson. Faced with this sudden provocation, Kushina gave him a look as if she were staring at a complete fool. She exchanged a glance with Hikaru Uchiha, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Hikaru, can I kill him? Hikaru Uchiha pressed a hand to her forehead, exasperation written all over her face as she waved dismissively. Of course not. Just give them a little scare and send them packing. There was a note of helplessness in her voice. How dare you look down on a ninja? The tall young man was completely infuriated by their attitude. He suddenly pulled out a kunai and hurled it at Kushina. The kunai traced a silvery arc through the air before thudding into the ground right beside Kushina, failing to even graze her. A real kunai? Hikaru Uchiha's eyes narrowed, and beneath her mask, her Sharingan flared to life, a palpable killing intent radiating from her. As a ninja, you should know exactly what it means to draw a kunai on an ordinary person, shouldn't you? In her eyes, chakra swirled like a vortex, and Amaterasu's black flames seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. Wait, Hikaru, there's no need to go all out for someone like him. Kushina interjected swiftly, grabbing Hikaru's hand and pulling her behind for protection. You were just telling me not to take lives, and now you're the one about to go on a rampage. Sorry, when my emotions flare up, my eye power sometimes just kicks in on its own. Hikaru scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. Being an Uchiha, after all, could be troublesome at times. Kushina stepped forward, fixing the tall youth with a direct stare. A genin from the leaf? Huh? Why do you look like a middle-aged man? Just how many years have you been stuck at genin? What did you say? The tall young man was dumbfounded. Dealing with the likes of you? One hand is more than enough. Before her words had fully settled, Kushina's figure blurred as she flashed in front of the tall youth, delivering a sharp elbow to his neck and sending him crashing to the ground. Yet the body that hit the ground instantly turned into a wooden log. A substitution jutsu? Kushina reacted instantly, leaping back, but at that moment, the youth's figure appeared behind her. He chopped toward her neck, cold laughter in his voice. Didn't even notice a substitution? You really are just a kid. Oomph. Kushina let out a cold snort, the corner of her lips curling into a frosty smile. In the next instant, her crimson hair seemed to come alive, whipping out like countless slender ropes, binding the man tightly, so he couldn't move an inch. Oh, isn't that Jiraiya's wild lion's main technique? Uchiha Hikari exclaimed in awe, clearly surprised by Kushina's remarkable skill. Damn red hair, hard as fishing line, the man struggled, his voice brimming with frustration and unwillingness. Kushina turned her face to the side, her gaze icy as she fixed him with a steely stare. Anyone who insults red hair will never get my forgiveness. With her chakra surging, the wild lion's main technique constricted even tighter around him. She landed a flurry of punches, followed by a fierce flying kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Ah! She's turned into a blood-red pepper. A brown-haired child, frightened by the scene, turned and fled in panic. You outsider, the tall young man, still reeling from the blow, scrambled to his feet and spat out a threat. Outsiders like you should never dream of becoming Hokage in our village. With that, he too ran off in a hurry. Oomph. This village is full of spineless cowards, Kushina muttered, brushing the dust from her clothes as her red hair slowly returned to normal. Well, not everyone's like that, Kushina. Uchiha Hikari replied with a gentle laugh, raising her hand to point at the tips of a nearby cherry tree. Following her gaze, Kushina saw a blond boy from their class perched quietly on a branch, though she hadn't noticed when he arrived. Kushina's expression darkened with displeasure. So, just because I'm an outsider, you wanted to hide and watch me make a fool of myself? The blond boy hesitated, as if unsure what to say. That must be what you were thinking, Kushina declared, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. No, that's not it, Kushina. Uchiha Hikari gently laid a hand on her shoulder, speaking softly. That boy's been watching you with worry written all over his face. I think he wanted to help you. Surprise flickered across Kushina's face. She hadn't expected that in the midst of all this conflict, someone had been quietly concerned for her safety. Uchiha Hikari spoke up in a warm voice. Hey, since that's the case, why don't you show us around and let us enjoy the cherry blossoms? We're new here and don't know the best spots, but I bet you do. Of course. The blond boy leapt lightly from the tree, a gentle smile on his face as he extended his hand. My name is Minato Namikaze. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wuming. I'm Kushina's attendant. Uchiha Hikari reached out and shook Minato's hand gently. Behind her mask, her eyes widened ever so slightly. This chakra, why does it feel so familiar? Golden hair, blue eyes. Could it be? Hey, Kushina picked up the thread of the conversation, moving closer to Minato and studying him intently. Why is it that, whenever we're in class, you're always smiling at me like that? Because you're different from everyone else, and you're incredibly strong, Minato replied, his smile gentle and disarming. Your smooth talk is impressive. No wonder all the girls in class flock around you. Kushina pursed her lips, Come on, lead the way. Once we've finished admiring the flowers, we still need to go eat. Oh, right. Minato took the lead, walking ahead to guide them. Just as Kushina was about to follow, she noticed that Hikaru Uchiha was rooted to the spot, unmoving, with Hikaru's face hidden behind a mask. Kushina couldn't read her expression, so she leaned in and waved her hand in front of the mask's eye holes. Hikaru, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Hikaru snapped out of her daze and turned to see Kushina standing shoulder to shoulder with Minato. Suddenly, her face lit up with excitement, and she blurted out, "So, when are you two getting married?" The unexpected question stunned both Kushina and Minato into silence. For a moment, an awkward hush fell over them, as neither could fathom what had gotten into Hikaru. After a brief pause, Kushina came to her senses, her cheeks flushing bright red. She hurried to protest. Who would ever marry a guy as fussy as him? No, don't say that. Hikaru panicked, her eyes shining with urgency. Minato isn't fussy at all. He's amazing. Kushina, you should really give it some thought. Hikaru, you're acting a little strange today. Kushina eyed her suspiciously. You're not up to something, are you? A sheen of nervous sweat appeared on Hikaru's forehead as she waved her hands in denial. No way, you're overthinking it, Kushina. Then why are you praising someone you just met? And even trying to push me to marry him? Kushina leaned in, reaching as if to tug off Hikaru's mask. Well, cornered by Kushina's questioning, Hikaru scratched her head and awkwardly lowered her hands, her fingers fidgeting restlessly at her chest. Inwardly, she was in turmoil. She'd realized that Boruto might actually be the child of these two. As much as she wanted to put a blade to their throats and force them to tie the knot right here and now, she knew that pushing too hard would only make things worse. If by any chance Boruto ceased to exist, there'd be no one to blame but herself. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and uneasy, Minato cleared his throat softly, breaking the awkward silence. Since we're here to see the flowers, shall we get going? Otherwise, we might miss the best of the view. Yeah, let's go, Kushina agreed, falling in a step beside Minato, while Hikaru trailed quietly behind them, her heart a tangle of complicated feelings. A new vessel. I can feel your fear. In truth, the one more tightly bound than I am is you. Release the seal. Let me set you free. Cold sweat soaked Kushina's brow as she jolted awake from her nightmare. The shadow of the nine tails swirled around her mind like a persistent specter, its massive form coaxing her relentlessly to break that heavy seal. What's wrong, Kushina? Uchiha Hikaru pushed open the door, concern etched in his eyes. You don't look well. The nine tails, in my dream, it kept urging me to undo the seal. Kushina curled up, her voice low and weary. That creature again, always restless. Hikaru's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened quietly. Kushina, look at me. Kushina lifted her head, and Hikaru's gaze seemed to pierce right through her. In an instant, he entered her inner world. The bound nine tails, upon seeing Hikaru, erupted in rage and thrashed violently. Uchiha brat, one day, I'll wipe your whole clan out. Nine tails, can't you ever settle down? Hikaru sighed softly. You act up every night like a wailing baby. Who has time to keep you company all the time? If my noise bothers you so much, why not just break the seal? That way, this girl wouldn't have to be trapped in this village, surrounded by barriers and watched day and night. Oh, are you worried about Kushina now? Hikaru was a little surprised. I see. Bound souls feel for one another, is that it? You've grown sympathetic. Who would ever pity a little human girl? I just want to get out of this cursed place. The nine tails roared, its voice brimming with resentment and fury. You're not very honest, are you? Hikaru chuckled. If you're so eager to be free, I might be able to help. After all, my feelings for the Leaf Village are not what they used to be. You want to help me escape? Helping you wouldn't be that hard. But have you considered where you'd go once you're free? Anywhere is better than here. The nine tails scoffed, turning its nose up in disdain. So you haven't thought it through at all? Hikaru replied. Mark my words, even if you do get out, you'll soon find yourself hunted by a swarm of ninja from every country. These days, sealing techniques are advancing everywhere. For a tailed beast to stand against them, almost impossible. You think that'll scare me off? No, I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm here to propose a deal. A deal? That's right. Hikaru nodded. But to form a partnership, we need mutual trust. Ninja like me, or Madara, those with powerful ocular jutsu, have no fear of tailed beasts. We don't see you as monsters to be hated or feared, not like the others. Uchiha Hikari walked slowly toward the nine tails, lifting her arm with deliberate care and extending her fist toward the beast. In her eyes burned a determination and sincerity unlike anything before. One day, I will set you free, and Rain Country will protect you with all its might. But when a tailed beast is extracted from its host, the host dies. So I have one condition. After you leave, you must leave a portion of your chakra inside Kushina to ensure her safety. And why should I trust you? The Nine-Tails snorted, its eyes full of disdain. You've existed since the era of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Naturally, you know the training grounds of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Falls of Truth, correct? Hikari met the Nine-Tails' gaze without flinching. How does a little girl like you know Hagoromo's name? The Nine-Tails was startled, a flicker of wariness crossing its eyes. Enough talk. If you want answers, bump fists with me. Hikari's tone was laced with impatience. Humph. With a gruff sound, the Nine-Tails lightly tapped its massive claw against Hikari's outstretched fist. In that instant, their memories surged together like crashing waves, secrets flowing freely, each laid bare before the other. This is... A somber glint appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes. It realized just how dire the threat of another Otsutsuki lurking in the shinobi world truly was. If Hikari's memories were to be believed, then being captured and devoured to form the Ten Tails was only a matter of time. To us, the Otsutsuki are a common enemy. At present, only our hidden rain village is preparing to resist them. Now, do you believe me, Kurama? Hikari spoke with honest conviction. Doesn't seem like you're lying. Kurama curled its lips, a flicker of reluctant agreement passing through its eyes. Hikari's proposal offered the Nine-Tails a possible path to survival. In that case, can we have a deeper discussion about working together? Hikari suggested. Kushina is still a child. There's no need to be so hostile with her. Besides, if you cooperate, breaking free of the Mangekyo Sharingansai techniques will be easy. That way, when you face the Uchiha clan in the future, you won't be left helpless, right? The Nine-Tails fell silent, but in its eyes, a trace of tacit understanding shimmered. Seeing this, Hikari smiled slightly, her figure gradually fading away. Wait here a moment. I'll go bring Kushina. When she returned, Kushina stood by her side. Hikari, what were you just talking about? Kushina glanced at the Nine-Tails, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Kushina, use your technique to release the Nine-Tails from the stakes. It hurts being pinned like that, and that's why it always keeps you up at night. But if I do that, won't the seal on the Nine-Tails? Kushina looked worried. Don't worry. This time, nothing will go wrong. Uchiha Hikaru smiled reassuringly. Although Kushina was puzzled, her trust in Hikaru led her to act. Release. She swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and, at her soft command, the massive stake impaling the Nine-Tails vanished in an instant. The great beast's enormous body slipped gently from the stone boulder formed by Chibaku Tensei and settled quietly in front of them. Kagako, Kushina's voice trembled with fear, and she instinctively hid behind Hikaru. Hikaru looked at Kushina, her thoughts drifting back to that time on Turtle Island. Back then, faced with so many giant beasts, she too had felt a surge of similar fear. Gently stroking Kushina's hair, she said softly, Kushina, whether it's people or tailed beasts, we shouldn't judge them by their appearance alone. Sometimes, when we let our fear take over, we might hurt them without even realizing it. After all, some things may look fierce on the outside, but inside they are kind-hearted. Hearing this, Kushina glanced hesitantly at the Nine-Tails, who lay quietly before them. Is that really true? The Nine-Tails didn't respond to her. Instead, it opened its massive jaws in an exaggerated, lazy yawn and said to Hikaru, It took so much effort to get that stake out. If you've got something to do, hurry up. Now that I'm not in pain anymore, I'd like to get some sleep once you're done. Seeing this, Hikaru smiled encouragingly. Kushina, don't you have the gift of connecting hearts? Go on, give the Nine-Tails a fist bump. All right. Kushina bit her lip, her emotions swirling, and stepped forward. When the Nine-Tails remained still, she quickened her pace. Her small palm gently touched the beast's furry paw. In that instant, she felt an unfamiliar warmth bloom within her. Their feelings intertwined in that moment, like a drop of clear spring water falling into a still lake, sending ripples across its surface. A hint of surprise flickered in Kushina's eyes. She sensed the complexity and depth of the Nine-Tails' emotions, its loneliness, and its yearning for freedom. Standing nearby, Hikaru's lips curled in a contented smile, and her eyes glimmered with relief. She knew this was the beginning of a change in the relationship between Kushina and the Nine-Tails, the first. Buds of understanding and trust. With her unique ability to connect hearts, even in a world filled with hostility and misunderstanding, a simple fist bump could become a bridge linking their souls. This little girl is a descendant of Hagoromo, and her chakra resonates closely with mine, the Nine-Tails rumbled, its deep voice carrying an undertone. of interest that was hard to detect. But she was just sealed and hasn't fully adapted yet. For now, she can only draw on a portion of my power. Amazing. Kurama, your chakra isn't overflowing with endless resentment like before, Kushina murmured softly, feeling the subtle changes within her body. In that moment she closed her eyes, and the world seemed to grow brighter and warmer than ever before. She was immersed in the warm and formidable power of the Nine-Tails chakra, feeling its pure, unwavering strength. It not only dispelled the shadows in her heart, but also filled her with a vitality she had never known before. This power was like the most radiant sunlight of spring. It warmed her body and, in ways unseen, awakened life in everything around her. As the chakra flowed through the room, even the wooden furniture seemed to stir under its touch, undergoing subtle changes. Tiny green shoots stubbornly pushed their way out from cracks in the wood, vibrant and full of life, as if the entire room had been awakened. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, seeing herself cloaked in a golden robe of chakra. A wave of emotion swept over her. This wondrous connection felt deeper than flesh and bone, a resonance that touched her very soul. How wonderful! Kushina. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was filled with relief and joy. From now on, you won't need to exhaust your chakra every day to maintain the seal. And now, Kurama won't feel pain anymore. Tonight, you can finally have a peaceful dream. Every word brimmed with genuine care and affection for Kushina. Suddenly, Kushina remembered something and quickly turned to Kurama to apologize. I'm so sorry, Kurama. I know I treated you badly before. I truly apologize. Kurama let out a dismissive snort, refusing to pay them any more attention. Like someone shooing away troublesome flies, he cast them out of his spiritual domain. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important. Uchiha Hikaru's gaze shifted to the window. Two masked Yanbiyu stood sentinel in the trees outside their house, silently keeping watch. Because of her unique status as a Jinchuriki, Kushina's movements were confined within the protective barrier at the heart of Konoha. Her daily life was a strict routine, restricted to the space between home and school, and this repetition left her feeling somewhat stifled. One of the ANBU approached the window and asked, "Do you have any plans for today? I need to report to my superiors." "We're planning to visit Lady Mito's old residence," Hikari replied. Before she finished speaking, the ANBU vanished in a blur, his speed astonishing. Kushina came closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hikari, are we really going to Grandma Mito's old house?" "Yes," Hikaru nodded. "Back when I was a counselor in Konoha, I visited there almost every day. Later, when I was sealed, they kept me underground in that very place. It became almost like a second home to me." Together, Uchiha Hikaru and Kushina made their way to the right side of the Hokage's office, where a towering structure with a spiral staircase at its base came into view. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the old stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. The Uzumaki clan held their sealing techniques as a badge of honor, but this power was also exploited by others. In those turbulent times, they struggled in the currents like drowning souls caught in a whirlpool. Decades ago, this place was still bustling with life. Now, only a handful of Uzumaki clan members remain in Konoha. Hikaru's voice carried a faint note of wistfulness, as though she were recounting the passing of an era. The two of them passed through a grand gate, modeled after the sacred Ming Shrine Gate. In the main hall, the floor was etched with a massive spiral pattern. Neglected for so long, dust had quietly settled into every corner. Every so often, a few curious children would climb the spiral staircase of the towering structure, bringing a fleeting sense of vitality into the otherwise tranquil space. Hikaru held Kushina's hand, leading her up the winding stairs. "You know, I used to come here with Tobarama and Sister Mito to study ninjutsu," she said, her voice tinged with nostalgia as memories unfolded in her heart like a painted scroll. In a gentle voice, Kushina said, "My mother once told me that many of her sealing techniques were taught to her by you, Hikaru." "That's true," Hikaru replied with a wry smile. "But I learned them from Sister Mito first." The chakra of the Uzumaki clan can easily harmonize with the swirling currents of nature. Unlike your clan, famed for vitality and sealing arts, I, as an outsider, had my fair share of struggles learning these techniques. But it's because of that talent that so many Uzumaki were drawn into the wars. Things only started to change in my mother's generation, and that's thanks to you, Hikaru. Honestly, what I owe far outweighs what I've given, Hikaru replied, scratching her head with a hint of guilt in her voice. Sensing Hikaru's melancholy, Kushina gently changed the subject. "Hikaru, did you design this place together with Grandma Mito?" A trace of embarrassment crossed Hikaru's face. "No, Most of the ideas were Sister Mito's. At the time, I was busy building the village's institutions and couldn't devote myself fully to the project. The design here is quite unique, Kushina remarked. It is, Hikaru agreed. I think Sister Mito wanted to create a space that would not only showcase the Uzumaki clan's pride, but also give her people a sense of belonging. This building is the embodiment of her dream. Every time I climb these stairs and look down at the spiral below, I can't help but think. The spiral on the floor may seem unchanged, always the same shape, but as we ascend step by step, the view from each window shifts and transforms with every turn of the staircase. Perhaps, when Sister Mito first built this structure, her intention was to inspire the Uzumaki clan not to remain stagnant, but to adapt to the changing times and keep moving forward. What lies at the end of that staircase? Kushina's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's the dream shared by Sister Mito and me. Uchiha Hikari replied with a gentle smile, her words brimming with warmth and hope. She took Kushina's hand, and together they ran toward the very top of the building. Standing there, shoulder to shoulder, they gazed upward. In the past, whenever Sister Mito and I felt disheartened, we would come here and look up at the sky. This is your dream? I remember that stone statue was Lady Mito's. Kushina's gaze lingered on the stone face of Hashirama Senju, carved into the cliffside, confusion clouding her heart. We are different from Hashirama and Madara, Hikari said softly but firmly. We do not seek endless power. We only long to stand beside those whose warmth is like the sun, and to become their steadfast support. If Hashirama and Madara loved the viewing platform on the cliff most, then for Sister Mito and me, it is this tower top, for which the whole cliff comes into view, that we cherish most. Uchiha Hikari sat quietly on the stone ledge of the rooftop, her gaze resting on the cliff. How wonderful, Kushina sighed in admiration. Hikari slowly lifted her head, her eyes locking onto the faces of the three Hokage carved into the rock. Kushina, one day you may find yourself standing at the very forefront of your era. People from our Mangekyo cannot always be by your side. That's why you must learn to climb through the whirlpools of fate all on your own, and seek out the love that belongs only to you. I hope that your future self will witness a world completely different from the one you see today. Kushina's gaze drifted past the right side of the third Hokage's stone face, settling on that yet untouched stretch of rock. History still unwritten. She nodded, still half lost in thought. Far away, in the distant Kumogakure, beneath the grandeur of thunderclouds and sunset, the third Raikage was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Eight Tails. This man, famed as the strongest spear, transformed on the battlefield into streaks of blinding lightning, each leap entwined with the Eight Tails' furious roars. He was so fast that, with every thunderous blast of tailed beast bomb, he managed to slice off one of the Eight Tails' tails before the attack could land. Their battle raged from dawn till dusk, through the night and into morning again, 3 days and nights in total. Though it seemed their chakra would never run dry, both were nearing their limits. At last, in a final flash of combat, fatigue betrayed the third Raikage, slowing him just a fraction. He and the Eight Tails collapsed together, and the lightning in his hand accidentally cut deep across his own chest, leaving a lasting scar. In Konoha village, the setting sun washed the sky in glorious crimson, painting the horizon in a magnificent red. Uchiha Hikari sat alone in her quiet room, the gentle steam from her teacup curling into the air. Yet her heart remained as tranquil as still water. Suddenly, the air around her rippled with a subtle disturbance, and the presence of several uninvited guests quietly crept closer. Out of the corner of Uchiha Hikari's eye, a flash of crimson darted by. In an instant, her sage mode activated, sharp as a radar, locking onto the hidden watchers. Her body moved in a blur, swift as lightning, dispatching the approaching enemies with a silent, overwhelming force. Yet her senses warned her that the eyes lurking in the shadows had not disappeared. The remaining ninja, undetected, had retreated even deeper into concealment. She rose and walked lightly to the window, her gaze drifting toward the direction of the ninja academy. Kushina would soon be dismissed from school. A gnawing worry took root in Hikari's heart that all this was just a ruse, a ploy to lure her away. Swiftly, she removed the luminous stone from her captive's body and examined it closely. Clouds ANBU and spies, Hikari murmured under her breath. After the war, Kumogakure had managed to acquire quite a few sealing scrolls, but now faced a thorny dilemma. They lacked a suitable Jinchuriki. The criteria for selecting a Jinchuriki were exceedingly strict. Not only did the candidate need a vast reservoir of chakra, but also a body strong enough to withstand the fury of a tailed beast. Thus, the upper echelons of Cloud turned there. Attention toward Konoha, secretly reaching out to Konoha's Danzo, investing large sums of money in hopes of procuring information about the Uzumaki clan. Danzo took the money, but even he was ignorant of the exact whereabouts of the exiled Uzumaki. Yet, for Kushina and her bodyguard, this matter was as clear as day. Danzo, at once curious about Kushina's mysterious protector and covetous of the Nine-Tails' power, watched and waited. After Danzo gave explicit orders forbidding any move against the Nine-Tails' host, the Cloud Ninja shifted their sights to Uchiha Hikari instead. Their plan was simple. Through abduction and interrogation, they hoped to force out the Uzumaki's location. So that's it, they were coming for me all along. Realizing Kushina was not their target, Hikari resolved to end this intrusion without delay. In a blink, her figure melted into the shadows, leaving behind only the faintest trace of tea fragrance in the room. Amid the bustle of the Ninja Academy, Kushina's laughter rang out like a peal of silver bells, echoing through the hallways. This day was a special one for her. She had not only passed her graduation exams and officially become a genin, but in a comical twist of fate, she had also made a very special friend, Uchiha Mikoto. During the graduation ceremony, Kushina's attention was drawn to a figure in the corner of the classroom, a girl with long, ink-black hair, strikingly reminiscent of Uchiha Hikari. Hikari, Kushina called out, in delight, mistaking the girl for Hikari who, she thought, had secretly come to school to celebrate with her. She hurried over, arms outstretched for a triumphant embrace, eager to mark this memorable day. But as she drew closer, she realized her mistake. The girl before her was a classmate she had never spoken to before. Sorry, I thought you were someone else. It's all right. Uchiha Mikoto waved her hand gently. An awkward atmosphere began to spread, but Mikoto's face remained adorned with a warm, gentle smile as she spoke softly. You must be Kushina, right? Fugako often talks about you. I've heard your skills are remarkable. I guess I'm all right, Kushina replied, a little embarrassed. It felt complicated to know that, as a girl, the reason a boy paid attention to her wasn't for her looks, but for her strength. Girls of the same age tend to open up quickly, and after some conversation, they discovered striking similarities between them, a longing for the world of the ninja, a deep appreciation for friendship, and that unyielding spirit that never admits defeat. After that, whether on the training grounds, in the quiet corners of the library, or chatting after class, the laughter of Kushina and Mikoto became the most delightful melody in the ninja school, echoing through the campus halls. Brimming with joy, Kushina skipped and hopped all the way home, eager to find Uchiha Hikaru and share her happiness. Cherry blossom petals floated down the dusky streets, tinging her joy with a hint of crimson. I'm home, Hikaru, she called out cheerfully, her voice full of anticipation for his reply. Huh, Hikaru's not here? That's odd. Thanks to the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Kushina's sensory abilities were unusually keen, yet today she couldn't sense any trace of Uchiha Hikaru or the Umbu. As she puzzled over this, something strange suddenly flickered inside the room. Where there should have been a wall, an autumn forest appeared as if by magic, its golden leaves a stark contrast to the spring scenery outside the window. What is this? Kushina gasped in astonishment. Hey, don't be so spineless, kid. Don't let such a simple illusion fool you, came the gruff voice of the Nine-Tails within her mind. Its claw tapped her forehead, snapping her back to awareness. Kushina instantly regained her senses, and in the shadowy corner of the room, she saw 3 Cloud Village ninja grinning slyly at her. She could immediately sense that the chakra radiating from them was at the Jonin level. Up against such formidable foes, she knew her current strength was not enough. Without hesitation, she performed the body flicker technique, darting outside in an attempt to shake off her pursuers. But how could a genin's body flicker possibly compare to the speed of 3 elite jonin? She was about to be overtaken. Kid, you're too slow. Let me handle this, growled the Nine-Tails from within her, its voice crashing through her mind like thunder. In the next instant, her eyes changed. Her pupils turned a vivid crimson, slit like a fox's, and dark markings appeared at the corners of her eyes. The air around Kushina shifted in an instant. Her clothes seemed to come alive, transforming into a golden, flame-like cloak, adorned with black magatama beads and whirling seal patterns, wrapping around her like a suit of armor. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath her feet shattered. The power of the Nine-Tails erupted fully within Kushina, her speed streaking through the forest like a bolt of golden lightning. The trees blurred past her, retreating into the distance, leaving behind a trail of indistinct shadows. This, her speed rivals the lightning release body flicker technique, the Hidden Cloud shinobi exclaimed, astonished. Amid the undercurrents between Hidden Cloud and Konoha, a secret contest was quietly unfolding, unknown to the rest of the world. Although, Hidden Cloud had struck a superficial agreement with Danzo, as two great rival nations, neither side intended to obey the other entirely. For this reason, Hidden Cloud had laid careful plans, dividing their forces into two groups. One team aimed to abduct Kushina's guards and gather intelligence, while the other waited for the perfect opportunity to capture Kushina herself, determined that this mission would not end in failure. Moonlight poured down like molten silver, casting its glow across the dense forest. Atop a massive boulder sat a young man, skin dark, body strong and powerful, poised like a wild beast, ready to pounce. He was the son of the third Reikage, a prodigy of Hidden Cloud. To ensure the success of this mission to seize a Jinchuriki, Hidden Cloud had sent him to the battlefield. As Kushina and the retrieval squad streaked through the woods like falling stars, A's attention was instantly drawn to her. In a flash, he shot forward like a gust of wind, locking onto Kushina's position and giving chase. Realizing she was being pursued, Kushina pushed her speed even further. Yet, though she wielded the immense power of the Nine Tails chakra, her mastery over it was still raw, her control awkward and unrefined. A caught this hesitation with keen eyes, a confident smile curling at his lips. Like a leopard hunting its prey, he closed the distance with astonishing speed, leaving any observer breathless with awe. Unrelenting, A pushed his advantage to the limit, closing in on Kushina in a matter of moments. Not bad, but you're still far from catching up, A taunted, his voice whipping through the wind, his challenge unmistakable. His taijutsu, infused with the force of lightning, was swift and ruthless. In a flash, his kick landed squarely on Kushina's back. With a cry, Kushina staggered, losing her balance and tumbling across the ground in a wild roll. She forced herself up, refusing to yield, determination blazing in her eyes. All along her escape, she had been secretly plucking strands of her red hair, scattering them behind her in hopes that the umbu would find and follow her trail. Yet even though she had long since left the barrier area, the umbu were nowhere in sight. A faint sense of despair began to creep into her heart. Meanwhile, the seal left by Uchiha Hikaru remained silent and unresponsive to the chakra she poured into it, like a bottomless abyss, heightening her unease. Had something happened to Hikaru? You took my lightning release body technique head-on and still managed to stand. Truly, the Uzumaki clan is extraordinary, a remark, surprise flashing across his face as he looked at Kushina, his excitement only growing. He swiftly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, a lightning clone equal to his own size appeared at his side. Together, the two of them advanced, one in front and one behind, trapping Kushina with nowhere left to run. Dual lariat is my strongest technique. If you can withstand it, perhaps I'll let you go. As soon as the words left his mouth, both A's attacked simultaneously, channeling intense, lightning release chakra through their limbs. The incoming elbow strike was as swift and unstoppable as a thunderbolt, threatening to tear the very air apart. But at that critical moment, a flash of golden hair darted from the woods, a figure descending like a god from the heavens. Minato Namake's kunai in hand appeared in a blur just as they exposed his greatest opening, aiming straight for his chest. Damn it! A cursed under his breath, forced to withdraw his attack and clamp down hard on Minato's kunai-wielding hand. At the same time, his lightning clone found itself ensnared, unable to move by the golden chakra arm formed from Kushina's Nine Tails energy. Back to back, Kushina and Minato stood together, holding firm against A's relentless assault. In the very next instant, Minato seized his chance and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. He turned his head, concern evident in his voice as he asked Kushina, "Are you hurt?" At the sound of his voice, Kushina crushed A's lightning clone with a squeeze of her Nine Tails cloak. Just then, the clouds that had hidden the moon slowly drifted away, revealing the world bathed in silvery moonlight. In that gentle glow, she could see Minato's face clearly, a familiar, gentle visage like the hope found at dawn. "I've come to save you," Minato whispered, his voice brimming with tenderness. A rush of warmth surged through Kushina's heart. She couldn't help but smile, her cheeks tinged with red, though a hint of dizziness flickered in her gaze. The Nine Tails chakra mode was a heavy burden for her still-growing body, and in the next moment, exhaustion nearly brought her to her knees. Seeing this, Minato's heart clenched with worry. In a flash, he caught her in his arms, his voice soothing and gentle. "It's all right now." He held Kushina securely and leapt into the treetops, vanishing into the night like the wind. Wait!" Kushina gasped, flustered by the sudden princess carry, though a comforting warmth blossomed inside her. In the moonlight, Kushina noticed the few strands of red hair in Minato's hand, her trail, left along the way. Catching her gaze, Minato smiled softly. It's such beautiful hair. That's why I noticed it right away. Kushina blushed and turned away, feigning annoyance. Oomph. And yet you never came to save me before. Minato paused atop a sturdy branch, answering with quiet conviction. That's because I've always known you're strong, both in body and in spirit. He looked at her, his expression earnest. But this time, it's not just a little scuffle. It's a conflict between villages, something altogether different, so, Kushina prompted softly. So, I don't want to lose you, Minato replied, his voice gentle and sincere. A breeze stirred, and his hair danced lightly in the night air. Kushina gazed intently at Minato and softly asked, But I'm just an outsider to this village. I don't see you as an outsider, Minato replied with a gentle smile. You live in a hidden leaf, so you're one of us, a comrade of Konoha. And since my dream is to become Hokage, of course, I have to protect my most important comrades. My most important? Kushina bit her lip lightly, her heart pounding as if a startled fawn had leapt within her chest. It was a flutter of emotion and warmth she had never felt before. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance and being cherished. Every word Minato spoke brushed gently across her heart like a spring breeze, filling her with sweetness. Minato's words seemed almost magical, making it impossible for Kushina not to believe that he truly could achieve that distant dream, to become the Hokage who would protect the Leaf Village. Kushina realized her feelings for Minato were now impossible to hold back, pure and fresh like the morning dew of early winter. So this must be the feeling that little Hikari and Granny Mito treasured so deeply. Now I finally understand. To have come to Konoha, to become a Jinchuriki, and to meet Minato, how wonderful it truly is, Kushina whispered inwardly, a newfound sense of fulfillment blooming in her heart. Granny Mito, my heart is now filled to the brim with love, just as you once hoped, she murmured softly. Moonlight flowed down like a silvery stream, gently bathing the two of them. At the corner of Kushina's eye, a single tear slipped quietly down her cheek, a tear of deep emotion, a tear of happiness. She nestled quietly in Minato's arms, as if the whole world had fallen silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats, steady and warm. Even the breeze among the trees seemed to soften, gently ruffling their hair, as if witnessing their love. With a blissful smile lingering on her lips, Kushina, in her dreams, seemed to glimpse a beautiful future. Minato looked down at the sleeping Kushina in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness. He knew that from this moment on, his life would carry a new, weighty responsibility and a precious emotion to cherish. He had to pursue his dream with even greater resolve, for now, it was not only for himself, but for Kushina, and for the future they would share. The moonlight flowed softly through the woods. Two figures stood quietly, watching as the young couple walked away, embraced beneath the silver glow. Master Hikari, why didn't you let me step in to stop those hidden cloud ninja? Jiraiya leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, his hand resting on the ground, casting a puzzled look at Uchiha Hikari beside him. Removing her mask, Uchiha Hikari's eyes held a hint of reproach in the moonlight. You silly apprentice, no wonder you can't win Tsunade's heart, she said with a gentle shake of her head. The truth was, Uchiha Hikari had arrived long before. Yet, just as she was about to intervene to help Kushina, she had seen Minato anxiously, tugging his team leader, Jiraiya, hurrying over. Seeing this, she had a sudden inspiration. She stopped Jiraiya and let Minato play out. This hero saving the beauty seen alone. Bathed in moonlight, Minato and Kushina embraced, stirring memories deep within Hikaru Uchiha's heart. It was as if she had returned to that prison cell, recalling how Boruto had once stepped forward just like Minato and rescued her. Now, Kushina had the protection of the Nine Tails, the companionship of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, and had befriended Mikoto Uchiha. Each day of her life was filled with laughter and joy. After careful consideration, Hikaru Uchiha decided to seal herself once more. She urged Jiraiya to be wary of Danzo's actions, then took the initiative to ask Kushina to seal her within a scroll, so she could be carried at all times. This was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. It would make Danzo believe that. Hikaru Uchiha had already been captured by the hidden cloud, and at the same time, she could be unsealed at any moment to counter any sudden moves from Danzo. More importantly, she was waiting for the perfect opportunity to unseal herself during the next great ninja war, seize a tailed beast, and push her plans forward. And so, Hikaru Uchiha was sealed away, with the scroll entrusted to Kushina Uzumaki. After this, The aftermath of the war between Konoha and Sunagakure had not yet settled. Small skirmishes continued to break out. Near the end of the Second Great Ninja War, a ninja known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hitaki, became a legend on the battlefield. His very name struck fear into enemy hearts. In a fierce confrontation, he personally ended the lives of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, who were famed puppet masters of Sunagakure. From that moment on, Chiyo's heart was filled with an unending hatred for the White Fang. Year 40 of the Konoha calendar. During a mission to rescue his comrades, the White Fang of Konoha chose the safety of his friends over the mission's success. This decision threw him into a storm of public criticism. Rumors and gossip surged. Like a relentless tide, and under the immense pressure, he chose to end his own life as a testament to his beliefs. His passing, like a falling star, plunged Konoha village into deep sorrow and reflection. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the prodigious puppet master Sasori, known as the Red Sand Scorpion, learned of the White Fang's death and realized his target for vengeance was gone. But soon, that hatred turned toward the village leader, the third Kazekage. In Sasori's view, it was the Kazekage's poor decisions that led to his parents' deaths during the campaign against the White Fang. In secret, Sasori plotted and ultimately succeeded in assassinating the third Kazekage. He transformed the Kazekage's body into a puppet, forever commemorating this blood feud. The disappearance of the Kazekage plunged Sunagakure into chaos. Since no body was found, the entire village believed their leader was merely missing, and they poured all efforts into searching for his whereabouts. This left their defenses vulnerable. Sensing opportunity, the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the great four nations, always advocating military expansion, was the first to launch an attack on Sunagakure. Soon after, the eyes of the Hidden Cloud Village turned toward Konoha and the Hidden Stone Village, and so the flames of the Third Great Ninja War were fully ignited. In the 45th year of the Konoha calendar, the Third Great Ninja War broke out in earnest. The smoke of battle began to spread as the Hidden Cloud launched a fierce offensive from the lands of lightning and wind. In the midst of this leaderless chaos within the Hidden Sand Village, a ninja named Raza stepped forward, drawing upon the magnet release techniques he had learned from the third Kazekage and combining them with his own unique bloodline limit, Gold Dust. He created an impregnable defense, successfully fending off the cloud's invasion. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud didn't limit their aggression to the sand. Their ambitions also targeted both Konoha and the Hidden Stone. Over the years, the great nations had already completed their own tailed beast weapons. Now, these dormant powers were at last about to reveal their might. On the battlefield of the Land of Fire, the Hidden Stone sent forth its two perfect Jinchuriki, Inoki's subordinates, Rashi and Han. Konoha, in turn, dispatched a squad led by Jiraiya, consisting of Minato Namikaze, Dakai, and Uchiha Shurshin to meet them. Konoha is underestimating us. If you mean to stand against us, you should have brought your nine tails Jinchuriki, Rashi and Han sneered, their words as biting as a winter wind. Without hesitation, the four tails and five tails began to transform, their bodies swelling with the raw power of the tailed beasts. From the mouths of Son Goku and Kokuo, tailed beast bombs gathered, their immense chakra surging like a furious storm, pressing down on Jiraiya's squad with crushing force. It's a tailed beast bomb. We have to retreat, Minato. Jiraiya called out. Even as he spoke, two tailed beast bombs tore through the air, missing the team by a hair's breadth. Minato's hands flashed through seals, sensing the mark of his flying thunder god technique. In an instant, he teleported the squad away from the battlefield, narrowly escaping disaster. Looking back, they saw only a blinding curtain of light and swirling dust where the battlefield had been. An entire mountain had been leveled to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down Minato's cheek, his face tense with unease. So this is the power of the tailed beasts. Minato had grown into a capable young ninja, but after learning that Kushina carried the nine tails within her, a lingering anxiety took root in his heart. Whenever he thought of the terrifying power sealed inside her, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Now, though Kushina had shown the talent of a perfect Jinchuriki, she was still bound by the barriers of Konoha, her life like that of a golden canary in a cage, her freedom tightly locked away by invisible chains. On this day, Kushina pushed open her window, letting the morning sunlight flood her room. She leaned against the sill, resting her elbow as she gazed outside, a faint hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. When will I finally have a chance to spend time alone with Minato? She murmured softly, her heart brimming with longing. Just then, two ENBU appeared outside her window in a blur, carrying out their routine duty. What are your plans for today? They inquired. Kushina smiled gently and spread her hands. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to train in sealing techniques with Minato today. As soon as she finished speaking, she caught sight of Jiraiya's squad returning outside the window and, without hesitation, dashed straight toward Minato. Minato, Kushina called out, breathless as she reached him, her face radiating irrepressible excitement. I'm going to be really strict during today's training. Minato had just completed a mission, and the moment he saw Kushina, his exhaustion melted away. His eyes shone with gentle warmth, his heart brimming with happiness. There's still so much more to the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. I'll make sure to teach you everything. Kushina spoke with eager anticipation. Hearing this, Minato scratched his cheek lightly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Sorry, Kushina, he said, avoiding her gaze. Today, I wanted to practice a different jutsu somewhere else. I actually came to tell you that. Somewhere else. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Kushina's eyes, but she quickly concealed it as curiosity took over. The third training ground. I really didn't mean to break our promise. Minato saw the light in Kushina's eyes fade, and a wave of guilt washed over him. It's just, the jutsu I'm about to train isn't complete yet, and it's really dangerous. I don't want you getting hurt, he explained, his voice full of concern. Hearing this, Kushina's chakra surged like crashing waves, her long red hair swirling in the air as if it were alive. If you don't want to be with me, just say it, she snapped, anger and a flash of hurt in her eyes. No, Kushina, I've never thought that. Minato hurried to explain, pressing his hands together in a gesture of sincerity. Sweat trickled down his brow as he offered his heartfelt apology. At that moment, Dakai walked over and interrupted their conversation. Minato, hurry up and report your mission to Lord Third. Don't keep Team 6 waiting too long, he urged. Nearby, the three girls from Team 6 watched Minato intently, their eyes filled with admiration. Hello, Minato-kun, one of the girls greeted shyly, waving at him. Miniko, should we invite Minato-kun out with us later? Another girl asked, covering her face, her eyes sparkling with hope. Do you think he'd agree to our invitation? The third girl, Miniko, looked at Minato with a bashful uncertainty. Seeing this, Minato broke out in a cold sweat. He waved a quick farewell to Kushina. Sorry, I really have to go now. See you later, he said, turning away, leaving behind a sense of longing. Kushina reached out a hand, but she was too late to stop him. Just as she tried to catch up with Minato, she was blocked by the ANBU behind her. Stop. This is the edge of the barrier. As a Jinchuriki, you're not allowed to cross it. The words from the Umbu were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flame of enthusiasm in her heart. Kushina stood at the edge of the barrier, gazing after Minato's gradually receding figure, her feelings a tangled mix of emotions. Her fists clenched tightly by her sides, and a look of unwillingness flickered in her eyes. She watched as Minato followed Jiraiya's team and the three girls from Team 6, the sight stirring a surge of anger within her that she could no longer contain. Suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted from deep within her, and with a swift motion, she unleashed the adamantine sealing chains. The sealing technique sprang to life, binding the two Umbu ninjas firmly in place, leaving them completely immobilized. Damn it, it's Kushina's sealing technique again, one of the Umbu exclaimed in alarm, struggling desperately. Yet the power of the seal was like invisible chains, impossible to break free from. Hurry, undo it. Bring her back. The other Umbu shouted anxiously, but their efforts were in vain. The strength of the sealing jutsu far exceeded their expectations. He formed hand seals in a flustered attempt, only to feel even more frustrated when nothing happened. It's no use, I can't break it. TCH, that kid's mastery of sealing techniques is getting downright terrifying, the other muttered. At the third training ground, the scene was a mess. Spiral-shaped craters pockmarked the earth like scars on the land. Jiraiya and Minato sat collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, exhaustion and defeat written plainly across their faces. If I release more chakra and increase the spin, it only gets harder to stabilize, Minato said, a note of resignation in his voice. Controlling the direction of rotation for this jutsu is just too difficult, Jiraiya agreed, his brow furrowed in concentration. So, which way should I spin it? To the left, Minato asked, uncertainty coloring his tone. I don't know either, Jiraiya spread his hands, looking helpless. Turning right isn't necessarily wrong. I always imagined refining chakra to the right, since the swirl in my head goes that way. As he spoke, he got up and walked over to Minato, ruffling his hair with a light touch. I once heard that when refining chakra, following the direction of your hair's swirl makes it easier. If that's true, maybe the same applies when releasing the jutsu. That sounds like an old superstition, Minato interrupted. Jiraiya-sensei, so which way does mine go? Air. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jiraiya's face. You, actually have two swirls, one to the left and one to the right. Huh. Minato was stunned, feeling as though his training had hit an unprecedented roadblock. He sat there, dejected, a storm of emotions swirling inside him. Today, he'd even skipped his promise with Kushina to focus on training. If he couldn't produce any results, it would be utterly humiliating. Seeing Minato so downcast, Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a popsicle he'd prepared in advance. Worrying won't get you anywhere. Let's take a break and have something to eat. This is my favorite treat. A popsicle? Minato was taken aback, visibly surprised. I didn't expect you to like this, sensei. Jiraiya smiled, his eyes brimming with warmth. It was something my own master recommended to me back when I was feeling down. Go on, try it. It'll lift your spirits. A gentle warmth filled Minato's heart. Jiraiya-sensei's master? Was it the third Hokage? He asked, curious. No, the third was merely my team leader. My true master was someone else entirely. Jiraiya's expression turned mysterious, a wistful glimmer passing through his eyes. She was a real genius when it came to ninjutsu. If she were still here, I bet this jutsu would have been perfected long ago. As he spoke, Jiraiya drifted into fond memories for a moment. Then, suddenly coming back to himself, he gently snapped the double-stick popsicle in his hands. All right, better eat it before it melts. Which side do you want? Either one is fine, Minato replied casually. But as soon as he spoke, his eyes lit up with sudden realization. If either side is the same, I see now. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Before Jiraiya could respond, Minato shot to his feet, eyes shining with newfound inspiration. Huh, what's the matter? Not eating anymore? Guess that means more for me. Jiraiya looked at Minato in confusion, then stuffed both halves of the popsicle into his mouth, an uncertain look flickering in his eyes. But then he saw Minato raise both hands, as if he'd just discovered something important. If I refine chakra on both sides at once, Minato murmured, a confident smile curving his lips. In his hands, a small chakra sphere began to spin to the left. Then, around it, he formed a second layer spinning to the right. The opposing forces of the two chakra spheres balanced each other perfectly, creating a strange and wonderful harmony. It's finally stabilized, Minato exclaimed, his voice filled with delight. Oh, so it's finally taking shape. Jiraiya watched the chakra ball with excitement, his eyes full of admiration. Minato was just as thrilled. Let's call it the Light Wheel Popsicle-inspired Jiraiya Double Sphere. What a mouthful. You really have no talent for naming things. Jiraiya groaned, rolling his eyes. Still, he couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. But it looks like this new jutsu is just about finished, huh? I've got other missions, so I'll have to leave you to it. Is that so? Minato lowered his hands, a trace of reluctance in his heart. Take this chance to get some rest, all right? Don't push yourself too hard after using so much chakra, Jiraiya said, his tone sincere and full of concern. Yes, sensei. After Jiraiya left, Minato began to pack his things. With the new jutsu complete, it was finally time for him to go home. But just as he was about to set out, a familiar figure suddenly peeked out from behind a nearby tree. Kushina hid behind a tree, secretly watching Minato, her face filled with anxiety as she didn't dare approach him directly. The moment she sensed Minato's gaze, she shrank back nervously. Kushina, what are you doing here? Are you all right? Minato asked with concern, fully aware that Kushina was usually not allowed to leave freely. No, it's not like that. Kushina stammered as she hurried over, her eyes flickering evasively while fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The third Hokage. He gave me special permission. He said I could step outside the barrier, she added, scratching her head awkwardly. I see. No wonder those two ANBU who usually watch over you aren't around today, Minato realized, completely believing her explanation. He clenched his fist and slapped his palm in relief, visibly relaxing. But more importantly, about this morning, I lost my temper at you, and that was wrong. Kushina lowered her head, her voice sincere and apologetic. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Minato was taken aback, a wave of guilt washing over him as he bowed his head. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I broke the promise I made to you. Kushina stepped softly to his side and sat down next to him. A delicate blend of awkwardness and tenderness filled the air between them. After a brief silence, Minato finally spoke, his voice tinged with gravity. Actually, the reason I insisted on finishing that jutsu, even if it meant going against our promise, was because I created it to protect you. We're in the middle of a war now. No one knows when a Jinchuriki might be sent to the front lines. That's why I developed this technique. Not just to deal with tailed beasts, but so it can respond to your chakra as well. I want to teach it to you, Minato said, his tone firm and earnest. Why would you go to such lengths for me? A mixture of doubt and gratitude swelled in Kushina's heart. Because I don't want to lose you, Minato replied, closing his eyes as a gentle smile played at his lips. Tears welled at the corners of Kushina's eyes, and in the warmth of that moment, their hearts drew closer together. But just as the tender atmosphere enveloped them, the nine tails within Kushina suddenly spoke up, its voice dripping with sarcasm. You really think something like that can deal with us tailed beasts? Embarrassed and flustered, Kushina snapped. Stupid Kurama, can't you see this is a special moment? Stop interrupting. Spare me the chatter. Didn't he say he wants to protect you from the tailed beasts? Let's see if this kid's jutsu can handle me, Kurama scoffed. In an instant, Kushina's pupils turned into crimson slits, a thrill flickering at the corners of her mouth. What's happening, Kushina? Are you? Minato's eyes flashed with alarm and confusion as he held the transformed Kushina. Hey, don't cling to me. That's disgusting. Kurama retorted through Kushina, his voice laced with disdain. The nine tails took over Kushina's body, and with a force that bordered on brutality, used chakra to shove Minato aside. Whoa! Caught completely off guard, Minato tumbled head over heels, landing hard on his backside in a most undignified manner. The nine tails slit pupils fixed on Minato with a piercing chill, its voice brooking no argument as it rang out, cold and unyielding. I can sense the negative emotions in people. Boy, you were frightened out of your wits by the tailed beast bombs from Sun Wukong and Mu, weren't you? If that's the extent of your courage and strength, I can't entrust Kushina's safety to you. If you want to take Kushina from me, show me your resolve. Minato managed a wry smile at those words, though the determination in his eyes remained undimmed. Nine Tails, you're as strict as a father-in-law. Ever since he was a child, Minato had felt a deep gratitude toward the Nine Tails, who had silently watched over Kushina all this time. Now, though fear of the tailed beast lingered in his heart, this unexpected trial had become a hurdle he must overcome to conquer his own doubts. Slowly, he pushed himself upright, resolve flickering in his gaze. This was no ordinary contest. It was a test of his courage and of his determination to protect Kushina, the woman he loved. Nine Tails, I admit, I have been afraid when facing the tailed beasts, but that's only because I was afraid of losing Kushina. Minato's voice grew stronger, each word ringing with conviction. And that's exactly why I need to become stronger, strong enough to protect her. At his words, the icy edge in the Nine Tails' eyes seemed to soften just a little. It watched Minato in silence, as though weighing his worth, and perhaps hoping for something more. Minato drew a deep breath, light flickering in his eyes. He raised his hands, gathering chakra in his palms until a small but steady vortex began to form. I'll prove that I'm worthy of protecting her. The Nine Tails struck first, deftly manipulating Kushina's hands to gather a miniature tailed beast bomb in her palm, a sphere pulsing like a star on the verge of eruption. Let's see if this will test the boy's mettle. Stupid Kurama, what if you hurt Minato with that tailed beast bomb? Kushina's furious shout thundered within their shared mental space, accompanied by the sound of her fists pummeling the Nine Tails. Quiet, woman. I'll control the power, of course. Besides, if he can't even handle a miniature tailed beast bomb, then his ninjutsu is hardly worth mentioning, the Nine Tails retorted. No sooner had it spoken than the sphere in Kushina's hand compressed, shrinking down until it became a streak of light, shooting straight toward Minato. He could have dodged it easily, but in this moment, Minato wanted to test the true strength of his light wheel ice pop-inspired Rasengan Jiraiya double mode. In a blur, he darted forward to meet the miniature-tailed beast bomb head-on. The two chakra spheres collided, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Though Minato's technique neutralized the tailed beast bomb, the shockwave sent him flying back, caught in the eruption's force. Oh, that's quite a powerful technique. The principle is similar to the tailed beast ball, but instead of compressing chakra as we tailed beasts do, it accelerates through rapid spinning. Observe the Nine Tails from afar, analyzing the situation. It looks like it worked, didn't it? Amid the rising dust, Minato stood up, the worry that once clouded his eyes replaced by a confident smile. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you're already satisfied with that level of strength, you won't be able to protect anyone in a real battle against a tailed beast. The Nine Tails' voice echoed through the air. No sooner had those words faded than golden light burst forth from Kushina, her form swelling with power. The gigantic head of the Nine Tails emerged, and in its mouth, an enormous tailed beast ball began to gather, like the eye of a storm about to descend. Seeing this, Minato's expression turned grave. Faced with the immense power of the tailed beast ball, he swiftly formed hand seals. At last, he brandished his flying thunder god kunai, unleashing a wide, mysterious black seal in front of him. The moment the tailed beast ball touched the black markings, it seemed to be dragged by an invisible force. In an instant, it collapsed inward and vanished into the very center of the seal, swallowed by the folds of space and time. Without hesitation, Minato raised his kunai, channeling chakra into it. He resonated with a marker he had left far away, deep in the uninhabited mountains. In a flash, the redirected tailed beast ball erupted amid the distant peaks with a cataclysmic explosion, flattening the entire mountain range. Watching the smoldering aftermath, Minato silently reflected, "This power far surpasses that of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Next time, I'll have to choose the landing site even more carefully." "Minato, don't get careless," Kushina's voice sounded at his ear. At this moment, her consciousness had switched places with the Nine Tails, and her whole body became shrouded in the tailed beast cloak, version 2. 7 translucent tails flickered behind her. "This form coats my body with high-density chakra, making me immune to all physical attacks. The downside is that my size and strength are reduced, but my speed increases." Dramatically, Kushina explained, wanting to show Minato every aspect of herself. That way, when he faced Jinchuriki in the future, he would be better prepared. "So that's it? A form specifically designed to counter the Flying Thunder God?" Minato smiled faintly. Sparring with Kushina in this form was a novel experience for him. As well, with a single hand seal, he ignited chakra flames on the 5 fingers of his other hand. In a flash, he pressed the 5-element seal onto Kushina's abdomen. The next second, Kushina was forced out of version 2, reverting to the simpler tailed beast cloak, version 1. Deep within the spiritual space, both the Nine Tails and Kushina looked at Minato in astonishment, marveling at his exceptional ability to adapt on the fly. You're not even of the Uzumaki clan, yet you can combine sealing arts and space-time ninjutsu so masterfully. In terms of innate talent, you've already surpassed even Hashirama Senju, who wasn't an Uzumaki either. How fascinating. The Nine Tails spoke in a low, resonant voice, tinged with a barely perceptible note of admiration. "Why would a ninja like you be so fixated on this little girl? I admire those who are strong. I admire those who are even stronger than I am." Minato held Kushina tightly, his tone brimming with gentleness and resolve. "That's why I treasure Kushina so much. I couldn't bear to lose her." Minato. Within the mental realm, Kushina felt a warm current sweep through her heart as she heard his words. She gently patted the Nine Tails. "That's enough, Kurama." The Nine Tails nodded. "You bear the Flying Thunder God mark he placed on you. When I first unleashed the tailed beast ball, if he had redirected it onto us, we would have lost before the fight had even begun." The beast's voice grew softer as it spoke. The chakra it had wrapped around Kushina gradually faded away, and it quietly retreated to a shadowy corner of the mental space. Just before it settled into slumber, the faintest hint of a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and the cold glint in its eyes melted into a subtle look of approval. "It seems I've finally earned the Nine Tails' recognition." A faint smile played on Minato's lips, his gaze growing hazy. The battle just now had utterly exhausted his chakra, leaving him completely spent. Seeing Minato about to collapse, Kushina reacted instantly. She darted to his side and caught him in a firm embrace. When Minato awoke again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed in Konoha. By his side, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade watched him with anxious concern. Warmth and reassurance radiated from their eyes. "Oh, you're all here." Minato's voice was touched with surprise and relief. Seeing him awake and safe, Kushina couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed to him, wrapping him in a fierce hug, as if she needed to convince herself he truly was unharmed. "Ouch, that hurts. Easy, easy." Minato gasped. But Kushina paid no mind to his complaints, holding on to him with unwavering strength, determined to banish every last trace of her fear and worry. Not long after, Minato was finally discharged from the hospital. Kushina, for once, was able to enjoy some rare time alone with him. The two of them made their way to the old residence of Mito Uzumaki, following the familiar path until they reached the spiral staircase tower where Uchiha Hikaru had once brought Kushina. This is where Granny Mito, Hikaru, and the second Hokage all studied ninjutsu together, Kushina said, her face alight with excitement. "At last, we can begin our training in sealing techniques. But that ninjutsu you developed before, it looks a lot like the Nine Tails tailed beast ball. How did you come up with it?" "On the battlefield, I saw a Jinchuriki use the tailed beast ball with my own eyes, so I modeled my technique on that, because I wanted to teach you, so you could stand against those Jinchuriki yourself. So what's the name of this jutsu? How about calling it the Radiant Wheel Popsicle-inspired Double Mode Jiraiya Spiral Technique? Minato asked with a smile. That's so lame. And the name is way too long. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Since you created this jutsu for me, why don't you let me name it? Well, I don't really mind. Then come with me. I know the perfect spot to think up a new name. Kushina beckoned with a curl of her finger, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and mystery. Minato followed closely behind Kushina as the two of them ascended the spiral staircase, step by step, all the way to the top of the Uzumaki Tower. The moment Minato set foot on the rooftop, the sight before him left him utterly awestruck. Wow, I can't believe there's such a hidden gem in the village, Minato exclaimed, hurrying to the edge of the tower. From there, the silhouettes of all three Hokage rock faces came into perfect view. Standing behind him, Kushina's eyes gleamed with warmth and pride as she said, Rasengan. Minato turned around, curiosity shining in his eyes. I'll come up with a name for your new jutsu. I'll call it Rasengan. What do you think? Rasengan? That's a wonderful name. Minato nodded with a gentle smile, his face bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, blending seamlessly with the rightmost shadow of the Hokage rock. In that moment, Kushina felt a surge of indescribable contentment and longing in her heart. As Minato's Rasengan swept through the ninja world, the legend of the Yellow Flash spread far and wide. The Third Great Ninja War reached its fever pitch. On the distant battlefields between the land of lightning and the land of wind, the tides of war shifted dramatically. The hidden cloud, battered by the relentless resistance of the hidden sand, was forced into retreat after retreat. Raza's gold dust swept across the desert like a raging storm, leaving the cloud ninja in the dust. In the end, the hidden cloud had no choice but to abandon their assault on the sand and send their remaining forces north, their eyes now set greedily on the fertile lands of the Earth Country. But the hidden stone showed a strength never seen before in this war. With two perfect Jinchuriki and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, still at his prime, the stone village crushed the cloud's armies as easily as tearing a paper kite. Faced with such overwhelming adversity, the third Raikage had no choice but to make a fateful decision. He ordered a full retreat, choosing to stay behind alone, and faced 10,000 stone ninja by himself. Though he was said to be a one-man army, able to hold back thousands, even he could not withstand the siege forever. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce battle, the third Raikage finally fell from exhaustion, becoming yet another powerful soul lost to the war. Not long after, hope rose once again in the land of lightning. The third Raikage's son, A, inherited his father's will and became the next Raikage. He and the now fully grown Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, formed the most formidable duo in the land of lightning. With their signature move, the Supreme Bull Lightning Lariat, they swept across the battlefield, invincible wherever they went, earning themselves a legendary reputation. In the 46th year of Konoha, Minato led a team of Jinchuriki, including Inazuka Gaku, Akimichi Tangdong, and Uzumaki Kushina, rushing to the northeastern front to confront the elite forces of the Hidden Cloud Village. That striking blonde hair and that lightning-fast movement. He must be the legendary Yellow Flash, the Hidden Cloud ninjas exclaimed, all glimmering in their eyes. If that's the case, we have no choice but to retreat now. So, it's you, the one who ruined our plan to seize the Nine Tails last time. The young, a regarded Minato Namikaze, his gaze ablaze with fighting spirit. I remember you as well. A, son of the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud, known as the Bad Boy, famed for your unbelievable speed, Minato replied, solemnly drawing his flying thunder god kunai as he met A's eyes. This time we'll win back what we lost last time. Killer Bee's voice rang out in a unique rap rhythm, adding an offbeat cadence to the battlefield. Bakayero, Kono Yero. His words had barely faded when Minato's voice echoed from the opposite end of the field. Everyone stand back. I'll handle this alone. Minato's voice was resolute as he drew all his flying thunder god kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled them in every direction, weaving an invisible web over the battlefield. Seeing this, A wasted no time. He activated his lightning release chakra mode, blue arcs of electricity crackling over his body as he became a living embodiment of thunder. With a mighty punch, he charged straight at Minato. But Minato's figure vanished like a wraith. With a casual flick, he tossed a kunai, and in the blink of an eye, used the flying thunder god technique to teleport atop a kunai embedded among the trees. His movements were so fluid, it was clear he had mastered the technique to perfection. On the battlefield, A's shock had yet to subside. In disbelief, he muttered, he actually dodged my fastest attack. He didn't notice one of Minato's kunai, hovering silently above his back like an unexploded bomb. In the next instant, Minato's ghostly form appeared beside the suspended kunai, weapon in hand, striking straight for A's vital point. But just then, a massive octopus tentacle burst through the air, sweeping A away in a flash. Minato's kunai only left a faint scratch on the tentacle. What was that? Minato's heart skipped a beat, but in a flash he marked the tentacle with the flying thunder god's seal. So quick, it was as if lightning itself moved at his command. B, are you alright? After being knocked away, A instantly regrouped with the cloud ninja formation, a flicker of concern passing. Through his eyes, Kiba Inuzuka stared at the massive octopus tentacle, a wave of shock rising in his heart. Could this guy be the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the forest air, the signal for Konoha's retreat. Minato, fall back now. Kushina's voice rang across the battlefield, tinged with urgency. Hearing this, Minato turned to leave, but before he went, he spoke softly to A. Your lightning release armor focuses chakra on speed, making you swift and elusive. But compared to your father's lightning armor, your defense is lacking. With that, you'll never be able to counter the flying thunder god. I let out a dismissive scoff, his pride undented. But your younger brother, the way he can fully control his tailed beast, is truly impressive. Minato's words carried a note of genuine admiration. I know all too well how difficult it is to master a tailed beast power. It seems there's a hidden strength inside that boy, one that few can understand. In terms of talent, my brother is indeed better than me. A's lips curled into a proud smile. No, that's not what I meant. It's something far rarer, something deep within his heart, Minato replied, turning his gentle gaze toward Kushina, as if telling her, and himself, A, you have a remarkable partner, and I, too, am fortunate. Next time we meet, it'll be as the shadows of our respective villages, and we'll face each other in a true battle. If you don't realize soon what truly matters to your brother, I fear he'll become something more than a Jinchuriki. He may cease to be human at all. Trying to slip away with noble-sounding words? Don't think it'll work on me. A sneered, his eyes sweeping over the battlefield, silently, noting every flying thunder god kunai's position. This time, no matter which kunai you appear beside, I'll be able to strike you down in an instant. No sooner had he finished speaking than A's form burst forth in a surge of lightning, his chakra roaring with ferocity as he closed the gap to Minato in the blink of an eye. I have my own burdens to bear. Minato's voice was steady and resolute. Go on, try to teleport. No matter where you appear, I'll catch you in a heartbeat. A's confidence was as unshakable as the armor of lightning cloaking him. That's why I won't lose. As Minato finished his words, he appeared behind Killer Bee, his flying thunder god kunai poised dangerously close to Bee's head. What? A's face twisted in disbelief. Look, there's a flying thunder god seal carved into one of the Eight Tails' tails. One of the hidden clouds ninjas cried out, unable to hide their astonishment. Killer Bee instantly caught on, gripping his short blade tightly, ready to defend himself. If it's mutual destruction you want, I'm prepared. If you want to go head-to-head, I'll see it through to the end. Even though we are enemies, I truly admire you. Minato smiled, and in that smile was both a respect for his opponent and a calm acceptance of their contest. Minato, let end here. From afar, Kushina's voice called out like a gentle breeze across the battlefield, carrying both worry and care, piercing through the thunder and the smoke of war. She knew that if this battle with Killer Bee continued any longer, it would likely end in mutual destruction, an outcome she dreaded. A's gaze, too, turned towards Killer Bee at the sound of her voice, filled with a silent, unspoken concern. The lightning chakra cloak that armor-clad his body slowly faded, as though he was shedding a heavy suit, leaving only the deep care he held for his younger brother. In this fierce clash, the brothers of the Cloud Village came to understand the formidable strength of Konoha, a power that could not be shaken overnight. So, instead of sending more troops against Konoha, they chose to withdraw, returning to their village to reconsider their strategy and adjust their course. This battle at the Hidden Cloud became a turning point in the Third Great Ninja War. It not only marked the Cloud's complete withdrawal from the war's stage, but also sent tremors throughout the entire shinobi world. That year, both the Cloud and Sand villages withdrew from the Third Great Ninja War. In the 47th year of Konoha, Iwabikure, their long-standing rival, launched an unprecedented full-scale assault against the Leaf. Across the battlefield, ravaged by flames and chaos, an IW Jonin named Higashi Shurjin led the stone forces like a harbinger of death, driving Konoha's elite to the brink of despair. In the trenches of the front line, only 4 Leaf shinobi remained, holding their ground, their silhouettes starkly alone amidst the swirling smoke. Faced with no better options, Konoha's leadership disbanded Minato's squad, who had been preparing for a covert mission at Canopy Bridge, and forcibly summoned Namake's Minato, the man known as the Yellow Flash, hoping he could turn the tide of this nearly hopeless battle. Victory is within our grasp. Let's push forward and finish them off. The IWA shinobi shouted with rising morale, never realizing that a true storm was about to break. Within Konoha's trenches, the air was thick with tension. So you finally arrived, Minato, one of the Leaf Ninja murmured. What's the situation? Minato's voice was calm and steady, though his eyes betrayed his worry for Kakashi's team. The enemy number's about 50. We only have 4 left on our side. The reply hung heavy in the air, amplifying the sense of oppression within the trench. Minato sighed softly. Everyone, throw these kunai into the enemy ranks. After that, leave the rest to me. Isn't that reckless? Even for you. Someone in the team protested with concern. Be quiet and do as he says. The squad leader's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. Next, we have the rare privilege of witnessing the golden flash of the leaf in battle. It'll last only an instant, so don't blink or you'll miss it. Following Minato's command, everyone swallowed their anxiety and tension, then hurled the specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai into the enemy ranks. In that moment, it was as if the entire battlefield fell still. Every pair of eyes locked onto that golden-haired figure. What followed was a battle that showcased Minato's prowess at its peak, unfolding like a miracle before their eyes. The golden flash swept across the field like the harbinger of death itself, taking on the elite forces of a Wagakure single-handedly. His speed rivaled lightning, his strikes thunderous and precise, each blow lethal, each movement flawless. When the dust settled, Minato alone had felled more than 50 elite jonin from a Wagakure, a feat that brought the clash to a dramatic close. The legend of the Golden Flash echoed throughout the ninja world, and this battle left an indelible mark in the annals of Konoha's history. Once Minato had finished supporting the front lines, he didn't pause for even a moment. He immediately requested permission from the higher-ups to return to Canopy Bridge. His thoughts were with the 3 students he personally mentored, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Kakashi's talent filled him with pride, but the boy's recklessness and the flaws of his Chidori technique kept Minato from feeling entirely at ease. The Battle of Canopy Bridge, a life-and-death struggle over a critical supply line, was quietly unfolding. After Kakashi's promotion to Jonin, Minato entrusted him with the role of team leader, tasking him, along with Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, to disrupt Iwagakure's supply chain. Canopy Bridge was the key obstacle they had to overcome. After splitting up, the trio moved cautiously along the route toward the bridge, infiltrating enemy territory. But fate had its own designs. Rin was captured by an enemy ninja from a Wagakure who possessed the power of invisibility. Now, 2 starkly different paths appeared before Kakashi. One, to follow orders and press on with the mission. The other, to break the rules and attempt a rescue. Kakashi, deeply scarred by the death of his father, the White Fang of the Leaf, chose the former, the seemingly cold path of duty and regulation. In his heart, rules and promises outweighed all else. We are going to complete the mission to destroy Canopy Bridge, Kakashi announced. What did you say? Obito shouted, his voice shaking with emotion. Kakashi, every time you or I were hurt, it was always Rin who saved our lives with her medical ninjutsu. Without her, both of us would have died a long time ago. Right now, rescuing Rin should come before any mission. Besides, Minato-sensei always told us that rules and discipline are important, but they're not absolute. Sometimes on the battlefield, you have to adapt to the situation. Kakashi fell silent, torn by an internal struggle, unable to tell which weighed more, rules or feelings. Kakashi, I believe the White Fang was a true hero. Obito's voice was steady, brimming with conviction and faith. In this world of ninja, those who break the rules are indeed seen as trash. But in my eyes, those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. As the words left his lips, Obito gripped a kunai, a resolute gleam lighting up his eyes. He had made up his mind to search for Rin by himself. His figure, striding into the unknown, was like the glimmer of dawn before sunrise, stirring something deep within Kakashi's heart. Following the trail left behind, Obito soon discovered the hidden cave of the Stone Ninja, the place where Rin was held captive. Yet just as he was ready to act, the sudden rush of wind from behind signaled an attack. The Stone Ninja, a master of camouflage, had drawn his blade and was already upon him, silent and deadly. In that split second, Kakashi's form appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of his white fan blade, He expertly parried the blow. Amidst the dazzling clash of steel, Kakashi's sword sliced across the stone ninja's chest, his decisive courage leaving Obito stunned. Kakashi, how did you? Obito was taken aback. The one who always preached about rules had broken them now, all for the sake of saving comrade. Well, I couldn't just leave something this important to a crybaby like you, could I? Kakashi replied offhandedly, though concern was woven deep into his tone. That blade and that white hair, are you the white fang of the leaf? The stone ninja cried out, a flash of fear flickering in his eyes. It's my father's keepsake, Kakashi answered calmly. That sword was the deepest bond in his heart. So, you're the white fang's brat. In that case, there's nothing to be afraid of. The stone ninja sneered, forming a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, the camouflage jutsu was activated again, and his figure vanished without a trace. Damn it, his presence is completely gone. I'll have to rely on the faintest shifts in air and sound to track him, Kakashi analyzed quietly, fully aware that this would be a grueling battle. Where is he? Obito scanned the surroundings anxiously, his nerves stretched taut. Obito, behind you! Kakashi shouted suddenly. Obito barely had time to react before Kakashi sprang forward, shielding him from the blow with his own body. The enemy's kunai slashed across Kakashi's left eye, and blood instantly streaked down his cheek. Kakashi. Obito rushed over, worry etched across his face. Are you okay? Clutching his wounded left eye, Kakashi's gaze remained icy calm. This enemy's no pushover. If he misses once, he goes straight back into hiding and even discards the kunai stained with my blood. He noticed the tears welling in Obito's eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. What's this? Got dust in your eyes again? Remember, a ninja must never cry. Obito clenched his teeth, gripping his kunai tightly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Kakashi, I'm always all talk and no action, always the one trailing behind, relying on everyone else for help. But when it comes to treasuring my comrades, I don't want those words to be empty anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden Iwagakure ninja launched another sudden attack, sneering coldly, Die, brat. But Obito was no longer the Obito of the past. With remarkable composure, he replied, You're the one who's going to die. Impossible. There's no way you could see me. Obito. Kakashi gasped in shock, for he saw that Obito's eyes now burned with the two-tomo Sharingan. With both hands on his kunai, Obito struck like lightning, piercing straight through the invisible ninja's chest. Wah! Those eyes! The Iwagakure ninja didn't even finish his sentence before collapsing completely. From now on, I'll be the one to protect my friends. Obito withdrew his kunai, his Sharingan swirling resolutely in his gaze. Obito, your eyes. Kakashi watched the scene, emotions churning within him. So, this is the Sharingan. Obito marveled at the new power coursing through his vision. I can clearly see the flow and movement of chakra. In that case, Kakashi pulled out his medical pouch and began to patch up Obito's wounds as best he could. His voice, for the first time, was gentle and caring. Let's hurry and rescue Rin. Deep within a hidden cave where the Iwagakure ninja had made their lair, Rin Noara was tightly bound with rope by a wild-haired ninja. He sneered as he turned his head, eyes alight with a predator's excitement. You Konoha brats are more trouble than I expected. Suddenly, two figures burst through the entrance of the cave. It was Kakashi and Obito. When the Iwagakure ninja caught sight of Obito's Sharingan, a flicker of caution flashed across his eyes. So you're not just ordinary kids after all. Kakashi, do you sense it? There's chaos in Rin's chakra flow, Obito said in a low, steady voice. She must be under a Genjutsu, Kakashi replied calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. But Rin's will is strong. She hasn't given up any information. That's the only reason she's still alive. With that, he slowly raised his sword, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Obito, I fought this guy before, he's fast. Watch out. I understand. With perfect coordination between Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan, they sent the Iwagakure ninja flying, slamming him hard against the far wall of the cave. Without hesitation, the two quickly freed Rin from her bonds. Kakashi channeled chakra into her, breaking the illusion that held her captive. Kakashi? Obito. Rin's voice was laced with disbelief as she gradually returned to her senses. We're here to save you, Rin. You're safe now. Obito's voice was filled with concern. All right, let's fall back now. Kakashi ordered decisively. But the Iwagakure ninja was not about to give up. He slowly forced himself upright, hands forming seals with lightning speed. Earth-style, rock shelter collapse. Inside the cavern, huge boulders began to tremble violently, then crash down with a thunderous roar. Run for the exit, Kakashi shouted, but before he could move, a massive stone crashed down from the left, pinning him heavily beneath its weight. Kakashi. Without a moment's hesitation, Obito darted back. He lifted Kakashi from under the boulder and hurled him toward the exit with all his strength. But as Obito turned to follow, a falling rock struck him down. Soon, the entire cave gave way with a deafening rumble, dust billowing up to blot out the sky. When the dust finally began to settle, an eerie silence filled the cavern. "Are you all right, Rin?" Kakashi. Obito's voice came from beneath the rocks, faint but unwavering, though it could not hide his weakness. Beneath the giant stone, half of Obito's body was trapped, pinned so tightly he could not move. "Obito!" Kakashi rushed over, desperately trying to shift the boulder with all his strength, but it was immovable, as if fused to the mountain itself. "Don't waste your energy, Kakashi." Obito's voice held a trace of helplessness. "I'm done for. My right side, I can't even feel it anymore." "Damn it." Kakashi clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face despite himself. Nearby, Rin's eyes shimmered with tears as well. "How could this happen, Obito? Speaking of which, I almost forgot. I'm the only one who hasn't given you a gift for making Jonin." Though Obito's voice was weak, it brimmed with determination. "I want to give you my Sharingan. No matter what anyone in the village says, you're an incredible Jonin. This is my will, just accept it. Rin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan, together with the optic nerve, into Kakashi's left eye." Rin nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with resolve. "I understand." She quickly began to prepare, while Kakashi wordlessly stepped to her side, waiting in silence. "I'm about to die, but I'll become your eyes, so you can see the future." Obito's voice was like a final vow. The transplant complete, Kakashi burst from the rubble, and in his left eye, the two-tomo Sharingan quietly emerged. He wiped the tears from his face and stood tall. "Well, aren't you stubborn? Still alive, huh?" The Iwagakure ninja sneered as he caught sight of the tears in Kakashi's eyes. "Come on, crybaby. Let's settle this." But Kakashi's left eye was utterly changed from before. Within that gaze was not only unwavering resolve, but also the shadow of Obito, and a longing for the future. "That kid, he's not the same as before." A heavy look flashed across the Iwagakure ninja's face as he began to realize that the boy before him could no longer be underestimated. "Kakashi, Rin, I'm counting on you both." Obito's voice was like a final instruction, weighty and resolute. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Kakashi drew the white fang's blade that had accompanied him for so many years, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. He surged forward toward the Iwagakure ninja, and when the white fang's blade clashed against the enemy's twin swords, it shattered in an instant. But Kakashi did not falter. His hands flew through a series of hand signs with lightning speed, chakra crackling in his palm. It was the jutsu he and Obito had created together, Chidori. In a flash, lightning roared. Before the Iwagakure ninja could even react, he was instantly struck down. The battle ended. Kakashi rushed back to Obito's side, where Rin's vision was already blurred by tears. "Kakashi, take Rin and get out of here. Enemy reinforcements are on the way." Obito urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "Obito." Rin tried to grasp his hand, but he gently pushed her away. "Go, Rin. Rin, hurry." Kakashi stood atop the scattered rubble, reaching out, desperate to pull her from this perilous place. The Iwagakure pursuit squad had arrived. More than a dozen shinobi unleashed earth-style jutsu at once, making the ground tremble and causing the cave to quake violently under the force of their technique. "Rin, grab my hand." Kakashi shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Tears and determination mingled in Rin's eyes as she clung tightly to Kakashi. At the last possible moment, the two of them escaped. Obito felt the stones above growing ever heavier, yet his heart was calm. After all that trouble to make up with Kakashi, in the end, I still didn't get to confess to Rin. I really wish I could have stayed with everyone a little longer. Outside the cave, Kakashi and Rin were surrounded by a ring of Iwagakure ninja. "So just two brats left?" One scoffed. "Damn it." Anger flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he formed the Chidori hand seal once more. Lightning danced in his palm, echoing with the mournful cries of 1,000 birds. "Obito, this is the jutsu you helped me perfect." Kakashi's voice carried both longing for his fallen friend and a vow. "Oh, even in such a hopeless situation, you still have the courage to fight us? You truly are shinobi worthy of infiltrating enemy lines," an Iwagakure ninja said, respect flickering in his eyes. "Rin, leave these guys to me." "Use this chance to escape," Kakashi said, his tone firm and brooking no refusal. "But Kakashi," Rin's eyes brimmed with worry. "I can't leave you behind. Obito entrusted you to me. Even if I die here, I'll protect you with my life." Kakashi's words rang out like a solemn oath. "Kakashi," Rin's voice trembled, her eyes shining with emotion. Rin, Obito cared about you deeply. You were precious to him. So, for his sake, I'll risk everything to keep you safe. Kakashi's voice carried the weight of a promise to his fallen comrades. So, Kakashi, you should already know how I feel. Rin tried to speak, but Kakashi cut her off. I'm just a wretch who once gave up on you. Now you have to go, Rin. Kakashi unleashed his Chidori, surging toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. But his left eye's Sharingan wouldn't close, and the repeated use of Chidori quickly drained his chakra. He collapsed to the ground, powerless, as though his life was about to slip away. At that moment, the kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique in his hand suddenly blazed with light. In the blink of an eye, a figure with golden hair and blue eyes appeared before Kakashi and Rin. It was Minato Namikaze. Am I dead? Kakashi opened his eyes again, finding the sky above him awash with stars. Where am I? Awake now, Kakashi. Minato's voice was warm and familiar. He leaned against a tree, his eyes filled with concern. This is a safe place. Sensei, how can this be? Kakashi sat up, staring at Minato in disbelief. Minato picked up the flying thunder god kunai in his hand. The seal on this kunai is a marker that lets me move through space-time ninjutsu. Then what about the enemy? I've taken care of them all, Minato replied lightly. And Rin? Where's Rin? Kakashi asked urgently. She's safe, Minato reassured him, his eyes full of care for his student. It's all over now, Kakashi. You did well. With gentle eyes, Minato pointed toward a tranquil meadow not far away. There, a brown-haired girl stood with her hands clasped, gazing devoutly at the glittering stars above, as if praying for someone. I'm truly sorry I couldn't get here in time, Kakashi. Rin has told me everything. Minato's voice drifted softly like a night breeze. Canopy Bridge, a battlefield that had witnessed endless blood and fire, had given birth to two legendary heroes. One's name was forever engraved deep within the memorial stone, becoming an immortal legend. The other came to be known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, his renown shining like a constellation, crossing borders and lighting up the skies of every nation, the highest honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Third Great Ninja War, a vast conflagration spanning countless days and nights, stained with the blood, tears, and sacrifices of nameless heroes, finally drew to a close in silence and sorrow. The Yellow Flash, single-handedly defeating 50 elite Iwagakure Jonin, utterly shattered the stone village's will to attack. The collapse of Canopy Bridge severed the Earth Country supply lines, and so the war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire was brought to an end. Now, the only flames of battle left smoldered along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village, relying on its geographical advantage of being surrounded by the sea, along with the terrifying reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the threat of the Three Tails, dare to challenge the might of the Hidden Leaf. On the other hand, the Leaf's forces, worn thin from battles on other fronts, had only young Chunin and Jinin left to hold the Mist Front. Faced with formidable foes, they found themselves stretched to their limits. Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu were the unluckiest of all. Their squad, by a stroke of misfortune, ran straight into an ambush by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The situation was dire. Damn it, we're surrounded. There's no way out this time, Guy muttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched, an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. How could this happen? Aren't those the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist? Genma's voice trembled with disbelief as he looked around. The 7 figures stood before them, as unmovable as mountains, casting forbidding shadows over the battlefield. It seems we finally made it in time. Just as despair was closing in and hope seemed lost, a green blur sliced through the sky like a sudden gust of wind, landing squarely on the battlefield. Dad! Guy's voice was thick with shock. His eyes widened as he recognized his father, Might Due. Father, what are you doing here? You're only a genin. No time for questions. All of you get out of here now. I'll buy you as much time as I can. Run? But, father, the enemy are all jonin, and not just any jonin, but the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. You can't possibly stand against them alone. I have the 8th gate, the 8 gates formation. But if you use that, self-restraint, Guy, have you forgotten? Now is the moment. I will protect you all, even if it costs me my life. Might Due gave a resolute thumbs up, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. His reassuring smile was a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Then, a battle that shook the heavens erupted. Might Due, burning the last embers of his life, unleashed a torrent of crimson steam. With this final act, he shattered the 7 ninja swordsmen on the spot. 4 fell where they stood, while the remaining 3 were gravely wounded and fled in terror. Elsewhere, On another battlefield locked in struggle with the mist, a youth named Shursui Uchiha was etching his own legend into the annals of war. Hailed as a prodigy unseen in the Uchiha clan for a century, Shursui had already become a jonin at a young age. His body flicker technique flashed across the field like golden lightning, so swift and fearsome that enemy villages issued orders. If you see Shursui Uchiha, you are permitted to retreat and will face no punishment for doing so. Even Ao of the Mist, with his Byakugan, could not help but feel a chill of dread after witnessing the piercing insight of Shursui's Sharingan. He had no choice but to order a full retreat. In the 48th year of the Hidden Leaf, the Mist Village, having lost its greatest warriors and suffered devastating casualties, was finally forced to withdraw. They retreated to the southeast of the continent, to the ruins of the land of whirlpools, a place once teeming with heroes and legends. This war not only witnessed the rise of heroes, but also heralded the end of an era. Now, the Hidden Mist Village is but a shadow of its former self, its strength all but spent. With the loss of top-tier warriors like the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, and the third Mizukage gravely wounded in battle, like a candle flickering in the wind, the village teeters on the brink. The Konoha leadership has concluded that the mist will stop at nothing and is likely to unleash their ultimate weapon, the tailed beast. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki are Konoha's special team designated to counter such threats and were originally meant to be dispatched. However, a new prodigy has recently emerged on the mist battlefield, a genius shinobi named Yagura. Joining forces with the remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he is mounting one final, desperate counterattack. Minato is urgently needed on that front, and, with the village elders uneasy about letting Kushina, the host of the 9 Tails, travel alone, she is ordered to remain on standby in the village for this battle. Kushina-sama. In the quiet of Kushina Uzumaki's room, a white Zetsu slowly rose from beneath the floor, breaking the stillness. White Zetsu. A delighted spark lit up Kushina's eyes, for whenever White Zetsu appeared, he always brought her specialties from the land of rain. Most of her contact with her mother was also through this peculiar messenger. "Does mother have news for me?" Kushina asked, hope welling in her heart. "Yes," White Zetsu replied. "Lady Uti asked me to inform you. Mist may soon deploy the 3 Tails for an organized assault. You must find an opportunity to unseal Lady Mitsu. Also, something urgent has happened in the Hidden Rain Village. Once Lady Mitsu deals with the 3 Tails, she must return to the rain immediately." White Zetsu's words set off a storm in Kushina's heart, as if a stone had been cast into a still pond. Something's happened in the Rain Village? What about Mother and the others? Isn't Nagato and Uncle Hanzo there? Her voice trembled with anxiety and fear. Well, White Zetsu was about to explain, when suddenly footsteps echoed outside the door. Yinbi were making their routine inspections, cutting their conversation short. Reacting in a flash, Kushina plopped down, shoving White Zetsu back underground with a speed that surprised even herself. As the AMBU's knock sounded at her door, she composed herself, doing her best to appear calm. The door creaked open, and the AMBU's voice was icy. "Minato's student is in trouble." "What?" Kushina's heart clenched, and she hurried forward, eyes shining with worry. "What do you mean? What happened?" The mist captured Rin Noara on the battlefield. Kakashi is now infiltrating the Hidden Mist alone to investigate. The AMBU's words cut straight to the core, as cold and sharp as a blade, draining the color from Kushina's face. "What?" she cried out, the relentless string of news weighing on her like a heavy blow, leaving her more powerless and burdened than ever before. "Do you have any other business?" She tried to steady her voice as she asked. "No, that's all. We just came to deliver a message, since the matter concerns you," replied the AMBU ninja. With those words, they slipped away like specters, leaving the room as silent and heavy as a tomb. Kushina stood alone, her expression forlorn, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Slowly, she drew from her robes the scroll that sealed Uchiha. Hikaru. In her gaze mingled hope and reluctance. For unsealing, it would mean dragging Hikaru back into the endless turmoil and strife of the shinobi world. "Am I dead?" Obito slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a Sharingan, its 3 tomos swirling. He snapped to attention, realizing he was lying in a dim, mysterious place, shrouded in shadow. "Where am I?" Obito looked around in confusion. Beneath the canopy bridge came a low, gravelly reply. Obito stared in astonishment at the man before him. "That I? Old man, are you an Uchiha too?" "No, I am a dead man, merely borrowing this body, waiting here for someone," the man said calmly. "Old man, I don't get what you're saying. Who are you anyway? You say you're dead. Are you some sort of reaper?" like the one who ferries souls to heaven or hell. Obito tried to joke to ease his nerves, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the man's back, a scythe slung across his shoulders. Panic surged in Obito's chest. No, please. I don't want to die. Somebody help. I just saw your scythe. You really are a reaper. A grim reaper, just for the Uchiha clan. Obito began to cry. All my life, I've tried to help those in need. Sure, I've done some bad things and broken more than a few rules, but surely my good deeds shouldn't all be canceled out. Please, don't take me to the underworld. He sat up abruptly, only to be seized by a wave of searing pain. Ow, that hurts. If you can still feel pain, that means you're alive, the man replied, gently hanging the scythe on the wall. He crossed his arms and leaned against the stone, his gaze deep and unreadable as he glanced at Uchiha Obito. Still, it's a miracle you survived being crushed by all that rock. It's as if you passed right through solid stone. Obito shuddered at the thought. Where did you find me? You were collapsed in the tunnel I dug underground, surrounded by fallen debris. Half your body was in terrible shape. I could only patch you up as best I could for now. It was you who saved me, old man. Thank you, really. Obito looked at him with heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me yet. This debt, you'll have to repay it one day. Didn't you say your guiding principle is to help those in need? Yeah, that's what I said. So what should I do? To have you as my personal caretaker, looking after my daily needs? It sounds nice to have someone tend to me, but this body is completely numb. I can't feel pain, nor do I need to eat, so a caretaker would be utterly pointless for me. Huh. Hearing such inexplicable words, Obito's brows knit even tighter. Sorry, but I can't stay here and play along with your nonsense. Since I'm still alive, I have to return to Konoha. We're still at war, and I finally awakened to Sharingan. This time, I'm determined to protect my comrades even better. To protect your comrades even better? The man muttered, almost to himself. What's the matter? With your current physical condition, you can't possibly continue as a ninja. That's impossible. I finally gained these eyes. I can coordinate with my teammates more brilliantly than ever. A ninja must learn to see reality for what is. This world is full of disappointment. The longer you live, the more you'll feel the bitterness, pain, and loneliness reality brings. You talk too much. Anyway, I can't stay here any longer. It hurts. Obito gritted his teeth, trying to hide his pain. If you want to leave, you're free to try, if you can move at all. Obito struggled to stand, but every attempt was met with searing pain. Damn it. His voice trembled with frustration. Humph. The man closed his eyes, turning away from the boy's futile struggle. Obito crawled for a short while, but eventually gave up in despair. He turned and fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure, confusion clouding his heart. Mister, who exactly are you? You have a Sharingan, but you don't wear Konoha's forehead protector. Are you a rogue, Uchiha? I'm a ghost of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. The man spoke slowly, his voice carrying a weight of ageless sorrow. Madara. Obito froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, but he's my ancestor. There's no way he could still be alive. Not after all these years. That's why I said from the beginning, I am merely a dead man, borrowing another's body. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Suddenly, his skin turned pitch black, as if drenched in the darkness of night. The blackness gathered, separating from his flesh and forming into a shadowy sphere, floating in midair. Obito stared in horror, rolling off the bed in panic. I want to go back. With that body of yours, you'd better let go of that idea. Madara's tone was cold and indifferent. Besides, there's no way out of here. Unless you use my secret techniques or Tobi's. It's absolutely impossible to leave. If you move around recklessly again, the interlocking Hashirama cells painstakingly grafted onto your body will fall apart. Do you want to die? You barely managed to cling to life. Don't be so eager to throw it away. What exactly are you after? Why bother keeping a kid like me here? What do you want? Obito's heart brimmed with suspicion. There's no particular reason. Saving you is just a whim of mine, Madara replied with calm indifference. Besides, even if I did have a motive, what could a child like you possibly accomplish? The threats facing this world now are far beyond what people like you or me can hope to change. If you want to die, suit yourself. But if you do, I'll take your Sharingan. Why do you want my eyes? Don't you already have Sharingan? Obito's voice trembled with confusion and fear. No, I gave my original eye to someone else. The one I use now is a spare, implanted later, Madara said nonchalantly. It never hurts to have a few in reserve. As his words faded, a truth-seeking orb slowly merged into white Zetsu's body. Madara lifted his tangled hair, revealing a gaping wound where his right eye should have been. A scar so shocking it hinted at a lifetime's worth of secrets. My right eye was destroyed by a monk. I returned this time only to replenish my eyes. Only with both left and right Sharingan can their true power be unleashed. Obito stared in terror at the ghastly wound on Madara's face. The scar was so deep it seemed to have carved away half his features, sending a chill through his bones. "You've got to be kidding me." Obito's voice shook. He couldn't comprehend the gravity of what he was witnessing. All he wanted was to escape this place, to get as far away from this terrifying man as possible. Several days later, Obito awoke, exhausted. The first thing he saw were two familiar white figures, waving at him in greeting. "Yo." Toby was the first to speak, his tone full of playful mischief. "How are you feeling?" White Zetsu chimed in, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Awful," Obito replied, sitting up with a look of resignation. "How long have I even been here?" "Relax, it's not like you're paying rent," White Zetsu said with a laugh. Toby spread his hands. "We're artificial humans born from the ghetto statue. We don't need food. Things like meal expenses or bathrooms mean nothing to us, because we don't even need to use the toilet." "Oh, come on. Don't lump me in with you too," Obito said, reaching up to touch the right side of his body. "I've got all this weird stuff from you guys in me, and I still don't even know what it is." "That's cloned tissue from Hashirama cells," Toby explained. "Thanks to that, you survived without eating or drinking. You ought to feel grateful." That's right, White Zetsu echoed. "Ugh, you two and your double act are driving me crazy." Obito's face was filled with impatience. "What exactly are you here for?" "It was Madara who sent us," Toby replied. "We're supposed to help with your rehabilitation. You need to recover enough to take orders from him." "So that's it. He said I wouldn't have to play nursemaid," Obito muttered, pouting. "By the way, Obito, you were calling out Rin in your sleep just now?" Zetsu asked, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Were you dreaming of chasing bells around?" "I heard it too. Sometimes you kept shouting idiot Kakashi or something like that," Toby added, puzzled. "What's that so-called idiot Kakashi? Does it even know what it means to feel the urge to pee?" "No idea. Why don't you just ask him yourself?" Zetsu replied, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. "Ugh, you two are so noisy." Obito shot the paraglare. "Anyway, where did all the other white guys go?" "They're all out gathering intelligence," Zetsu answered offhandedly, his tone light. "Huh, you guys can go outside?" Obito asked, stunned. "We can move freely through the earth, you know," Toby explained, clearly amused by Obito's ignorance. "What? You have powers like that?" Obito exclaimed. "Well, you never asked us before," Toby shrugged. "Forget it. I'm done talking to you about this," Obito grumbled. "By the way, that old guy Madara said he was injured by a monk. What's up with that? I thought Madara was a legend, as powerful as the first Hokage. Who could actually hurt him?" "We don't know the details either," Zetsu said, his eyes flickering with curiosity about the unknown. "But word is that monk's no ordinary man. He can manipulate the size of objects and freely travel through time and space." "Change sizes? Move through space and time?" Obito sighed. "That's insane. I have no idea what you're talking about." "Just think of it as Madara encountering a formidable foe," Zetsu said with a shrug, unwilling to elaborate. "Right now, Madara's body is weak. He can't do much. That's why he returned here, to make preparations and pass on information." "Are you asking because you want to help?" Obito turned away. "Not a chance. What does any of this have to do with me? I couldn't care less. I just want to get out of here and go back to Rin and Kakashi." "Suit yourself," Toby said. He and Zetsu exchanged a glance before both sank into the ground. Over the next several days, Obito struggled through the underground passages, every step of his rehabilitation racked with indescribable pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and pushed through, again and again. In his mind, the gentle face of Rin and memories of their time, together, shone like a guiding light, illuminating his path. For the chance to see Rin again, Obito endured every ounce of pain without hesitation. This determination and perseverance gradually earned Obito the approval of the White Zetsus. One day, as he was about to stumble and fall, Toby couldn't help but reach out in time to steady him. Obito's rehabilitation became the highlight of the White Zetsus daily routine, something they never tired of watching. Before long, new muscle began to grow on the right half of his body that had once vanished, and his once thin arms slowly regained their strength. From his early, unsteady steps to the days when he could play and roughhouse atop the ghetto statue's head, every bit of Obito's progress was a source of fascination for the White Zetsus. But the good times didn't last. Because he lacked his left eye, Obito lost his balance one day and slipped, tumbling off the statue. Toby hurried over, concern in his voice. "Are you all right?" Obito answered with a smile. "I'm fine. This is nothing. Always trying to act tough, even when you're hurt." Toby pointed at Obito's broken arm. "With that body, you can't even feel pain. Take a look at yourself." Obito was taken aback by those words, a hint of moisture glinting in his eyes. In that moment, He remembered Rin, who had once said something similar, telling him not to push himself when he was hurt, always showing him concern. What a strange guy, Toby muttered, looking at Obito's sudden silence with puzzlement. Just then, a white Zetsu popped its head out from inside the statue, interrupting Obito's thoughts. Obito, I just got back from outside. The Rin you care about, and that fool Kakashi, things aren't looking good for them. Obito's voice was filled with urgency. What happened? Toby replied. The two of them are surrounded by Mist Ninja. They're trying to escape from the hidden Mist Village. Damn it! Obito charged toward the stone door, hurling himself at it with all his strength. The impact left cracks in the stone, but the shock also shattered his white arm. With your body as it is now, you still can't break through rock, Toby said, his tone grave as he walked over. Save your breath. I have to rescue Rin and Kakashi, Obito said resolutely, determination blazing in his eyes. Then wear my body, Toby offered, his spiral mask splitting apart and transforming into several white tendrils that wrapped gently around Obito. Aren't you all Madara's subordinates? Is it really all right for you to help me like this? Obito asked, hesitation in his voice. No problem. As it happens, I'm heading to the mist myself, Toby replied. Suddenly, Madara's voice echoed behind Obito. He appeared as a black sphere, slowly detaching from the white Zetsu, then merging with Obito's left side. Thank you, Uncle Madara, Obito said gratefully. He clenched his fists, gathering all his strength, steadied his stance, and drove his fist into the massive stone. In the next instant, the boulder shattered with a resounding crash, fragments scattering everywhere. White Zetsu, where are Rin and Kakashi now? Take me to them right away. The one attached to you is my clone. White Zetsu, perched atop the golem, spoke. Within a certain range, we can communicate telepathically, and there are other clones scattered underground exchanging information. Black Zetsu extended a tendril and said softly, I'll use this to guide you. Shall we head outside first? All right, I'm counting on you. Obito nodded in agreement. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Obito's gaze swept over the various tools hanging on the wall. At last, he chose a jet-black cloak and draped it over his shoulders. He darted through the forest, the cloak fluttering softly behind him, blending him into the shadows of the night. How are Rin and Kakashi doing right now? Obito asked as he moved swiftly. According to the latest reports, it seems rather dangerous. They mentioned something about test subject from the hidden Mist Village, but I don't quite understand, replied White Zetsu. Test subjects? In any case, Rin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of elite Mist Jonin and members of their covert unit. Each one is highly skilled. White Zetsu's voice echoed in Obito's mind, tinged with gravity. What about Minato-sensei? What is he doing? Obito asked anxiously. Who? White Zetsu seemed puzzled. I mean the Yellow Flash. What's he doing right now? He appears to be on a different mission, came the uncertain reply. Tisk, of all times, Obito clicked his tongue in frustration, his expression tense. He quickened his pace. Kakashi, you must find a way to protect Rin. I'm on my way. Obito, you're likely about to enter a battle. Before that, I have something to say to you, came Madara's voice, deep and commanding. What is it? Your combat ability doesn't match mine, and right now, it's my truth-seeking orb sustaining your battered body. Get to the point. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that, in battle, it would be better if I took control for you. But didn't you say that only with both Sharingan can their true power be unleashed? Kakashi, who possesses the matching eye, is right there on the battlefield. If I work with him, I'll surpass you. I will protect Rin together with Kakashi. Fine then, Madara snorted. After all, you now possess Hashirama's cells. The union of Senju and Uchiha blood might awaken a power never seen before. Suddenly, a deafening beast's roar erupted in the distance, followed by a thick mist spreading across the sky and a series of thunderous explosions. What happened? Obito halted, a flash of alarm in his eyes. My clone just sent back information. It seems the explosions came from that direction, Black Zetsu answered quickly, his voice tense. Obito's heart clenched. He knew, without a doubt, that was where Rin and Kakashi were. Without another moment's hesitation, he charged, full speed toward the source of the blasts. The trees along the road seemed like a motionless scroll, flashing past at his speed. Obito quickened his pace once more, haunted by the image of Rin's bloodied, unrecognizable face in his mind. As the distance shrank, the thunder of explosions grew sharper and more distinct, and Obito's heartbeat raced to match. At last, Obito reached the edge of the battlefield. The scene before him was shocking. Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by a group of Mist Shinobi, their wounds a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Not long before, in the hidden Mist Village, this secretive place, shrouded in a veil of mist all year round, was as enigmatic as its name suggested, leaving reality feeling distant and dreamlike. Within the fog, ancient buildings blended seamlessly with lush nature, every mossy stone and towering tree whispering tales yet untold. Uchiha Hikari moved with the lightness of a swallow, weaving through the village's shadowy alleys. Her destination was the legendary lake at the village's heart, said to hold the three tails under seal. Her keen Sharingan eyes glimmered with an extraordinary light, for she had already sensed a vast and strange chakra ripple emanating from the depths of the forbidden grounds, irresistibly pulling her forward. She glided like a ghost, silent as the night, slipping through the darkness outside the forbidden area. At last, she landed lightly atop a rooftop, her gaze piercing the layers of mist to focus on the heart of the forbidden grounds, a shadowy underground cell where a brown-haired girl was imprisoned. From within her robes, Uchiha Hikari drew out the photograph Kushina had given her before leaving. In the photo were three childish faces alongside the grown Minato Namikaze. She carefully compared the image and realized the brown-haired girl was one of those pictured. HM found the brown-haired girl, but that arrogant little brat with white hair is nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Hikari murmured softly, attuning herself to the surroundings and discovering not only the imprisoned girl, but also Miss Jonin and ANBU lurking nearby. Let's deal with these nuisances first. She moved with blinding speed, as swift and precise as a streak of lightning in the night, every twist and step blending her seamlessly into the darkness. Facing the Miss Shinobi and ANBU on guard, she showed not a hint of hesitation. One seasoned Mist Ninja noticed her, kunai in hand, attempting a sudden assault. But Hikari Sharingan read his movements instantly. With a slight shift, she evaded the lethal blow and struck back with a sharp palm strike to a vital point, incapacitating her foe in a heartbeat. She pressed on with the same unstoppable force, swiftly defeating the Mist Guards and ANBU one by one. An ANBU operative tried to launch a sneak attack from the shadows, but Hikari's senses were razor-sharp, almost preternatural, allowing her to perceive every hidden threat before it emerged. Immediately after, Uchiha Hikaru delivered a flawless, pinpoint strike to the vital point of the Kirigakure ninja, causing him to lose his will to fight in an instant and collapse limply to the ground. With a swift pivot, she moved like a leopard, closing in on another mast. Umbu! Her fierce kick sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, sending him flying before he crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness at once. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, each action following the last without pause. Uchiha Hikaru defeated all the guards quickly and efficiently, her formidable taijutsu prowess on full display in this brief but intense exchange. So that's how it is, Uchiha Hikaru murmured to herself, her gaze settling on Rin Noera, the tea-haired girl imprisoned before her. Through her Sharingan, she could clearly see that Rin's chakra flow was obstructed, evidently suppressed by a complex sealing technique. It seems Kirigakure set up a timed seal here, hoping to control the Three Tails' power. What a crude little seal, Hikaru scoffed, her tone brimming with disdain. To her, inheritor of all the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, this technique was hardly worth mentioning. Without hesitation, Uchiha Hikaru began forming hand seals, preparing to use the more advanced four-symbol seal, determined to completely rewrite the binding on Rin. But just then, the Three Tails chakra suddenly surged out of control. In a flash, the beast's chakra cloak enveloped Rin, crackling with raw energy. Honestly, does it have to be like this every time? Can't they come up with something new? Hikaru complained with a hint of exasperation. She channeled chakra into her eyes, unleashing the full might of her Sharingan, its power piercing through all before her. Settle down, Three Tails, Hikaru commanded, her voice cold and brimming with authority as she dove into the depths of Rin's consciousness. If you don't want to die, crawl back and go to sleep. Her Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with a chilling, irresistible light as she stared down the massive beast. Under her gaze, the Three Tails quailed, shrinking back into its shell as if cowed by an invisible force. With the beast subdued, Rin slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, amazement flickering across her face, only to relax at once when she saw Hikaru's warm, reassuring smile, understanding at last that this girl was a friend, not a foe. Who are you? Rin asked with a hint of wonder in her voice. My name is Uchiha Hikaru. Kushina sent me to rescue you, Rin. Hikaru replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat Rin comfortingly on the shoulder, hoping to offer her a sliver of reassurance. But the Three Tails inside me could break free at any moment, Rin recalled. The hidden mist plan she had overheard during her sealing. She pushed Uchiha Hikaru away, walked to the corner of the cell, and hugged her knees as she sat her day. If you want to leave, go by yourself. I'm staying here. Even if I get out, I'll only end up hurting everyone. Rin, Uchiha Hikaru watched her, emotions swirling within her heart. The scene before her seemed to drag her back to her own childhood. The day she had spent in the dungeon, steeped in loneliness and despair. If it hadn't been for Boruto, she might have long since given up. Boruto. That name echoed in her mind. She pressed her lips together, recalling the choices Boruto had made. Then she strode to the corner, her gaze resolute as she reached out and took Rin's hand, pulling her into the patch of moonlight streaming into the cell. Rin, Kushina once told me you're a strong and gentle child, her favorite student. Hikaru's voice brimmed with encouragement. If you're afraid of hurting others, come with me to the Land of Rain. That's Kushina's homeland, and it's full of Uzumaki clan members, all skilled in sealing jutsu. We can help you. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps cut through their conversation. Found them. The Jinchuriki hasn't escaped yet. Mist Ninja had discovered their hiding place. Reinforcements surged in like a breaking tide, swiftly encircling them in an impenetrable ring. Stay sharp, everyone. Anyone who can slip into the hidden mist undetected isn't simple. The ninja tightened their grip on their weapons, eyes glinting with wariness and alertness, as if facing the most dangerous of foes. It's time, Rin, Hikaru said, her voice steady and warm. She ignored the commotion of the mist ninja, fixing Rin with a sincere gaze. Don't be afraid. I'll be by your side, always. As long as I have my Mangekyo Sharingan, there's nothing to fear from tailed beasts. But Rin's voice trembled with hesitation, her eyes flickering between hope and fear. There's no time, Rin, Hikaru said earnestly. You have to trust me now. Her gaze shone like a beam of light, piercing the fog of doubt in Rin's heart, filling her with boundless courage and strength. Okay. Tears shimmered in Rin's eyes as she clutched Hikaru's hand. The warmth and strength she felt surged through her, sweeping away the darkness clouding her heart. Let's go. Hikaru pulled Rin along, their figures flashing out of the cell with lightning speed. The pursuit from the hidden mist was relentless, their movements silent and predatory, like hunters stalking their prey. The Land of Water was notorious for producing rogue ninja, and most had trained for missions like these. Cold efficiency was etched into their very being, making escape nearly impossible for Hikaru and Rin. Hikaru, if we keep running like this, it's only a matter of time before they catch up to us. Lin's voice was laced with exhaustion and hidden anxiety. Even her breathing seemed locked in a race against time, each breath possibly her last. Leave it to me. A steely determination flickered in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. She couldn't perform the flying thunder god technique with the same precise calm as Tobirama in the midst of chaos. And even if she could, its range was severely limited, especially when taking someone along. The distance shrank drastically. So she had to find another way, to search for a chance to escape. She drew a deep breath, feeling her chakra begin to surge and flow. From within her cloak, Uchiha Hikari took out a tiny white Zetsu spore. Guided by her chakra, the spore seemed to awaken, greedily absorbing her power, growing rapidly until it gradually took on a human form. Hikari pressed the white Zetsu onto Lin's body. As chakra coursed through it, the spore began its astonishing transformation, changing and shifting until it became an exact replica of Lin. Even the smallest expressions and gestures were perfectly mimicked. What is this? Lin stared at the person before her, a perfect double, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This is an artificial human, cultivated using Hashirama cells, Hikari explained. Once it absorbs chakra, it can take on someone's appearance and even gain some of their abilities, along with fragments of their memories. The missed target is you. If we send this white Zetsu clone to lure away the pursuers, we can slip away unnoticed. Comprehension dawned in Lin's eyes, and she nodded, resolve shining within them. All right, let's do it. Without another word, Uchiha Hikari and Lin melted into the dense forest, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Using the white Zetsu clone as a decoy, they successfully diverted all the enemy's attention. The white Zetsu, now indistinguishable from Lin, darted through the woods. Each desperate flight looked heartbreakingly real, as if she were playing a tense game of cat and mouse with her pursuers. Soon, just as the white Zetsu Lin was about to be overtaken by a mist ninja, a sudden figure burst forth like a bolt of lightning. In a flash of thunder, the mist ninja was struck down by the unexpected attack. Are you all right, Lin? The newcomer's voice was filled with concern. He removed his mist mask and shrugged off his cloak, revealing a shock of white hair. Under the moonlight, the Sharingan in his left eye gleamed with intensity. Kakashi. Lin's voice trembled with surprise and confusion. I've been undercover with the Mist Pursuit Squad, tracking you the whole way, Kakashi said with a wry smile. Looks like you already figured out how to escape on your own. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble. Inside, the white Zetsu Lin was overcome with complicated emotions. Possessing Lin's memories, she naturally knew all about Kakashi. But her only purpose now was to help Lady Hikari and the Three Tails Jinchuriki escape safely. As for the Mist Ninja, just before, although he seemed to pursue her relentlessly, in truth, he only wished to drive her back to the leaf, hoping, in the chaos, to release the Three Tails. Therefore, the Mist Village would never truly strike her down. This was all nothing more than a meticulously crafted performance. Yet Kakashi's involvement could make things much simpler. In Rin's mind, she calculated, if Kakashi were to end her life here, the Mist Pursuit Unit would abandon their chase, and then Lord Guy and the Three Tails Jinchuriki would be safe. With this thought, Rin made her decision and spoke resolutely. Kakashi, right now, you must kill me. Rin? What are you saying? How could I possibly do such a thing? Kakashi stared at her in shock and confusion, his eyes wide. This isn't the time for jokes. You have to get out of here now. No, Rin halted, her tone unwavering. Kakashi, the tailed beast is sealed inside me. If I return to the village like this, the Three Tails will destroy Konoha. As her words fell, she turned and, facing the Mist Ninja rushing after them, dashed forward with unwavering resolve. Rin, seeing this, Kakashi, fearing for her safety, immediately activated his Chidori and flickered forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at the enemy ninja. A faint smile touched Rin's lips. With a sudden turn, she placed herself between the Mist Ninja and Kakashi, moving to meet the strike of Kakashi's Chidori head-on. The attack pierced her chest, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Kashi! Blood trickled from the corner of Rin's mouth. Though she felt no pain, she had to maintain her transformation for a little longer, buying precious time for Lord Guy and the Three Tails Jinchuriki to escape. But Kakashi knew none of this. He stared at Rin, pale and collapsing in his arms, as if his entire world was collapsing with her. Tears slipped uncontrollably from his Sharingan eye. He slowly withdrew his right hand. Rin coughed up blood, her body suddenly losing all strength as she crumpled to the ground. At that moment, Obito Uchiha, who had rushed over in haste, witnessed the scene in its entirety. Disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Kakashi, what is he doing? Obito's voice trembled with shock and accusation, unable to accept what his eyes beheld. Under the shroud of night, the Tomo in both Obito's and Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, finally settling into the shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. But Kakashi was already exhausted. In that instant, his chakra was utterly drained by the power of the eyes, and he collapsed helplessly beside Rin. Obito, however, with the cells of Hashirama Senju coursing through him, found his ocular power erupting under the catalyst of his rage. A fierce gale whipped around him, as if the whole world trembled in response. Ayoa! Obito's roar from behind his mask was wild and mournful, the cry of a beast raging against fate, rebelling against a cruel reality. The Mist Ninja, stunned by this sudden turn, stared at the strange white matter swirling around Obito, murmuring in awe, "What is that thing? Is he Konoha's reinforcements?" What use is it for just one person to come as reinforcements? Sneered the Mist Ninja, flicking several shuriken with a casual wave, hoping to bring this farce to an end. Yet the shurikens seemed to pass through nothingness itself, failing to leave even a scratch on Obito. They simply embedded themselves deep into the trees behind him. I will never accept something like this, Obito's voice rumbled, heavy and low, as if echoing up from the depths of an abyss, filled with boundless sorrow and rage. What just happened? The Mist Ninja stared in horror at the scene, his voice trembling. Did he dodge that? How could I ever accept this? At last, Obito could no longer contain the fury and murderous intent within him. With a forceful stomp, the ground beneath him seemed to crack in anger, shards of stone flying in every direction. He launched himself at the Mist Ninja like a thunderbolt. Don't underestimate the village of the Bloody Mist. Another Mist Ninja bellowed, drawing his blade and charging at Obito. But where the blade fell, there was only empty air, as if time and space themselves had been twisted. Obito's form blurred and flickered, becoming insubstantial. Obito's ocular power had reached an unfathomable realm. His very presence seemed to defy the limits of the material world, every movement radiating an indescribable pressure. The Mist Ninja exchanged fearful glances, a terror unlike any they had ever known rising in their hearts. Out of my way! Obito roared, driving his fist into a Mist Ninja's abdomen. Instantly, with released chakra erupted within his foe, countless branches piercing through the man's body. Blood sprayed out, painting Obito's white mask crimson. Without pausing for even a second, Obito's gaze, sharp as a blade and brimming with killing intent, turned to the other mist ninja, who stood paralyzed. With terror in his hand, a sharpened branch of chakra glinted, a scythe in the hands of death itself, as he drove it straight toward the man's heart. Seeing this, the remaining mist ninja seized the moment. 4 of them leapt up at once, launching a surprise attack at Obito from behind. Yet their strikes vanished in a thin air, like stones sinking into a bottomless lake, passing harmlessly through him once more. This time, they felt the jolt of impact, but only because their weapons had cut through Obito and struck down their own comrade on the other side. How was this possible? We didn't even touch him. One mist ninja gasped in shock, terror swelling in his chest. All that faced them now was the wrathful Obito. He sprang forward, driving a powerful kick that sent the group flying, the force so great it shattered their bones on impact. What kind of monster is that guy? He's using some kind of bizarre technique. Damn it, at the very least we have to retrieve that woman. Never let the enemy get the Jinchuriki's corpse. Don't even think about it. Seeing their intent, Obito didn't hesitate. He unleashed the power of Kimui and charged toward the glint of swords amid the crowd, where all blades cut only empty air, slashing at nothing. This guy, he really is untouchable. Don't panic. Once we retrieve the body, we retreat immediately. There were many mist ninja present. 2 of them were already closing in on Rin's body, ready to snatch her away. Obito, seeing this, shot a branch from his hand like an arrow, striking the mist ninja with perfect accuracy. His hands swiftly formed seals, would release chakra surged forth once more, completely impaling the enemy. Zetsu's voice echoed by his ear in awe. He's mastered the wood release cutting technique without a teacher. This boy's talent is truly astonishing. But Obito had no time to heed Zetsu's praise. Using the body flicker technique, he vanished, appearing beside another mist ninja and slammed him into the ground with a single, brutal punch. Rage and grief intertwined in his chest. He dragged the man up from the earth, then kicked him high into the sky. In the next instant, he seized the mist ninja's mask and shattered the man's face with a sharp knee strike. At last, he grabbed the man by his collar, smashed him heavily to the ground, and rained blows down until nothing but pulverized flesh remained. The mist ninja on the field were stunned by Obito's ferocity. All of them recoiled, dread chilling their hearts. "But what is that guy?" they whispered, terror etched in their eyes. As the mist ninja began to flee, Obito slowly turned around. The Hashirama cells within him rampaged uncontrollably. Without even weaving signs, he unleashed the vast wood release, deep forest emergence. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a crimson mist, the moon above tinted as red as blood. All present were transformed by wood release into lifeless statues. Blood pooled everywhere, forming a seamless lake of red. There were so many bodies that the very ground where Obito stood had become a blood-soaked pond. His mask began to crack, and even though there was only a single hole, it could not keep the blood from staining his face. So that's how it is. I understand now. I am in hell. Obito dropped the last corpse from his hand and slowly walked toward the tea-haired girl, lying silently beside the pool of blood. His feet sank into the blood, his gaze never lingering on Kakashi's fallen form ahead. With Kimui, Obito's body phased through Kakashi, striding straight forward. In the midst of the blood, Rin's figure lay so tranquil, as if she were merely asleep. Obito reached out, longing to touch Rin's face, but in his confusion and grief, he forgot to deactivate Kimui. His hand, like a ghost, passed straight through her body. In that instant, panic flashed in Obito's eyes. Realizing his mistake, he quickly regained control, focusing his Mangekyo Sharingan and deactivating Kimui's power. This time, his hand truly made contact with Rin's skin, cold, lifeless. Obito bent down, carefully lifting Rin from the pool of blood and cradling her against his chest. He held her tightly, as if pouring all the warmth in his body into her, desperately willing her slumbering soul to awaken. Under the blood-red moonlight, Obito's lonely silhouette stood guard over the softest place in his heart. "Lin, you little liar," he whispered, gently stroking her hair, each strand laden with longing and reluctant affection. "You promised you'd always watch over me, all the way until the day I became Hokage. It seems this girl is very important to you." Madara's voice echoed as the truth-seeking orbs slowly detached from Obito and instead latched onto Lin's replica. Tobi also withdrew from Obito, attaching himself to Lin's body. In the next moment, the corpse of the white Zetsulin slowly rose from Obito's embrace, making him believe Lin had come back to life. "Lin, What remarkable eyes! Supported by Toby and the truth-seeking orbs, White Zetselin slowly stood, her voice cold as ice. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan always reflects the wielder's deepest wish. When that girl died, you utterly rejected this world, and so you awakened a rare space-time ocular power. Hearing that Lin's voice was off, Obito immediately realized it was Madara and shouted, "Both of you, get away from Lin's body." Madara's voice let out a soft, mocking laugh. Now, don't be so hasty. Though this girl's life has ended, Toby and I can continue sustaining her body, keeping it from decay. Obito shook with agitation. What's the point of that? Lin won't come back to life anyway. No, Madara replied, a mysterious undertone coloring his words. She can return, if you possess the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? What's that? To explain the Rinnegan, we must begin with the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails. It's a long story. The 10 Tails? Isn't that just a creature from legend? Legends often spring from reality. The tailed beasts scattered across the world are fragments of the 10 Tails' power, divided by the sage himself. Each beast carries a piece of what the 10 Tails once was. Obito pressed on, desperate. Is there proof that any of this is true? Proof? Madara's voice echoed through the night, brimming with certainty. I am the proof. After obtaining Hashiroma's cells, I grafted them onto my wounds. At first, nothing changed. But as my life neared its end, the Rinnegan, the legendary eye, finally awakened within me. But how is that even possible? Obito's voice trembled with doubt. Without the union of Uchiha and Senju's powers, the Rinnegan cannot awaken. Madara intoned, his voice heavy and deep. Even then, it demands the sacrifice of your body's vitality, along with vast reserves of yin-yang chakra. How can I meet these conditions? Obito's urgency was palpable. Supplementing the cells isn't difficult, Madara replied, a note of chilling calculation in his voice. The white Zetsu within the demonic statue can provide what's needed. As for the yin-yang release chakra, his voice paused, as though he was weighing the significance of every word. By channeling portions of the 9-tailed beast chakra into the demonic statue of the outer path, and then sealing the transformed statue, the 10 Tails, inside oneself as a Jinchuriki, one can obtain the Sage of Six Paths yin-yang release chakra. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Obito murmured to himself. But you awakened the Rinnegan without becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The statue was once the 10 Tails vessel. It still contained traces of the 9-tailed beast chakra. When I awakened the Rinnegan, I absorbed all of it. This method won't work for you. Damn it! Obito hammered the ground in frustration. Madara looked at Obito's unwilling expression, his tone grave. Before you make your decision, you need to understand this. The Rinnegan can command life and death, but to bring back the dead, the user must pay with their own life. Even the 10 Tails Jinchuriki is no exception. Now, knowing this price, are you still willing to give your life for the girl before you? I am. As long as I can bring Rin back, I'm willing to pay any price. Obito's voice was steadfast, fearless. In the bloodline of the Uchiha, as it dwindles, you still have some backbone. Madara let out a low chuckle. In that case, I'll recommend you to Nagato. He's the only one who can help you realize your dream. Nagato? Who is that? Obito asked. Madara's voice echoed in the night. After my true body passed on, I entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato. He is now devoting himself entirely to peace and stability in the shinobi world. If you intend to steal his Rinnegan, I advise you to give up. I will not sacrifice Nagato's life just to resurrect a girl. He is far too important to this world. I understand. Obito's voice rang out clearly under the moonlight. So, I only need to awaken the Rinnegan myself, right? That's right. There was a faint, almost hidden note of approval in Madara's reply. Meanwhile, deep within a distant forest, Uchiha Hikari and the real Rin Noara were racing along a woodland path. Suddenly, Hikari, sensing something amiss through her sage mode, halted and motioned for Rin to stop as well, her gaze turning toward the direction of a distant pool of blood. What's wrong? Rin asked, puzzled. She had no sensory abilities herself, and couldn't understand why Hikari had stopped so abruptly. All those pursuing Kirigakure shinobi, they're all dead, Hikari said, her voice tinged with gravity. Rin covered her mouth, staring in disbelief in that direction. Her voice was filled with shock. Who could have possibly wiped out all those ninja in an instant? I don't know, Hikari replied, turning to Rin with a gentle smile. But maybe, once your duplicate returns, the truth will come to light. After speaking, she moved again. Let's go first. This place is too dangerous now. Rin responded, and the two of them accelerated, their figures streaking through the forest like shooting stars, vanishing into the dense woods. under the veil of night. Even the wind, whispering through the trees, seemed to grow heavy. The silhouettes of Uchiha Hikaru and Noara Rin gradually faded, swallowed by the darkness as they made their way toward Mangekyo. Carrying Noara Rin, Uchiha Hikaru was the first to return to the towering spire of Mangekyo. The moment she stepped inside, she immediately ordered Uzumaki Utai to lead a team and reinforce the sealing jutsu on Rin. Although she now possessed the technique to extract most of the three tails from Rin's body, leaving just enough chakra to preserve Rin's life, Hikaru's thoughts were consumed by a far more urgent reality. Within a secret chamber of the tower, the air was thick with tension. Nagato, once a vibrant youth, was now emaciated to the point of being skin and bones. His back was pierced by countless black spikes, forged from yin-yang release, each one cold and sharp, connected directly to the ghetto statue. Lifelines that tethered him to a world between life and death. Beside him stood a young man with orange hair, clad in a black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. His body, too, was studded with black rods, and his deep Rinnegan eyes seemed to pierce through all things. Uchiha Hikaru's voice trembled with disbelief. Nagato, Yahiko, what happened to you? She covered her mouth, her eyes filling with tears as she slowly approached Nagato, her gaze overflowing with pain and confusion. Let me explain, Hikaru. Nagato is asleep right now. Konan's voice drifted from the shadows. She, too, wore the black cloak with red clouds, walking softly toward Hikaru. Her face was drained of hope, her eyes vacant, as if the light had left them forever. What happened? Hikaru's fists clenched, her voice steely with determination. Konan's reply was cold and heavy. Yahiko, Hanzo, and Sensei Tobarama, they were all killed by an organization called Kara. What? The words struck Hikaru like a bolt of lightning. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the floor, barely able to breathe out her disbelief. Tobarama, he's really gone? Her mind spun in turmoil. The Tobarama of her memories, the boy who pestered her endlessly about ninjutsu, the companion who was always by her side, was gone. That warmth was lost to her forever. She drifted in a daze, as though time itself had frozen, leaving only endless sorrow and longing. Everything had happened too suddenly. Hikaru's heart was in chaos. She could no longer tell if she was trapped in this cruel reality or a twisted dream. Seeing her pain, Konan's eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. She slowly walked over to Hikaru and, opening her arms, drew her gently into an embrace. This warm embrace made Uchiha Hikari feel as if she had regained a fleeting sense of safety. She cried like a child, pouring out all the sorrow and helplessness in her heart, letting it flow without restraint. Where her tears fell, they left clear, glistening trails across her cheeks. After a long while, as her emotions gradually settled, she lifted her head. In her gaze burned both fury and confusion. Konan, what exactly is that organization called Kara? Konan gently patted her back, her voice tinged with heaviness. According to the information provided by Uchiha Madara and teacher Tobarama, this organization has been lurking in the land of rain all along. Not only is it hiding an Otsutsuki clansman within its ranks, but also possesses scientific technology far beyond anything the shinobi world of our era has ever seen. Scientific technology? Just that alone. Disbelief was written all over Uchiha Hikari's face. Everything she heard filled her with unprecedented confusion. When it came to the truth, she wanted to understand it in her own way. She apologized to Konan, then rose to her feet and walked resolutely toward Nagato. The Mangekyo Sharingan blossomed in her eyes. With a gentle wave, she retrieved Nagato's memory stone and began to study it closely. Within the memories, scenes from recent years surged forth like a tidal wave. Nagato, Yahiko, and their companions, with Hanzo's tacit approval, established an organization in Mangekyo dedicated to peace, hoping to resolve the endless conflicts of the shinobi world. They named it Akatsuki. Mangekyo, a village perpetually caught in the crossfire of three great nations, was no stranger to turmoil. Countless war-weary civilians pooled their resources to hire the Akatsuki, seeking protection and a brief respite. As the wars dragged on, and with the remarkable growth and strength of Nagato and his comrades, Akatsuki steadily grew in power. Their reputation among the people even surpassed Hanzo's at the height of the Second Great Ninja War, transforming Akatsuki into a force that could not be ignored. Everything seemed to be moving toward a brighter future, until the organization called Kara shattered that peace and hope in an unprecedented way. Not long ago, tension thickened within the great tower of Mangekyo. Clones of Tobarama Senju and Uchiha Madara, battered and wounded, returned in disarray. through the markings of the flying thunder god. What they brought back was intelligence powerful enough to rewrite the history of the shinobi world. They had been investigating a monk named Jigen. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but he also wielded the mysterious ability to freely traverse time and space. Tobirama and Madara tried to confront Jigen, only to realize they were utterly outmatched. In a desperate moment, Tobirama seized the chance. Just as Jigen opened a time-space portal, he swiftly hurled a flying thunder god kunai into it. Then, together with Madara, he used the flying thunder god technique to escape the scene. After their return, through countless experiments and refinements with Uchiha and Madara, Tobirama finally grasped the essence of traveling through different time-spaces using the flying thunder god. For the first time, they stepped into the realm of Jigen's time-space. The IT was a world utterly different from Earth, where the entire sky was shrouded in a profound, inky purple, as if the last traces of light had been swallowed by the night. The land below was barren and desolate, not a single blade of grass in sight, surrounded by sheer cliffs and precipitous crags, resembling a planet long dead, silent and solemn. Upon one such cliff, strange markings had been carved, vestiges of some ancient civilization lost to time. And at the base of the cliff, they beheld a sight that defied their understanding. A disc-shaped metal structure, sealed within which was a monstrous being brimming with immense chakra. With a single glance, the two of them recognized it instantly. It was the 10 tails they had seen before in the memory stone of Black Zetsu. Yet this 10 tails was far smaller in stature, clearly not the enormous beast they once knew. This 10 tails must have been born after consuming all the energy of this planet, Tobirama analyzed in a grave tone. But since this world is less fertile than our own, the 10 tails here is weaker, unable to reach the colossal scale we've witnessed before. Other planets. A flash of shock crossed Madara Uchiha's face as his gaze settled on the mysterious circular metal structure, a surge of questions rising in his heart. So the Otsutsuki clan truly possessed the means to cross the stars at will. It's almost beyond belief. But if they've already mastered space-time ninjutsu, why go to such lengths to study this technology? Even with space-time ninjutsu, one must first physically reach the target planet to leave a spatial marker, Tobirama explained. Without such a mark, it's just like my flying thunder god technique. I cannot sense places I haven't marked, and thus, movement is impossible. What a terrifying clan. Madara's eyes glinted with caution. Our investigation should end here for today. Who knows when that monk will return? Agreed. Tobirama nodded, swiftly leaving flying thunder god marks throughout this alien dimension and retrieving the kunai he had previously planted. The two prepared to withdraw from Jigen's space-time domain. Yet just as they were about to leave, several black rods forged from yin-yang release materialized out of thin air, piercing their bodies in a flash, swift as lightning. Tobirama, already advanced in age, was nearly killed outright by the savage onslaught. Madara fared even worse. His entire body was riddled with holes, and half of his right face was sheared away. 2 little rats have slipped in. It's time for a thorough cleaning, came Jigen's voice, cold as ice, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. How is this possible? Even my Sharingan can't track his attacks. Madara's left eye, the Sharingan, stared in shock at the white-robed man, drawing slowly near. Damn it, Tobirama thought anxiously, realizing the dire situation. Summoning the last of his strength, he invoked the flying thunder god technique, whisking both Madara and himself away from the perilous space-time realm and back to their own world. However, Sishien's pursuit did not cease with Tobirama and Madara's escape. He arrived at the spot where the two had vanished, activating his sensory abilities. Since this was his own space-time realm, he immediately established a connection with the temporal dimension of Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. Sishien's sudden reappearance was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, instantly freezing the atmosphere across the battlefield. Tobirama and Madara had left behind precautions before departing, and on their return, they did not reappear in the hidden rain village, but on a plain somewhere in the land of rain. Hanzo, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had long since prepared an ambush there, ready to bring down this formidable monk. Yet, even with these fighters, revered as the very best in the ninja world, their strength now seemed insignificant. In the presence of Sishien, their resistance was as feeble as candlelight in a raging storm, flickering and helpless. The eerie spiritual markings on his jaw could absorb any ninjutsu. His elusive mastery of space and time left him impossible to pin down. The colossal cube that descended from the sky and those jet-black rods that struck too swiftly to counter. Every one of his attacks was impossible to guard against. A heavy blow seemed to fall on everyone's hearts. For the first time, they tasted the bitterness of utter helplessness. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, only Nagato remained standing, his body covered in wounds, but his eyes still burning with fierce anger. Oh, Sishien's gaze, cold as ice, locked onto Nagato's unique eyes. The Rinnegan, he asked in a frosty tone, a trace of surprise barely audible. Those eyes, where did you get them? Nagato did not respond. His expression was resolute, his composure unshaken. Even when faced with overwhelming might, he showed not a hint of retreat. Slowly, he lifted his hand, the Rinnegan in his eyes quietly calculating, preparing for a final counterattack. Not going to answer, are you? Sishien's voice was as frigid as winter wind. His eyes fixed on the black rods floating in the space of Deikokuton, a strange light, like that of Shomyo Baisakuna, flickering within them. Then I'll make that woman over there pay the price for your silence. Perhaps that will change your mind. Stop, you bastard! Nagato roared, the energy of Shinra Tensei gathering in his palm and erupting in an instant, blasting Sishien's black rod to dust. Yet, the 5-second interval between uses of Shinra Tensei left gaping flaws in his defense. He had no way to continuously repel Sishien's relentless assault. Nagato, Yahiko, forget about me, run. Conan's voice rang out, urgent and unwavering. She refused to become a burden to her comrades. So, you still refuse to answer? Is this woman's life so meaningless to you? Sishien pressed forward step by step, the black rod spinning slowly in his hand like a reaper's scythe, its tip aimed at Conan's head. In that case, prepare to meet your end. As his words faded, the black rod shot forth with the speed of a released arrow. Conan, Yahiko saw what was happening, and a look of resolute determination flashed in his eyes. Summoning the last of his strength, he threw himself in front of Conan, shielding her. The black rod pierced mercilessly through his body, pinning him to the cold, unyielding ground. Nagato, no matter what, you and Conan must survive. Because you're the savior of this world. If it's you, maybe, just maybe... Yahiko's voice grew weaker with each word. At last, his figure slumped in a pool of blood, the light of life extinguished in that moment. Yahiko! Conan's scream tore through the air, her tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Was there really any need to rush to your death? Chisen's voice was icy cold as he spoke, another black rod forming in his hand. Shinra Tensei, Nagato roared, and a tremendous force exploded outward, blasting the black rod away. It's useless. That technique has a 5-second interval. There's no way you can block all my attacks. Chisen's laughter was thick with mockery. The onslaught of black rods and gigantic cubes surged toward Nagato like an endless, crashing tide. Even the black rods that were repelled were effortlessly shrunk down by Chisen's Shomen Hakuna. To him, these counterattacks were nothing but futile resistance. Nagato knew all too well how dire the situation was. Left with no other choice, he gathered Conan and Yahiko's cold, lifeless body, preparing to retreat as quickly as possible. But fate seemed particularly cruel to him at this moment. Black rods rained down from above, mercilessly impaling his legs. The searing pain made his steps falter. Conan, take Yahiko and get as far away as you can. Nagato's voice was firm, filled with the resolve of someone prepared to face death. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals before slamming down onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. With a thunderous roar, the colossal statue burst from the earth. It swept its massive arms in a wide arc, scattering the black rods and cubes like leaves caught in a gale, buying Nagato and Conan a brief moment of hope. Is that the husk of the 10 tails? For just an instant, astonishment flickered in Chisen's eyes. Nagato, you can't use that. Conan's voice trembled with fear and worry. A guttural cry tore from Nagato's lips as several black spikes stabbed into his back from the statue. He gritted his teeth against the agony. The statue seemed to come alive, its giant mouth yawning open. The technique, Phantom Dragon 9 Consuming Seals, erupted as 9 immense violet dragons, born from pure wrath and determination, hurtled toward Chisen. For a lesser creature to possess the Rinnegan is surprising enough, but to think someone on this planet can summon the husk of the 10 tails. Chisen's lips curled into a knowing, almost amused smile. This time, he didn't use Shomen Hakuna to shrink himself, for the Phantom Dragon 9 Consuming Seals targeted the soul itself. Even if he shrank, there would be no escape from the dragon's soul-binding power. Sishin slowly retreated, and behind him, a tunnel of time and space gradually emerged, as if he was preparing to escape the aftermath of this battle. Don't even think about running. Body flicker technique. The battered and bloodied Hanzo, once revered as the demigod of the shinobi world, displayed an unprecedented resolve at this moment. In a flash, he appeared at Sishien's side and seized him in a tight embrace. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can at least drag you down with me. With one hand forming a seal, Hanzo triggered a violent tremor in the ground beneath them. The earth caved in, transforming into countless explosive tags that snaked around Sishien's legs like binding vines, pinning him firmly in place. The expected earth-shaking explosion came right on cue, yet Sishien's Shomen-by-Kuna technique rendered it meaningless, shrinking the blast down to a mere flicker of light and sound. In the next instant, Sishien's black rod descended like a grim reaper's verdict, pinning Hanzo mercilessly to the ground. Leaping high, Sishien plunged into the vortex of time and space, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, not even a sacrificial attack could stop him. Hanzo's voice trembled with a sorrow too deep for words. Once Sishien disappeared, the explosions erupted again, fiercer than ever. Salamander Hanzo, once hailed as the god of the shinobi world, ultimately fell as a martyr, his death both tragic and heroic. At that very moment, the original leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, and the dazzling star of shinobi history, Tobirama Senju, also met their end. For Tobirama, age and frailty, along with the immense chakra drain from using the flying thunder god to connect different realms, finally extinguished the flame of his life after this battle. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, they ended their legendary lives in full measure. It seems that only the Rinnegan can deal with that one, muttered the Uchiha Madara duplicate as he clutched his wounds, staggering toward Nagato. And Conan, let's go. I'll share what I've learned about him with Mangekyo, and notify Kushina to call out Hikaru. We'll need to draft a new plan. Defeated and weary, the survivors returned to the village hidden by rain. Nagato, forever changed by that battle, undertook a radical transformation of the Akatsuki. He no longer welcomed those who simply yearned for peace, but began to recruit renowned warriors and eccentrics from every corner of the shinobi world. Sishien's appearance had driven home a bitter truth for Nagato. In this cursed world, love and peace without the backing of power were utterly meaningless. His own body, no longer able to bear the burden of battle, and seeking to overcome the 5-second vulnerability of the almighty push, Nagato split his power into 6 parts, each inhabiting a corpse, while he remained at the center, controlling the 6 paths remotely through chakra. Atop the high tower in the rain village, Yahiko's body stood silent and unmoving, his gaze deep and piercing, as if he could see through the mists of fate to glimpse the outlines of the future. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if bidding farewell to his former self, and as if having one final conversation with Yahiko's spirit. Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, will always be you. Nagato's voice was low and resolute, echoing through the empty chamber. Behind him, his chakra gathered at the spire of Mangekyo, stretching out like fine threads and connecting to Yahiko's lifeless body. Once so full of vitality, Yahiko's form now rose slowly under Nagato's control, as though granted new life. Uchiha Hikari gently withdrew her consciousness from the luminous stones of Nagato's memory, her emotions surging with turmoil. She had not expected that, during her time sealed away, so many upheavals would have shaken the shinobi world, each one enough to alter the course of history. Kogami, Madara has returned. Conan's voice sounded softly from behind Uchiha Hikari. Turning around, Hikari saw Madara's truth-seeking orbs shimmering on a body that wore Tobi's face. Beside them stood a solitary Uchiha boy with a single eye. With Madara's arrival, Dan Kato, Nawaki, Yuri, and the others also entered the meeting room. It's been a while, Kogami. Tobi's white mask slowly opened, revealing the gentle features of Rin Noera. Her clear eyes seemed to pierce the haze of time as they met Hikari's gaze. Hikari's eyes widened with surprise. She immediately recognized her. A copy of Rin Noera she had once sent out as bait, now standing before her in such an unexpected reunion. From within the copy's form, Madara's truth-seeking orb spoke, his voice tinged with the relief of a long-awaited meeting. I heard from White Zetsu that you had gone to Kirigakure, so I rushed after you. On the way, I ran into an interesting kid and was delayed. Never thought you'd make it back before me. So, he's the kid you mentioned? Hikari's gaze shifted to the young Uchiha boy. His name is Uchiha Obito, Madara explained. I saved him at Canopy Bridge. I see. Hikari replied softly, no longer as concerned with Uchiha children as she once had been. Brother, I already know about what happened between you and Nagato. What are you planning next? As it happens, Madara's voice, though weathered by time, still carried unwavering resolve. Now that everyone is here, I can tell you all about the intelligence Tobirama, Dan Kato, and I have gathered over the years concerning the Otsutsuki clan. Madara's words reverberated in the air, each syllable striking the hearts of everyone present like the thunderous blows of history. As we learned from Black Zetsu's memories, the Otsutsuki always descend in pairs. But reality is far more complicated than we imagined. In the ruins of Kagaya, Tobarama, Dankado, and I discovered a series of ancient texts, their script strikingly similar to the writing found on the Uchiha stone tablet. I brought these documents back, and with the help of Nagato's Rinnegan, we uncovered a shocking secret. Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and her companion were not the first to visit our world. We always believed that the divine tree was cultivated after Kagaya's arrival, but in truth, even before her, a divine tree already stood on this planet. The Otsutsuki always travel in pairs, plundering planetary energy across the galaxy. To a higher-ranking Otsutsuki, a lower-ranking one is nothing more than a fruit to be consumed. Yet Kagaya broke this iron rule. As the lower-ranked member of her duo, she stole the fruit that had already ripened on this world. Because our planet brimmed with energy, that fruit granted Kagaya powers far beyond her companions. After devouring it, she betrayed her partner, and, fearing that her clansmen from home would cross the stars to hunt her down, she cast the first infinite Tsukuyami right here. The birth of more than 100,000 white Zetsu marked the beginning of her rebellion. The tale that followed, as Black Zetsu's memories reveal, was one of bloodshed and chaos that swept across the entire world. But why was there already a fully formed divine tree on this planet before Kagaya arrived? Uchiha Hikaru asked. That is precisely my point, Madara continued, taking up the thread. Only an Otsutsuki can plant a divine tree. If such a tree existed before Kagaya, it means another Otsutsuki must have sown it. So where is that Otsutsuki now? Uchiha Hikaru's voice echoed within the rain tower, carrying a heavy undertone. Brother, does all of this have anything to do with that man, Sien? Madara's brows knit tightly, his eyes sharp as fire. That's something we cannot determine yet. To uncover the truth, besides defeating Sien and extracting information from him, our only other option may be resurrecting Kagaya, Otsutsuki herself. But bringing Kagaya back carries risks so great that any sane person would hesitate. Her power surpasses the limits of our imagination. We are not even qualified to speak with her. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Then it seems we have only one path left. Exactly, Madara replied in a low voice. We must find a way to defeat this man called Sien. The conversation hung heavy in the air, and the rain tower fell into silence. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, saying nothing. About Sien's techniques, Uchiha Hikaru broke the hush. Among his abilities, I saw objects shrink and grow, and black cubes raining down from the sky. All of these likely fall under the domain of space-time sealing techniques. Space-time sealing techniques. The others looked puzzled. Uchiha Hikaru drew a scroll from her robes and gently unfurled it. She inscribed a sequence of incantations, then brought over a large chair and placed it atop the scroll. With a surge of chakra, the large chair vanished like a mirage, disappearing from sight and being sealed within the scroll. Immediately after, she performed the technique once more, and the chair reappeared before everyone's eyes. Just like this, I can store or release objects at will through sealing techniques, Uchiha Hikari explained. But Shishin's ability is far more powerful. Not only can he release multiple objects from space-time all at once, but he can also choose any location for their release. In my view, his ability focuses the principles of space-time and sealing arts into the perspective of his eyes, allowing him to absorb and release objects at will. Uchiha Obito leaned against the wall, recalling how, on the way here, Madara had explained the matters of the Otsutsuki clan to him. He picked up the thread of the conversation, saying, if it's just a matter of using the eyes as a vantage point for space-time release and absorption, I can do that as well. However, his tone grew more cautious. The difference is, Shishin can also shrink and enlarge objects. If he were to release a black rod in the form of a needle and then enlarge at the instant it struck, such an attack would be nearly impossible to counter, even with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. That's not all, Kato-den added. Shishin can also use the strange tattoos on his body to absorb ninjutsu and chakra. This means that many of the most powerful techniques in today's shinobi world have lost their thread against him. Isn't that basically invincible? Obito let out a bitter chuckle. How are we supposed to fight someone like that? Amid the silence, the voice of Pain's Deva Path sounded. Based on the intelligence we have, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and sealing techniques might be the only ways to restrain him. After all, Even someone as formidable as Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed away by sealing techniques in the end. Uchiha Hikari's eyes gleamed as if struck by inspiration. Chisien can indeed absorb ninjutsu, but he should be powerless against damage born of nature itself. I can summon the esophagus of the fire toad, where the triad true flames are produced purely by natural energy. Perhaps that could harm him. Conan added, Nagato Samsara, I can unleash the Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals, a soul-targeting sealing technique. That should work on Chisien as well. Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique is also an invaluable asset for us, said Pain's Devapath. With that in mind, we'll need to find comrades skilled in Jinjutsu as well, Obito remarked. It's not just about Jinjutsu. Madara's reply rang with authority. Anyone with exceptional strength is someone we should recruit. For what I've learned, the organization Chisien belongs to, Kara, is by no means ordinary. The group is divided into outer and inner rings, and every member of the inner ring possesses Kaga-level strength. They are not to be underestimated. With such a powerful organization, how is it that we've never heard of them before? Someone asked, unable to hide their suspicion. This organization devotes the majority of its time and energy to scientific research, Madara explained. It appears they are secretly developing a certain technology. All along, they have hidden themselves among the populace, never once involving themselves in the conflicts of the shinobi world. Within the organization, there are members of the Otsutsuki clan providing technological support. All their communication is conducted through some form of long-distance projection. Tobirama and I have attempted numerous times to make contact with their inner circle, but each attempt ended in failure. Madara's words landed like a heavy blow, hammering at everyone's heart. The Kara organization, this colossal force lurking in the shadows of history, was now beginning to reveal just the tip of its iceberg. The situation has grown dire. I think it will be difficult for just us to stand against Kara, Uchiha Hikari suggested. I would like to deliver this information to our friends in Konoha first. You want to return to Konoha? There was a note of concern in Madara's voice. Yes, with Tobirama gone, it's extremely difficult for us to continue tracking Jigen's space-time movements. I must tell Kushina everything that's happened here, and ask Minato for his help. In that case, Madara said slowly, you might as well bring that man called Orochimaru along with you. Orochimaru? What's going on with him? Hikari's curiosity was piqued. That guy is obsessed with the study of forbidden techniques, but such research requires a vast amount of materials. Although Danzo has been supporting him from the shadows, lately, more and more shinobi have gone missing from the village, and Orochimaru's secret is gradually coming to light. It won't be long before the third Hokage's Umbu uncover the location of his secret laboratory, Tobi added. As a White Zetsu clone, he could share information gathered from White Zetsu across the world. I see. Hikari smiled, her gaze sweeping over the group. Suddenly, she noticed that except for Madara and Obito, everyone else was dressed in matching black cloaks adorned with red clouds. By the way, what's with your outfits? Conan smiled gently and replied, these were designed by Yahiko before he passed. They symbolize the dawn. They look amazing. Can I have one too? Hikari pleaded. I want to wear the same as you all. Conan looked at Hikari's childlike appearance and, with a hint of embarrassment, answered, not at the moment. I'm afraid the cloaks have to be custom-made in advance, and right now, we don't have one in your size. Oh, Hikari's face fell in disappointment. I guess I'll just have to wait then. In that case, let's prepare more cloaks for the organization in the future, Madara's voice echoed through the conference room. We're going to recruit many new, powerful allies. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Tendo Pain's gaze was sharp. Madara chuckled. There are plenty with nothing but reputation. Too weak, and they'll drag down the organization's stature. But at the moment, I have my eye on two promising candidates. Who are they specifically? Conan asked, her curiosity now fully aroused. At present, there are two targets. One of them is Kakuzu, the immortal ninja who secretly mastered the forbidden jutsu of Takigakure, Earth Grudge Fear. The other is Sasori of the Red Sand, a prodigy puppeteer and rogue ninja from Sunagakure. As for the rest, for now, I'll be paying close attention to the Uchiha clan, searching for those with exceptional Jinjutsu talent, Madara said in a calm voice. If you discover any promising ninjas, you can have White Zetsu gather intelligence on them. By the way, Obito, why are you joining us? Shouldn't you be heading back to Konoha? Uchiha Hikari asked with curiosity. I never said I was joining you. Uchiha Obito replied coldly. Our goals just happen to align for now. I need the chakra of the tailed beast to fulfill my personal ambitions. Hikari had no idea what this stubborn kid was really after, so she shifted her gaze to Madara. Madara, controlling the copy of Rin, slowly walked toward Obito. I intend to use this boy's space-time dojutsu to probe Jizen's time-space. But connecting to someone else's dimension repeatedly requires an enormous amount of chakra. Therefore, our next priorities are, first, to complete assassination contract from various nations to earn funds and recruit new allies, and second, to gather information on the tailed beast from each village. Madara is right. Pain summarized. The power of the tailed beasts will be a tremendous asset. Let's move forward with these two objectives. Agreed. Everyone nodded in assent. As the words faded, the group began to leave the meeting room, each heading off in pursuit of their own goals. Soon, only Uchiha Hikari and Utai remained. Utai, how is Rin doing? Hikari asked with genuine concern, her eyes filled with worry. Utai smiled gently. Rin's condition has stabilized. This child's willpower is nothing short of astounding, and, surprisingly, her compatibility with the Three Tails is exceptionally high. Utai spoke softly, a trace of relief in his eyes. She's asleep now. Must be completely exhausted. Hikari let out a gentle sigh. From a moment Rin was captured on the battlefield to our frantic escape here, she hasn't had a moment's rest. Her voice was full of empathy. Take me to see her, please. The two of them walked quietly into Rin's sleeping quarters. Hikari stood by the bedside, watching Rin's furrowed brow, and gently stroked her hair. She must be trapped in a nightmare. A girl of 13, first thrust into war, and now a Jinchuriki. It's truly heartbreaking. Hikari's voice was thick with sympathy. Haven't we been through the same? Utai looked at Hikari, a spark of shared understanding in his eyes. We've all been forged by the fires of war. Yes, Hikari breathed softly. Both she and Utai had emerged from the chaos of war themselves, and for children scarred by conflict, they harbored a special kind of compassion. By the way, Sensei Hikari, weren't you in a hurry to return to Konoha? If you're stretched too thin, I can take care of Rin, Utai offered. No rush, the information has already been passed to Kushina through White Zetsu. Uchiha Hikaru said with a gentle smile. I'm planning to wait until this child wakes up and settle the matter of the Three Tails first. Not long after, Rin slowly opened her eyes. Uchiha Hikaru patiently explained their current situation to her. With concern, he asked, Rin, if you want to have the Three Tails extracted from your body, I can help you. But Rin shook her head with a soft smile. There's no need, Hikaru. I'm not afraid of the Three Tails anymore. How did that come about? Uchiha Hikaru asked, curiosity piqued. Last night, I had a dream. In the dream, I entered my inner world, and the Three Tails spoke to me. It said it was afraid of you, and to keep from falling under your techniques. It was willing to cooperate with me. It even told me its name. It's called Isabu. There was a gentle warmth in Rin's voice, as if she were describing a long-lost friend. Uchiha Hikaru paused for a moment, inwardly impressed. This Three Tails was quite sensible. If only that proud, stubborn Nine Tails could be so reasonable. So, Rin, do you plan to return to the Leaf Village? He asked. Determination shone in Rin's eyes. Kakashi is still in the village. I need to go back, at the very least, to let him know I'm safe. But you're Jinchuriki now, if Danzo and the higher-ups discover this. Uchiha Hikaru spoke earnestly, explaining the darker side of Danzo and the Leaf's leadership. In short, if you choose to remain the Three Tails host, returning to the village will be extremely dangerous. I understand that. But Isabu told me it's afraid of humans and doesn't want to be used anymore. I can't help but feel sorry for it. Rin, you really are such a kind soul. Uchiha Hikaru gently brushed her hair. But that means you likely can't stay in the Leaf, at least for now. A flicker of hesitation crossed Rin's eyes, but soon she seemed to make up her mind. In that case, Hikaru, she said softly, after I say goodbye to Kakashi, I'll stay and live in the Hidden Rain Village. Are you sure about that? Uchiha Hikaru asked with concern. Won't your parents worry about you? A faint sadness passed through Rin's gaze. My parents died in the war long ago. I'm just a war orphan. In this world, the only way for me to survive is to become a ninja. But truth be told, I'm not much good in battle. I only know some medical ninjutsu. Hearing this, Uchiha Hikaru was filled with a deep sympathy. She smiled, her eyes steady with resolve. In that case, let me protect you on your way back to the Leaf. A grateful smile appeared on Rin's face. Thank you, Hikaru. No need to thank me. You're an important student to both Kushina and Minato, which means you're someone I must protect as well. Uchiha Hikaru gently patted Rin's shoulder. Kakashi's heart was tightly encased in winter's frost, aching and heavy. Not long ago, the death of his dearest friend, Obito, had left an unhealable wound, and Rin's passing had plunged him further into a bottomless abyss. In her final moments, Rin's eyes, filled with confusion and sorrow, were like a sharp thorn driven deep into his heart, robbing him of sleep night after night, haunted by endless nightmares. The smoke of the third great ninja war was slowly dissipating, and the dawn of peace shimmered just beyond the horizon. Among the nations, all had signed ceasefire agreements except for Konoha and Iwagakure. Konoha dispatched 3 renowned shinobi, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi, as envoys to Iwagakure, bearing the will to negotiate peace. Though the journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril, with Sunagakure exerting its own pressure, the Inoshikicho trio ultimately returned safely, paving the way for peace talks between Konoha and the Stone Village. Within Konoha Village, children's laughter and cheers filled the air as they celebrated the impending alliance between the two great villages. Yet Kakashi stood alone, hollow-hearted, his spirit ashen and cold. He wandered the streets in solitude, blind and deaf to the world around him, as if all of existence had nothing to do with him anymore. The concern and greetings of his companions went unanswered, as though an invisible barrier had sealed him away from everyone else. Guy, ever Kakashi's rival, saw all of this and felt an urgent worry in his heart. He approached Kakashi, hoping to warm that frozen heart with his own unique enthusiasm, but his words fell short, unable to pierce the icy shell within Kakashi. Kakashi's steps carried him onward, eventually bringing him to the village bookstore. There his gaze was drawn to a book titled How to Die, and it was as if he had found a kindred voice. Without hesitation, he purchased the book, ready to lose himself in its pages and perhaps find some form of release. But just then, a figure hurried past, accidentally knocking the book from his hand. The sudden jolt snapped Kakashi out of his reverie. Looking up, he saw a brown-haired girl bending down to pick up the book for him, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Why? Why are you reading this? Her voice, gentle and clear as morning dew, overflowed with concern and warmth. Yet when she met his cold, distant gaze, her words faltered, unsure how to continue. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. The air between them was thick with indescribable, tangled emotions. The girl resembled Rin, but she was not Rin. Beside her stood another girl with black hair, who, seeing Kakashi's dazed expression, quickly tugged her friend away, and the two vanished into the crowd, as if they had never appeared at all. Was that an illusion? Kakashi murmured, disbelief coloring his voice. For an instant, it felt as though Rin truly stood beside him, so close he could almost reach out and touch her, yet still impossibly distant. At that very moment, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, a heated discussion about the future was underway. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohori Yuditane, Hamura, Mito Kato, and Danzo Shimura, the 4 key decision-makers of Konoha, were engaged in a deep discussion about the aftermath of the alliance. I believe forming an alliance is the best outcome. Konoha is already exhausted from the war, and we cannot endure any more destruction. Hiruzen's voice was calm and resolute. He understood all too well the value of peace. Hiruzen, agreeing to this alliance, is disrespectful to those who have fallen. There's a strong backlash in the village right now. If you keep going this way, you'll become everyone's target, Koharu said, her words laced with worry. In that case, I'll resign as the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen replied, his gaze sharp as a blade. When it came to negotiating peace with Iwagakure, his mind was made up. No one could sway him. Afterwards, under the witness of the fire daimyo, Hiruzen and Danzo entered a fierce debate over who should be the next Hokage. Danzo nominated Orochimaru, his close ally. However, Hiruzen was not persuaded by this suggestion. While he recognized Orochimaru's undeniable genius, he also saw the flicker of malice and ambition in Orochimaru's eyes, qualities unfit for a guardian. The mantle of Hokage could not be handed over lightly. Thus, Hiruzen championed another candidate, Minato Namikaze, the renowned Yellow Flash, who had become a legend on the battlefield. The two sides clashed, their arguments relentless. But in the end, the fire daimyo was won over by Minato's battlefield reputation and chose to support Hiruzen's proposal. And so, Minato Namikaze officially ascended the throne as the 4th Hokage. The next day, Hiruzen conveyed the daimyo's decision to Minato. By then, Minato had already married Kushina, and she had finally been freed from the surveillance of the village's Umbu and barrier core. The two were able to enjoy their own peaceful moments at last. Returning home, Minato was filled with joy, eager to share the good news with Kushina. In the kitchen, Kushina was busy preparing dinner. Minato quietly approached her from behind, gazing at her familiar figure. A gentle, contented smile crept across his lips. Sensing someone behind her, Kushina turned and smiled. What's the matter? Why are you just standing there? Did the 3rd call you in to scold you again? Don't worry about it. I'm used to these little things. No, it's not that. Minato corrected her softly. Then what is it? Kushina pressed, her eyes full of concern. Well, Minato raised his hand and pointed to himself, his expression suddenly serious. He asked me to become the fourth Hokage. There's nothing special about— Wait, what did you just say? Kushina nearly dropped her spoon, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Minato, shock written all over her face. I'm about to become the fourth Hokage. Minato's voice spoke again, calm, yet laced with an excitement he could hardly contain. Kushina snapped out of her initial shock, her expression quickly shifting to one of delight. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around Minato's neck and, like an exuberant child, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Minato!" With that, she leapt onto him, and the two spun around the cramped kitchen, caught up in their shared joy. Hey, Kushina, Minato chuckled gently, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Realizing she had gotten a bit carried away, Kushina hopped down, cleared her throat, and tried to regain her composure. She put on a serious face and said, "Anyway, things are going to be tough from here on." "Yeah," Minato replied softly, though his heart brimmed with anticipation and a deep sense of responsibility for what lay ahead. The retirement of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namake's succession struck Konoha like a bolt of lightning. Word of the change swept through the village like wildfire, igniting a storm of conversation, some voices filled with hope, others with anxiety. The moment Guy heard the news, he rushed to share it, bringing the good tidings straight to Kakashi. Upon hearing it, Kakashi showed little emotion. Instead, he quietly made his way to the graves of Rin and Obito. Obito, the Chidori, and the Sharingan together. That's when the technique was truly complete. But I used that move to kill Rin. Kakashi's voice was low, heavy with anger and regret. He stared at the hand that wielded the Chidori, as if, within the flickering light, Rin's face still lingered, haunting his memory. Every time he saw the crackling lightning of the Chidori, Rin's face, frozen at the moment of her death, seared itself into his heart, a wound that would not heal. Not long after, Minato summoned Kakashi. The truth was, factions within Konoha still sought to prolong the chaos of war for their own gain. The Umbu, under the Hokage's command, uncovered intelligence. Led by Danzo Shimura, the hardliners were quietly stealing critical documents, hoping to stir up trouble. Although Minato had taken up the mantle of fourth Hokage, Hiruzen's retirement left him with only a fraction of the power he needed. Most of Konoha's political might remained in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. All Minato had were a handful of young shinobi, hardly enough to shoulder the burden. Now, Minato found himself under immense, unprecedented pressure. Alone, he carried the weight of the village's responsibilities, but when it came time to act, he lacked the support he desperately needed. With no other options, Minato's gaze turned to Kakashi, who was still lost in the pain of losing Rin and Obito. He knew this decision was unfair to Kakashi, but with his forces stretched thin, Kakashi was the only one he could truly rely on. From that day forward, Kakashi took on the mission, tasked with investigating the Umbu members who had once belonged to Root. His investigation revealed that these shinobi were like venomous snakes, lurking in the shadows, ready to threaten the peace of Konoha at any moment. During an investigation mission that day, Kakashi's squad was suddenly ambushed by ninja from the Hidden Stone Village. "We are ninja of the leaf. Aren't you from the stone? Why are you breaking the treaty?" Kakashi tried to defuse the tension, but the only response he received was silence and hostility. "Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" He tried again, hoping for dialogue. Yet the stone ninja remained mute under his questioning, the air thick with nothing but their cold intent to kill. These well-trained stone shinobi moved with ruthless efficiency, dispatching all of Kakashi's teammates and leaving him isolated at the center, utterly alone. Kakashi's eyes, at that moment, seemed especially numb and devoid of light. Each time he tried to focus his chakra and summon the Chidori, the sorrowful gaze of Rin would haunt him, making it impossible to concentrate. Rin's death had become an uncrossable chasm in his heart. Soon, he realized that he could no longer perform the familiar move of Chidori at all. Kakashi was not of the Uchiha clan. Using the Sharingan grew to be an unbearable burden. His body felt like an old, worn-out machine, every movement a struggle, his strength failing him. In the fierce battle with the stone ninja, his speed and power were shadows of their former selves. Every dodge and counterattack grew more and more labored. Just as he was on the verge of exhaustion and death, two familiar figures appeared as if by a miracle, stepping in front of him like guardian spirits. One had black hair, the other brown. Both wore masks, yet their silhouettes struck Kakashi with disbelief. They seemed to merge with his memories of Rin and Obito, bringing a warmth he hadn't felt in so long, thawing the ice around his heart. In that instant, as he saw their backs, it was as though the strength left his body completely. He collapsed, utterly spent. Reinforcements, is it? The stone ninja sneered, quickly regrouping and casting a wary glance at the two mysterious rescuers. Without hesitation, they led their forces in retreat, leaving behind only a field of questions. Xiaowang, were those really stone ninja just now? Why would they break the treaty? The brown-haired, masked one's voice brimmed with confusion. The black-haired masked figure approached the bodies of Kakashi's fallen squad, retrieving a shuriken from one of them and examining it closely. This isn't a stone village shuriken. Imposters? But why? There was puzzlement in Rin's voice. It looks like someone wants to drive a wedge between the stone and the leaf, Uchiha Guang said coldly, eyes fixed in the direction the imposters have fled. Rin, take the unconscious Kakashi to Kushina's house. I'll chase those people and see if I can uncover anything. Rin paused, turning to realize only then that Kakashi had collapsed behind her. Uchiha Guang said no more. In a swift flash, he vanished with a body flicker technique, darting off in pursuit of those mysterious enemies. Rin used the transformation jutsu, adopting the face of an ordinary villager, and carried Kakashi on her back as she made her way toward the hidden leaf village. Her mind was filled with questions, but right now, nothing was more important than ensuring Kakashi's safety. In her eyes, Kushina's home was the safest place at this moment. In a haze, Kakashi's consciousness briefly cleared. He caught a glimpse of the brown-haired girl's silhouette before him, and a strange warmth welled up in his heart, prompting tears to quietly stream down his face. He wondered if he was dreaming forever. Since the day he killed Rin, he had been trapped in endless nightmares. Yet now, for the first time, he found himself in a blissful dream where he was reunited with Rin. Everything felt so vivid, so real, as though he had returned to those carefree days. Upon arriving in the village, Rin settled Kakashi at Kushina's house. Kushina was both surprised and worried when she saw Kakashi brought in unconscious. Together, they gently laid him on the bed. Rin gave a brief explanation of what had happened. At that moment, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina were already sitting quietly in the living room, their faces heavy with concern and worry. I see. Kakashi. Minato's voice was low, weighed down by anxiety. Rin released her transformation and revealed her true face, her eyes filled with guilt and remorse. I've never seen Kakashi like this before. Minato looked at Rin, and a trace of softness flickered in his gaze. In any case, it's fortunate that you and Hikaru secretly followed him. It's all my fault. If only I'd met Kakashi sooner. Rin's voice was barely above a whisper. Rin, you can't blame yourself. Lately, there's always been an ANBU from Root watching over Kakashi. If you and Hikaru had approached him too openly, it would have drawn suspicion. There was comfort and understanding in Minato's words. Just then, Uchiha Hikaru appeared in Kushina's home, wearing a white mask and holding a blue crystal in her hand. You've worked hard, Hikaru, Kushina said warmly, a look of relief on her face. Hikaru handed the crystal to Minato. Minato, these men were indeed Danzo's subordinates. It seems they're dead set against peace between the leaf and stone. Minato took the crystal, heavy with secrets, and examined it, his expression growing ever more serious as the information unfolded. Before him, before long, his fists tightened unconsciously. As the fourth Hokage, he knew he could not allow such schemes to succeed. I'm going to summon the ANBU right away and start an investigation, Minato said, getting to his feet, his voice resolute and his eyes shining with unwavering determination. In my view, as long as war is waged, it will weaken both your influence and the Third's, Hikaru said softly, her voice carrying an air of deep insight. For someone like Danzo, as long as it puts him in power, the safety of the leaf means nothing. At all. The only thing he cares about is the leaf village under his rule. Uchiha Hikari's analysis sent everyone present into deep thought. She understood people like that all too well. Her adoptive father, Uchiha Taiima, was a prime example. After speaking, she sat down, gently twirling a strand of her hair. Minato, if Danzo's problem isn't dealt with soon, he'll truly become a hidden threat to the leaf. A trace of helplessness flashed across Minato's face. Even though I'm the Hokage now, the political power I hold isn't enough to bring Danzo down. Lord Third, despite opposing Danzo's views, ends up supporting him at critical moments. This wavering political stance makes things very difficult for me. Seeing Minato's expression, Hikari lowered her head and sighed softly. I'm sorry, Minato. The leaf's troubles today are partly because Tobirama and I failed to do our duty back then. Kushina, seeing the two dearest people in her life looking so troubled, felt a surge of unexplainable anger. These old fossils are already holding the village back. I really want to punch each and every one of them right in the face, she burst out. But before she could say more, a sudden, violent cough cut off her outburst. "What's wrong, Kushina?" Minato immediately asked, his eyes full of concern. Kushina forced a smile and waved her hand, trying to brush off the discomfort. "It's nothing. I just got a little too worked up. Suddenly I feel a bit nauseous. Must be those old men making me sick to my stomach." She tried to lighten the mood with a casual tone. But Hikari wasn't fooled. She leaned in closer, studying Kushina carefully. "That's not what ordinary nausea looks like," she said, her voice tinged with worry and her eyes full of concern. "Let me take you to the hospital to get checked out." Annoyed by the sudden wave of nausea, but unable to deny everyone's concern, Kushina nodded. "All right, in that case, I'll go with you," Rin said, hurrying to Kushina's side and using her medical ninjutsu to help ease the symptoms. "I'll stay here and look after Kakashi," Minato said. "There's something I need to tell him when he wakes up anyway." Hikari nodded gently, then led Kushina and Rin to the hospital. "Congratulations, Kushina." "Huh? What happened?" Kushina sat obediently on the bench, confusion written all over her face. "Your due date should be around October 10th. The doctor smiled warmly, eyes brimming with well wishes. The hospital's test results crashed over them like a thunderclap on a clear day, yet felt like rain after a long drought, delivering an astonishing piece of news. Kushina was pregnant. Is this real?" Both girls exclaimed in unison, their voices overflowing with joy and disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Hikaru, Uchiha, and Rin threw their arms around Kushina, holding her tightly. Tears of joy shimmered in their eyes, yet none fell. Instead, they replaced tears with laughter, celebrating this hard-won happiness. "The symptoms you experienced today were only due to emotional fluctuations. Nothing serious," the doctor added, his reassuring tone as warm as sunlight, dispelling the last traces of worry in their hearts. When they returned home, Kakashi was already awake. He looked at Rin, his eyes full of tenderness, as if he could see straight into her soul. He drew her gently into his embrace, and that warmth melted all of Rin's worries away. Not long ago, Minato had recounted to Kakashi everything that had happened recently, including the story of Hikaru, Uchiha, and Rin. For Kakashi, it was like watching a gripping film, at times tense, at times deeply moving, and in the end, all those emotions found their release in this heartfelt embrace. All right, Kakashi. Aren't you the one always calling others crybabies? Why are you getting emotional now?" Rin teased with a loving smile, gently pushing Kakashi away, her eyes brimming with affection. She then turned to Minato, her gaze sparkling with excitement. "Sensei, we have wonderful news to share with you." Kushina was feeling unwell, so Minato was busy in the kitchen, preparing a nutritious meal. "Oh, what's happened?" he asked, not pausing his work. "Kushina-sensei is going to have a baby." Rin's voice overflowed with joy. "What? A baby?" Minato was stunned. The rolling pin in his hand suddenly felt weightless as he slowly stepped out of the kitchen, his eyes wide with disbelief and delight. "I'm going to be a mother," Kushina exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm going to be a father." Minato stood frozen in place, as if asking himself, or perhaps announcing it to the world. "I'm going to be a mother," Kushina repeated, as though reassuring herself this happiness was real. "I'm going to be a father." Minato's voice was filled with astonished joy. Kushina's embrace was like a ray of warm sunlight, instantly melting away all his doubts and anxieties. The rolling pin slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. In that moment, his entire world was filled with the woman before him, the one he was willing to protect for a lifetime. "Congratulations, sensei." Kakashi's voice was low and solemn as he gave Minato a formal ninja salute, his eyes shining with respect and heartfelt wishes for his teacher. "Thank you," Minato replied. Amid his happiness, there was also a new sense of responsibility in his gaze. "Kakashi, set aside all your current assignments. I have a special mission for you. For the next 10 months, until the baby is born, I want you to serve as Kushina's protector, ensure her safety, no matter what." "Yes, sensei." Kakashi's reply was firm and resolute. Kushina looked at Minato with deep gratitude in her eyes. "It seems Kakashi is fine now, Rin," Uchiha Hikaru said softly. She walked over to Rin's side and gently patted her on the shoulder. Rin gave a quiet response, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Minato, Rin and I will be leaving the village soon." Hikaru's words fell like a single drop onto a still lake, sending ripples through the peaceful air. "Hikari, are you really leaving?" Kushina's voice was tinged with reluctance, her eyes full of worry and longing for her friends. "Yes," Hikaru nodded. "Are you taking Rin back to the Hidden Rain village?" Kakashi asked. Hikaru shook her head and replied in a gentle voice. I plan to look for Tsunade next. I heard she recently resigned as head of medical affairs and hasn't returned since she left the village. Dan asked me to check on her before his last mission. If possible, I'd like Rin to stay by Tsunade's side. On one hand, she'll be safer. On the other, she'll be able to hone her medical ninjutsu even further. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi murmured, admiration shining in his eyes at the mention of her name. By the way, Kushina, have you decided on a name for your baby yet? Hikaru broke the silence, curiosity and anticipation sparkling in her gaze. Well, I haven't thought of any names yet. Kushina scratched her head a little shyly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Hikaru leaned in and whispered, whatever you do, don't let Minato choose the name. He has absolutely no talent for picking names. There was a playful note in her voice. Uh-huh. Minato laughed awkwardly. Well, I'll probably be back in a few months. By then, you'll surely have picked the perfect name. Hikaru smiled, her expression as warm and soothing as a gentle spring breeze. She lightly took Rin's hand. We should get going now, Rin. Rin answered softly. Goodbye, Kakashi. With that, the two of them opened the door and stepped out of Kushina's home, leaving behind a room filled with warmth and well wishes. That night, in stark contrast to the gentle atmosphere of Kushina's house, something chilling was unfolding in one of Konoha's morgues. The air was thick with an ominous foreboding. Orochimaru had long been conducting inhumane experiments within the village, and, as time went on, his actions only grew more brazen. This forced the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to make a painful decision. He would have to deal with the threat that Orochimaru posed in order to safeguard the peace and safety of the village. Hiruzen led a squad of Umbu, quietly and efficiently surrounding Orochimaru's hidden laboratory, and a group of people burst through the door and were immediately overwhelmed by the nauseating stench coming from the countless jars and bottles scattered throughout the room. At the center, Orochimaru stood, scalpel in hand, conducting experiments on a corpse laid out on the table. His eyes held not a trace of compassion, only a mad, relentless pursuit of scientific discovery. So, I've finally been found out. What a pity. Orochimaru's voice was low and cold, as biting and merciless as a winter night's wind. Orochimaru, what on earth has happened to you? Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was thick with anger and disappointment. He could hardly believe that his former student had strayed so far down this path of no return. I set so many traps, yet you managed to break through them all. Impressive as always, Lord Sarutobi. Orochimaru replied, his words laced with sarcasm, yet tinged with a grudging respect for Sarutobi's skills. Recently, Jinin, Chunin, even Anbu Jonin in the village have gone missing. And now, with the new intelligence, your movements have become highly suspicious. Sarutobi's voice was deep and commanding, like an autumn wind sweeping away dead leaves, impossible to resist. Orochimaru-sama, a ninja of your caliber, why would you do such a thing? One of the Anbu demanded, his voice full of confusion and disappointment. He couldn't comprehend how a former hero had descended into such darkness. A sigh slipped from Orochimaru's lips. Well, now that I've been discovered, there's no point pretending anymore. He turned slowly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm simply developing new jutsu. Nothing more. You. How could you experiment on your own comrades? All for the sake of your jutsu? The ANBU's voice rang out, thick with rage and disgust. So you really are delving into forbidden techniques? What is it that you're after? Sarutobi's eyes blazed with anger at Orochimaru's actions, but there was also a hint of regret for his fallen student. I want to master every jutsu in existence, to understand every truth this world has to offer. Orochimaru spread his arms, his smile growing wilder, almost feverish. The first person to mix blue and yellow created green. That's all I wish to do. If blue is chakra, and yellow is the hand seals, then green becomes ninjutsu. Just as there are infinite colors, there are thousands upon thousands of jutsu in this world. But to master them all, to grasp every truth, would require an eternity. Only someone who has spent countless years learning everything can be called the ultimate being. To me, the lifespan of the human body is far too short, too meaningless. Even if one becomes Hokage, once you're dead, it all amounts to nothing. The jutsu you're researching here, could it be? Sarutobi's voice was tense, laden with foreboding. That's right. It's exactly what you suspect, the art of immortality. Orochimaru's smile turned cruel and cold. So, Lord Sarutobi, are you here to kill me? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the standoff between the two sides felt like a game of wits on the edge of a cliff. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady and resolute. With his invocation, the imposing presence of Enma slowly took shape. With that wavering heart of yours, do you really have what it takes to kill me, Master Sarutobi? Orochimaru's voice was as cold as ice. His hands moved in a blur of seals, and in an instant, a fierce wind howled through the room like a rampaging beast. Jars and bottles shattered in the gale, and the Umbu ninja were swept up by the sudden storm, tossed helplessly through the air like autumn leaves. Finish him, Sarutobi. Now is your only chance. Enma's voice boomed like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yet on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, a flicker of hesitation appeared. A struggle born from the tangled emotions between an old master and his former student, caught between personal feelings and the heavy burden of being Hokage. In the end, moved by memories of their days as teacher and pupil, the third could not bring himself to strike Orochimaru down. He allowed Orochimaru to slip away into the tempest, vanishing into the depths of the night like a cunning serpent. Sarutobi, Enma's eyes were filled with bewilderment and disappointment as he stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi, silently questioning why he would let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip by. Deep into the night, as the Hidden Leaf Village slumbered in peaceful dreams, an invisible war was quietly brewing. The root shinobi reported Orochimaru's movements to Danzo. Danzo's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, immediately recognized the opportunity before him, his mind already plotting a meticulous game of strategy. But Hiruzen Sarutobi had not given up either. He dispatched a squad of ninja into the darkness, their figures flitting through every corner of the village like silent phantoms, each with a single goal: capture Orochimaru alive. Orochimaru's knowledge and techniques were invaluable assets to the Leaf. Should they fall into enemy hands, it would be a devastating loss for the village. At that moment, Orochimaru was gravely wounded, and Hiruzen Sarutobi knew this was the best chance to apprehend him. There could be no more complications in this long, uncertain night. In the dense forests of the Land of Fire, moonlight flowed like water across winding pathways. Jiraiya had been waiting on the only road to the Land of Rain, his heart a tumult of emotions. He and Orochimaru, once comrades in arms, had now reached the brink of enmity. Why? Why are you doing this? Jiraiya's voice was heavy with confusion and sorrow. We've always been called the legendary Sannin. We grew up together side by side. How long are you going to keep being so naive, Jiraiya? Orochimaru's voice was cold and unfeeling. You never think things through deeply enough. That's why you never realized what I was truly up to. Can't you reconsider just one more time? Orochimaru. Jiraiya tried to persuade him, still holding onto a sliver of hope in his heart. How laughable. There should be a limit to foolishness. Orochimaru sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You and I both know that beings like the Otsutsuki exist, immortal, undying, the ultimate life forms. Yet you people from Konoha still play childish friendship games in your village. I almost pity you for your naivety. These words struck Jiraiya like a bitter winter wind, leaving him speechless. Jiraiya had already learned about the situation in the Hidden Rain village through Minato. He understood the gravity of the crisis. But unlike Orochimaru, he refused to walk a path of ruthless ambition. Tsunade saw through the darkness in the village long ago. The only one still clinging to this false peace is you, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's voice, cut like shards of ice, cold and merciless. With that, he swept past Jiraiya, his figure melting into the night, heading toward the Rain Village. Are you sure it's wise to part like this? Moments later, the silent forms of Uchiha Hikaru and Rin Noara appeared at Orochimaru's side, gliding through the darkness like wraiths, shrouded in an air of mystery. We've said all that can be said. If he still refuses to awaken, there's nothing more I can do. There was a hint of resignation in Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Hikaru paused, then reached into his cloak, retrieving a ring and handing it gently to Orochimaru. Take this. What's this? Orochimaru accepted the ring, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. The situation in the Rain Village isn't what it once was. If you want to move freely through the village's inner barriers, you'll need this ring. Hikaru explained. I see. Orochimaru nodded, carefully tucking the ring away. One more thing. If you want to join us, there's a condition. Hikaru's tone grew serious. The Akatsuki now values strength above all. A two-man team will seek you out to test your abilities. If you pass, you'll receive the full support of the Land of Rain, funds, manpower, anything you need. You'll even have unrestricted access to White Zetsu for your research. There will be no shortage of test subjects. Hiv. That does sound tempting. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes gleaming with anticipation and hunger for the unknown. Well then, Rin and I have other matters to attend to. From here, you'll continue on to the Rain Village alone. With that ring, you can come and go as you please. Hikaru's voice was soft, almost fading into the night. Beneath the moonlit canopy, the three figures gradually faded into the distance, their destinies parting like streams branching toward unseen horizons. All right, let's choose this place. Tsunade's voice echoed at the doorway, her eyes shining with a strange light, as if she had discovered a new hunting ground. This place, the entire town is filled with casinos, and this is where the highest stakes are played. Shizen's voice trembled with disbelief, her eyes full of worry, as if she could already see the storm about to break. Shizen, stop making such a fuss. Let's go in. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of impatience, yet her gaze was unwavering and resolute, leaving no room for argument. Please wait, Lady Tsunade. Shizen's words quivered in the night breeze. She seemed like a lone boat tossed by a tempest, helpless and adrift. But Tsunade had already pushed open the casino doors. She settled herself quietly onto a tatami mat, flipped open her red suitcase, and revealed a mountain of cash inside. With a confident, almost proud smile, she asked, "Could you exchange all this for chips, please?" Nearby, Shizen hugged the little pig close, her face etched with worry. It's over. Lady Tsunade is so confident, but there goes tonight's lodging money. Inside the casino, an old gambler sidled up to the owner, curiosity shining in his eyes. That lady has an incredible presence. Who exactly is she? The owner's voice held a touch of awe. You don't know her? She's the one they call the legendary Lucky Loser. The legendary Lucky Loser? At the mention of that nickname, the atmosphere in the casino shifted instantly. Everyone began to eye her with ill intent, as if they'd caught the scent of fresh prey. This is bad. Everyone looks so excited. Shizen shrank back in horror, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. On Tanshan Street, two young women strolled along, laughter dancing between them. Uchiha, Hikaru, and Noera Rin had shed their disguises, each donning a well-fitted kimono and clogs, wandering the street with ice pops in hand. In the sunlight, they looked like two vibrant blossoms blooming in the twilight, beautiful and mysterious. Hikaru, shouldn't we be looking for Lady Tsunade? Rin craned her neck, curiosity bright in her voice. No rush. The war is finally over, so we should take some time to relax, Hikaru replied, her tone calm and content. Besides, I've got a new ninjutsu idea I want to develop. Right now, it's just a rough sketch in my mind, and if I'm too tense, I can't think straight. She clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze deep and thoughtful. In her mind, she kept circling around Chikajin's weaknesses, like a hunter searching for traces of elusive prey. I see. So you're planning to gather information on Tsunade while you train? Rin asked, her curiosity piqued. Not exactly. I've already gotten Tsunade's whereabouts from White Zetsu. If we stick to this route, we'll run into her before long, Hikaru explained with a gentle smile. I just don't want to waste our time traveling. Besides, a little fun helps you. Relax, doesn't it? I heard there have been festivals and celebrations going on here lately. It must be lively living in this place. Uchiha Hikari suddenly stopped and glanced at a nearby stall. Rin, don't you think that fox mask over there is adorable? Where? Noera Rin followed the direction of her finger. Oh, you're right, it really is. Excuse me, how much is this mask? Uchiha Hikari approached the stall, a note of eager anticipation in her voice. Oh, what lovely young ladies you are, the shopkeeper replied warmly. If you want to buy these masks, just pay for one. The other's my gift to you. Oh, thank you so much. You're such a generous shopkeeper. Hikari's voice rang out like silver bells, full of playful mischief. Well, you have a good eye, young lady. In that case, I'll give you half off on this one too, the shopkeeper said with an approving nod. Really? That's wonderful, Rin. Hikari's voice was brimming with joy as she and Rin tied the masks onto their heads with string. A short while later, a hint of embarrassment crept across Hikari's face. Sorry. I think I'm out of money. There was a note of helplessness in her voice. That's rare. So even you have your moments of trouble, Hikari, Rin teased, her voice as melodious as a nightingale. Here, you can use this. She handed over a few bills. Since I live alone, I've gotten used to saving up. Thank you, Rin. Hikari's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I'll find a way to pay you back once we're back in the village. It's really no big deal, Hikari. You saved my life. I can't make up for that with just a little money, Rin replied, her words offering comfort and warmth. Hikari let out a small sigh. She realized she really needed to start some sort of side business. Every time she got unsealed, she ended up broke. How embarrassing. Just then, her stomach rumbled loudly. Sir, I'll have an order of takoyaki. Coming right up. The shopkeeper's reply was as spirited as a gust of evening wind. And some creamy potatoes, please. On the way. I want a chocolate parfait, too. Coming right up. And a pack of almond candy, please. Thank you for your patronage. With her arms full of delicious treats, Hikari looked utterly satisfied, taking a bite every few steps, her smile refusing to fade. Hikari, girls should eat with a little more grace, or the boys you like might not be too impressed. Rin chided gently, her tone teasing. It's fine, Boruto isn't even, anyway, I don't have to worry about that right now, Hikari replied, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Boruto, Rin leaned in, with curiosity, her eyes sparkling. Who's that? Is that someone you like, Hikari? Ahem. Anyway, Rin, I'm heading to the hill by the street to practice a new ninjutsu. I'll be back to the inn a bit late today. Having said this, Uchiha Hikari dashed up the hillside in a fluster, as though she were running away from something, leaving behind Rin Noera, who couldn't help but smile at the scene. Once she reached the summit, Uchiha Hikari patted her cheeks to steady herself. She took a deep breath, then focused all her attention on inscribing a space-time contract technique into the ground. Her movements resembled a peculiar kind of dance, each gesture marked by a quiet intensity and an air of mystery. Ninja art, summoning technique. In the next moment, Hikari summoned forth a massive blaze from the source of her incantation. This was no ordinary fire style formed by chakra. Instead, it was natural flame from the Mangekyo's fire esophagus, a primal force of nature itself. Staring at the flames, a shadow of disappointment flickered in Hikari's eyes. The size of the fire depends on how big the array I draw is. But with such an obvious technique inscribed on the ground, how could someone like Jigen ever step onto it? Even if he did, that guy can fly and shrink objects at will. If I can't manage to carve this technique onto his back during a real fight, this summoning fire technique is all but useless. Her voice held a trace of self-mockery and helplessness. She tried again and again, shrinking the array, increasing the amount of fire summoned, but every attempt ended in failure. After all, this wasn't fire controlled by chakra. It couldn't be manipulated as she wished. Jigen could shrink anything that wasn't a living being. If she couldn't solve the problem of the array's power diminishing when it was shrunk, she would have no way to fight him. If I can't win with sheer force, then I'll have to rely on sheer numbers, Hikari muttered under her breath. She began carving even more arrays into the mountaintop, reasoning that if they were going to be shrunk anyway, she might as well win by sheer quantity. At last, her gaze fell on an unremarkable stone. Hikari summoned a shadow clone, which began inscribing summoning arrays onto the stone from a distance, over and over again. Ninja art. Multiplicative summoning technique. The shadow clone repeatedly activated the summoning arrays on the stone, conjuring natural flames one after another. Meanwhile, Hikari herself kept dispelling the summoned flames in sequence as quickly as possible. Jigen's shrinking technique works based on his line of sight. If there are layers stacked within his view, he has to shrink them one by one. All I need to do is keep layering summoning arrays on top of one another. Then, it's just a matter of stamina, whether he can shrink them faster, or I can draw them faster. After several attempts, Uchiha Hikari discovered this new approach and began simulating real combat over and over again, determined to hone her tactics to perfection. In the days that followed, Uchiha Hikari and her shadow clones engaged in round after round of actual combat drills. Each clash was predicated on the assumption of Cien's strange ability to absorb and shrink attacks, simulating the harshest possible battle scenarios. During these sparring sessions, she almost completely abandoned all chakra-consuming ninjutsu, retaining only a handful of techniques, shadow clones, summoning, and the wild lion's mane, that could inflict real damage on Cien. Her Sharingan, faced with Cien's rapidly enlarging black rods, seemed powerless, and even the heightened senses of Sage Mode could only pick up fluctuations of life, force, and chakra. When it came to Cien's peculiar black rods, they seemed utterly ineffective. At one point, Uchiha Hikari considered perhaps using Sage Art, inorganic reincarnation, to imbue the environment with life and counter Cien's shrinking jutsu. But she quickly realized that Cien could soar freely through the sky, while she was limited to materials she could touch. For now, this idea had to be set aside. Her Mangekyo ability, Hikarishi, was supposed to be her trump card. Yet, when facing Cien, it felt woefully inadequate. While Hikarishi could produce wondrous effects, it was still ninjutsu and could be absorbed by Cien. Worse, if he reacted in time, he could even force her to retract Hikarishi's power back into herself. Usually, she only used Hikarishi after robbing her opponent of their ability to act. The same went for the 8,000 Spears technique, though it could drain all the chakra from a marked target and was a threat to Cien in actual combat. Marking a nimble, mobile opponent proved exceedingly difficult. During her battle with Hozuki Genjutsu, the 8,000 Spears had failed to make much of a difference. Even if she managed to mark CICN, he could simply shrink the marking, forcing her into a never-ending cycle of reapplying it again and again. In the heat of high-speed battle, there was no way she could continuously cast the 8,000 spears. She had considered imitating Hozuki Jinjutsu, using tangible illusions that targeted sight, but she lacked the water-nature chakra required for such techniques. That thought had to be abandoned as well. If only I could cast my ocular jutsu on the moon, like infinite Tsukuyomi, and keep the 8,000 spears going endlessly, Uchiha Hikari sighed softly. In that instant, she found herself deeply nostalgic for the grand plan of infinite Tsukuyomi. As night fell, the streets of Duanshan bustled with life, illuminated by a dazzling array of lights. When Rin Noera noticed that Uchiha Hikari had yet to return, she could not help but feel a tinge of boredom. In the end, she set out alone to the street festival, hoping to find some enjoyment. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, she knew that if her identity ever came to light, it would bring unpredictable danger. So, whenever Hikari wasn't by her side, she always wore a mask to conceal her true self. The festival was alive with the clamor of voices. In the night sky, brilliant fireworks blossomed, illuminating every face in the crowd. Lin wandered through the bustling crowd, savoring this rare moment where tranquility and liveliness intertwined. As she passed the street corner, searching for a quiet spot to rest, she suddenly noticed someone sitting on a stone bench. A person with short hair, dressed in a black robe, and wearing a tiger-pattern mask. Sensing her approach, the masked figure turned his head slightly, grumbling with annoyance. "It's just passing along some information. Why so slow, old man?" Lin stopped in surprise, puzzled. Even with her mask on, she clearly looked like a girl. How could this person mistake her for an old man? Lin spoke up timidly. "I think you've got the wrong person." The man in the tiger mask paused at her words, carefully examining the girl standing before him. Though her outline bore some resemblance, she lacked that familiar aura of darkness, and there was no sign of Afe. Realizing his mistake, he understood that she was merely a stranger who happened to look a bit like Lin. "Sorry, it seems I really did mistake you for someone else." Behind a mask, Obito Uchiha offered a sheepish smile, scratching his head lightly. "It's all right," Lin replied with a gentle laugh. "The fireworks are dazzling tonight. It's easy to get confused." She stepped closer and took a seat beside Obito on the stone bench. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she regarded this other masked figure. Despite the mask muffling his voice, there was something youthful and familiar in his tone, a spirit not so different from her own. "With the festival so lively, why are you sitting here all alone?" Lin asked, her gaze bright with interest. "I'm just waiting for someone. But what about you? Aren't you wandering around by yourself?" Obito shot back, his own curiosity piqued. Lin sighed softly, her voice tinged with a quiet melancholy. "Even the liveliest festival feels dull if you're not with someone you care about." "Then we're the ones you care about," Obito pressed, sensing a strange, inexplicable familiarity with this girl. "One is far, far away. Another has already passed on, lost in the last war." Lin's voice grew somber, her eyes drifting into the distance, as if recalling memories both distant and painful. Obito felt a pang in his heart at her words. He lowered his head for a moment, silent. "I see, so you too. You as well." Lin turned to him, surprise and understanding mingling in her gaze. "Yes, in the last war," Obito replied, his fists clenching tightly, a flash of hatred in his eyes. If not for those from the hidden mist village taking Lin away, she might have been spared her fate. He vowed silently that once the trouble of late had passed, he would seek justice from the hidden mist. What was she like before? Lin pressed gently, her curiosity deepening. She wanted to know more about the boy behind the mask and the story that shaped him. Obito lifted his head ever so slightly, and it seemed as if starlight flickered in his eyes, a glimmer of warm, treasured memories from the past. "She was gentle, yet strong," he murmured. "Whenever I tried to act tough, she would always worry about me, scold me, and in the end, quietly support me from behind. To me, she mattered more than the whole world. But ever since she stopped watching over me, I've gradually lost the meaning of living." Obito's gaze resembled the deepest star in the night sky, lost in an ocean of memories. He turned, his eyes falling on the girl before him, the outline of her face, strikingly similar to Rin's. It touched the softest part of his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "And you? The person who matters most to you, what is he like?" "He's a clumsy boy," the girl replied, her lips parting gently, the corners of her mouth curved in a tender smile. "He always messes things up, but he tries so hard. He has the kindest heart, and he'll never turn away from someone in need. Every time I see him, I can't help but feel for him and want to take care of him, because he's so lonely." If I'm not by his side to support him, he'll fall into despair. Obito sat frozen on the stone bench, her words sinking deep into his heart. His eyes grew unfocused, as if he had found solace and understanding in what she said. Seeing his silence, the girl quietly leaned closer, her face almost touching his. Suddenly jolted back to himself, Obito's face flushed red, and he instinctively leaned away, standing up from a bench. Whoa, what's wrong? She asked, her concern genuine. Who told you to get so close all of a sudden? You startled me. Obito stammered, struggling to hide his embarrassment. A silvery laugh rang out from behind her mask, clear and bright as wind chimes. You look so down just now. You once said that as long as someone was watching over you, you'd be full of spirit. So I got closer to keep an eye on you. If you want, I can keep watching over you forever. Humph. Obito turned his face away, trying to act indifferent. You're not her. Even if you watch me, I won't get my energy back. She chuckled softly and stood up. The night breeze played gently with her hair. All right, it's getting late. I should be heading back. Huh, you're leaving already? Obito's voice drifted through the night, tinged with longing and reluctance. Yes, the person who's been with me all this time, always looking after me. If I don't go back soon, he'll worry. She waved lightly, her figure gentle and graceful beneath the moonlight. Turning, she walked slowly toward the inn. Each step was light and unhurried, as if even the air held its breath for her. Obito remained where he was, watching the girl's silhouette fade into the distance, his heart surging with a tangled web of emotions. The night breeze brushed gently past, yet could not sweep away the shadow lingering in his heart. He stared blankly, watching until the girl's figure was completely swallowed by the darkness, vanishing from sight. Rin Noera tiptoed back to the inn, her mind still echoing with the laughter and joy from the festival. As she stepped into the room, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Uchiha Hikaru was deep in conversation with another, whose appearance was identical to her own. It was the white Zetsukapi she had encountered just days before. Rin, you're back? How was the festival? Did you have fun? It was nice, Rin replied, her cheeks aglow with a mix of shyness and excitement only found in young girls. Is that so? Uchiha Hikaru's voice suddenly dropped, and she lowered her head softly. Ko, what's wrong? Did something happen? Rin asked with concern. Her instincts told her that Hikaru's calm facade was just a mask for a more troubled heart. I'm still in the middle of negotiations with him, Hikaru answered quietly, turning to the copy of Rin, on which Madara's presence lingered. Ko, I watched your training today, Madara began, his tone direct. To be honest, that level of training could only pose a slight threat to Chi-Gen. To truly defeat him is nearly impossible. His power is fathomless. Even all of us combined couldn't make him break a sweat. Now, our only hope rests on your Rinnegan. But, brother, there's still a chance to turn things around. You really don't have to go this far, Hikaru pleaded. There's no room left for compromise. Now that Nagato has failed, and with my body reduced to nothing but a truth-seeking ball, I can do little on my own. It's best to pass this power on to you. If your body absorbs this Kekiai Mora, you're certain to awaken the Rinnegan. I don't care about the Rinnegan. Hikaru's voice trembled on the verge of tears. All I want is for you to stay by my side. Hashirama, Tobarama, Sister Mito, Izuna, everyone important to me has left me, one by one. If you disappear too, Madara's voice was gentle as he soothed her. I've been dead for a long time. What you see now is just a memory of me. To become the power in your eyes after death, and to be the truth-seeking ball. That protects you. That's fulfillment enough for me. Do you remember? Back then, I tried so hard to stop you, yet you chose this lonely path without hesitation. Where's that strong little Ko I once knew? Hearing Madara's doting words, tears slipped quietly from Hikaru's eyes. But, Ko, have you forgotten why you fight? Madara's voice echoed through the quiet room. Haven't you always yearned to meet that boy from the Uzumaki clan? Haven't you always dreamed of walking side by side with him in a peaceful shinobi world? Uchiha Hikari's thoughts were abruptly pulled back. Boruto's face flashed through her mind, and in that fleeting moment, she seemed to feel that long-lost warmth once more. She fell silent for a moment, her heart a swirl of complex emotions. Hikari, Rin called softly, noticing the exhaustion etched on Hikari's face. She stepped forward and gently took Hikari's hand. I don't know exactly what's happened between you two, but remember, Kushina-sensei and I, we're always here for you. You will never be alone. Rin, thank you, Hikari replied, her voice tinged with gratitude. Tears shimmered in her eyes as Rin's words pierced through the gloom within her like a ray of sunlight. But why are you so fixated on the Rinnegan, brother? Hikari asked curiously. The Rinnegan's abilities vary, depending on who awakens it, Madara replied, his tone calm and profound. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has reached its limit. If you wish to go further, your only path is to awaken the Rinnegan. But even if I do, there's no guarantee I can defeat Sesshin, is there? True, Madara conceded. But only those who possess both the Rinnegan and Hashirama cells have a chance to control the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki. You remember, don't you? There's a 10 Tails in Sesshin's space-time dimension. Brother, you want me to go to Sesshin's dimension and seize the 10 Tails? Exactly. Madara's voice was resolute. This is our only chance. But, now that Tobirama is gone, my Flying Thunder God technique can't connect to another space-time as freely as he could, Hikari said, a trace of regret in her voice. You needn't worry about that, Madara replied, a hint of mystery coloring his words. Remember that little brat I brought along? His dojutsu is a rare space-time ocular jutsu. As long as he's given enough chakra, he can link to Sesshin space-time and set a mark. That child. Hikari's thoughts drifted back to the young Uchiha boy in the village hidden by rain. Now, you and that child are the only ones left in this world who can perfectly fuse the powers of the Uchiha and Senju. Madara's words rang with solemnity. Whether it's you or him, if either of you can awaken the Rinnegan, you'll have a chance to wrest the 10 Tails from Sesshin. That means if you work together, you could become the saviors of this world. After a long, heavy silence, Hikari finally nodded. I understand, brother. Then, next, I will separate the radiant stone, Madara announced. As his words fell, the truth-seeking orb detached from Rin's clone and slowly formed into a black sphere, floating in midair. From within it, a brilliant blue stone emerged, rising gently like a lonely star in the night sky. Hikari's gaze passed over the black sphere and settled on the blue radiant stone. She stepped forward and cradled it softly in her arms. Tears slipped unconsciously from the corner of her eye. Not only tears of sorrow, but also a profound yearning for days long past. She closed her eyes, allowing memories of Madara to surge over her like a tide. Every moment of his journey, spanning decades, unfurled vividly in her heart. Since that fateful encounter beneath the God Valley Bridge, Madara had embarked upon an endless quest. He traveled through countless Otsutsuki ruins, fought in innumerable battles, and each journey, each fight, was for the sake of protecting his younger sister, for bringing her crucial information. Time and again, he risked his own body, trading it for intelligence, for the slimmest chance of survival, enduring death and rebirth countless times. All of this sprang from a deep guilt he carried for his sister. The wounds inflicted upon her by the darkness within their clan, wounds he could never forget. If only those things had never happened, perhaps she might have lived a simple, happy life among her kin. Madara's entire existence became an act of atonement. He devoted all the love he possessed, selflessly and wholly, to his family. Learning all of this, Uchiha Hikari spent a sleepless night, lost within the world of memories woven by the shining stones. The time she had shared with Madara replayed before her eyes like scenes from a film. Each recollection brought fresh tears, pain tightening around her heart. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight filtered in, Uchiha Hikari's features had regained their calm. She drew in a deep, steadying breath and slowly absorbed the truth-seeking orb that bore the fate of the ninja world. In that instant, it felt as though she had become one with the world itself. The 7 chakra natures, wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, yin, and yang, merged completely within her. She could feel a surge of yin-yang release chakra flowing through her body, more powerful than anything she had known before. But she did not immediately awaken the legendary Rinnegan. Uchiha Hikari understood. She would need to gather the unique chakra of each tailed beast. Only then would the final key be hers. Hikari, are you alright? Rin woke early and, seeing Uchiha Hikari sitting quietly, her gentle voice pulled Hikari from her reverie. I'm fine now, Hikari replied with a soft smile. Rin, let's go. It's time to take you to find Tsunade. Her voice was steady and composed, a conviction forged by storms weathered and a clear belief in the road ahead. Obito, what will you do next? Hikari's question lingered in the still morning air. Obito, inhabiting Rin's duplicate body, answered, I plan to return to that child first and tell him what Madara entrusted to me. After that, we'll head to Kirigekure to recruit someone. Interesting. Once that's done, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki should be close to giving birth. Madara said, that's when we'll have a chance to obtain some of the 9 Tails chakra. I see. Hikari nodded. Then, on the day Kushina gives birth, we should be able to meet again. At that time, you can contact me through Baiju first. All right, Afei replied, then controlled Lin's clone to quietly sink back into the embrace of the earth. Several days later, in the raucous atmosphere of a bustling casino. Big sis, I see you've lost quite a bit. That's rough, huh? How about this? We change the game a little. Let's flip a coin you call heads or tails. If you're right, I'll give you back half your stake. If you're wrong, you give me half again. How about it? A gambler's voice rang out, sly and coaxing. Deal. A steely glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Lady Tsunade, Shizen whispered anxiously at her side. If we lose, we really can't afford it. What's there to be afraid of? If we win, all our problems are solved, Tsunade replied, her smile brimming with confidence and a touch of wild abandon. Let's get started then. The gambler snapped his fingers, and the coin shot into the air like a streak of silver lightning, slicing through the air before. Arcing down, just as it was about to land, his other hand darted out, slapping down to cover it from everyone's view. All right, big sis, your guess. Tsunade's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, tried to pierce through the gambler's palm, searching for the coin's fate. Come on, big sis, no matter how hard you stare, you're not going to see through my hand. The gambler's tone was tinged with smugness. Damn, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Tsunade picked tails. Suddenly, a gentle voice, soft as a spring breeze, cut through the casino's din and reached Tsunade's ears. She turned to see Uchiha Hikaru approaching with a brown-haired girl at his side. A subtle, knowing smile played on his lips, as if he saw through every secret in the room. Trust me, Uchiha Hikaru said simply, but with unwavering conviction. All right. Tsunade's answer was clear and bold. She met Hikaru's eyes, drawing strength from his steady gaze, then turned to the gambler and declared, Tails. I'm calling tails. Reveal. The gambler slowly lifted his hand. For a moment, the entire casino seemed to hold its breath. All eyes were fixed on the coin as it was finally revealed. Tails. It was tails. She actually called it. It's really tails. Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd. Tears glimmered in Shizun's eyes. Tears of pure relief. Thank goodness. We don't have to sleep on the streets tonight, she cried, her voice trembling with emotion. Oh, Shizen, what kind of days has this poor girl been living through? Uchiha Hikaru watched her reaction, a pang of sympathy in his heart. She knew Shizun was Kato Dan's niece, but hadn't realized things had gotten this dire with Tsunade. All right, enough with the tears. Tonight, we're having a proper meal. Buoyed by her good fortune, Tsunade strode out, wrapping an arm around Shizun and Uchiha Hikaru. She was determined to treat her unexpected friend well. Together, they left the casino and headed into a modest little restaurant nearby. The table was soon filled with dishes, and Tsunade, unable to wait for all the food to arrive, eagerly raised her glass. If it weren't for you, Hikaru, Shizen, and I would have been sleeping on the streets tonight. Tsunade's laughter, mingled with the aroma of sake, echoed warmly through the small restaurant. Her words, half tipsy and half sober, carried a genuine sense of gratitude. But how did she figure it out? Shizen asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. Oh, you silly apprentice, did you forget? Hikaru is from the Uchiha clan, Tsunade teased, a playful note in her voice. Oh, that's right, the Sharingan, Shizen exclaimed in sudden realization, her gaze filled with envy. How wonderful. If only we had the Sharingan, we wouldn't keep losing money all the time. Hush, hush. Using ninja abilities in civilian gambling dens is cheating, you know. If you get caught, you'll end up in jail, Uchiha Hikaru reminded them, lowering her voice. But, Hikaru, what brings you to see me all of a sudden? Tsunade asked with a hint of curiosity, setting down her glass, a puzzled look flickering in her eyes. Dan and Nawaki heard you'd left the village. They've been worried about you and wanted to know what really happened, Hikaru said softly, her tone full of concern for Tsunade. Is that so? Tsunade's voice grew quiet, her expression distant as she sank into deep memories. All these years, I've been working to reform and innovate Konoha's medical system. But after the Third Great Ninja War, the atmosphere in the village changed. So many of my proposals, whether it was developing new equipment or requesting funding, were rejected by the higher-ups, one after another. The village has become a whirlpool of power struggles. Every day spent there felt suffocating, so I chose to walk away. I'm sorry, Tsunade, Hikaru said, her voice thick with guilt. She hadn't realized Tsunade was facing troubles so similar to Minato's. This isn't your fault. Why apologize? Tsunade replied, genuine confusion in her tone. When Hashirama and I founded the village, all we wanted was to create a safe haven, a place where children wouldn't have to fight on the battlefield and heroes wouldn't have to stand in front of gravestones repenting. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Hikaru's voice was filled with nostalgia and helplessness. Well, it's all in the past now, Tsunade said softly, shaking her head. But I doubt you came all this way just to reminisce, did you? No. Actually, I wanted to entrust this child to you, Hikaru said, turning her gaze to Rin Noera, her eyes full of trust. And who is this child? Tsunade's attention shifted to Rin Noera, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Her name is Rin Noera. I rescued her from the ruins of war. She's Minato's student and a gifted medical ninja, Hikaru said, pride coloring her voice. If you're Minato's student, wouldn't staying in the village offer you better opportunities to grow? Tsunade's gaze drifted back and forth between Uchiha Hikari and Rin Noera, her tone laced with confusion. Yet, she understood that Hikari's decision surely carried deeper meaning. You know how Konoha is these days, Hikari replied, her voice weighed down by concern. Minato's political influence is heavily restricted. All key promotions and appointments are controlled by the previous generation and the village elders. And even without these issues, I can't allow Rin to remain here. What happened? Tsunade's brows knitted together, a trace of worry shining in her eyes. Rin, she's the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Hikari's voice grew somber as she laid bare Rin's unique status and the secretive circumstances behind it, confiding everything to Tsunade. I see. So you want this child to stay with me, to learn under my guidance, and for me to protect her, isn't that right? Tsunade's expression softened as she grasped Hikari's fears and determination. Yes, and this must remain hidden from the higher-ups in the village, especially those like Danzo, Hikari answered firmly. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, considering before she nodded. Very well, I agree. She's about the same age as Shizun, so having her with me could be a help as well. Really? Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. Rin's voice trembled with excitement and gratitude. For a medical ninja, the chance to study under Tsunade was a dream come true. Then, Hikari, will you be staying with us too? Tsunade turned to Hikari, her eyes full of inquiry. No, I'm only here to check on you for Dan and Iwaki, and to help Rin. Once that's done, I plan to make a trip to Kirigakure. My brother says, there's a young Uchiha there who needs my support, Hikari replied, a hint of reluctance in her tone. There were still things she needed to do. After their conversation and time to catch up, Hikari said her goodbyes to Rin the next day. Before leaving, she used the 8,000 spears to extract a portion of the Three Tails chakra from Rin and seal it within herself for safekeeping. Now, she carried both the Nine Tails and Three Tails chakra within her. Deep in the misty forests of Kirigakure, the squad was enjoying a rare moment of rest. Among the members of the Cipher Division, a girl with striking orange hair, a touch of shyness in her demeanor, approached the quiet and stoic Kisame Hashigaki. Mr. Hashigaki, would you like to join us for a meal? She asked softly, her eyes bright with anticipation. But Kisame merely shook his head, clutching his massive blade as he leaned against a tree. His voice was cold and distant. Please don't show me such kindness. We're only here because of the mission. Forget it, just leave him be, a companion interjected. Well, he said it himself. There's always been bad blood between the Guard Division and the Cipher Corps. But, the orange-haired girl insisted, we're all here to carry out our mission. What does it matter which department we're from? The brains from Cipher and the muscle from the Guard are like people from two different worlds, said a slightly chubby hidden Miss Ninja, speaking lazily with a piece of chocolate in his mouth. At these words, Kisame stood up slowly, his gaze sweeping across the group as he walked toward them. Huh? What are you doing? His companions asked warily. Prepare to move out immediately. Kisame's voice was calm and resolute. What? There are enemies approaching. He pointed to a nearby rock, where a kunai was embedded, its attached wire quivering ever so slightly, a silent warning of danger. The group took his words seriously, quickly packing up and picking up their pace. Kisame, the orange-haired girl, hurried a few steps to catch up with him, offering a bright smile. About that dinner invitation, can we do it after the mission? This time, let's go together. Kisame glanced at her from the corner of his eye, but said nothing, only quickened his stride. In his heart, the weight of his duty was doubled. Beyond his role as a protector, he bore a graver responsibility. Should any member of the Cipher Corps fall into enemy hands, it was up to him to act immediately, ensuring no secrets would be leaked. Just then, several kunai, each tagged with explosive notes, whistled through the forest, splitting the calm and ratcheting the tension to its peak. Scatter, engage separately, find the enemy's position. Kisame barked, his reflexes sharp as a predator's. Leading the team like a prowling panther, he and his comrades darted away from the sudden barrage, dodging explosions that erupted like a storm of falling stars. As the smoke cleared, Ibiki Marino and his Konoha squad appeared like wraiths, encircling the mist Cipher Corps. Surrender. There's nowhere left to run. Ibiki's voice was icy and commanding. A cold, mocking smile crept across Kisame's lips. I know you. You're the interrogation specialist. Ready to get started? There was scorn and provocation in his smile. Ibiki answered only with a chilly snort, and then the Konoha blades flashed, surging forward like a tide. Battle erupted in full force. Kisame seized a perfect moment, hurling explosive tags to split the battlefield, buying his team precious seconds to retreat. But the Konoha forces were seasoned elites, while those Kisame shielded were cipher agents, unaccustomed to war's front lines. The more he tried to protect, the more he realized he simply couldn't cover everyone. It was only a matter of time before they were captured. Before long, the Mist team was driven to the edge of a cliff. Terror flooded the orange-haired girl's eyes. Kisame, what should we do? Without hesitation, Kisame resolved the dilemma in the swiftest, most decisive way. He turned on his two teammates and ended them instantly. Ibiki hurried over from afar and witnessed everything, demanding, "Why did you slaughter your own village comrades?" Kisame's gaze was calm and steady. "Why? You should know better than anyone. We can't let our secret codes fall into enemy hands. These people would spill everything before long. You people from Kirigakure really are thorough in your work," Ibiki sighed. "That's right," Kisame replied. Just then, a burst of applause echoed from the front of the mountain, cutting through the tension. Before Kisame and the orange-haired girl, the air began to twist and ripple, the distortion gradually expanding until two figures emerged from the swirling vortex. One, with short hair beneath a tiger-striped mask, the other, long-haired and wearing a fox mask. Beneath the tiger-patterned mask, Obito regarded Kisame with clear admiration. "Impressive. It seems White Zetsu was right. He truly does possess the qualities of an exceptional shinobi." Obito's voice was cold and deep. "What's the plan now?" Uchiha Hikaru asked, his voice equally muffled under the mask. "We take him with us," Obito answered gravely. Before his words had faded, he was already moving. His form became a blur as he lunged at Kisame. A crimson gleam flashed. Obito's right eye shone with an eerie light, and the spiraling pattern of space-time distortion began to manifest around him. "Mr. Hashigaki." Seeing this, the orange-haired girl shoved Kisame out of harm's way without hesitation, only to be sucked herself into Obito's space-time vortex, vanishing without a trace. Kisame froze, staring at the spot where the girl had disappeared, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. But his instincts as a fighter took over in an instant. His body moved like a phantom, leaping from the cliff and plunging into the river below to make a swift escape. "It seems the plan has failed," Uchiha Hikaru remarked, coming to stand beside Obito as he gazed down at the cliff where Kisame had vanished, his tone tinged with resignation. "It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he'll return to Kirigakure to make his report." "I've already marked the place," Obito replied. Behind his mask, the Sharingan glimmered with blood-red threads, fierce and unfathomable. The next moment, he placed a hand lightly on Uchiha Hikaru's shoulder, and the two of them vanished into the swirling vortex of space-time, leaving behind only the faint ripple of distorted air. After escaping back to Kirigakure, Kisame immediately sought out his superior, Fuguki Suikazan, and reported the tragic fate of the Code Division. Upon hearing that a member of the Code Division had been captured by the enemy, Suikazan erupted in fury. He berated Kisame without mercy, demanding severe punishment for his failure. At these words, Kisame's pupils narrowed to slits. With a swift motion, he swung his great blade. The sharp edge plunged mercilessly through Suikazan's chest. "Kisame," Suikazan's voice broke off. The wellspring of life gushed from his wound, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kisame tossed aside the bloodstained blade and slowly approached Suikazan's corpse. He knelt and removed the massive sword, Samahata, from the fallen man's back, slinging it across his own shoulders. This blade is not only a symbol of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but it will also become his new weapon. "You've worked hard, Kisame." A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Kisame turned around and saw a small figure standing there. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Those deep, penetrating eyes seemed to see right through everything. "Hozuki was far too careless with a subordinate like you, never realizing that the essence of the hidden mist is betrayal." "Hif. Yagura chuckled. "It seems that from now on, you will be the master of the great sword, Samahata, and you'll be serving under me." "Master? Are you looking to be eliminated by me as well, Lord Fourth Mizukage?" Kisame retorted with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Someone like you is truly worthy of trust. Someone who can carry out the dirtiest missions for the sake of the country and the village." There was a hint of admiration in Yagura's tone. "Precisely because of this, you understand all too well. The ones who control the shinobi world from above are shrouded in darkness. I realized at the moment I killed my first comrade. Kisame's voice was low and resolute. As a shinobi of the hidden mist, I'm always killing my own kind. In the end, you can't even tell if the person in front of you is an enemy or an ally. You lose yourself, forget who you are, what your purpose is, where you stand. All that's left is cold, mechanical obedience, until the moment you realize you're nothing but a hollow existence. Behind Igura, two shadows silently emerged. Then let us free you from that false agony. We'll give you a place to belong, they said, their voices carrying a mysterious, comforting undertone. Who are you? Kisame demanded, gripping the hilt of Samahata tightly, his stance wary. It all begins with this country. One of the shadowy figures spoke. Until now, you've acted to eliminate your comrades. From now on, act as one of ours. You seem to trust me a great deal, but I still don't know who you are. Kisame's tone was guarded, uncertain what lay behind this sudden invitation. In the darkness, the eye-holes of their masks glowed a sinister crimson, like two ominous flames flickering in the void. Those eyes that burn in the darkness. I see. Kisame gave a cold laugh. I always thought the fourth Mizukage ruled alone. I never imagined it was you pulling the strings from the shadows. This world really is steeped in falsehood. But to possess eyes capable of controlling a Kaga-level shinobi, just who are you? His gaze was sharp, fixed on the two enigmatic figures. I am Uchiha Madara. From beneath the tiger-striped mask, Tobi's voice came forth as he stepped into the light. And beside me is my sister. Oh, now that's unexpected. So, it's the legendary siblings themselves. Kisame's voice was tinged with surprise. But I heard the Shura of the shinobi world died long ago. And that infamous Uchiha weapon was sealed away by Konoha, wasn't she? How do you expect anyone to believe your story? At the very least, shouldn't you show your true face? A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of Kisame's mouth. Well, whether you believe us or not is entirely up to you, Uchiha Hikari replied as she stepped forward. Slowly, she removed her mask, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes gleaming with an eerie light. So young, you look like just a child, Kisame remarked, his tone laced with doubt. And you expect me to believe such wild tales from someone like you? I'm not one for lengthy explanations. Hikari's voice was cool and detached. Since you hate pretense so much, I'll lay everything before you. Whether you choose to join us after seeing the truth, that's your decision. As soon as her words fell, the power of Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan surged forth, pulling Kisame into the world of Tsukuyomi in an instant. There, she unveiled the truth of the Otsutsuki, the crisis looming over the shinobi world, and the reality that Akatsuki was the only organization truly fighting for peace. We genuinely wish for peace in the shinobi world. Uchiha Obito's voice resonated gently. If you choose to stand with us, consider this your reward. With those words, the space within Obito's eye warped and twisted. From that swirling void, the orange-haired girl was gently released, safe and unharmed, standing quietly before Kisame. In the end, this is the truth the world faces now, a reality without falsehoods, Hikari said solemnly. A faint, intrigued grin appeared at the edge of Kisame's lips. Interesting. If what you say is true, I'd like to see it for myself. After bringing Kisame and the orange-haired girl into Mangekyo, the power of Akatsuki reached new heights. At this moment, the official members included Kakazu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kisame Hashigaki, Konin, Pain, Jizobuwa, Orochimaru, Dankato, Nawaki, Uchiha Hikari, and Uchiha Obito. This gathering of strength blazed like wildfire in the night, surging across all the great shinobi nations. They took on mercenary missions, cornered the bounty market, and drew wary, fearful glances from rival organizations everywhere. During these 10 months, Akatsuki poured nearly all their efforts into raising funds and gathering intelligence, paving the way for their rise. Now, 10 months had passed, and Uzumaki Kushina was about to give birth. A longing to return to Konoha welled up in Hikari's heart. She quietly approached Obito and asked in a soft voice, with the organization's foundation now secure, Obito, what do you plan to do next? Obito was silent for a long while. At last, from behind his mask, his voice sounded in the hush. I want to meet that man named Jizen. No, it's too dangerous. Uchiha Hikaru spoke urgently, her eyes filled with worry. That kind of being has already transcended common sense. We simply aren't equipped to deal with it right now. Don't worry. I have my space-time jutsu. Even if I can't win, he won't be able to harm me. Obito's voice held a note of determination. I've already marked his space-time before. If I can seize this chance to take the 10 tails, my plan will be set in motion ahead of schedule. You're being reckless. Entering Chishian space-time requires us to gather our forces and coordinate a thorough plan with our allies in Konoha. Charging it on your own is far too dangerous. Hikaru's tone was resolute and left no room for argument. She knew all too well that, when facing someone like Chishian, any rash move could bring about irreversible consequences. This is my decision. It has nothing to do with you. Step aside. With a sudden motion, Obito shoved Hikaru away. The power of his right eye began to activate, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Kids never listen to advice, Hikaru muttered, unfazed. Without hesitation, she lunged at Obito, stepping into the unknown together. In the next instant, they found themselves standing on a barren wasteland. The sky overhead was a deep, impenetrable violet. No sunlight in sight, only a suffocating stillness and the apocalyptic desolation all around. So this is Chishian space-time? Hikaru murmured. Even with the knowledge she'd gained from the glittering stones, being here in person was an overwhelming experience. Obito's gaze locked onto something in the distance, a disc-shaped structure resembling a spaceship, lying quietly on the ground. It looks like the Ten Tails is in there, he said, striding forward with measured steps. But just then, Hikaru noticed the surroundings didn't quite match the memory she held. As Obito was about to set foot on the ship, she cried out in alarm, "Wait, Obito!" He was too late to react. The markings on the ship flared to life, and in an instant, a powerful binding array snapped into place, sealing away both their chakra and space-time abilities. A seal that binds space-time? Obito gasped in horror as inky black symbols spread rapidly across his body, rendering his right eye's Kimyui useless. Damn it! Hikaru was just about to attempt a release jutsu when a sudden, searing pain shot through her right shoulder. A massive force kicked her through the air. She crashed to the ground, only to see Chishian standing there in silence. Blood trickled from the corner of Hikaru's mouth, her Sharingan fixed intently on the white-robed monk before her, mind reeling with confusion and shock. She hadn't expected to run into Chishian the moment they arrived. This had just become far more complicated. After those rats slipped away last time, I set a barrier beside the Ten Tails. Did you really think the same trick would work again? Chishian's voice was cold and deep, like a chilling wind sweeping through a mountain gorge. He strode toward Hikaru and Obito, his eyes glinting with unfathomable calculation. TCH. Hikaru gave a soft, contemptuous snort. From beneath her cloak, a flying thunder god kunai whistled sharply through the air, breaking the silence. Immediately, she formed hand seals with lightning speed. Ninja art. Shuriken shadow, clone technique. Before her words had even faded, the flying thunder god kunai multiplied as if copied by magic, transforming into a rainstorm of blades that swept down upon Chishian from all directions. Chishian let out a cold snort, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The very next moment, he reappeared behind Uchiha Hikari, ghost-like, the black rod in his hand striking right on cue. What? Uchiha Hikari stared in shock at the black rod that had suddenly pierced through her chest. So that's how it is. He shrinks himself while moving, then regains full size with the momentum of that acceleration, achieving a speed no ordinary body could ever match. What a troublesome ability. As these words left her lips, Hikari's form dissolved into a puff of smoke, and the black rod clattered crisply onto the ground. A shadow clone, is it? Chishian turned, his gaze falling on Hikari standing on the other side, his voice icy. You people sneak into my time-space again and again, like thieves in the night. I'm growing weary of it. If you're so annoyed, then why not just die and be done with it? Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Hikari formed hand seals, her cheeks swelling as she unleashed a torrent of fire chakra. A roaring sea of flames surged forward, like a tidal wave threatening to engulf everything. Yet Chishian only raised his hand slightly. The very air around him seemed to warp, and the blazing jutsu was stopped by an invisible barrier, not even coming close to touching him. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. Ninjutsu is useless. What a headache, Hikari muttered, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Let's see how you handle this. She formed seals once more, and suddenly, countless black rods materialized in the air, shooting toward Chishian at a speed too fast to follow. Even lower beings can master the yin-yang release black rods. Chishian's eyebrow arched in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected this. Turn, but with a subtle sway, he vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already outside the range of the black rod's attack. Every time you intrude, your fighting style shifts, Chishian remarked, a trace of amusement in his tone. It seems that all your repeated forays into my time-space have granted you quite a bit of intelligence. Lately, I've caught wind of someone in your organization poking around about Kara where my eyes can't reach. That was your doing, wasn't it? Enough talk. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Still relying on ninjutsu? Sishien's voice dripped with disdain. With a light lift of his hand, the karma mark shimmered, absorbing every last bit of Hikari's fireball attack. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. Hikari's hands never stopped moving, forming seals in rapid succession. In a flash, using the flying thunder god technique, she unleashed wide-range fire jutsu from every direction, seeking to blind Sishien's senses. In the face of the karma mark, all ninjutsu is futile, Sishien said with effortless calm, turning as the flames were swallowed up by invisible black holes, vanishing without a trace. Seizing the moment as he absorbed her attacks, Hikari closed the gap in an instant and launched herself at Sishien, igniting a fierce taijutsu clash in the blink of an eye, with the insight granted by her Sharingan. Uchiha Hikaru barely managed to gain the upper hand, but as the flames faded away, Sishien's figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, a sharp agony stabbed through her eyes. A black rod had pierced straight through them. "Ack!" Hikaru cried out in pain, but in the next instant, her body dissolved into a puff of white smoke. It was still just a shadow clone. Sishien's gaze swept toward the nearby cliff, where Uchiha Hikaru now stood, her Sharingan eyes locked unflinchingly onto him. "It seems you've steeled yourself for this battle against me." Sishien sneered coldly, though a flicker of gravity flashed in his eyes. Summoning jutsu. Before Sishien could react, Hikaru formed a rapid series of hand signs. In a burst, a small toad appeared perched on her shoulder. Fire style, toad, oil flame bomb. In perfect sync, Hikaru and the summoned toad launched their attack. The toad spewed a stream of oil, which fused seamlessly with Hikaru's fire-style jutsu, creating a torrent of scorching flames that roared straight at Sishien. Hidden within the blaze, several black rods of yin-yang release were concealed by Hikaru. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Crimson. Sishien's brows knit tight as his form flickered, skillfully evading the assault with his space-time abilities. Yet, activating this technique clearly took its toll. His mouth twitched involuntarily, and a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. "Your abilities are truly troublesome, but I haven't lost yet." Determination burned fiercely in Hikaru's gaze. Sage Art Toad Oil. A red pigment glimmered at the corners of Hikaru's eyes as she entered Sage mode. The small toad spat a wide spray of oil, instantly drenching Sishien from head to toe. "What a thoroughly unpleasant and filthy ninjutsu," Sishien said in open disgust, staring at the toad, oil covering him. "You think this alone can defeat me? You've fallen right into my trap." Seizing the instant Sishien's attention wavered, Hikaru used Flying Thunder God to instantly teleport behind him. With swift precision, she carved a Flying Thunder God mark and the formula for the mutual multiplication summoning jutsu onto his back. The very next moment, her figure vanished again, and she pressed her palms together. Mutual multiplication flame summoning jutsu. From the Flying Thunder God mark on Sishien's back, a summoning array began spread, unleashing surging flames that rose to engulf Sishien in a raging inferno. Sishien's lips curled into a cold smile. "Is that all? Even now, you still rely on fire style." He extended the hand bearing his wedge, but the flames did not subside. Instead, they grew even fiercer. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming, searing heat. "What? I can't absorb it? Could it be? This isn't fire style. It's the natural flames summoned from the esophagus of a fire-breathing toad." Hikaru's voice echoed through the sea of fire as her hands flashed through more signs, continuously activating summoning arrays at the mark on Sishien's back, feeding the fire until it blazed ever more intensely. The blazing fire scorched Sien, but his body was already coated in toad oil, making the flames difficult to extinguish. At the same time, he channeled his mystical energy into the fire release technique, greatly enhancing the power of the blaze. "Lowly creature, you have angered me." Sien's voice echoed from within the sea of fire. Horns sprouted from his forehead, and the diamond-shaped markings on his jaw began to spread across his body. Moments later, the flames enveloping Sien started to subside. "What's happening?" Obito, bound and helpless, watched in shock as the fire around Sien faded away. Even the natural flames are being absorbed by him. "No, they're being shrunk." Uchiha Hikari's eyes widened abruptly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that ever since Sien grew horns, his power to shrink objects seemed even more formidable. Suddenly, the mountain beneath her feet shrank in an instant, as if devoured by an invisible force. Uchiha Hikari was thrown from the mountaintop, crashing heavily to the ground. Lowly creature, you are not permitted to look down upon a god. Cien sneered coldly, advancing on Uchiha Hikari with measured steps. Each one felt like it pressed down on her very heart. Damn it. Uchiha Hikari struggled to her feet. Wild Lion's main technique. Her long, jet-black hair instantly fanned out, rippling like the mane of a black lion as she tried to ensnare Cien. When the next heartbeat, her attack missed its mark again. Cien shrank in size, reappearing at her side. It's useless. No matter what you do, you cannot defeat me. Uchiha Hikari clenched her teeth. Blaze release, black fire Kagutsuchi. The flames of Amaterasu whirled around her, transforming into sharp black spikes, aiming to trap Cien within. Still relying on fire release? That's hardly original, little girl. Cien chuckled softly. The moment the black flames touched him, they vanished soundlessly, as if swallowed by a black hole. Then try this. A deep crimson skeletal structure materialized around Uchiha Hikari, the intimidating aura of a partial Susanoo. Its giant fist, brimming with destructive power, smashed down towards Cien. You can choose, be crushed to death or burned by Amaterasu. Cien's cold laugh was his only reply. The next instant, Uchiha Hikari was kicked out of her Susanoo, sent flying. Immediately after, a massive black cube plummeted from the sky, crushing her left arm and breaking the bone. Ah! Uchiha Hikari screamed in agony, staring at her helplessly pinned left hand, her eyes brimming with frustration and unwillingness. Cien strode toward her, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. All your efforts are nothing but futile. This is my secret art, Daikokutten. Surely you haven't forgotten. He approached Uchiha Hikari, his gaze full of scorn. For a lowly creature, you're not bad. It will be a shame for you to die here. How about joining my organization and serving me instead? Uchiha Hikaru's Sharingan blazed as he fixed his gaze on Cien, murmuring softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. Cien frowned ever so slightly and leaned in closer. Your voice is too quiet. I can't hear your answer. Flying, thunder, god technique. With the last ounce of his strength, Uchiha Hikaru vanished from beneath the great black cube, only to reappear at Obito's side. Obito, you must get away now. Forming a hand seal with a single hand, Hikaru released the barrier that had been binding Obito. But Cien reacted swiftly. In a flash, the miniature black rods of Sukune Kona shot toward them. Obito activated Kamui to evade the attack, but beside him, Hikaru was caught and held fast. Hikaru, you! Obito cried out in alarm. There's no way we can defeat him now. You're the only one who can enter his time-space dimension, our only hope. You must survive. Forget about me. Go now. No sooner had the words left Hikaru's lips than Cien appeared before them, lunging at Obito. But his hand grasped only empty air, passing straight through Obito's body. So this is a time-space jutsu. No wonder. In that instant, Cien understood the secret behind Obito's ocular power. Obito didn't hesitate. Using the ability of Kamui, he vanished into a swirling vortex, disappearing completely from this time-space. Cien tried to pursue by connecting to that dimension, but realized it led to a place he had never been. Obito was clever. He had returned. First to his own time-space, a place without Cien's marker. From there, he could re-enter the main world, making pursuit utterly impossible. Cien's gaze grew cold as he stared at Hikaru. So, it seems you have no intention of serving me. But that doesn't matter. He pressed his palms together. Two massive black bowls floated out from the great black void, clamping together to imprison Hikaru inside, shrinking rapidly as they did. You still have some use to me. Remain in the darkness, and savor this brief extension of your life. Next time we meet, I look forward to your answer. As the words faded, Cien vanished from the time-space and returned to the base of the Kara organization. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at Kushina's home, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived with his wife, Buwako, to pay a visit. Kushina, your due date is near, so there are some things I must make clear to you. When Lady Mito gave birth, the seal on the Nine Tails nearly broke. To be safe, I'm sorry, but you must give birth in a barrier a little ways outside the village. Kushina's expression grew a touch complicated. She and Kurama had long since become friends, so these worries seemed unnecessary. Kushina, Minato Namikaze, spoke gently, thinking she was anxious. Don't be afraid. I'll be at your side when the time comes. Though Kushina honestly felt little concern, Minato's care warmed her heart, and she nodded in reply. Minato, Umbu's Tochi and my wife, Biwako, will stay. By your side, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. Everything will be handled in secret, and my personal Umbu will also be responsible for your protection. Minato gripped Kushina's hand tightly. I'll go ahead and set up the barrier. Don't worry. Kushina nodded softly, her heart full of trust. All right, then, let me bring Kushina to the location. Buwako, the third Hokage's wife, offered. Kushina followed Buwako through the streets of Konoha. By chance, they ran into Makoto Uchiha, who was carrying a small baby in her arms. Kushina approached eagerly, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the baby. Oh, is it a girl? Makoto smiled. He's a boy. He's adorable. What's his name? Sasuke. Makoto answered gently. Oh, the same name as the third's father, Buwako remarked. That's right. We hope he'll grow up to be a remarkable and powerful shinobi, Makoto said, her smile warm. Kushina, you must be due soon too, right? It's best to pick a name ahead of time. Kushina gently poked Sasuke's chubby cheek. We've already chosen one. His name will be Naruto. He and Sasuke will be classmates, so you two have to get along. As soon as she finished her sentence, Kushina leaned closer to whisper into Makoto's ear, Makoto, does childbirth hurt a lot? Makoto chuckled softly, teasing, so even Kushina has moments when she's afraid. That's a surprise. Let's go. Kushina, Buwako said quietly, taking Kushina's hand and urging her onward. Your delivery is a top secret matter. Even if we run into friends on the way, we must avoid drawing attention. Yes, Kushina replied apologetically, turning back to say, goodbye, Makoto. Makoto waved, watching as Kushina and Buwako gradually disappeared into the distance. On the tranquil streets of Konoha, their silhouettes slowly faded away. As night settled in, a chill seemed to creep into the air. Buwako and Kushina made their way along a secluded path, deliberately avoiding crowded areas. Their footsteps and hushed voices were the only sounds breaking the silence. We're almost there, Buwako murmured after a while, her tone tinged with gravity. This place was carefully chosen, safe and well hidden. Kushina nodded, her heart a swirl of anticipation and anxiety. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Guided by Buwako, they arrived at a lake concealed within a dense forest, where a small mountain rose from water. On the mountainside, a shimmering barrier glowed faintly. Minato was already waiting for them. The moment he saw them arrive, he stepped forward to greet them. You're here, Minato said, his voice reassuring. It's safe here. I'll stay by your side until the baby is born. Kushina smiled, her eyes shining with determination. I'm ready too, she said. The small group stepped into the cave. It wasn't long before Kushina's cries of agony echoed off the stone walls. It hurts so much, she screamed. Waves of pain crashed over her, one after another, and fine beads of sweat gathered on her brow. Buwako and the midwife worked busily, their actions brisk but careful as they prepared for the delivery. Time trickled by, stretched thin by the tension and anticipation in the air. Minato clenched his fists, unable to sit still, anxiety written all over his face. Kushina seems to be in a lot of pain. Is she really going to be all right? Minato asked, glancing at Buwako, worry evident in his voice. She'll be fine. Your main job is to keep an eye on the Nine-Tails seal, Buwako reassured him. But still, as the fourth Hokage, you can't afford to panic like this, Buwako scolded. If a man had to go through this pain, he'd have broken down long ago. You should learn to appreciate a woman's strength. Minato flushed, a bit embarrassed. The Nine-Tails host, Kurama, remained quiet, showing no sign of stirring. Minato felt oddly out of place. He forced himself to focus on Kushina, murmuring softly, Hang in there, Kushina. Stay strong, Naruto. Outside the barrier, Obito Uchiha crept closer, his tiger-striped mask hiding the chilling intent in his gaze. Silently, he eliminated the ANBU guards, one by one, leaving their bodies scattered across the ground, yet raising no alarm. Obito moved forward at a measured pace, the barrier's defense meaningless before him. He phased straight through the rock wall, slipping into the cave without a sound. The head's out just a little more, Kushina, someone urged. Come on, Kushina, you can do it. A scream tore from Kushina's lips. Minato, unable to watch Kushina suffer any longer, shouted, Naruto, hurry up and come out. The next moment, a clear, newborn cry rang out in the cave. Bring some hot water, quickly. Yes, right away. Kushina, congratulations. It's a healthy baby boy. Naruto, the name spilled from Kushina's lips. Minato moved forward, wanting to reach out and touch his son, but Buwako held him back. Don't touch him yet. The first person he should meet is his mother. Isn't that right? Minato looked on, feeling aggrieved. Kushina gazed at her wailing child, tears welling in her eyes. Naruto, I finally met you. All right, now it's time for you to rest, Buwako said with a gentle smile, carrying Naruto away to be cleaned. Minato came over and gripped Kushina's hand tightly. Kushina, are you alright? I'm fine, she answered softly. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Bawako and the midwife, and in the next instant both collapsed to the ground. Minato froze, his eyes darting around, catching sight of Naruto now in the grasp of a mysterious figure, clad in a black cloak and tiger-striped mask. Lady Bawako, Minato called out, his voice trembling with shock. The scene before him sent a chill through his heart. The fourth Hokage, Minato. Step away from the Jinchuriki immediately, or this child won't live another minute. The voice from beneath the mask was cold and threatening. Minato's heart skipped a beat. This place was protected by layers of barriers. How had this person managed to slip in so silently? Who are you, really? Obito pulled out a kunai, aiming it straight at Naruto. His voice was commanding, brooking no argument. Move away from the Jinchuriki now, or do you not care about the life of this child? Wait, you need to calm down. That's advice you should take yourself, Minato. I am perfectly calm right now. Obito sneered, and with a sudden motion, he tossed Naruto upward. The kunai below gleamed with deadly intent. Naruto! Kushina cried out in panic, her voice trembling with fear. Cold determination flashed in Minato's eyes. In the next instant, he activated the flying Raijin technique, appearing in a blink to catch Naruto securely in his arms. As expected of the yellow flash. But how will you handle this? Obito formed a hand seal with one hand. Suddenly, a few explosive tags on Naruto's blanket began to sizzle and burn. Minato! Naruto! Minato reacted instantly. Using the flying Raijin once more, he teleported with Naruto to an empty house nearby. He threw the blanket, explosive tags and all, out of the room, holding Naruto tightly as he dashed outside. But the explosion he expected never came. Minato stared in surprise at the empty room. The spent tags produced only faint, harmless flickers, leaving no damage behind. What's going on? Minato wondered. Wasn't he trying to kill me and Naruto with those explosive tags? He quickly put the pieces together. So his real target is Kushina. He used this as a diversion to draw me away. I have to get back immediately. In a flash, Minato returned home, gently laid Naruto in the crib, and vanished again with the flying Raijin. By the lake, Obito slowly released Kushina from the barrier, using his Kimui technique. Who are you really? What do you want? Kushina panted, her voice tight with vigilance. Behind the mask, Obito replied in a grave tone. The situation is urgent. I had to resort to force. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I only need to borrow some of the Nine Tails chakra. What did you say? Kushina was taken aback, confusion flickering in her eyes. I don't have time to explain, Obito said coldly, his Sharingan fixed on the sealing marks on Kushina. He suddenly noticed that, aside from the flying Raijin mark, there was no other jutsu present. How interesting, he murmured. I thought I'd have to work to break the seal, but it seems the Nine-Tailed seal is already gone. Obito let out a soft chuckle, then with his Mangekyo Sharingan, peered deep into Kushina's inner world, locking eyes with the Nine Tails. Under the influence of his eye technique, the Nine Tails' fierce red pupils soon morphed into the shape of the Sharingan, that Obito's lips curled into a smirk. Very good. From here on, follow my lead, Nine Tails. Don't even think about it. Suddenly, Kushina's spirit appeared in the mindscape, striking the Nine Tails hard on the head. The illusion within the Nine Tails instantly shattered. It shook its head in a daze. Damn it, I almost fell for that cursed eye technique again. What? Beneath the mask, Obito's Sharingan widened in shock. In the next instant, Minato appeared like a flash of golden lightning, hurling a flying thunder god kunai straight at Obito. As expected of the yellow flash, back so soon, Obito's voice carried a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. The kunai pierced through Obito's mask, embedding itself in the cliff behind him. Minato moved faster than the wind. In that fleeting moment, he swept Kushina into his arms and leapt to the safety of a tree branch nearby. Minato, is Naruto all right? Kushina asked anxiously. Yes, he's safe now. Sleeping peacefully, Minato replied, his voice gentle and resolute. His eyes met Kushina's, filled with reassurance. Minato, you have to stop that man. He's after the Nine Tails, Kushina urged, her voice tight with worry. Hearing this, Minato's gaze turned icy as he faced the masked man, a deadly intent flickering in his eyes. Report. Lord Third, the A and BU at the Sealing Lake have all been wiped out. A ninja burst into the Hokage's office, his voice quivering with alarm. What? Has something happened to Kushina and the others? Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart clenched with dread. Damn it, all those precautions were useless in the end. Lake Biwa. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen quickly donned his battle gear and gave a grave order. Evacuate the villagers at once. The Nine Tails could break loose at any moment. Everyone is to prioritize the protection of non-combatants. Yes, sir. The ninja responded and rushed out to carry out the command. Back at the edge of the sealing lake, tension had reached its breaking point. Kushina, you should rest now. Let me take over. Kushina's eyes turned to gleaming golden slits, her entire body cloaked in a radiant chakra mantle. The Nine Tails chakra mode. Brat from the Uchiha clan, take this, my tail beast bomb. In an instant, golden fox heads coiled around Kushina, chakra swirling. A tailed beast bomb formed in her mouth and shot toward Obito. But the attack passed harmlessly through him, striking nothing. No, Minato shouted, realizing the danger. Nine Tails, you're too reckless. That's toward the village. Without hesitation, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport onto the Hokage rock. Harnessing a space-time barrier, he redirected the tailed beast bomb to a remote, uninhabited mountain. This is bad. I need to report the situation to Lord Third immediately. Minato let out a silent sigh. Just then, a hand suddenly darted out from behind, striking toward him. Reacting quickly, Minato spun around, slashing his kunai at Obito's head. Yet there was no sensation of a hit. The kunai passed straight through the other's body. In the next instant, Obito's grip tightened fiercely around Minato's wrist, sending a wave of foreboding through Minato's heart. Fourth Hokage, but getting in my way, Obito said coldly, the power of Kimui beginning to ripple in his eye. Before Minato, swirling vortices started to appear. Seeing this, Minato once again unleashed his Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in a flash to deftly evade the pull of Kimui's space-time absorption. He reappeared at his usual training ground and slowly pushed himself up from the ground, pondering, my attack just passed right through him, but he can also become tangible and even try to suck me in. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Before he could gather his thoughts, the space before him twisted once more and Obito emerged from the swirling distortion, his Sharingan, narrowing as he spoke with a chilling undertone. As I thought, unless I eliminate you first, I'll never get the Nine Tails chakra. So that's it. You have a space-time jutsu as well. That's how you moved Kushina, Minato murmured, quietly tightening his grip on his kunai. You slaughtered the third Hokage's elite Umbu, slipped through layers of sealing barriers, knew the Nine-Tail seal would weaken during childbirth, and could even suppress the Nine Tails. With your eye technique. Of all the people I know, there's only one who could do this. Are you? Uchiha Hikaru? No, that can't be. She's Kushina's dearest friend. She'd never do such a thing. Obito coolly pulled down the hood of his black cloak. It seems you care about her a lot. But did you know? The more you try to stop me, the faster she'll die. What did you say? What do you mean, the faster she'll die? Minato's voice trembled with urgency. If you really want to know, then let me absorb you without resistance. Stop interfering with my control of the Nine Tails. Who would trust a masked man like you? Minato retorted, kunai in hand, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve as he charged forward without hesitation. As he moved, Obito let a chain slip from his sleeve, silent and snake-like. It slithered through the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed. Minato kunai, in hand, passed straight through Obito's body. But just as he did, he felt something tighten around his waist. A chain had quietly wrapped itself around him. With a single hand sign, Minato teleported to his nearby, Flying Thunder God kunai, slipping free of the binding in an instant. Landing on his feet, he spun and hurled his special kunai like a shooting star, piercing through Obito's mask before flying off into the darkness behind. The two rushed at each other again. At the very moment Obito's hand was about to grab Minato, Minato used the second stage of the Flying Thunder God to leap to the kunai now behind Obito. Rasengan! Minato's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. The chakra sphere spinning at blinding speed and his hand struck Obito head-on, blasting him deep into the ground in an instant. Damn it, I thought this would be over quickly. I didn't expect you to be this tough, Obito muttered, frustration lacing his words as one of his artificial arms slowly fell away. As Obito lamented, Minato once again used the Flying Thunder God technique, flashing to Obito's side in the blink of an eye. His kunai pierced straight through Obito's body. So that's it. You left a mark on me with your Rasengan just now. You truly are the fourth Hokage. It's been a long time since I've been injured like this. It seems. No matter what I do, I won't be able to get the Nine Tails chakra after all. Obito's voice was tinged with resignation. Slowly, Uchiha Obito removed his mask, revealing a scar-ridden face, so different from the boy Minato remembered from his past. Are you Obito? You're still alive? Minato stared at the unmasked face in shock. But why? Why would you do this? Sensei Minato, there's no time for explanations now. If you care about Uchiha Hikari, lend me some of the Nine Tails chakra. If we keep delaying, she'll die. Obito's voice was urgent, the mystery in his words only deepening Minato's confusion. Hikari? What happened to her? Minato's tone was anxious as he looked at Obito, his mind swirling with questions. She's trapped in Jishien's space-time dimension. Her fate is uncertain. I only have enough chakra to make one round trip. To keep connecting. To Jishien's dimension, I need a vast amount of chakra. Time is running out. Obito's voice grew more desperate, his gaze filled with worry. You idiot. Why didn't you say something this important sooner? Minato scolded him, his voice tinged with reproach. I know how you both are. If I told you, you would have insisted on coming with me. Obito shouted, lowering his head as his eyes shimmered with moisture. If something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. Obito. Minato was taken aback. Then a gentle smile touched his lips. The young man before him was still the same Obito he'd always known, always ready to help others. I understand, Obito. Since we're running out of time, let's go, Minato said gravely. He grasped Obito's arm, and with a flash of the flying thunder god technique, the two of them appeared beside Kushina in an instant. Obito? But why? Kushina, now out of her Nine-Tails chakra mode, looked at the returning Obito in shock. Her wounds, already healed by the Nine-Tails, had left no trace. Kushina, there's no time to explain. Hikari is in danger. Give Obito some of the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato said urgently as soon as he arrived. Hikari, seeing the panic on Minato's face, Kushina instantly realized the gravity of the situation. She once again entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, gripping Obito's hand tightly as she slowly transferred the chakra of the Nine-Tails to him. The transfer happened in the blink of an eye. Obito felt all his weakness vanish in an instant, under the combined power of the Nine-Tails chakra and Hashirama cells. His wounds rapidly healed, and he could unleash his ocular powers much faster than before. So this is the true might of the Nine-Tails, Obito murmured softly, feeling the surge of chakra within him. A flicker of surprise and excitement flashed across his eyes. Excellent. Leave the next part to me. You two should go back now. Wait. Minato's voice rang out, steady and resolute. He looked intently at Obito, determination burning in his eyes. I'm going to. No. The enemy is Jisien. He's not someone you can handle. There was a note of gravity in Uchiha, Obito's tone. He knew all too well how terrifying Jisien was and did not wish to put Minato in danger. I'm going to. We won't be a burden to you. Kushina spoke up as well. You two should go back and take care of your child. Uchiha Obito said firmly, and before they could protest further, he opened the portal connecting to Jishien's dimension and stepped through without hesitation. An empty wasteland of violet sky. Time and space twisted and churned, spitting Obito out into this strange and perilous world once more. What's that? The moment his feet touched the ground, Obito saw a massive black bowl standing before him, silent and imposing like a mountain. Just before the swirling portal behind him vanished, a flying thunder god kunai, inscribed with blade of ninja love, hurtled through, breaking the silence. In the next moment, Minato and Kushina appeared at Obito's side, their arrival casting a warm, gentle light across the desolate land. Sensei Minato, didn't I tell you not to follow me? Obito's tone brimmed with urgency, worry for Minato, and Kushina clear in his voice. Kogami is in trouble. How could we just stand by and do nothing? Kushina replied anxiously. At that instant, a figure draped in a black hood appeared atop the giant black bowl. He was burly, one hand resting on the rim of the bowl, and he regarded Minato, Obito, and Kushina with a mocking grin. Well, look who's come back. Jisien was right. There really are mortals who can master interdimensional space-time ninjutsu. The man's voice was laced with sarcasm, and a tense atmosphere instantly filled the air. Who are you? Where's Jisien? Uchiha Obito demanded. The name's Burrow, an inner of Kara, Burrow replied with utter disdain. Jisien is busy repairing his body. He doesn't have time to play with you. But to deal with the likes of you, I'm more than enough. Where's Kogami? Where are you hiding her? Kushina pressed anxiously. A deep, taunting laugh rumbled from Burrow. Oh, so she means that much to you, does she? Boruo's burly arm lifted the black bowl, sealing Uchiha Hikari with a single hand, his laughter laced with mockery. So, little Hikari is inside there. Minato and Obito's eyes sharpened with intensity. That's right. The girl is in here. But whether she's alive or dead, or how she's faring, that's none of my concern, Boruo replied coldly. You bastard! Let Hikari go right now. Kushina shouted, her voice trembling with anger. As you wish. Boruo sneered, then with a flick of his arm, hurled the massive bowl toward the three of them. It crashed into the ground, gouging out a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed up, plunging everything into swirling chaos. Hikari, Kushina summoned all her strength, trying desperately to pry open the black bowl. It was as hard as steel, completely unmoving. It won't budge at all. What is this thing? Boruto spread his hands with a mocking smile. Too bad. The only one who can break that seal is Jigen. Don't say I didn't warn you. Trying to force it open or smash it isn't a good idea. There's no telling if what's inside will remain safe. Ha ha ha. Kushina pressed her hand on the black bowl. The chakra of the nine tails within her resonated with the chakra of Hikari sealed inside. That fat man was right. Hikari really is in there, and she's alive. But how are we supposed to get her out? Obito, can you use your space-time jutsu to reach inside and save Hikari? Minato asked hopefully. At his words, Obito stepped forward, reaching out to the bowl. As soon as his Kamui touched it, the jutsu dissolved without a trace, as if swallowed by the void. No good. There's a space-time barrier on this seal. I can't phase through it. Damn it, this just got a lot more complicated. Minato clenched his fist. He thought they only needed to rescue Hikari before making their escape. But now, with the enemy closing in, there was no time to study the seal. They would have to fight. Minato, Obito, be careful. He's vanished. Kushina warned them, her sensory skills sharper than the other two. In the thick, swirling dust, the trio quickly spread out, alert to any movement around them. He threw the bowl over just to distract us. I thought he was just a talkative brute, but he's got real battlefield smarts. Don't let your guard down, Kushina said grimly. Oh, from your tone, you think you can beat me? Boruto's voice dripped with disdain as he suddenly appeared atop the cliff, a cold sneer on his lips and mockery in his eyes. Lava release, scorching starfall. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted beneath their feet, like the furious roar of the earth itself. In the next instant, a torrent of yellow acid burst from underground, surging across the entire area. Like a relentless tsunami, it swept through the desolate wasteland, submerging everything in a seething sea of acid. Obito instantly activated his intangibility, skillfully dodging this sudden disaster. Minato, meanwhile, scooped up Kushina in his arms like a lithe leopard, leaping up onto the cliffside and landing steadily. This liquid is acidic. Is it Kekii Genkai? Minato kept analyzing the situation. Minato, wait. That acid also swallowed up Hikaru's black bowl, Kushina said, her attention always on Uchiha Hikaru's predicament. No, Kushina, if that acid touches you, you'll dissolve instantly, Minato warned. Leave it to me. The nine-tails suddenly shouted. In the next instant, Kushina's eyes turned a fiery red with slit pupils and golden. Chakra arms, like the hands of a deity, reached out to grab the black bowl from the sea of acid, setting it safely atop the cliff. Minato-sensei, that guy's heading your way. Obito's Sharingan picked up Burrow's movement at once, and he quickly warned Minato and Kushina. He secretly forms hand seals every so often. Be careful. As his words faded, more acid seeped out beneath Minato and Kushina's feet, writhing like the tentacles of a demon, attempting to engulf them. You think the same trick will work twice? The nine-tails, controlling Kushina, immediately activated its tailed beast transformation. With a sweep of its mighty tail, the acid was flung away as easily as dust brushed aside. Burrow's figure emerged, staring at the transformed Kushina. So that's it. A Jinchuriki, huh? I didn't expect to meet one here. For someone with so much blubber, who would have guessed you're such a sneaky, despicable coward? Kushina's voice trembled with anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Kushina, stay calm, Minato whispered. I've left my mark on the nine-tails tail. I see. Kushina smiled, then controlled the golden nine-tails to thrust its massive tail at Burrow. You think such a clumsy attack can hit me? Burrow sneered. Though his body was large, he moved with startling speed, dodging the nine-tails tail with agile footwork, as if performing a bizarre, twisted dance. Flying Thunder God, Minato called out quietly. Using the mark on the nine-tails tail, he instantly appeared in front of Burrow. A flying thunder god kunai shot out like a meteor, slicing through the air in a brilliant arc. Burrow smirked, catching the kunai as easily as if he were snatching an insignificant insect out of the air. Second step. Minato didn't let up. A Rasengan gathered in his hand, swirling with the force of a small typhoon, and he drove it hard into Burrow's abdomen. Taking the Rasengan head-on, Burrow was sent flying backward. Did we get him? Kushina's voice was tinged with hope. No. Minato's face grew grave, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Boruto's clothes were torn open by the Rasengan, but the wound on his stomach had already healed by the time he stood up, as if he had never been hurt at all. So this is the Rasengan? It's not much after all, Boruto said with a mocking smile, his voice tinged with scorn. What incredible regenerative speed this fat man has. Obito's voice was filled with shock, and his eyes glimmered with disbelief. Even with the power of the Nine-Tails chakra and Hashirama cells, he himself couldn't heal wounds this quickly. If he can regenerate, then let's blast him to ashes, Kushina said resolutely. She unleashed her tailed beast transformation, summoning the massive claws of the Nine Tails to seize Boruto and slam him into the ground with the fury of a raging beast. Immediately after, a tailed beast bomb began to form in the Nine Tails' mouth, swelling like a volcano about to erupt. But in the next moment, Kushina suddenly sensed something wrong with her body. The tailed beast transformation was instantly dispelled, and she collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, utterly drained of strength. Kushina, what's wrong? Minato's heart tightened with worry as he saw her collapse. He immediately appeared at her side in a flash, his eyes brimming with concern and anxiety. But suddenly, Minato himself felt something strange. His body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains, forcing him to one knee. Ugh, what's happening to my body? Boruto's laughter slithered out from the swirling dust like the whisper of a demon, chilling them to the bone. Fools, that's what you get for charging in without thinking. This black smoke? Minato narrowed his eyes, noticing the air around them was thick with floating black particles, like a fine, dark sand. Is this his ninjutsu? Boruto strode toward Minato and Kushina, his eyes glinting coldly. At that moment, Obito seized his chance and appeared before the two. Fire style, violent storm dance, he shouted. With the power of Kamui, his fire style. Technique twisted through space, expanding in range and speed. Flames engulfed Boruto in an instant, their force scattering the black mist around them. It's useless, Boruto sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. This level of jutsu can't disperse my black mist. The longer you stay here, the more your bodies will be eroded. If you want to escape, now's your chance. He taunted Obito as the flames scorched his clothes, but the charred areas regenerated instantly, leaving him unharmed. The black mist quickly gathered again, swirling around him undisturbed. This guy, he and Jigen are complete opposites. One can absorb ninjutsu, and the other doesn't care even if he's hit by it. Obito's voice carried a note of helplessness. As he spoke, his right eye began to twist space, forming a bottomless vortex as he prepared to absorb the black smoke into the Kamui dimension. Don't even think about it. Water style, severing wave. Boruto swiftly formed a hand seal, and in an instant, high-pressure jets of water burst from the ground, surging toward Obito. While absorbing attacks, Obito couldn't phase through them. He had no choice but to stop absorbing the dark mist and shift into his intangible state. Obito, please buy us some time. At that moment, Minato suddenly called out, his voice resolute and determined. Bracing himself with his weakened body, he slowly stood up, grasped Kushina's hand, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared beside the massive black bowl. Understood. Although Obito didn't know what Minato was planning, he chose to trust his teacher. Forming hand seals, he unleashed his power inside his Kamui space. 3 enormous shuriken and countless black rods of yin-yang release hurtled relentlessly toward Boruto, slicing through the air like a volley of deadly arrows. What's the point of stalling? Shikijin seal is absolutely unbreakable. Boruto's voice dripped with mockery as he continuously leapt backward, moving toward the distant black bowl. Kushina, could you help me link my chakra with the Nine-Tails chakra? Minato's voice was earnest with a hint of urgency as he gripped Kushina's hand tighter. I can, but what good will that do? Kushina replied, confusion lacing her tone, as a cloak of tailed beast chakra formed around Minato. As long as my chakra makes direct, or even indirect contact, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport us. I remember you said that Kogen has a Nine-Tails chakra inside her, right? Minato's eyes gleamed with hope. That's right. Kushina nodded. While Obito is holding on, let's begin. The barrier from this black bowl is too strong. I need to focus, Minato murmured, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, his eyes snapped open. Got it. With a single-handed seal, he declared, Flying Thunder God technique. The next instant, Minato appeared beside Obito, clutching Uchiha Kogen with his left hand and Kushina with his right. It worked, Obito. Let's get out of here now. As expected of you, Lord Minato. Obito's voice brimmed with excitement as he looked at the 3 of them. Kamui. A spiraling vortex began to churn, and all 4 were drawn together into Obito's Kamui space. They actually escaped from Shikijin's seal? This must be a joke. There's no way I'll just let you get away. Boruto's voice thundered with fury as he unleashed his attack. Scientific ninja art, black mist. A vast cloud of black smoke, thick and ominous as storm clouds, surged forward and was sucked into Obito's Kemui space, devouring everything in darkness. Yet he was a step too late. The four had already vanished completely from that dimension, like a sudden gust of wind swallowed by the black mist. Inside his own space, Obito didn't pause for a moment. He immediately activated another space-time transfer, bringing Minato, Kushina, and Uchiha Kogen with him to the God's Tower in the Hidden Rain Village. What's going on? What just happened? Kushina, when Uzumaki Utai saw her daughter and the others emerge from the rift in time and space, battered and bruised, her voice trembled with worry. It was like a single tear falling silently onto her heart. There's no time to explain. Hurry, go fetch a doctor. As Minato and Kushina landed, they began to cough violently. Utai reached out to feel her daughter's and Minato's foreheads, her panic growing. This is bad. They're burning up with fever. Damn it. Obito's voice was taut with anxiety. He was like an ant on a hot pan, unable to keep still. Stay here and keep watch. I'll bring Orochimaru and Kabuto right away. Obito dashed off, frantic, toward Orochimaru's laboratory. With everyone working together, the three gravely injured were quickly carried into the operating room. Not long after, Orochimaru emerged from the operating room, his expression complicated and unreadable. How are they, Orochimaru? What's their condition? Utai's voice was thick with urgency. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Among the three, although Uchiha Hikaru sustained the most severe injuries, hers are all external. With bones set for emergency treatment, time will eventually heal her. Orochimaru's voice was cool and measured, the tone of an experienced physician delivering his diagnosis. And what about Kushina and Minato? Utai pressed, her voice tight with worry. They've both been infected by a unique virus, one never before seen in this world. With the current level of medical technology, there's no way to cure it. Orochimaru's words were cold as ice, his eyes shadowed. With gravity. If my human cloning experiments made a breakthrough, I might be able to develop an antibody for this virus. But given my present progress, any real advance would take at least 20 years. 20 years, Utai's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. That means there's no hope for Kushina and the others. Her voice was a sigh heavy with sorrow, settling over everyone like a pall. There really isn't any other way. At that moment, the doors to the operating room swung open. Uchiha Hikaru stepped out, a bandage hanging around her neck and her broken left arm supported in a sling, looking pale and exhausted. Hikaru, you need a rest. Don't push yourself to get up, Utai admonished, her worry evident. I'm fine, it's just a scratch. Hikaru waved away the concern, her eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru. Orochimaru was silent for a moment before speaking. A true cure will take time. Far more time than their bodies can endure. But we could try suspending their physical functions through cryogenic freezing. That might slow the virus's progress, buying us time. However, this would only delay the inevitable. In the end, without a cure, it's futile, unless you can freeze time itself. His eyes were calm, but there was a chill in his words. Freeze time, Uchiha Hikaru murmured softly, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Orochimaru, the cursed mark you researched before, that's a variant application of sage art, isn't it? That one is a degraded version of the Ryuchi cave sage technique, Orochimaru replied regretfully. It does allow the user to borrow natural energy, but it's far from perfect. That's fine. As long as we can tap into even a little natural energy, I can use my Sage Mode and Sharingan to help balance their chakra, Hikaru said, her voice filled with determination, as sharp as a blade slicing through despair. Sage Mode, is it? I see. You're planning to seal the couple inside a scroll, Orochimaru said, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He extended his tongue like a serpent, running it slowly across his lips. Exactly. Once they're sealed, they'll exist in a world where time stands still. When your cloning technology is perfected and you can create an antidote, I'll release them from the scroll, Hikaru explained. But this cursed mark is still in the experimental stage. The success rate is extremely low, and it could even be fatal, Orochimaru warned in a low voice, clutching two pills tightly in his hand, using it as a gamble with life and death. After absorbing natural energy, the body might become so active that the virus spreads even faster. Hikaru's heart was in turmoil. She slammed her fist against the door, anxiety written all over her face as she watched Minato and Kushina suffering. Her guilt surged like a tidal wave. If they hadn't tried to save me, they could have lived a happy life together as a family. Hikari, things haven't reached their worst yet. You don't have to blame yourself. Minato's voice was weak as he struggled to sit up, but he spoke gently. I've studied Sage Mode before. Just focus on helping Kushina. Really? Hikaru's voice trembled with excitement. Minato smiled. After all, He had trained under Jiraiya and practiced at Mount Myaboka long ago. If that's the case, the only one we need to worry about is Kushina, Hikaru said as she turned to look at her. Kushina doesn't need you to worry, either. I can help as well. At that moment, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed from within Kushina, deep and powerful. I can absorb Sage Chakra and keep her 3 energies in balance within the mindscape. So that's another way, Hikaru exclaimed, her surprise mixing with relief. She hurried over to stand before them, her eyes brimming with guilt. But, I'm truly sorry, Kurama. I once promised to help you gain your freedom. What's 20 years more to me? Kurama scoffed in the mindscape, flicking his tail with a hint of disdain. If I don't help you fight against the Otsutsuki, I'll end up in their grasp sooner or later. In that case, freedom wouldn't matter at all. Thank you, Kurama. Kushina gently caressed her abdomen, her voice tender. But, I can't bear to keep you confined to me any longer. You should send most of your true self to accompany Hikaru. She spoke softly. There's nothing more we can do for Hikaru now. With you by her side, you can become her strength whenever she needs it. Wait. Uchiha Hikaru shook her head lightly, a flicker of determination in her eyes. I already have a Nine Tails chakra within me. I don't need it anymore. Instead, let's seal Kurama inside Naruto. That way, when we're no longer able to watch over him, Kurama can protect Naruto. But if we do that, Naruto will become a Jinchuriki. Kushina's voice was heavy with worry. The shackles and loneliness of being a Jinchuriki. I don't want Naruto to endure the same fate I did. As long as we keep the information strictly confidential, it'll be fine, Hikaru suggested. Right now, Konoha knows nothing about last night's events. As long as no one finds out that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, he won't be ostracized. No, Minato replied, his tone grave. It's not nearly that simple. Naruto is our child, mine and Kushina's. The third Hokage and Danzo will inevitably focus their attention on him. The secret of being a Jinchuriki will be revealed sooner or later. And Danzo has coveted the Nine Tails power for a long time. He's adept at exploiting the darkness in people's hearts. If the secret leaks, he'll spread it throughout the village, using the villagers' fear and hatred to wound Naruto's soul. Then, should he offer false comfort, Naruto could fall completely under his control. Then let's bring Naruto back to Mangekyo, Uzumaki Yuri said, her voice gentle yet resolute. As his grandmother, I'll take care of him. Mother, that would disrupt the tailed beast balance in Konoha, Kushina said worriedly. Once Minato is gone, I fear the village will descend into chaos again. The group fell silent, the air thick with tension. None of them had expected that the fate of a single Jinchuriki would become so complex, a choice that would shape not only Naruto's future, but also the peace and stability of the entire Hidden Leaf village. It seems we have no choice but to rely on the old ways, Uchiha Hikaru sighed, a hint of resolve flashing in her eyes. Hikaru, you can't mean? Kushina's eyes filled with sorrow. Yes, Hikaru affirmed with a nod. We'll still seal the Nine Tails chakra inside Naruto. That much won't change. But I'll stay by his side, just as I once watched over you. But your previous identity as Uchiha Nameless can't be used again. Wearing a mask will only arouse suspicion, Kushina said anxiously, well aware of the vigilance of Konoha's ANBU. In that case, Uchiha Hikaru formed a seal with one hand, gathering her chakra. At her command, spores on her body summoned a white Zetsu. After White Zetsu pressed himself against Minato and absorbed a portion of his chakra, he astonishingly transformed into Minato's appearance. Then, Uchiha Hikari donned White Zetsu like a second skin. Wrapped beneath White Zetsu, her hair turned a dazzling gold, and her eyes became as deep and blue as sapphires. Incredible! She looks just like Minato's own little sister. Kushina exclaimed, her eyes brimming with amazement. White Zetsu's shape-shifting technique is so perfect that not even the Byakugan or Sharingan could see through it. All I have to do is say I'm a relative of Minato, and I'll have every reason to stay by Naruto's side and take care of him. So that's your plan? What a clever idea. Minato clapped his hands in admiration. Since you've all reached a decision, time is of the essence. Let's begin the sealing process immediately, Orochimaru reminded them, his attention never wavering from Minato and Kushina, whose bodies were being ravaged by the spreading virus with every passing second. I understand, Uchiha Hikari replied, solemnly nodding. Hikari, before the sealing, Minato and I have some words for you. Please, deliver them to Naruto. Every word, without leaving anything out, Kushina said, her voice trembling but resolute. Together, the couple poured all their love and hopes for Naruto into their parting words. Laden with longing and expectation, their message struck Uchiha Hikari's heart like a heavy blow. and tears welled up, flowing uncontrollably. "All right, I promise I'll tell Naruto everything." Hikari choked, her voice thick with emotion as she fought to keep her tears from falling. Uchiha Obito listened quietly from the side, guilt gnawing at him like an endless abyss. If not for his reckless actions, Minato, Kushina, and Hikari would never have had to endure such pain. Yet, faced with these three people, who had every reason to hold him accountable, not one of them chose to condemn him. Their forgiveness only deepened his torment. Obito. On the eve of the sealing, Minato smiled and beckoned Obito over. As Obito approached, Minato gently patted him on the head and said, "I'm entrusting Naruto to you and Hikari. You are my student, and no matter what, your teacher will always believe in you." "Minato-sensei, I don't deserve that." Obito's voice trembled, heavy with regret. "It's all right. You are still my proudest student. We'll watch over you, just as we did with Rin." Minato's words melted the ice in Obito's heart like a warm spring breeze. "Thank you, Minato-sensei." Obito wiped away his tears. Uchiha Hikari stepped forward and gently patted Obito's shoulder. Then, she unleashed the Yakinoya technique, carefully extracting most of the nine tails chakra from within Kushina and sealing it into herself. Next, she coordinated seamlessly with Uzumaki Yuta, and together they worked the sealing technique. They sealed Minato and Kushina, who had absorbed natural energy, into a scroll, letting them rest in peace within the timeless world of the scroll. Everyone watched as Uzumaki Yuta buried the scroll deep in the shadowy corner of the tower, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "Obito, next, please help me return to Konoha," Uchiha Hikari said in a low voice. "After I leave Mangekyo, I'll be entrusting Akatsuki to you and Nagato." "I understand," Obito replied solemnly, his Sharingan eyes flickering with resolute determination. Harnessing the space-time ninjutsu of Kimi, Obito and Uchiha Hikari vanished from the ruins of Mangekyo in an instant. The next moment, they appeared at the edge of Konoha, surrounded by familiar trees and the gentle calls of birds, the air thick with the scent of home. Obito scanned the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, then spoke softly to Uchiha Hikari. "I'll be heading back now." "All right," Hikari replied with a nod. The silhouette of Konoha gradually emerged in the dawnlight. Uchiha Hikari gazed at the village that had once been her home, her heart a tangle of emotions. She bit her finger, formed a seal with one hand, and summoned a messenger toad. "Hikari, why do you look different again?" "That's a long story. For now, go find Jiraiya for me. There are some things I need his help with." 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years ago, with Jiraiya's help, Uchiha Hikari assumed the alias Namikaze Hikari and stayed in Konoha as Naruto's older cousin, dedicating herself to protecting the child. Not only was she known as Jiraiya's prized pupil, but she also repeatedly demonstrated her exceptional skills as a ninja, mastering many of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya's jutsu. All of this led the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to see early on her potential as Minato's successor. Yet, in Hikari's heart, she harbored only a simple wish: to protect Naruto. To her, the matter of promotion was nothing more than a tedious game. No matter how the third Hokage tried to persuade her, Hikari always remained true to herself, brushing aside the temptations of advancement with a gentle smile, much to Hiruzen's vexation. That day, Konoha's park was as green as ever. 5-year-old Naruto gazed up at a cloud and the dark speck beside it. Suddenly, a shaft of sunlight pierced through the clouds, so bright that Naruto instinctively shielded his eyes with his small hand. When he opened them again, the dark speck revealed itself, a strong, majestic hawk soaring through the sky. "Naruto, that's Konoha's messenger, Amaru. It's the fastest of all our courier hawks," a gentle voice whispered in his ear. "You're back, Sister Hikari? Did you finish your mission today?" Naruto looked up at Uchiha Hikari with excitement. "Yes, and I got paid today, so I can buy some treats and cook something good for us. After that, how about I take you out to play?" Hikari's smile was as warm and bright as a spring breeze. "Yeah, then let's go." She gently took Naruto's hand, and together they walked toward the old home of Minato and Kushina, which had now become their own cozy little haven. For Uchiha Hikari, her daily life was a simple but fulfilling routine, diligently completing her tasks, then returning home to wholeheartedly care for this child. Their days were uncomplicated, yet rich in meaning. As the two strolled through the village, rumors and whispers seemed to weave an invisible net around them, enclosing them tightly. "I heard it's true, that it's really that kid," someone murmured quietly. "TCH, what bad luck. If it weren't for the fourth sacrificing himself, the monster inside him would have wiped out the whole village 5 years ago." Another grumbled with resentment. Just seeing him makes my skin crawl, someone whispered behind their backs. Remember, never play with him. Who knows what he might do to you? He's just too dangerous. He's a walking jinx. Get too close, and you're bound to have bad luck. These words, sharp as a cold winter wind, pierced young Naruto's tender heart. Confusion clouded Naruto's small face. Sister Hikari, why does everyone hate me so much? Did I do something wrong? He looked up at Uchiha Hikari with innocent eyes, filled with puzzlement and hurt. Naruto, you haven't done anything wrong. They dislike you only because they don't understand you yet. Uchiha Hikari gently ruffled his blonde hair, her eyes brimming with affection. So, how can I help them understand me? Little Naruto's voice was soft and curious, longing to connect with the villagers, yearning to belong. I don't know, Hikari sighed quietly, but standing still will never change anything. This is an answer you'll have to find for yourself, Naruto. I understand. Naruto nodded solemnly. Just then, the conversation was interrupted by the unmistakable rumble of a hungry stomach. Naruto clutched his empty belly and turned his head, sniffing the air as a delicious aroma drifted by. Sister Hikari, something smells really good over there. What is it? Following his gaze, Uchiha Hikari replied, That's the smell of ramen. Ramen? It sounds really tasty. Sister Hikari, can I have ramen today? Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked up at her. Uchiha Hikari hesitated. She had planned to buy something nutritious for Naruto to help him grow, but she found it hard to resist those hopeful little eyes. All right, just this once. Let's go have some. She patted his head with a smile. Today it's my treat. Eat as much as you want. Yay. Naruto's face lit up with a radiant smile. He stretched out his arms and raced toward Ichiraku Ramen as fast as he could. Soon after, in the ramen shop, Naruto devoured his meal with gusto, happiness shining on his face. Uchiha Hikari sat quietly beside him, her eyes full of warmth and adoration. She had been quietly pondering how to help this child find his own path in a world so full of prejudice. Oh, it's rare to see you at the ramen shop, Hikaru, came a warm greeting as a young man with a scar across his nose rose from a nearby seat and walked over to Hikaru Uchiha. Irika-senpai, you're here for ramen too? Hikaru greeted him with a smile. Irika let out a hearty laugh. Hikaru, you're too polite. With your Jonin-level skills, you don't have to call me senpai anymore. His tone was cheerful, yet affectionate. That's not true at all. When I first became a chunin, you looked after me so much. No matter what, you'll always be a senior I respect. Hikaru replied earnestly. Irika grinned. Hikaru, even if you keep flattering me, I'm not treating you and Naruto to lunch today, he teased, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Tisich, you saw right through me so quickly. Hikaru feigned exasperation, but mischief sparkled in her eyes. Irika laughed again. I'm just joking. I got paid today, so your ramen is on me. You're still so young, working and taken care of. A child at the same time. It must be tough. If you ever need help, just come Mizuki or me. We were teammates once, after all. Thank you, Irika-senpai, Hikaru said, her eyes shining with gratitude. Warmth filled her heart. Big sis Hikaru, I'm done eating. Just then, Naruto's voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. So fast, Hikaru looked at Naruto in surprise, only to see his face full of satisfaction. Yeah, it was really delicious, Naruto said, licking the last bit from his lips. So, should we go fishing or practice ninjutsu? Hikaru asked. I want to do both, Naruto shouted, excitement bubbling in his voice. All right then, we'll do both, Hikaru replied with a smile. Yay, Naruto cheered. That afternoon, Hikaru found an open space and guided Naruto as he practiced shuriken techniques, taijutsu, and chakra control. Naruto's talent was remarkable. His stamina and chakra reserves far surpassed other children his age. She thought to herself that perhaps next year, she could send him to the Ninja Academy. Time flew by. Soon, the golden glow of sunset draped softly over Hikaru and little Naruto's shoulders like a gossamer veil. Their shadows stretched across the horizon, a tranquil, beautiful silhouette, as if time itself had paused to admire them. Once they packed their things, Hikaru led Naruto to the forest behind the village. There, a winding stream flowed crystal clear, shaded by lush trees on both banks, a secret hideout that had once belonged to Hashirama, for a child. Naruto's age. Everything here was filled with wonder and novelty. He hopped and skipped joyfully along the riverbank, while Uchiha Mitsu busied herself setting up the tent and preparing everything they would need for dinner. Naruto, I'm going into the woods to look for some fresh game. You stay here and don't wander off, all right? Mitsu reminded him. Okay, I got it. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Not long after, the siblings sat around the campfire, surrounded by freshly skinned wild meat. Naruto couldn't wait. He grabbed a grilled fish and took a big bite. Naruto, You're too impatient. I haven't even sprinkled the seasoning yet, Mitsu said with a laugh. Hee hee, as long as it's grilled by you, sis, it's always delicious. No seasoning needed at all, Naruto said with contentment, his eyes full of trust and reliance on his sister. You little rascal, when did you get such a sweet tongue? Mitsu chuckled softly, her heart overflowing with warmth. Here, sis, this one's ready. You should have some too, Naruto said, picking up another fish and offering it to Mitsu. Thank you, Mitsu replied, accepting the fish and taking a bite. This one's really good. After dinner, the two of them lay back on the grass, completely satisfied. Resting their heads on their arms, they gazed up at the endless sky, sparkling with stars. Mitsu looked into the vastness above and sighed. Standing before the boundless world of stars, human existence feels so small. Maybe our troubles are insignificant to the universe. Yeah, the world really is huge, Naruto murmured softly, his eyelids growing heavy. Before long, lulled by the gentle crackling of the campfire, he drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Mitsu gently stroked Naruto's head, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. In her daily life, she always tried her best to spend time with Naruto, but as a ninja, night missions were sometimes unavoidable. On those lonely nights, Naruto would stay home by himself, crying quietly, his loneliness and helplessness haunting Mitsu every time she thought of it, cutting her to the core. There was one time Mitsu tried to leave a shadow clone to keep Naruto company at night, but she was so exhausted that she accidentally dispelled the clone, and little Naruto, seeing the puff of smoke, thought Mitsu had vanished from the world forever. That night, his crying was more heart-wrenching than ever, a cry born of all his loneliness and fear, piercing Mitsu's soul. After that, it became almost impossible for Mitsu to slip away quietly at night. Whenever she tried, Naruto would hold her hand tightly in his sleep, as if afraid that letting go would mean losing his one and only support. From that day on, Mitsu refused all-night missions. Naruto, I'll always be by your side. I won't let you feel lonely again, she whispered, gently holding Naruto in her arms, giving him warmth and comfort with her embrace. The night breeze brushed gently by, while the glow of the campfire flickered and danced around the two of them, like guardian spirits keeping watch, driving away every trace of unease and fear. Only under this gentle protection could Naruto find his own little world within his dreams, no longer afraid of the loneliness that came with the night. Somewhere in a quiet corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, a shy girl from the Hyuga clan, gifted with the Byakugan, silently endured the jeers and taunts of the children around her. You're a Hyuga, aren't you? Show us your Byakugan. If you won't, then just stop looking at us. Those eyes are so creepy. They make my skin crawl. One of the children sneered, their words dripping with malice and ignorance. She's just a monster, isn't she? Another chimed in, their laughter sharp and cutting, stabbing right into Hinata's heart. You're a white-eyed freak. Ha ha ha. The mockery rose and fell, surrounding Hinata as she lowered her head, crystal tears slipping down and landing on her trembling hands. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out, breaking through the heavy atmosphere. Hey, you guys, stop picking on her. Naruto dashed forward, planting himself firmly between Hinata and the other children. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to be the next Hokage. I won't let you bully the weak, he declared with pride. The next Hokage? Don't make us laugh. You're just an idiot. The children shot back, completely unmoved and even more arrogant than before. You'd better watch out. Here comes my shadow, clone jutsu. Naruto shouted, forming hand seals at lightning speed. In a flash, two shadow clones appeared at his side, taking up fighting stances against the group. What's so great about two shadow clones? There's 5 of us. A slightly older boy scoffed and, with a sudden punch, sent Naruto sprawling. Blood trickled from Naruto's nose as he crashed to the ground, losing consciousness, and his shadow clones vanished like mist in the wind. Some future Hokage couldn't even take a single hit. And look at that red scarf, always trying to act cool. The children grabbed Naruto's scarf, yanking and twisting until the beloved red scarf was nothing but a tattered mess. Damn it, you guys, Naruto muttered, struggling to sit up. A little while later, he finally managed to rise from the ground, defiance burning in his eyes. This time, I'll show you some real ninjutsu, he said through gritted teeth, preparing to challenge them again. But as he looked around, he realized that, except for Hinata, the other children had already disappeared without a trace. Are you okay? Hinata asked softly. It's just a scratch. Nothing to worry about, Naruto replied, forcing a smile as he rubbed his swollen eyelid. Despite the pain, he felt a small comfort in his heart. Hinata's concern had eased his loneliness, if only a little. Hinata carefully straightened out the scarf that had been torn to shreds by the children, then gently handed it back to Naruto. I'm so sorry. They ruined your scarf. I really am sorry. I'll try my best to fix it. Don't worry about it, Naruto replied with a warm smile, his eyes shining with kindness. By the way, what are you doing here all alone? Why have you been crying? Hinata hesitated, confusion flickering in her eyes. So, where's your home? Naruto pressed on. Hinata shook her head softly, offering no answer. Naruto let out a small sigh. Well, I guess there's no helping it. Come on, I'll take you home. He took Hinata's hand, and together they walked side by side through the snowy world, leaving a trail of warm footprints behind. Before long, they arrived in front of the Grand Hugo estate. Naruto looked up at the imposing mansion with curiosity and asked, You have such a big house. Why were you crying? Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's sudden question. She lowered her head, unsure of how to reply. My home is tiny, and I'm often by myself, Naruto said with a small, wry smile, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. I used to cry too, but not anymore. So you gotta cheer up, okay? Hang in there. With that, he waved goodbye to Hinata, his footsteps fading away with a light, cheerful rhythm. Half a year later, without any guidance, and fueled by resentment toward the villagers who had always looked at him with cold eyes, Naruto began causing mischief. Around the village, he would leave bold, colorful graffiti outside shop doors, streaks of paint standing out sharply against the ordinary streets. What on earth happened here? Early one morning, the villagers who had once sneered at Naruto opened their shops to find graffiti covering the streets. Shock and anger mixed on their faces. Hif. Uzumaki Naruto strikes again. Naruto stood mischievously atop the village bridge, swinging a paint bucket and brush, his gaze daring as he looked down at the villagers below. Just you wait, I'm going to be Hokage one day. Are you kidding me? Get back here, the villagers shouted in anger. Damn it, it's him again. Every time, he turns the village upside down. Someone muttered through clenched teeth, annoyance flickering in their eyes. He's nothing but a big troublemaker. Another chimed in, and the villagers all nodded, their faces full of frustration and weariness. Come to think of it, isn't he? Someone trailed off, as if brushing up against an unspoken taboo. Yeah, that's the one, another person answered, confirming the suspicion. That kid doesn't have any parents. Who are we supposed to complain to? Someone finally voiced the uncomfortable truth. I heard he has an older sister who looks after him. Let's go find her. We need to make sure she compensates us properly. The villagers made up their minds and prepared to seek an explanation from Uchiha Hikari. That's right. The crowd responded in agreement, ready to confront Naruto's sister together. A bunch of idiots. There's no way they'll ever find Sister Hikari. Naruto muttered under his breath, leaping down from the bridge and slipping into a side alley. Nearby, a small child was holding hands with family on their way to school, their face beaming with happiness. Naruto watched the child's cheerful smile in silence. His own lips pressed into a thin line as a flicker of envy and loneliness passed through his eyes. He turned away, his shoulders heavy with disappointment, and quietly made his way home. Naruto, I've left this month's living expenses on the table. Be sure to spend it wisely, Hikari said early that morning, setting a money-filled envelope on the table. She fastened the last of her ninja gear and tied up her long hair, ready to head out for her mission. Hey sis, Naruto suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Hikari paused at the doorway, turning her gaze back to him. Why don't I have a mom or dad? Naruto stepped closer to his sister, his eyes filled with longing and confusion. Who are they? What kind of people were my parents? Naruto, Hikari froze, her hands slipping from the door handle. A storm of complicated emotions flickered across her face. Helplessness, heartache, and, most of all, guilt. She fell silent for a moment, then slowly turned back and sat down in front of Naruto. Tears had already slid down her cheeks, dotting her clothes with dark, wet spots. I'm sorry. Naruto, your father and mother have gone somewhere very far away. It'll be a long, long time before they can come back, she choked out, her voice thick with sorrow and helplessness. Sis Hikari, for the first time, Naruto saw his sister so heartbroken, and a wave of fear washed over him. He was afraid that if he asked any more, he might lose the person most important to him in the world. I understand, Sis Hikari. I won't ask again. Go ahead with your mission. Just remember to come home early tonight. Naruto replied sensibly, trying in his small way to comfort her. Naruto, Hikari whispered, biting her lip as she turned away. Deep down, she knew that no matter how carefully she cared for Naruto, no one could ever take the place of a mother and father in a child's heart. Not long after, at the Ninja Academy, children gathered together, laughing and playing. Naruto approached them with hope shining in his eyes, eager to join in. Hey, what's everyone up to? He asked with a bright smile, his face full of longing for acceptance. It's Naruto. Don't come over here, one child said, the rejection clear in their voice. Why? I guess it's fine if I join you, right? If you're playing, take me with you too. Naruto tried to smooth over the awkwardness with a smile, though deep down a dull ache throbbed in his chest. Why should we play with you? Another child replied coldly, his voice heavy with disdain. You all look like you're having so much fun together. I just want to join in too. Naruto did his best to keep his smile, hoping to fit in. We already told you to stay away. Don't you get it? The children's voices grew sharp, their tone cutting. Listen up. You're absolutely not allowed to follow us. We're leaving. With those words, they scattered, leaving Naruto standing all alone. A wave of loneliness and disappointment washed over Naruto, but he refused to give up. He kept reminding himself of Sister Hikari's words, to take a step forward, to carve out a path of his own, and to one day earn everyone's recognition. After school, Naruto wandered alone through the bustling streets, his gaze drawn to the intricate masks displayed in a shop window. Just as he stepped closer, the shopkeeper shoved him away roughly, and he tumbled hard onto the ground. Ow, that hurts. Why did you push me like that? Naruto rubbed his aching knee, puzzled and hurt. What are you doing, getting so close? You're nothing but bad luck, the shopkeeper shouted, his eyes brimming with impatience and disgust. What do you mean? I just wanted to look at the masks. Naruto tried to explain, but before he could finish, the shopkeeper had already lost his patience. If you like things like this, go pick them up from the trash. Don't come near my shop again, you bringer of misfortune. Get lost. The shopkeeper grabbed a mask and smashed it against Naruto's head. The sharp sound of breaking shards rang in Naruto's ears. A crowd began to gather, their faces twisted with revulsion, watching him as if he were some unwanted outcast. Naruto scooped up the broken pieces, glaring furiously at everyone around him. Why? Why do you all look at me like that? I'm not a disease, and I'm not a burden. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and you'd better remember it, he shouted, his voice brimming with hurt and defiance. Naruto dashed away and found himself at the park where he usually played with Shikamaru and Choji. Out of breath, he tried to steady his heart. Yo, Naruto, what's up? Why are you running so fast? Shikamaru called out, looking as sleepy as ever, clearly baffled. Shikamaru, Choji, you two are always together, aren't you? Naruto tried to sound casual, hoping to steer the conversation away from his troubles. What can I do? It's a drag, but some people avoid Choji and won't play with him. So I stick with him. Shikamaru shrugged, a faint note of resignation in his voice. Choji too. Naruto was surprised. He hadn't realized Choji faced the same kind of exclusion. Hey, everyone's here. Kiba arrived, his loyal dog Akamaru by his side, breaking the silence. Kiba, what brings you here? Naruto asked, what are you guys up to? Kiba replied with a bright grin, his eyes sparkling with energy. I'm out walking, Akamaru. What about you all? Shikamaru answered, we just ran into each other, haven't decided what to do yet. Let's play hide and seek. But Kiba, you can't be... Having Akamaru is totally unfair, Naruto suggested. I know, but we can only play for a little while. If I'm late going home, my mom will make a huge fuss, Kiba said, a touch of resignation in his voice. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru played wildly together in the park, their laughter and cheerful shouts drawing other children to join them. Children are naturally drawn to group activities, and before long, their small circle grew into a lively gathering. Time slipped by like water, and before they knew it, the sky was painted with the golden afterglow of sunset. One by one, parents arrived at the park to take their children home. Naruto watched those hand-in-hand figures receding into the distance, their laughter lingering in the air as the sun dipped lower. He stood alone, rooted to the spot, his heart a swirl of emotions, not quite sure what to do with himself. Shikamaru, Choji, and the others noticed this scene, a flicker of sympathy passing through their eyes. Shikamaru, time to go home, Narashikaku called out. Dad, I got a question, Shikamaru said on their way back, curiosity shining in his eyes as he looked at his father. What is it? Shikako paused and turned to look at his son. Why does everyone avoid Naruto? Did he do something wrong? Shikamaru finally voiced the question that had been on his mind, his tone tinged with confusion. Shikaku was silent for a long moment before he spoke slowly. Shikamaru, what do you think of him? Well, I don't really have any particular thoughts. He's kind of clueless, but he's fun to be around. I don't especially want to be best friends with him, but I don't think he deserves to be excluded either. Sometimes, seeing him get the cold shoulder, I feel a bit sorry for him. Shikamaru replied, his voice carrying a trace of uncertainty. I see. Shikaku smiled gently. Then just do what feels right to you. Shikamaru nodded. He understood now that some things you have to judge and choose for yourself, not just follow the crowd. He turned, ran up to Naruto, and reached out his hand. Naruto, want to walk home together? Our houses are on the same way, right? Shikamaru? Naruto's eyes flashed with surprise. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I'm late. Just then, a voice called out behind them. It was Mitsuki Uchiha, hurrying over, arms full of groceries, sweat beading on her forehead, and apology written all over her face. Mitsukine? Naruto snorted and turned away, not wanting to look at her, a hint of childish complaint lingering in his heart. You promised this morning you'd come back early. I'm really sorry, really. Lord Third was especially long-winded today, constantly pestering me to become a team leader jonin, so I ended up coming home late. Uchiha Hikari apologized while carefully looking Naruto up and down, concern etched on her face. Nothing happened today, right? Did any of the villagers give you trouble? She noticed a few new scrapes on Naruto's forehead and felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Nothing happened at all, really. Let's go, Shikamaru. Naruto placed his hands behind his head, strolling home with a carefree look. So, Hikari, you're going to be a team leader jonin soon? Nara Shikaku asked with a hint of amusement, his eyes shining with interest. Time really flies, doesn't it? No, I already barely have enough time to take care of Naruto. How could I possibly look after 3 more students? Uchiha Hikari scratched her head, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Well, you know, that kid has grown a lot stronger when you weren't looking. Sometimes letting go a bit can really help him grow. Nara Shikaku spoke earnestly, then followed after the 2 children, his footsteps slow and thoughtful. Left standing alone, Uchiha Hikari watched Naruto and Shikamaru's figures as they disappeared into the distance, Shikaku's words echoing in her mind. Sunlight poured over every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. The streets bustled with people, laughter and cheerful voices filling the air. Little Naruto tugged at Hikari's sleeve, curiosity shining in his eyes. Sister Hikari, why is the village so lively today? I heard that the Cloud Village sent envoys for peace talks. They're supposed to sign some kind of treaty, Hikari replied, glancing around. Look, all the major clans of the Leaf are out celebrating. I see, Naruto said, scanning the crowd. But the Hyuga clan isn't here. Oh, Hikari looked around and realized he was right. The ones with the Byakugan were nowhere to be seen among the revelers. That's impressive, Naruto. How did you notice? Well, even Sasuke is here, but that girl in our class with the white eyes isn't, Naruto said. A girl? Huh. Suddenly, Hikari had an idea. Naruto, do you like that girl? Not really. She just doesn't look at me the way everyone else does. Like she hates me. So I don't mind her, Naruto replied, shaking his head lightly. But if you're asking which girl I really like, Sakura is still the cutest. Geez, your relationships are kind of complicated, Hikari said, rubbing her temples and giving Naruto a look of mixed amusement and exasperation. So, should we go see what that Hyuga girl is up to? Why? I don't really want to, Naruto frowned. Don't worry about it. Just come with me, Hikari said, scooping Naruto up in her arms and heading in the direction of the Hyuga compound. She wanted to look into the girls who were around Naruto, especially the one who hadn't shown up today, 0.5 years ago, when Kushina and Minato's beloved child was born. Uchiha Hikaru once thought that this child must be Boruto. But after learning Naruto's name in the village hidden in the rain, Hikaru thought carefully and realized that the timing and the prophecy of the great Toad Sage were off by more than 20 years. At this thought, Hikaru's mind churned like fallen leaves caught in a gale, unable to find peace. If her guess was correct, Naruto's child would indeed be Boruto, but she had no idea who Boruto's mother might be. She feared that a single, tiny mistake could cause Boruto to vanish completely from the world's course, rendering all her years of effort as fragile and fleeting as a soap bubble. Because of this, she regarded every girl around Naruto with extraordinary attentiveness. The Hyuga clan, a time-honored family hidden deep within the Leaf Village, possessed secret techniques in their veins, most notably the Byakugan, whose power set them apart. Among their ancient traditions was a secret technique passed down through generations, the caged bird seal. Like an insurmountable shackle, it tightly bound the clan's bloodline. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, twin brothers, saw their fates diverge solely because of the order in which they were born. Hayashi, as the firstborn, was entrusted with the duties of the main family. Hizashi, though only moments younger, was destined for the branch family's lesser status. From the age of 4, children of the branch family bore the mark of the caged bird seal on their foreheads, a symbol of fate, serving not only as a safeguard for the clan's bloodline, but as a sentence upon the lives of its bearers. On this day, within the Hyuga compound, a celebration was quietly unfolding, hidden from outsiders. Hinata, Hyuga, the little princess of the family, was celebrating her birthday. Unlike the lively festivities seen elsewhere in the village, the Hyuga ceremony was more an act of passing down tradition and responsibility. After the celebration, Hayashi personally instructed Hinata within the clan grounds, teaching her the secrets of the Byakugan and the art of taijutsu. Nearby, Hizashi and Niji, both important members of the clan, watched with unwavering focus. So that's it. That child is Uchiha Hikaru, holding little Naruto by the hand, nimbly hid atop the Hyuga mansion's eaves, watching the scene below. Usually reserved and almost invisible in the crowd, Hinata was now entirely absorbed in her training, her form in the sunlight radiating a quiet resilience. Hikaru's first impression of this girl was nothing short of admiration. Hinata usually doesn't say much and barely stands out, but I never thought she'd work this hard at home, little Naruto said, clenching his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. I can't lose to her either. Sister Hikaru, can we start taijutsu training too when we get back? You're absolutely right, Hikaru replied with a gentle smile, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze shifted toward the other side of the Hyuga estate. Over there, a shadowy figure was secretly watching Hinata, moving with such caution and stealth that it seemed determined not to be discovered. That forehead protector, are they from the Cloud Village? Uchiha Hikaru quietly activated her Sharingan. Weren't they here for peace talks? Why would they send someone to investigate the Hyuga clan? Killing intent. Just as Uchiha Hikaru was puzzling over the situation, inside the courtyard, Hayashi Hyuga suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent, and it was coming from where Hizashi Hyuga stood. Seeing Hizashi activate his Byakugan, Hayashi didn't hesitate. He formed a single hand seal and triggered the caged bird seal on Hizashi's forehead. Hizashi immediately clutched his head, crying out in agony as if 1,000 needles were stabbing into his mind. My head hurts so much. Father. Niji dropped to his knees beside Hizashi, his face filled with worry and helplessness. Father, what's wrong? The entire Hyuga estate was instantly plunged into tense silence. Hizashi, you dare to have murderous intent toward Hinata? Hayashi's voice was cold as frost. He shielded Hinata behind him like a lion protecting its cub. According to clan law, you should be put to death. But today, I'll let you off, you insolent fool. It's Hinata's birthday, and I don't want to see bloodshed. The Branch family would do well to remember their fate. With those icy words, Hayashi swept his sleeve and led Hinata away from the courtyard, leaving behind the anguished Hizashi and Niji. The air hung heavy with sorrow and oppression. Father! Niji's sobs echoed through the silent courtyard, full of grief. Up on the eaves, Uchiha Hikaru and little Naruto had witnessed the whole scene. Hikaru let out a sigh, tinged with helplessness. Well, now the misunderstanding has gotten much worse. What's wrong, Sister Hikaru? Naruto asked, confusion shining in his eyes. The killing intent just now was actually from the hidden cloud ninja hiding behind the wall. But it looks like Hinata's father misunderstood. Hikaru explained, her eyes glimmering with thought. Then let's hurry and explain things to them. Naruto said anxiously. That's not possible. The cloud ninja ran off as soon as they were discovered. Besides, we're not supposed to be spying here in the first place. If we show ourselves now, we'll just get caught. Hikaru shook her head. Some problems can't be solved by rushing and headlong. But Hinata's cousin and his father are really pitiful. Sister Hikaru, can't you think of a way to help them? Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope, unwilling to see innocent people suffer. Well, Hikaru scratched her head, Naruto's words tugging at her heart. Looking at Niji, whose tears brimmed with frustration, she relented. All right, let's wait a bit longer. If there's a chance, we'll help explain the truth to his father together. How about that? Okay. Naruto's face broke into a brilliant, joyful smile. The two of them waited until nightfall, when the hustle and bustle of the Hyuga household finally quieted down. Night draped its veil over the village, and a profound silence settled in. Uchiha Hikaru and little Naruto remained hidden in the shadows, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, locked unwaveringly onto the Hyuga estate. Originally, she had planned to wait until the dead of night to reveal the truth, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding between Hayashi and Hizashi. Yet fate seems to delight in playing tricks. Just as they were preparing to act, the familiar figure from earlier that day appeared once more. This time, however, the Cloud Shinobi was not alone. He led a small squad, slipping silently into Hinata's room without a trace. Hikaru sis, what are they doing? Naruto's voice quivered with tension, his gaze glued to the intruder's every move. They're taking Hinata away. Hikaru's pupils contracted sharply, the Sharingan flickering with a strange light in the darkness. Naruto, let's go after them. Even before the words left her lips, she vanished like a bolt of lightning, with Naruto following close behind as they tailed the Cloud Ninja. Hikaru moved as lightly as a wraith, gliding over the rooftops of Konoha without a sound, her presence blending seamlessly into the night air. The Cloud Shinobi had no idea they were being pursued. Believing their mission to be secret, they failed to notice that they were already in Hikaru and Naruto's sights. Naruto's heart was filled with worry. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing while Hinata was in danger. Under the cloak of night, Hikaru and Naruto raced through the moonlight like twin gusts of wind, their minds set on a single goal: to rescue Hinata before the Cloud Shinobi could escape Konoha and to clear Hisashi's name. As the two drew closer, the Cloud team's vigilance reached its peak. Suddenly, they spun around to confront their relentless pursuers. A sharp command rang out. Lightning style, thunderclap wave. In a blinding flash, powerful lightning chakra surged through the air, hurtling toward Hikaru and Naruto. But Hikaru's Sharingan had already seen everything. At the instant she glimpsed the hand seals reflected in her eyes, she scooped up Naruto and slipped past the deadly attack like a phantom. Those eyes. Sharingan? A blonde Uchiha. I've never heard of such a thing. One of the Cloud Ninjas muttered in shock, unease creeping into his voice. Whoever she is, some of you stay and hold them off. I'll take the Byakugan and go. Another hissed, eager to escape in the chaos. No one is getting away, Hikaru declared, her Sharingan spinning beneath the moonlight. In the next instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifested. Her ocular power surged forth, and the black flames of Amaterasu erupted, instantly reducing the enemies in front of her to ashes. How is this possible? She actually possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Cloud Ninja, who had been holding Hinata, was stunned for a moment. He immediately let her go, his katana crackling with lightning. With a few agile leaps, he used the cover of the trees to evade Amaterasu's gaze, closing the distance until he confronted Uchiha Hikari face to face. Under the pale moonlight, the two shadows clashed, blades flashing and sparks flying. Each exchange revealed just how fierce and urgent this battle truly was. It's over, Uchiha Hikari declared, her voice cold and detached. Although the Cloud Ninja wielded a chakra blade that could cut through anything, Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan Jinjutsu was equally unstoppable. With just a single glance, the confidence in the ninja's eyes was extinguished. He was lost in an endless illusion. It's time to go, Naruto, Hikari said quietly. She gripped the Cloud Ninja by the collar and began dragging him in the direction of Konoha. Okay, little Naruto responded obediently. He carefully picked up the sleeping Hinata, following closely behind Hikari, his excitement bubbling over. Sister Hikari, you're amazing. You took down so many Jonin in an instant. If you work hard at your training, you could do it too, Naruto, Hikari replied with a gentle smile. On their way back, night had fully set in. Unexpectedly, they ran into a group of Hyuga clan members hurrying toward them, including Hayashi and his brother. Their eyes were filled with worry and confusion, and only when they saw Hikari and Naruto did some relief appear in their expressions. Minatos, Hayashi began, looking at Naruto and Hikari with puzzlement. What exactly happened here? Earlier today, Cloud Ninja were scouting in your compound. Lord Hisashi sensed killing intent, so he activated his Byakugan. But you misunderstood and used the cage bird seal to stop him. After that, as you can see, the Cloud intended to use the peace talks as a cover to steal the Byakugan. For the details, you should ask this guy. As she spoke, Hikari tossed the remaining Cloud Ninja at Hayashi's feet. So that's how it was. What a foolish mistake I made, Hayashi murmured, regret clouding his face as he looked at his brother. It's all right, brother. You were only acting out of concern for Hinata's safety. I understand, Hisashi reassured him. In any case, this is a serious matter. We must report it to the third Hokage at once, Hayashi said gravely. Since you two are involved, you'll have to come with us. Hikari glanced at Naruto. Looks like we have no choice. Let's go with them. Together, they made their way to the Hokage's residence. Inside the office, the third Hokage sat with a dark, forbidding expression, the atmosphere so heavy it felt as if the very air might freeze. He slowly looked up, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Hikari and Naruto, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. Tell me everything that happened, in detail, the third Hokage commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. Uchiha Hikaru and Naruto exchanged a glance, and then Hikaru began to recount everything that had happened that day, describing each detail as clearly as possible, omitting only the part about using the Sharingan. The third Hokage listened quietly, his face shifting between gravity and contemplation. When the story was finished, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment before speaking. The cloud. Ninja have been killed, but the envoy from the land of lightning arrived before you did, and has already come to question us. They deny any attempt to kidnap Lady Hinata. As this news spread, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, their anger barely contained. Those cloud ninjas, how shameless, turning the tables and denying everything. Are they really going to deny it to the end? The third Hokage was silent for a while, his gaze sharp as he asked, "You mentioned earlier that you captured a cloud ninja alive. Where's that person now?" "He took poison and committed suicide during interrogation," Hayashi replied, his voice tinged with regret that could not be concealed. "Now, there's truly no one left to testify," an elder of the Hyuga clan murmured softly, his words weighing heavy in the air. "What demand have they made?" Hayashi pressed on. "They demand the body of the Hyuga clan leader who killed the Cloud Ninja," the third Hokage answered, his voice cold. "If we refuse, every agreement reached in these peace talks will be void." What kind of twisted logic is that? It wasn't Lord Hayashi who killed those Cloud Ninjas, it was that girl. Why should Lord Hayashi bear the blame for all of this? The Hyuga clan's members burned with righteous anger, their eyes sharp as they all turned to look at Uchiha Hikaru. Sensing the hostile stares directed at Hikaru, young Naruto immediately rushed in front of her, spreading his arms wide to shield her, his voice unwavering. "Don't you dare bully Sister Hikaru." Naruto. Hikaru gazed at the small figure standing protectively before her, a surge of warmth flooding her heart. So young, yet already willing to stand up for what's important. You really are growing up. Naruto-kun, standing beside Hayashi. Hinata's eyes were also filled with worry and concern. She spoke softly, her voice gentle yet strong enough for everyone present to feel the purity of her kindness. Lord Third, from the very start, the Cloud intended to kidnap Hinata and frame the Hyuga for the death of their own ninja. Now, there seem to be only two ways to resolve this. Either Lord Hayashi sacrifices himself, or Miss Hikaru does. The Hyuga elder spoke heavily, his tone full of helplessness. "I believe the Land of Lightning is simply using this as a pretext to provoke war. Konoha has lost the fourth Hokage, and our Jinchuriki is still too young. They've seen their chance and are trying to stir up trouble while we're vulnerable." Hayashi Hyuga's eyes moved between the children and the others present, then finally grew resolute. "It seems there's no other way. If my life alone can bring peace to the entire village." "You're prepared to sacrifice yourself, Hayashi?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was filled with disbelief. "Wait, Hayashi, don't make such a hasty decision," the Hyuga clan elder interjected anxiously. "The Hyuga bloodline limit is one of the village's greatest assets. If your body is handed over and there's no caged bird seal, the Byakugan will fall into enemy hands. But if we insist on protecting our bloodline at the cost of letting a young life die needlessly..." Hayashi's gaze landed on Uchiha Hikari, the genius girl whose quick action had saved Hinata. His heart filled with compassion for her. "I understand your concerns," the elder replied gravely, "but the very reason the branch family exists is for moments like this." He turned his attention to Hizashi Hyuga. "If we give Hizashi's body as a substitute, we can prevent the enemy from seizing the Byakugan and protect the innocent at the same time. But if the Land of Lightning finds out they can't obtain the Byakugan, they'll never accept this so easily." Hayashi's voice trembled with anxiety and worry. He understood all too well the risks and consequences, and more than anything, he couldn't bear to lose his brother. "We know all too well how the Land of Lightning might react," the Hyuga elder replied in a low voice. "But their demand is simply for a corpse. On the surface, they'll have no further excuse to press us. After all, we're complying with what they asked." But Hayashi trailed off, the conflict and pain in his heart written plainly on his face. "Hayashi," the elder said heavily, "for generations, the head of the Hyuga clan has relied on the branch family's power to protect our blood inheritance. Even between brothers, one must steel themselves to make these sacrifices. This is the fate of the main family. Everyone born into the Hyuga must face this destiny." Hayashi felt as if a heavy hammer struck his heart. At this moment, he was being forced to choose between his clan and his family, between duty and love. The air in the room had grown so heavy it was almost suffocating. Only Hinata clung tightly to both Hayashi and Hizashi, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Father, Uncle Hizashi, please, don't fight anymore," she pleaded. Uchiha Hikari's eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at Hinata. She then knelt down beside little Naruto, who stood protectively in front of her, and gently stroked his hair. "Naruto, Hinata's family is going through a terrible ordeal right now. Do you want to help her?" Of course I do." Naruto's concern was plain in his eyes. Is that so? Hikari murmured softly, a spark of determination flashing in her gaze. She cast a genjutsu on Naruto, and as Naruto suddenly collapsed to the ground, all eyes instantly turned to Uchiha Hikari, gazing at her in astonishment. Miss Hikari, where are you? Someone began. Lord Hayashi, Lord Hizashi. Uchiha Hikari slowly stood, her tone solemn and resolute. This matter began because I accidentally killed a ninja from the hidden cloud. Since sacrifice is inevitable, let me bear it alone. Konoha cannot allow the hidden cloud to obtain the Byakugan, but neither do we wish to start a war. As long as I, a talented young ninja of Konoha's new generation, die in their stead, the hidden cloud will have no excuse. What? Hayashi Hyuga's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief. You still have Naruto to take care of, and a bright future ahead. Why sacrifice yourself for this? Uchiha Hikari lowered her head, walked to Hinata's side, and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. I'm not doing this for you, she said softly, but for Naruto and Hinata's future. Naruto treasures his friends deeply and can't bear to see them grieve. As for me, I've decided to honor this child's feelings. Her words were like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring waves of emotion that left everyone present momentarily speechless. Moonlight spilled like water across the rooftops. Hikari's figure, poised against the night, seemed especially light and ethereal. She leapt out the window, landing gracefully near the eaves, then turned to face everyone inside. Her golden hair shimmered gently beneath the moon's glow. With her hands folded behind her back, she smiled, a hint of tenderness mingled with unwavering determination in her voice. If Naruto ever asks about the truth, please tell him for me. I didn't choose to sacrifice myself because of his words, but of my own will. As a ninja who protects Konoha, I chose to die for the village. And please tell him I'm sorry that I can no longer stay by his side to look after him. With that, the corners of her lips curved in a faint, serene smile. Then, as if missing her step, she silently slipped from the eaves and vanished into the darkness below. Wait, Miss Hikari. Hayashi's voice echoed through the night as he rushed to the edge of the roof and looked down. There, in a pool of moonlit blood, Uchiha Hikari lay motionless. The light of life had quietly faded from her. Lord Third, with your strength, could you not have stopped that child just now? Someone asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly approached, his face hidden in the shadow beneath the Hokage's hat. He spoke softly. That child had already resolved herself to protect Hinata and Niji's father, and to safeguard Konoha's peace, she gave her life. Turning toward the Hokage rock, where the fourth's face gazed down over the village, his voice was heavy with a deep sigh. Truly worthy of being the fourth's kin. But now, after I die, how can I ever face you? Minato. The third Hokage's words were laden with guilt and sorrow, for Konoha stood at a crossroads, caught between generations. All three of Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciples, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, have left the village. With Minato gone as well, Konoha now lacks elite fighters, and there is no Jinchuriki available to prepare for war. In contrast, Kimogakure boasts the fourth Raikage, A, and the perfect Jinchuriki killer B, as well as Yujito Ni. Their strength is far beyond what Konoha can match at this moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi knows all too well that, for the sake of protecting Konoha, he has no choice but to swallow his pride and compromise. This is also why he did not stop Uchiha Hikari from sacrificing herself. He understands that, given the circumstances, this is the only way to safeguard the village. Lord Third, about Naruto. Hayashi Hyuga held the sleeping Naruto in his arms, his voice thick with pain and reluctance. Take him home for now, Hiruzen replied in a grave tone. He personally ordered the retrieval of Uchiha Hikari's body and handed it over to the delegation from the Land of Lightning, hoping to settle the conflict. As night fell over Konoha, a heavy silence descended on the village. Beneath the shadow of a hidden tree, a swirling rift in space slowly turned, and Obito, with his long hair and orange mask, appeared quietly atop a branch. At his side, a white Zetsu slowly rose from the ground. What a dramatic exit! Little Hikari, Obito murmured, his voice low and laden with complicated emotions behind the mask. Uchiha Hikari, her black hair ruffled by the night breeze, appeared silently behind Obito. Obito chuckled. White Zetsu's ability is truly handy. That body, the third Hokage will never be able to tell if it's real or fake. Hikari's Sharingan fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi in the distance. All these years have passed, and that man is as weak as ever. Entrusting Konoha to someone like him was a mistake from the start. It doesn't really matter what happens to the third, but Are you sure about handling Naruto this way? Obito's voice held a trace of concern. Hikari smiled faintly. Naruto's a strong child, he'll understand. But now, there's no one left to protect him, Obito pointed out. It's all right. He still has the Nine Tails. Right now, Naruto is too young, and the Nine Tails has stayed quiet because it's waiting for Naruto's body to become strong enough to handle its chakra. When that day comes, it'll teach him how to control the beast's power. Isn't this the bit too harsh for Naruto? A hint of worry crept into Obito's tone. Besides, many have their eyes on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now that you've left, Danzo is bound to make his move. There's nothing to worry about, Hikari said with a gentle smile. After what's happened, the third will only pay even closer attention to Naruto. Danzo won't dare touch Hiruzen's bottom line. And even if Naruto is ever in real danger, the Nine Tails itself will step in to protect him. To be on the safe side, I left a few of White Zetsu's spores on Naruto, and I also marked the space near him, Obito said coldly. You must have left a flying thunder god mark on that child as well, right? Of course. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, then shifted her gaze toward the direction of the Uchiha clan. Speaking of which, Obito, how are things going with the Uchiha clan? It's already a tangled mess. Obito replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice. The Uchiha have been pushed to the outskirts of the village. As members of the police force, they've made enemies among many villagers. Their reputation in the village is even worse than Naruto's, and he's the Jinchuriki. At this rate, an internal conflict is only a matter of time. Uchiha Hikaru fell silent for a while, then let out a soft sigh. No sooner is one wave quelled than another rises. They had just managed to ease tensions between the land of fire and the land of lightning, and now the shadow of a coup within the Uchiha clan was quietly approaching. Trouble seemed endless, forcing her to face one challenge after another. I found a hidden place to stay within the clan. Let's head there first. Obito's voice broke the stillness of the night. That's a good idea, Hikaru nodded in agreement. The night was as dark as ink. At that moment, Obito silently activated his space-time ability. Hikaru followed closely behind, and together their figures gradually melted into the night. Just before she vanished, her gaze lingered on Naruto, filled with a deep, indescribable emotion, a mix of protection and trust. Only after a long moment did she slowly turn away. 7 years earlier, the smoke of the third great ninja war had not yet cleared. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by his son Itachi, stepped into this crucible of blood and fire. At just 5 years old, Itachi, under his father's guidance, faced a battlefield littered with corpses. Though he overcame his inner fear, his natural kindness compelled him to rescue anyone in need, friend or foe alike. Yet that kindness went unrewarded. One of the ninjas he saved turned on him, launching a sudden attack. Driven by instinct, Itachi drew his shuriken and ended the threat with a single strike. That was Itachi's last time on the battlefield. From that day, he understood the cruelty of the ninja world and began to search for the meaning of life. Afterward, the fame of the Yellow Flash brought the third great ninja war to an end. In the aftermath, to mourn the fallen, Konoha erected a monument in the cemetery, inscribing the names of every hero who had given their life for the village. At the funeral, Itachi happened to see Orochimaru and asked him about the meaning of life. But at that time, Orochimaru was already obsessed with the secrets of immortality. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Life has no meaning. For ordinary people, death is simply the end. Only eternal existence gives meaning." With that, Orochimaru quietly left, leaving Itachi standing alone, deep in thought as the wind whispered around him. Well, aren't you Uchiha Itachi from our generation? Before long, a gentle voice interrupted Itachi's thoughts. A girl with chestnut hair, a beauty marked by her eye, and dressed in a violet dress walked over to him, her face lit up with a warm smile. "Let's play together," she invited. But Itachi's mind was clearly elsewhere. He gave no reply and wandered off alone into the woods. The other children, curious, tossed pebbles his way, but he seemed utterly detached, oblivious to their playful mischief. Left behind was Uchiha Izumi, her face etched with worry. Itachi stood alone atop a cliff, where the wind howled as if whispering the harsh truths of life's impermanence. "If life has no meaning," he murmured, "then wouldn't it be perfectly natural for me to leap from here, to meet my end?" Confusion and uncertainty welled up inside him, as deep and unfathomable as the chasm below. Amidst the mournful cries of crows, Itachi's instinct to survive ultimately overcame his urge for self-destruction. He braced his fall against the rock face with a kunai, deftly lessening the impact, and landed safely at the bottom. In that moment, though pulled back from the brink of death, his heart was still crowded with questions. 2 years later, with the birth of his younger brother Sasuke, Itachi began to reconsider the meaning of life, from its beginning to its end. He yearned for answers, hoping to find a glimmer of clarity to dispel his inner confusion. On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, the Hidden Leaf Village was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Though the fourth Hokage bravely stopped the tailed beast bomb from striking the village, the shockwave still destroyed many buildings. In the midst of the raging storm, the fragility of life was laid bare. Carrying Sasuke, Itachi made his way toward the shelter. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered the girl in the violet dress who had greeted him at the funeral, Uchiha Izumi. In the chaos and panic, she appeared especially helpless, crying out for her family. This way, Itachi called out loudly. Izumi, her eyes brimming with tears, turned and spotted Itachi and the baby Sasuke in his arms. Itachi-kun, she whispered, a flicker of relief in her gaze. Hurry, that building's about to collapse. Itachi shouted urgently. Izumi quickly wiped her tears and ran to his side. As soon as she reached the safe area, the house behind them crashed down, sending dust billowing into the air. Itachi pulled Izumi close, shielding her as he led her into the shelter. Come on, I'll take you to safety, he said, his voice steady and resolute. Izumi was terrified, though she wanted to cling to Itachi's hand. Seeing the baby in his arms, she settled for gripping tightly to the hem of his shirt. Together, with the other villagers, they fled toward the safety of the shelter. Soon after, the chaos in the village finally subsided. The rising sun broke through the clouds, casting a gentle warmth and a ray of hope over the battered Hidden Leaf Village. Amid the ruins, Izumi found Itachi alone, seemingly lost in thought. She spoke softly, Itachi-kun, thank you for yesterday. I was only saved because of you. Itachi's gaze swept over Izumi, his eyes calm and quiet as still water. Is that so? Well, I'm glad you're not dead. Izumi was stunned by Itachi's indifferent response, but her attention was soon drawn to the adorable baby in his arms. Wow, so cute. Is that your little sister? She asked. It's my younger brother, Itachi corrected, while Sasuke, nestled in his arms, clung tightly to Itachi's collar and stared at Izumi with a sullen expression. Izumi pleaded, Can I hold him for a bit? No. Itachi refused flatly. Why not? Izumi protested, a hint of defiance in her voice. Because I don't want to make him cry, Itachi explained. Babies don't cry that easily, do they? Unconvinced, Izumi reached out and gently took Sasuke from Itachi's arms. The very next moment, Sasuke burst into tears, his tiny hands pushing at Izumi's face in protest, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Seeing this, Itachi took Sasuke back with a small smile. All right, don't cry. There, Sasuke. The instant Sasuke was back in Itachi's arms, his tears vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Watching this scene, Izumi couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration, her heart brimming with envy. How she wished she could be as close to Itachi as Sasuke was. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before long, Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy with outstanding talent, skipping grades to become a Konoha ninja. To celebrate this milestone, Fugaku Uchiha brought Itachi to the village's dango shop. However, just as the father and son arrived at the entrance, they saw a sign on the door, sold out. A flash of disappointment crossed Itachi's face. If it's sold out, there's nothing we can do, Fugaku said with an awkward chuckle. He patted Itachi on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Though a little disappointed, Itachi quickly composed himself. He looked up at his father and replied in a mature tone, It's all right, father. Itachi-kun. Uchiha Izumi's voice called from behind, interrupting the conversation. She stepped out of the shop, her face alight with excitement. Izumi. Itachi was surprised, but quickly regained his composure. It's not easy to run into you, Itachi-kun. This is a rare chance. Will you walk with me for a while? Izumi asked, her voice full of hope. Itachi hesitated, remembering he had planned to return home to practice the fireball jutsu with his father. Itachi, go spend some time with your friends. You can always train your ninjutsu later. Fugaku's timely encouragement reached Itachi's ears, and the warmth in his father's eyes touched his heart. I understand, father. Itachi nodded, then turned to Izumi with an affirmative look. Shall we go? Izumi beamed, her face glowing with happiness. She took Itachi's hand, and together they walked toward the wooden walkway by the river. Sunshine danced on the water's surface, shimmering with light. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and the world felt peaceful and beautiful. I'm sorry, Itachi-kun, Izumi said, turning to him with an apologetic look in her eyes. I interrupted you and your father just now. Did you have plans after this? Itachi shook his head gently. It's nothing, he said, his gaze settling on the dango in Izumi's arms. Speaking up, Izumi's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Come to think of it, ever since you became a genin, I haven't seen you much. I'm sorry, I never got the chance to celebrate properly, and I didn't even manage to congratulate you. I'm really sorry about that. You don't have to apologize so many times, Itachi replied with a soft smile. Well, this isn't much of a congratulatory gift, but if you don't mind, would you like a skewer? Izumi carefully unwrapped the package she was holding, revealing 3 small, colorful dango nestled together. She held them out to Itachi. These are from my mother's favorite dango shop, their signature 3-color dango. Itachi gazed at the dango in Izumi's hand, a swirl of emotions rising within him. Izumi noticed and looked a little awkward. She spoke quietly. Sorry, a talented prodigy like you, graduating early, excelling at everything, probably wouldn't eat sweet treats like these, the kind ordinary people enjoy. She pulled the dango back, a note of guilt in her voice. Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. But since I've already opened them, I'll just have one myself. Then, she opened her mouth, ready to pop the dango in. At that very moment, she suddenly noticed Itachi's gaze fixed on the dango in her hand. He swallowed, as if wrestling with himself. Izumi was caught off guard and a little embarrassed. Do you want you saw me? She offered the dango to him again, her eyes bright with hope and curiosity. Itachi turned his head, blushing, trying to hide his feelings. Izumi couldn't hold back a chuckle. A little while later, Izumi beamed at Itachi, as if she discovered something new and delightful. What is it? Is it that strange? Itachi asked quietly, rubbing his head, his cheeks still faintly red. Izumi shook her head, her eyes brimming with laughter. No, not at all. Even though we've known each other for a while, I never really knew what you liked. Now I do, and that makes me happy. What I like, it doesn't have anything to do with grades or gender, does it? Itachi replied softly, his blush deepening. Exactly. So, I'm sorry. Izumi replied with another bright laugh. Haha, sorry. Just now, the way you were staring so intently at the dango, it looked like you were about to activate your Sharingan. That expression was just priceless. Itachi turned away from her, refusing to meet her eyes, his ears turning an even deeper shade of red. I won't laugh anymore, Itachi, Izumi said, putting her hands behind her back and moving closer, her eyes gentle and apologetic. Sorry, really. To make it up to you, can I give you a gift? Is there anything you want? Something I want. Itachi turned to look at Izumi. Izumi nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. Itachi paused, meeting Izumi's gaze directly. In that moment, he suddenly realized how beautiful her eyes were. However, Izumi misunderstood his intention. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. I suppose it makes sense, she murmured. A prodigy like you, Itachi, must want something like the Sharingan. But I'm sorry, I can't give that to you. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with quiet regret. Just as Itachi was about to explain, a ninja approached from behind and interrupted with a loud call. Hey, the next mission's here. Stop flirting and let's go. Itachi stood up at the sound. Izumi tugged at the hem of his shirt, hesitant to let him go, afraid that it might be a long time before they'd meet again. Gathering her resolve, she looked straight at Itachi with earnest eyes and declared, Itachi, I can't give you the Sharingan, but I promise I'll pray for you every day. I hope you awaken your Sharingan soon. When that day comes, please let me offer my heartfelt congratulations. Her words, gentle as the spring sunlight, warmed Itachi's heart. He nodded, a wave of warmth rising within him. All right. Beside the Naka shrine, a river wound its way through the landscape. The young Shursui Uchiha was training Itachi in the art of tracking. Watching Itachi searching along the riverbank, Shursui chuckled. Itachi, that's a false trail. Leave it be and move on. So, it was a decoy, Itachi murmured, disappointment in his tone. He reproached himself. It seems I still have much to learn. At this rate, I'll never find the enemy on my own. I need to master more tracking skills. His voice was earnest and determined. Shursui smiled. You're so talented, Itachi. Maybe that's why you've never really considered how those with less talent might think. Tracking skills matter. Yes, but so does understanding the mind of one who's fleeing. Sometimes, even without tracking, you can outmaneuver them by anticipating their moves. Is that so? Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Whenever Itachi had spare time after missions, he would train with Shursui. Under Shursui's guidance, Itachi's mind began to open his perspective broadening. Shursui's wisdom and kindness shone like a guiding lamp, illuminating the confusion in Itachi's young heart. Gradually, Itachi's sense of duty expanded beyond his family. He wanted to protect the entire village. He discovered his true aspiration to put an end to the world's endless wars. Without war, there would be far fewer deaths, and every life could shine with its fullest meaning. Yet, Fate's path is never predictable. During one mission, Itachi lost 2 teammates. Grief and despair crashed over him like an unstoppable tide. Seeing this, Shursui comforted him, not only with gentle words, but with the care of an older brother, patiently healing the wounds within Itachi's heart. In those days with Shursui by his side, Itachi found a peace and reassurance he had never known before. During this period, Itachi learned to think about justice in a more relative way and discovered the importance of seeing things from others' perspectives. Every word of Shursui's guidance took root in Itachi's heart like a seed, allowing him to face the complexities of the world with greater composure and insight. Sadly, their peaceful days discussing the future did not last long. Suspicion and unease from the upper echelons of Konoha began to settle over the Uchiha clan like a thick storm cloud. After the Nine Tails attack, Konoha suspected that someone had used the Sharingan to manipulate the beast into launching its devastating attacks. As a result, the Uchiha became the primary targets of suspicion and exclusion. Ultimately, pushed by Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha stronghold was mercilessly relocated to the outskirts of the village. In the shadows, the seeds of resentment quietly began to sprout. It was during this turbulent time that both Konoha and the Uchiha recognized Itachi's remarkable abilities. He was forced onto the path of a double agent, joining the Umbu. One side of him silently protected the village, while the other bore the heavy burden of spying on his own clan. Caught between light and shadow, his spirit was tested as never before. Against this backdrop, one day, on the cliff beside Naka River's waterfall, Itachi met Shursui, who now had only one eye left. After a heartfelt conversation, Itachi finally learned the truth. Shursui had once cherished the innocent hope of using his eye technique, Koto Emitsukami, to stop Fugaku Uchiha's coup. Yet, through Danzo's manipulations and greed, he had lost the very eye that carried that hope. Shursui's expression was grave. Itachi, the Uchiha coup is now inevitable. If Konoha descends into civil war, other nations will surely seize the opportunity. The specter of war will loom over us once again. His voice was heavy, yet unwavering. I had planned to use Koto Emitsukami to prevent all of this, but Danzo's suspicion and ambition have thwarted me. He gazed at Itachi, eyes brimming with trust and reluctant farewell. My left eye, I entrust it to you. Danzo will never let me live, so before it's taken from me, I leave it with the only person I trust. Please, Itachi, protect the village for me, and keep the Uchiha name alive. With those words, Shursui gently removed his left eye and solemnly placed it in Itachi's hands. Then, turning away, he walked slowly toward the edge of the cliff. His voice resolute. I will end all of this with my death. My final letter has already been written. If you truly consider me a friend, do not try to stop me. Shursui's figure, like a falling leaf, drifted down into the abyss below. Shursui, Itachi whispered into the night. The Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered in his eyes, bloodshot and brimming with sorrow as tears of blood traced down his cheeks. Shursui's passing crashed into the lake of Itachi's heart like a meteor, sending out waves of grief far deeper than sadness. In that moment, Itachi finally understood. The effort of trying to change individual minds alone could never resolve the profound and long-standing conflict. True peace could only be achieved by addressing the roots of hatred, with wisdom that reached far beyond what one person could offer. Itachi looked back at the full moon, an unprecedented resolve and decisiveness flashing in his eyes. That luminous moon seemed to mirror the depths of his own heart. For the honor of the Uchiha, for the peace of the village. Not long after, beneath the Naka River waterfall, a mysterious vortex pattern rippled across the water's surface as a rift in space and time slowly turned. Uchiha Hikaru and Obito stepped quietly out of the fissure. Gazing at Shursui, who floated in the lake, a deep shadow swept through Hikaru's eyes. I never thought even Shursui couldn't escape Danzo's treachery, he said, his voice heavy with regret and self-reproach. I got the intel from White Zetsu. Danzo has been hoarding quite a few Sharingan over the years, Obito replied, a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Hikaru clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. Danzo has always been a menace. I should have done whatever it took to eliminate him back then. It's my own naivety that led to this outcome. Easy, Hikaru, Obito soothed quietly. Things might not be as bad as they seem. With a wave of his hand, he summoned several White Zetsu. You lot bring Shursui ashore. Understood. The White Zetsu moved quickly, gently lifting Shursui from the lake and laying him on the bank. It seems Shursui is still alive, but Obito drew closer, gazing at Shursui's bloodied, mangled eye sockets, a storm of emotion in his heart. Danzo has already stolen Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. I never expected Danzo to act so fast. I didn't make it in time, Hikaru said, his voice heavy with disappointment as he approached. This isn't really on Danzo. Shursue went to negotiate with him on his own. That's why things turn out this way. It's not your fault, so don't blame yourself too much, Obito tried to comfort him. I know, Hikaru said softly, kneeling and gently touching Shursue's eyes. Shursue was just like me back then, too willing to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Those sanctimonious hypocrites. We never realized they were just hiding behind the name of Konoha, a bunch of incompetent men huddling together for warmth. With a long sigh, Hikaru looked up at Obito and asked, Any news about Uchiha Kagami's eyes? It took some work, but I managed to find them in one of Danzo's nutrient tanks in his laboratory, Obito replied in a low voice. From his cloak, he carefully produced a container holding a pair of Sharingan, his eyes tinged with curiosity. But tell me, why are you seeking these Sharingan? Kagami. He was once a student I cherished dearly, and Shursue is his descendant. Hikaru took the container from Obito, his tone weighed down with sorrow. To transplant the Sharingan of his own bloodline into Shursue. Consider it a meager attempt at redemption on my part. As she spoke, her movements were gentle. She carefully placed the Sharingan from the vessel into Shursue's hollow eye socket. Her hands moved swiftly, forming seals, and in an instant she summoned a slug. Working together with the Hashirama cells from White Zetsu, she infused Shursue's body with a steady stream of vitality. So that's how it works. Obito glanced at Uchiha Hikari's worried face and offered a quiet reassurance. There's no need to worry too much. The combination of Hashirama cells and the slug's healing will allow his wounds to recover quickly. Uchiha Hikari remained silent for a moment. Only when she saw the pallor fade from Shursue's face, his features slowly relaxing, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief and smile. Thank you, Obito. It's nothing. Obito waved his hand dismissively. Do you want to take Shursue back now? Let's settle him in your space-time dimension first. He needs a secure place to recover. All right. Obito nodded in agreement. He opened the entrance to a space-time realm and carefully placed Shursue inside. As he turned to leave, he paused and asked, Hikari, what will you do now? I want to return to the clan and see if there is still a chance to stop this civil war. Hikari's voice was resolute. She refused to abandon even the slightest hope. In that case, I'll head back to our clan's base and wait for you. When Shursue wakes, I'll have White Zetsu contact you right away, Obito promised. All right, Hikari replied softly. As Obito's figure melted into the swirling vortex of space-time and vanished from sight, Hikari lowered her head in quiet sorrow. Never had she imagined that the once glorious Uchiha clan would fall to such a state. Alone beneath the waterfall of the Naka River, she stood as ripples of unrest stirred endlessly in her heart. The next morning's dawn broke like the first bloom of spring, yet it failed to fully dispel the gloom hanging over the Uchiha. Itachi was about to step out the door when several self-important Uchiha shinobi appeared as suddenly as shadows. In their hands, they held a suicide note found at Shursue's home, their eyes full of suspicion and accusation. About Uchiha Shursue, who threw himself into the Naka River last night. What do you know? They thrust the heavy letter toward Itachi, their tone brooking no argument, as if interrogating a criminal rather than speaking to a fellow clansman. Inside, Itachi felt as if a tranquil lake had been shattered by a sudden stone, waves of turmoil rippling outward beneath the surface of his calm. If you have something to say it plainly. Do you suspect I killed Shursue? He paused, gazing directly at his clansman with eyes that shone with a maturity far beyond his years. That's right, brat. One of them answered, his voice edged with threat. Listen closely, Itachi. If you dare betray the clan, we will not forgive you. These words struck Itachi like a spark falling on dry grass, instantly igniting a blaze of anger in his heart. I could see that moment. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed alive. His eyes, deep as the midnight sky, dispatched those Uchiha elites who dared to provoke him in just a few swift moves, efficient and decisive, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Itachi lowered his gaze to the three men sprawled at his feet. In his eyes glimmered both disappointment for his clan's shallowness and arrogance, and a clear understanding of his own strength. You speak so righteously of the clan, he said, his voice steady, but it's your arrogance and self-importance, your ignorance of how deep my resolve runs, that have left you defeated here. Just then, Fugaku Uchiha happened to walk by. Stop, Itachi. What is going on here? He demanded. But before he could finish, Itachi's kunai flashed mercilessly, shattering the Uchiha clan crest before everyone's eyes. My patience for this tedious clan has run dry, Itachi declared, his voice low and unwavering, like a blade of ice cutting through the air, sending a chill through everyone present. This was the first time father and son stood in direct opposition. In Itachi's cold stare, there was nothing but resolve and unspeakable pain. He was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Inside him, anger and disappointment surged to their peak. "Brother, please stop." From behind a door, Sasuke peeked out, his voice soft and trembling with the helplessness and fear of a child. At once, Itachi's eyes softened. Seeing Sasuke's frightened face, his fury dissipated in an instant. He dropped to his knees, bowing an apology to his clansmen, every gesture betraying his disappointment. Yet his gaze lingered on Sasuke, a turmoil of emotions within, as if he wished to say much more than words could carry. "Sasuke, you must learn to see with your own eyes. See how shallow the pride of this clan truly is." Itachi understood all too well. Konoha's strength far surpassed that of the Uchiha. The reckless arrogance of his kinsmen, just like these so-called elites lying defeated, would only ignite the flames of civil war, and had already cost Shursui his life. Night fell, moonlight flowing like water. In the quiet of the Uchiha stone monument, Fugaku found Itachi lost in thought. The monument is inscribed with secrets of the Uchiha clan. Only those with the Sharingan can read it, and even then, only in part. With your Mangekyo Sharingan, you should be able to decipher even more. "Do you want me to tell you what it says?" Itachi asked, a trace of irony in his tone, as if testing his father's sincerity. "That won't be necessary," Fugaku replied, turning away. In the moonlight, his scarlet eyes burned like twin embers as he stared directly at Itachi. "Mangekyo? Father, you too?" Itachi's voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion. "It was during the Third Great Ninja War," Fugaku began, his voice deep and heavy. "A friend gave his life to save mine. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Only with blood and tears can it be awakened." His gaze settled on that ancient stone tablet. This tablet records the path to redemption for the Uchiha clan. Yet even those who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot decipher the words that follow. It seems we still have a long road ahead of us. Uchiha Fugaku let out a quiet sigh. Though we can only read part of it, anyone who tries should understand just what kind of twisted environment the Uchiha are trapped in right now, Itachi. "That still doesn't justify trying to overturn everything with force," Itachi replied, his voice steady and clear, like a cool spring washing away the unrest simmering. Within his clan, the village's leaders fear us, and so they persecute us. They fear the power of the Sharingan, Fugaku said, his tone tinged with bitterness and sorrow. There are indeed rumors in the village that the Uchiha would use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, Itachi acknowledged, knowing this was the root of the misunderstanding that haunted their clan. "That's nothing but a legend from Madara Uchiha's era. No one in the clan has attempted such a thing since," Fugaku explained. "Even so, Konoha's leaders remain haunted by ghosts of the past. It's their fear that has led them to isolate us. If that's the case, the only way to break free from this situation is for us to seize power ourselves." "Father, do you intend to become Hokage through force?" Itachi asked. "The old Taiima faction in the clan keeps pushing for it. I alone can't restrain them," Fugaku admitted, weariness clear in his voice. "To keep their ambitions in check, I've kept my possession of the Mangekyo a secret. If they ever found out, it would only fuel their desire for more." In the shadowy night, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered with an uncanny light. Suddenly, he cast a Genjutsu upon Itachi, forcing him to witness a terrifying vision. The militant Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails, bringing Konoha to its knees. The scene unfolded like a nightmare, sending shockwaves through Itachi's heart. Itachi fell to his knees, swept away by the overwhelming tide of a future both close at hand and impossibly distant, shaking him to his core as he stared in disbelief. "There are many in the clan who harbor deep resentment toward the moderates and the village leadership," Fugaku continued, his voice low and somber. "All of this traces back to the era of Lord Uchiha Mitsu, when the Taiima faction's extreme views weren't completely stamped out. Driven into a corner, these people are capable of anything. If conflict breaks out, both sides will suffer terrible losses." His eyes grew distant, shadowed by worry for what lay ahead. "But Itachi, as long as you're here, you have the power to catch the leadership off guard and seize control. There may be no way to avoid some fighting, but if you, as a member of the Umbu, lend your strength, we could bring about a bloodless revolution." "A bloodless revolution." Itachi's voice was barely above a whisper, heavy with inner turmoil and doubt. "Itachi, you are my son. Please, I beg you, save our clan." Fugaku's voice trembled with a quiet plea. It carried the last hope a father holds for his son, and the heavy trust a clan leader places upon the next generation. Itachi could not bring himself to say more. Laden with sorrow, he turned and left, the silence of the room settling heavily in his wake, with only Fugaku's lonely, sighing figure left behind. Before long, Uchiha Hikari's silhouette appeared quietly. She gazed in the direction where Itachi had gone, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, an interwoven tapestry of understanding and helplessness. Lady Hikari, I am sorry. It seems I have failed. Fugaku bowed his head, his voice tinged with guilt and resignation. Uchiha Hikari let out a gentle sigh. That child's mind has long transcended the boundaries of Uchiha and Konoha. He carries within him the hope to end all wars in the shinobi world. What a remarkable child. Itachi's ideals are admirable, but reality is pressing in on the Uchiha. This coup is no longer something I can stop with a mere word. Fugaku's tone was heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire clan on his shoulders. Tomorrow night, the hardliners will organize an attack to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Who knows how Konoha will respond? Uchiha Hikari replied. Konoha has long been wary of the Uchiha's intentions. Danzo now possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, so the Nine Tails will be of little use. The Uchiha coup is doomed to fail. Hearing this, Fugaku felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. Only now did he realize how naive he had been. Anxiously, he asked, Is there truly nothing we can do? As Itachi said, if the Uchiha fail, Konoha will be left vulnerable, and war is certain to follow. Uchiha Hikari sighed again, her voice laden with helplessness and gravity. Back then, I put great effort into working with Izuna to eliminate the Taiima faction within the clan, but we failed, and now this hidden danger haunts us still. Are we truly to stand by and watch as our people are slaughtered? Fugaku's voice trembled. He could not bear to witness the Uchiha's destruction. There's no need for such despair, Hikari offered, with a hint of comfort in her words. Destruction is not the only path for the Uchiha. In fact, I've never understood, why must you be so attached to this one village? If you're unwelcome here, why not seek out new horizons elsewhere? The shinobi world is not limited to just Konoha. There is no need to hang from a single tree. Fugaku was dumbstruck by Hikari's suggestion. An entirely new perspective began to swirl in his mind. You've been shackled by the will to protect the village for too long. Sometimes you must step beyond the confines of clan, village, and nation, as Itachi has, and seek a broader vision. But in today's shinobi world, is there truly anywhere that would accept the Uchiha? I haven't spent these past years doing nothing, Uchiha Hikaru declared with a trace of pride in her voice. If any Uchiha find themselves without a place to go, they're welcome at the shinobi village I've founded. There, you'll find no prejudice, no chains, only respect for the truly strong. Is that true? Fugaku's voice trembled with incredulous excitement. If that were really possible, then the Uchiha and Konoha wouldn't have to fight to the bitter end, locked in an endless cycle of blood and fire. You're welcome to come, Hikaru replied calmly. But my village only accepts those who genuinely fight for the peace of the shinobi world. The old extremist faction from the Taiima days, they have no place with me. That's easy enough. I remember everyone in our clan who cherishes peace, Fugaku answered with confidence, well aware that there were still many voices within the Uchiha who longed for harmony. Since you agree, we can use this opportunity to sweep out the radical militants in the clan once and for all. Hikaru's eyes gleamed with a cunning spark, as though she could already see the dawn of victory. Start moving all the non-militant shinobi and civilians to me in secret, right away. But if we act so hastily, won't Itachi notice? Fugaku's concern was not unfounded. Itachi's insight and execution were second to none in the clan. Don't worry. Once he learns you're planning to overturn Konoha, he'll undoubtedly report to the village leaders. We can use the time that buys us, Hikaru replied with a confident, knowing smile. Meanwhile, Itachi was racing toward the Hokage's office at breakneck speed. He never imagined that Fugaku, for the sake of becoming Hokage, would go so far as to use the Nine Tails, a force that had nearly destroyed the village, as a weapon. This was nothing short of threatening everything he wished to protect, Konoha, and peace itself. After wrestling with his conscience, Itachi ultimately chose to stand with Konoha. In his heart, there was something that outweighed even his loyalty to his clan, the peace of the shinobi world, and Konoha's future. Itachi, report your findings. The third Hokage said, his expression grave, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Itachi slowly lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. The Uchiha clan has officially decided to stage a coup. It seems we have no time to waste. Danzo's voice was heavy and decisive. We must strike first. before they can make their move. The third Hokage responded with a weighty, sorrowful tone. The Uchiha were once our comrades. I believe we should resolve this through dialogue, not force. Give me a little time to find another way. His words were like a faint beam of hope, searching for a path to peace in this dark hour. Yet, Itachi knew, deep down, that the crisis had already escalated, far beyond what dialogue could resolve. The meeting ended, but Danzo held Itachi back, his gaze unwavering and commanding. Itachi, don't be fooled by the third Hokage's pleasant words. When it comes down to it, he'll choose to protect the Leaf Village. You'd better decide soon. Will you side with the Uchiha in the coup and perish with your family, or stand with us, and before the rebellion begins, spare only your brother and help eliminate the Uchiha clan? Eliminate the entire Uchiha clan? Itachi's voice trembled, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. To protect the village, we must suppress this before chaos erupts, no matter the cost. And only you, a double agent for both the Uchiha and the Leaf, can shoulder this burden, Danzo said, his voice low and resolute. Are you willing to accept this mission? The village, his clan, a ninja's duty. Was all this conflict for nothing but conflict's sake? Inside, Itachi wrestled with himself, memories of Sasuke's smiling face flashing before his eyes. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips. It seemed there was only one path left. Itachi resolved to carry out the destruction of the Uchiha. Only this, he believed, could stop civil war and preserve peace. He agreed to Danzo's terms, but on one condition: Sasuke's life and the Uchiha's honor must be spared. On the eve of the operation, Itachi made his way once more to the Naka shrine. Leaning quietly against a tree, he called out to the long-haired man in the mask ahead of him. Hey, I need your help with something. Obito turned, his masked eyes sharp with curiosity and wariness. Why do you know about me? You slipped past the Leaf sentries and investigated the secret chamber under Naka shrine. Only someone from the Uchiha clan would know that place. Itachi's voice was calm and deep. Since then, I've looked into you, learned who you are, and what you believe in. Oh, that makes things easier, Obito replied, a subtle, hidden smile playing beneath his mask. Then you also know, as an Uchiha, how deep my hatred runs for both the Leaf and our clan. I can help you take your revenge on the Uchiha, Itachi said, his tone edged with finality. But in return, you must not harm the village. And you must not touch Sasuke. Very well, Obito replied with a trace of disdain. So, when do you plan to act? Tonight. Everything happens tonight. I'll keep my end of the bargain and lend you my strength, Obito said, a calculating note slipping into his voice. But wiping out the Uchiha isn't just about revenge for me. I have other reasons. Best if you pretend not to notice. You want to collect Sharingan eyes, don't you? Itachi answered, a knowing look in his eyes. That's right. This is also proof that I'm sparing your brother's life. I have no need for a child without the Sharingan. Are you trying to say you won't break your promise? Is that it? Itachi let out a sigh. I have no choice but to trust you. There's nothing else I can do. If you ever find yourself with nowhere else to turn, you're welcome to join our organization. Obito's voice carried a hint of mystery. Your organization? There was a trace of doubt in Itachi's tone. It's called Akatsuki, a group fighting for true peace in the shinobi world. High above, a full moon hung in the sky, casting down a silver radiance. Silently, Uchiha Itachi approached the gates of his clan, donning the mask of the Umbu. Clad in armor, a gleaming blade in his grasp, he moved with unwavering, steady steps, like a shadow gliding through the night, advancing without a sound. Beside him, the air shimmered with subtle ripples of space and time. Uchiha Obito's figure flickered into existence, a long sword and a chain in his hands, drifting like a specter between reality and illusion, slipping unnoticed into the police headquarters offices. His arrival was like the chilling whisper of death. Who are you people? The guard's challenge was cut short, the words barely formed before Itachi's blade sliced through the darkness, ending a life in an instant. Whether it was ordinary clansmen he'd once spoken with, or those who had spoken out of turn, Itachi's blade showed not a trace of hesitation. He moved among his kin like an unfeeling machine of slaughter, his movements swift and precise. Despite the countless lives he took, scarcely a drop of blood stained his robes. Before long, Itachi and Obito split up, each moving on their own. On a street awash in crimson, Uchiha Fugaku stood in silence. Itachi, what lies at the end of this massacre? Once, I showed you the future of our clan. Now, do you mean for me to see a different outcome? If you wish to see, then I'll let you see. Slowly, the pattern of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, reflecting the remnants of Sasuke's future into Fugaku's eyes. This is what I've seen, the future of our clan, the future of the village. I see. Sasuke. Fugaku sighed softly, his voice laden with emotions too complex to name. In the end, he dissolved into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from Itachi's sight. A shadow clone? Itachi's heart gave a jolt, his brow furrowing. It seems father is the greatest wild card in this massacre. If things go wrong, it may well come down to a battle between Mangekyo Sharingan wielders. With utmost caution, Itachi slipped back to the family estate, moving silently toward his father's room. This way. There are no traps. Come in. Fugaku's voice sounded from within, calm and deep. Itachi drew a slow, steady breath and pushed the door open. His eyes fell on Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, both kneeling on the floor. Father, he called softly, his voice laden with unspeakable pain. It seems you've chosen to stand with Konoha. Fugaku's voice was calm, yet his eyes shimmered with deep, tangled emotions. But I don't want to end up in a life-and-death struggle with my own son. Father, mother, Itachi began, but the words caught in his throat. His heart was a storm of conflict and anguish. We understand, Itachi. Makoto's voice was gentle, but unwavering. Itachi, promise me one last thing. Take care of Sasuke. Fugaku's tone grew resolute. Itachi stepped forward slowly, silent tears streaming down his face. His blade quivered violently in his grasp. I understand, he managed to say, though inside he was drowning in turmoil. Don't be afraid. This is the path you chose, Fugaku said, his words rich with love. Compared to you, our suffering will be over in an instant. Even if we don't see things the same way, I'm still proud of you. You have a truly kind heart. Tears spilled onto Itachi's palm. He was a picture of grief, his whole body racked with sobs. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to bear the pain. With trembling hands, he raised his blade and, tracing the length of his parents' backs, severed the final bond between them. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto collapsed gently into a pool of blood. Brother? A trembling voice came from outside the door. Sasuke pushed the door open hesitantly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. Brother. Father, mother, why? How could this happen? Who could have done such a thing? Itachi hurled a shuriken toward Sasuke, its aim flawless as it embedded itself into the doorframe beside him. You foolish little brother. Itachi's voice was cold as ice. He cast Tsukuyomi, forcing Sasuke to witness every brutal moment of the clan's massacre. Stop. Brother, please, I don't want to see this. Sasuke cried, clutching his head, his world shattering around him. Why did you? To test the limits of my own capacity. Itachi's voice, sharp as frozen steel, pierced Sasuke's heart. Test your capacity? You killed everyone, just for that. Sasuke's voice trembled. He could not accept the nightmare unfurling before him. It was important. There was a hint of helplessness in Itachi's tone. You're lying. This isn't something my brother would do. You were always so gentle. Sasuke sobbed, refusing to believe that the brother who had once showered him with love could be so cruel. All this time, I've played the ideal brother for you, only to test your potential. Itachi's words were as cold and merciless as winter frost, cutting Sasuke to the core. I saw in you the possibility of one day rivaling me. Now, you'll come to hate me, see me as a bitter memory, and make surpassing me your life's purpose. That's why I spared you. This is what I needed. You and I share the same potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But there's a condition. You must kill your closest friend, just as I did. It was my brother who took Shursue's life. Sasuke's voice was low, weighed down by an indescribable pain. That's right. And because of that, I gained these eyes. Itachi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, his voice layered with complex emotion. In the main hall of Inaka Shrine, beneath the 7th tatama mat from the right, there's a secret gathering. Place for our clan. There, the truth behind the existence of the Uchiha's ocular jutsu is recorded. If you awaken your own eyes, then, including me, there will be 3 who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. That, Sasuke, is what gives your life meaning. As you are now, you're not even worth killing. Itachi's words were cold and merciless. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then resent me, hate me, and live on in shame and disgrace. Run. Cling to life in whatever way you can. When, one day you possess eyes like mine, come and face me again. Itachi turned away, looking at Sasuke, who had collapsed on the ground. Despite himself, a single tear slipped down his cheek. That tear fell for Sasuke, and for himself as well. In the end, Sasuke could not withstand the mental assault of Tsukuyomi. He fell unconscious. From that moment on, his world was forever changed. Obito, masked and silent, had been waiting on the rooftop for some time. In the moonlight, his figure seemed to blend seamlessly with the night. It's done. Then Obito hesitated. He wanted to reach out to Itachi, After all, killing one's own kin was an agony beyond words. But when the words came to his lips, all that escaped was a sigh. Never mind. Let's go. You go ahead. I have a few words for Konoha's elders. Itachi's voice was quiet and grave. He needed to warn them not to lay a hand on Sasuke. All right. Obito glanced at Itachi, his eyes full of conflicting emotions. Then his figure was swallowed by a swirling distortion, leaving only a faint ripple in the moonlit air. Once Obito had fully vanished, Itachi knelt alone on the rooftop. Finally, he let out the grief he had kept buried. His sobs tore through the silence of the night. He wept for the loved ones he had lost, for the dreams now forever shattered, and for the road from which there was no return. He cried until it seemed all his sorrow and despair might pour out into the stillness of the night. When he had calmed, Itachi went before the third Hokage. His eyes reflected both determination and an inexpressible sorrow. In this way, Konoha has been spared from civil war. The peace of the village is preserved. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady, but tinged with helplessness. Yes. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head. Even now, I regret that I couldn't find another way in time. The third Hokage sighed deeply. I'm truly sorry. It is I who should apologize. The third Hokage shook his head. From this day forward, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja, responsible for the massacre of your own clan. Your name will be added to the wanted list, and you will be hunted down, dead or alive. That is only natural, Itachi replied, his voice unwavering. He had long since prepared himself to face all that would come. What do you plan to do now? The third Hokage asked with genuine concern. I've sought help from a man who claims to be from the Akatsuki. I intend to follow him closely, in case he breaks his promise. Itachi answered, his decision as resolute and decisive as ever, true to his character. Bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Itachi set off alone, embarking on his path as a fugitive. As he slipped past the village gates, a storm of complicated emotions churned within him. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the tree line. It was members of Konoha's secret ANBU, specifically from the Root Division. Even now, you still pursue me? Itachi's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Our captain is now an S-class rogue ninja, wanted in the official handbook. One of the Root members replied, a touch of helplessness. In his tone, as ANBU from the Root, we have to at least put on a show of chasing you down. We hope you'll go easy on us. Despite their words, they knew all too well that the man before them was beyond anything they could handle. You don't seem to be holding back. It hardly looks like you're just putting on a show, Itachi replied coldly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The Sharingan doesn't matter. We won't look you in the eye, one ANBU member said confidently, believing he had found a way to counter Itachi. But in the blink of an eye, both men suddenly realized they had turned their blades on themselves. Jinjutsu? Impossible. Their voices trembled with disbelief. When you were assigned to my squad, I placed a subtle suggestion on you with my Sharingan. The moment you attacked me, the Jinjutsu would trigger automatically, Itachi explained calmly. He had laid his trap long ago, waiting patiently for this very moment. We never imagined, you never trusted us from the start. The bitterness in the ANBU member's voice revealed his regret. They finally understood they had been ensnared by Itachi's plan all along. I was always a double agent, Konoha's eyes within the Uchiha and the Uchiha's eyes within Konoha. Yet, at this point, I'm not even sure which side I truly belong to, Itachi said, his words shrouded in mist, impossible to pin down. Not long after, a swirling vortex of space appeared, and Obito slowly emerged. He brought Itachi to a river in the land of rain, and together they boarded a boat, gliding deeper into the fog. Within the organization, everyone calls me Toby. I'm not an official member, just a rookie intern with no real abilities. You don't need to treat me with such respect, Obito said with a touch of self-mockery, as if his status meant nothing to him. Why do you hide your identity? Itachi asked curiously. The organization has grown stronger, but that only makes betrayal more likely. I must keep my face hidden and observe who might turn traitor, Obito replied. And besides, if people found out that Uchiha Madara was still alive, it would be a huge problem, Obito explained. His reasoning was simple yet thoughtful. Next, I'm going to take you to meet Akatsuki's leader. He knows my true identity. The two of them traveled by boat and arrived at a cave sealed by massive boulders. As the cave opened, the Geto statue stood silently within, as if guarding secrets that must never be revealed. Several figures stood on the palm of the statue. Well, isn't this Itachi-kun? It's been such a long time. A silkily familiar voice greeted him. Orochimaru. Itachi was visibly shocked, his gaze locked onto the familiar figure in the red cloud cloak. Once neighbors from the same village, now reunited under such circumstances, it left him momentarily dazed. Come to think of it, You two are from the same village. Such a touching reunion, isn't it? Obito smiled, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, as if he found amusement in this unexpected encounter. I've heard the rumors about the Uchiha. You really are the kind of ninja who belongs on our side, Orochimaru said, his words laced with a sly smile that unsettled Itachi, as if casting a subtle spell over his heart. Our side? Itachi questioned, still unsure what Orochimaru meant by that. The kind of ninja who sees things like the village, the clan, and comrades as nothing but burdens, Orochimaru explained, a mysterious light gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, a campfire flared up beside the statue, casting warm light into the surrounding darkness. Pain and Konan emerged, moving forward with quiet authority. Akatsuki's goal is true peace for the shinobi world, Pain declared, his voice resonant and prophetic, stirring something deep within Itachi. We will lead the 5 great nations to eliminate every threat to that peace. What grand ambition! Itachi murmured softly, a mixture of respect and uncertainty in his heart. For that reason, we gather talented ninja regardless of their origins or pasts. Itachi of the Leaf, welcome to Akatsuki. Here, you can completely sever your ties to Konoha, Pain proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Itachi didn't hesitate. He removed his forehead protector and drew a deep scratch over the symbol of the leaf. Excellent. From this day forward, you are Akatsuki's Itachi, Pain said, handing him a ring engraved with the character Scarlet. With this ring, you may enter the barriers of the Land of Rain at any time and will always receive my summons. Itachi accepted the ring and slipped it onto his finger. At that moment, Konan stepped forward and handed him a perfectly fitted red cloud cloak. Once Itachi had donned the cloak, Pain turned his gaze to another figure among them, the one wielding the massive executioner's blade. Kisame, Pain called out. Kisame Hashigaki stepped forward. You'll form a 2-man cell with Itachi. TCH, what a hassle. Come on, rookie. Follow me. Juzo's voice carried a note of impatience, but there was nothing he could do. The organization's members had yet to be fully assembled. For now, he was the only one left alone. Yes, Itachi replied. Deep within the Hidden Leaf Village, there existed a secret organization unknown to outsiders, Root. This was the very heart of Danzo Shimura's power, its shadowy atmosphere standing in stark contrast to the bright scenery of the village above. Reporting in, Lord Danzo. The bodies of the Uchiha clan have been completely retrieved, but strangely, more than half of the corpses were found without Sharingan in their eyes. A member of the ANBU respectfully reported to Danzo. What? How could that be? Shock and confusion mingled on Danzo's face, and his voice betrayed a hint of barely contained panic. After death, it seems that many of their Sharingan were deliberately removed. The only ones we found still possessing their Sharingan were those among the militant faction we previously incited, the ANBU explained. Someone secretly took the Sharingan? Danzo's eyes sharpened as he began to ponder who might be behind this. Could have been Itachi's doing, the ENBU ventured. No, it couldn't have been him. Itachi wouldn't have had the time. It must have been that accomplice he mentioned, Danzo mused after a moment's thought. Only you and I know about this. Cremate the bodies missing the Sharingan. Leave no trace. The third Hokage must never learn of this. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Danzo. Far away in the Land of Rain, a realm veiled in endless curtains of rainfall, countless towers now rose skyward. Over the years, the Akatsuki organization had amassed a vast fortune, and Konan had personally invested in transforming each tower, providing the members with truly unique residences. Each tower was a luxurious dwelling, equipped with every imaginable convenience, a veritable pinnacle of high-rise living in the shinobi world. Every official member of Akatsuki was entitled to such a tower, their own private domain. Uchiha Hikari's bedroom was situated at the very top of her personal tower. This was her sanctuary, arranged with warmth and a distinctive flair. Adorable furniture and decor were scattered about, while the Uchiha clan crest was displayed everywhere, a proud declaration of her heritage. Her carefully crafted ninja tools and scrolls were meticulously arranged, every detail reflecting her dedication and genius. At that moment, in the tower's upper hall, a flying thunder god seal suddenly flickered with light. In the next instant, Uchiha Hikari's figure materialized. Atop a kunai at the very center of the hall, a display of that unique teleportation technique that filled the space with an air of mystery and awe. Without pausing for even a heartbeat, Uchiha Hikari bit her finger, swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and slammed her palm to the floor. Summoning Jutsu. With her soft command, the grand hall of the room was instantly engulfed in a wave of orange-yellow flesh, as if a rift had been torn open in the fabric of space and time. In the very next moment, more than 30 ninjas bearing the Uchiha clan crest, along with 50 clan members dressed as civilians, slowly emerged from the living wall. Their arrival filled the space with fresh energy and vitality, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they took in this new world. Oh my, so this is our new base. Why does it look so much like a girl's bedroom? Mikoto Uchiha was the first to step forward, holding Fugaku's hand as she looked around with eager interest. Aunt Mikoto, this isn't the new clan grounds yet. It's just my room. Uchiha Hikari explained awkwardly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. So, it's little Hikari's room. No wonder there's such a lovely scent here. Mikoto replied with a warm, affectionate smile in her voice. Mikoto, Lady Hikari is of the generation before us. She's Granduncle Izuna's elder sister. We should address her with proper respect. Fugaku chided gently, casting Mikoto a sidelong look before bowing respectfully to Hikari. Oh, what's the big deal? Hikari looks just like a girl in her early teens, Mikoto said dismissively, moving to Hikari's side and pulling her into a tight hug, gently rubbing her cheek against Hikari's. And Hikari herself said she doesn't mind, after all. Fugaku let out a sigh and chose not to argue with Mikoto any further. He turned instead to Hikari and bowed deeply, his tone solemn. In any case, it was thanks to the artificial bodies you provided yesterday, Lady Hikari, that our Uchiha clan now has a new path forward. It was the least I could do. After all, Aunt Mikoto and Kushina are good friends. If anything happened to you, I really wouldn't know how to explain it to Kushina when she returns, Hikari replied. Softly, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. She glanced at Fugaku, curiosity evident in her expression. By the way, about Sasuke and Itachi, are you really not planning to tell them the truth? When the time is right, I'll tell Itachi myself. As for Sasuke, he's my son. I believe he'll endure whatever comes his way. For now, he must remain in Konoha, or else we'll arouse suspicion. Fugaku answered steadily, his gaze distant as he considered the future. They are your children. I have no right to interfere. Still, if you ever need it, I'll do what I can to bring Sasuke out of Konoha, Hikari said, her voice full of concern. Thank you for your help, Lady Hikari, Fugaku said, bowing once more, his heart full of gratitude. Just then, the space beside Hikari began to ripple gently, and Obito Uchiha's figure gradually appeared from the distortion. What is it? Hikari turned and asked, her eyes full of concern. Sure, Sue's awake. Obito's voice was calm, but carried a barely perceptible hint of relief. Really? A flash of excitement passed through Uchiha Hikaru's eyes. Yes. Obito nodded. In the next moment, Uchiha Shirsue's figure emerged from the space-time portal. His injuries had fully healed, and his pair of eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, gleamed brilliantly before everyone, radiating an overwhelming aura. To think that Shirsue is safe and sound, and he looks much more spirited now, not the gloomy, troubled figure he once was. A satisfied smile bloomed on Fugaku's face, his relief shining openly in his eyes. I've heard everything from the man in the mask. I never imagined things would take such a turn. I'm truly sorry, Lord Fugaku. With remorse in his voice, Shirsue slowly walked up to Fugaku, his tone heavy with self-reproach. Fugaku gently patted Shirsue's shoulder. You've done nothing wrong. You were working for the coexistence of the Uchiha and Konoha. There was no need to tell Danzo about Kotoame Tsukumi directly. If you had come to me in private to discuss a plan, I would have gladly heard you out. There was regret and understanding in Fugaku's words. Back then, everything was in chaos. Itachi and I no longer knew whom we could trust. We blindly put our faith in the Konoha leadership, believing they would work for the sake of the village's peace, never thinking they could be so despicable. A trace of anger flickered across Shirsue's face, though his eyes betrayed a deep helplessness. Shirsue, what's done is done. The situation has changed. By now, you should have heard about the matters concerning Mangekyo and the Akatsuki, haven't you? Fugaku's tone grew grave. Yes, I've learned everything from the man in the mask. Uchiha Shirsue turned his gaze to Uchiha Hikaru, respect and gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you so much for saving my life. I've heard stories about you from my grandmother, but I never imagined I'd meet you in person. It's truly an honor. It's nothing as grand as you say, Hikaru waved his hand modestly. But since you're a descendant of my student, of course I'll look after you. From what I've heard, the true crisis facing the shinobi world is imminent. Lord Hikaru, may I join the organization as Itachi has, and lend my strength? Shirsue's gaze was resolute, his tone brimming with determination. I want to join with Itachi, too. Just then, a clear, ringing voice called out from behind, cutting Shirsue off. Izumi? You're all right, too. Shursui turned and recognized the girl who was always at Itachi's side. The appearance of Itachi's childhood friend brought a ripple of surprise and relief to everyone present. Yes, Uchiha Izumi's voice carried a hint of anxiety. I was a bit late when the summons went out, but Masked Brother got me into the space in time. Otherwise, I might have been wounded by Itachi-kun. That Itachi? He was far too harsh. How could he be so ruthless, even to such a sweet girl like you? Next time I see him, I'll give him a good scolding on your behalf, Mikoto Uchiha said, her face full of concern as she hugged Izumi Uchiha tightly. It's all right, Aunt Mikoto. Actually, Itachi-kun never truly wished to hurt me. Before acting, he cast Tsukuyami on me. In that world of illusion, he and I lived together. For 70 years, sharing a happy, fulfilling life. Izumi replied, her words brimming with deep understanding for Itachi, her eyes shining with gentle affection. Oh, now that's a surprise. I always thought Itachi would never have a girlfriend in his whole life, Shursui teased, giving Izumi a playful look, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes. In that case, I'll pair you two up with Itachi for missions. Our organization keeps growing, and when Pain calls the next meeting, I'll have him organize the squads into larger teams. You can also pass along any intel to Itachi, so he'll stop being so paranoid and snooping around our information. After all, we're all in this together now, Hikaru Uchiha said, his tone revealing both understanding and acceptance of Itachi's ways. Haha, so he's been secretly investigating the organization? That really does sound like something only an exceptional guy like Itachi would do. Shursui laughed, a note of admiration in his voice. That child is too remarkable for his own good. Sometimes, I just wish he could relax a bit. Fugaku Uchiha sighed, his words laced with deep affection and understanding for his son. So Hikaru, what should we do next? Mikoto's curiosity was piqued, and she turned her gaze expectantly toward Hikaru. Let's see. Hikaru pondered for a moment. For now, why don't you all stay here with me? I'll discuss things with Conan. Once we find a promising location in the Land of Rain, we'll move you there so you can settle and grow. After easing the tension between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, and resolving the troublesome internal strife within the Uchiha clan, Hikaru, with Conan's help, managed to secure a new home for the Uchiha within half a month. Before long, the Uchiha clan found firm footing in Mangekyo, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Uzumaki as an indispensable force for the Land of Rain. Together, they became pillars of stability and prosperity for the village. In the days that followed, Hikaru entrusted Yuta Uzumaki with sealing her away once more. Before the seal was complete, she left a final instruction and handed scroll. To Obito, should any new information about the tailed beasts arise, or should war once again threaten the shinobi world, Obito was to unseal her at once and awaken her. And so, she slept for a long, long 7 years. In the 60th year of the Konoha calendar, 12 years after Naruto was born, Obito sat quietly in the tower above Aim, forming hand seals. The black runes binding Hikaru's scroll faded away in utter silence. After the seal was undone, Uchiha Hikaru emerged slowly from the scroll. When she saw Obito, she raised her hand, curiously measuring his height. Obito, you've gotten quite a bit taller. I only reach your shoulder now. Height's got nothing to do with anything important, you know? Obito retorted. He hadn't expected that, after 7 years apart, this would be the first thing Hikaru mentioned. Hikaru burst into laughter, her mirth echoing for a long while. Only when she saw Obito's exasperated expression did she finally compose herself and ask, so, tell me, what major event has happened? The Sand is plotting to attack Konoha. Looks like the shinobi world might be on the brink of war again. Oh, soon as got guts, I'll give them that. A sly gleam flashed in Hikaru's eyes. What are they relying on to provoke Konoha like this? Their tailed beast weapon has shown some promise, and they've also gained Orochimaru's support. Orochimaru? Why would he get involved in this? In the years you were gone, Nagato ordered Orochimaru to establish his own hidden village to gather gifted children from across the shinobi world and train them as Akatsuki's reserve force. To give those kids some real combat experience, Orochimaru encouraged this whole sand attack on Konoha. I see, Hikaru mused, but somehow, I get the feeling he's just settling an old score. If I remember right, he and Hiruzen Sarutobi had quite the falling out. Hikaru's thoughts wandered back to the past. She had been the one to persuade Orochimaru to join at the beginning. That's probably part of it as well. Obito shrugged. Orochimaru, seeking revenge, was none of his business, and he couldn't be bothered to keep track. So, what do you need me to do? This time, I'm recruiting a ninja who just defected from Kirigakure. I heard you have a reverse summoning contact toad in the Land of Waves. That would save me a lot of travel. Obito explained calmly. Hey, you didn't let me out just for something so trivial, did you? Hikaru sounded a little annoyed, raising her fist as if to hit Obito. But he cleverly dodged, shifting into his Kamui phase. No using Kamui. Let me hit you, or I'm not helping. She puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Obito's expression was hidden beneath his mask, but his silence carried a sense of helplessness. Ouch. This mask is hard as a rock. Hikaru's punch landed on Obito's mask, only to leave her own hand throbbing with pain. She stomped her foot in frustration. You've grown up and learned all these slippery tricks. I can't just bully you like I did when we were kids. How am I supposed to live with that? Am I doomed to be bullied by you from now on? Wiping away imaginary tears, Hikaru bit her finger and summoned the contact toad. After a quick explanation, the toad vanished with a puff of white smoke. Before long, both of them were reverse summoned to Gameton's well in the land of waves. The marker is set. Will you come along with me next, or head back to Konoha to see how things are going? Obito asked. I'll go with you for a while. Anyway, following your space-time movement is way faster than my flying thunder god marks. Mine are too far apart to sense at all, Uchiha Hikaru said, hands folded behind her head, strolling along with ease. By the way, who are you recruiting this time? Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and she looked forward to Obito's answer. Obito simply smiled, a mysterious gleam flickering in his eyes. A rogue ninja named Momochi Zabuza. He's pretty skilled. His hidden mist technique is especially effective against opponents with dojutsu. There was a note of admiration in Obito's voice. The hidden mist technique. Hikaru's thoughts drifted back to her many battles with Hozuki Jinjutsu. That jutsu had certainly given her quite a headache. Actually, there are quite a few ninja who know the hidden mist, but Zabuza wields one of the 7 ninja swords, the Executioner's Blade. His silent killing technique is particularly impressive. The Executioner's Blade? Wasn't that in Juzo's hands? Hikaru asked, intrigued. Juzo's gone. He sacrificed himself during the mission to capture the 5 tails, caught by a tailed beast bomb, unfortunately. Obito explained, a trace of regret in his tone. Oof, a tailed beast bomb can kill someone. Hikaru asked in surprise. She'd never witnessed such a thing since she was born. They say he tried to block it with the Executioner's Blade. The force bounced the blade back and fatally injured his insides. Obito added matter-of-factly. Genius. Hikaru gave a heartfelt thumbs up in sincere admiration. Unnoticed, the two had arrived at a small seaside town on the coast of the Land of Waves. Suddenly, Hikaru's stomach rumbled loudly. She rubbed her belly and looked at Obito with a pitiful expression. Obito, buy me something to eat, will you? Obito spread his hands helplessly and checked his pockets. All the organization's money is with Conan. And ever since my body was modified with Hashirama cells, I don't need to eat anymore. No way. Hikaru drooped her head in disappointment. Why am I always the one facing a financial crisis? Look, there's a house over there. Why don't you go ask? Maybe you can get a meal, Obito suggested, pointing off into the distance. Following his gesture, Hikaru's gaze landed on a red-roofed cottage by the sea. She drew a deep breath, mustered her courage, and walked up to the house, knocking gently on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? Before long, the door creaked open and a black-haired woman peeked out. Can I help you? Seeing someone answer, a glimmer of hope flashed in Hikaru's eyes. We're travelers from another country, and unfortunately lost our money on the road. Would you be so kind as to share a meal with us? Please, I'm begging you. She pressed her hands together, lowered her head, and pleaded, her voice carrying a trace of innocence and sincerity. Oh, what a pitiful child. The black-haired woman looked at Uchiha Hikaru, her eyes full of compassion. Seeing one so young caught up in trouble, the woman felt a surge of sympathy and invited Hikaru and Obito inside. Wow, so many shoes. Are there other guests here? Uchiha Hikaru asked curiously. She had noticed the cluster of shoes by the door and wondered about the situation inside. Yes, there's a group of Leaf Shinobi here. They're guarding my father. Yesterday, they fought with Cardo's men and got injured. Now, they're resting here, the woman explained, pride and gratitude mingling in her tone. Who is Cardo? Uchiha Hikaru turned to ask Obito. I've heard he's a shipping magnate, Obito replied thoughtfully. But behind the scenes, he's rumored to use thugs and rogue ninja too. Traffic drugs and contraband, swallowing up businesses and even countries. I didn't expect him to have a foothold in the Land of Waves. I see. Uchiha Hikaru nodded gently, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. She and Obito politely removed their shoes and followed the woman toward the living room.